Blue Star, Dragon Kingdom, Star River Academy. The annual Talent Awakening Day for grade 11 students has arrived again, and all students aged 16 and above can participate. Suddenly called out, the black-haired youth sitting in the corner was instantly awakened and couldn't help but rub his temples vigorously. Not long ago, many unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. Feeling the gazes from all around, Yichio stood up expressionlessly and followed the teacher's instructions out of the classroom. At the same time, he quickly sorted through the new memories in his mind. A moment later, he looked dazed and murmured, "I really have transmigrated." The world before us is also called Blue Star, and its social development trajectory is similar to that of modern times, only its technology is more advanced. 200 years ago, a strange planet collided with Earth. Since then, the world has been completely changed, and two important entities have emerged: alien beasts and superpowers. The alien beasts are enormous, powerful, ferocious, and bloodthirsty, and have occupied almost all of Earth's territory. When monstrous beasts ravaged the land, humans discovered the existence of superpowers. After their talents were awakened, people gained all sorts of superpowers to resist the invasion of the beasts. After the emergence of superhumans, humanity rebuilt its sanctuary and established a superhuman academy. According to my memory, the original owner was also Yichio, and he was about to participate in the talent awakening ceremony. Soon, Yichio and the other students were led to a large hall. The doors slowly closed, blocking out the sunlight and plunging the surroundings into darkness. 50 students stood in a row. Yichio looked up at the vast space and saw a ray of blue light appear. Blue light projected a vast battlefield. What comes into view is a picture composed of blood and corpses. The picture begins to rotate, and endless monsters surge toward the human town, roaring, chasing, and slaughtering. Then, a group of people stepped forward from the crowd. Some people possess superhuman strength, are impervious to swords and spears, and can tear strange beasts to pieces with their bare hands. Some people wield bows, arrows falling like starlight, energy swirling in their palms, instantly annihilating their enemies. Swords flashed and shadows danced, figures flew about. The solemn explanation echoed in my ears for a long time. 200 years ago, the creatures on Earth mutated, and strange beasts appeared frequently, bringing heavy blows to mankind. The first generation of superhumans were born, leading humanity to rise up in resistance, and a bloody war broke out. The following year, the discovery of alien beast crystal cores was made, which could assist the cultivation of superhumans. The first generation of superhumans leveled up and achieved their first victory on the alien beast battlefield. 10 years later, the first S-class superhuman appeared and swept across the alien beast battlefield. Yichio watched all of this, his gaze following the movement of the battle, his heart filled with turmoil. As the final image faded, everyone was deeply moved and remained immersed in it for a long time. Suddenly, the ground trembled slightly. Yichio looked up and saw a rectangular crystal appear in the center of the hall. There were several staff members around him. "Place your palms on the awakening crystal from left to right." When it was Yichio's turn, he quickly stepped forward, placed his palm on the crystal, and felt a warm current flowing down his palm. Golden light shone brightly in the sky, enveloping his body. Talent awakening in progress? C-rank talent, Shadow Blade. As the golden light faded, Yichio opened his eyes, feeling somewhat dazed. He lowered his head, his gaze falling on his fingertips. With a thought, his fingertips gradually darkened, becoming like shadows. Upon closer inspection, one can vaguely see the glint of metallic sharpness. Grade C, very ordinary. Although he was mentally prepared, Yichio still couldn't help feeling somewhat lost after the awakening ended. After all, talent awakening can take many forms, but the levels can vary greatly. The levels are divided into 9 grades from highest to lowest: SSS, SSS, A, B, C, D, E, and F. However, data shows that among the hundreds of millions of people on Earth, less than 10% have awakened talents of grade B or above, while countless people have awakened talents of grade C. The staff member beside him held a notebook and wrote down casually, D-level talent. Awakening complete. Please proceed to the waiting area on the left. Hearing the prompt, Yichio came back to his senses. Back in the classroom, he listened to the chattering of the students around him, his fingertips slowly tapping on the desk as he fell into deep thought. According to the textbook, there are many types of superpowers, but they can be roughly divided into 3 categories: physical evolution, elemental evolution, and special evolution. Many superpowers, though not high level, possess unique effects. While Shadow Blade doesn't rank high, it seems to belong to a special evolution based on its classification. If the reasoning is correct, when his superpowers are enhanced enough to cover Yichio's entire body, theoretically, he will transform into a shadow. He's practically a chosen assassin, appearing and disappearing without a trace, with limitless ways to survive. Yichio's thoughts faltered, and he couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Did I travel all this way just to become a cowardly king? With a sigh, he slumped dejectedly onto the desk, his gaze sweeping across the classroom, when he suddenly noticed a line of bright red writing on the blackboard. Countdown, 3 days. He suddenly sat up, veins bulging on his forehead. How could I forget about this? The superpower exam is in 3 days. What should I do? For those with superpowers, once their talent is awakened, they will be reassigned to different classes based on their type and level, commonly known as the class placement test. What's special is that this exam will take place at the ruins of the alien beast battlefield, which exponentially increases the level of danger. Moreover, this test is directly related to the allocation of resources after class division. For those with superpowers, talent is the most important thing, followed by resources. The gaps between each level are as insurmountable as an insurmountable chasm. Without sufficient resources, advancement is utterly hopeless. Whether you soar to great heights or remain mediocre forever depends on this exam. Shadow Blade's attack methods are currently limited, making it impossible to leverage its advantages. What should we do? Just as Yi Chou was at his wit's end, he suddenly heard a beep beep sound. System scan in progress. Task data entry. Data analysis is in progress. The notification sounds kept coming and going, and I felt a slight dizziness. Yi Chou's gaze sharpened as he quickly surveyed his surroundings, his heart filled with vigilance. Who is speaking? Beep beep beep. The notification sound continued, and at the same time, a transparent panel slowly appeared in his line of sight. Data collection complete. The system is binding. Identity verification in progress. Character panel generated. Talent, C rank, Shadow Blade, mental strength 18. Yi Chou frowned as he stared at the semi-transparent panel, then looked back at his classmates to make sure that no one had noticed anything unusual and that only he could see it. My heart was racing involuntarily. So time travel really does bring cheat codes. He sighed inwardly, and just as he was about to examine the panel, a golden gift pack suddenly popped up. The newbie gift pack has been sent. Please check it. Congratulations, host, for receiving the newbie gift pack and awakening the SSS level talent, Infinite Evolution. Infinite Evolution. Evolve everything. Gain evolution points by killing creatures and evolve anything you can imagine. Wait a minute, what did I just see? Even Yi Chou, who is usually calm and collected, was stunned by the line of golden SSS on the panel. His eyes gleamed with a sharp light, his breathing was rapid, and he raised his hand and twisted his thigh hard. Ouch, that really hurts. As far as Yi Chou knew, in the past 200 years, S-level and above superhumans had become extremely rare. Every S-level talent possessor who grows up becomes a powerful figure, guarding the entire nation. As for talents of SS level or above, they are extremely rare. It is almost equivalent to the peak of Earth's combat power. This is the first time in the history of Earth that an SSS level talent has appeared. With this realization, Yi Chou's pupils contracted slightly, he took a deep breath, and his heart was pounding. As expected of a cheat code, even a casual newbie gift pack contains an SSS level talent. He rubbed his temples, trying to hide the undisguised joy in his eyes, when suddenly a question occurred to him. System, if I remember correctly, each person can only awaken their talent once. So what's going on with me now? Will Shadow Blade be taken back? In the 200 years since the emergence of superpowers, the rules for awakening talent have become increasingly mature. However, since the arrival of the alien beasts, there has been no precedent of a superhuman possessing a second talent. Yi Chou has just received the newbie gift pack and is still completely unaware of the true meaning of the SSS level talent, Infinite Evolution. Based on the description, it doesn't seem to be an offensive talent. With alien beasts roaming the planet Blue Star, sieges are frequent. If one's talents lack offensive capabilities, then one is undoubtedly in great danger. They can coexist. After receiving an affirmative answer, Yi Chou's eyes sparkled. Before he could take a closer look at the newbie gift pack, a slender, jade-like hand gently poked his shoulder. Yi Chou, your homeroom teacher is watching you. Xia Rongrong, who was sitting next to her deskmate, blushed. Feeling the intense gaze of the homeroom teacher, she became even more uneasy and kept reminding him in a low voice. Yi Chou immediately snapped out of his daze and quickly closed the system panel. Directly opposite him was a serious face, his homeroom teacher, Lin Dali. Lin Dali seemed to sense Yi Chou's unease. His cloudy eyes were full of disapproval and warning as he stared at him intently for several seconds. After a moment, he looked away. Yi Chou smiled gently, realizing that now was definitely not the best time to claim the newbie gift pack. He calmed down and focused his attention on his homeroom teacher. Ahem, our semester is almost over. Although today is the first day of your awakening talents, you still need to remain calm and composed and stabilize your mindset. 3 days from now, you will travel to the ruins for the first time and confront the alien beasts head-on. You must adapt to your special abilities as soon as possible, learn to use them, and even surpass them. Of course, getting a good ranking is equally important. Class teacher Lin Dali gave a loud and clear instruction. Yi Chou lowered his gaze, looking into the distance, recalling related memories in his mind. In the Dragon Kingdom, all academies specializing in supernatural abilities will conduct talent awakening at the end of the last semester of the second year of high school. Whether the awakening is successful or not will be divided into two categories. Students who haven't yet realized their mistake will be given a holiday and automatically assigned to humanities classes in the next semester. Those who successfully awaken will receive comprehensive training in their superpowers, enhancing their combat strength and superpower level in multiple ways. 3 days later, they will travel to the ruins of the alien alien beast battlefield to participate in the superpower competition, which will be the first test faced by the newly promoted superpowered individuals. They must learn to face danger and death. Lin Dali, with a serious expression, banged on the blackboard, drawing everyone's attention. One last reminder, students with auxiliary or special abilities, or those whose talent level is below D, are advised not to participate in the ability exam. Giving up is not shameful. Safety comes first. Students who want to withdraw before school ends today, come to my office. Yi Cho noticed that the homeroom teacher's gaze lingered on him for a second and awkwardly rubbed the tip of his nose, but did nothing else. He certainly understood Lin Dali's meaning. After all, his sea-level talent, Shadow Blade, had very limited combat power, and participating in the superpower competition was extremely risky. Unfortunately, he has a cheat code and cannot let this kindness go to waste. Lin Dali stood on the podium, waited for a moment, and seeing no one respond, sighed inwardly and tidied up his things. Ignoring the homeroom teacher's burning gaze, Yi Cho shoved the textbook into his school bag. Squad leader and Xia Romrom, come to my office. After the homeroom teacher left with the two students, Yi Cho quickly walked out of the classroom with his school bag on his back. Yi Cho returned home based on his memory. Before him was an old neighborhood, exuding a sense of history. The original owner's mother died early, and his father, Yi Yong, worked hard to raise him by driving a taxi from dawn till dusk. Yi Cho pushed open the door and looked around. No one was inside. He glanced at his watch. It was still early. He strode back to his room and locked the door. Next up, it's time to open the blind boxes. Yi Cho sat cross-legged on the bed, the system panel floating in the air, the golden gift pack already opened and waiting to be claimed. With a thought, the confirmation button was triggered without his noticing. A soft chime sounded in my ears, signaling the official distribution of the newbie gift pack. SSS level talent, Infinite Evolution, is being distributed. 20 evolution points are being distributed. As the prompt came, Yi Cho slowly closed his eyes, and a warm current surged from deep within his chest, spreading outward from the center. A continuous buzzing sound came from my ears, accompanied by a slight tremor, and a huge burst of energy erupted instantly. So warm. Yi Cho is at the center of energy, radiating warmth like the sun, subtly changing something. If anyone were present at this moment, they would surely be awestruck by the sight before them. At this moment, Yi Cho was surrounded by pure white light, and a sacred halo encircled him. The person seemed to merge with nature, as if the existence of human no longer existed. Like the sun, scorching and dazzling, the halo gradually condensed into a shell, enveloping Yi Cho's body as if he were reborn, constantly absorbing the surrounding energy. After an unknown amount of time, a crisp tearing sound suddenly rang in my ears. At the same time, a hurricane-like whirlwind rapidly emerged from the center of the aperture, carrying cold air and spinning wildly. The old neighborhood, weathered by years of weathering, was visibly shaking violently under the impact of energy, as if it could collapse at any moment. Centered on Yi Cho, that powerful and destructive energy continued to spread outwards. The items in the room were thrown into the air, spun around once, and then landed with a thud, instantly turning into dust. In a corner where no one was watching, a wisp of white smoke quietly rose. The passage of time is elusive. It may be a day, a few hours, or even just a few minutes. Fire! Firefighting! A sharp scream suddenly pierced through the dimension, smashed through the wall, and instantly woke Yi Cho from his daze. He opened his eyes to see thick smoke billowing and the fire spreading rapidly. Yi Cho rolled over to avoid the flames and staggered away as he ran outside. At that moment, firefighters arrived at the door, armed with fire extinguishers, ready to force their way in. Before they could act, a loud bang suddenly rang out, a large hole blasted open in the wall, and a dark, inhuman-looking figure leaped out. The dark figure, entirely black, stood at the doorway of the room. Upon seeing the visitors, it suddenly opened its mouth, revealing its white teeth, and awkwardly waved its hand under the wary gazes of the crowd. That's right, this dark creature is Yi Cho. After receiving the newbie gift pack, his body entered an indescribable and mysterious state, where time seemed to stand still and he could not feel any changes in his surroundings. A warm current circulated continuously within his body, and every cell was changing imperceptibly. As the warm current was absorbed, the surrounding white halo slowly contracted, eventually condensing into a white cocoon. He never expected that simply receiving a gift package would cause a huge fire. The white cocoon then dissipated, and Yi Cho's consciousness gradually returned. But when he regained consciousness, he found himself in a sea of fire, his body feeling as if it were being roasted and almost dried out. Driven by instinct, he rolled and jumped repeatedly until he finally broke out of the room. Yi Cho, who was standing at the door, coughed several times before he could manage to speak. Help! Help the fire! After confirming that the charcoal black humanoid figure was harmless, firefighters quickly rushed into the fire and began firefighting operations. Professional rescue efforts brought the fire under control quickly. They carefully searched Yi Cho's residence to ensure that no potential risks were left behind, and then returned to the entrance. They paced back and forth between the charcoal black Yi Cho and the human-shaped doorway, examining them closely. Some people noticed that his body seemed to be covered with a thick layer of sticky black mud, like armor. The leader's nose twitched slightly, as if he had smelled an unusual odor, and his expression immediately turned serious. He quietly took a step back, distancing himself from Yi Qiu, and gave an awkward smile. The fire has been brought under control. It is not large in scale and was caused by an overheated household appliance. He paused, seemingly gritting his teeth as he spoke. If I may ask, logically speaking, a fire of this magnitude shouldn't have burned you like this. What happened to you? Yi Qiu then realized what was happening and looked down at himself. He then turned and stared at the human-shaped doorway on the gate, standing there motionless for a long time. The pungent stench emanating from him made him momentarily speechless. This is... Before he could finish speaking, the other party seemed to have already guessed, and waved his hand without saying anything more. After the staff left, Yi Qiu was on the verge of tears. He practically rushed into the bathroom, frantically washing his charcoal black body. As a devoted reader who loves novels, he has never eaten pork, but he often sees pigs running around. Clearly, the black grime on his body is the impurities expelled during the body's transformation. I never expected the smell to be so pungent. After taking a shower, Yi Qiu felt that his skin was smooth and radiant, his figure was well proportioned, and every inch of his muscles was flawless. He suddenly remembered something and brought up the system panel to check. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 18+, Intelligence 14+, Physical Condition 14+, Mental Strength 23+, Agility 15+, Evolution Points 20. Yi Qiu narrowed his eyes, carefully looking at the information on the panel, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. As expected, my guess was right. After obtaining the SSS level talent, my basic attributes have been improved across the board, especially my strength, which has almost doubled. After briefly reviewing the basic attributes, Yi Qiu's gaze immediately locked onto the location marked as an SSS level talent. Is this the legendary SSS level superpower, Infinite Evolution? He focused his thoughts, activated his supernatural abilities, concentrated his gaze, and carefully observed the changes in his body. His brows furrowed slightly. When he activated his superpower, a flash of light appeared around his body, but there was nothing unusual about it. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Why isn't there any reaction at all? Yi Qiu almost collapsed onto the ruins of the room, head bowed, his thoughts churning like a surging tide. I always feel like I've overlooked something important. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. He looked up sharply, his gaze fixed on the system panel. After the last line of data, a plus sign suddenly appeared next to the basic attributes. Evolution points? The fact that these 20 evolution points in the newbie gift pack exist independently is enough to demonstrate their importance. Yi Qiu slowly stood up, already having a guess in his mind. With the major test of superpowers approaching, the most crucial thing is still improving combat strength, so why not? Without further hesitation, he took decisive action. With a change of heart, he chose the strength attribute and began to evolve. Strength 38+. As attribute points were continuously added, Yi Qiu stood still, feeling a familiar warm current flowing through his veins. Faintly, white light fell upon his body, penetrating every inch of his muscles. The points have been added, and the strength has been increased to 38. He raised his hand, swung it forcefully in the air, and clenched his fist. A hollow sound came to my ears. The force of the punch hitting the air made the sonic boom of the muscles bursting clearly audible. Yi Qiu brandished his fists, his movements powerful and forceful. Feeling the surging power within him, his mind raced. When a person with superpowers first awakens, they are called an Awakener, and are divided into 9 levels according to the strength of their power. If I remember correctly, when a power-type Awakener reaches level 3, their strength will exceed 30, which is about 3 times that of an ordinary person. With my current physical strength alone, I can already contend with a level 3 awakened strength-type ability user. Thinking of this, Yi Qiu touched his knuckles and a smile appeared on his lips. Since it's said that everything can evolve, does that mean that talents can also evolve? Right now, I've only awakened my talents. I haven't learned any martial arts techniques or skills yet. Can these things also evolve? Can even pets and weapons evolve? This concept of all things truly sparks the imagination. Just as he was lost in endless reverie, suddenly, a pair of rough, large hands reached out and swung heavily at the back of his head, then slammed down hard. You little rascal, you've learned to destroy the house in just one day? The one who took action was Yi Qiu's father, Yi Yong. As soon as he entered the house, he saw the ruins and his son sitting among the rubble, grinning foolishly. He was furious. A loud bang was heard, followed by the sound of applause. Ugh, that hurts. Yi Yong originally thought his son would kneel down and beg for mercy, but to his surprise, Yi Qiu not only did not dodge but also easily counterattacked. At that moment, he clutched his swollen, red hand, cried out in pain, and fell into self-doubt. That's right, the instant Yi Yong made his move, Yi Qiu lowered his body, focused his energy in his dantian, leaned forward, and completed a spin in the air, easily dodging the sneak attack. Poor old Yi, he slapped the doorframe, and his hand swelled up instead. When Yi Qiu came to his senses, he looked at Yi Yong and smiled awkwardly. This was purely an accident. Before the other party could react, Yi Qiu waved his hand and quickly left the house. Dad, I have something to do, so so I won't be home for dinner tonight. Having left the battlefield, Yichio stood at the street corner, looking around, unsure of where to go next. The most important thing now is to find a place to test the strength attribute. More importantly, we need to kill creatures as soon as possible and collect evolution points. Just then, a pretty figure appeared before us. Xia Rongrong came running from a distance, her waist-length black hair swaying behind her, and a blush on her pretty face. Yichio, what a coincidence to run into you. I'm planning to go experience the beast battlefield simulation. Do you want to come along? Xia Rongrong tilted her head back, her dark pupils reflecting Yichio's thin face. The girl was still young and petite, only reaching Yichio's shoulder in height. Yichio looked at her, pondered for a moment, and then perfectly merged the girl's and rabbit's bodies in his mind. Curious, I chuckled softly. If I don't go, are you planning to make your way in the world on your own with your small frame? He paused, then lowered his voice even further. Don't you know that many strange beasts eat rabbits? Xia Rongrong was completely confused. She tilted her head and thought for a couple of seconds, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration and jumped up from the ground. She patted Yi Cho's arm hard. Yi Cho, you actually underestimated me. I'm very capable. As he spoke, he took a step forward, patted his chest, and made a firm promise, his dark pupils gleaming with unwavering determination. Don't worry, I will definitely protect you. Yichio couldn't help but laugh. In all his lifetimes, this was the first time he had ever met a young girl who said she wanted to protect him. This feeling is so new. He shrugged. Let's go then. I also want to see what the strange beast looks like. Although Yichio inherited all of the original owner's memories, strangely, there was no information about the ruins of the alien beast battlefield. If Xia Rongrong hadn't suddenly jumped out, he really wouldn't know where to go to earn evolution points. The two walked side by side, changed subway lines at 2 stops, and arrived at a relatively remote place. This place is far from modern skyscrapers and has no new facilities. As soon as you exit the subway station, you are greeted by a vast wilderness. This place, Yichio was filled with doubt as he followed the little girl, carefully observing the surrounding environment. There is only one paved road here. If you keep walking along it, you will soon see the appearance of a small town. Several small buildings stand scattered about, looking somewhat dilapidated. Continuing further in, you'll see a spacious factory building standing in the center of the complex. Strangely, the building has a very special color, and the exterior walls are made of a strange metal. A line of words was written on the rooftop in a flowing, elegant style. One banner captures 1,000 enemy cavalry, and 10,000 escape from 100 encirclements. Yichio's gaze fell on the handwriting. The strokes were elegant and flowing, like clouds in water, carrying a chilling aura. He couldn't help but feel slightly dazed. Xia Rongrong noticed that Yichio hadn't followed, and looked at him with some confusion. It's alright, let's go inside. Yichio shook his head, a smile appearing on his face, and quickly followed. He became increasingly curious about what this so-called battlefield of alien beasts actually looked like. As you walk through the metal gate, the further you go in, the more unsettling it becomes. In stark contrast to its unassuming exterior, the entire interior of the building is made of metal, exuding a strong sense of futuristic technology. They walked through corridors. Before long, a wide square came into Yichio's view. In the distance, a bustling crowd could be heard, and many people stood scattered around the square, including merchants, lone wolves, students, and mercenaries. To Yichio's surprise, his little white rabbit deskmate seemed exceptionally familiar with the environment, appearing not only calm but also much more relaxed. The two walked inside, and Xia Rongrong gave a brief introduction. The battlefield of alien beasts before us is ancient and well established. High-level alien beasts have been cleared out, and the area has been clearly demarcated. Suddenly, a loud shout came from behind them. Yichio and Xia Rongrong looked in the direction of the sound and saw a familiar figure. Boom, boom, boom. Yichio raised an eyebrow and looked closely. It was their class monitor, Zhang Mingyang. The other person was dressed in white, with that standard smile on their face, a smile that never changed. His face showed surprise, and he moved quickly, his white clothes swaying slightly and dazzlingly as he moved rapidly. Several teenagers dressed in designer clothes followed behind him. Rongrong, what a coincidence. Are you here to familiarize yourself with the alien beast battlefield too? Sensing the other person's enthusiasm, Xia Rongrong nodded politely but didn't say anything more. Zhang Mingyang seemed oblivious, still wearing a smile. These are all my friends, from the same year as us. We can get to know each other and help each other out when we meet during the big exams. How about we go in together later? Yichio stood aside, watching Zhang Mingyang's enthusiastic face as he spoke only to Xia Rongrong, seemingly ignoring his classmate. Okay, you guys go ahead with your work, I won't bother you any longer, Xia Rongrong replied politely. Yichio, let's go. As soon as the two turned around, Yichio stopped, raised an eyebrow and looked ahead, only to see Zhang Mingyang suddenly blocking their way. Squad leader, what brings you here? Yichio spoke with a hint of of teasing and a smile. Yi Chou, what are you doing here? Did you hear that Rong Rong has an S-level talent and come here specifically to ride on her coattails? He finished speaking with a hint of smirk. That makes sense. You're only a C-rank Shadow Blade with no real offensive capabilities, yet you dared to participate in the ability exam. It seems you had this planned all along. Yi Chou shook his head, not taking the other parties seriously at all. Xia Rongrong, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore and coldly interrupted him. Zhang Mingyang, what business is it of yours what we do? As she spoke, she raised her hand and gently tugged at Yi Chou's sleeve, preparing to leave. Rongrong, I'm doing this for your own good. The superpower exam is very risky, and the people who die the most are people like you. Giving up early will save you from getting hurt. As soon as he finished speaking, the teenagers behind him whispered among themselves, exchanged glances, and revealed mocking smiles on their faces. You, Xia Rongrong glared angrily with her dark eyes, opening her mouth to retort. Yi Chou stood to the side, hands in his pockets, as if it were none of his business. Hearing their mockery, he merely raised an eyebrow slightly. Suddenly, he noticed that Xia Rongrong's eyes were slightly red, so he quickly reached out and tugged at her. He gave a cold laugh. You guys are so annoying, like flies. He glanced at the group and saw Zhang Mingyang's face instantly turn red. You. Before he could finish speaking, he raised his hand to slap him. The slap was swung in a large arc, drawing a 180-degree rotation in the air. Just as it was about to land on Yi Chou's face, the wrist suddenly tightened, abruptly stopping it in mid-air. Yi Chou chuckled lightly, easily controlling the other's wrist with one hand. Sensing Zhang Mingyang's slight strength, he slowly shook his head. It's not only annoying, it's also quite useless. With a casual flick of the wrist, the man was thrown out as if he had been swung around in a circle, his posture comical. After saying that, he clapped his hands, turned around, and left. Xia Rongrong's pink lips parted slightly, her eyes sparkling. Amazing. The two quickly headed towards a testing space at the very back of the plaza. Xia Rongrong pulled Yi Chou inside, explaining, Yi Chou, everyone entering the beast battlefield must first have their basic attributes tested so that our activity range can be planned. As they were talking, it was their turn. Xia Rongrong took the lead, turned around and smiled sweetly. Let me demonstrate for you first. As she spoke, she walked to a force measuring instrument, which was as tall as 3 Xia Rongrongs. Yi Chou silently watched her petite figure from behind. His gaze suddenly froze, and his brow twitched violently. Xia Rongrong was just over 1.5 meters tall, holding a handle as thick as a thigh. Looking up from the handle, you could see a hammer attached to it, nearly 2 meters tall. What kind of superhuman loli is this? Yi Chou was stunned to see Xia Rongrong effortlessly lift a 2-meter-long sledgehammer with her petite frame. Xia Rongrong swung her slender arm and swung the huge iron hammer. With a loud bang, the others who were conducting basic tests all turned to look. Several students exclaimed in surprise. My god, this is a super strong loli. This must be at least an A-level talent, right? The numbers on the force measuring machine lit up in bright red. Yi Chou also gasped. Could this little white rabbit's S-level talent be of the strength type? It should be noted that even an average adult male would risk fractures if he swung such a heavy weapon with all his might. Xia Rongrong remained calm, seemingly oblivious to the astonished looks on everyone's faces, and continued to swing the large iron hammer in her hand, each strike accompanied by a deafening roar. As the final blow landed, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, but she still had a smile on her face and skipped over to Yi Chou's side. It's only ranked 6th. I thought it would be in the top 3. Yi Chou, why don't you give it a try? Yi Chou smiled and did not refuse, but he had already made up his mind. It was better to hide his strength since he only had a C-level talent on the surface. He walked towards the force measuring machine, grasped the large iron hammer with both hands, and felt its weight. As he swung the hammer, preparing to strike the force gauge, he suddenly pulled back. He knew that if he had gone all out with that attack, his score would have been off the charts. Rank 601. It's good that I stopped. The sudden increase in my attributes means that my control over my power is not stable enough. Yi Chou sighed inwardly. Thankfully his performance was only slightly better than C-level. Xia Rongrong saw that when Yi Chou first exerted his strength, his momentum was overwhelming, but at the moment of impact, he seemed to show a slight sign of withdrawing his strength. Yi Chou, don't worry, I'm here. I'll find a way to help you improve your attributes in the future. Xia Rongrong smiled sweetly, comforting Yi Chou, and Yi Chou felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Zhang Mingyang walked up to the panel and mocked. Strength is only 11, ranking 601. It's only a C-level talent. This ranking is already pretty good. Seeing Zhang Mingyang's disgusting face, Xia Rongrong retorted without hesitation. Zhang Mingyang, stop being sarcastic. What's it to you? Seeing that Xia Rongrong was angry, Zhang Mingyang quickly tried to appease her, saying, Rongrong, I'm just worried that Yi Chou will hold you back after you enter the beast battlefield. Look, I'm ranked in the top 100, so I can definitely help you. TCH, no need. Yi Chou, let's go test other attributes. After Xia Rongrong finished speaking, she pulled Yi Chou away from Zhang Mingyang's side. As he was leaving, Zhang Mingyang noticed that Yi Chou gave him a playful look. Zhang Mingyang was furious that a C-level rank member dared to look at him like that, and he cursed as he he said. Just you wait, Yi Qiu, I'll show you what I'm capable of sooner or later. Yi Qiu followed Xia Rongrong to continue testing his physique, agility, and strength. These three were all basic attributes. Overall ranking, 13. Overall ranking, 999+. Yi Qiu deliberately concealed his strength in each test. Fortunately, it was only a basic attribute test. If it were a test of mental strength, he might not have been able to hide his 23 points of mental strength. Looking at his own attributes, Yi Qiu secretly joked to himself that he was truly a pentagon. Yi Qiu, let's go to the preparation area for the alien beast battlefield. Yi Qiu chuckled and teased. Alright, little white rabbit, let's go. Xia Rongrong snorted, her face flushed, and turned to stride towards the preparation area. Yi Qiu couldn't help but burst into laughter when he saw the blush on her face. The two arrived at the preparation area, and Xia Rongrong pointed to a spot not far away and said, "That's where the monster's corpse lies." Yi Qiu looked up and saw, at the end of his line of sight, indeed, the corpses of strange beasts. Xia Rongrong explained, the meat of the strange beasts is very tough and can be used as food. Although the taste is not very good, some of the meat of the strange beasts is delicious and can be sold to restaurants in the city for money. Yi Qiu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Are the strange beasts poisonous?" Xia Rongrong thought for a moment and replied, "The toxin content of the strange beasts is very low, and most of them are not poisonous." After hearing this, Yi Qiu felt much more at ease. Separated by the massive outer wall, the two looked out at the silent wilderness beyond, sensing a hidden danger silently watching them. In the preparation area, Yi Qiu and Xia Rongrong encountered other candidates who were also taking the supernatural ability exam. Among them, some elite scions from prominent families caught their attention. A young man dressed in a magnificent family uniform walked over, his eyes filled with arrogance and confidence. He was followed by several armed family guards, their imposing presence commanding respect from those around them. "Oh, looks like there's a couple of nobodies here. I wonder which shabby school you two came from." The boy stared at Yi Qiu and Xia Rongrong provocatively, his tone full of contempt. Yi Qiu stared at him coldly, without saying a word, as if watching a performance by an idiot. Xia Rongrong, however, was not to be outdone. She straightened her body and retorted with a firm gaze, "TCH, we have our own strength, so we don't need to bring guards when we go out like you do." The boy smiled slightly upon hearing her words, clearly admiring her courage. He suddenly laughed and said, "Ha, this is interesting. My name is Xin Lingfeng, the second young master of the Xin family. Today, let's see what you're really capable of." A flash of anger crossed Xia Rongrong's face as she clenched her delicate fists. "If you want to challenge us, we're ready anytime." Xin Lingfeng looked at Yi Qiu and Xia Rongrong with a provocative gaze. Yi Qiu simply smiled faintly and remained silent. At this moment, squad leader Zhang Yinyang came running over like a lapdog. "Young Master Xin, I've long admired your name. I've long heard of young Master Xin. He's dashing and handsome, and he has top-tier A-level talent. Seeing him today, I can confirm that his reputation is well-deserved." Xin Lingfeng glanced at Zhang Yinyang, enjoying his flattery. "Not bad, you have great potential. Come with me into the beast battlefield later." "Thank you, young Master Xin, I will definitely do my best." Hearing Xin Lingfeng's words, Zhang Yinyang was secretly pleased. The old master of the Xin family is a veteran general who protects the country, with strength reaching SS level. With the Xin family as a powerful backer, there is naturally nothing to worry about in the future. Yi Qiu and Xia Rongrong looked at Zhang Yinyang with disdain, as if he were trying to sell himself as an obedient dog. At this moment, a tall and imposing middle-aged man walked over. He was clad in armor, wielding a gleaming spear, exuding a commanding and imposing aura. He stepped before the crowd and solemnly declared, "Everyone, I am the person in charge of this shelter. The ability assessment is about to begin, and the beast battlefield will open simultaneously. Please put the beast cores into the storage bags on your chests and enter in the correct order. Don't panic. Alright, be careful. You are all the future of the country." After speaking, everyone walked in unison toward the exit of the preparation area. "Yi Qiu," Xia Rongrong suddenly called out. "Ha, what's wrong?" Yi Qiu stopped and asked, puzzled. "Stay close to me, I'll protect you. If there's a monster, I'll smash its head in." Xia Rongrong waved her little fist, her tone carrying a hint of fierceness. Upon entering the battlefield of the alien beasts, one sees a vast, open space piled high with the corpses of all sorts of alien beasts, their blood flowing down the ground and even freezing into frost. The number of strange beasts was enormous, and their corpses were piled up haphazardly, stretching as far as the eye could see, creating a shocking scene. Yi Qiu looked at the magnificent scene without any emotion, because he had already prepared himself mentally. The life and death struggle outside the city was far beyond what people inside the city could imagine. Xin Lingfeng, accompanied by his two attendants and Zhang Yinyang, walked out the gate. Seeing the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, he sneered, "What a bunch of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. With his condition, he probably won't last 3 rounds. Ha, I'd like to see how long they can hold out." Hearing the sarcasm around him, Xin Lingfeng glanced disdainfully at Yi Qiu and Xia Rongrong before continuing to walk forward. Zhang Yinyang watched the two figures walk away, shook his head with schadenfreude, and and followed behind. They had walked less than 100 meters when several soldiers came and stopped them. Shen Lingfeng frowned and asked, "What are you doing?" One of the sergeants took out a metal box, about the size of a stone, and handed it to him, saying, "This is an essential mini-recorder for superhumans on the battlefield. It can record the situations you encounter. If you encounter danger, just press the button on it." Everyone nodded and accepted the small box. Yi Qiu discreetly observed his surroundings, analyzing potential rivals and adversaries. Besides Shen Lingfeng, there were many elites from powerful families gathered together, looking at the commoners with disdain. In their eyes, these civilians were nothing more than cannon fodder. Yi Qiu turned to Xia Rongrong and said. Xia Rongrong nodded, glanced at Yi Qiu, and then the two followed the crowd and walked forward. Outside the battlefield of superpowers lies a dense jungle. After arriving at the edge of the jungle, the group tacitly split into small groups and dispersed. As Yi Qiu was walking through the jungle, he suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Xia Rongrong tugged at his clothes. "Yi Qiu, what's wrong? There's some noise nearby. I feel like something is following us." The shadow leopard, hidden in the jungle, seemed to realize that its prey had spotted it. It suddenly leaped and pounced on Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu raised his arms to meet the attack. "Rongrong, I'll handle it myself." With a dull thud, shadow leopard was knocked back 2 steps by Yi Qiu, before regaining its footing by stepping on a tree trunk. A solemn expression flashed in its eyes. This shadow leopard is extremely fast and has amazing attack power, but Yi Qiu's true strength is far beyond that of a sea level. Seeing that its first attack had failed, the leopard-like beast roared and pounced again. Yi Qiu immediately unleashed his C-rank talent, Shadow Blade, his figure merging with the shadows of the trees. His figure flickered, silently approaching Shadow Wolf, and he drew a refined dagger that he had prepared beforehand. With a single slash, Yi Qiu pierced the Shadow Wolf's tough fur, and with a forceful pull, severed its neck. Wah-ha-ha! As the Shadow Wolf lay dying, it let out a mournful howl, a painful cry that shook the very soul. Yi Qiu sheathed his dagger, and a system notification suddenly sounded in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for killing a peak D-rank Shadow Leopard. You have gained 50 experience points and 10 evolution points. Newbie first experience mission, defeat 10 exotic beasts to receive a rare exclusive skill gift pack." Upon hearing about the mission reward, Yi Qiu was overjoyed. Unique skills, how exciting. He then opened the properties panel to check. Level, LV.150%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadow Blade, Strength, 18+. Intelligence, 14+. Physical Condition, 14+. Mental Strength, 23+. Agility, 15+. Evolution Points, 30. Yi Qiu walked to the Shadow Leopard's corpse, used his dagger to chisel out the beast core from the Shadow Leopard's skull, and put it into his storage bag. He thought to himself that he needed to deal with 4 more before he could level up. "Yi Qiu, are you alright?" Xia Rongrong asked with concern in her eyes. "It's alright, Rongrong. It seems we're getting close to the beast's territory," Yi Qiu said in a deep voice, gazing at the beast in the distance. Xia Rongrong nodded. Relying on Xia Rongrong's S-rank abilities and Yi Qiu's ever-present Shadow Blade, they were able to deliver a fatal blow to the alien beasts at crucial moments. The two worked together seamlessly, easily clearing out several alien beasts in the vicinity. The dagger in Yi Qiu's hand was stained blackish red from the blood of a large number of strange beasts. Level, LV.45%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadow Blade, Strength, 22+. Intelligence, 18+. Physical Condition, 18+. Mental Strength, 27+. Agility, 19+. Evolution Points, 110. Looking at the panel, Yi Qiu realized that the system task was still missing the kill of a strange beast, and he couldn't help but wonder, do we have to kill all the wild beasts here? Rongrong, should we go a little deeper? I want to kill more strange beasts, avoid the danger zone, and then exchange them for better rewards, he asked Xia Rongrong. "Sure, don't worry, I'll protect you." Xia Rongrong proudly patted her small chest. "Then we'll have to rely on you a lot." Yi Qiu patted Xia Rongrong's head approvingly. He. Xia Rongrong laughed sweetly. On the other side of the beast battlefield, Shen Lingfeng was with his followers. Shen Lingfeng grumbled all the way. "This trial doesn't even allow me to bring any followers, not even anyone to do anything for me. There are so many of us, and not even anyone to bring water." The elites from several prominent families looked grim, because they were used to being waited on hand and foot and lacked even the most basic common sense. A man named Zhang Yinyang ran towards them from a distance, carrying water in a large leaf. "Young Master Shen, I've found the water." Shen Lingfeng's face darkened when he saw the impurities floating in the bowl of water. "Zhang Yinyang, how could you be so stupid? You can drink this kind of water?" "Young Master Shen, I don't know, I think it tastes pretty good." Shen Lingfeng, who had been thirsty for a long time, snatched the water, gulped down a mouthful, and then spat out the liquid in his mouth with disgust. "Pa, what is this? It stinks so badly, it's even more disgusting than water from a latrine." Zhang Yinyang was stunned. "Young Master Shen, this is exactly the kind of water I drank. I even licked it after I finished." Upon hearing this, Shen Lingfeng flew into into a rage, shouting, "Damn it, are you saying I drank your saliva?" Zhang Yinyang sensed the intense killing intent emanating from Shen Lingfeng and quickly waved his hand in denial. "No, absolutely not. This is the water I drank. I even tasted it to see if I felt any discomfort." Zhang Yinyang quickly defended himself. After all, he wasn't stupid. Seeing Shen Lingfeng's humiliation, the others clutched their stomachs and laughed so hard they almost fell over. "Ha, look at you, so stupid, trying to be someone else's lackey." A portly fat man pointed at Zhang Yinyang and said with a mocking tone. Zhang Yinyang turned around in anger and was shocked to see Fu Xiaotian, the wealthy and powerful young master from the shelter. He could only swallow his anger and respond with a stiff upper lip. "Brother Tian is right. Brother Tian is absolutely right." Seeing Zhang Yinyang's submissive demeanor, Fu Xiaotian was extremely pleased. You're smart to know what's good for you." He turned to Shen Lingfeng and asked in a fawning tone, "Young Master Shen, what do you think should be done about this?" Shen Lingfeng felt very pleased to see Fu Xiaotian, a wealthy young man from the family sanctuary, fawning over him. Unlike stray dogs like Zhang Yinyang, who are everywhere, it is the praise from someone of status and position that truly highlights his position in the shelter. Don't be shy, we're all friends. This beast battlefield trial was arranged by our families. There's not a single useless person here. We'll definitely bring glory to our families, keep moving forward, and take first place in this trial. Shen Lingfeng spoke in a commanding tone, as if victory was already a foregone conclusion. Of course, whatever young Master Shen says goes. I, Fu Xiaotian, will follow your orders." Fu Xiaotian smiled obsequiously, but secretly wished he could kill Shen Lingfeng. Shen Lingfeng usually relies on the protection of his grandfather and treats the family property as his private treasury. Initially, in order to secure his family business in the city, he had no choice but to tolerate and try to please Shen Lingfeng, but he did not expect that Shen Lingfeng would become more and more arrogant. He even laid hands on his sister recently and secretly suppressed his own business. It was as if the wealthy family had been placed under an invisible collar by the Shen family. Fu Dahai felt deeply resentful, but he endured it all, waiting for the right opportunity. If only Shen Lingfeng could die on the battlefield of alien beasts. Let's go. Shen Lingfeng glanced at Zhang Yinyang with disdain, then led a few followers into the depths of the dense forest. Fu Xiaotian followed closely behind, his face expressionless. Whoa! The roars of strange beasts echoed throughout the area. "Yicho, we have reached the outer edge of the dense forest. The three strange beasts ahead are a level 3 ironback bear, a level 2 crimson serpent, and a level 2 two-headed python." Xia Rongrong introduced it to Yicho. Yicho nodded to indicate that he understood. Although the strength of different levels of alien beasts varied greatly, the two people in front of him were strong enough to deal with them easily. "I'll go lure those three beasts first, Yicho. You support me from the side," Xia Rongrong confessed. After several hours of trials, Yicho learned that Xia Rongrong possessed an S-level violent bear talent, which could multiply her physique and strength. During battle, the initial skill of the berserker bear can be activated, which greatly enhances physical fitness and strength for 10 minutes. Thinking of how petite Rongrong could transform into a powerful strong woman, Yicho couldn't help but smile wryly. "Okay, Rongrong, be careful." "Okay, I'll go right away." As soon as she finished speaking, Xia Rongrong rushed into the dense forest. Suddenly, a loud bang shattered the silence. Yicho looked up and saw a huge iron-backed bear pouncing on Xia Rongrong. A powerful punch slammed into the iron-backed bear's nose, blood splattered, and the iron-backed bear let out a miserable cry before collapsing to the ground. Rongrong did a great job. As expected of an S-level talent, this violent loli is awesome. Yicho gave Xia Rongrong a thumbs up in praise. "Of course, I'm incredibly powerful. Let me tell you, my physique is stronger than all of yours. Once I reach a high level of cultivation, I can kill you with just one finger," Xia Rongrong said smugly. Yicho felt ashamed to himself, wondering if the bear's talent also had violent tendencies. At that moment, the brown bear, which had just been seriously injured, also set its sights on the little girl and turned to pounce on Yicho. Yicho used Shadow Blade to cut the ironback bear to the ground, successfully completing the system task. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully killing 10 alien beasts and obtaining an exclusive skill pack. Please check your account. A system notification sounded in my mind. Yicho quickly opened the system panel. Level, LV.450%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadow Blade, Strength, 22+. Intelligence, 18+. Physical Condition, 18+. Mental Strength, 27+. Agility, 19+. Evolution Points, 210. Exclusive Skill, Dark Hour, in dim light, all attributes are increased by 30% for half an hour. Upgradable, requires 200 evolution points. This exclusive skill is really amazing. It can even be upgraded. Let's see how much it can improve after the upgrade. Yicho couldn't help but admire it, and then invested his evolution points into Dark Hour. Ding, your exclusive skill level has been successfully upgraded. Exclusive skill, Dark Hour LV.2, in dim light, all attributes are increased by 50%, and the duration is extended to 1 hour. Upgrade requires 500 evolution points. Just as Yi Qiu had no time to experience the power of his new skill, several footsteps came from afar. He quickly grabbed Xiao Rongrong and hid in the shadows. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the young master of Shen Lingfeng's group, along with Zhang Yinyang following closely behind. Zhang Yinyang carried several containers filled with water on his back, his face full of complaints. Yi Qiu held his breath, perfectly concealing his presence in the darkness. Xiao Rongrong opened her eyes wide with curiosity. She didn't care about Shen Lingfeng at all. She just wanted to see what these people were planning to do this time. Brother Feng, who are we targeting this time? Zhang Yinyang asked obsequiously, like a lapdog wagging its tail. Shen Lingfeng sneered, flicked his nails, and replied casually, who else could it be? Of course, it's those hotheads from the other teams. I just saw some people heading that way. They must be carrying a lot of good stuff. Let's go and borrow some of it. Zhang Yinyang immediately understood, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Brother Feng is brilliant. Let's teach them a lesson and let them know the rules of the shelter. Hearing this, Xiao Rongrong couldn't help but roll her eyes and muttered under her breath, shameless. They actually plan to rob someone. How shameless. Yi Qiu gently patted her hand, signaling her not to act impulsively. He knew that Shen Lingfeng and his gang, relying on their family's power, had always been arrogant and domineering, bullying the weak. This time, he wanted to see what other schemes and tricks Shen Lingfeng had up his sleeve. Shu, be quiet, they're about to make their move. Shen Lingfeng waved his hand, revealing his talents: SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadow Blade. What's wrong? Strength 22+, Intelligence 18+, Physical Condition 18+, Mental Strength 27+, Agility 19+, Evolution Points 210. Exclusive Skill, Hour of Darkness. In dim light, all attributes are increased by 30% for half an hour. Upgradable, requires 200 evolution points. This exclusive skill is amazing. It can even be upgraded. Let's see how much it improves after the upgrade. Yi Qiu couldn't help but sigh, and then invested his evolution points into Dark Hour. Ding, your exclusive skill level has been successfully upgraded. Exclusive skill, Dark Hour LV2. In dim light, all attributes are increased by 50% for 1 hour. Upgradable, requires 500 evolution points. Just as Yi Qiu hadn't had a chance to try out his new skill, several footsteps came from afar. He quickly pulled Xiao Rongrong to hide, only to discover that it was actually the young master of Shen Lingfeng's group and Zhang Yinyang following closely behind. Zhang Yinyang carried several containers filled with water on his back, his face full of resentment. Yi Qiu held his breath, completely concealing his presence in the darkness. Xiao Rongrong opened her eyes wide with curiosity. She didn't care about Shen Lingfeng. She just wanted to see what these people were planning to do this time. Brother Feng, who are we targeting this time? Zhang asked obsequiously, sounding exactly like a dog wagging its tail and begging for mercy. Shen Lingfeng sneered, flicked his nails, and answered casually, who else could it be? Of course, it's those hotheads from the other squads. I just saw someone go that way. They must be carrying a lot of good stuff. Let's go borrow some of it. Zhang Yinyang immediately understood, his face plastered with a fawning smile. Brother Feng is brilliant. Let's teach them a lesson and make them understand the rules of the shelter. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rongrong couldn't help but roll her eyes and muttered under her breath, shameless. They actually tried to steal from others. How shameless. Yi Qiu gently patted her hand, signaling her not to act impulsively. He understood that Shen Lingfeng and his gang, relying on their family's power, had always been arrogant and domineering, bullying the weak. This time, he wanted to see what other tricks Shen Lingfeng had up his sleeve. Shu, be quiet, they're about to make their move. Shen Lingfeng waved his hand, and led the group furtively in one direction. Yi Qiu and Xiao Rongrong exchanged a glance and followed silently. They followed him all the way to an open meadow. At this moment, several people were surrounded by them. They appeared to be freshmen from the same year who had just experienced a major battle. What do you want? The people surrounded stared at Shen Lingfeng warily. One of the tall boys stepped forward, gripping his weapon tightly. Shen Lingfeng revealed a cruel smile and slowly said, nothing much, just wanted to borrow something. If you know what's good for you, hand over the crystal core obediently, otherwise. He deliberately dragged out his words, his eyes full of threat. This is robbery, the tall boy roared. Get out of here right now, or don't blame us for being impolite. Ha ha, you're too kind? You think you can handle this? Shen Lingfeng laughed arrogantly as if he were hearing a joke. Go! Take all the crystal cores from their bodies. At his command, Shen Lingfeng's men pounced on the students like hungry wolves. Instantly, screams, roars, and the clash of weapons filled the air. Yi Qiu watched coldly from the sidelines, not in a hurry to make a move. He wanted to see just how arrogant Shen Lingfeng and his group really were. However, at that moment, something unexpected happened. A deafening roar came from afar, and the ground shook violently. What's that sound? Shen Lingfeng and the others stopped what they were doing and looked toward the source of the sound in surprise. A huge monster emerged from the dense forest, its entire body covered in black scales. Its blood-red eyes and menacing fangs made every step it took seem like the earth was shaking, radiating a suffocatingly terrifying aura. Level 11. Level 11 beast. Someone gasped gasped in surprise, their face turning deathly pale. An 11th level beast is equivalent to a high-ranking human warrior. Shen Lingfeng and the others were immediately terrified. No one had expected that such a terrifying monster would appear here. Someone shouted, and everyone immediately scattered in panic. But that level 11 beast was incredibly fast. In a single leap, it caught up with the unlucky fellow, opened its blood-red maw, and swallowed him whole. A scream pierced the sky, and blood stained the ground red. Damn it! Why did this monster have to target us of all people? Shen Lingfeng cursed as he desperately tried to escape. Brother Feng, what do we do now? We have no way to escape. Zhang Yinyang's face turned deathly pale, and his legs began to tremble. Shen Lingfeng gritted his teeth, a vicious glint flashing in his eyes. Everyone, follow me. Even if we die, we'll take it down with us. He knew there was no way out at this moment, and he could only fight to the death. Shen Lingfeng and his companions, like mad tigers and ferocious beasts, relentlessly attacked the level 11 alien beast, disregarding their own lives. Each of them fought with all their might, unleashing their martial arts skills and supernatural abilities one after another, forcing the terrifying behemoth into a defensive posture. The level 11 beast roared repeatedly, its body covered with wounds of all sizes, clearly having been thoroughly beaten up by Shen Lingfeng and his group. Those blood-red eyes were fixed on Shen Lingfeng, as if they believed he was the leader of this group. Brother Feng, this beast is almost done for. Let's give it one last shot. Zhang Yinyang roared excitedly, his long sword flashing as it slashed deep wounds that reached to the bone. A fierce glint flashed in Shen Lingfeng's eyes. He knew his opportunity was right in front of him. He took a deep breath, his supernatural power surged, and the long sword in his hand suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. He roared and charged out like lightning, his long sword carrying a sharp sword aura, fiercely stabbing towards the beast's heart. Yi Qiu's eyes lit up, and he whispered to Xia Rongrong beside him. Xia Rongrong immediately tensed up. Don't they like to steal other people's things? Since that's the case, I'll give them a taste of their own medicine. Xia Rongrong's eyes widened upon hearing this. You mean, you're going to rob Jianzu? Her face was full of worry, and she didn't finish her sentence. Yi Qiu knew he was just a C-level talent assassin, so how could he try to steal from Shen Lingfeng, who had an A-level talent? He smiled slightly, patted her hand gently, his voice soft yet firm. Before he could finish speaking, Yi Qiu vanished from his spot in a flash. He appeared suddenly behind the level 11 beast like a ghost. The dagger flashed with a cold light and precisely pierced the back of the beast's head. The level 11 beast let out a roar of unwilling anger, and its huge body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Shen Lingfeng was originally smug, thinking he was about to kill the strange beast, but unexpectedly, someone beat them to it at the last moment. Shen Lingfeng roared and looked around, but saw no one. Damn it! Who stole my prey? He was furious. He had gone to great lengths to severely injure the level 11 beast and was about to succeed when someone else intercepted him. How could he swallow his anger? Zhang Yinyang and the others were also completely bewildered, unable to see who the other party was or know their origins. Brother Feng, could it be? Zhang Yinyang leaned close to his ear and whispered a few names. Shen Lingfeng's face was grim, and he gritted his teeth as he said, if it really is them, then we'll just have to swallow this bitter pill for now. But I will never let them go, as long as you give me time. The individuals Zhang Yinyang mentioned were all renowned and powerful figures, including Lin Jingtian, the sword maniac, has already reached the terrifying strength of a level 25 warrior at the young age of 20. It is said that in pursuit of a higher realm, he went alone to the icy forest in the far north of the continent and has not shown his face for 3 years. Tang Xiao, known as the Poison King, is a level 26 poison master with unparalleled poison skills, making him impossible to defend against. It is said that he once single-handedly poisoned an entire wave of 1,000 demon beasts. In the distance, Xia Rongrong anxiously rubbed her palms together. She turned to look at Yi Qiu, only to see him grinning. Apart from a few bloodstains, there was no trace of battle on his body. Yi Qiu, you succeeded? Yi Qiu reached out and pulled out the crystal core, which was still stained with the wild boar king's blood. Ah, don't you believe me? Alright, let's get out of here quickly. Shen Lingfeng is probably frantically searching for us right now. After saying that, Yi Qiu took Xia Rongrong's hand and turned to leave. Yi Qiu used his divine sense to examine the items dropped when he killed the wild boar king. Level, LV 630%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 24+, Intelligence 20+, Physical Condition 20+, Mental Strength 29+, Agility 21+, Evolution Points 110. Exclusive Skill, Dark Hour LV2, in dim light, all attributes are increased by 50% for 1 hour. Upgrade requires 500 evolution points. Items, Wild Boar Tusk, high quality, can be used for weapon enhancement. Wild Boar Hide, excellent, can be used for armor enhancement. Yi Qiu took out a fine dagger he had purchased from the market and an ordinary black combat suit, deciding to test the dagger's enhancement effect first. Wild Boar Tusk successfully used. Dagger, fine, blood blade, superior. Host has evolved the weapon for the first time. Weapon panel activated. Weapon, blood blade, superior, effect, +3 attack +1 armor penetration nourished by blood, the weapon becomes more durable. 100% success rate for refined evolution, 80% for excellent, 50% for outstanding, 20% for extraordinary, and 5% for divine. Yi Qiu was astonished. Although the system had said that the success rate of weapon evolution was directly proportional to the quality of materials, a 100% success rate was truly incredible. He then turned his gaze to the black combat suit. Basic combat suit, excellent, effect, +1 agility +1 constitution. Yi Qiu was secretly delighted. With these two pieces of equipment, his strength attributes seemed to be subtly approaching 30. Seeing Yi Qiu's cheerful expression, Xiao Rongrong asked, "What's wrong, Yi Qiu?" "It's nothing, I'm just happy to think about how Shun Lingfeng and his gang got humiliated." Xiao Rongrong nodded. "It's time to teach them a lesson, these arrogant and incompetent fools. Alright, that's enough. Let's hurry up, or Shun Lingfeng will catch up soon." The two disappeared into the night. Not long after Yi Qiu and Xiao Rongrong left, a patrol team appeared. "Captain, why did you suddenly bring us to this beast training ground in the new student area?" "They are elite warriors of the Imperial Special Forces, each a seasoned veteran and ruthless. The general just found out that his granddaughter had ventured into the training grounds alone. He was worried about her, so he temporarily assigned us to protect her. Alright, soldiers, continue searching for the young lady. If something happens to her, none of us will escape." Soldiers' response. Yi Qiu and Xiao Rongrong were unaware that they were heading towards the territory of the Tyrant Serpent, the strongest alien beast within the new battlefield. At this moment, Yi Qiu heard a rustling sound coming from all around. "Watch out, there's a strange beast." No sooner had they finished speaking than a giant serpent stood up in front of them, staring straight at them. This is a 3-meter-long Tyrannosaurus Rex, its body covered with shiny black scales, its ferocious head is terrifying, and its eyes gleam with a chilling light. High-level boss, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Level, LV20. Speed, 100. Physical fitness, 110. Skill description, devouring despair. Increases speed by 50% upon release, while also emitting a stunning gas. A level 20 boss? Xiao Rongrong panicked and took a step back, her face full of bitterness. "It seems our trial in the beast battlefield will have to end ahead of schedule. A level 20 boss is simply beyond their ability to contend with. What's more, this boss's stats are far more terrifying than those of a regular boss. Frankly speaking, even a level 20 genius in the sanctuary might not be able to defeat this Tyrannosaurus Rex. Rongrong, we can't give up so easily." Yi Qiu took out his treasured dagger, Bloodblade, from his spatial ring. The dagger was wrapped in 3 layers of protection, and Yi Qiu gently stroked the blood-red outer shell. The dense patterns on it seemed to bring the dagger to life. Suddenly, the tyrannical snake lashed out with its tail, striking Xiao Rongrong hard. She couldn't react in time and was struck squarely in the abdomen by the tail. Yi Qiu watched as the snake's tail, as thick as a person, lashed out at Xiao Rongrong, and his heart leaped into his throat. However, Xiao Rongrong remained silent, and the extent of her injuries was unknown. Yi Qiu suppressed his worries, turned around abruptly, his blood-red eyes fixed on the tyrant serpent, and the blood blade in his hand suddenly burst forth with a bloodthirsty light. "You beast! I'm going to kill you today." Yi Qiu's eyes were like torches, his blood-red blade pointing directly at the tyrant serpent. The next moment, his figure suddenly shot up. The blood-red blade flashed a crimson light, aiming straight for the tyrant serpent's vital spot. But this Tyrannosaurus Rex was no pushover either. Its massive tail lashed out at Bloodblade like lightning. A powerful force surged through Yi Qiu, making his hands go numb. "Damn, this beast's skin is really thick." Yi Qiu cursed inwardly. The next second, Yi Qiu once again wielded his Bloodblade and charged towards the tyrant serpent, even faster than before. But it was still easily blocked by the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Clang 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 clang. Yi Qiu activated Dark Hour, boosting his agility and physique to their peak. He circled the tyrannical snake intently, waiting for it to reveal a weakness. As an assassin, Yi Qiu nimbly dodged the Tyrannosaurus Rex's attacks time and time again. The tail swept in again, bringing a foul stench. Yi Qiu instinctively dodged to the side, barely avoiding this fatal blow. Seizing the momentary pause of the tyrannical snake, Yi Qiu did not hesitate, locked onto the snake's belly, and charged forward with all his might. The blood-red blade in his hand transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, piercing straight for the tyrant serpent's vitals. Sensing danger, the Tyrannosaurus Rex twisted its massive body violently, attempting to evade Yi Qiu's attack. But it was all too late. Yi Qiu moved with lightning speed, his blood-red blade piercing deep into the belly of the tyrant serpent. However, at that moment, the tyrannical snake suddenly opened its blood-red maw and lunged straight at the unconscious Xiao Rongrong. Yi Qiu watched as the 4 venomous fangs, dripping with poison, drew ever closer to Xiao Rongrong's face. That huge mouth could swallow a person whole. There's no time to worry about anything else. He yanked the knife out of the snake's belly and charged forward like lightning, just inches away. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's red eyes flashed with ferocity, as if it wanted nothing more than to swallow Xiao Rongrong whole. Wrong, don't be afraid. Yi Qiu exerted all his strength, shoving the tyrannical snake's head aside while blocking its massive, windswept tail. tail. With his other hand, he scooped up Xia Rongrong and retreated rapidly. He took the blow head-on, and a shocking bloodstain immediately appeared on his back. Enduring the excruciating pain, Yi Qiu rolled around on the ground with Xia Rongrong in his arms, barely managing to escape another attack from the Tyrannosaurus Rex. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was in excruciating pain and went berserk, its massive body writhing wildly, causing the cave to tremble violently. It roared, a foul stench filled the air, and its massive tail slammed down on Yi Qiu like a heavy hammer. Yi Qiu's gaze sharpened, and instead of retreating, he advanced, his toes barely touching the ground as he leaped into the air, narrowly avoiding the attack. In midair, the blood-red blade in his hand transformed into a streak of crimson lightning, aiming straight for the tyrant serpent's eyes. "System, quickly help me evolve my talent," Yi Qiu roared, his voice slightly hoarse from tension and urgency. Ding! Host detected to be in extreme danger. "Do you wish to consume 100 evolution points for the temporary evolution talent Dark Hour?" The system's cold, electronic voice echoed in Yi Qiu's mind. "Evolve! Evolve quickly!" Yi Qiu did not hesitate at all, knowing that there could be no hesitation at this moment. Ding! 100 evolution points deducted. Talent skill Dark Hour is evolving. A strange energy surged into Yi Qiu's limbs and bones, and he felt his strength and speed suddenly increase. The weakness caused by excessive blood loss disappeared instantly, replaced by an unprecedented power. Yi Qiu's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Seizing the opportunity, he precisely pierced the tyrant serpent's eye with the blood-red blade in his hand. The Tyrannosaurus Rex let out a painful roar, its massive body thrashing violently as it desperately tried to shake Yi Qiu off. But Yi Qiu held onto the blood blade tightly, and no matter how the Tyrannosaurus Rex rolled around, he stuck to it like a piece of chewing gum. His eyes flashed with a crazed light, he seemed oblivious to the pain, letting the blood flow freely from his wound. Yi Qiu roared and, following the force of the Tyrannosaurus Rex's swing, drew a graceful arc in the air before landing steadily. The tyrannical snake roared again, its single eye gleaming fiercely, and it opened its blood-red maw, emitting a foul stench, as if it wanted to swallow Yi Qiu whole. Yi Qiu was prepared and nimbly dodged the attack with a flash. "You beast, I've decided your fate." Yi Qiu's gaze was icy, and the blood blade transformed into streaks of crimson afterimages, raining down on the tyrant serpent like a storm. Blood splattered everywhere, and deep, bone-revealing wounds appeared on the massive body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, its skin torn open and blood gushing out. The Tyrannosaurus Rex roared in pain, twisting its body wildly, desperately trying to shake off Yi Qiu. But Yi Qiu was extremely fast, like a nimble monkey, and always managed to dodge attacks at the last second. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He seized the opportunity and moved swiftly to the Tyrannosaurus Rex's vital spot. Yi Qiu roared and plunged the blood-red blade in his hand without hesitation. "Congratulations, host, for killing a level 20 Tyrannosaurus Rex while being 10 levels higher. Rewards, +5 to all attributes, +500 evolution points, 1 Tyrannosaurus Rex Fawn, +1 evolution attempt." Meanwhile, in the center of the shelter, inside a huge military tent, Li Shou frowned, staring at a massive map spread out on the table. It was covered with various symbols, a detailed topographical map of the alien beast battlefield. Suddenly, a communications soldier rushed into the tent, stood at attention, and saluted, saying, "Reporting, Commander, the Tyrannosaurus Rex's aura has disappeared." Li Shou suddenly stood up, the map in his hand falling to the ground with a thud, but he didn't even notice, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. "Is the news confirmed?" "It's absolutely true. We detected that the Tyrannosaurus Rex's aura completely disappeared 10 minutes ago." The communications soldier answered affirmatively. Li Shou took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. To be able to silently defeat a second-tier beast, the Tyrant Serpent, was no ordinary feat. The Tier 2 beast, the Tyrant Serpent, possesses impenetrable leather armor and 2 highly venomous fangs, enough to render 3 Tier 2 soldiers helpless. Could it be Wang Chuan, the SS rank young master of the Wang family, who was able to defeat a second-tier beast 20 levels higher than himself just after awakening his talent? Wang Chuan is hailed as a rising star this year. I remember when he first awakened his talent, it was also a strange phenomenon. The first time he faced a beast, it was a second-tier beast. He killed the second-tier beast with his first-level SS talent and successfully climbed to the top of the potential ranking. "Gather your men immediately, come with me to take a look." Li Shou rushed towards the Tyrant Serpent's territory, and upon seeing it, his heart skipped a beat. The surrounding trees were crushed to pieces, broken like toothpicks, and there were traces of a giant python crawling on the ground, resembling a ditch. Li Shou waved his hand and led the group to follow the trail. As soon as Li Shou emerged from the bushes, he saw Yi Qiu lying in a pool of blood, his arm twisted and deformed, and Xia Rongrong lying unconscious beside him, motionless. Li Shou's heart tightened. Xia Rongrong was old Master Xia's granddaughter. "I heard it's incredibly strong, but when it comes to going head-to-head with a Tyrannosaurus Rex, it's still a bit lacking. However, old Xia is a legendary figure, so perhaps his granddaughter is hiding some secret weapon." Li Shou strode up to Yi Qiu and carefully looked the young man up and down. Aside from being slightly handsome, this person was pretty ordinary. He seemed to have the talent of an assassin, and was probably the one who helped Xia Xiaorongrong restrained the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ha ha ha. Yi Qiu was wearing tattered clothes, and his exposed arm was covered in blood, twisted and clearly fractured. But he sat ramrod straight, his back as upright as a javelin, and his gaze was frighteningly calm. You're the one who helped Xiaorongrong take down that Tyrannosaurus Rex, right? Well done, young man. Li Shou frowned, looking at Yi Qiu's body covered in wounds, and sighed inwardly at the kid's ruthlessness. Although killing the Tyrannosaurus Rex was a great achievement, his current miserable state means he'll probably have to spend his days in a shelter from now on. Someone, take Miss Xia away and send her to the medical center. Li Shou waved his hand, signaling the soldiers behind him to lift the unconscious Xiaorongrong onto a stretcher. If left untreated, it may leave lasting health problems. After all, if something happens to an S-class genius, the sanctuary will suffer a huge loss. What about this kid? Should we carry him away too? A soldier pointed at Yi Qiu lying on the ground and asked in a hoarse voice. The soldiers behind Li Shou looked at each other in confusion, and another soldier tentatively spoke. This kid is badly injured, probably crippled. Why don't we leave him here for now and send someone to deal with him later? Li Shou frowned, waved his hand impatiently, took out a low-level recovery potion from his pocket and casually tossed it in front of Yi Qiu. Take it, find a place to recover yourself. After saying that, he ignored Yi Qiu and led his soldiers to carry Xiaorongrong away, leaving Yi Qiu lying alone in a pool of blood. Yi Qiu gave a wry smile, struggled to sit up, picked up the recovery potion from the ground, and quickly poured it into his mouth. Yes, everyone responded in unison. A warm current instantly flowed through my body. The broken bones made a crackling sound and were visibly recovering. The wounds began to heal, and the pain gradually lessened. Yi Qiu coughed violently a few times, and the tightness in his chest made his face pale. He knew in his heart that this was just a low-level recovery potion, which could at most temporarily suppress the injury. To fully recover, he would have to go to a medical center for treatment. Yi Qiu cursed under his breath, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Just then, footsteps sounded from not far away, accompanied by harsh laughter. Hey, isn't this our great hero Yi Qiu? Why are you lying here all alone? Where did the beautiful Xia go? Yi Qiu looked up and saw Shen Lingfeng walking over with several followers, his face full of mockery and contempt. What? Without Xiaorongrong, you're like a stray dog. Shen Lingfeng walked up to Yi Qiu, looking down at him with disdain and mockery in his voice. Yi Qiu glanced at him coldly, without responding, and simply stood up silently, dusting herself off. Zhang Yinyang also came out. Seeing Yi Qiu's miserable state, he was secretly pleased. Oh dear, Yi Qiu, you're really pathetic. Without Xiaorongrong, you're not even as good as a dog. Ha ha. Zhang Yinyang mocked without restraint. Yi Qiu glanced at him coldly, his eyes sharp as knives, making Zhang Yinyang's heart tighten. But he quickly straightened his back and said in a bluffing manner, "What are you looking at? I'm talking to you, you got a problem with that? I'm watching to see when you dog, learn to shut up." Yi Qiu's lips curled into a mocking smile, his tone icy and chilling. You, who are you calling a dog? Zhang Yinyang immediately jumped up, pointing at Yi Qiu's nose and cursing loudly, but due to the rules of the beast battlefield, he dared not actually make a move. Whoever answers, that's who it is. Yi Qiu responded calmly, then lowered his head to continue examining the injury. Zhang Yinyang was speechless, his face turning pale and uncertain, extremely embarrassed. Alright, let's not waste time on this piece of trash. Shen Lingfeng waved his hand impatiently, looking down at Yi Qiu with a cold smile. Yi Qiu, you better remember this. You got lucky this time. If I run into you again, don't blame me for being impolite. Before Shen Lingfeng could finish speaking, a sinister murderous intent flashed in his eyes, the threat of which was self-evident. After saying that, he left with a group of followers, leaving Yi Qiu lying alone in a pool of blood. Before leaving, Zhang Yinyang glared at Yi Qiu and muttered, "Useless." Yi Qiu ignored their mockery, silently stood up from the ground, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. At this moment, his most important task is to recover his strength as soon as possible, and then continue to fight monsters and improve his evolution level. Only in this way can he win first place on the battlefield of alien beasts. Yi Qiu sat cross-legged, calmly absorbing the medicinal power of the recovery potion. Time passed slowly, his injuries gradually stabilized, and his internal strength slowly recovered. Opening his eyes, Yi Qiu's gaze was firm. He stood up and strode deeper into the battlefield of alien beasts. Deep in the dense forest, a massive armored rhinoceros was munching on some spiritual herbs, completely unaware that danger was lurking nearby. Yi Qiu hid behind a towering tree, his sharp eyes fixed on the armored rhinoceros, his hand gripping a sharp bone knife. A level 6 beast, perfect for testing my current strength, he thought to himself, then pushed off with his feet and shot out like an arrow. The bone blade, accompanied by a sharp gust of wind, slashed towards the neck of the armored rhinoceros. Sensing the threat, the armored rhinoceros roared in anger. Its massive body suddenly spun around, its heavy iron armor gleaming with a metallic sheen, attempting to block Yi Qiu's attack. Amidst the deafening clang of metal against metal, a tremendous force emanated from the bone knife, causing Yi Qiu's hand to go numb and involuntarily pull back. The defense is really strong. Yi Qiu was startled, but his offensive did not stop at all, and he continued to swing his bone knife. A barrage of sharp blades blades rained down like a storm, relentlessly bombarding the armored rhinoceros. A string of damage numbers, -120, -135, and -147, appeared above the ironclad rhino's head. But for this thick-skinned, armored rhinoceros, these injuries were nothing. "Let's go!" The armored rhinoceros roared again, its massive body ramming into Yichio like a bulldozer. Trees broke off one after another, leaving 2 deep trenches in the ground. Yichio dared not take the attack head-on, and nimbly dodged it. The bone knife in his hand kept searching for an opening. Finally, after the armored rhinoceros missed an attack, Yichio seized the opportunity, moving with lightning speed to instantly circle around to its underside. The bone knife flashed out like lightning, striking precisely the soft spot on the armored rhinoceros's belly. The blade pierced through flesh, blood gushed out, the armored rhinoceros howled in pain, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 6 alien beast, the ironclad rhinoceros. You have gained 300 experience points and 100 evolution points. A system notification sounded in Yichio's mind. Yichio ignored him and walked to the body of the armored rhinoceros, skillfully cutting with a bone knife, extracting the vital essence and crystal core containing energy. 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye, and the beast battlefield is about to close. At this time, a large crowd had gathered outside the battlefield. They came from senior management positions at various shelters, as well as representatives from departments eager to recruit talent. Li Xiu stood at the front of the crowd, dressed in military uniform, tall and straight, his sharp eyes fixed on the exit of the alien beast battlefield. The several well-dressed middle-aged men beside him, all department heads, were also waiting anxiously. "Commander Li, who do you think will be the winner of this beast battle?" a department head asked. "It's hard to say. There are quite a few promising newcomers participating in this beast battlefield," Li Xiu replied. Li Xiu spoke calmly, but a hint of anticipation flickered in his eyes. "I heard there's a kid named Shen Lingfeng who's doing pretty well this time. He might be the dark horse," another department head said. "Shen Lingfeng? Is that old Master Shen's grandson?" a leader asked curiously. "Shen Lingfeng is indeed good, but I think old Xiao's granddaughter has more potential." As soon as Li Xiu spoke, the expressions of the leaders immediately turned serious. "Commander Li, why are you so concerned about Xiao Rongrong? Could it be that you?" a leader asked tentatively. I just think old Xiao's granddaughter is quite interesting." Li Xiu smiled faintly, without giving a direct answer. At this moment, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly came from the exit of the beast battlefield, and then, figures emerged from the crack. Cheers erupted from the crowd. It took these young geniuses 7 whole days to finally return safely from the perilous battlefield teeming with strange beasts. The first to appear was a young man dressed in black, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a heroic aura. He had an ancient longsword hanging at his waist, and his appearance immediately attracted everyone's attention. "It's Shen Lingfeng, a genius that the Sky Eagle Sanctuary sees only once in a century. It's said that he has awakened the A-level ability, Swift Wind Sword Shadow, and at only 18 years old, he can already kill a level 5 alien beast. That guy next to me is Zhao Wuji from the White Tiger Sanctuary. He's naturally strong, able to tear steel apart with his bare hands. He's also awakened the A-level ability, Giant Spirit Body. He's a formidable character. Look, who's that petite girl? She's really pretty. Could she be some rich girl from a shelter here to experience life? What do you know? That's Lin Xingxue from the Azure Dragon Sanctuary. She awakened a rare S-rank mental ability called Enchanting Eyes, which allows her to manipulate minds and kill without leaving a trace. So what if she's pretty? She can still take your life." The crowd buzzed with discussion. These young men, who had returned from the battlefield of the alien beasts, were all the chosen ones of their respective sanctuaries, possessing extraordinary skills and boundless potential. Looking at these spirited young men, Li Xiu smiled with satisfaction. They will become the backbone of the fight against the alien beasts in the future. "Shen Lingfeng, I heard that you single-handedly killed a level 5 alien beast on the alien beast battlefield and also helped the newcomers avoid the beast tide. Well done." A middle-aged man in a black suit with a burly build walked up to Shen Lingfeng and laughed heartily. "Minister Zhang, you flatter me." "I only did what I was supposed to do," Shen Lingfeng replied modestly, but his tone carried a hint of arrogance. "Ha, it's a good thing that young people are confident. Keep up the good work, the future is bright." Minister Zhang patted Shen Lingfeng on the shoulder, then turned to comfort the other outstanding newcomers. "Lingfeng, you've really made a name for yourself this time. How was your harvest?" A boy of similar age to Shen Lingfeng approached, his tone tinged with envy. "Not bad, I killed more than a dozen level 4 beasts, and only encountered one level 5 beast," Shen Lingfeng said, pretending to be calm, but the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, though he could not hide his inner joy. "TCH, you're just bragging. Everyone knows how troublesome level 5 beasts are. Who would believe you can take one down all by yourself?" The boy clearly didn't believe him and said with a sneer, "Believe it or not, my goal this time is to be number 1 on the leaderboard. You'll see then whether it's true or not." After saying that, Shen Lingfeng ignored him and walked straight to his rest area. As time went by, more and more people returned returned from the battlefield of the alien beasts. Some were overjoyed, some were dejected, and some were helping each other, clearly seriously injured. "Look, the leaderboard is out," someone shouted, and the previously noisy crowd immediately fell silent, all eyes focused on the huge light screen in the center of the square. On the screen, names and scores scrolled slowly, and everyone's hearts were in their throats as they nervously searched for their own names. "Look, the first place is Yi Cho? I've never heard of that name before. 12,850 points. My god, that's an incredible score. Just how many monsters did he kill?" Shun Lingfeng is only ranked third with 8,230 points. The gap is too huge. The crowd erupted in excitement, everyone filled with curiosity about this suddenly appearing Yi Cho. Shun Lingfeng stared at the dazzling name Yi Cho on the leaderboard, his face instantly turning frighteningly gloomy. How could that good-for-nothing have such a high score? It must be someone with the same name. The top 10 names on the leaderboard shine with golden light, showcasing their glory and also stimulating the nerves of those with lower scores or who are not even on the leaderboard. Shun Lingfeng was so angry that his face turned ashen. He slammed the water glass in his hand to the ground, splashing water everywhere, but no one dared to provoke him at that moment. Yi Cho, Yi Cho. Several high-ranking members of the shelter discussed the name in hushed tones. They had searched through the records of various major forces but could not find a single person who matched the name. Could he be a genius secretly cultivated by some reclusive family? That's possible. Those old guys are probably secretly competing with each other behind the scenes. Li Xiu stood at the back of the crowd, his brows furrowed. He also had no recollection of Yi Cho, but the name was like a thorn, deeply embedded in his mind, making him feel vaguely uneasy. Yi Cho, where have I heard this name before? Li Xiu tried hard to recall, but he couldn't quite grasp that glimmer of memory. Just then, the huge light screen in the center of the square suddenly flashed, and a dazzling beam of light descended from the sky, enveloping the name Yi Cho at the top of the leaderboard. At the same time, another beam of light quickly swept across the crowd, finally settling on an inconspicuous corner at the edge of the square. The beam of light mercilessly exposed the boy's figure to everyone, and only then did they see his appearance clearly, causing an uproar. This is Yi Cho, who's number 1 on the leaderboard. Are you kidding me? A sea-level talent? Could there be a mistake? How many chickens could he kill looking like that? A chorus of doubts and ridicule rose and fell, and the crowd cast countless incredulous glances. Even those powerful figures who were originally full of speculation about Yi Cho's identity were stunned at this moment. They never imagined that Yi Cho, who had overwhelmed all others and topped the leaderboard, was such an unremarkable young man. A louder murmur erupted from the crowd, mixed with various taunts and doubts. A C-rank talent? Ha, that's hilarious. Did he spend the whole day hiding in a corner grinding slimes? Exactly. How could such a piece of trash hunt so many high-level beasts? There's definitely something fishy going on here. Shun Lingfeng stared intently at the young face under the beam of light, a raging fire burning in his heart. How could it be him? That good-for-nothing follower of Xiao Rongrong? With a sea-level talent, how did he manage to get first place? Shun Lingfeng felt a burning sensation on his cheeks, as if he had been severely beaten. At this moment, a middle-aged man wearing a black uniform and a gold badge on his chest walked onto the platform. He is Wang Jin, the director of the Bureau of Alien Beast Management and the person in charge of this points competition. Wang Jin surveyed the entire audience, his deep voice drowning out all the noise. Congratulations on successfully completing the points race. Your courage and strength are truly admirable. He paused, then turned his gaze to Yi Cho, a meaningful smile appearing on his face. Yi Cho, the winner of this points competition, will have the opportunity to study at any of the 4 major universities in the empire. The crowd erupted in cheers again, this time focusing not on Yi Cho's talent, but on the coveted reward. The 4 major academies of the empire are Dragon Academy, War God Academy, Apocalypse Academy, and Holy Light Academy. These 4 academies represent the highest level of education in the empire, bringing together the nation's best teachers and cultivation resources to nurture generations of powerful individuals. Warriors at level 50 and above are commonplace in these 4 academies, and some have even broken through level 60 and reached the realm of Battle King. The empire's youngest commander came from the Apocalypse Academy. At only 25 years old, he led the army to resist the invasion of the Beast Tide and made outstanding contributions. It can be said that being able to study at one of the 4 great universities of the empire is equivalent to stepping into the Hall of the Strong. Shun Lingfeng's eyes were bloodshot. He desperately wanted to study at one of the top 4 universities and become a powerful figure admired by everyone, but now, this opportunity has been snatched away by a useless person with sea-level talent. Unable to bear it any longer, Shun Lingfeng suddenly jumped onto the platform, pointed at Yi Cho's nose, and began to curse. You're a fucking sea-level talent piece of trash. How did you get first place? You definitely cheated. You absolutely cheated. He was like an enraged bull, his eyes bloodshot, spitting all over Yi Cho's face. Shun Lingfeng's henchmen in the audience also joined in the jeering. Exactly, he must have cheated, otherwise how could he be better than Brother Feng? There's definitely something fishy going on in this points-based points-based competition. Discard his points and re-rank him. Yi Qiu stared coldly at Shen Lingfeng without saying a word, as if looking at a clown. Zhou Zhen frowned, about to speak up to offer advice, when a tall, middle-aged man in military uniform stepped out from the crowd. What's going on? Does anyone dare to question the results of the qualifying rounds? The man's voice was loud and clear, carrying an undeniable air of authority. The crowd fell silent immediately, and many recognized him as one of the shelter's commanders. Shen Lingfeng was intimidated by Li Xiu's imposing manner. Although his tone softened slightly, he still spoke with his neck stiff. Commander Li, it's not that I'm not convinced, it's just that Yi Qiu is nothing but a sea-level talent trash. Useless? Li Xiu raised an eyebrow. Following Shen Lingfeng's gaze, he saw Yi Qiu's calm expression, but his heart was filled with complex emotions. But the result of the match is the result of the match, and there is no doubt about it. Li Xiu explained. Student Yi Qiu, together with Xia Rongrong, the granddaughter of Elder Xia, killed the level 20 Tyrannosaurus Rex. Therefore, Yi Qiu truly deserves first place for obtaining the Tyrannosaurus Rex's crystal core. A level 20 Tyrannosaurus Rex? Most students are only at level 5 or 6, let alone kill it. They would probably only be able to run away if they encountered it. The senior leaders looked at each other in dismay. Although they knew that there had been an unexpected incident in the points competition, and the final ranking was different from what they expected, they did not expect that it would involve a level 20 Tyrannosaurus Rex. Xia Rongrong? Which Xia Rongrong? Is she old Master Xia's granddaughter? My god, she's only 18 years old and she can kill a level 20 Tyrannosaurus Rex. She's a genius. Rising stars. The future of the empire depends entirely on these young people. The crowd buzzed with discussion, their gazes toward Yi Qiu filled with surprise and disbelief. Of course, many others believed that Yi Qiu just got lucky. Xia Rongrong happened to kill the Tyrannosaurus Rex, and he got a great deal out of it. Shen Lingfeng thought so especially, his eyes burning with jealousy, and he said through gritted teeth, so what if he participated in killing the Tyrannosaurus Rex? Maybe he just cheered from the sidelines, and the real main force was Xia Rongrong. What right does a sea-level talent trash like him have to win first place? Li Xiu frowned. He lowered his voice, his tone carrying a warning. Shen Lingfeng, I know you're not convinced, but this points competition was supervised by the Bureau of Alien Beasts throughout, so cheating is impossible. If you keep making trouble, don't blame me for being impolite. Shen Lingfeng's face flushed red, and he pointed at Yi Qiu's nose, spitting as he spoke. A sea-level talent? What makes him think he can get first place? He's just trash, relying on women to gain points. He doesn't even deserve to be number one. Yi Qiu remained calm, as if Shen Lingfeng's roar was not directed at him at all. He lowered his eyes slightly, concealing the cold glint that flashed in his eyes. Li Xiu took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to throw this unreasonable person down, and turned to look at Yi Qiu. Congratulations to Yi Qiu for winning first place in this points competition. You have the right to choose to study at any of the 4 major universities in the empire. Please make your choice. After he finished speaking, he gestured to the 4 people on the high platform behind him. These 4 individuals were the principals of the empire's 4 major academies. Dressed in their respective academies' distinctive robes, with their hands behind their backs, they exuded a calm and composed aura, clearly authorities who had long held high positions. In the past, weren't they all arrogant, complacent, and looking down on everyone? However, at this moment, their faces were full of embarrassment and unease, and they didn't even dare to look Yi Qiu in the eye. This is understandable, given Yi Qiu's talent. Sea-level talent, to put it bluntly, is a synonym for someone who is useless in cultivation. Students like this are unlikely to be accepted by even ordinary colleges, let alone the top 4 universities. In previous years, after the points competition ended, which of them didn't fight tooth and nail to recruit those outstanding students? This year is even worse. Nobody wants to take on this hot potato, but this guy still managed to get first place. How are they supposed to handle this? Yi Qiu's gaze swept over the 4 people, and a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown appeared on the corner of his mouth. What? Don't any of the school principals welcome me? His voice was calm, yet carried an indescribable sense of oppression. The 4 men immediately felt extremely uneasy. One of them, a short, stout old man with a large belly, wearing a robe embroidered with a golden dragon, coughed and forced himself to speak. Yi Qiu is joking. The doors of the 4 top universities are always open to all ambitious young people. But, he paused, seemingly considering his words, while the other 3 pricked up their ears, eager to hear what earth-shattering words the Dean of Dragon Academy would utter. However, Yi Qiu's talent, well, it's rather special. We're worried that the Academy's existing resources may not be enough to meet your cultivation needs, and we're afraid it might hinder your future. Upon hearing this, the other 3 nodded in agreement, but secretly they were thinking to themselves, that old fox talks a good game, but isn't he just looking down on others for their lack of talent and afraid they'll ruin his own reputation? Yi Qiu's smile deepened. He spoke slowly and deliberately, his tone tinged with amusement. Oh, in that case, I'll choose. He drawled out his words, his gaze slowly sweeping across the faces of the 4 people, the smile on his lips growing increasingly meaningful, making the 4 principals' hearts arts titan. Could he be planning to choose Dragon Academy? Old Zhao has really shot himself in the foot this time. The elegant dean of Qingfeng Academy, dressed in a blue robe, nudged the short, stout old man beside him and chuckled softly. Go away, you old fox, stop gloating. If this kid chooses our Qingfeng Academy, will you still be laughing? The short, stout old man glared at him, saying nothing but inwardly starting to panic. Below the stage, Shen Lingfeng was even more impatient, shouting at the top of his lungs. Yi Chou, which one will you choose? Don't waste everyone's time. Exactly, a C-level talent piece of trash. Does he really think he's a hot commodity? If you ask me, he can't get into any college. He probably just wants to use this opportunity to show off in front of everyone and satisfy his pathetic sense of self-esteem. Despite the jeers and taunts around him, Yi Chou remained calm, but inwardly he sneered. A bunch of frogs in a well dare to criticize my talent? His talent, known as infinite evolution, is at the 3S level. He didn't even bother with those 4 prestigious universities. Moreover, what he needs now is to develop in a low-key manner, not to become the target of public criticism. Thinking of this, Yi Chou took a deep breath and slowly spoke, his tone calm yet undeniably authoritative. I have decided not to join any university. These words caused an uproar in the audience. What? Has he gone mad? He clearly has tickets to the top 4 universities, so what exactly is he trying to do? Has this guy lost his mind? Even the 4 principals on the platform looked at each other, completely baffled. What exactly was Yi Chou up to? The air froze, and all was silent. Everyone held their breath and stared intently, as if trying to see right through him. The presidents of the 4 universities were even more shocked. They had considered countless possibilities, but they never expected that Yi Chou would refuse their invitation. This is an opportunity that countless people dream of. He actually refused? Yi Chou, do you know what you're saying? The short, stout old man's face turned bright red, and his beard stood on end in anger. Yi Chou's gaze swept over the crowd, a mocking smile playing on his lips. These guys had been mocking him before, but now that he'd rejected the offers from the 4 top universities, they all put on a show of deep sorrow and indignation, which was extremely hypocritical. Ignoring the surprise and whispers of those around him, Yi Chou turned his gaze firmly to Li Xiu and said, Captain Li, I'd like to join the shelter directly. Which unit needs me? Li Xiu was taken aback at first, then a glint of light flashed in his eyes as he carefully examined Yi Chou, as if he were seeing this young man for the first time. Have you thought this through? Joining the shelter directly means giving up the opportunity to pursue higher education. Moreover, life in the shelter is full of dangers and challenges. Are you sure you can handle it? Captain Li, I've made up my mind. Please grant my request. Yi Chou's tone was firm and unwavering. Before the words were finished, a burly middle-aged man stepped out from the crowd. He was wearing a black combat uniform and had a hideous scar on his face, making him look particularly fierce. Kid, how about joining my Mad Wolf Commando team? The man's voice was as loud as a bell, making the ears of those around him ring. Old Zhao, you're stealing people. This kid isn't very talented. Isn't it a waste of a spot for him to go to your place? The short, fat, old man next to him was anxious. The Mad Wolf Commando team was the shelter's golden brand, and countless people would kill to get in. The man known as Old Zhao grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. I want people like this. Those exceptionally talented ones are all arrogant and go to universities to get their credentials. Who would look at us roughnecks who live on the edge? A glint flashed in Yi Chou's eyes. He had long heard of the reputation of the Mad Wolf Commando team. They were said to be ruthless characters who had fought their way out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood, which perfectly suited his current needs. Captain Zhao, I'm willing to join the Mad Wolf Commando team. Yi Chou's tone was firm and unwavering. Good lad, you've got guts. I like people like you who aren't afraid of death. Old Zhao laughed heartily, patting Yi Chou's shoulder with such force that he almost knocked him over. Watching this scene, Shen Lingfeng's eyes were filled with jealousy and resentment, and he couldn't help but mock. Yi Chou, you're such a good actor. With your pathetic skills, you probably wouldn't survive 3 days in the Mad Wolf Commando. Yi Chou glanced at him indifferently, a mocking smile playing on her lips. Whether I live for 3 days or not is none of your concern. You'd be better off worrying about yourself first, lest you end up not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Shen Lingfeng was so angry that his face turned ashen, but he was speechless and could only watch helplessly as Yi Chou and Old Zhao drove away. Alright, next. The short, stout old man took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and swept his gaze over the crowd below the stage. This time, his tone was noticeably more enthusiastic than before. I am the Dean of Tenching Academy. Our academy boasts the strongest faculty and the most advanced training facilities. As long as you join, we guarantee. The short, stout old man went on and on about the various advantages of Tenching Academy, as if afraid that others wouldn't know how good their academy was. The students below the stage were also very excited, vying to show off their talents and strengths, hoping to win the favor of Tenching Academy. A-level talent, not bad, you're accepted. A C-level talent? Next up, D-rank talent? You think you're worthy of participating in the awakening ceremony? Go home and farm. The presidents of the 4 major universities are like picking goods at a vegetable market, classifying classifying students into different levels according to their talents. Only students with outstanding talents can be favored, while those with mediocre talents can only accept their bad luck. Watching all this, a hint of mockery flashed in Ichio's eyes. What kind of fair competition is this? Faced with absolute power, all rules and order seem pale and powerless. The students around were excited about being accepted by various colleges, and cheered from time to time. Ichio, all alone, stood out conspicuously. He turned to leave, convinced that he was strong enough and that everything else was within his grasp. Ichio, come here for a second, a voice called out. Ichio turned his head and saw Zhao Jianghai waving at him. He hesitated for a moment, but still walked over quickly. Upon approaching, Zhao Jianghai nodded and extended his hand. Zhao Jianghai, captain of the Mad Wolf Commando team. Captain Zhao, hello. Ichio's eyes changed slightly as he grasped Zhao Jianghai's hand. I never expected that you would turn down offers from top universities and choose to join the shelter and become a member of the military. Zhao Jianghai smiled and said, but don't worry, joining the shelter will definitely brighten your future. Ichio's heart skipped a beat, and he couldn't help but ask, Captain Zhao, why are you so confident? When you faced the level 20 Tyrannosaurus Rex, you were fearless, stepped forward, and fought alongside your comrades. That's courage. Zhao Jianghai looked firmly into Ichio's eyes, as if seeing his past self, and said with a smile, with courage, how can the future be bleak? Ichio remained silent for a moment. He didn't expect Zhao Jianghai to encourage him at this time. Compared to those aloof martial arts university presidents, Zhao Jianghai's unwavering conviction is truly admirable. In this era teeming with strange beasts, perhaps it is precisely because of humans like these that civilization can thrive and shine brightly. Thinking of this, Ichio's dejection gradually dissipated, and his eyes filled with admiration. I've decided to join the shelter, and I will definitely work hard to become stronger. I can't guarantee I'll become a hero, but I can guarantee that more and more monsters will die at my hands. Ha ha ha. Zhao Jianghai patted him on the shoulder and comforted him. When you join the Mad Wolf Commando team, don't forget what I said today, and fight hard. Ichio smiled slightly. Zhao Jianghai then added, 7 days later, bring your luggage and gather at Honga Square. As new recruits, you will go to the training camp with the main force. After basic training, you'll be able to officially enter the alien beast battlefield and earn military merits. At that time, there will be plenty of opportunities to become stronger. Ichio nodded, indicating that he understood. Xin Lingfeng, who was enjoying the flattery of his followers, saw Zhao Jianghai and Ichio getting along well, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. Zhao Jianghai, the captain of the Mad Wolf Commando team. He had heard that this 5th tier expert was about to advance to the 6th tier. But did Ichio really think that Zhao Jianghai cherished talent like his own life? They're clearly using him as a gimmick to boost the reputation of the Mad Wolf Commando. Someone as young and lacking in ability as Ichio, if he joins the Mad Wolf Commando team, will almost certainly be sent to fill the gaps in the front lines, and his only fate will be death. Who knows, this fool might have thought he was a young hero destined for greatness even on his deathbed. With a face full of disdain, Xin Lingfeng slowly left, surrounded by the crowd. Ichio then returned to his residence. The original owner was an orphan who received an official subsidy after being admitted to a good public high school, so he rented a room in a remote neighborhood in the base city. He carefully put away the blood-stained blade and quickly prepared a simple meal in the small kitchen. It was Xia Rongrong calling. Thinking of this lovely girl, Ichio answered the phone without hesitation. Xia Rongrong's weak voice came through the phone. Ichio, how are you? Hearing her voice so weak, Ichio's heart softened. I'm fine here. How about you? When the rankings were announced, Ichio did not see Xia Rongrong. Xia Rongrong's tone was filled with excitement. I'm doing pretty well. Thanks to you, my ranking is quite high. I'm currently ranked 17th, and I've already been admitted to Tianqing Academy. Upon hearing this, Ichio's lips curled up slightly. That's good. Also, are you really alright? Ichio remembered Xia Rongrong's initially weak voice. I'm actually in pretty good shape. The doctor said I'll be fine after resting for half a month, Xia Rongrong replied. Ichio's lips twitched. Another half month of rest? That's considered serious. By the way, which hospital are you in? I'll come see you tomorrow. I'm at the 1st Municipal Hospital, in Ward 207. Xia Rongrong's voice suddenly became a little shy. Ichio nodded and hung up the phone. Okay. He then went to a nearby fruit shop, bought a fruit basket, and headed straight to the 1st Municipal Hospital. As Ichio approached the door of Ward 207, he heard voices inside. After hesitating for a moment, he knocked on the door. Come in. Xia Rongrong's voice came from inside. Ichio pushed open the door and entered, only to see Xia Rongrong sitting on the hospital bed, with Zhang Yinyang, Xin Lingfeng, and Ouyang Qian, the class's vice-class monitor, standing beside her. Seeing Ichio walking carrying a fruit basket, Zhang Yinyang began to speak in a sarcastic tone. Oh, isn't this our #1 expert, Ichio? What brings you here to visit your great benefactor with a fruit basket? Ichio frowned. What do you mean by that? Zhang Yinyang sneered. Without Xia Rongrong's help, do you think you could still be #1? Am I right? Ichio was too lazy to waste words on this piece of trash. Zhang Yinyang, stop talking nonsense. Xia Rongrong suddenly spoke, her brows furrowed and her eyes filled with anger. You have no idea what happened back then. Without Yi Qiu, I would have been dead long ago. Could it be that Yi Qiu has cast a spell on Xiao Rongrong? Zhang Yinyang advised with exasperation. Xiao Rongrong, don't be fooled by this guy. This guy is just a useless piece of trash who awakened a sea-level ability. How could he possibly help you? Shen Lingfeng nodded, his tone cold. Xiao Rongrong, don't be fooled by him. A level 20 Tyrannosaurus Rex is not something the two of you can handle. The two spoke in unison, and the vice-class monitor, Ouyang Qian, hesitated before saying, that's right, Rongrong, what they said makes sense. Xiao Rongrong grew increasingly angry. Since you insist on saying this, then I have no choice but to send you away. Who is Yi Qiu and what did he do? Do they really know better than the person directly involved? Shen Lingfeng and Zhang Yinyang looked at each other in bewilderment. Yi Qiu, that bastard. Is Xiao Rongrong a hopeless romantic? Just because they were classmates with Yi Qiu for a few years, why are they so biased towards him? Seeing Xiao Rongrong's tense little face, they dared not say anything more. Yi Qiu glanced around and sneered. You two are really asking me if you actually saw that Tyrannosaurus Rex with your own eyes, and whether you really participated in that battle. How dare this piece of trash talk to him like that? Shen Lingfeng suddenly stood up, his gaze sharp as a knife as he stared at Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu, what do you mean by that? He stepped forward, as if ready to strike at any moment. Yi Qiu stared coldly at Shen Lingfeng. Shen Lingfeng shuddered. It was as if he was being targeted by a ferocious beast, his subconscious urging him to run away. Beads of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Yi Qiu had slain countless terrifying beasts and even defeated a level 20 tyrant serpent. At this moment, Yi Qiu exuded a murderous aura. Although Shen Lingfeng was strong, he was as weak as a chick in the face of this murderous aura. Zhang Yinyang noticed Shen Lingfeng's unusual behavior and gently tugged at his sleeve. Xiao Rongrong looked at Shen Lingfeng with a puzzled expression, wondering why he had suddenly fallen silent, and then turned her gaze to Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu withdrew his murderous aura when he saw her looking at him. Only then did Shen Lingfeng come to his senses. He felt utterly humiliated. Who is Shen Lingfeng? A genius who awakened A-level superpowers. It's shameful that they were so scared by Yi Qiu, a piece of trash with only C-level superpowers. Shen Lingfeng gritted his teeth and said to Yi Qiu, word by word, Yi Qiu, don't think that joining the Mad Wolf Commando team will make you worry-free. Hearing him provoke him again, Yi Qiu said unhappily, What else do you want to say? Shen Lingfeng sneered. After joining the Mad Wolf Commando, there will be a recruit assessment, followed by squad assignments. Those with poor performance will only be assigned to logistics. At that point, you'll have no hope of turning things around. You've only been awakened for a few days and only have a C-level ability. In the eyes of those new recruits who graduated from martial arts universities, you're not even worth mentioning. Don't even think about making it big in the future. Yi Qiu's tone was icy. Whether I achieve anything or not, what does your words matter? You really think you've awakened an S-class prophetic talent? How laughable. But don't worry, I'm sure I'll make it into the best team. Seeing that Yi Qiu was still being stubborn, Shen Lingfeng suddenly laughed. How about we make a bet? Yi Qiu frowned and asked, what are we betting on? Shen Lingfeng raised his face proudly and said, I bet you can get into which squad. If you make it into the first squad, I'll admit defeat. If you don't, I'll win. Yi Qiu thought for a moment and said, let's gamble. But don't tell me you didn't step on his head? Shen Lingfeng smiled slightly and said, just stepping on someone's head? A piece of cake. I'll make a bet. But the size of the bet depends on what you wager. Yi Qiu pondered for a moment, then pulled out the blood-stained blade. Let's use it as the wager. Upon seeing this superior-grade weapon, Shen Lingfeng's eyes flashed with surprise. Superior-grade weapon? Where did you get such a treasure? Yi Qiu casually replied, this is none of your business. How much do you want to bet? 100,000. Shen Lingfeng said carefully. Yi Qiu suddenly laughed. 10,000 is not enough to make my blood blade worth more than 1,000,000. Otherwise, it's out of the question. Alright, I'll bet 1,000,000. Although Shen Lingfeng felt the pinch, the superior-grade weapon was indeed worth the price, so he agreed. Zhang Yinyang watched the two clash several times, but felt something was off. How can Yi Qiu be so confident when he has only awakened a C-level ability? He wanted to warn Shen Lingfeng to be careful of this kid, but he couldn't find any convincing evidence. Seeing Yi Qiu's confident expression, Xiao Rongrong, who had been slightly worried, gradually withdrew her concerns. She firmly believed that Yi Qiu could win this bet. During her previous encounter with the Tyrannosaurus Rex, although Xiao Rongrong lost consciousness beforehand, she noticed the key. The one who truly killed the Tyrannosaurus Rex was Yi Qiu. Although she didn't know what Yi Qiu's trump card was, getting into the first team was by no means difficult for him. After Shen Lingfeng and Yi Qiu made their bet, he said a few words to Xiao Rongrong with concern, and then left with Zhang Yinyang and the others. At this moment, only Yi Qiu and Xiao Rongrong remained in the ward. Although Xiao Rongrong was somewhat weak, she was already charming and lovely, and her weakness made her even more pitiful. Yi Qiu silently picked up the apple, carefully peeled it for her, and then handed it to her. Xiao Rongrong's eyes sparkled as she took the apple and ate it in small bites. She looked as if the apple in front of her was the most delicious food in the world. Xiao Rongrong couldn't help help but recall the scene of her first meeting with Yi Qiu. The two were unexpectedly trapped in the elevator of the school library building. She was terrified at the time, and it was Yi Qiu who comforted her. Later, when the school security arrived, it was Yi Qiu who risked his life to help her escape danger. Subsequently, by chance, the two became deskmates, and their relationship gradually grew closer, becoming close friends who could talk about anything. After finishing the apple, Xiao Rongrong asked Yi Qiu, "Actually, I think you're more suited to go to the University of Superpowers." Yi Qiu raised an eyebrow and asked, "What do you mean?" "If you go to the University of Superpowers, you will have time to learn all kinds of knowledge, hone your abilities, and prepare for stepping onto the battlefield of alien beasts in the future." Xiao Rongrong said carefully, "If you join the shelter now, it will inevitably be dangerous." Yi Qiu gently rubbed Xiao Rongrong's head and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." "Okay, stop rubbing it, or I'll stunt my growth." Xiao Rongrong blushed slightly, patted Yi Qiu's hand lightly, and laughed, "If you keep doing this, I'll get angry." Yi Qiu said with a smile, "Logically speaking, at 17, you really shouldn't be growing any taller." Xiao Rongrong immediately started arguing with him, her cheeks puffed out in anger. Yi Qiu was unaware that his playful banter with Xiao Rongrong had been observed by a figure outside the ward. After the two finished their playful bickering, a voice came from the doorway, "Rongrong?" Xiao Rongrong was stunned for a moment, then looked up and saw her mother, In Sutan, standing there with a complicated expression. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and she whispered, "Mom, what brings you here?" Yi Qiu felt a little embarrassed. "If you don't come soon, my Rongrong will be snatched away by someone else." In Sutan sighed and looked at Yi Qiu with a complicated expression. Yi Qiu coughed and said, "Hello, Auntie." In Sutan placed the 2 bags of fruit she was carrying on the table. Yi Qiu glanced at it and recognized it as the precious vitality fruit, which could restore the physical strength and energy consumed by superhumans. It seems that Xiao Rongrong truly lives up to her title as the eldest daughter of the Xia family. The value of these 2 bags of vitality fruits is enough to buy the small house he lives in. "You must be Yi Qiu." In Sutang smiled and took out a bag of fruit, handing it to Yi Qiu. "I heard you saved my daughter. Since it's our first meeting, I specially prepared something for you." Yi Qiu didn't refuse and casually said, "It's nothing. Rongrong is my classmate and friend. This is what I should do." Sensing the sincerity in Yi Qiu's eyes, In Sutang's emotions softened, and she said with a smile, "Then we should thank you." Since the other party's mother had come, Yi Qiu didn't want to talk too much, so he said to Xiao Rongrong, "7 days later, the new recruits and I will leave here and head to the shelter. We'll meet again sometime." Xiao Rongrong was stunned for a moment, a pang of reluctance rising in her heart. She bit her lip and said, "Then I'll come and see you off." "Okay." Yi Qiu nodded, then gestured to In Sutan before leaving. After Yi Qiu walked away, In Sutan tapped her daughter's forehead with her finger. "You little rascal. I remember you hate apples the most. What, you can eat an apple now that the little guy peeled it for you?" Xiao Rongrong stuck out her tongue. "This apple is delicious. It's completely different from anything I've ever eaten before." The little cotton-padded jacket revealed a flaw. In Sutan's expression also became complicated. When Yi Qiu returned home and took out his phone, he found a text message from the nursing home. The text message congratulated him on winning first place in the superpower competition and included a prize money. Yi Qiu was stunned and felt helpless. He didn't actually need the funding and planned to return the money. However, the almshouse's account cannot be found on the official website. Left with no other option, he went to a nearby supermarket to buy some snacks, withdrew the money, and then took a bus to the almshouse, intending to personally return the money. Half an hour later, he arrived at the Qingshan nursing home. This is an officially established nursing home specifically for the elderly, the infirm, and the disabled, with a history of over a century. When Yi Qiu got off the bus, he noticed that the nursing home had been renovated and the building looked brand new. Standing at the entrance, you can still hear the children's laughter coming from the small playground. After explaining his purpose to the security guard, he was able to enter the courtyard without any problems. "I made my way to the dean's office, knocked gently on the door, and went inside. When Yi Qiu saw Dean Huang, he greeted her and put his things on the ground. He hid the money in the snacks he bought. When Aunt Huang saw him arrive, it took her a while to recognize Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu? Yi Qiu remembered that Aunt Huang was a gentle and kind person, and of course, she was also very principled. At that time, the children in the orphanage did not live well and lacked food and clothing. There were also cases of older children bullying younger children, snatching snacks and toys. Aunt Huang would always investigate thoroughly, punishing the children when necessary and comforting them when appropriate, handling everything in an orderly manner. Aunt Huang even gave up her marriage and made many sacrifices for the sake of the almshouse. Yi Qiu nodded. Just then, a girl's voice, full of surprise, came from the side. "Run!" He turned his head and saw a spirited girl who looked to be about 23 or 24 years old. Yi Qiu was stunned for a moment, and only after thinking carefully did he recognize her, Qin Sakshu. She was a few years older than Yi Qiu, but among that group of orphans, the two were the closest in age and had a good relationship. However, when he was 13, Qin Sakshu was adopted by her uncle, and they lost contact after that. "Long time no see," Qin Sakshu said with a a bright smile. Yicho nodded. It has indeed been a long time since we last met. Shall we go for a walk together? Shin Sakshu extended an invitation. Although Yicho was not the original owner of the body, he had a good impression of Shin Sakshu because of his memories, so he nodded in agreement. After saying goodbye to An Huang, Shin Sakshu led Yicho downstairs and took a walk on the playground. Seeing the new buildings, the new playground, and the new canteen, Shin Sakshu's eyes were filled with emotion. The nursing home is getting better and better. It's really gratifying. Yicho nodded in agreement. Shin Sakshu suddenly turned her head and asked, by the way, if I'm not mistaken, you're 17 years old now? What kind of superpower have you awakened? Class C ability, Shadow Blade. Yicho replied casually. Not bad. Shin Sakshu smiled gently. C-level abilities account for 47% of the total population. You need to keep up your efforts. You have a very promising future. Yicho understood that Shin Sakshu was trying to comfort him, so he just smiled and didn't say anything more. Shin Sakshu continued, actually, the reason I came back this time is to say goodbye to Qingshan Nursing Home. Her tone carried a hint of something unusual, and Yicho paused for a moment. Do you have any special plans? Shin Sakshu blinked and replied, I told you this when we were little, have you forgotten? Yicho pondered for a moment, recalling those fragmented scenes. Shin Sakshu's parents died in the monster tide, and she made a vow to become a superpowered warrior and fight against the monsters to the death. I remember now, Yicho said with a hint of helplessness. You've come back this time. Are you planning to join the army? Shin Sakshu smiled and said, I've already graduated and I'm ready to join the Mad Wolf Commando. Yicho smiled and said, that's quite a coincidence. I'm also planning to join the Mad Wolf Commando team. That's not bad. Wait. Shin Sakshu suddenly opened her bright phoenix eyes wide and asked in surprise, you said you want to join the Mad Wolf Commando team? You're only 17 years old. You should have just awakened your superpower, right? Yicho explained with a smile, I performed well in this superpower competition, and the Mad Wolf Commando team has approved it. But it's very dangerous there. Shin Sakshu bit her lip, clearly not wanting Yicho to go there rashly. Yicho shook his head. Don't worry, it's fine. Seeing that Shin Sakshu was still full of worry, Yicho wanted to change the subject and asked, Sister Sakshu, what kind of superpower did you awaken? How strong are you now? I have awakened an S-level ability, the Divine Aura, Shin Sakshu said softly. This ability can improve all my stats in every way and also buff my teammates. I am now at the 4th level and it is very likely that I will be able to join the first team. Hearing about his friend's outstanding achievements, Yicho was secretly pleased. S-rank ability, 4th level, Sister Sakshu, you are really amazing. If possible, I suggest you join the first squad as a support soldier. We can look out for each other. Although Shin Sakshu's words were tactful, Yicho understood her intention. This older sister, who is like a childhood sweetheart, is conveying care and protection to him. A warm feeling welled up in Yicho's heart. He smiled slightly but said nothing more. He knew he might not have reached the peak of the 4th tier yet, but he firmly believed that with the system's help, given time, he would be able to grow rapidly. After spending a few days with Shin Sakshu at the Qingshan Nursing Home, Yicho said goodbye to her and returned home. He plans to take a good rest these next few days. Go to hell. 7 days later, at the central square, Yicho arrived here carrying a sports bag and dragging a suitcase. Many young superhumans gathered in the square, chatting animatedly in small groups, full of anticipation for their future military life. Now, Yicho was all alone and looked somewhat lonely. Half an hour later, Yicho suddenly heard someone calling him from behind. He turned around and saw Shin Sakshu. What are you planning to do? Yicho greeted her with a smile. Sister Sakshu. At this moment, Shin Sakshu was wearing a smart gray tracksuit, but it still couldn't hide her beauty. Standing beside her was a tall, handsome young man. When the young man saw Shin Sakshu casting an eager gaze at Yicho, a complex emotion flashed in his eyes. This is my good friend from the orphanage, Yicho. Shin Sakshu introduced to the young man, and also introduced Yicho. He is my good friend from Tianqing University. His name is Feng Zilong. He is currently at the 4th level, level 41, and he will also join the Mad Wolf Commando team. Upon hearing this, the young people nearby all looked at Feng Zilong in surprise. He has only just graduated from university, yet he has already reached the level of 41, which is truly astonishing. Yicho's heart also stirred. Superpowered individuals are divided into 9 tiers. Tier 1 corresponds to levels 10 to 19, Tier 2 to levels 20 to 29, and so on. Generally speaking, it takes at least 40 to 50 years old for a B-level ability user to reach the 4th level. Feng Zilong is undoubtedly a genius. Hello, Yicho. Feng Zilong said in a humble tone, extending his hand. My name is Feng Zilong. One shouldn't hit a smiling face, so Yicho extended his hand, shook Feng Zilong's hand, and said, I am Yicho. Feng Zilong smiled and continued, Sakshu told me that you did well in the superpower competition, which is why you joined the Mad Wolf Commando team. You must have S-level talent, right? Yicho frowned slightly and replied, I have a C-level talent. He always felt that Feng Zilong's words contained some kind of hint. Feng Zilong smiled and said, then it seems I misunderstood. Don't mind it. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Shin Sakshu tugged at Fang Zilong's sleeve. Alright, let me say a few words to Yiqiu. Fang Zilong's eyes darkened for a moment, but when he turned to look at Qin Sakshu, his eyes softened again. Okay. Qin Sakshu leaned closer to Yiqiu and whispered, I asked the senior members of the Mad Wolf Commando team and learned about your situation. Do you really want to join the Mad Wolf Commando team? Yiqiu nodded. That's right. Once he has made up his mind, he will not easily go back on his word. Qin Sakshu gave a wry smile and continued, the basic training period for the Mad Wolf Commando is only 3 months. Roar. Moreover, many things learned in university are not taught by the Wild Wolf Commando. After you join, there will be monthly assessments. You must kill a sufficient number of alien beasts, or you will be kicked out of the unit. Once you are kicked out, you will be looked down upon if you want to find a job or form your own team in the future. If you choose to quit now, no one will blame you. Yiqiu shook his head firmly. Sister Sa Shui, I know you're doing this for my own good, but this is my decision, and no one can stop me or change it. His eyes were full of determination, and Qin Sakshu was even stunned for a moment. She gave a wry smile and said, okay, who is it? Fang Zilong glanced at it out of the corner of his eye, and his lips twitched slightly. Yiqiu has just awakened his superpower and hasn't even entered the next level yet. Joining the Mad Wolf Commando team rashly is practically suicide. Moreover, Yiqiu is 5 years younger than Qin Sakshu. He doesn't need to worry about it anymore. Knock 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 knock. A rapid sound of war drums rang out. Zhao Jianhai approached quickly with 2 bodyguards. The soldiers on site maintained order, ensuring the new recruits stood in an orderly fashion. Everyone had a number. Yiqiu found a corner to stand in, and he was the only one left in the row, which looked a bit out of place. Gentlemen, you are all new recruits of the Mad Wolf Commando. Zhao Jianhai said in a deep voice, the Mad Wolf Commando team, established for 37 years. He introduced the background of the commando unit and encouraged the new recruits. I hope that you will overcome all difficulties in the future, unleash your potential, fight bravely, and eliminate the alien beasts. The new recruits were filled with enthusiasm and shouted in unison. Soon, one after another, dark green heavy armored vehicles appeared. Everyone boarded the carriage in an orderly manner. Yiqiu also got into the car, and a cute girl sat next to him. She was obviously older than him, and her baby face made her look like a high school student. You're only a teenager, right? Why are you enlisting in the army? The girl asked familiarly. Don't your family object? I am an orphan, Yiqiu said calmly. The girl covered her mouth and laughed, quickly apologizing. I'm sorry, I didn't know you were an orphan. Yiqiu didn't take it to heart. I haven't cared about it all these years, so don't blame yourself. The girl looked out the window and asked, my name is Zhang Yuerong. What's your name? A woman adorns herself for the one she loves? Yiqiu casually replied, that sounds nice. My name is Yiqiu. A woman adorns herself for the one she loves? Zhang Yuerong's eyes widened. What does that mean? Yiqiu immediately understood that people in the world of superpowers might not understand the jokes or idioms from his previous life. He explained, this is a local saying from my hometown. It means that if a man can please a girl, that girl will dress up for him. It's mainly about the feelings between men and women. That seems to make some sense. Zhang Yuerong pondered for a moment. This statement seems to only be half a sentence. Is there a second half? Yiqiu pondered for a moment and said, the second half of the sentence is, a scholar will die for one who understands him. It means being willing to give one's life for someone who appreciates one's abilities. That's really profound. Zhang Yuerong nodded. Young man. Yiqiu suddenly heard a voice in front of him. He looked up and saw a red-haired youth walking towards him. Could you switch seats with me? The red-haired youth glanced at Yiqiu, and seeing that he was dressed plainly, his eyes showed a hint of contempt. He then handed Yiqiu a few bills. If you're willing to switch, this money is yours. Yiqiu frowned slightly, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. I won't change it. He hated the arrogant attitude of the red-haired youth. You think you're so great just because you have a few stinking coins? Zhang Yuerong frowned and said to Ouyang Chang, I've already said it, I'm not interested in you. Yuerong, don't be so cold. I'm completely devoted to you. The red-haired youth, Ouyang Chang, said with a smile. Besides, we're a perfect match in every way. Your Jiang family and my Ouyang family are old friends, and we've both awakened A-level talents. Besides, you and I are both level 32. Zhang Yuerong's voice gradually turned cold, and her delicate face tensed up. If you keep talking, I'll call the instructor. Ouyang Chang then shrank back and stepped aside. Yiqiu felt something was strange. Why was this happening everywhere? But he didn't pay much attention, closed his eyes, and began to rest. About 4 hours later, I suddenly felt someone grab my arm and shake it hard twice. Wake up, a voice called in my ear. Yiqiu opened his eyes and saw Zhang Yuerong. She called to him, we're going to the rest stop for lunch. Zhang Yuerong found a girl she was on good terms with, and they went to buy food together at a better window. Yiqiu didn't have much money on him, so he only bought 2 sandwiches, intending to have a simple meal. Urgent message interruption. A beast tide has erupted in the forest between the Mad Wolf Sanctuary and Sky Sea Base City. So far, 3 people have been injured and 17 are missing. The Mad Wolf Commando team has urgently dispatched reinforcements. Caravans and other individuals and government organizations traveling through the Mad Wolf Sanctuary to Sky Sea Base City are urged to return as soon as possible. The female presenter on the big screen was broadcasting with a serious expression. Yi Cho was stunned. From the Mad Wolf Sanctuary to Sky Sea Base City, this is exactly the route they are about to take. Sure enough, as soon as everyone finished eating and returned to the car, an announcement came over the loudspeaker. Attention all new recruits. A beast horde may be approaching. Please prepare your weapons and proceed with caution. This beast tide is a special case. Please activate your bracelet. Those who kill the beasts will receive merit rewards based on their performance. A glint flashed in Yi Cho's eyes as he raised the bracelet on his right hand and pressed it to activate it. This bracelet can be considered cutting-edge technology in the world. Once activated, it can monitor the number and level of monsters killed by the wearer in real time. Zhang Yueron's expression also turned serious, her eyes fixed on the front. People around started talking about it. They actually earned merit. We're all new recruits. If I can get a high number of merits, that would be a huge win. How many merits can you get for killing a single beast? Yi Cho asked Zhang Yueron beside him. Do you know what merit is? Merit is a special currency that circulates only within the military, Zhang Yueron explained. There are many ways to obtain merit, such as exchanging it with materials from exotic beasts, but the most common way is still killing exotic beasts. Killing a non-ranked beast will earn you 1 to 10 merit points, while killing a rank 1 beast will earn you 10 to 100 merit points, and so on. For example, the price of a vitality fruit in the military is 300 merit points. Yi Cho was making plans in his mind. 100 merit points are equivalent to 1,000 superpower coins, while an ordinary person's monthly income is only about 3,000 superpower coins. The tank had been traveling for about 3 hours when suddenly an explosion was heard ahead. The soldier driving the tank quickly stopped and shouted to the new recruits behind him. Everyone disembark in an orderly manner and prepare for battle. After thinking for a moment, Yi Cho got off the car with the others. Once outside the chariot, the view suddenly opened up. As the sun began to set in the distance and the sky grew darker, a group of strange beasts charged in from afar, taking advantage of the moonlight. There are 3-eyed golden lions, 2-headed cats, red mastiffs, and giant centipedes. All of them are high-level exotic beasts. Even the weakest among them possesses the strength of a second-tier being. A cold glint gradually appeared in Yi Cho's eyes. He twisted his wrist and the blood-red blade instantly appeared in his palm. But the other recruits charged towards the horde of monsters. They studied diligently at the university for many years, and during their junior year, they went hunting in a gathering place of strange beasts, so they had a lot of practical experience. For example, Zhang Yueron, who had chatted with Yi Cho a few times before, suddenly radiated a hazy glow. Her hair turned golden, and a pair of pure white wings, each 10 feet long, suddenly unfurled from her back. Yi Cho's expression changed slightly. He seemed to have seen an introduction to this ability in a book. This is a Class A superpower, possession by a holy angel. Those who possess this ability will gradually unlock new states and gain angelic power as their strength increases. It is said that the possession of a holy angel is exceptionally powerful, but the accompanying innate skill, holy light purification, requires sacrificing one's life force. The stronger the holy light purification is, the more life force is sacrificed. Once a certain critical point is reached, it may even lead to a shortened lifespan. Otherwise, this ability would have been rated S-class long ago. Meanwhile, Ouyang Chang was engulfed in raging flames, with horns sprouting from his forehead and scales growing from his body, resembling a demon of hell. Yi Cho's lips twitched slightly. With Ouyang Chang's devilish appearance, pursuing Zhang Yueron, who possesses the supernatural power of being possessed by a holy angel, seems rather absurd, doesn't it? However, it only flashed through his mind for a moment before he immediately activated his superpower. Yi Cho's figure seemed to blend into the shadows, silently stealthily moving towards the army of alien beasts. He was extremely fast, avoiding the entanglement of those powerful alien beasts, and focused on hunting down those first and second tier alien beasts. He had previously hunted Tyrannosaurus Rex across different levels, accumulating a lot of experience and improving his attributes. His current panel data is level LV 9-10%, talents SSS rank, infinite evolution, C rank, Shadowblade, strength 45+, intelligence 41+, physical condition 41+, mental strength 50+, agility 42+. Yes, Captain. Evolution points 150. At the same time, Yi Cho activated his talent skill Dark Hour. At this moment, his overall stats have increased to 1.5 times their original value. With a power level of 68, Yi Cho already possessed the strength of a normal second-tier ability user. With the Blood Blade's enhancement, Yi Cho was like a Grim Reaper reaping lives in the dark. There were no acquaintances around, and no one noticed the boy lurking in the shadows. If they knew that Yi Cho had only awakened his superpower less than 10 days ago, it would probably have caused a sensation. Holy light purification. Suddenly, Yi Cho heard a delicate shout. A blinding burst of light erupted. A violent energy surge is coming. Yi Cho took a deep breath and squinted as he looked ahead. A holy light longsword appeared in Zhang Yuerong's hand, and she slashed at a 4th-tier 3-eyed golden lion. This is a 3-eyed golden lion. Even though Yichio was just a high school sophomore who had just awakened his superpowers, he had already heard of the legendary reputation of this strange beast. Like the Tyrannosaurus Rex, this is also an extremely dangerous beast and is even known as the king of beasts. Strength 100. Even though the 3-eyed golden lion is only level 30, its strength is comparable to that of a level 40 beast. In the fierce battle, Zhang Yuerong, at level 32, was indeed no match for the 3-eyed golden lion. No wonder she used Holy Light Purification. The other 3 third-tier ability users of similar strength were also entangled by the alien beasts and were unable to provide any support to Zhang Yuerong. At this moment, the 3-eyed golden lion, bathed in holy light and with its fur curled, roared to the sky. The third eye on its forehead flashed with a pale golden light in the blink of an eye, followed by a golden ray shooting out like a meteor chasing the moon. Not far away, Zhang Yuerong, holding the holy sword, flapped her wings, preparing to dodge, but she was still a step too slow. The arrow struck her body, leaving a bloody hole. Her holy light purification was thus forced to stop. The 3-eyed golden lion stomped its forepaws on the ground and pounced on Zhang Yuerong. Zhang Yuerong was already pale from overdrawing her life force, and the golden light from earlier had also caused her considerable damage. Now she didn't even have the strength to fight back. Suddenly, a whooshing sound rang out. A figure lurking in the darkness suddenly appeared, and a blood-red light shot swiftly and ruthlessly into the 3-eyed golden lion's right eye. Immediately afterwards, the injured 3-eyed golden lion went berserk in pain, and with a swing of its front paw, it sent the two flying. Before Zhang Yuerong lost consciousness, she felt that the figure protecting her was strangely familiar, but she couldn't recognize who it was. Yichio coughed up a mouthful of blood, wiped his mouth, and his eyes flashed with a fierce light. The 3-eyed golden lion that just burst out with golden light has also exhausted a lot of its essence and is at its last gasp. Its strength has dropped to the 2nd level, and it can only contend with level 25 or 26 alien beasts at most. He had just hunted down 7 or 8 strange beasts and leveled up to level 10. With the help of the Dark Hour, he was confident that he could compete with the 3-eyed golden lion in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Yichio gripped the blood blade tightly and rushed out. The 3-eyed golden lion opened its blood-red maw and suddenly bit at Yichio. He shifted his feet and nimbly dodged the attack, while the blood-stained blade in his hand also drew a bloody mark on the 3-eyed golden lion's shoulder. The 3-eyed golden lion, in pain, looked even more frenzied. It recoiled for a moment, then pounced again. Yichio activated his talent Shadow Blade, and he seemed to merge with the shadows, moving as nimbly as a swimming fish, easily dodging the attack. He was on high alert, constantly on guard against the 3-eyed golden lion's attacks, while occasionally using the blood blade to bleed it. Within minutes, the 3-eyed golden lion had 20 or 30 wounds of varying sizes on its body. Yichio only expended a small amount of his physical strength. The 3-eyed golden lion also realized that continuing like this would be extremely disadvantageous for it. It roared to the sky, and pale golden flames ignited on its body. Yichio, who was lurking in the darkness, suddenly felt unwell all over. The 3-eyed golden lion opened its enormous mouth, and a ball of light condensed within it. With a roar, the ball of light slammed into the spot where Yichio was. A sense of crisis surged into Yichio's heart instantly. Without hesitation, he activated Shadow Blade with all his might, preparing to dodge. However, the 3-eyed golden lion's attack was not easy to dodge. The golden ball of light shot out and struck Yichio's body hard. Yichio felt a burning pain in his chest, staggered back several steps, and spat out a mouthful of blood. This really is a 3-eyed golden lion. He took a deep breath and silently recited, "System, evolve your body, direction, agility." The infinite evolution system can purify everything imaginable. So, can one's own body also be purified and improved? Ding! 100 evolution points deducted. Host's body evolved, agility plus 10. With an additional 10 points of agility, Yichio is in no way inferior to a level 25 ability user in this aspect. He transformed into a whirlwind, nimbly moving around the 3-eyed golden lion. The wound continued to deepen. 5 minutes later, the 3-eyed golden lion was covered in blood, its skin torn and bleeding profusely. Finally, Yichio suddenly thrust his sword into the vertical eye on the forehead of the 3-eyed golden lion. He then stirred it violently, directly destroying the 3-eyed lion's brainstem. At this moment, the 3-eyed golden lion's body suddenly stiffened, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud, as if a golden mountain and jade pillar had been overturned. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 40 beast 3-eyed golden lion. You have gained 6,000 experience points and 1,000 evolution points. Yichio took a deep breath, dug out the crystal core, and slipped back into the shadows. Returning to the depths of the battlefield, he opened his personal panel. Level, LV 15-20%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadow Blade, Strength, 75+. Intelligence, 61+. Physical Condition, 66+. Mental Strength, 75+. Agility, 77+. Evolution Points, 1200. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 500 500 evolution points. Yi Cho barely thought about it and silently recited, System, Evolution Talent Skill Dark Hour. Ding! Congratulations, host, for evolving your talent skill Dark Hour. Darkness effect changed. When the host is in shadow or darkness, overall stats are increased by 100%. The next evolution will require 10,000 evolution points. A hint of joy flashed in Yi Cho's eyes. He pondered for a moment, then silently recited in his heart, Evolved Blood Blade. Ding! Evolving Blood Blade requires 500 evolution points and a three-eyed golden lion crystal core. Yi Cho silently accepted this evolution. Ding! Blood Blade has successfully evolved into Bloodthirsty Berserker Blade. Effect 1, incomparably sharp, easily breaking through the defenses of beasts below level 30. Effect 2, Bloodthirsty Fury. When the host activates this state, attack, speed and attack power increase by 20%. The health points lost by the opponent during battle have a chance to be converted into the host's stamina and energy. Restriction can be activated once every 3 days, each lasting half an hour. This has reached an exceptional quality. Yi Cho was secretly delighted and even discovered that the second effect of the Bloodthirsty Blade was already close to the extraordinary level. The reason it wasn't rated as extraordinary might be due to its usage restrictions. He was even more excited and couldn't wait to try it out. Unfortunately, it seems a powerful figure intervened, and no new strange beasts appeared ahead. The surrounding recruits had also mostly finished their battle. 15 minutes later, the veteran leading the team shouted, Everyone, assemble. Rest where you are. Supplies will arrive soon. Support type ability users, please proceed with the treatment of the seriously injured recruits. Yi Cho deactivated the Shadow Blade, walked to the chariot, and sat down to rest. A beautiful girl holding a scepter, who appeared to be a healing type ability user, quickly walked to Zhang Yuerong's side. She waved the scepter, and a white halo enveloped Zhang Yuerong. The blood hole on Zhang Yuerong's shoulder had visibly healed considerably. Thank goodness you stopped the three-eyed golden lion. If it weren't for you, we would all be in trouble. The pretty girl took out another bottle of spray and carefully treated Zhang Yuerong's wounds. The battle was extremely fierce, and no one knows how the three-eyed lion died. Wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Zhang Yuerong's eyes were filled with complex emotions. I couldn't stop the three-eyed golden lion, other superhumans killed it. The beautiful girl's eyes widened in surprise as she exclaimed, Who could be stronger than you? You're an outstanding graduate of Tianqing University. In our year, only a few people with S-level talent were as good as you. Zhang Yuerong shook her head, her expression complex. You may not believe it, but that's the truth. About half an hour later, the convoy delivered supplies. Everyone, line up to receive supplies. Yi Cho silently got up and went to join the queue. Zhang Yuerong followed behind him and casually asked, Yi Cho, are you alright? Yi Cho turned his head and answered calmly, I'm not injured. That's good. You look young, so you probably don't have much combat experience. As long as you're not injured, that's fine. Her tone was gentle. Yi Cho nodded and turned back. Everyone is fighting hard against the monsters, but you're completely unharmed. That's really suspicious. At this moment, Ouyang Chang's voice rang out. Yi Cho frowned slightly. Ouyang Chang walked over with his hands in his pockets, his eyes full of disdain. A coward like you is absolutely unfit to join the Wild Wolf Commando. I advise you to go home now, lest you wet your pants on the battlefield. Yi Cho's eyes turned cold. Who are you calling a coward? When have I never been on the battlefield? Then tell me, what are your achievements? Ouyang Chang raised an eyebrow and pulled out several shimmering crystal cores from his pocket. I just killed 5 level 20 or higher alien beasts, and even 1 level 30 alien beast. Yi Cho said coldly, I killed the three-eyed golden lion. Ouyang Chang was taken aback at first, then burst into laughter. You're hilarious, kid. He laughed so hard he almost fell over. You killed the three-eyed golden lion? Who do you think you are? Everyone knows that it was Zhang Yuerong who stopped and killed the three-eyed golden lion. When did you suddenly appear? The two were talking loudly, and everyone else heard them, their faces showing anger. Many people began to criticize Yi Cho. Boy, how can you say that? It was clearly Zhang Yuerong who killed the three-eyed golden lion. Yes, we all saw her purify with holy light. If it weren't for her, there would definitely have been casualties in the team. How can you claim credit for something without giving it to you? Now, Ouyang Chang raised an eyebrow and said provocatively, Boy, since you claim to have killed the three-eyed golden lion, then hand over its crystal core. Yi Cho was taken aback for a moment, then frowned and said, I've already used up the crystal core. Roar! Ouyang Chang burst into laughter. Are you kidding me? You used up the crystal core? Do you think we're all fools? You're too young and lack combat experience. You really can't do it. Hiding behind the crowd, everyone can understand. But you're talking nonsense and claiming credit for others. It's utterly despicable. I'll just ask you one question. Do you even have the nerve to talk back? Yi Cho squinted. I'm not lying. He didn't claim credit for anything. Don't make baseless accusations. Go to hell. Ouyang Chengdu couldn't help but laugh, his face full of sarcasm, and his voice was loud enough for everyone to hear clearly. Did you see that clearly now? He killed the three-eyed golden lion, but couldn't produce the crystal core, claiming he used it up. Roar! That kid is shameless. Everyone better watch out from now on. And when you join the assault team, don't team up with him. Zhang Yuerong frowned and said, seeing that Ouyang Chang's words were too excessive. Ouyang Chang, I didn't say Yi Qiu killed the three-eyed golden lion. It's possible that he was the one who killed the three-eyed golden lion. Don't be so hasty. Hearing Zhang Yuerong still speaking up for Yi Qiu, Ouyang Chang felt even more displeased. He thought to himself, this kid is just a bit handsome and looks young. The tone also carried a hint of disappointment and frustration. Yuerong, what benefits do you get from protecting him? He's nothing but an arrogant fraudster. Puff, puff, puff. At this moment, the veteran in charge of distributing supplies shouted, do you still need supplies? Don't gather together. Come and collect your things. Roar. Let's rest for another hour, then we'll set off immediately. The crowd dispersed, but the discussion still revolved around Yi Qiu, with a hint of contempt in their voices. Yi Qiu didn't care. He has a clear conscience, so why should he fear rumors and gossip? Zhang Yuerong was secretly surprised to see his indifferent attitude. Most people would be angry and furious if they were humiliated, but Yi Qiu remained so calm. He is definitely not like an ordinary teenager. Yi Qiu walked to the supplies distribution point and, since he was not injured, only took some food to help him regain his strength. After resting for an hour, everyone returned to the car and continued their journey to the wild wolf sanctuary. Zhang Yuerong held her phone, scrolling through the supernatural ability chart, muttering to herself, who exactly was that superhuman shrouded in darkness just now? It seems that no high-level superpower has a similar effect. As Yi Qiu listened to the girl's murmurs, a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. It seems she's trying to find herself by investigating the anomalies. However, she probably didn't expect that he, who possessed sea-level superpowers, would be able to kill the three-eyed golden lion. And so, the night passed quietly. The convoy arrived at the Wild Wolves Sanctuary the next morning. This is a magnificent city built among hills, large enough to accommodate 1 million residents. The outer wall is a thick city wall made of earth and stone. The inner wall is a steel city wall that protects some magnificent buildings. The inner and outer cities were clearly separated. The outer city was mainly used for cultivating various crops, while the area near the edge of the steel city wall of the inner city was where farmers lived. What? The inner city is where people with superpowers and ordinary people with professional skills live. It is safer and smaller in size. The Wild Wolf Commando's base consisted of a series of fortresses closely attached to the outer city walls, ready to respond to attacks from alien beasts at any time. The convoy arrived at the outer city gate, where rows of green military vehicles came to a stop. After undergoing orderly inspections, everyone lined up neatly to enter the outer city. The new recruits left in a line according to their numbers, but Yi Qiu stood alone in the same spot. At this moment, a soldier walked over and asked, so you're the one who won first place in the superpower competition and wants to join the Mad Wolf Commando? Yi Qiu nodded helplessly. Come with me, let me see where there are empty seats and I'll let you in. The soldier led him to an empty dormitory and let him stay there temporarily, then said, this afternoon, your identity will be entered into the Mad Wolf Commando team's database. At that time, you will be able to freely enter and exit the commando unit with your ID card. However, as new recruits, after the recruit competition, they still need 3 months of training before they can officially become members of the Mad Wolf Commando team, accumulate merits, and complete daily attendance. Let me explain it to you first, so you won't be confused. Yi Qiu nodded and said thank you. The soldier nodded and then left. Yi Qiu looked around the dormitory. It was a 4-person room, which was quite spacious and even had a private bathroom. He put down his suitcase, opened his backpack, and began to organize his luggage in an orderly manner. Not long after, footsteps were heard at the door. Are you a new recruit too? You look quite young. A voice came from the doorway. Yi Qiu turned his head and saw a young man in his early 20s standing at the door. He had a handsome appearance, similar to himself just now, and was dragging a suitcase and carrying a backpack. I'm a new recruit. Yi Qiu didn't say much and continued packing. The boy sensed that Yi Qiu seemed rather introverted, so he didn't say much. He picked a bed and slowly began to pack his luggage. After a while, 2 more young men walked in through the door. One had slightly curly hair and was tall. The other was short, probably only about 1.6 meters tall. They also started packing their luggage. Once everyone had almost finished packing, the handsome young man spoke. How about we get to know each other? After all, we're roommates, and we'll be spending the next 3 months together. The curly-haired youth and the short youth nodded in agreement. Yi Qiu looked up at them and spoke first. My name is Yi Qiu, and I come from Tianhai Base City. Which university did you graduate from? The handsome young man asked curiously. Yi Qiu casually replied, I never went to university. The handsome young man assumed Yi Qiu was a wild superhuman who had joined the army to make a living, so he didn't ask any further questions. The curly-haired young man introduced himself. My name is Guo Changmao. I graduated from Tianhai University. I have B-level superpowers and am a level 23 superpower user. The skinny young man also spoke up. Guo Changmao and I are from the same school. My name is In Yu. I have C-level superpowers and am an 18th level superpower user. The handsome young man smiled and said, "My name is Nangong Bujian. I come from Tianqing University. I have an A-level ability and am a level 31 ability user." Upon hearing this, Wu Changmao and Yu were taken aback. A-level ability user, and at level 31 at that. This student is already considered one of the best at Tianqing University. And Yu's gaze became even more respectful, and he smiled. "Brother Nangong should be the strongest among us new recruits." Wu Changmao nodded. "That's right, even the strongest graduate of our Tianhai University is only a 32nd level student." "It's nothing," Nangong Bujian chuckled. "Tianjin University has quite a few powerful students this year, such as Holy Knight, Sky Dragon Rider, Blade of Light and Shadow, and Wind Elementalist. They are all very strong. That Holy Knight is already level 46, and his actual combat strength is comparable to the peak of the 4th tier." Wu Changmao and Yu were deeply moved upon hearing this. Tianqing University truly produces outstanding talents. I never imagined that someone could possess 4th tier strength in their 20s. Yicho didn't say much, but silently took out a book of mythical beast illustrations he had bought before and sat down at his desk to study it. He knew that he was indeed no match for these university graduates in terms of knowledge about mythical beasts. After all, they have 4 years to study various kinds of mythical beasts, and even hone their combat record and discover their talents. Although I have the ability, I am clearly lacking in this aspect. Yichio thought to herself that she should try to make up for any deficiencies in the next 3 months. After watching for about an hour, my phone suddenly rang. He frowned, took out his phone, and the screen displayed Shin Sakshu. Yichio's heart skipped a beat, and he answered the phone. Shin Sakshu's cheerful voice came from the phone. "Yichio, where are you now? I want to come and find you." Yichio pondered for a moment. "It's almost lunchtime, are you available?" "I'm just delivering something," Shin Sakshu replied. Yichio nodded. "Then I'll wait for you at the entrance of Area B. The Wild Wolf Commando's accommodation area is separated for men and women. Area A is the girls' dormitory, and Area B is the boys' dormitory." "Okay, I'm coming right away," Shin Sakshu said. Yichio quickly tidied himself up, took his ID card, and prepared to wait for her at the entrance of Area B. He went downstairs and arrived at the entrance of Block B. 5 minutes later, he saw Shin Sakshu's figure. At the entrance of Section B, which is full of boys, Shin Sakshu, with her bright looks and dashing demeanor, stands out. Yichio waved to her. "Right here." Shin Sakshu walked over quickly and handed the 2 booklets in her hand to Yichio. Yichio took the booklet and paused for a moment. Because neither booklet has a title, it's impossible to tell what kind of books they are. "I originally wanted to give it to you in the central square, but there were too many people there, and you didn't answer my call, so I missed it," Shin Sakshu explained with a smile. She added, "The thinner of these 2 books is a training manual for assassin-type superpowered individuals, while the thicker one is a notebook about beast science and battlefield survival." Yichio was stunned for a moment. From Shin Sakshu's words, he clearly sensed that these 2 booklets were specially prepared for him. Shin Sakshu said gently, "Back then, we were each other's only support, and you gave me a lot of support and help. Study these 2 books carefully over the next 3 months. They will greatly increase your chances of survival on the battlefield against the alien beasts." And she changed the subject, took out a thin card from her clothes, and handed it to Yichio. "There are 100,000 superpower coins in here. You can use them to buy weapons, armor, or energy supplements." Yichio was touched, but he only accepted the 2 booklets and firmly refused the prepaid card. "Sister Sa Shui, if you really care about me, then don't give me the money. I may not be as good as you now, but I believe that given time, I will grow rapidly." Cough cough. "Don't pretend to be a hero." Shin Sakshu shoved the prepaid card into Yichio's hand without any hesitation. "You can pay me back when you have money in the future." Her eyes immediately turned serious. Going to the battlefield is not child's play. No matter what, you must put your own safety first. "Yes." Yichio nodded solemnly. Shin Sakshu said again, "I can't stay here any longer. Someone is waiting for me. I'll be going now." Yichio watched her leave. What he didn't notice was that at the entrance of Block B, his new roommate, Nangong Bujian, was staring wide-eyed at Shin Sakshu in his interaction. Wu Changmao and Yu, who were standing nearby, still didn't understand what had happened. And Yu frowned in thought, then gently tugged at Nangong Bujian's sleeve. "Brother Nangong, is there a problem with that pretty girl next to Yichio?" "This is a huge problem." Nangong Bujian took a deep breath and said, "Do you remember the Holy Knight I mentioned before?" Wu Changmao thought for a moment. "It's that outstanding graduate from your Tianqing University, the one who reached level 46? Nangong Bujian felt like he had seen a ghost. "The girl next to Yichio is the Holy Knight, Shin Sakshu. He should be related to Shin Sakshu." Wu Changmao could only guess. "Perhaps." Nangong Bujian nodded, a strange look appearing in his eyes as he gazed at Yichio. If Yichiojin and Shin Sakshu are related by blood, he will definitely have to adjust his strategy. Yichio accepted the 2 booklets and went straight to the cafeteria. After dinner, he returned to his dormitory and quietly began to look through the books. Wu Changmao, who was always loud and outgoing, glanced at Yichio, then hesitated to speak. These 2 books seem to be from their university studies. Why is Yichio still reading them here? Did he not go to university? However, professionals who regularly participate in hunting exotic beasts must also understand this knowledge. As Yi Qiu closed the book and prepared to take a shower, Guo Changmao couldn't help but ask, Yi Qiu, how old are you this year? Yi Qiu frowned and said calmly, 16 years old. Aren't you at the age of a high school student? Guo Changmao was stunned, and the two people next to him were also stunned. Yi Qiu casually explained, my joining the Mad Wolf Commando team was a coincidence. As soon as he finished speaking, he went into the bathroom to take a shower. Those outside looked at each other, their eyes filled with confusion. Time flies, and 7 days have passed in the blink of an eye. The day of the new recruit competition has finally arrived. Yi Qiu and the others arrived at the training ground and lined up neatly. This time, Zhao Zhonghai, the captain of the Mad Wolf Commando team, did not appear. Instead, a younger-looking young man presided over the new recruit competition. My name is Wang Tianyun, and I am the battalion commander of the Wild Wolf Commando Recruit Battalion. Everyone knows the rules of this recruit competition. The young man announced loudly, in the first round, everyone needs to go to the beast gathering area near the Mad Wolf Commando team to hunt various beasts, and the final score will be determined by the points. The second round is to enter the trial tower, which will test your speed in passing the trial cards. The faster you are, the higher your ranking will be. Finally, the scores from both rounds will be combined and the final rankings for this recruit competition will be determined based on the overall score. Upon hearing this, everyone looked somewhat surprised. Some people even began to whisper among themselves, the trial tower? We're going to enter the trial tower so soon? I wonder how difficult the assessment will be. It seems this year's recruit competition is a bit different from previous ones. They've added a trial tower component. Yi Qiu's heart stirred slightly. Guo Changmao, who was standing next to Yi Qiu, glanced at him and then explained, Yi Qiu, you probably don't know what the trial tower is, do you? Yi Qiu nodded in agreement. I really don't know. Guo Changmao then explained, the trial tower was built 100 years ago by a 9th-level alchemist. It contains many immortal and indestructible alien beast spirits. Every professional can fight them after entering, simulating a real combat experience. The trial tower has 9 levels, with different levels of exotic beasts. You can also adjust the difficulty by communicating with the tower spirit. Yi Qiu secretly pondered that the trial tower was indeed a good training opportunity for new recruits who urgently needed practical experience. At this moment, Wang Tianyun, who was standing at the very front, finished his speech and announced, everyone will board the bus in batches and head to the first round of the recruit competition location, the Misty Forest of Beasts. Yi Qiu got into the car, and to his surprise, the person sitting in front of him was an acquaintance. Zhang Yuerong turned her head and found Yi Qiu sitting right behind her, a smile in his eyes. Yi Qiu, you're on this bus too? Yi Qiu nodded. Yes, it's quite a coincidence. Zhang Yuerong nodded in response, but a girl next to her tugged at her sleeve. Yuerong, do you know him? The girl glanced at Yi Qiu and thought he was young and didn't look like the recruit or professional she knew. I know him. He sat next to me when he came. Zhang Yuerong replied casually. I see. The girl felt relieved and continued to try to get closer to Zhang Yuerong, her words carrying a hint of flattery. Yi Qiu didn't care at all, and he could tell that the girl obviously wanted to use Zhang Yuerong's relationship to get some help in the upcoming Misty Forest. About 3 hours later, at 11 a.m., the group left the Mad Wolf Sanctuary and arrived at the entrance to the Misty Forest. The Forest of Misty Clouds, as its name suggests, is shrouded in thick fog all year round, with visibility of only about 5 or 6 meters. Yi Qiu and the others disembarked from the war chariot. Veterans are distributing supplies here. Each person received a large backpack containing enough food for 5 days, a short knife, a whistle, a device resembling a signal transmitter, and a thin sleeping bag. That's all the equipment we have. Subsequently, the 30 participants were divided into 5 teams and traveled to different entrances of the Misty Forest in small vehicles. This time, Zhang Yuerong did not travel with Yi Qiu. After Yi Qiu and the other 6 got off the bus, they heard the veteran loudly admonish them. The Misty Forest is divided into 3 layers, with the strongest beasts in the outer layer reaching the 4th rank. You can only move around in the outer layer. The way you determine whether you are in the outer or inner layer is by the concentration of fog in the forest. If the visibility drops to about 3 meters, it's the middle level of the Misty Forest. If it's only 1.5 meters, then we've entered the inner layer. The Mad Wolf Sanctuary will not be held responsible for any casualties caused by reckless entry into the inner area. When you encounter a powerful beast, immediately use the transmitters in your hands. They contain the aura of a powerful being and can temporarily dispel the beast. However, you only have one chance. It is recommended that you blow the whistle immediately after using them and contact the veterans to evacuate the Misty Forest. Everyone looked serious and nodded in agreement. After the veteran left, Yi Qiu noticed that the 5 people in front of him were exchanging glances, as if they were all secretly testing each other's strength. Someone spoke up first. Should we form a team? A young girl with light blonde hair and mixed race features took the initiative to speak. I am a level 21 light priest, a B rank professional, with healing and ranged spell spellcasting abilities. My staff can also instantly cast the level 10 skill Blazing Light. Her skills and professional potential are quite good, so the remaining 4 people all focused their attention on her. One of the white-haired youths hesitated for a moment and said, I am a level 22 berserker, a B-rank professional. Would you like to team up with me? The blonde girl nodded, okay. Another burly, dark-skinned man spoke up, I'm a level 19 shield warrior, a B-rank professional, is that alright? Compared to the confident white-haired youth, the burly black man sounded slightly less confident. After all, he was only level 19, and the difference between the first and second tiers was not only reflected in strength but also in the difference in talent skills. Sure enough, the blonde girl shook her head. I'm afraid that won't work. The burly, dark-skinned man frowned and then turned to ask the 2 people behind him. The 2 were a level 16 assassin and a level 18 orc shield axe user, respectively. They all nodded in agreement, indicating their willingness to team up with the muscular, dark-skinned man. Yi Cho observed for a while but didn't say much or join any team. He planned to enter the misty forest alone. That young man, the burly, dark-skinned man hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. Would you like to form an alliance with us? Yi Cho shook his head. Never mind. The burly, dark-skinned man hesitated for a moment, then frowned and asked, are you sure you don't want to come with us? At least we can look out for each other. Yi Cho responded calmly, you will interfere with my hunting of exotic beasts. The 5 people were stunned, and a big question mark rose in their minds. Wasn't this young man a bit strange? The burly man's lips twitched, but he didn't say anything more. He beckoned his 2 teammates to walk towards the outer layer of the misty forest. Yi Cho drew his bloodthirsty blade and stepped into the mist, immediately becoming more vigilant. The strongest alien beast in the outer layer has reached the 4th tier. The strongest alien beast he can currently deal with is only of the 3rd rank. This still depends on him initiating the Dark Hour. His life would be in grave danger if he encountered a 4th tier beast. Therefore, staying vigilant is essential. After walking for about 15 minutes, no other superhumans were seen around. Suddenly, a hissing sound came from ahead. Yi Cho narrowed his eyes, gripped the bloodthirsty blade tightly, and immediately activated his special ability Shadow Blade. His body was shrouded in shadow, and the next moment, a centipede suddenly pounced out. With a flash of light, the bloodthirsty blade sliced through the air, instantly cleaving it in 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 7 alien beast Black Armor Centipede. You have gained 350 experience points and 120 evolution points. Yi Cho's gaze sharpened, and his expression became even more wary. Immediately afterwards, a few scattered sounds came from ahead. There were 4 or 5 centipedes crawling out from various places. Yi Cho deduced that there must be a centipede nest nearby. They attacked him from all sides. Under the shadows, Yi Cho moved nimbly, constantly dodging, and then brandished his bloodthirsty blade. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 12 alien beast Black Armor Centipede. You have gained 600 experience points and 200 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 8 alien beast Black Armor Centipede. You have gained 400 experience points and 140 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 14 alien beast Black Armor Centipede. You have gained 700 experience points and 240 evolution points. In just a few breaths, Yi Cho had hunted down 5 centipedes. He then removed all of their fangs. While the shell of the black armored centipede can be used as material, its value is far less than that of its venomous fangs. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that the fangs were small and easy to carry, Yi Cho would have been too lazy to collect these materials from beasts that were at most level 14. After Yi Cho left, the burly, dark-skinned young man who had previously worked as a shield warrior arrived here with 2 companions. They looked at each other in dismay upon seeing the 6 centipede corpses scattered on the ground. Who did this? The largest black-armored centipede is level 14. How come they didn't even take the materials? The burly young man clearly had some knowledge of exotic beasts and recognized the level of these corpses. I don't know. It was probably done by that blonde girl from before. The assassin replied, frowning. Another orc shield axeman said, never mind that for now, let's collect the materials. We've gotten a good deal. They probably never imagined that the superhuman who easily hunted down 6 black-armored centipedes was actually the boy they considered a bit problematic. At this moment, Yi Cho continued his journey through the misty forest. The bushes ahead suddenly trembled slightly. Yi Cho's gaze faltered slightly. A hissing sound rang out. A large snake slowly slithered out of the grass. Upon seeing Yi Cho, the giant snake opened its blood-red maw, sprang forward, and pounced. Although the speed seemed extremely fast, it was nothing special to Yi Cho. He swayed his body, easily dodging the snake's bite, and stepped forward, his bloodthirsty blade precisely piercing the snake's vital spot. The giant snake writhed in pain. Yi Cho then slashed at its neck with his sword, blood splattered, and the giant snake died shortly afterward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 10 exotic beast forest python. You have gained 500 experience points and 200 evolution points. Yi Cho removed the forest python's fangs and casually tossed them into his pocket. He He took out his water pouch, drank a large gulp of water, took a deep breath, and continued forward. Soon, a lake appeared before him. On the lakeshore, a group of wild deer, their bodies vaguely covered in scales, were drinking water. Yichio recognized them: social, strange beasts, scaled deer. They are generally between level 7 and 15, possess considerable attack power, and know how to cooperate in battle. Yichio's gaze fell on the giant antlered deer in the center of the herd. The pair of giant antlers on its head indicate that it is the king of the deer herd, and its level should be close to level 20. Although he could handle this second-tier beast during the day, Yichio was still wary of the scaled deer around him. Unsure whether there were other strange beasts lurking in the pool, he decided to wait until nightfall when darkness fell before hunting the herd of scaled deer. He quietly took a few steps back. Just then, the blonde girl who had appeared earlier, the priestess of light, arrived here with the white-haired berserker. Upon seeing the herd of scaled deer, the two men exchanged a few words in hushed tones. The priest chanted a spell, and the white-haired berserker entered a berserk state. Yichio activated Shadow Blade, his brows furrowing slightly. Are they preparing to hunt this herd of scaled deer? Even he himself wasn't sure, yet these two wanted to give it a try? Isn't this just asking for death? He could have left directly, but then he thought that if the two of them restrained the scaled deer, he could reap the benefits of the situation. So Yichio stood still, ready to make a move at any time. The blonde girl, a priestess of light, gathered a ball of light in her scepter, which instantly transformed into pale golden flames. The next moment, flames rained down on the herd of scaled deer. The priest's face also turned pale, clearly indicating that he had expended a great deal of energy. At the same time, the white-haired berserker rushed out, brandishing his greatsword and slashing at a scaled deer. Blood splattered everywhere, and the scaled deer collapsed on the spot. The white-haired berserker continued his fierce battle with the scaled deer. The priest behind him continued chanting incantations, creating a white halo around the scepter. The light circle condensed and then suddenly flew out, landing on the white-haired berserker. Yichio sensed that the white-haired berserker's various attributes had significantly improved. If he was only at level 22 before, he is now comparable to a level 24 ability user. The priest of light seemed to have expended a great deal of energy, and was now holding his scepter in a defensive stance. The white-haired berserker had killed 3 scaled deer in less than a few dozen breaths, a remarkable achievement. But at that moment, the scaled deer king, which was a little further away, noticed the commotion. It let out a long howl, stomped its 4 hooves on the ground, and pounced forward. The antlers on the head of the scaled deer king shone with a faint light. In a few breaths, a white halo appeared, and within its coverage area, the mist instantly condensed into frost. The white-haired berserker's movements were slowed for a moment by the extreme cold. His sword swing slowed noticeably, while the scaled deer king let out a neigh and swung its giant antlers at him. The white-haired berserker instinctively slashed out with his sword, only to see the frost halo suddenly transform into a vertical arc of light that slashed towards him. This sudden attack caught the white-haired berserker off guard. He was hit by the arc of light, and his body was instantly covered with a layer of frost. At the same time, 2 scaled deer rushed up from the left and right. The white-haired berserker shuddered and nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, the light priest behind him provided timely support, casting a flame of light, which saved the white-haired berserker from being in dire straits. Even so, the attack by the 3 scaled deer still left him struggling. Yichio's eyes narrowed slightly. He knew it was his turn to shine. He activated his Shadow Blade ability, his body merging into the shadows of the trees, moving stealthily like a phantom. A streak of crimson light ripped through the sky. A scaly deer was decapitated in response. The scaled deer king sensed his presence, and a flash of anger crossed his eyes. It raised its head and let out a roar-like sound, and a halo of light condensed on its giant horn. The ring of frost hurtled toward Yichio, seemingly trying to trap him. Yichio had already seen through the function of the frost ring, so how could he be easily controlled? With a slight shift in his steps, he instantly covered 4 or 5 meters and rushed in front of the scaled deer king. The bloodthirsty blade flashed with a sharp light and suddenly thrust out. -600, -500, -800. A series of damage numbers popped up on the scaled deer king. The scaled deer king's eyes burned with fury as it let out a deep roar, its massive horns covered in frost, clearly preparing to unleash a skill. But Yichio would never give it a chance, and his offensive became even more fierce, like a storm. -800, -500, -800. Just as the king of the scaled deer was about to die, a female scaled deer suddenly rushed over. Yichio dodged the attack with ease, and his final strike was aimed precisely at the neck of the scaled deer king. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 22 alien beast, the scaled deer king. You have gained 1,100 experience points and 480 evolution points. Yichio took a deep breath. At this moment, the female scaly deer was already planning to escape. The white-haired berserker, wielding swords in both hands, slew it with a single strike. He looked at Yichio, who was shrouded in shadow, hesitated for a moment, and then cupped his hands and said, "Thank you so much for your help, brother." Yichio glanced at him, but did not respond. He then carefully collected all the scales from the scaled deer king. These scales with frost-like patterns are the most precious material among the scaled deer. deer. In particular, the scales of the level 22 scaled deer king can be used to craft high-quality weapons or armor. The pastor walked quickly over, a hint of gratitude flashing in his eyes. She also expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Yi Cho remained silent, then got up and left. The priest of light and the white-haired berserker wanted to persuade him to stay and give him more spoils, but seeing that Yi Cho had no intention of staying, they could only swallow their words. Yi Cho felt a little hungry. After a moment's hesitation, he climbed up a big tree and sat down on a branch about 10 meters above the ground. He checked the food in his backpack. There was a package of something that looked like compressed biscuits, a milk-flavored energy bar, and some dried fruit and jerky. Although it could last for 5 days, it was barely enough to stave off hunger. However, people with superpowers are inherently strong at surviving, and they can still find some edible plants and common wild animals in the misty forest, so the possibility of starving to death is almost non-existent. Yi Cho ate until he was about 70 to 80% full, then got out of bed to look for some food. Not long after, he saw a green leaf tree in front of him. This fruit tree is very common, and its fruit is sweet and delicious, and very filling. Yi Cho glanced around and found that the branches were already full of green fruit. However, he did not approach rashly. Instead, he broke off a small branch to use as a probing stick and first probed the nearby bushes. Sure enough, a small, turquoise snake darted out and bit the twig. Yi Cho frowned slightly, raised his hand and flicked the small snake away. The little snake pounced again, so fast that it even left after images. Yi Cho's eyes turned cold, and he swung his bloodthirsty blade, instantly slicing the small snake in two. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 20 beast, the green leaf serpent. You have gained 1000 experience points and 400 evolution points. Yi Cho frowned. If I had approached rashly just now, I would have been ambushed by the green leaf snake, and the green leaf snake is extremely venomous. If I had been bitten by it without careful attention, the situation would have been very troublesome. Fortunately, he had read the notes Chin Sakshu had given him before and knew that green leaf snakes often appeared near the green leaf tree. Next, Yi Cho used a branch to probe the area a couple more times to make sure it was safe before walking down to the tree to pick the fruit. After picking 7 or 8 fruits, he wiped his hands, ate them, and continued to explore the forest in search of strange beasts. In the afternoon, Yi Cho discovered a tall and straight tree. He climbed to the top of the tree, intending to rest in the canopy for an afternoon. His innate skill, Dark Hour, now allows him to double his physical abilities while in darkness. Therefore, Yi Cho planned to use this time at night to hunt down the strange beasts. Daytime became his time to rest. He set up several small traps around the area to prevent the beasts from attacking. Luckily, I wasn't disturbed during my rest. About 4 hours later, Yi Cho opened his eyes, jumped down, and slowly moved forward. He moved neither too fast nor too slow, but his mind remained focused as he carefully observed his surroundings. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from ahead. The grass swayed as well. Yi Cho narrowed his eyes slightly and raised the bloodthirsty blade in his hand. The next moment, a gray figure pounced out like lightning. Yi Cho swayed and skillfully dodged the attack. The gray figure revealed its true form, a strong, agile wolf-like beast with glossy fur. Second-tier alien beast, forest wolf. Yi Cho's eyes turned cold. He activated his shadow blade ability, his body shrouded in shadow, and charged forward. The bloodthirsty blade drew a long, crimson arc, slashing fiercely at the forest wolf. The forest wolf howled to the sky, dodging the attack, and then rammed its head into the ground. Wolves have hard skulls and are known as having copper heads, iron bones, and tofu waists, and they are skilled at headbutting attacks. Yi Cho wouldn't let it succeed. Relying on the cover of the shadows, he shifted his foot slightly and dodged the fatal blow. At the same time, he thrust his bloodthirsty blade straight at the forest wolf's waist. The attack was precise and vicious. The forest wolf howled in agony, its eyes gleaming with even greater ferocity, and a faint layer of blood-red light ignited around its body. That's the forest wolf's innate skilled bloodlust berserk. In this state, its combat power can reach 120% of its normal level. Without hesitation, Yi Cho quickly retreated. The forest wolf suddenly pounced and opened its mouth to bite him. Yi Cho barely managed to block the attack with his bloodthirsty blade. The forest wolf, as if possessed, slashed at Yi Cho with its claws again. He dodged again, but the hem of his clothes was torn. Yi Cho's heart tightened, sensing the extreme danger of this battle, and the attacks of the bloodthirsty blade in his hand became even more ferocious. -300, -500, -800. Not long after, the forest wolf collapsed to the ground, and Yi Cho's face turned slightly pale. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 25 alien beast forest mad wolf. You have gained 1250 experience points and 500 evolution points. Yi Cho took a deep breath and began to clean up the battlefield. To Yi Cho's surprise, the forest wolf dropped a rare item this time. It was something like a hinge. Yi Cho slowly picked it up. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained a beginner skill scroll. You may choose to open the skill scroll and obtain any one beginner skill. A hint of joy flashed in Yi Cho's eyes. It's a beginner skill scroll. These kinds of skill scrolls are extremely rare. Although they are only beginner level, they are usually only dropped by beasts of level 3 or above. It seems I'm really lucky. Without thinking twice, he silently chanted, "Activate the skill scroll." Ding! Congratulations to Yichio for acquiring the basic skill, damage stacking. This skill consumes 5% of your stamina and can be activated up to 3 times per day. Within 30 seconds, every attack the host makes will stack, doubling the damage value. Yichio's eyes flickered slightly. This is an extremely useful skill for someone like him who primarily engages in combat. For example, if you activate a combo skill, the damage will double within 30 seconds. Although this is not the same as directly increasing combat power, the damage dealt to beasts will undoubtedly increase significantly. This can be considered a burst-type skill. At this moment, Yichio silently opened his personal panel to check. Level, LV 18 10%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadowblade, Strength 89+, Intelligence 73+, Physical Condition 88+, Mental Strength 87+, Agility 89+, Evolution Points 2980. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Normal skill, Damage Stacking, basic skill, can evolve, requires 500 evolution points. Yichio discovered that damage stacking could evolve, and a thought suddenly occurred to him. He silently repeated in his heart, "Consume evolution points to evolve and stack the damage of the basic skill." A system notification sound immediately followed. Ding! Consumed 500 evolution points, evolved basic skill damage stacking, gained evolution skill damage stacking. Skill effect changed. Consumes 5% of stamina to activate this skill, maximum 3 times per day. Within 30 seconds, every attack by the host will stack, increasing the damage by 1.5 times. Yichio felt a secret joy in his eyes as he checked his personal panel again. Level, LV 18 10%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadowblade, Strength 89+, Intelligence 73+, Physical Condition 88+, Mental Strength 87+, Agility 89+, Evolution Points 2480. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Normal skill, Damage Stacking, intermediate skill, can evolve, requires 10,000 evolution points. Yichio had only one thought at this moment, to accumulate evolution points as much as possible. After plucking and collecting the teeth of the forest wolves, Yichio continued his journey. Soon, he came to a small hill and found a small cave. Not long after they got close, they suddenly heard wolf howls nearby, and 4 forest wolves appeared in their field of vision. "Have we found a wolf's den?" Yichio's eyes turned cold. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and rushed towards the wolf pack. When confronting them, he immediately activated his ultimate skill, damage stacking. In those 30 seconds, Yichio unleashed nearly 20 attacks. Every blow left a wound on the forest wolf. -600, -1000, -1200. Before long, the alpha wolf he had specifically targeted fell. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 24 alien beast forest mad wolf. You have gained 1200 experience points and 480 evolution points. Seeing Yichio's strength, the remaining 3 forest wolves immediately formed a pincer movement and pounced on him from all sides. Yichio gritted his teeth, his bloodthirsty blade flashing up and down as he dodged attacks at lightning speed. However, being besieged made it quite difficult for him to cope. Suddenly, the sound of wind breaking rang out. An arrow flew by and struck one of the forest wolves precisely in the waist. Yichio's expression changed, but he did not turn around to look behind him. Instead, he took the opportunity to strike quickly and cut off the throat of the forest wolf. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 21 alien beast forest mad wolf. You have gained 1100 experience points and 420 evolution points. Before long, 3 more arrows flew in quick succession. The arrows were powerful and extremely lethal, and at the same time, they helped Yichio restrain a forest wolf. Without hesitation, Yichio swiftly killed the remaining 2 forest wolves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 22 alien beast forest mad wolf. You have gained 1150 experience points and 440 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 21 alien beast forest mad wolf. You have gained 1100 experience points and 420 evolution points. Only then did Yichio turn around and look behind him. There stood a young girl wearing a dark green cloak. She looked no more than 18 or 19 years old, with a delicate and lively appearance, like an elf who had descended to earth. She held a pale gold longbow in her hand. Yichio immediately realized that this beautiful young woman was the one who had just offered a helping hand. He bowed respectfully and said, "Thank you." Seeing Yichio's rather old-fashioned manner, the beautiful young woman couldn't help but smile. "You're a soldier from the Mad Wolf Commando? You look quite young, probably only 16 or 17? Yichio nodded. That's right. He didn't say much, busy collecting his spoils. After sorting out his share, he handed his portion to the girl. Although she wasn't wearing recruit gear, Yichio didn't sense any malice from her and still felt he should thank her properly. thank you, but I don't need these. The beautiful girl shook her head, but her gaze shifted to the backpack on Yicho's back. Did you bring any food? I'd like some. Yicho paused for a moment, but still opened his backpack, took out 2 compressed biscuits, a bag of dried meat and an energy bar, and handed them to her. The girl's eyes lit up, and she immediately took a bite of a compressed biscuit. Yicho was a little confused and could only say helplessly, wait a moment. He turned and searched the vicinity, found a green leaf tree, picked a dozen or so fruits, and handed them to the girl. This fruit is edible, sweet, and delicious, and it can quench your thirst. The girl's eyes sparkled as she took the fruit and ate several in quick succession, juice dripping from her lips, her expression one of utter satisfaction. I'm only a sophomore in college, and I haven't studied beast science or survival science yet. It was purely by chance that I got here. Luckily I met you, otherwise I might have starved to death long ago. Yicho asked, then why did you come to the misty forest? I was chased here. The girl gave a wry smile, as if she had something difficult to say but was unwilling to elaborate. It's a long story, I'll tell you another time. Yicho nodded, pondered for a moment, then took out a few packs of compressed biscuits from his backpack and handed them to her. Come with me, I'll show you what the green leaf tree looks like, the tree that bears this kind of fruit. Eating its fruit will sustain you for a while, until you meet the veterans of the Mad Wolf Commando team. The girl hesitated for a moment. What brings you to the misty forest? Yicho glanced at her and said, I'm here to participate in the new recruit competition. I have to stay here for 7 days before I can leave. Do you need someone to team up with you? This girl has excellent archery skills and is also very strong. As a ranged archer, she can complement me, making her a good choice for a team. The beautiful young woman hesitated for a moment. I'm a sophomore at Tianhai University, a level 29 ability user. I possess an S-rank talent elf bloodline, making me a natural-born archer. However, for some reason, I'm afraid I can't team up with you. Yicho was stunned. What do you mean by that? Someone is chasing me. The girl bit her lip and whispered, they should have already entered the misty forest. Although they probably won't find me, I don't want you to take any risks by teaming up with me. Yicho pondered for a moment. It's okay, I think the probability of being discovered is very small. Besides, if we join forces, we might be able to turn the tables and defeat them. The girl paused for a moment, then asked, don't you think I'm a bad person? Looking into her clear eyes, Yicho couldn't help but smile. You're definitely not a bad person. This was something Yicho sensed intuitively. The beautiful girl gently bit her lip. Alright, let's team up. My name is Yicho. What's your name? Yicho asked casually. The girl hesitated for a moment, but finally told him her real name. My name is Rina. Rina? Yicho was taken aback. This girl, who has awakened her elven bloodline, even has a name that carries a hint of elven spirit. He glanced at the bracelet and continued, I suggest you rest for a while. Rina was taken aback. What are you planning to do? For some reason, I plan to hunt strange beasts tonight. Yicho casually explained, if you really want to team up with me, take a rest while it's still light out. Alright, you keep an eye on things for me. Rina nodded, and even joked, as an elven archer, I also have night vision, so we're a good match. The sun gradually sets, the moon rises, and night falls. Yicho lightly leaped onto a tree branch and nudged the already sleeping Rina. Rina rubbed her eyes, groggily waking up. What's wrong? She hadn't had a proper rest these past few days, and tonight she slept the most soundly. Get up, go hunt the strange beasts, Yicho said helplessly. Rina shook herself awake, instantly becoming alert, and jumped off the branch. Yicho led her toward the cave they had discovered earlier. Sure enough, there were several mother wolves and several wolf cubs in the cave. Several female wolves bared their teeth and pounced on Yicho. He shifted his stance, and the blood-red blade in his hand shone with dazzling light as he swiftly met and killed his enemy. Rina's arrows seemed to be formed from energy, shooting out one after another, each one hitting its mark precisely, causing heavy damage to the forest wolves. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 19 alien beast forest mad wolf. You have gained 950 experience points and 380 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 17 alien beast forest mad wolf. You have gained 850 experience points and 240 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 21 alien beast forest mad wolf. You have gained 1,100 experience points and 420 evolution points. A series of system notifications rang out, which was exhilarating. Not long after, the wolf's den was completely wiped out by Yicho. He collected the spoils and left with Rina. The two continued running forward. At night, most of the strange beasts enter a state of hibernation. However, there are also nocturnal creatures. For example, the night geese on the treetops. Rina fired an arrow, startling the night swans. The birds took flight, their eyes fixed on the two humans on the ground. The night swan suddenly swooped down, its sharp claws gleaming coldly, and pounced on Rina. Rina remained calm, while Yicho swiftly leaped forward and instantly slashed down the night swan. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 17 beast night swan. You have gained 750 experience points and 340 evolution points. A hint of surprise flashed in Rina's eyes. You actually managed to kill him instantly? Did you get a power-up at night? Yichio's combat power at this moment is almost twice as strong as it was during the day. Indeed, you can consider it my talent. Yichio replied with a smile. Rina pondered for a moment. Then your ability is probably a high-level ability like the Shadow Messenger or the Moon God Messenger. Yichio did not tell her that he was only a sea-level ability user. If Rina knew, she would probably be very surprised. After that, the two practically wiped out all the strange beasts in the vicinity. Yichio's level also quickly increased to level 20. His profile panel has been completely revamped. Level, LV.20 10%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 97+, Intelligence 81+, Physical Fitness 96+, Mental Strength 95+, Agility 93+, Evolution Points 5300. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Normal skill, Damage Stacking, intermediate skill, can evolve, requires 10,000 evolution points. Just then, Yichio and Reina spotted two flames ahead, as if someone was carrying a torch and walking towards them. Reina's eyes flickered slightly, and she immediately became alert, holding her longbow and aiming it in the direction from which the firelight appeared. Not long after, two more figures quietly appeared. They were two middle-aged superhumans. Their eyes lit up the moment they saw Reina. "You brat, I never expected you to be hiding here." Reina's expression changed slightly, and she immediately drew her bow and fired 3 arrows in quick succession. The two middle-aged superhumans roared and transformed into werewolves, lunging at Reina. Yichio could sense their intense killing intent and rushed forward without hesitation. Now, his combat power is comparable to that of an ordinary third-tier advanced expert. Although these two middle-aged superhumans also possessed third-tier strength, they were still slightly inferior to Yichio. Moreover, Yichio activated his intermediate skill, Damage Stacking, as soon as he stepped forward. The crimson light flashed continuously, and wounds appeared one after another on the bodies of the two werewolf-turned ability users, with blood flowing freely. Reina stood behind Yichio, her expression calm and composed, continuously firing arrow after arrow. Seeing that things were going badly, the two werewolves licked their lips and roared to the sky. Their fur instantly grew back, transforming them into giant humanoid wolves that pounced on Yichio. This is their innate skill, wolf transformation. Their strength has thus increased by about 20% to 30%. Without hesitation, Yichio unleashed Damage Stacking once again. Fortunately, it was already past midnight, which was the next day. Otherwise, Yichio would not have been able to activate his skill so easily. The two werewolves couldn't gain any advantage over Yichio at all. One of the werewolves hissed, "Kid, do you know what that woman behind you is holding? She has an intermediate level skill scroll. If you help us get that scroll back, we're willing to give you 1 million superpower coins." Yichio's lips curled into a cold smile. "Do you think I'm stupid? You think you can buy a mid-level skill scroll for 1 million? I advise you to go see the King of Hell as soon as possible." The two werewolves exchanged a glance and intensified their attack. However, Yichio continuously applied stacking damage, and both of them were already covered in blood and could not hold on any longer. One of the weaker werewolves had even deactivated his werewolf form and reverted to a middle-aged man covered in wounds. Reina's arrows ultimately pierced their lives. At this moment, Reina's gaze finally relaxed. "Finally, we've taken care of them. These two are the guys who have been chasing me all along. This is also the trouble I mentioned before." Yichio asked, "How exactly did you provoke them?" Reina gave a wry smile. "I was training in the green hills near the misty forest, and at first I asked them to be my guards. Later, I hunted down a goblin mage and made a mid-level skill scroll. Their expressions were a bit strange at the time, and I suspected they had ulterior motives, so I looked for an opportunity to escape. They've been hunting me, and they tracked me here using their werewolf-like keen sense of smell." Yichio then realized, "I see." Reina turned to Yichio and said, "Thank you so much this time. This intermediate skill scroll has been a great help to me, and you also helped me solve a big problem, so I'm going to give you a little something in return." After saying that, she took off a ring from her finger and handed it to Yichio. "This is a top-quality piece of equipment. It's called the Ring of Moonlight. It should be very useful to you." Yichio was stunned for a moment. Reina put the ring into his palm and turned to leave. He felt the ring, and its description immediately came to mind. Superior equipment, Ring of Moonlight. Effect 1, under Moonlight, it slowly accumulates moonlight power to replenish the host's stamina. The moonlight accumulated throughout the day can replenish 10% of the host's stamina. A glint flashed in Yichio's eyes. This was exactly what he needed, because using the damage stacking skill consumes 5% of his stamina 3 times a day would amount to 15% stamina consumption. With this moonlight ring, he could replenish at least 10% of his stamina. While it can't completely make up for it, it's already quite good. After a moment's thought, Yichio decisively decided to use evolution points to evolve the moonlight ring. System notification. Purifying the moonlight ring requires 20 forest wolf fangs, consuming 5,000 evolution points. Without hesitation, he declared, "Continue to evolve." Not long after, the moonlight ring changed. The ring, which was originally a pale silver has now turned into a brilliant shimmering blue and is covered with scars that resemble stars. Superior equipment, Ring of the Moon. Effect 1, in Moonlight, it slowly accumulates moonlight power to replenish the host's stamina. Accumulating moonlight power for 1 natural day can replenish 15% of the host's stamina. Effect 2, it can convert accumulated moonlight power into mental power to remove some negative status effects. A look of surprise flashed in Yichio's eyes. This is truly an excellent piece of equipment that cost 5,000 evolution points. Without hesitation, Yichio continued to explore forward. He was hidden in the shadows, as if he had become one with the night. The sound of leaves rustling came from ahead. Yichio's eyes turned slightly cold, and he quickly raised the bloodthirsty blade in his hand. The next instant, a black panther, its body jet black and its eyes shining like emeralds, leaped into view. It is elegant and agile, like a messenger of the night, a servant of the gods. Yichio's gaze turned cold. This black panther is clearly a high-level beast, a formidable enemy within its range of perception. Without hesitation, he took a deep breath and lunged forward. The black panther was extremely fast, and it pounced straight at Yichio with its paw raised. Yichio nimbly dodged, sidestepped past the black panther, and unleashed a bloodthirsty blade. However, the black panther was exceptionally agile, seemingly shrouded in a layer of black mist, and instantly dodged the fatal blow. Yichio's eyes darkened. This is probably its innate skill, just like the ice ring of the scaled deer king. But he did not lose heart and pressed forward step by step, the crimson light like splashed water, and wave after wave of blade light approaching the black panther. The black panther was incredibly strong, moving with ease through the crimson blade light, dodging it time and time again without even getting its fur scratched. Its eyes held a cunning, human glint, like a giant cat toying with a mouse. Realizing this, Yichio unleashed his full power without hesitation. Finally, caught off guard, Black Panther was slashed on the right leg by Yichio, and blood splattered everywhere. It growled and glared angrily, then opened its mouth to bite Yichio. Yichio swayed, dodging the bite, and the blood blade shone brightly again, slashing towards its neck. However, the black mist still had an effect. Yichio only managed to make a cut on its neck, failing to end the Black Panther's life. This left Yichio feeling very regretful, but he couldn't afford to be distracted in battle, so he remained focused, his hands flashing with a chilling blood-red light. Despite being protected by black mist, the Black Panther continued to lose health under Yichio's relentless torture. -700, -900, -400. Just as Yichio felt that the Black Panther was about to collapse, a wind blade suddenly shot out. Yichio's eyes changed, and he dodged the attack range, but the wind blade slashed towards the Black Panther. Anger flared in Yichio's eyes. Who the hell stole the monster? However, he didn't say much, and his attack speed suddenly increased, severing the Black Panther's throat with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 25 alien beast Shadow Leopard. You have gained 1250 experience points and 500 evolution points. Yichio quickly turned his head, remaining vigilant. Not long after, a girl holding a scepter walked out from behind. She was about 20 years old, with a beautiful face, and standing beside her was a male superhuman holding a sword, who appeared to be a combat-oriented individual. Judging from their attire, Yichio determined that they were new recruits of the Mad Wolf Commando team. Thinking it best to avoid trouble, Yichio didn't say much and turned around to start collecting materials about the Shadow Leopard. After collecting the fangs, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, a girl's voice came from behind. Yichio frowned, turned around and asked, "What do you want?" He has quite a temper. That girl's wind blade almost injured him and disrupted his attack rhythm, and he hasn't settled that score yet. The girl suddenly smiled. "I just did you a huge favor. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been able to take down that Shadow Leopard so easily. It's fine that you stole the experience points, but you have to keep the materials, right?" Yichio squinted and carefully examined the girl, then asked, "What level are you?" The girl paused for a moment, but still answered, "Level 21 ability user." Yichio then turned to the soldier next to him and asked, "And you, what level are you?" The soldier frowned and said, "A level 19 ability user." Yichio suddenly laughed. Under normal circumstances, if you encountered a level 25 Shadow Leopard, you would be exhausted to kill it. I was just hunting a Shadow Leopard here when you guys showed up and almost hurt me, completely disrupting my rhythm. I haven't even settled the score for that yet. Stealing spoils? You don't deserve it. Yichio's sharp words annoyed the two of them, especially the pretty young girl, who asked angrily, "What do you mean?" "My meaning is very simple." Yichio sneered, "You have no right to take a share of the pie from me. If you hadn't provoked me, you might have had a chance, like skinning the Shadow Leopard. But let me make it clear, that was a favor I gave you. You were just picking up the scraps." The soldier was instantly enraged. Yichio tilted his head slightly, displeased. "Let's have a match then. But let me warn you first, if you think you can defeat me, then make your move." Thinking of the level 25 Shadow Leopard from earlier, the warrior didn't say anything more and fell silent. Suddenly, two wind blades shot out from the sky. Yichio's eyes turned cold, and his figure, shrouded in shadow, swayed slightly, easily dodging the attack. Immediately afterward, a dark shadow flashed past, and Yichio broke through the warrior's defenses, instantly instantly appearing in front of the girl. When the bloodthirsty blade was pressed against the girl's neck, her face instantly turned deathly pale. She bit her lip, her face pale. "I also have a mental illness, you can't lay a hand on me." Yicho sneered and threw a punch. The punch wasn't delivered with full force, but the girl was struck in the abdomen, staggered back a few steps, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. The soldier's expression changed drastically. Xiaoshui. Driven by rage, the warrior swung his sword at Yicho's back. But Yicho seemed to have eyes, nimbly dodging the attack and then kicked the soldier back several steps. Yicho's blood-red blade flashed in his hand as he coldly said, "I suggest you use your brains before you act next time. Not everyone is someone you can bully." After saying that, Yicho turned and left. The warrior and the girl looked grim, but they could only swallow their anger and dared not give chase. After all, his strength speaks for itself. Yicho is clearly not someone to be trifled with. Having resolved this minor problem, Yicho continued walking forward. Suddenly, he noticed something that looked like a snake moving in the grass ahead. Yicho squinted, a branch appearing in his hand, which he gently extended forward. To his surprise, no snake jumped out. He took a deep breath and observed carefully. It turned out that what was crawling on the ground was not a snake, but several bright green vines. Yicho's heart stirred. Plants and mythical beasts? This is quite a rare and exotic beast. Moreover, some of these plant-like creatures can produce energy fruits, which not only restore physical strength but also have special effects. Yicho stepped forward. The next instant, several vines sprang up like snakes and shot towards him like javelins. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. Yicho's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand, drawing several arcs of blood-red light. The vines were instantly severed, and green sap sprayed into the air. The vines seemed frightened and quickly retreated. Without hesitation, Yicho followed the direction in which the vines retreated. Before long, he came to a grove of trees, where he saw a strange vine coiled around one of the larger trees. The vine was entirely emerald green, with fruits hanging on it like small lanterns, and two of the more tender vines at the end of the branch had already broken off. Yicho recognized it at a glance. It was the same vine that had attacked him earlier. Based on the lantern-like fruit, Yicho determined that this was the legendary lantern vine. These lantern-like fruits are also of great help to those with supernatural abilities. Not only is the lantern fruit delicious, but it can also restore some physical strength and replenish the mental energy consumed by those with superpowers. If a superhuman can eat more than 10 lantern fruits, they can maintain peak condition for 2 days and 2 nights without needing to rest. A surge of passion ignited in Yicho's heart. Without hesitation, he raised the bloodthirsty blade, its crimson light flashing, ready to slay the lantern vine before him. The lantern vines keenly sensed his murderous intent and immediately launched a counterattack. Several vines shot out rapidly, heading towards Yichojuan from all directions. If Yicho were just an ordinary level 10 ability user at this moment, and without the assistance of teammates, he would probably have been entangled and killed by the vines long ago. Unfortunately, the lantern vine encountered none other than Yicho. A crimson arc of light sliced through the air. In a short moment, several vines were cut into pieces. Then, Yicho quickly rushed to the tree and, wielding the bloodthirsty blade, severed the roots of the lantern vines. The emerald green sap splattered, and the vine struggled a few times before completely losing its vitality. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 23 beast, lantern vine, and gaining 1100 experience points and 460 evolution points. A hint of joy flashed in Yicho's eyes. Without saying much, he quickly picked the lantern fruits from the vine. They worked extremely quickly, and in no time they had picked all 30-odd lantern fruits. He ate 10 pills and indeed felt his physical strength greatly restored, and his mental energy was also replenished. At this moment, Yicho felt refreshed and had no need to rest, so he could continue hunting for a full day and night. After recovering, he got up again, ready to go to other places to hunt strange beasts. After walking for a while, a white shadow suddenly flashed in front of him and pounced on him at an extremely fast speed. Yicho's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand to meet the attack. A flash of crimson light, and the white figure was instantly killed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 10 mutated beast, the white weasel. You have gained 350 experience points and 140 evolution points. It's only a level 10 beast. This time, Yicho wasn't even interested in collecting materials from the alien beasts. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, Yicho noticed something unusual about the fog ahead. The fog used to only bring a bit of coolness, but now it has become thick and is accompanied by a faint sweet fragrance. Yicho became suspicious, so he took out the prepared face towel, wet it with his water pouch, and tied it tightly to his face. This is the simplest yet most effective way to prevent poisoning. Soon, light appeared ahead. Yicho's heart stirred, and he continued forward for more than 20 meters, where a sea of pink flowers appeared before his eyes. These flowers, as large as wash basins, have pale pink petals and tender yellow stamens, emitting a soft glow that illuminates the surroundings as if it were daytime. The beautiful scenery surprised Yicho, but he knew that the more beautiful a place was, the more danger it concealed. He carefully observed the flowers and eventually determined their species. This is not a strange beast, but a plant that coexists with a strange beast, golden lotus. dangerous. Yi Qiu's eyes darkened slightly. Where there are golden lotus flowers, there are bound to be ghost-faced butterflies. The ghost-faced butterfly is a type of swarming mythical beast that ranges from level 10 to 20. Although they are not strong individually, they are numerous, with a brood of ghost butterflies usually numbering around 20. Yi Qiu felt it was dangerous and did not intend to stay there for long. Suddenly, a breeze came from behind him. His eyes turned cold, and he turned around, raising the bloodthirsty blade and desperately swinging it out. Sure enough, a ghost butterfly the size of a wash basin swooped down. Yi Qiu swung his bloodthirsty blade fiercely, severing half of the ghost-faced butterfly's wing. Immediately afterward, with lightning speed, he severed its other wing with a single stroke, then stomped down, crushing the ghost-faced butterfly to death. The ghost-faced butterfly got its name not only because the patterns on its wings resemble a ghost face, but also because it is a natural enemy of many low-level beasts and has extremely cruel hunting habits. For example, the masked butterfly releases poisonous gas to stun its prey, then uses its mouthparts to pierce the prey's head, injecting toxins, turning its flesh into liquid, and finally sucking it dry completely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the level 10 beast, ghost-faced butterfly. You have gained 350 experience points and 140 evolution points. At this moment, Yi Qiu also realized the problem. He was surrounded by 7 or 8 ghost-faced butterflies, and waves of poisonous mist rushed towards him. Even though he used a face towel to shield himself from the dizziness, he still felt a faint sense of vertigo. If you can't get rid of these ghost butterflies and escape quickly, you might be drugged and end up as their food. A crimson light flashed. The low-level ghost-faced butterflies around him could hardly withstand his repeated attacks. Their wings were completely disheveled, their scales scattered everywhere, and they all fell to the ground. Then, Yi Qiu rushed forward and stomped on the fallen ghost butterflies, crushing their soft abdomens to pieces. -400, -600, -200, -900. However, the combat power of high-level ghost-faced butterflies should not be underestimated. Some level 15 and 18 ghost-faced butterflies have wings as hard as steel, and they will even swoop down at high speed, attempting to injure Yi Qiu with their wings. But Yi Qiu was extremely fast and could nimbly dodge almost every time. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the level 11 beast, ghost-faced butterfly. You have gained 400 experience points and 160 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the level 19 alien beast ghost-faced butterfly, gaining 950 experience points and 380 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the level 11 beast, ghost-faced butterfly. You have gained 400 experience points and 160 evolution points. As time slowly passed, Yi Qiu felt the dizziness in his head growing stronger. His hand gripping the bloodthirsty blade trembled slightly, no longer as steady as before, and his attacks began to lose precision. Caught off guard, the wing of a level 19 ghost-faced butterfly grazed his right shoulder, leaving a wound. The pain struck, but it also instantly brought Yi Qiu to his senses. He immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the ghost-faced butterfly. -300, -400, -600. Just as the dizziness intensified, the moon ring in my hand suddenly emitted a faint glow. His eyes immediately cleared, and the dizziness quickly dissipated. He secretly rejoiced, thankful for the moon ring, whose ability to remove negative status effects had truly saved his life. A ghost-faced butterfly flapped its wings. Yi Qiu nimbly dodged the attack, and while still in good condition, launched a frenzied assault. The light emanating from the bloodthirsty blade surged like an endless tidal wave. -500, -600, -400. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the level 15 alien beast ghost-faced butterfly, gaining 750 experience points and 300 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the level 24 beast ghost-faced butterfly, gaining 1250 experience points and 480 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the level 19 alien beast ghost-faced butterfly, gaining 950 experience points and 380 evolution points. Time passed second by second, and the last ghost butterfly's wings were shattered, and it fell to the ground. Yi Qiu severed its head with a single slash. The ghost-faced butterfly colony has finally been completely eradicated. Yi Qiu was panting heavily, covered in sweat. The ghost-faced butterfly itself doesn't have any valuable materials. Yi Qiu didn't want to stay a few more days. He guessed that there must be a ghost-faced butterfly nest nearby, where there might be something more valuable. He quickly searched the surroundings and finally found a cliff face. The mountain wall is covered with pits of varying sizes, and inside lie round, translucent egg-shaped objects. Those were the eggs of the ghost-faced butterfly. Yi Qiu's eyes flickered slightly. Nearby, in the dense bushes, the leaves and branches were covered with caterpillar-like larvae of the ghost-faced butterfly, and pupae were hanging on the branches. Without hesitation, Yi Qiu destroyed all the eggs, larvae, and even pupae of the ghost-faced butterflies. This is not for gaining experience points, since eggs are not considered alien beasts at all, and the experience points gained by larvae are extremely limited. However, these larvae may grow into alien beasts, and any alien beast is an enemy of mankind. Yi Qiu will never allow them to grow. After dealing with the eggs and larvae, Yi Qiu turned his gaze to the rock wall, where faint golden spots were faintly visible. He took a knife from his pocket and gently scraped off the golden powder. This is a substance secreted by the ghost-faced butterfly, which can be used to prepare potions for advanced superhumans. Soon, Yi Qiu collected a small bag of golden powder. Even just this small bag could be sold for at least 500,000 ability coins, a value that even exceeded the price of the mad wolf fangs he had collected earlier. After completing all this, Yi Qiu quickly left the place. At this moment, he opened his personal panel. Level, LV.22 70%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 105+, Intelligence 90+, Physical Fitness 105+, Mental Strength 104+, Agility 103+, Evolution Points 4800. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Normal Skill, Damage Stacking, Intermediate Skill, can evolve, requires 10,000 evolution points. Level 21 and above. A flicker of emotion crossed Yi Qiu's eyes. He didn't think the leveling speed was slow. After all, he had leveled up twice in less than 2 days, which was much faster than most professionals. However, he was still dissatisfied. He hasn't accumulated enough evolution points yet, only 3,800. You already possess both talents and ordinary skills, and they are all very useful. However, if you want to purify and improve them, you will need a total of 20,000 evolution points. Yi Qiu took a deep breath and quickened his pace, intending to hunt down more exotic beasts before dawn when his strength had doubled. Suddenly, a thought popped into his mind. Since he can evolve anything he can think of, can he also evolve his innate abilities? He felt the idea had some merit, so he silently asked the system, "System, can I evolve my innate ability?" Ding! System notification. Host's innate ability can be evolved, requiring 30,000 evolution points. 30,000 evolution points. A hint of regret flashed in Yi Qiu's eyes. He had reached level 22, but had accumulated less than 10,000 essence points. The ability to evolve requires 30,000 evolution points. However, the thought that his C-level ability had the potential to grow into B-level, A-level, or even S-level ignited his passion. C-level abilities are of limited help to him, while B-level and A-level abilities are quite different. That would completely enhance his combat power and survivability. As Yi Qiu continued his journey through the forest, he suddenly noticed hurried footsteps ahead and the distant roars of wild beasts. A thought struck him. The situation is quite clear. There's no need for speculation. A human with superpowers is being hunted down by a monster. Yi Qiu concealed his aura, activated his Shadow Blade ability, and leaped down onto the treetop. He is not extremely selfish, but he is by no means a brainless saint who sacrifices himself for others. He needed to assess the situation first, such as the strength of the pursuing beasts. He would only consider rescuing people if these beasts were far weaker than himself and he could handle them safely. Soon, a man and a woman came running from ahead. They looked like new recruits in age and clothing, but they were staggering and covered in blood, clearly injured. The howling of wolves followed closely behind, and a pack of giant wolves sprang out from the bushes behind them, giving chase. Yi Qiu was quite familiar with these kinds of strange beasts. He squinted and observed carefully. The largest forest wolf should be a second-level advanced wolf, and the rest of the wolf pack were mostly second-level or first-level advanced wolves. He looked up at the sky. Dawn would break in an hour. Yi Qiu bent his legs and used the momentum to leap to the ground. The two superhumans seemed somewhat stunned when they saw another person appear before them. The female superhuman snapped out of her daze and gritted her teeth, saying, "You'd better run. There are a lot of high-level monsters behind us." Yi Qiu's heart stirred, and he replied with a smile, "I also appeared for those high-level alien beasts." The female superhuman paused for a moment, while the male superhuman tugged at her sleeve. "Hurry up. Stop talking nonsense." But the next moment, she understood what the person in front of her meant. Yi Qiu's figure was shrouded in shadow, shooting out like a sharp arrow with incredible speed. It was as if he was holding a blood-red sword, and each strike was accompanied by a streak of blood. The powerful leader of the forest wolves could barely catch a glimpse of him and could only passively endure the attacks. Before long, its body was covered with several bloody gashes. Then, Yi Qiu suddenly struck and severed its head, successfully hunting down the leader of the forest wolves. The two superhumans, seeing this, forgot to run away and stared blankly at Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu's lips curled up slightly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 28 alien beast, the forest mad wolf. You have gained 1,400 experience points and 560 evolution points. The remaining forest wolves howled and pounced. Without hesitation, Yi Qiu rushed towards them at top speed. His movements were agile and free, like a waltz dancer, light and graceful. A blood-stained blade sliced through the throat of a forest wolf. Fresh blood gushed out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 20 exotic beast, the forest mad wolf. You have gained 1,000 experience points and 400 evolution points. Yi Qiu adjusted his breathing rhythm and increased his attack speed. He swung his bloodthirsty blade repeatedly, the blood-red light falling like raindrops. Den intense and continuous. -600, -800, -1200. A series of messages came in rapidly. In less than 15 minutes, the 6 forest wolves were reduced to corpses. The 2 superhumans stared in shock. The male superhuman even muttered to himself, "My god, he's so powerful. Is he a third-tier superhuman?" The female ability user swallowed hard, killing 6 forest wolves of level 20 or higher by herself. She must be a level 3. Yi Qiu stepped forward, collected materials, and carefully preserved the fangs of the forest wolves. Just as he was about to leave, the male superhuman hesitated for a moment, then stepped forward and said, "Hero, wait a moment." Yi Qiu turned his head, his figure shrouded in shadow, making him appear exceptionally mysterious. "What is it?" The male superhuman gritted his teeth. "Thank you for saving us. If you need payment, or want to know about the surrounding terrain and the distribution of strange beasts, we can help." Yi Qiu's eyes held amusement as he asked, "Where is the strongest beast in this area?" The male superhuman pondered for a moment. "About 100 miles to the east of here, there is a pool of water. The shallow parts are like a swamp, where some crocodiles live, the strongest of which are at the 3rd level. You can go over there and take a look." Yi Qiu nodded. "Thank you for the reminder." Once he determined the direction, he rushed there. At this moment, the female superhuman tried to call out to Yi Qiu, because there are still many materials on the wild wolves at the scene that have not been collected. But after thinking about it, she realized that this person was so strong that he probably wouldn't care about these worthless things. The male superhuman exclaimed, "This hero is really strong. I estimate he's at least level 35. They might be outstanding graduates from Tianqing University. But I don't remember there being any shadow-type ability users there. That's strange. Alright, stop overthinking it." The female superhuman tugged at the male superhuman's sleeve. "Let's quickly pack up the materials and leave. The smell of blood is too strong and might attract other monsters." The male superhuman nodded. "That's right, let's hurry up." Yi Qiu walked through the woods, calculating the time in his mind. If he could get there quickly, he could take advantage of the darkness to hunt down the crocodiles more easily. He lowered his body slightly, used the momentum to leap onto the tree trunk, and simply jumped and ran between the trees to minimize contact with the strange beasts on the ground. 10 minutes later, the view suddenly opened up and a small pond came into view. 7 or 8 crocodile-like creatures were lying on the mud around the pool. A glint flashed in Yi Qiu's eyes as he lightly jumped down from the treetop. After thinking for a moment, he picked up a stone the size of a basketball and threw it out. The aim was quite good. The stone accurately hit a crocodile on the very edge. Enraged, the crocodile opened its massive jaws and roared, breaking away from the group and charging towards Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu swiftly drew his blood blade and charged into battle. The Deinosuchus had few attack methods, only biting with its mouth and lashing its tail. As for its limbs, it was nearly 1.5 meters long, but its limbs were relatively short, so it couldn't reach Yi Qiu at all. Yi Qiu dodged the attacks while wielding his blood blade in retaliation. -1200, -800, -1000. A series of heavy blows landed, tearing the flesh of the Deinosuchus apart and leaving its body covered in wounds. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 29 beast, the terror crocodile. You have gained 1450 experience points and 580 evolution points. Yi Qiu felt a sense of relief. The other few crocodiles were attracted by the smell of blood. 2 crocodiles pounced first. Yi Qiu instinctively dodged, then continued his attack, dealing wave after wave of damage. -600, -1200, -1000. With the aid of the darkness, Yi Qiu killed the dire crocodile with ease, as if he were harvesting wheat with a scythe. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 21 beast, the terror crocodile. You have gained 1050 experience points and 420 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 22 beast, the terror crocodile. You have gained 1100 experience points and 440 evolution points. At this moment, a strong smell of blood spread, and the huge Deinosuchus that had been motionless suddenly moved. It rushed towards Yi Qiu like a dump truck. Yi Qiu swiftly leaped away from the attack, raising his blood-red blade high and precisely piercing the giant crocodile's front shoulder. The giant crocodile roared in pain, and a dark yellow halo appeared around its body. Yi Qiu's movements faltered for a moment. A look of surprise flashed in his eyes. This anomaly comes from the dark yellow aura that the giant Deinosuchus just emitted. Yi Qiu had a vague suspicion that the giant crocodile possessed a talent skill similar to gravity control or gravitational traction. As expected, his movements slowed down from then on, whether he was dodging or attacking. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qiu unleashed his full power. At this moment, his strength was comparable to that of a third-tier advanced ability user, and the giant dire crocodile, as the king of its kind, was no match for him. -500, -1000, -1000. At the same time, the bloodthirsty blade ignores the defenses of beasts of the third tier and below. The thick carapace was useless against Yi Qiu. The blood blade easily cleaved through the flesh, and blood splattered everywhere. The giant crocodile sensed the danger, roared to the sky, and the dark yellow aura became even more intense, while Yi Qiu's sense of sluggishness increased exponentially. exponentially. He gritted his teeth, preparing to escape the light's range, but the giant crocodile's tail suddenly lashed out. Yi Qiu was unable to dodge in time and was struck in the waist by the tail. He staggered back a few steps, his waist and abdomen covered in bruises under his clothes. Anger flared in Yi Qiu's eyes. Without hesitation, he activated Bloodlust. Bloodlust Fury is a skill attached to Bloodlust Blade, which can increase attack power and attack speed by 20%, and has a chance to convert damage dealt to enemies into health, lasting for half an hour. Yi Qiu's bloodthirsty blade shimmered with light and his eyes turned crimson, as if a god of death from hell had descended upon him. Crimson light surged continuously, and attacks swept out like a storm. Before long, as its energy was depleted, the yellow halo on the giant crocodile gradually dissipated. As the tide receded, Yi Qiu gradually gained the upper hand. -1,000, -1,200, -1,400. The giant Deinosuchus was in danger and let out a deafening roar. Several female Deinosuchus quickly crawled over to help. Yi Qiu fought back with all his might. -1,200, -1,600, -1,400. Suddenly, he felt a current of energy creeping up his body along the bloodthirsty blade. Where the airflow passes, fatigue is significantly relieved, and when it reaches the side of the waist, the pain also dissipates. Could this be the life force transformed from the bloodthirsty berserker? Yi Qiu's eyes lit up, and he was secretly delighted. This skill is really useful. His attack speed also increased by 1 point. -1,000, -1,200. Yi Qiu's attack was swift and persistent, finally exhausting the life force of the giant crocodile. With a loud bang, it crashed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 31 beast, the Terror Crocodile King. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. Yi Qiu took a breath. However, he noticed a faint, earthy yellow light emanating from beneath the massive carcass of the Deinosuchus. A thought struck him, and he pushed aside the corpse, only to find a wrist guard. Equipment dropped. Yi Qiu put on the wristband, and sure enough, new information immediately popped up on his personal panel. Level, LV 24-5%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 120 plus 10. Intelligence, 18 plus. Physical Fitness, 113 plus. Mental Strength, 112 plus. Agility, 111 plus. Evolution Points, 7,800. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Normal Skill, Damage Stacking, Intermediate Skill, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, Excellent, Crocodile Bracers, Normal. He finally reached level 24. Yi Qiu's mood improved considerably as a result. He silently recited the name and then deliberately opened the attribute panel of the Devil Crocodile Bracers. Crocodile Wristbands, Standard Equipment. When worn, it increases the host's strength by 10 points. Although it's only of ordinary quality, it can add an extra 10 points of strength. Under normal circumstances, he only gains 4 points of strength for each level up. Therefore, he felt that this improvement was quite good. Looking towards the horizon, the first light of dawn was already appearing. Without hesitation, Yi Qiu charged toward the two female crocodiles, both at level 10 or so. With a swift movement, the blade fell. -1,000, -800, -1,000. Two female Deinosuchi were easily killed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 19 monstrous beast, the Terror Crocodile. You have gained 900 experience points and 380 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 18 monstrous beast, the Terror Crocodile. You have gained 850 experience points and 360 evolution points. As dawn broke and the sky brightened, Yi Qiu's innate skill Darkness Hour was deactivated, and his combat power returned to normal. He quickly gathered his spoils and left the pool. Yi Qiu knew he needed to rest for a while, eat something, and then go hunt other strange beasts. Soon, he found a tall tree. After a few leaps, I reached the vicinity of the tree canopy. After quickly tidying up the surroundings, Yi Qiu sat down, took out a few lantern fruits he had prepared earlier, ate them in a few bites, and then took out compressed biscuits and energy bars, which he ate with gusto. However, the water in the water bladder had run out. The water in the pool was not drinkable, and he did not have the right equipment to purify it. He looked around and finally found a white beech tree that held water. Yi Qiu used the blood blade to cut open the tree bark and aimed the opening of the water sac at the wound on the trunk. Before long, the bag was filled with clean water. Yi Qiu learned about the water storage properties of beech trees from Qin Saksha's notes. It's fair to say that if it weren't for that notebook, he would probably have a hard time eating and drinking normally right now. Thinking of this, Yi Qiu felt even more grateful to his childhood sweetheart. After resting for half an hour, Yi Qiu prepared to collect some medicinal herbs to treat his wounds. Suddenly, he remembered the crocodile-shaped wristband. Should we upgrade it? He silently asked the system in his mind. System, how many evolution points are needed to upgrade the Devil Crocodile Bracers? Upgrading the Deinosuchus Bracers to superior quality requires 10 Deinosuchus teeth and 500 evolution points. The evolution point requirement requirement is not high. Ding! The Deinosuchus bracers have successfully evolved into the Deinosuchus King bracers. Effect: increases the wearer's strength by 20 points. Restriction: the wearer's ability user level must be 20 or higher. A hint of joy flashed in Yichio's eyes. The effect was doubled. It's important to know that even a level 20 ability user specializing in strength has a maximum strength value of only 80. If they could gain an additional 20 points, their overall combat power would increase by at least 20%. He then tentatively asked, "System, how many evolution points are needed to upgrade the Devil Crocodile King bracers?" Upgrading the Devil Crocodile King bracers to excellent requires 10 Devil Crocodile King teeth and 5,000 evolution points. The evolution points are consuming too much. Yichio knew that the most urgent task now was to prioritize the evolution of his innate ability, Shadow Blade. This requires 30,000 evolution points. Yichio gave up on upgrading the King Crocodile bracers. He then searched through the nearby bushes for a while and found a herb that could promote tissue regeneration and hemostasis. He plucked the blood-red flowers one by one, chewed them into powder, applied it to the area around the wound, and then simply bandaged it with a strip of cloth. The life force I had absorbed from the bloodthirsty blade had greatly reduced the pain in my wounds, and now, with the nourishment of the elderflower, I could move around without much difficulty. Yichio jumped onto the treetop, set up a few simple traps, and then rested. Meanwhile, in another part of the misty forest, Qin Sakshu and Feng Zilong fought side by side. This female ability user, known as the Holy Knight, was surrounded by a golden halo, and her spear was wreathed in blazing white holy fire. She launched a series of attacks against the wolf pack, and the third-tier forest wolves could only withstand 3 or 4 blows at most. Feng Zilong wielded a broadsword. His movements were so powerful that forest wolves below the third rank were no match for him. The two of them joined forces to fight off the wolf pack, and it was a one-sided massacre. A dozen minutes later, the pack of forest wolves was completely wiped out. Qin Sakshu sheathed her spear, wiped the sweat from her brow, and said, "This area is no longer suitable for us." Feng Zilong nodded. "Sa Shui, which way should we go next? Should we go a little closer to the middle level? Let's not go for now, let's observe for a while longer." Qin Sakshu shook her head, feeling a bit more worried about Yichio. She dealt with the pack of forest wolves with ease, but if Yichio were to encounter them, the situation would be dangerous. Moreover, he had no companions or relatives, making it difficult for him to find support and comfort. She only hoped that Yichio would be safe and sound. She didn't care about rankings or grades at all. At most, Yichio can follow me as a support soldier, and I can slowly help him level up. Unfortunately, Qin Sakshu was unaware that Yichio not only did not struggle in the beast forest, but also defeated several powerful beast groups in succession, rapidly increasing his strength and advancing to the second-tier ability user, and was on his way to becoming a third-tier ability user. After resting, Yichio continued his journey through the misty forest. A series of roars came from ahead. Strangely, there were only the cries of strange beasts, and no human voices at all. Moreover, there are 2 different calls from the mythical beasts. It looked as if 2 strange beasts were engaged in a fierce battle. Yichio's eyes narrowed. He adjusted his pace, making his footsteps extremely light, and quietly crept over. Soon, he saw a small hill ahead, where 2 strange beasts were facing each other. A group of robust white apes faced a herd of scaled deer. How can they be opposed? Yichio was puzzled. Monkeys and deer were not originally enemies. He glanced around and suddenly noticed a strange little tree growing on the hillside. The sapling bore a fruit, which shone with a greenish glow even during the day. Yichio murmured softly, "This is a spiritual object?" In this world, there are people with supernatural abilities and strange beasts, and naturally, all sorts of magical plants also exist. Plant-based spirits are among the most representative types. They can be used to make various potions to enhance strength, restore status, and even remove negative effects. However, Yichio did not recognize the specific species of the small tree. After all, his understanding of spirits was still very limited. But since the beasts value it so much, it must be a treasure. Yichio decided to wait until the 2 beasts were both severely injured before quietly coming out to reap the rewards. The 2 strange beasts continued to roar at each other. The largest of the white apes grabbed a stone and hurled it. The scaled deer king nimbly dodged the attack, let out a low roar, and led the 7 or 8 scaled deer behind him in a swift charge. The white apes, armed with sticks or stones, pounced on the scaled deer and engaged in fierce combat. The 2 groups are evenly matched in overall strength, and it is difficult to determine which is superior for the time being. Even the tall white ape couldn't quickly defeat the scaled deer king. Yichio watched, secretly relieved, hoping that their fight would become more and more intense. A quarter of an hour later, the tall white ape roared to the sky, and a layer of white light immediately emanated from its body. The speed suddenly increased, and a layer of white air wafted between the fingers and palms when attacking, making the force even more ferocious. The scaled deer king let out a cry, and a ring of frost condensed on its huge antlers, unleashing area of effect damage. Both were locked in a fierce battle, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Yichio remained hidden, waiting for the right opportunity. Soon after, the scaled deer herd suffered casualties, injuries, and one ape died and another was seriously injured. Ultimately, the white apes drove away the scaled deer herd, but they themselves also suffered heavy losses. The tall white apes had only 4 apes left, while the scaled deer king, who had retreated first, had saved more, leaving 7 scaled deer. The tall white ape roared several times, and several monkeys guarded the perimeter while the white apes advanced towards the hillside, intending to seize the magical creature. At that very moment, Yichio made his move. Enveloped in shadow, he moved like a bolt of black lightning, rushing at incredible speed to the front of the ape's defensive perimeter. A crimson light flashed in his hand, and the bloodthirsty blade severed the throat of an ape. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 19 alien beast, the white ape of wind. You have gained 950 experience points and 380 evolution points. After breaking through the defensive line, Yichio quickly ran towards the direction of the spiritual object. He nimbly picked the green fruit. The tall white ape immediately went berserk, its white aura growing increasingly dense. It slammed its feet into the ground and leaped into the air. This leap covered nearly 10 meters, directly lunging at Yichio and punching him in the head. The giant white ape is nearly 2 meters tall, and although its back is slightly bent, it still exudes an imposing aura. That punch was incredibly powerful. Yichio quickly dodged, the force of the punch grazing his cheek. However, as the leader of the tribe, the tall white ape was experienced. He changed his punch in midair, turning it into a palm strike and slashed diagonally towards Yichio's neck. Yichio raised the bloodthirsty blade and swung it sharply. A flash of blood appeared. The tall white ape's arm was ripped open, and blood spurted out. -800. The pain made the tall white ape's eyes even more frantic. It swung its claws and tore at Yichio's head. Yichio dodged the claw attack, then leaped up and kicked it in the shoulder. With the support of the Deinonychus King's bracers, even without activating Dark Hour, its power was already formidable, and the tall white ape was kicked back several steps. Yichio seized the opportunity to launch a frenzied attack. Blood rained down. -600, -1000, -800, -900. The towering white ape bared its teeth, and the white aura surging around its body suddenly condensed. Yichio sensed something was wrong and quickly retreated. As expected, a white wind blade condensed and shot towards Yichio. Fortunately, Yichio was prepared and nimbly dodged. Immediately afterwards, the tall white ape threw a punch at Yichio's abdomen. Yichio hurriedly dodged, but the white energy swirling around his fist still struck his abdomen. The pain made Yichio frown, but he gritted his teeth and activated his damage stacking skill, continuing to unleash a frenzied barrage of attacks. Attack damage doubles. -1200, -1600, -2000. Even the level 31 high-level alien beast, the giant white ape, could only passively defend itself, its health points constantly decreasing. The previously injured white apes dared not make any rash moves. In just 2 or 3 minutes, the tall white ape was covered in wounds. In the end, Yichio pierced the heart of the tall white ape with his sword, ending its life. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 31 beast, the white ape king of wind. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. A look of joy flashed in Yichio's eyes. Taking advantage of the fact that he could still stack damage, he quickly pounced on the 3 fleeing white apes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 21 alien beast, the white ape of wind. You have gained 1050 experience points and 420 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 24 beast, the white ape of wind. You have gained 1200 experience points and 480 evolution points. Yichio took a deep breath and quickly walked to the front of the small hill. With a few leaps, he arrived at the small tree. Gazing at the radiant fruit, Yichio's eyes were filled with excitement. He carefully picked the fruit, put it away, and jumped down the hillside. Upon arriving beside the corpse of the white ape king of wind, Yichio's eyes lit up. A scroll-shaped object lay in front of the corpse. Yichio was overjoyed. Even a low-level skill was an unexpected surprise. I'm really lucky. He picked up the skill scroll and silently recited the command to use it. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the basic skill, detection. It consumes 5% of your mental energy to activate this skill. Maximum of 3 times per day. You can obtain information about one item. The maximum number of items you can detect is Yichio's level cap. A hint of joy flashed in Yichio's eyes. Although this skill cannot directly enhance strength, it is extremely practical. Without hesitation, he took out the spiritual fruit and used his detection technique. I feel a bit tired, probably because I used up about 5% of my mental energy, but it doesn't have a big impact. At that moment, a message popped into his mind. Longming fruit, a rare fruit that gathers the energy of heaven and earth. After consumption by a superhuman, their strength, agility, and constitution each increase by 5 points. For exotic beasts, there is a small chance that their bloodline will evolve after consumption. Add 5 points to each of the 3 attributes. Yichio swallowed the fruit without hesitation. The taste is sweet and fresh, with a faint fragrance of 100 flowers. The fruit instantly turns into liquid upon entering the mouth and slides down the throat. He felt a wave of comfort wash over him, and the fatigue from the detection extraction technique vanished. Even the old injury on my side is not so painful anymore, and it has recovered a lot. Yi Qiu's eyes lit up with surprise as he silently opened his personal panel. Level, LV 2470%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadow Blade, Strength, 120 plus 15. Intelligence, 98 plus. Physical Condition, 113 plus 5. Mental Strength, 112 plus. Agility, 111 plus 5. Evolution Points, 11080. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Normal Skills, Damage Stacking, Intermediate Skill, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Detection, Basic Skill, can be evolved, requires 2,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, Excellent, King Crocodile Bracers, Superior, Ring of the Moon, Superior. Sure enough, all three of my attributes increased by 5 points. Just looking at these numbers, it's already equivalent to me at level 25. Yi Qiu collected the most valuable fangs from the white ape and thought to himself, if only I had a long weapon. Shadowblade's abilities lean towards the assassin type, but he also often engages in direct combat. If he can wield a long weapon, his combat power will be even greater. After all, an inch longer means an inch stronger. After a moment's thought, he decided to hunt down the herd of scaled deer. As the saying goes, beat a drowning dog to the bone. The white ape horde has already severely damaged the scaled deer horde. If Yi Qiu doesn't take this opportunity to launch a fierce attack and level up, it would be a huge loss. After walking for half an hour, he hunted down several small exotic animals such as snakes and centipedes, and then entered a sparsely wooded forest. He could vaguely see several scaly deer resting. The scaled deer king crouched in the grass, licking his wounds. Yi Qiu activated his Shadow Blade ability, shadowy figures swirling around his body as he moved with lightning speed. This scaled deer king was stronger than the one we killed before, and its senses were much sharper. When Yi Qiu approached within 7 or 8 meters, the scaled deer king suddenly stood up and roared, with rings of frost appearing on its antlers. A chill swept over Yi Qiu, whose body was covered in frost and who trembled slightly. He immediately activated the Ring of the Bright Moon to dispel the negative status effect. As the white frost dissipated, Yi Qiu charged forward, activating his damage stacking skill and unleashing a blood-red light with his bloodthirsty blade. -1,400, -1,600, -2,000. The scaled deer king roared to the sky as it charged. The 5 scaled deer beside them also began to call out, their bodies emitting a faint blue light that echoed the frost ring on the scaled deer king's antlers. The next moment, the frost ring expanded slightly, its color turned a deep blue, and its power increased dramatically, instantly turning the surrounding area into a frost hell. Yi Qiu, caught in the turmoil, was trembling all over, and even the bright moon ring could not completely block the damage. His movements therefore became sluggish. Yi Qiu, gritting his teeth to withstand the attacks of the scaled deer king, understood that the scaled deer clan had been severely damaged by the white ape horde, and the enhanced version of the frost ring before him wouldn't last long. He reined in his offensive and focused on defense. 10 minutes later, the ring of frost dissipated, and the temperature returned to normal. Yi Qiu's eyes turned cold, and his long-accumulated anger erupted as he unleashed a series of bloodthirsty stabs with his bloodthirsty blade. -1,000, -850, -1,000. Soon after, the scaled deer king let out a mournful cry, and its head was severed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 3 beast scaled deer king. You have gained 1650 experience points and 660 evolution points. Yi Qiu quickly turned to the herd of scaled deer beside him, preparing to continue the hunt. These scaled deer looked like clay chickens and earthen dogs in front of Yi Qiu. Before long, damage numbers started appearing like raindrops. -800, -600, -1,000. In less than 5 minutes, Yi Qiu had hunted down all the remaining scaled deer. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 23 scaled deer. You have gained 1150 experience points and 460 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 19 scaled deer. You have gained 950 experience points and 380 evolution points. Yi Qiu breathed a sigh of relief, collected the materials from the exotic beasts, and prepared to leave. I can't help but feel a little regretful. He didn't get any scrolls or equipment this time, but Yi Qiu was not discouraged. After all, according to common sense, third-tier beasts are unlikely to drop equipment or scrolls. It was just that I was lucky before. Half an hour later, Yi Qiu hunted some low-level beasts as he traveled, and gradually felt a little hungry. I glanced at my wristband. It was already past 1 p.m., so Yi Qiu jumped onto a big tree, took out the food, and leisurely began to eat. The former crocodile pool. Xin Sakshu and Feng Zilong also arrived here. The sight of the numerous carcasses of the Deinosuchus scattered on the ground brought a flicker of surprise to their eyes. Feng Zilong observed for a while and said in surprise, there was only one person who killed the devil crocodile. That person actually wiped out the entire horde of strange beasts. Xin Sakshu was equally surprised. Judging from the wounds, that person should be an assassin-type melee ability user. It seems there are actually experts among the new new recruits. This situation is quite interesting. If Qin Saksha knew that the expert she regarded was Yi Qiu, whom she thought could not even protect himself, she would probably feel extremely embarrassed. Yi Qiu was here at this moment. After eating 2 compressed biscuits and an energy bar, Yi Qiu felt a little depressed. While military rations can provide basic energy, the taste is really terrible. He decided to hunt some common wild animals to treat himself. Deliberately avoiding the middle layer of the misty forest, Yi Qiu headed west. The sound of flowing water could be heard, and a small stream came into view. Where there is water, there should be fish. Yi Qiu's heart stirred. He took out the bloodthirsty blade, carved a harpoon from a tree branch, and walked to the stream. The stream was crystal clear, and fish swam freely. Yi Qiu stared at them for a while before suddenly making his move. Unfortunately, perhaps because it was his first hunt, he failed. However, Yi Qiu was not discouraged and made another move after adjusting his state. After 3 or 4 attempts, Yi Qiu finally managed to stab a bluefish that was about a foot long. As Yi Qiu held the fish, he realized that there wasn't much meat left after removing the internal organs, so he caught another bluefish. There were some shrimp at the bottom of the water, so Yi Qiu simply threw away the harpoon and reached in to grab a dozen or so shrimp. He gathered a pile of firewood and lit it with the flint and steel he carried. After cleaning the grass carp's internal organs and scraping off its scales, Yi Qiu inserted twigs into its body and placed the fish over the fire to roast. Soon, an enticing aroma wafted out, and Yi Qiu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. Finally, I can treat myself properly. He also found a stone slab and placed a dozen or so palm-sized prawns on it to grill. Before long, the fish was cooked through. Yi Qiu quickly finished a bluefish and then sampled a few grilled shrimp. It must be said that, perhaps because they are wild, the fish and shrimp taste exceptionally delicious. It's a pity there were no seasonings, otherwise the flavor would have been even better. The sound of leaves rustling could be heard. Could it be that a large, strange beast has appeared? Yi Qiu quickly put down the bluefish in his hand, stood up and drew the bloodthirsty blade. A giant brown bear, about 2 meters tall, parted the bushes and slowly crawled out, its dark eyes fixed on the blue fish. Yi Qiu followed its gaze. They were clearly attracted by the aroma of the grilled fish. This beast possesses a powerful aura, at least at the 3rd rank or higher. But Yi Qiu was not afraid. After all, it was only one, and he had the ability to hunt it down. The brown bear roared angrily, then lunged at Yi Qiu with its crouching body. Brown bears have incredibly impressive physical abilities. On Earth, it is often referred to as the second bear in the saying 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. A shadowy aura suddenly enveloped Yi Qiu. Shadow blade activated. He leaped into the air, his bloodthirsty blade slashing towards the back of the monstrous brown bear. This move is quite risky. If one is not quick enough, they could very well be attacked and injured by the brown bear. Yi Qiu perfectly dodged the attack from the monstrous brown bear and left a long, bloody gash on its back. -1,600. The strange brown bear roared, its eyes turning ferocious, and a pale yellow glow appeared on its body. Yi Qiu's expression changed slightly. According to his understanding, most of the talent skills that appear with a pale yellow light are related to the earth, gravity, or defense. As expected, when Yi Qiu's bloodthirsty blade swung towards the shoulder of the monstrous brown bear again, the blade stopped just an inch away from the skin, unable to penetrate. This is the brown bear's innate skill, Earth Guardian. As long as it comes into contact with the earth, the brown bear can absorb the earth's energy to form an energy shield that can withstand all attacks below the 3rd tier. Yi Qiu's expression turned serious. He took a deep breath and chose to focus on defense, dodging and stalling for time to avoid a direct confrontation with the brown bear. He knew in his heart that this talent wouldn't last long, but as long as he persisted long enough, victory would naturally be his. His judgment was correct. Realizing this, the brown bear roared again, becoming even more ferocious, and swung its paws wildly. With his agile skills, Yi Qiu dodged the brown bear's attacks time and time again. 15 minutes later, the yellowish-brown light on the brown bear gradually dimmed and disappeared. A hint of joy flashed in Yi Qiu's eyes, and he began to take the initiative. The bloodthirsty blade swung up and down, carving deep wounds into the brown bear's body, and blood flowed continuously, wetting its fur. -1,000, -800, -1,000. Yi Qiu's fighting style was practically like inflicting a slow, agonizing torture on a brown bear. The monstrous brown bear, in its agony, grew increasingly frenzied. Suddenly, it opened its blood-red maw, from which a ball of yellow light condensed. Yi Qiu's eyes suddenly tensed up, and he quickly retreated, his movements agile and unpredictable, constantly changing position. However, the yellow orb shot out as if it had a tracking function, precisely locking onto Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu gathered all his strength and suddenly swung out the bloodthirsty blade. The yellow orb of light collided with the blade, producing a piercing clang. Yi Qiu felt a powerful recoil, staggered back a few steps, his internal organs churning, and a trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. The exotic brown bear also appeared extremely weak. Yi Qiu suppressed his internal injuries and rushed out quickly, his blade flashing like a whirlwind as he slashed repeatedly. -1,000, -800, -1,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 35 beast, Earth Bear. You have gained 1750 50 experience points and 700 evolution points. Yi Chou's gaze relaxed slightly, but the injuries in his abdomen made him uncomfortable. After resting for 15 minutes, Yi Chou pulled out the earth bear's fangs. He then found a big tree, sat on a thick branch near the canopy, and ate the remaining few lantern fruits. The nutrients in the lantern fruit made him feel slightly better, but the injury remained. He ate the last few lantern fruits. However, this only slightly restored his strength. His entire abdomen and upper body still ached faintly. Do I have to spend time healing myself? That's absolutely unacceptable. Yi Chou decided that he would be more cautious when hunting exotic beasts in the future, and would retreat immediately if he encountered an exotic beast of the 3rd rank or above. Then, as usual, he set up the traps and rested for 3 hours before continuing his journey. It was already afternoon. During his journey, he encountered several ordinary beasts that didn't know their place, such as weasels, firefoxes, and centipedes, but he easily killed them all. Suddenly, Yi Chou smelled a pungent and strong odor coming from ahead. This is clearly not the taste of nature. He suspected there was a human group ahead. Yi Chou quickened his pace, wanting to find out what was going on. After walking for more than 30 meters, the view suddenly opened up. A section of trees had been cut down, leaving only a few large trees with rows of treehouses built on them. A wooden sign hangs on the tree at the very front, Misty Forest Trading Point. Yi Chou's eyes lit up, thinking that he might be able to exchange exotic beast materials for medicine here. He decided to observe for a while first. Hey kid with the dark face, are you a new recruit in the Mad Wolf Commando? A voice came from the tree. Yi Chou frowned, looked up, and saw a male superhuman sitting on a tree branch a little distance away. There was not a trace of murderous intent about him. Yi Chou nodded and took out his recruit token. I am a recruit of the Mad Wolf Commando team. You can come in. The male ability user nodded and said, however, you need to pay a fee, which can be offset by equivalent beast materials. The total value must be no less than 2 level 15 beast fangs. Yi Chou's heart stirred slightly. This regulation immediately filtered out their customer base. He rummaged around for a while, then took out a scale from a level 16 scaled deer and tossed it over. A glint flashed in the eyes of the male superhuman. Okay. He even took out a few fruits from his pocket and tossed them to Yi Chou. These are a bit pricey. These fruits will help you replenish your strength. Consider it the difference in price. Yi Chou hesitated for a moment, but seeing that the other person had also taken a bite and was eating it with relish, he accepted it. He wiped his hands, took a bite, and found it sweet and juicy, like a mixture of apple and cherry. Yi Chou walked towards the camp. The treehouses all had banners hanging on them, resembling signs. For example, the banner on the treehouse at the front reads, Weapon Recycling, Sale and Repair. Yi Chou had a sudden thought. He swayed and jumped onto the big tree, walking to the treehouse. A middle-aged female superpowered individual lifted the curtain, seemingly preparing to go out. When she saw Yi Chou, her eyes flickered slightly. A shadow-type ability user? Yi Chou frowned, but ultimately did not dispel the shadow blade and followed them inside. The female superhuman asked, do you want to buy a weapon or repair a weapon? Yi Chou pondered for a moment and said, I want to buy a long weapon of ordinary quality. Ordinary long weapons? The female superhuman looked puzzled. Only buy ordinary level weapons? She felt that Yi Chou's strength should be at least at the 3rd level. However, she didn't think much of it and led him directly to a display case with several weapons on it. These are all ordinary grade long weapons, including long swords, long sabers, and water-splitting spikes. After looking around, Yi Chou finally settled on a long sword. Although it was only of ordinary grade, the blade gleamed with a cold light, the patterns were as delicate as feathers, and a dragon coiled around the hilt, making it look exceptionally cool. 10,000 supernatural coins, or you can exchange them with materials from a level 20 supernatural beast. That's what the female superhuman said. Yi Chou frowned slightly. Noticing his expression, the female superhuman chuckled and said, this is the beast forest. Even on the outskirts, doing business here carries enormous risks. This price isn't meant to rip you off. Yi Chou sighed inwardly, but still took out more than 20 scales of a level 20 scaled deer and handed them over. The female superhuman's expression changed, and she exclaimed in surprise, so generous? Yi Chou frowned slightly. Is the value excessive? 5 pieces are enough. The female superhuman frankly said, let me tell you about the purchase price. If you sold these scales outside, these 20-odd scales would be worth at least 50,000 ability coins. Yi Chou was slightly surprised. The female superhuman laughed. Don't you know? The scaled deer is an elemental beast, and its scales are extremely valuable. Yi Chou felt a little embarrassed. He genuinely didn't know the specific value. After a moment's thought, Yi Chou asked, do you have price charts for exotic beast materials for sale? The female superhuman took out a picture book from the cabinet. I happen to have one. It's nothing precious, but you can have it. A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Chou's eyes. The female superhuman then asked, are you planning to buy any other equipment? I recently got a new pair of premium boots that can increase agility by 5 points. Only 5 points of agility? Yi Chou frowned. The female superhuman said helplessly, how much more do you want? How much is this? Yi Chou was still somewhat tempted. 500,000 superpower coins. The female superhuman extended her hand and made a 50 gesture. Yicho couldn't help but gasp. However, after thinking about it, he realized that the value of a premium blood blade could be in the millions, and he felt relieved. He said, "Sure, but I only have scaled deer materials on me. If you're willing, we can trade those for it. However, you'll need to provide more scaled deer materials." The female superhuman nodded in agreement. Yicho nodded and took out more than 100 deer scales from his bag. After glancing at it, the female superhuman immediately showed a look of surprise. "Did you kill an entire herd of scaled deer? 100 pieces are actually not enough." Yicho smiled slightly. "Look carefully." The female superhuman examined the scales, her gaze lingering on a few thicker ones, her voice filled with shock. "These are the scales of the scaled deer king. Are you a 3rd tier or 4th tier expert?" she asked. Yicho smiled faintly. "You don't need to worry about these scales are enough. There are even a few too many." She hesitated for a moment, then pushed back more than 20 ordinary scales, and took out a pair of ankle boots. "These ankle boots can shrink and fit your feet perfectly. Take a closer look. But just so you know, they are non-refundable and non-exchangeable once sold." Yicho cast a detection spell on her. Lightweight ankle boots, superior quality equipment. Increases the wearer's agility by 5 points and slightly increases the defense of the equipped area. After confirming that everything was correct, Yicho said, "Okay." He then found a chair, sat down, and put on the light and airy short boots. He silently opened his personal panel and checked it out. Level, LV 25-30%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadow Blade. Strength, 124 plus 15. Intelligence, 102 plus. Physical condition, 117 plus 5. Mental strength, 117 plus. Agility, 115 plus 10. Evolution points, 15080. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Normal skills, damage stacking, intermediate skill, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Detection, basic skill, can be evolved, requires 2,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. King Crocodile Bracers, superior. Ring of the Moon, superior. Light and Agile Boots, superior. Steel Longsword, common. He then asked the female ability user, "Do you have any other common grade equipment? I'd like to get another pair of bracers and a soft armor." The female superhuman nodded and said, "Let me take it out for you." Before long, she took out 2 wrist guards and 3 pieces of light armor. The first is leather armor, which is relatively weak in defense but very lightweight. The second is chainmail, which is slightly heavier and suitable for melee classes. The third is armor made of wire, which combines defense and lightness. She slowly introduced, "These 2 wristbands are not much different. You can choose either one. Of these 3 armor pieces, I recommend you choose the third one." Yicho casually picked out a wrist guard, then chose the wire armor. "How much is it in total?" The wrist guards cost 5,000 ability coins, and this wire armor, although not of superior quality, will still cost 100,000 ability coins, the female ability user replied. Yicho took out the white ape's fangs and traded them for the 2 pieces of equipment. After the transaction was completed, Yicho left the treehouse and went to the tree to prepare to evolve his equipment. He silently recited in his heart, "System, how many evolution points are needed to upgrade the steel longsword, soft armor, and bracers?" Ding! Upgrading the steel longsword requires 1,000 evolution points and a scaled deer king scale. Upgrading the soft armor requires 1,000 evolution points and an earth bear fawn. Upgrading the bracers requires 500 evolution points and a wind white ape fawn. Yicho's mind raced. Evolution. Ding! The steel longsword has successfully evolved into the frost blade. Effect, each attack is imbued with frost power, increasing attack power by 30%. Ding! Soft armor successfully evolved into heavy soft armor. Effect, increases host's defense, reduces damage from attacks by 30% against beasts below level 40, and reduces damage from attacks by 10% against beasts between level 40 and 50. Ding! The bracers have successfully evolved into the wind bracers. Effect 1, increases the host's agility by 10 points. Effect 2, increases attack speed by 10%. A look of joy flashed in Yicho's eyes. This equipment will undoubtedly be a great help to him. He looked around, his gaze finally settling on the second treehouse on the left. The sign indicated that various medicines and food were sold there. Yicho jumped onto the big tree, lifted the curtain, and went into the treehouse. The interior was furnished like a small shop, with shelves filled with all kinds of food, including regular food and energy food similar to those supplied to war zones, as well as rows of shelves of medicines. "I want to trade some medicine and food for materials from exotic beasts," Yicho said directly. Behind the table near the cashier sat a middle-aged superhuman wearing glasses. Hearing Yicho's question, he adjusted his glasses and asked, "What level of medicine do you need?" "The highest level medicines here are only level 3, and there are only 3 types, stamina potions, antidotes, and healing potions," he continued. Yicho's heart skipped a beat. The so-called third-tier potion could only be used by third-tier ability users at most. He asked, "I want all 3 of these potions. Could you tell me the price?" The middle-aged superhuman sighed and explained, explained, the stamina potion costs 5,000 per bottle and can restore half of the stamina of a third-tier or lower professional within 15 minutes after consumption. The antidote costs 10,000 per bottle and can cure most poisoning conditions. The healing potion also costs 10,000 per bottle and can help third-tier or lower superhumans recover from injuries other than serious ones within 15 minutes after consumption. Yi Cho nodded and said, then I'll take 4 bottles of stamina potion, 2 bottles of antidote potion, and 6 bottles of healing potion. He then took out the teeth of the white ape of wind, calculated the price, and placed the corresponding quantity on the table. A glint flashed in the middle-aged superhuman's eyes, and he immediately took out the corresponding potion and handed it to Yi Cho. Yi Cho then used a detection spell on the healing potion. Healing potion, within 15 minutes of ingestion, it can help level 3 and below ability users recover from injuries other than severe ones. After confirming that everything was correct, Yi Cho immediately drank a bottle. He felt a warm current in his stomach and an energy flowed through his body, rapidly healing his injuries. He then bought some regular food and left the treehouse. There are treehouses nearby that buy materials from exotic beasts, but Yi Cho isn't interested. He feels that selling materials here would definitely result in lower prices, so he'd rather wait until he goes outside to sell them or directly exchange them for merit points. As he passed the treehouse where he had previously bought equipment, he heard a commotion inside. A young woman's voice said angrily, "This is outrageous. You're selling a regular grade weapon for 10,000 ability coins? Do you think we're stupid?" The other person responded impatiently, "I already said buy it or don't. What are you babbling about?" A playful glint flashed in Yi Cho's eyes as he kept an eye on the movements inside the room. Before long, the argument quickly escalated into a conflict, which became even more intense. It seemed that the group with the young woman's voice made the first move. Yi Cho shook his head helplessly. A female ability user who could establish and maintain a camp here long-term must be at least at the 4th level of strength. Most new recruits are at the 2nd tier level. For them to challenge a 4th tier expert is practically suicide. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, several figures flew out of the treehouse door and crashed to the ground with a loud thud. The female superhuman slowly walked out, and behind her, the faint phantom of a huge savage beast appeared, like an ancient totem. This is a totem warrior's special ability, extremely powerful, usually at level A or above. Yi Cho sensed that this female ability user's aura was even stronger than the earth bear he had seen before, and she was at least a 4th tier iron. He glanced again at the recruits on the ground. Leading the group was a female superhuman wielding a scepter, flanked by 2 male superhumans carrying long knives. Both were young, likely new recruits in the Mad Wolf Commando, just like him. Their faces were grim and filled with anger, but they clearly hadn't figured out what was going on. The female superhuman said sternly, "This is the Forest of Beasts, not your home, nor your school. Nobody's going to reason with you. The only reason I haven't given you a good beating is because you're new recruits and will be fighting against alien beasts in the future. Get out of here. Don't ruin my mood." Her tone was domineering and forceful. The 3 men below were furious, but they knew they couldn't beat her at all, so they could only grit their teeth and endure it. Yi Cho shook his head and was about to leave. Suddenly, the young female superhuman noticed him. "You're a new recruit too, right?" She stared at Yi Cho, her tone filled with expectation. Yi Cho frowned and replied, "What do you mean by that? That old woman is bullying us new recruits. As her comrade, you should join forces with us to resist her oppression," the young female superhuman said righteously. Yi Cho's eyes turned strange, and he said coldly, "Are you sick?" The female superhuman was stunned. "What illness do I have? If you're not sick, why would you say something like that?" Yi Cho retorted. Yi Cho laughed at that moment. "This is the Beast Forest. Selling equipment has to take risks. Isn't it normal for her to ask for a higher price? You kept complaining about the price being too high and refused to buy, even getting into a fight with someone and getting kicked out. Now you want me, an innocent person, to step in for you and help you deal with those people? Do you think I'm stupid?" The female superhuman's face turned pale and then flushed. "What do you mean by this?" Yi Cho had absolutely no interest in it, so he turned around and left, not bothering to pay any attention to this idiot. At this moment, the 2 male superhumans blushed instantly, just like boiling sheep. "You're really arrogant, kid." One of the male superhumans rolled over and got up, rushing forward to grab Yi Cho. Yi Cho yanked back, grabbed the other man's sleeve, and threw him away like trash. The man fell and looked quite disheveled. Another male superhuman activated his ability, his body swelled up, and he charged at Yi Cho with his knife. Yi Cho's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand and slapped him in the chest, sending him flying. With their level 20 strength, how dare they go head-to-head with him? The female superhuman's expression changed drastically. "What do you want to do?" Yi Cho didn't want to waste any more time, so he turned and left. He continued westward, this time fully equipped and much faster. Although we occasionally encountered snakes, insects, and strange beasts along the way, we didn't encounter any major troubles overall. Hiss! A sound came from the bushes. Yi Cho's eyes flickered. A huge, serpentine beast slowly crawled out. Upon seeing it, Yi Cho smiled slightly. This giant snake was an old acquaintance of his. It was the Tyrannosaurus Tyrannosaurus Rex that he and Xiao Rongrong had seen before. This Tyrannosaurus Rex is frighteningly high level, but Yi Qiu is no longer the same person he used to be. He drew his frost blade, and in a flash, charged forward. Although he hadn't fully adapted to the long sword, his base stats were strong, and every strike left a wound on the Tyrannosaurus Rex. -1000, -600, -800. Within minutes, the Tyrannosaurus Rex was covered in blood. Fear flashed in its eyes, and it turned and fled desperately. Yi Qiu's lips curled slightly, and the frost blade flashed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 24 monstrous beast, the Tyrant Serpent. You have gained 1200 experience points and 480 evolution points. Yi Qiu couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. In less than a month, he had been completely transformed. His strength had greatly increased, which made him extremely happy. Composing himself, he pulled out the fangs of the Tyrannosaurus Rex and continued on his way. This forest of strange beasts was unusually quiet. On the path Yi Qiu passed by, there were several corpses of strange beasts lying there. The crystal nucleus and the material have been taken away. Clearly, this place has been ransacked. Yi Qiu knew that if he stayed any longer, he would neither level up nor gain any points. After a moment's thought, he decided to quicken his pace. Another hour passed, and he was approaching the middle level of the misty forest. Actually, the terms middle layer and outer layer are just relative designations. The highest level alien beasts in the outer layer are only at the early stage of the 4th rank, while in the middle layer there are also low-level alien beasts, but the number of 4th rank and above has increased significantly. Yi Qiu thought to himself, if he still couldn't find a target, he might have to try his luck in the middle level that night. At this moment, the sky was getting dark, and it was already evening. Yi Qiu stopped, cleared a space, and took out the food and water he had bought earlier. Open the self-heating meal pack, add water, and 15 minutes later, a steaming hot meal will be served. This tastes much better than dry rations. Yi Qiu ate while waiting for the sky to completely darken. Suddenly, the sound of leaves rustling came from ahead. Yi Qiu's eyes flickered, but before he could speak, 3 unfamiliar superhumans approached. One was short and thin, one was tall and strong, and the other was thin and tall. Although they were all different in size, they were all wearing masks. Judging from their attire, they were clearly not members of the Wild Wolf Commando. Yi Qiu frowned slightly, a sense of vigilance rising in his heart. Young man. The short, thin-masked superhuman who was in the lead had a strange glint in his eyes when he saw the steaming food on the table. He then asked, "Can you sell us some food?" As he spoke, he pulled a crystal core from his pocket. This is the crystal core of a level 20 beast, the forest wolf. You're guaranteed to make a profit on this deal. If Yi Qiu were truly a superhuman, he would definitely be highly vigilant when facing these 3 masked strangers and would never provoke them easily. But at this moment, he was not afraid of these 3 people. After all, the strongest among them was only level 30, and he could easily deal with them. Is there poisonous fog around here? Why are you wearing masks? Yi Qiu slowly finished the last bite of his meal, put down the trash, and stared at them coldly as he asked, "It's fine if you don't want to do this business." The short, thin-masked superhuman was very polite. He waved to the 2 people behind him and then slowly walked towards Yi Qiu's side. The 2 groups of people passed each other by. Suddenly, a clear chime rang out. The short, thin-masked superhuman suddenly drew his short knife and slashed at Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu's eyes turned cold, and he dodged the knife with a flash, then kicked hard. The short, thin superhuman narrowly avoided the kick, took a step forward, and thrust his knife upwards. Yi Qiu's blood-red blade instantly materialized, and he blocked the attack with a backhand. At the same time, he gripped the frost blade tightly with his other hand and slashed out. The short, thin superhuman raised his knife to block, but was shaken by Yi Qiu's powerful strength. Seeing that things were going badly, the other 2 immediately activated their special abilities. The tall, muscular masked superhuman swelled up, transforming into a half-wolf, half-human form. Grade B werewolf ability. The thin-masked superhuman's fingernails suddenly grew longer, and his eyes flashed with blood-red light. Grade B vampire ability. The short, thin-masked superhuman's palms developed hard, scale-like armor, and his body swelled up. Grade A dragon vein ability. The 3 superpowered individuals rushed towards Yi Qiu at the same time. Yi Qiu sheathed his blood-stained blade, gripped his frost-covered longsword horizontally, and unleashed a powerful arc of light. The power of frost spread out, and the 3 of them staggered backward. Yi Qiu rushed out quickly, changed to gripping the frost blade directly, and slashed at the werewolf ability user. The werewolf with superpowers gripped the blade tightly with both hands, and despite his thick skin, blood still seeped from his palms. The next moment, the vampire rushed over, his right hand turning into a sharp claw, tearing at Yi Qiu's back. Unfortunately, sparks flew as Yi Qiu's armor blocked the claw attack. At the same time, he kicked the werewolf ability user hard in the stomach. The werewolf superhuman was kicked away, his internal organs churning, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, temporarily losing his ability to move. Yi Qiu slashed at the vampire with a backhand strike. The vampire with superpowers retreated hastily, but even so, one of his arms was severed by the blade. Even immortal vampires would find it difficult to recover from such severe injuries quickly. His eyes were filled with hatred, but he could only stagger backward. The Dragon Vein ability user roared, raising his hands in front of his chest, and a ball of pale golden light condensed. A hint of wariness flashed in Yichio's eyes. As expected of an A-level Dragon Vein ability, he sheathed his Frostblade, drew his Bloodthirsty Blade, took 2 or 3 steps forward, and activated damage stacking. Blood rained down as the pale golden orb unleashed by the Dragon Vein ability user was completely annihilated. Yichio quickly closed in. The fine, dragon scale-like bone layer was forcibly torn open, and fresh blood gushed out. Within 5 minutes, Yichio defeated all 3 superhumans. The Dragon Vein ability user spat out a mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth, saying, "You're quite something. However, every shelter strictly forbids humans from killing each other. Are you sure you want to attack us?" Yichio removed his mask, turned on his bracelet, and clicked to scan. Although it cannot connect to the internet, the information database built into the bracelet is still usable. Before long, the information of the Dragon Vein ability user appeared on the screen. Lanchio, Class B wanted criminal. He raped and murdered 3 women at the Dragon Sanctuary and fled after being exposed. Bounty, 500,000 ability coins. Your head is worth 500,000 superpower coins. Yichio sneered. To Lanchio, that smile was nothing short of devilish. He gritted his teeth and pleaded, "We have a lot of crystal cores on us, and there are some more hidden nearby, worth up to 1 million. If you let us go, all of these are yours." Yichio smiled coldly. "You think I would believe such a heinous crime as the rape and murder of 3 women?" Before he finished speaking, the sharp blade in his hand rose, and Lanchio's head fell to the ground with a thud. The other 2 superhumans split up and fled in different directions. Night had quietly fallen. Feeling the double strength that darkness bestowed upon his body, Yichio sighed softly, shook his head, activated his Shadow Blade ability, and a shadow enveloped his entire body as he silently disappeared into the darkness. Before long, the 2 were captured and brought back. The wristbands revealed that both individuals were wanted by the Tianlong Sanctuary as superhumans. One of the werewolf superhumans murdered his entire family out of personal grudges, while the vampire superhuman was a psychopath who tortured and killed his girlfriend, thus becoming a wanted criminal. What a den of snakes and rats. Yichio shook his head in disappointment and casually checked the storage bags on their bodies. Tisk, 11 second-tier or higher beast cores and 27 first-tier cores? How stingy. After putting away his spoils, Yichio couldn't help but complain a few times before getting up and heading deeper into the Misty Forest. Meanwhile, the temporary base of the Wild Wolf Commando team is located in the Misty Forest. It's already the 3rd day. How are the new recruits doing? A stern-faced young man in a Samsung Guardian uniform asked a question to the soldier beside him. The military commanders of the shelter are collectively referred to as Guardians, and are divided into 9 stars based on their strength and achievements. How is that possible? A 3-star Guardian, with strength at least at the 4th tier. Guardian. About 17% of the new recruits have used signal transmitters to call for assistance. The soldier activated his wristband and reported in a low voice, of these 17% of new recruits, 16 are seriously wounded and 3 have been killed in action. The young man's eyes relaxed slightly. 3,000 new recruits. In a little over 3 days, 51 were eliminated, 16 were injured, and 3 died. Compared to previous years, the numbers are much fewer. It seems that this year's new recruits are indeed of good quality. A steady voice came from behind me. The young man turned around and saw a middle-aged man wearing a 4-star badge on his chest walking slowly towards him. The young man nodded and said, "It's our Mad Wolf Commando team's good fortune to be able to recruit such a new batch of blood." Suddenly, a piercing alarm blared. Everyone turned their attention to the big screen. Strong energy fluctuations detected in the middle layer of the Misty Forest. Suspected 6th-tier calamity-level beast has appeared. In fact, early mythical beasts were not subdivided into 9 tiers, but were only divided into 3 levels based on their destructive range. 1st to 3rd tier beasts are classified as harmful, 4th to 6th tiers as calamity, and 7th to 9th tiers as disaster. Harm-level alien beasts slaughter villages and towns, calamity-level alien beasts destroy cities, and disaster-level alien beasts threaten the entire sanctuary. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for a 6th-tier calamity-level alien beast to appear in the Misty Forest near the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. Even in the core area, there are only 5th-tier beasts. The middle-aged man's expression changed slightly, and he immediately ordered, "Quickly lock onto the area of the supernatural energy fluctuation." The technician responded quickly, but the next moment, his expression turned strangely eerie, and he said in a trembling voice, "The energy fluctuations of the alien beast have disappeared." The middle-aged man frowned. What exactly happened? No, it didn't disappear. This energy fluctuation from the alien beast is moving outwards at an extremely fast speed. The technician's expression changed drastically. He typed on the keyboard, and soon a red dot appeared on the big screen, moving slowly. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and immediately gave the order. "Notify the Mad Wolf Commando headquarters to have Master Chenling activate the mine network and instruct all new recruits to evacuate as quickly as possible." Chenling, a 6-star guardian of the Mad Wolf Commando team and a 6th-tier 3rd-tier Mind Warlock possesses profound expertise in the realms of soul and spirit. Horror. Innate skill, Mind Network, can construct a mental network covering a small town, connecting all human ability users and enabling real-time communication. Soon after, Chenling's husband, Fang Jianxiong, a 5th-tier sword immortal and also a 6-star guardian, rushed with her to the outer edge of the misty forest and released the Mind Network. An invisible mental fluctuation rapidly spread out. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in Yi Qiu's mind. Abnormal mental energy fluctuations have occurred? Does the host wish to receive this information? A hint of confusion flashed in Yi Qiu's eyes. Abnormal fluctuations in mental energy? What's going on? After a moment's thought, he ultimately chose to refuse. In this misty forest, caution is always the best policy. After refusing the prompt, Yi Qiu continued forward. Birds took flight in fright from the woods ahead. Yi Qiu's expression changed slightly. Could it be that a powerful alien beast has appeared? He swiftly activated Shadow Blade, and a shadowy aura enveloped his body. Tap tap. The sound of rapid hoofbeats came from afar. Yi Qiu immediately drew his frost blade, ready for battle. A magnificent, mythical beast with hooves treading on fire and a body entirely black, resembling a nightmare from mythology, appeared in sight. The beastly horse's eyes gleamed with a blood-red light, yet it was filled with panic as it fled quickly, not even noticing Yi Qiu's presence. Yi Qiu's heart stirred, and he immediately determined the identity of the strange beast. Advanced mythical beast, Nightmare Horse. Nightmare horses are extremely rare. In addition to their crystal cores, a pearl-like substance will also form in their brains. This pill can assist mental ability users in their cultivation. It is extremely valuable. Although the Nightmare Horse in front of us is not the strongest in the clan, it is still a high-level 3rd-tier beast. Yi Qiu flashed forward and charged at it, his frost-covered longsword flashing with a sharp light. The Nightmare Horse let out a mournful screech, and a wave surged in its crimson eyes. Its body seemed to transform into a sea of blood and hell, and fear and oppression immediately struck Yi Qiu's heart. Immediately afterwards, the moon ring on Yi Qiu's finger shone with dazzling light. Dispel negative status effects. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and charged at the Nightmare Horse once more. The Nightmare Horse also charged head-on. Yi Qiu nimbly dodged, the blade slicing across its shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. The pain caused the Nightmare Horse to go berserk. It raised half its body and stomped its hooves hard on Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu nimbly dodged, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes, creating a flurry of blade shadows. -1,000, -1,400, -1,500. In less than 5 minutes, the Nightmare Horse was covered in blood, let out a mournful cry, and finally collapsed. Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 40 monster Nightmare Horse. You have gained 2,000 experience points and 800 evolution points. Yi Qiu was slightly taken aback. This Nightmare Horse is actually a level 40 beast? Was it seriously injured before? He looked through the data and indeed found that the Nightmare Horse had many broken ribs. Clearly, this guy was already injured. At the same time, Yi Qiu noticed a scroll under the Nightmare Horse. He picked up the scroll and used his detection technique. One-time intermediate skill scroll. Grants the user any one-time intermediate skill upon use. Yi Qiu silently recited the incantation, preparing to use it. Level, LV 26.5%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 128 plus 15. Intelligence, 106 plus. Physical Condition, 121 plus 5. Mental Strength, 121 plus. Agility, 118 plus 10. Evolution Point, 19080. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Normal Skills, Damage Stacking, Intermediate Skill, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Detection, Basic Skill, can be evolved, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Lurker, One-Time Intermediate Skill, can be used. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, Excellent. King Crocodile Bracers, Superior. Ring of the Moon, Superior. Light Boots, Superior. Frost Longsword, Superior. Wind Bracers, Superior. Heavy Armor, Superior. Yi Qiu activated the one-time intermediate skill, Mental Interference. Shadow Lurker, can evade the detection of high-level beasts of rank 6 and below. Duration, half an hour. Yi Qiu had mixed feelings. Block the senses of alien beasts? The skill, Shadow Lurker, sounds a bit useless. However, since it's a one-time intermediate skill, it's better to keep it than not have it at all. He took out the Nightmare Horse's pill and crystal core and continued on his way. Less than 10 minutes later, a sound like a cow mooing came from afar. Yi Qiu's heart stirred, and he looked up. Sure enough, a blue ox emerged from the thick fog. Azure Ox, a 3rd-tier exotic beast. However, this blue ox was covered in purplish-blue wounds, clearly indicating that it had suffered serious injuries. Yi Qiu charged out with his long sword in hand, the blade flashing like raindrops. A hint of human-like anger flashed in the eyes of the blue ox. It opened its mouth and let out a moo, and a pale blue aura suddenly emanated from its body. The air currents converged in the air, transforming into sharp wind blades that shot swiftly toward Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu's expression changed slightly, and he swung his frost-covered longsword continuously, shattering the wind blades one by one. The Azure Bull followed closely behind the wind blades and charged towards Yichio, its massive horns crashing down fiercely. Its speed was extremely fast, and Yichio quickly dodged, while at the same time switching his frost blade to the bloodthirsty blade. Damage stacking. Bloodlust and Fury. With the skill stacked on bloodthirsty blade, Yichio's attack power instantly increased by 120%. 2000, 1600, 1200. The already severely injured Azurox was immediately put at a disadvantage. It tried to unleash wind blades again, but Yichio successfully intercepted each and every cyan wind blade. Not long after, a spray of blood suddenly gushed from the neck of the Azure Bull. Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 36 beast Azure Bull. You have gained 1800 experience points and 720 evolution points. Yichio breathed a long sigh of relief, but there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Both the Azurox and the Nightmare Horse were injured. Something just doesn't feel right. He pondered for a moment, then decided not to venture deeper into the forest, but instead to hunt the strange beasts along the outer edge of the middle layer. Suddenly, a dull thump-thump sound came from ahead. Yichio's expression changed slightly. The thump-thump sound was like the beat of a drum, with a distinct rhythm, and in Yichio's perception, the source of the sound was quite far away from him. His expression immediately turned serious. At that moment, two dazzling lights shone in the sky. A middle-aged man riding a sword and a middle-aged woman surrounded by white light hovered about 100 miles away from Yichio in the sky above the forest. Under the oppressive aura of the two, the surrounding mist dispersed, and Yichio could vaguely see their figures. He recognized them. Fang Jianxian, the Sword Immortal. Spiritualist Chan Ling. During his time in the shelter's recruit camp, Yichio had heard of these two renowned and powerful individuals. In the distance, a colossal dragon-headed tortoise, as large as a mountain, slowly appeared. It roared to the sky, and terrifying shockwaves spread instantly. Centered on it, the surrounding trees fell down one after another. Yichio felt a sharp pain in his chest from the shockwave, and almost vomited blood. Without hesitation, he quickly activated Shadow Blade and initiated Shadow Lurk, escaping at top speed. Half an hour later, Yichio finally managed to escape from the middle layer to the outer layer after exhausting all his strength. Then, he spent another 3 hours completely leaving the misty forest. That giant dragon-headed tortoise is at least a 6th-tier beast. Otherwise, Sword Immortal Fang Jianxiang and Mind Sorcerer Chen Ling would never have shown up. Sure enough, only a few military vehicles remained outside the misty forest, seemingly preparing to leave as well. Yichio quickly stepped forward. The two-star guardian in charge of this matter frowned slightly upon seeing him. Why are you only arriving now? Didn't you hear the notification in the Mind Network? Yichio's face darkened, but he quickly concealed his emotions. I heard you, but, so that's why we're missing one person. It's you. The two-star guardian waved his hand and said, alright, stop dawdling and get in the car. Yichio nodded and quickly jumped onto the chariot. Inside the car were two young female ability users crying, their clothes stained with blood, clearly indicating that one of their companions had fallen in the misty forest. Without saying much, he simply turned on the bracelet. Most tanks are equipped with dedicated base stations for shelters. Yichio's expression changed slightly as he browsed the information. It turns out that a few hours ago, a 6th-tier alien beast, the dragon turtle, inexplicably appeared in the middle level of the misty forest, and this incident directly led to the interruption of the new recruit assessment. Mind Sorcerer Chen Ling also activated the Mind Network, notifying everyone to evacuate. Yichio felt a little embarrassed. It turns out that the previous unusual mental fluctuations were actually signals from the mental network. This time, the system led him astray once again. If he stays any longer, forget about leveling up. A single roar from the dragon turtle could kill him instantly. But his desire to become stronger was amplified to an extreme at this moment. If I were any weaker, I probably wouldn't even be able to save my life. How can one then talk about reaching the pinnacle and dominating the world? Having calmed his inner turmoil, Yichio loosened his clenched fists, took out a recovery potion, and prepared to take it. Do you have any extra recovery potions? Suddenly, a girl's voice, sounding anxious, came from behind her. Yichio opened his eyes. Yes, but I have to buy it. I do have a few spare recovery potions left. The girl hesitated for a moment, then took out several level 20 beast cores. That should be enough. Yichio took the crystal core and handed her 2 recovery potions. Seeing the 2 extra vials of medicine in her hand, a look of surprise flashed in the girl's eyes, and she thanked her repeatedly. Thank you. After taking the recovery potion, Yichio prepared some food for himself. The aroma of food filled the carriage. Ahead, several superhumans were already starting to feel hungry. The girl who had just bought the medicine asked curiously, young man, where did you get all this food? Yichio casually replied, there's a market-like place on the outer edge of the misty forest. I traded it for materials from exotic beasts. I see. The girl's eyes lit up with understanding. Then you're really lucky to have found the market. The other girl beside her seemed still grieving. If we could also find the market and buy the recovery potion, Xiaotian wouldn't have died. Yichio didn't participate in the chatter. He closed his eyes and quietly rested. More than 2 hours later, the noise in the carriage gradually grew louder. Yichio Yicho frowned and opened his eyes. The evaluation rules for the first round of assessments have been released? I heard that the results will be judged based on the number of alien beasts we've hunted so far. That's so unfair. That's right, it was originally supposed to last 7 days, but it ended 3 days early, completely disrupting the plan. What can we do if it's unfair? We can only accept it. What bad luck. Why did the dragon turtle have to show up of all times? Yicho wasn't entirely sure about his ranking, but he knew that his overall score in the first round was pretty good. An hour later, in the central square of the Wild Wolf Sanctuary, nearly 1,000 new recruits gathered here, discussing the upcoming recruit assessment. What exactly happened? Did you see that dragon turtle? I was close enough to see it. A 6th-tier beast is truly terrifying. I heard that several Tier 3 recruits who rashly ventured into the middle level were directly injured by the shockwave generated by the dragon turtle's roar, and some even lost their lives as a result. That was terrifying. Luckily, I didn't go to the middle level. However, half an hour ago, the Sword Immortal and that Mind Mage teamed up to hunt down the dragon turtle, so the Mad Wolf Sanctuary is no longer in danger. Thanks to these two experts. Yicho stood in the crowd, his expression calm. Just then, a familiar voice came from behind. He turned his head to look. Qin Sashue, clad in light armor and carrying a long sword, walked slowly towards them. Fang Zilong, carrying a long spear, followed behind her. However, Qin Sakshu and Fang Zilong both looked unwell, covered in dust and dirt, and with some minor injuries. A hint of worry flashed in Yicho's eyes as he asked, "Sister Sashue, are you alright?" "I'm fine," Qin Sakshu asked back. She looked Yicho up and down. "You're alright? How come you have so much blood on you?" Yicho chuckled and said, "The blood on my body is from strange beasts. I'm not injured." Seeing that he was in good condition, Qin Sakshu breathed a sigh of relief. "It's good that you're alright." Yicho took out a recovery potion from his pocket and handed it to Qin Sakshu. "Sister Sakshu, you are injured. Use this potion to ease your condition first." A look of doubt flashed in Qin Sakshu's eyes. "Where did you get this recovery potion?" Yicho offered a few casual explanations, and Qin Sakshu's eyes showed surprise. "You're really lucky." She pondered for a moment, then took the medicine and swallowed it in one gulp. Her injuries had indeed eased considerably, and Qin Sakshu looked relieved. She then took out a 2nd-tier exotic beast crystal and handed it to Yicho. "I can't just take yours for nothing." Qin Sakshu has a straightforward personality and hates being indecisive, so Yicho didn't refuse and reached out to take it. Fang Zilong also took out a crystal. "Do you have any more? I'd like to buy one too." Yicho glanced at Fang Zilong, then took out a recovery potion and handed it to him. "If I want to sell it to you, I'll have to raise the price." Fang Zilong gave a wry smile and added another tooth from the strange beast. Just then, an announcement suddenly rang out. "The results of the first round of assessments will be announced soon. All recruits, silence." Everyone stopped talking. On the high platform, Zhao Jianghai appeared as promised. His expression was serious as he said in a deep voice, "This recruit assessment has been forced to be suspended due to the appearance of the Tier 6 alien beast, the dragon turtle. However, 3 days is enough time for everyone to hunt down the strange beasts. Therefore, the final score of this assessment will be based on the quantity and quality of the strange beasts you hunt down during these 3 days. In 3 minutes, the Protoss mainframe will automatically rank you based on the data recorded on your wristbands. We declare that the Protoss supercomputer is absolutely fair and will not be biased in any way." Tension immediately rose in everyone's eyes. Soon, the large screen at the other end of the square lit up, displaying a line of text. "Results of the assessment for the 29th cohort of the Mad Wolf Commando Team." Immediately afterwards, the subtitles changed. "First place, Yicho." Upon seeing these words, everyone looked puzzled. Isn't this person one of the top graduates from various universities? Holy Knight Qin Sakshu, Fearless Dragonlance Fang Zilong, and Shadow Walker Diana are not in first place. A subtitle then popped up. 16 years old, a C-rank Shadow Blade user, has hunted and killed 37 2nd-tier alien beasts, 7 3rd-tier alien beasts, and 51 1st-tier alien beasts, for a total score of 660 points. The expressions on everyone's faces changed drastically. How could a C-level ability user achieve such impressive results? Did the Protoss mainframe malfunction? Just then, a beam of light appeared and enveloped Yicho. Qin Sakshu's face was full of surprise, while Fang Zilong was dumbfounded, his eyes wide open. Suddenly someone stood up and shouted, "That's not fair! How could a 16-year-old, a high school sophomore, possibly kill so many monsters?" "That's right, there's definitely something fishy going on here. Request the Protoss supercomputer to re-verify." "That's right, we need fairness." Zhao Jianghai frowned slightly. He had met Yicho before and remembered him, the young man who won the championship in the superpower competition. But Yicho is only 16 years old, and his supernatural abilities have only recently been awakened. Hunting down a Tier 3 alien beast is truly unbelievable. A thought struck him, and he whispered to the warriors behind him, "Request the Protoss mainframe to verify again." The information on the big screen was also updated accordingly. Secondary verification in progress. Yicho, 16 years old, a C-level Shadow Blade user, has hunted 30 37 second-tier alien beasts, including 14 scaled deer, 6 wind white apes. This time, not only were Yi Qiu's achievements listed, but the types of exotic beasts he hunted were also disclosed in detail. His photos also appeared simultaneously. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Impossible! The scaled deer and the wind white ape are both elemental beasts. How could Yi Qiu possibly kill them? And there's the third-tier beast, the earth bear, a remarkably powerful elemental beast. How could Yi Qiu, a mere 16-year-old, kill it? Is he dreaming? There's definitely something wrong here. Even the Protoss mainframe is being questioned. Discussions spread rapidly, with some even questioning the impartiality of the Protoss mastermind. This is undoubtedly a bad sign. Zhao Jianghai frowned. I have important information to share. Just then, a two-star guardian spoke up. Zhao Jianghai's heart skipped a beat, and he gestured, "Please speak." This two-star guardian was the same person who had seen Yi Qiu before. He said in a deep voice, "Judging from the photo, Yi Qiu, who ranked first in this recruit assessment, is the very person who was among the last batch to be evacuated from the Misty Forest. I suspect that the reason Yi Qiu was able to hunt so many powerful beasts and get such a high score is because those strange beasts were already severely injured by the dragon turtle." The moment he finished speaking, the scene erupted in an uproar. "I told you so. What's the point of getting a high score by luck?" The dragon turtle injured all those strange beasts before Yi Qiu went to take advantage of the situation. Is this result truly authentic? That's right. I disagree. Bathed in the beam of light, Yi Qiu stood amidst the crowd, his gaze remaining calm despite the doubts and ridicule. He knew that the misunderstandings of others could not shake his resolve. These misunderstandings, even if they cost him a piece of flesh, would not make him back down an inch. He will only become more determined to become stronger. Everything else is just fleeting smoke. At this moment, Zhao Jianghai, who had briefly investigated the situation, found himself in a dilemma. The two-star guardians wouldn't lie to him about this. Yi Qiu was indeed among the last group to return to the Mad Wolf Sanctuary in a war chariot. However, the Protoss Overmind is their supreme commander, and in principle, their judgment cannot be disobeyed. Qin Saksha bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, and then suddenly asked Yi Qiu, "Yi Qiu, is it really as they say?" Yi Qiu shook his head. Two of the strange beasts were indeed injured by the dragon turtle's shockwave, but the others, I hunted them all myself. Qin Saksha took a deep breath and suddenly raised her hand. Seeing Qin Sakshu, known as the Holy Knight, raise her hand, Zhao Jianghai said, "New recruit, is there anything you'd like to say?" Everyone's attention turned to her. Someone recognized Qin Sakshu's identity. "Holy Knight, Qin Sakshu. She'll definitely speak up for us this time." "That's right, we can't let that good-for-nothing Yi Qiu win the championship. Our achievements should never be crushed by Yi Qiu, a weakling." "However," Qin Sakshu said, "I'd like to ask Commander Zhao a question first." Zhao Jianghai replied in a deep voice, "Ask away." Qin Sakshu asked, "In battle, is luck also considered a part of strength?" Zhao Jianghai looked puzzled and hesitated before saying, "Luck may have nothing to do with strength, but sometimes, luck does affect life safety and determines many things." Qin Sakshu continued, "In that case, isn't Yi Qiu's hunting of the alien beast because of the dragon turtle's shockwave also part of his luck?" Zhao Jianghai nodded, "That's true." "Well, since that's the case," Qin Sakshu firmly stated, "we have no right to deny Yi Qiu's achievements." Fang Zilong, who was standing next to Qin Sakshu, tugged at her sleeve and whispered, "Sakshu, don't be confused." But Qin Sakshu remained resolute. Furthermore, Yi Qiu also said that he personally hunted many of the strange beasts, so we can only deny some of his achievements. At most, we can make appropriate adjustments. Zhao Jianghai also felt that it made sense. If we completely follow the Protoss Overmind's decision, everyone will definitely find it hard to accept. Adjustments are inevitable. After a moment's thought, Zhao Jianghai said, "Protoss Overlord, convene the Guardian Council. We need your opinions on how to adjust Yi Qiu's grades." Soon, Zhao Jianghai gathered the opinions of the Guardians of the Mad Wolf Commando team. He announced in a deep voice, "Based on the majority opinion, Yi Qiu's score will be half of his total points as his final result. Yi Qiu's final score is 330 points. At this moment, the second place result was displayed on the large screen controlled by the Protoss mainframe. Second place, Diana, S-rank Shadow Walker, hunted 3 Tier 3 beasts, 14 Tier 2 beasts, and 21 Tier 1 beasts, for a total score of 315 points. Upon seeing this, everyone fell silent. The reason is simple and clear. Even Diana, who came in second place, only had a total score of 315 points. He scored 15 points less than Yi Qiu, whose score was halved. Instantly, another uproar erupted below. Yi Qiu is still number one even after the discount. You can't calculate it like that at all. Wouldn't that mean we'd all be left behind by him? I don't even know what to say. Yi Qiu's luck is just too good. Absolutely incredible. Zhao Jianghai was also confused. Even some of the guardians nearby were not prepared for this outcome. In midair, Chen Ling, a 6th-level mind mage, suddenly said to her husband Zhang Jiansheng beside her, "This young man named Yi Qiu may not have gotten such a high score because of the dragon turtle." Zhang Jiansheng frowned slightly and asked in confusion, confusion. What do you mean by that? Previously, I activated the mind network. A hint of complexity flashed in Chen Ling's eyes as she said, but, to my recollection, I've never heard of this young superhuman named Yiqiu. As a 6th-tier mind mage, Chen Ling is already one of the top beings among humans in the realm of spirit and soul. She was extremely confident in her judgment and would never be wrong. Chen Ling looked at Yiqiu, her eyes also filled with complex emotions. Moreover, his strength is quite extraordinary. He doesn't seem like a superhuman who has only recently awakened his abilities. Perhaps, Zhang Jianxiong replied casually, but the strength of the human race has never depended on any one individual. It is thanks to the concerted efforts and hard work of countless predecessors that we have the life we enjoy today. I value this whole group of young people more than any one individual. Chen Ling didn't say much, she just nodded slightly. Geniuses emerge every year, but if they cannot grow to the 7th rank or above, they will be unable to play a role in the overall situation of the alien beast battlefield. About an hour later, all the results were announced. Qin Sakshu has 285 points, ranking 6th. Fang Zilong has 290 points, ranking 5th. Both players performed consistently. Qin Sakshu smiled and said to Yiqiu, we have 3 days of rest ahead of us. Shall we go out for a meal to celebrate? Yiqiu nodded. Great, I was just thinking of going to check out the Mad Wolf Sanctuary to sell the crystal cores and materials. Qin Sakshu nodded in agreement. Fang Zilong stood beside him, unsure of what to say. Qin Sakshu glanced at him. What are you doing here? Aren't you going back to rest? A hint of grievance appeared in Fang Zilong's eyes. He and Qin Sakshu were classmates for 4 years in college and teammates for 2 years. But why do I feel like an outsider right now? In fact, Fang Zilong was caught in a trap within a trap. For years have passed, and he has still not been able to develop a romantic relationship with Qin Sakshu, yet he still harbors feelings for her. This can only mean that Qin Sakshu doesn't have those feelings for him. Qin Sakshu glanced at him. Didn't you just say you were seriously injured? Go back and rest. Helpless, Fang Zilong could only walk while looking back. Yiqiu could see through his thoughts, but he and Fang Zilong weren't close, so why would he help him pursue Sister Sa Shui? The two left the square with the crowd and took a tram to a nearby shopping street. Technology is also developing in this world. However, due to the existence of alien beasts and superhumans, the technology tree has also been distorted. For example, the Protoss mainframe is said to have been developed using the brain of a cataclysmic beast combined with biocomputer technology. It's only one step away from the strong artificial intelligence that Yiqiu had in mind. In addition, biotechnology is advancing rapidly, enabling even severed limbs to be quickly reattached. Meanwhile, similar technologies for modifying humans have emerged, but the Mad Wolf Sanctuary is relatively traditional and has not yet seen these changes, and the sanctuary's regulations explicitly prohibit such situations from occurring. Soon, the two arrived in front of a large hotel. Yiqiu and Qin Sakshu enjoyed their meal to the fullest. Afterwards, Qin Sakshu took Yiqiu to sell the alien beast cores and materials. There won't be any problems with you following me this time, Qin Sakshu said, but if you go alone, you'll definitely be pressured to lower the price. Every year, there are new recruits who haven't properly learned about alien beasts and get tricked. Yiqiu nodded. It's so nice to have Sister Sa Shui by my side. Stop being so cheeky. Qin Sakshu's eyes were gentle, but her tone was serious. Learn as much knowledge about exotic beasts as you can. In the end, it's all beneficial and harmless. Okay. Yiqiu nodded in agreement. Soon, the two arrived at a building with a sign that read Beast Material Exchange. Qin Sakshu explained, the Beast Materials Exchange is not the place with the highest purchase price, but I can guarantee that this place will not rip you off, and it is directly under the command of the Mad Wolf Commando team, so part of the expenses can be settled with merit points. Merit points can be exchanged for all sorts of good things in the Mad Wolf Commando, such as the latest technological products and training time in the combat skills training ground. On the contrary, equipment, potions, and scrolls are relatively secondary. Yiqiu's heart skipped a beat, so that's how it is. As soon as the two entered, they saw many new recruits buying materials inside. Qin Sakshu led Yiqiu to a counter. You go first. Yiqiu calmly took out the crystal cores and materials he had collected earlier. 46 Tier 1 Beast Crystal Cores, 28 Tier 2 Beast Crystal Cores, and 6 Tier 3 Beast Crystal Cores. The bespectacled, elderly appraiser's fingers flew across the paper as he finished counting the materials. He immediately used a specialized energy analyzer to analyze them and calculate their specific value. If you sell them all, the total will be 2,180,000 ability coins, and the portion settled based on merit points will be 1,090 merit points. The veteran appraiser explained, the merit value accounts for 50% of the total value of the materials and crystal nuclei. Yiqiu looked at Qin Sakshu. Qin Sakshu whispered a reminder to him. Let's calculate the final price based on 50% of the merit points. After a moment's thought, Yiqiu left behind about a dozen high-grade crystal cores. After all, it may be used to upgrade equipment in the future. Although he lost 30% of both his ability coins and merit points, he didn't care. After all, he doesn't have many places to spend money. This is a superpower coin card. This is a merit card. New recruits need to activate it with a bracelet. The old appraiser handed it to him with a smile. Yi Qiu accepted it with both hands, a complex look in his eyes. These two cards are worth a total of 3 million ability coins. The potential value of their achievements is immeasurable. In this world where great power is integrated into oneself, becoming stronger means becoming wealthy. Over here, Shin Sakshu also took out the materials on the exotic beasts she had collected. She appeared more meticulous and collected more materials. The total value is only 1.8 million. At this moment, Shin Sakshu suggested that she wanted to see if there was any suitable equipment. Yi Qiu nodded in agreement. Seeing Shin Sakshu's focused gaze, Yi Qiu hesitated before asking, "Sister Sakshu, what level of equipment are you using right now?" "Usually, they're premium quality," Shin Sakshu replied casually, selecting equipment from the shelf. Yi Qiu opened the system panel to take a look. Level, LV 26.5%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 128 plus 15. Intelligence, 106 plus. Physical Condition, 121 plus 5. Mental Strength, 121 plus. Agility, 118 plus 10. Evolution Points, 19800. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Normal Skills, Damage Stacking, Intermediate Skill, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Detection, Basic Skill, can be evolved, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Lurker, one-time intermediate skill, can be used. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. King Crocodile Bracers, superior. Ring of the Moon, excellent. Light Boots, superior. Frost Longsword, superior. Wind Bracers, superior. Heavy Armor, superior. He decided in his heart to use evolution points to upgrade the Deviljo Bracers. System notification. The evolution of the King Terror Crocodile Tiger Cub requires 2 Tier 3 crystal cores and 3,000 evolution points. Yi Qiu took off his wristband, put it in his pocket, and silently agreed. When it was taken out again, the Devil Crocodile King bracelet had changed its appearance. The surface is covered with fine, dragon scale-like golden patterns, and a gemstone is set on each side. Superior equipment, Crocodile Spirit Bracers. Effect 1, increases the user's strength by 25 points. Effect 2, every 7 days, a Crocodile Spirit Phantom can be summoned to unleash an attack equivalent to the full force attack of a newly ascended 4th tier beast. Yi Qiu's heart stirred. The effect is really good. Although the strength bonus is only 5 points more than the original bracers, the ability to summon a Crocodile Spirit Phantom every 7 days is equivalent to having an additional powerful skill with a long cooldown. He called out softly, "Sister Sa Shui." Shin Sakshu turned to look at him. "What's wrong?" Yi Qiu handed over the wristband. "Try wearing this wristband." The wristbands were exquisitely designed, and Shin Sakshu had no doubts, so she immediately put them on. Upon seeing the effect displayed on the panel, Shin Sakshu's eyes widened instantly. Superior grade wristbands? And they're so effective. She hurriedly grabbed Yi Qiu's sleeve. "Where did you get this?" Yi Qiu smiled and replied, "I obtained it by chance in the misty forest." Shin Sakshu simply took off the wristband she was holding and handed it back to him. "This suits you better." Yi Qiu shook his head. "This isn't very useful to me. Sister Sa Shui, I need ordinary equipment more. If you're really afraid of being taken advantage of, you can just give me some money or merit points." Shin Sakshu's heart stirred. As a melee ability user, she really wanted those Crocodile Spirit Bracers. She gritted her teeth and took out 2 cards from her storage bag. "There are 3 million in this superpower coin storage card. The other one is the merit points I accumulated during my 6-month internship at the Azure Phoenix shelter during my university years, totaling 1,500 points. Perhaps it's not enough. I'll find a way to add more later." Yi Qiu shook his head and said, "Sister Sa Shui, I am already very grateful that you are willing to stand up for me. Consider this price difference my way of repaying you." Shin Sakshu nodded emphatically. The difference between excellent grade equipment and superior grade equipment is not just in terms of stats, their rarity is worlds apart. Her gratitude towards Yi Qiu grew even stronger. "Yi Qiu, if you encounter any difficulties in the Mad Wolf Commando team in the future, just let me know. Sister Sa Shui, I will definitely help if I can." Yi Qiu looked at her burning gaze, chuckled, and said, "Sister Sa Shui, I understand. Don't be so serious, it makes me feel embarrassed." Shin Sakshu was amused by Yi Qiu's words and said softly, All right. Yi Qiu glanced at the medicine cabinet next to him again. "Let's go take a look at the various medicines. These are also essential." Shin Sakshu nodded. There were quite a few customers in the pharmacy area. Yi Qiu and Shin Sakshu waited for a while before finally arriving at the counter. "What would you two like to buy?" Behind the counter was a pretty female shop assistant with a gentle smile, a friendly attitude, and a very professional demeanor. "I'd like to ask, what are the approximate prices of the detoxification, healing, and recovery potions suitable for 3rd to 4th tier ability users here?" Yi Qiu asked. "The price is relatively high, but it's definitely worth it." The female shop assistant opened the bracelet as she spoke. A light screen lit up on the wristband, displaying 3 rows of goods. The first row contains antidotes. Type A antidote, level 3 suitable for accidental inhalation or ingestion of plant or fungal toxins. Detoxification time is approximately 15 minutes, but may vary slightly depending on the individual's constitution. The better the constitution, the shorter the detoxification time. Price, 10,000 ability coins. Type B antidote, level 3 suitable for animal toxins such as those from venomous insects. Detoxification time is approximately 7 minutes. The second row contains healing potions, and the third row contains recovery potions. After looking around, Yichio bought 3 high-level antidotes that he might need. He also picked the best healing and recovery potions, buying 5 of each. The same was true for Chin Sakshu. She even bought more. She couldn't help but ask Yichio, "Yichio, have you broken through to the 3rd rank yet?" Yichio simply nodded. Although his superpower level has not yet reached the 3rd tier, his true strength has already surpassed that level. With the help of his innate skill Dark Hour, his strength is almost approaching the 4th tier. Chin Sakshu saw Yichio nod, and although she had some doubts, she didn't ask any more questions. She possesses the powerful ability of a divine halo and can vaguely sense Yichio's strength. However, the fact that this childhood sweetheart's younger brother only awakened a C-level ability suggests there must be a hidden reason behind it. As the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but he is guilty of possessing a treasure. Chin Sakshu also hoped that Yichio could keep the secret. At this moment, Chin Sakshu's bracelet emitted a beeping sound. She frowned slightly and opened the bracelet. Upon seeing a text message, he couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. "Yichio, I have something to attend to. I have to go first." Seeing Chin Sakshu's serious expression, Yichio didn't try to stop her. "Go ahead. If you encounter anything you can't handle, remember to tell me. I might be able to help. Thank you for your understanding." Chin Sakshu nodded, paid, picked up her things, and quickly left. Yichio continued browsing the pre-sale materials exchange. "Young man, your weapon is a bit damaged. Would you like to consider repairing it?" Suddenly, a voice came from the side. Yichio's heart skipped a beat, and he turned his head to look. He saw a young superhuman wearing leather armor staring at him. "Are you here to solicit business?" Yichio asked cautiously. The young superhuman replied with a smile, "Our sky armor is renowned throughout the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. Both our craftsmanship and our prices are top-notch. If you need your weapons repaired, you might consider us." As he spoke, a small piece of paper appeared in his hand, which he handed to Yichio with both hands. Yichio took it and glanced at it briefly. He casually drew the frost blade from his waist, and sure enough, there were some small nicks and scratches on the blade, and a rather large gash on his wrist guard. "It's definitely time to repair the equipment." But instead of setting off immediately, he took out his phone and checked the reputation of the sky armor. He discovered that this place, which resembled a blacksmith shop, had good reviews, and many professionals were willing to go there to repair their weapons. So Yichio went there in person, following the address on the card. "Do you need your armor repaired?" There, a pretty girl was waiting for a customer. When she saw Yichio, her eyes lit up and she couldn't resist. Yichio nodded. "Yes, I need to repair the equipment." The girl then led him to the back. There were rows of workbenches there, and several professional restorers were working intently. Yichio removed his heavy armor and wind bracers, and also took off his frost longsword. "These 3 pieces of equipment are all of excellent quality," the girl said after looking at them. "The quality is very good, but the repair costs may be a bit high. Longsword, 30,000 ability coins, wrist guards, 10,000, armor, 50,000. Yichio considered in his mind that he could completely accept this price. After all, top-quality equipment is worth over $1 million, so this repair cost is reasonable. "Okay, we'll pay a 50% deposit in advance and leave your personal information at the same time." Yichio nodded, paid 45,000 superpower coins, and left his information. "It is expected to be repaired by tomorrow afternoon. We will notify you at that time. Please check your wristband information." After the girl finished speaking, Yichio then asked, "Do you have any common-grade wrist guards here?" "No, not really." The girl paused for a moment, then said thoughtfully, "However, a pair of gauntlets was recently consigned to us by a customer. It's considered one of the better ones among the ordinary grade. Would you like to take a look?" "Of course." Yichio nodded. The girl smiled and led him to a display case. The first one in the second row. Yichio took a look. The gauntlet was silver overall. Although it was a gauntlet, it could protect half of the arm. It was decorated with dark gold scroll patterns, making it luxurious and elegant. "I'm very satisfied with the appearance. How about the quality? How much does it cost?" Yichio asked. The girl smiled and said, "It will increase agility by 5 points and strength by 5 points. The price is 500,000 ability coins. Add another 500,000 and you can buy top-tier equipment." But being able to boost 2 attributes at the same time is indeed tempting. Yichio said without hesitation, "I'll buy it." Meanwhile, at the Tianhai shelter, the Shin family. "What did you say?" Yichio got first place in the first round of recruit assessment. Shen Lingfeng's face twisted in pain. How could someone he considered a good-for-nothing stand out in the recruit assessment? "Things aren't that simple," his lackey quickly explained the details. details. Xin Lingfeng sneered, I knew it, he got the better deal from the dragon turtle. This guy really got lucky. But if his overall score really gets him into the first squad, then I'm in trouble. After a moment's hesitation, he gave the order to his lackey. Notify the Xin family about the new recruits in the Mad Wolf Commando team, and tell them to find an opportunity to mess with Yi Qiu. Try to create public pressure and ruin his performance in the first round of assessments. Half an hour later, at the Wild Wolf Commando recruits dormitory, Yi Qiu returned to the dormitory with the equipment he had just bought, where his roommates were chatting animatedly. Hey, Yi Qiu. Upon seeing Yi Qiu approaching, Nangong Bujian's eyes lit up immediately, and he greeted him warmly. Yi Qiu nodded, opened the cabinet, and put his things away one by one. Nangong Bujian was unusually enthusiastic. Yi Qiu, you really made a name for yourself this time. You actually won first place in the first round of the new recruit competition. Yi Qiu didn't want to say more, it was just luck. Nangong Bujian, however, saw it differently. Luck can also be considered a kind of strength. I heard that the Mad Wolf Commando team used to have a sea-level superhuman who accidentally killed a powerful 5th-tier alien beast and obtained its crystal core. With the help of this crystal core, he broke through to the 4th rank in one fell swoop. It's truly defying the heavens and changing his fate. Over there, and you, who was playing on her phone, had a furrowed brow full of worry. To be honest, the appearance of the dragon turtle this time is too strange. I always felt there was some kind of conspiracy hidden inside. What Changmao laughed it off. Conspiracy? What conspiracy? The dragon turtle, a 6th-tier beast, is indeed terrifying to us, but our Mad Wolf Commando team and the shelter also have no shortage of experts above the 6th tier. For example, the renowned spiritual sorcerer Master Chen Ling. With them around, we will never be in trouble. Everyone chimed in, creating a lively atmosphere. Yi Qiu was a little surprised. He thought his roommates would target him, but they were actually quite friendly and not mean at all. Wait, something's happened on the Wild Wolf Commando forum, and you suddenly said, it's related to Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu frowned slightly. What happened? Guo Changmao asked curiously. And you smiled wryly. Isn't it all because you got first place in the first round of the recruit competition? Someone posted the whole story online, and many veterans felt that this assessment was outrageous. Many new recruits who weren't really affected at the time have been stirred up and are now posting like crazy on the forum. Everyone nodded. Guo Changmao also took out his phone to check. After reading it, he frowned. They went too far. Not only are they going to revoke Yi Qiu's grades, but they're also going to punish him. Nangong Bujian frowned. What's going on? Didn't Yi Qiu already lose half his points? We can't really say anything about his good luck. Yi Qiu vaguely sensed that something was wrong, so he took out his phone and opened the Mad Wolf Commando forum. Besides the pinned post, the most discussed post on the first page is about him. The true identity of Yi Qiu, the first place winner in the first round of the recruit competition, revealed. Why did the shelter protect him? Yi Qiu couldn't help but laugh. That hat is huge. He coldly scrolled through the posts and found that no one spoke up for him. They were all expressing doubt, venting emotions, and some even launched personal attacks. Yi Qiu didn't care and didn't want to get entangled with them, so he left the forum and prepared to rest. After taking a shower, and you said with a worried expression, Yi Qiu, you've really messed things up. Yi Qiu frowned. What's going on? Simply put, someone is coming to challenge you. And you smiled wryly. Just now, an A-level ability user jumped out on the forum, saying that he only had 180 points, but was still an outstanding graduate of Tianqing University. He was easily outmatched by you and was not convinced, so he decided to challenge you to a duel. Yes. Guo Changmao sighed. That guy wrote a whole bunch of long essays saying that if you don't have the matching strength, you don't deserve to be number one in the first round. Yi Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly, and a murderous intent surged in his heart. Not to mention that this matter is already a done deal. The guardians of the Mad Wolf Commando team have all made a unanimous decision. How dare others bully him like this? Do they really think he's a pushover? I accept the challenge. Yi Qiu said coldly. Do you have that person's contact information? Give it to me. I want to challenge him to a fight. The two were immediately stunned. Yi Qiu, calm down. Nangong Bujian, who hadn't been very involved before, also spoke up. That A-level ability user is named Xin Xianfeng. I know him. He's an outstanding graduate of Tianqing University and is now a level 3 ability user. His ability is Wind Element Affinity, and he's extremely powerful. Even if a superhuman is a few levels higher than him, they might not be able to beat him. If you stay silent, they won't do anything. Yi Qiu smiled and said, thank you for your tolerance and understanding before. However, to be honest, I'm not that fragile, nor that timid. His eyes held no superfluous emotion, and his expression appeared calm and composed. A glint flashed in Nangong Bujian's eyes, and he paused slightly. How could Yi Qiu not be afraid at all? Does this mean he already has the confidence? After a moment of silence, Nangong Bujian said, that's fine too. However, I suggest you go to the sanctuary training grounds to fight. In that case, just stop when you've made a small move. There's basically no danger to your life. Yi Qiu nodded. Nangong Bujian immediately gave out Xin Xianfeng's phone number. Yi Qiu took out his phone and dialed the number directly. In another dormitory of the recruit camp. A young man with long, blue hair was sitting and browsing the forum. The phone rang, and the young man frowned, noticing it was an unfamiliar number, which surprised him somewhat. He answered the phone, and a clear, youthful voice came through. "You're Shin Qianfeng?" "Yes, it's me," the young man casually asked. "And who are you?" "It's the person you've always wanted to defeat." Shin Qianfeng was taken aback, then narrowed his eyes. "You are Yi Qiu?" He chuckled softly. "Then do you have the guts to accept my challenge?" He couldn't refuse the task assigned to him by his master. There was a cash reward of 1 million if he completed it. Moreover, if he can defeat Yi Qiu this time, his fame will definitely increase significantly. "Of course I'll accept. When are you free? Let's schedule a time." Shin Qianfeng laughed heartily. "That's exactly what I've been waiting to hear. See you at the training grounds tomorrow at noon." Yi Qiu's lips curled slightly upward, his tone icy. "There must be someone pulling the strings behind the scenes, right? Is it Shin Lingfeng from the Shin family?" Shin Qianfeng's heart stirred slightly, but his tone remained indifferent. "It's none of your business. Just remember to come to the training ground tomorrow at noon." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Yi Qiu took a deep breath, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Regardless of who was behind it, winning this match will completely thwart their plot. He also couldn't believe he would lose to an A-level ability user at the early stage of the 3rd tier. Shin Qianfeng posted the news of Yi Qiu accepting the challenge on the forum. Late into the night, the matter sparked heated discussion. Yi Qiu actually accepted the challenge? My god, this kid has some guts. Has any backbone? I think he's lost his mind. Shin Qianfeng is an outstanding graduate of Tianqing University. How dare this kid compare himself to him? Let's just watch the show. Anyway, I hate those cheapskates who try to get something for nothing. Before going to bed, Yi Qiu received a call from Qin Sakshu. On the phone, Qin Sakshu's voice was tense. "What's going on your end? How did you get involved with Shin Qianfeng?" Yi Qiu chuckled. "Don't worry, Sister Sashue, I'm fine. I'm confident I can beat him." Qin Sakshu was still full of worries. He is a level 3 wind elementalist. "I know you are quite strong, but compared to him, there is definitely a gap. If you back out now, at most your reputation will be damaged, but if a real fight breaks out, you'll probably suffer serious injuries." Yi Qiu understood her concerns, but he didn't really take them to heart. "Don't worry, Sister Sashue. Do you think I would do something I'm not sure of? I will never act rashly if I am not confident." Qin Sakshu sighed. "It's a pity I'm not in the recruit camp right now. Otherwise, I would have come to find you long ago. If you really want to do this, I can't stop you, but you have to be prepared to fail." Yi Qiu felt a warmth in his heart and replied, "Don't worry, Sister Sashue. We will definitely win this battle. You're busy too, so I won't bother you." After saying that, he hung up the phone. The next morning, Guo Changmao glanced at the forum and was immediately surprised. His exclamation also attracted the attention of his roommates. Nangong Bujian frowned slightly. Guo Changmao was almost completely frustrated by this. The news that Yi Qiu challenged Shin Qianfeng to a duel has already spread. Many people left comments below, all saying that Yi Qiu is bound to lose. Nangong Bujian said helplessly, "Isn't this quite normal? Actually, I've always suspected that someone is manipulating this behind the scenes, using it as an opportunity to generate buzz, which is exactly what they do." And Yu was somewhat puzzled. Who could be targeting Yi Qiu? Yi Qiu was about to head to the training ground when he heard their questions and sighed softly. "I have some grudges with Shen Lingfeng, a genius of the younger generation of the Shin family. 9 times out of 10, it was him who did it behind the scenes." "Ha?" Guo Changmao looked confused. "What's going on?" Simply put, Yi Qiu said calmly, "I won the superpower competition," which made him uncomfortable. Yi Qiu's words immediately surprised everyone. Guo Changmao immediately pressed, "Really?" Yi Qiu nodded. "Of course it's true." Nangong Bujian chuckled lightly. "No wonder Yi Qiu was able to join the Mad Wolf Commando at such a young age. So you're the champion of the superpower competition." And you looked at Yi Qiu, quite surprised. It seems Yi Qiu is a hidden master. "Alright, that's enough. I have to go to the training ground," Yi Qiu said casually, while tidying up his equipment. Unfortunately, his frost blade was still not repaired. However, since the bloodthirsty blade is still there, it doesn't matter. Over there, Guo Changmao and his 2 companions exchanged glances. An hour later, at the training ground for the new recruits of the Mad Wolf Commando team. It was only a few minutes until noon, but many new recruits had already gathered here. Will Yi Qiu actually come? He hasn't shown up. Is he afraid? If this kid doesn't come, he's a complete coward. That's right. Someone like him, who's just picking up scraps, doesn't deserve to be number 1 at all. Many of the new recruits initially had no hostility towards Yi Qiu. However, the posts on the forum and the incitement by online trolls caused them to have an emotional outburst and become Yi Qiu's haters. Yi Qiu is here. Everyone turned their heads and saw Yi Qiu walking slowly towards them. His face still looked youthful, but his eyes and brows exuded a dignified air and an extraordinary presence. Some of the female recruits looked puzzled. Is this person really the worthless bargain hunter they were talking about? Wherever Yi Qiu went, the crowd automatically parted to make way for him. He walked slowly forward and headed straight for the martial arts arena. There was already a person standing in the training training ground. He was a young man dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, with long blue hair, holding a short sword, and looking arrogant. "You're Yi Cho?" Yi Cho responded coldly. "You must be Shin Qianfeng, right? I'm Yi Cho." The young man yawned, his attitude dismissive. "Hurry up and make your move. After I defeat you, I still need to go back for dinner." Below the stage, many new recruits cheered for Shin Qianfeng. "Go Shin Qianfeng! Shin Qianfeng, expose the swindler's true colors. Shin Qianfeng, stand up for us new recruits. Go for it, defeat Yi Cho." Shin Qianfeng's lips curled up slightly. "Please enlighten me." He slowly drew his short sword, his figure blurred, and he quickly rushed towards Yi Cho. He was incredibly fast, enveloped in a wisp of azure energy, like a messenger of the wind, light and agile. This is an A-level ability, Wind Element Affinity. Although this ability is not uncommon, it is quite practical among A-level users, and its possessor is known as the Wind Messenger. There are several development paths for the Wind Messenger. This includes the magic-based Wind Elementalist, the melee-based Wind Swordsman, and the ranged Wind Archer. Shin Qianfeng is clearly a swordsman who specializes in close combat. If we were to break it down further, his and Yi Cho's development paths are quite similar. Yi Cho's eyes changed slightly. He twisted his wrist, drew the bloodthirsty blade, and charged towards Shin Qianfeng. A strange glint flashed in Shin Qianfeng's eyes. How could Yi Cho be so fast? Isn't he a good-for-nothing? As an outstanding graduate of Tianqing University, he naturally did not believe that a 16-year-old could pose a threat to him. Therefore, his eyes remained full of confidence. The two were not far apart when Shin Qianfeng suddenly swung his sword and slashed out. Wind elements swirled around the sword, unleashing a sword arc resembling a wind blade that instantly covered a large area in front of Yi Cho. If this sword energy were to actually hit, Yi Cho's upper body would likely be slashed with a deep bone-revealing gash. Below the stage, Nangong Bujian and the others all showed expressions of worry. Some of the new recruits around him were unusually excited, shouting that Yi Cho should teach his opponent a lesson. Yi Cho raised the bloodthirsty blade high in his hand, and a crimson arc of light flashed out. The cyan sword energy was forcibly cleaved in two, and then scattered like a shattered mirror. The fierce momentum of the crimson arc of light did not diminish at all, and it continued to rush towards Shin Qianfeng. Shin Qianfeng's face turned deathly pale instantly, and the azure energy around his body rapidly gathered as he desperately tried to resist. However, he was still struck by the blood-red light. A huge wound tore open from his shoulder to his ribs, and the excruciating pain sent him flying with the force of the impact, crashing heavily to the ground. Upon seeing this, the audience fell completely silent. Yi Cho stood proudly on the stage, looking down at Shin Qianfeng, who was lying on the ground groaning in pain. "Well, is there anything else you want to say?" Shin Qianfeng gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with anger. But the coldness in Yi Cho's eyes made him shiver involuntarily, and he ultimately chose to remain silent. Several of Shin Qianfeng's acquaintances rushed onto the stage. Upon seeing the massive wounds on his body, a pretty young girl instead questioned Yi Cho. "How could you do this? We are all new recruits in the same shelter. How could you hurt him like this?" Before Yi Cho could speak, Guo Chengmao's voice suddenly came from below the stage. "Do you know how powerful that attack he just delivered was? If Yi Cho hadn't been strong enough, he probably would have been cleaved in too long ago. You only allow him to attack, but forbid Yi Cho from fighting back. You little brat, you have such a double standard." Yi Cho's gaze swept over Guo Chengmao, a hint of warmth flashing in his eyes. The girl gritted her teeth, too angry to speak, but a staff appeared in her hand. Holy light heals. A faint golden light fell upon Shin Qianfeng's wound. The wound gradually stopped bleeding and began to heal slowly. The girl's face turned unusually pale. Clearly, this healing spell had taken a lot of her energy. Half an hour later, Yi Cho knew that the girl was probably a pastor, but he had no intention of staying and turned to leave the stage. At this moment, the new recruits came to their senses and exclaimed in amazement, "How can Yi Cho be so strong? My God, has he been hiding this all along? He's only 16. How can he be so amazing? Have you forgotten? He was the champion of the superpower competition. It's just that back then, nobody believed he had that ability. But even a C-level ability user shouldn't be this strong, right? Could he have had some special opportunity? Anyway, he won this match. I have to admit, I shouted too loudly before." Yi Cho's reputation immediately improved significantly. However, he didn't care about these comments. He only wanted to become stronger, and he didn't care about those idle people on the road. But if anyone dares to block his way, he will not be polite and will kick them away. Back in the dormitory, Nangong Bujian and the others also returned one after another. Not to mention Guo Chengmao, who is usually very talkative. Even Nangong Bujian couldn't hide his excitement. He took a deep breath and asked Yi Cho, "Yi Cho, how exactly did you defeat Shin Qianfeng?" "I defeated him with my hands." Yi Cho smirked and joked. Nangong Bujian shook his head helplessly. At this moment, Guo Chengmao suddenly said, "Yi Cho won the arena match. That's great news. Shall we go out for a meal to celebrate?" Yi Cho actually thought his roommates were pretty good, so he said, "What do you guys want to eat?" "It's on me." Guo Chengmao's eyes lit up. "Great. And you then went online to check nearby restaurants. There's a pretty good restaurant near the beast material exchange that specializes in beast meat dishes. It's very famous, but it's a bit pricey. Want to give it a try? Yi Chio had several million in his pocket, so this small amount of money was nothing to him. They set off together and arrived at the restaurant. Sure enough, the aroma of food filled the air as soon as I entered. The spacious room was almost full of people in the semi-open private rooms. Yi Chio and the others found an empty private room and sat down. At this moment, the waiter came over again and handed over the menu. Since they weren't very familiar with each other yet, Yi Chio simply let the three of them order their own food. Just then, Yi Chio's phone rang. It was Chin Saksha calling. He answered the phone. Sister Sa Shui, is there something you need? You really beat Shin Qianfeng? Chin Saksha's words were tinged with surprise. Yi Chio smiled slightly. That's right, what's wrong? You really surprised me. Chin Saksha breathed a sigh of relief, her voice still carrying a smile. I've prepared a gift for you. I'll bring it to you when I get back. Yi Chio nodded. Okay, thank you very much, Sister Sa Shui. After hanging up the phone, Nangong Bujian, who had been holding back for a long time, finally spoke. Yi Chio, what exactly is your relationship with that holy knight? Holy knight? Yi Chio frowned, then suddenly realized, you mean Sister Sa Shui? Nangong Bujian nodded repeatedly. Chin Saksha was an outstanding graduate of our Tianqing University, and she was one of the best in her class. I heard she has a cold and aloof personality, and apart from Fang Zilong, who is also a prodigy, almost no one can exchange more than a few words with her. This call is just one example. We saw her come to see you before. Why is Chin Saksha being so affectionate towards you? Is she related to you? Yi Chio smiled and replied, she's my older sister, though not my biological sister. What do you mean by that? Everyone's eyes immediately lit up with a strong interest in gossip. Yi Chio casually explained, we grew up together in an orphanage and had a pretty good relationship. Later, her uncle took her away, and we rarely saw each other after that, until we ran into each other again not long ago. So that's how it is. Nangong Bujian had already woven a wonderful drama in his mind, and a hint of emotion appeared in his eyes. Then you must cultivate a good relationship with this holy knight. It is said that her mentor, Wo Wuji, a professor of melee combat at Tianqing University and a 7th level advanced professional, the Holy Dragon Knight, holds her in high regard. Professor Gui even believes that Chin Saksha has the potential to surpass him, break through to the 8th rank, and become a top-tier superhuman. A flicker of emotion flashed in Yi Chio's eyes. A 7th-tier advanced professional, that's indeed no simple matter. It seems that Sister Sa Shui is truly a chosen one of heaven. That's right, Nangong Bujian sighed and said, although I am also an A-level ability user, my abilities are not very strong. My future development is limited, and I will be satisfied with becoming a 5th-level professional. Yi Chio's eyes flickered. Not necessarily, you're only at the 3rd level right now. After the 4th tier, it will become increasingly difficult for superhumans to grow. Nangong Bujian sighed helplessly. Only S-rank ability users can maintain a stable growth rate. Otherwise, why would ability users value their ratings so much? Yi Chio nodded, a realization dawning on him. I see. You may not have gone to university, so you don't know much about. These are all contents of the science of superpowers. Nangong Bujian said casually. At this moment, the waiter brought out the dishes. The dishes were vibrant in color and had an enticing aroma. Yi Chio tasted it and discovered that it contained a trace of energy, which was very beneficial to the body. The three people next to them were enjoying their meal. After finishing their meal and paying the bill, Yi Chio still needed to retrieve his weapon from the sky armor, so he briefly explained that he couldn't accompany them and they would head back first. The three thanked him repeatedly without asking any further questions. Half an hour later, Yi Chio arrived at the sky armor. The staff members who had been there before quickly came forward. You're here to pick up your equipment, right? Yi Chio nodded. That's right. How's the repair going? Your 3 pieces of equipment, the frost blade, the heavy armor, and the wind bracers, have all been repaired. The staff member appeared very professional and politely said, please come with me. I'll take you to see the restorer. If you are satisfied, you can pay the balance. Yi Chio nodded and followed the staff to a private room on the 2nd floor. Not long after, a middle-aged restorer rushed over. The 3 pieces of equipment have been fully repaired. You can check it out. Yi Chio carefully examined the 3 pieces of equipment. Although it's not brand new, all the problems have been resolved, such as the minor cracks and gaps, which have been repaired perfectly. On a whim, he tried putting on the equipment. Absolutely no problem. Yi Chio smiled and said, you can pay the balance now. The middle-aged restorer nodded and said, then please take off these 3 pieces of equipment first. We'll do a quick check, collect the final payment, and return the equipment to you. This should be the usual practice. Yi Chio nodded and took off his equipment, handing it to the middle-aged repairman. After a while, Yi Chio still didn't see the restorer come over. He then asked a staff member nearby, why hasn't the restorer come over yet? The staff member hesitated for a moment, then carefully replied, please wait a moment, I'll go check. Yi Chio's 3 pieces of superior equipment are worth more than 3 million. If anything goes wrong, both the staff and the repairers will have to bear heavy consequences. Not long after, the staff member returned, looking somewhat nervous, and quickly bowed to apologize. I'm so sorry. sorry, dear guest. There's been a slight mishap, and we're handling it. Yi Chio frowned. What unexpected situation? Why is it necessary to handle it this way? Can you explain it clearly? I'm so sorry. The staff members appeared terrified, their eyes filled with panic. Yi Chio frowned, got up and walked towards the door. As he stepped outside, he heard a commotion and the sound of two people arguing. We are very sorry, but these three pieces of equipment do not belong to our Sky Armor team. They came from a customer. We cannot sell them, the middle-aged restorer said through gritted teeth. On the other side, a haughty and arrogant young man's voice rang out. Why can't I buy it? Call that person over right now. I have plenty of money. I don't believe he won't sell it to me. Hearing this, Yi Chio couldn't help but chuckle to himself. They actually took a liking to my equipment and wanted to force me to buy it? Yi Chio strode over and saw a young man in his early 20s, dressed in luxurious armor, standing in front of the middle-aged restorer, arms crossed, speaking arrogantly. Do you know who I am? My father is a fifth-tier powerhouse. You need to have some sense. Quickly call that owner over and have him sell me these three pieces of equipment. It's not that I'm unwilling to spend money. I'll offer 3 million for 3 pieces of equipment. I definitely won't let him suffer a loss. Yi Chio's gaze turned slightly cold as he stepped forward and asked, 3 million for these 3 pieces of my top-quality equipment? The young man paused for a moment, but still answered arrogantly, that's right. You don't seem too young, so your family must be well off, right? My father is. Yi Chio interrupted coldly. I don't care who your father is. All I know is that these 3 pieces of equipment are mine, not yours. Only I can decide who owns it, not you. If you know any manners, get out of my way and don't waste my time. The young man frowned. Do you know who I am? Yi Chio picked up the equipment and coldly replied, I don't know who you are, but this equipment is mine, and that's a fact. Enraged, the young man suddenly raised his hand to grab Yi Chio, a faint dark red aura emanating from his body. The speed was extremely fast, clearly indicating the activation of a special ability. The force of that grab was quite astonishing. An unsuspecting superhuman could have their bones broken if they were caught in this attack. Yi Chio's eyes turned cold, a shadow spread around him, and he threw a punch with his backhand. He didn't use his full strength, but the punch still hit the young man's palm. The young man felt a sudden numbness in half of his arm. He staggered back a few steps, looked up at Yi Chio angrily, and shouted, You dare to hit me? Yi Chio replied dismissively, Why wouldn't I dare? If you say another word, I'll slap you until your face is covered in blood. You believe me? The young man, burning with anger, turned and shouted to those behind him, All of you, get him. Take this kid down. If I don't teach him a lesson today, I'm not Kai Guangkuan. Upon hearing the name, Yi Chio couldn't help but laugh out loud. This kid's name is really interesting. However, as he saw the 3 burly men approaching, Yi Chio's expression instantly turned serious. The 3 looked extremely similar, and upon approaching, they simultaneously activated their supernatural abilities, their bodies flashing with the same crimson light. Yi Chio could also sense their strength. These 3 are all 3rd-tier ability users. The burly man at the head of the group grinned maliciously as he spoke. Boy, if you know what's good for you, hand over these 3 pieces of equipment to our young master right now. Otherwise, you're finished. Yi Chio narrowed his eyes, and the next second he flashed and launched a swift attack. He was incredibly fast, like a gust of wind, and threw a powerful punch. The burly man felt as if he had been hit by a dump truck. He flew backwards 7 or 8 meters, his internal organs churning, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. You little brat, you actually dared to launch a sneak attack. The remaining 2 men narrowed their eyes and charged at Yi Chio from the left and right sides. Their fists were engulfed in crimson flames, radiating a dense killing intent. Superpower, Hellfire. This is a pretty good B-grade ability. These 3 people in Kai Guangkuan come from the same family, the Crimson Fire Kai family of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. Despite being attacked from both sides, Yi Chio remained calm. He narrowed his eyes, first kicking the burly man on the left, sending him flying, then twisting his body and delivering a powerful whip kick to the burly man on the right. Both of them were sent flying backwards, crashing into a row of tables and chairs next to them. The surroundings fell silent instantly. This boy, who looks only 16 or 17 years old, was able to kill 3 3rd-tier ability users in succession. How dare you offend the Crimson Fire Kai family? Who exactly is he? At this moment, Kai Guangkuan's expression changed slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Kid, you're pretty good. I'll give you a chance. Join my Kai family as a retainer, and I won't take your 3 pieces of equipment. Upon hearing this, Yi Chio couldn't help but burst out laughing. Are you kidding me? To be your retainer? That would be utterly shameful to me. I advise you to get lost right now, or I'll beat you up too. You don't think I'm weak, do you? A playful glint flashed in Kai Guangkuan's eyes. Should I introduce myself and show you just how strong the direct descendants of the Kai family are? Yi Chio said helplessly. If you really want to do this, just say so. But if you really make a move, I'll take it as a challenge to me, and I won't hold back. Kai Guangkuan waved his still slightly sore and numb arm and sneered. Kai Guangkuan, a member of the Crimson Fire Kai family of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary, strength level 39, superpower A level, Hellfire. As soon as he finished speaking, dark red hellfire erupted from his body. He stomped his foot hard on the ground and threw a punch at Yi Qiu. His palms were enveloped in dark red flames, like hellfire, with a fierce and intimidating aura. Yi Qiu's eyes narrowed, and he also threw a punch to meet the attack. Kai Guanquan's strength was indeed formidable. Yi Qiu's casual punch did not cause him much injury. Not bad, huh? Yi Qiu commented casually. Too bad, that's all. Kai Guanquan glared at him angrily. Then I'll see just how powerful you really are. He roared, and the crimson flames burned even brighter, like a bonfire, and even people far away could feel the intense heat. A cold glint flashed in Yi Qiu's eyes as he activated the effect of the bright moon ring to dispel the negative effects of the scorching heat. Then, he darted out like lightning and threw another punch at Kai Guanquan. The Shadow Blade ability leans towards the assassin type, greatly increasing speed. In less than a breath, Yi Qiu had already arrived in front of Kai Guanquan. Kai Guanquan's eyes narrowed sharply, and he instantly summoned flames, concentrating them on his chest. Yi Qiu's fist slammed directly into his chest. Kai Guanquan took several steps back, but Yi Qiu's palm was slightly hot. How can you withstand my hellfire? Kai Guanquan asked in surprise. Aren't you a shadow-type ability user? I don't care about all that, just immediately take the beating. Yi Qiu's lips curled up slightly as he charged out again. He was incredibly fast. His punches, though not heavy, came down like a storm. Although Kai Guanquan was covered in flames, which reduced some of the damage, he was still beaten senseless. He wanted to fight back, but he couldn't keep up with Yi Qiu's speed and could only passively take the beating. Before long, Kai Guanquan's body was covered in bruises, and blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Enraged, he roared, "Darkfire Prison." This is a control skill that he finally learned. The next moment, the flames on his body detached and transformed into a cage, instantly trapping Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu's expression changed slightly, but he remained calm. The protection of the Ring of the Moon still exists. He is simply restricted in his movements. At this moment, Kai Guanquan raised his hand, drew his sword, and suddenly swung it at Yi Qiu. If this sword strikes, Yi Qiu will be seriously injured without a doubt. A murderous glint flashed in Yi Qiu's eyes as he swiftly drew the bloodthirsty blade from his waist. The crimson glow had not yet swept over. A roar suddenly came from afar. It was shouted by a middle-aged man. A high-level superhuman arrived quickly, accompanied by 4 or 5 guards. This is the Sky Armor Squadron. Don't think we don't have any experts. The high-level superhuman coldly said. Are you trying to offend the Mad Wolf Commando by causing trouble here? Sky Armor is actually the backer of the Mad Wolf Commando. After all, their equipment repair techniques are extraordinary and cannot be easily obtained by ordinary people. Repairmen in the general public are extremely rare. Kai Guanquan was forced to sheath his sword, but the sword energy still swept past, stirring up a gust of wind. Yi Qiu stood amidst the flames, his eyes sharp and filled with murderous intent. The high-level ability user then summoned a middle-aged restorer. After inquiring about the situation, the restorer stared sternly at Kai Guanquan. Are you Kai Guanquan? I know who you are. Your father, Kai Jianxiong, is a top fighter in the Mad Wolf Commando team, and you have the Crimson Fire Kai family backing you up, but that doesn't give you the right to be arrogant and domineering. Apologize to this young man right now, or don't blame me for going after your father. Kai Guanquan paused for a moment, bit his lip, and his eyes were filled with anger. I'm already a Tier 3 advanced ability user, and I'm sure I'll break through to Tier 6 in the future. You really want me to apologize to him? The middle-aged man remained serious. Although there aren't many 6th tier experts in the shelter, there aren't a few either. If you continue this arrogant behavior, you will only harm the shelter. Tell your father what happened today, and he will definitely agree with what I did. Kai Guanquan's face paled slightly, but he still straightened his neck and said, I can apologize, but he injured 3 of my followers, so he also has to apologize. Yi Qiu was speechless after hearing this. They were the ones who started it, yet they're blaming me for it? The middle-aged man turned to Yi Qiu helplessly. Sir, we are very sorry that you were treated this way by Sky Armor. We are willing to reduce your post-payment fee. Could you please apologize to him? Yi Qiu coldly replied, I can give you the money, but an apology is absolutely out of the question. Kai Guanquan was so angry he jumped up and down. I'm already willing to back down. What more do you want? Yi Qiu's tone was icy. You act recklessly because of your family background. What will you do when the family falls from grace? It's a waste of my time to waste my breath on someone as stupid as you. Enraged, Kai Guanquan was about to call out to him, but was stopped by the middle-aged man's stern gaze. He clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and muttered under his breath, Don't let me run into you in the beast forest, or you're finished. About an hour later, Yi Qiu returned to the recruits' dormitory. As soon as I entered, I saw Nangong Bujin and the other 2 gathered together. They called him over, and Guo Changmao hurriedly said, Yi Qiu, something's happened again. Yi Qiu put down his equipment, his tone full of confusion. What happened? Wasn't the previous duel already over? Could it be that the Shen family is up to something again? It's related to your previous battle. Guo Changmao said with a wry smile, I'm not really sure how to explain it. You can go check out the shelter forum. Yi Qiu was puzzled, but he still opened his phone and entered the shelter forum. After reading the top-ranked post, his face immediately darkened. We also think it's quite interesting. Guo Changmao sighed and said, these people are slandering you without any regard for the facts. What do you mean you can defeat Shin Xianfeng just because you have an excellent weapon? It's as if an excellent weapon can allow someone to kill enemies of a higher level. Yi Qiu helplessly spread his hands, a hint of bitterness on his face. There's nothing I can do. The Shin family just keeps a close eye on me, like a dog. I don't understand their logic either. Just now, the top-ranked post on the shelter forum was a detailed analysis of exactly how many pieces of equipment Yi Qiu brought. It is written in great detail, clearly distinguishing between what is of superior quality and what is of excellent quality. Even the implication was that Yi Qiu's victory over Shin Xianfeng was entirely due to the advantage of his equipment. It wasn't Yi Qiu's own strength at all. Yi Qiu was somewhat shocked. With such keen eyesight, wouldn't it be better to become an appraiser? However, he also knew that the Shin family was definitely behind this. And Yu, however, was focused on a different question. Yi Qiu, where did you get all that equipment? Yi Qiu chuckled casually, I just did it randomly. And Yu's expression became complicated. Nangong Bujian was equally interested. Based on the content revealed in the post, Yi Qiu has at least 2 pieces of excellent equipment and 5 pieces of superior equipment. By that calculation, Yi Qiu is truly a tycoon. Guo Changmao nodded with a wry smile. That's true. The starting price for excellent equipment is 5 million, and even a single piece of superior equipment costs at least 1 million. Yi Qiu's entire set of equipment is worth a full 15 million superpower coins. It seems we all underestimated him. Yi Qiu knew the three were joking, and although he felt a little jealous, he didn't pay much attention to it. Nangong Bujian then asked, how do you plan to deal with this turmoil? There's a huge uproar online right now, saying they're going to investigate your identity. Yi Qiu frowned. Does having more equipment really determine the outcome of a battle? Guo Changmao frowned and said, it's definitely not that simple. Some equipment also has level restrictions. If Yi Qiu's level isn't high enough, he simply can't wear it. And you asked curiously, by the way, Yi Qiu, what level are you now? Yi Qiu smiled and said, level 26, I guess. Level 26 is not bad. And Yu was surprised. Of the three of us, only Nangong can outdo you. And we're much older than you. Yi Qiu chuckled. I can only say that I encountered some extraordinary events. No one said much, and they all sighed. Guo Changmao then raised a crucial question. There's been a lot of online speculation about your identity. Some people say you're the illegitimate son of a powerful figure, while others say you're a relative of the shelter. Are you planning to clarify this? Yi Qiu simply shook his head. What's there to clarify? Let the innocent be innocent and the guilty be guilty. Let them talk. Nangong Bujian's eyes were grave. But now that things have escalated so much, I suspect they're doing this to attract the attention of the shelter's patrol team. Pick it? Yi Qiu sneered. Looks like they do have some brains after all. Then I'll go reply. Everyone was somewhat surprised. Nangong Bujian asked, how do you plan to reply? Yi Qiu casually said, just watch. After saying that, he took out his computer, logged into the shelter forum, and posted a message. I am Yi Qiu. Come and fight me if you dare. It's only 8 characters long, but it's incredibly powerful. This post instantly attracted a lot of attention. After Nangong and the other two clicked in, they discovered that Yi Qiu had only posted 2 sentences on the first floor. You think I won because of my gear? Fine, then Shin Xianfeng and I will fight again, both with ordinary gear. Let's see who wins. His 2 sentences immediately drew everyone's attention. Yi Qiu was actually willing to bring ordinary equipment and challenge Shin Xianfeng to another duel. Good heavens, is he really that tough? At this moment, Nangong Bujian frowned. Shin Xianfeng is quite strong, clearly several levels above you. Is Yi Qiu really planning to fight him using only ordinary equipment? Yi Qiu nodded slightly. They're clearly trying to lure out the disciplinary team. Am I supposed to just sit here and wait to be killed? Absolutely not. Everyone agreed, since if the disciplinary team intervened, Yi Qiu would definitely be affected regardless of the outcome. Meanwhile, in another dormitory, Shin Xianfeng's face turned ashen, and he thought to himself, Yi Qiu actually dares to challenge me? He knew in his heart that Yi Qiu's victory over him was not solely due to his equipment. If Yi Qiu were to challenge him to another duel, wouldn't he be slapped twice in the face? His roommate, however, was unconvinced. Yi Qiu's current strength is definitely not as good as yours. What's there to be afraid of? Shin Xianfeng took a deep breath, his eyes gradually turning cold. He didn't say much, stood up, pushed open the dormitory door, and walked into the corridor. It was quiet there. He took out his phone, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed Shin Lingfeng's number. Something's not right. Yi Qiu actually challenged me to a fight. On the other end of the phone, Shin Lingfeng sneered, fight. Regardless of winning or losing this time, you must remember one thing. You must make sure Yi Qiu has high-grade equipment, a hot topic, and it would be best if the disciplinary team got involved too. As long as the disciplinary team gets involved, I can completely ruin his reputation. Shin Xianfeng said bitterly, but I really don't want to fight Yi Qiu again. Shin Lingfeng replied nonchalantly, alright cousin, don't be nervous, I've already sent you the things. That's the latest product from the Heavenly Dragon Sanctuary. It guarantees you a 100% chance chance of beating Yiqiu. A hint of surprise flashed in Shen Xianfeng's eyes. What is that? Shen Lingfeng's tone was somewhat playful. The X-type enhancement agent from Tianlong Sanctuary is especially suitable for superhumans like you. It can greatly enhance your strength in a short period of time. I refuse to believe that Yiqiu can beat you again. A fire ignited in Shen Xianfeng's heart. There are no side effects, right? Don't worry, cousin, absolutely not. Shen Lingfeng smiled sweetly. As long as you can ruin Yiqiu's reputation, I'll even find you a top-tier piece of equipment. Enticed by Shen Lingfeng's offer, Shen Xianfeng nodded excitedly almost without thinking. Okay, I will definitely help you get this done. After hanging up the phone, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Yiqiu, is that right? This time, I'll see if you can escape my inescapable net. That kid Shen Xianfeng actually replied. Guo Changmao shouted loudly. And you also became curious. What exactly did he say? Nangong Bujian rubbed his eyes, took out his phone and saw Shen Xianfeng agreed to a duel with Yiqiu, and both sides will use ordinary equipment. Yiqiu's lips curled up slightly. When did he decide? Tomorrow at noon, in the central square of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. Nangong Bujian sighed and said, Shen Xianfeng seems quite confident. He even said he's determined to beat Yiqiu to a pulp. Beat them to a pulp? Yiqiu found it quite amusing. I think he's the one who should be getting beaten to a pulp. Actually, I think Yiqiu has a better chance of winning. But to be honest, Shen Xianfeng's quick agreement must be part of a conspiracy. Nangong Bujian's eyes flickered slightly, and his tone was hesitant. Yiqiu, you should wait and see how things go. I've already taken the initiative to challenge you, so it wouldn't be right to delay any longer. Yiqiu casually replied, and I'm confident. His true strength is comparable to that of a third-tier professional, and he can even put up a fight against a high-level third-tier professional. He didn't take Shen Xianfeng seriously at all. Alright then, I'm relieved if you're confident. Nangong did not offer any further advice. Just then, Yiqiu's phone rang. It was Qin Saksha calling. A slight thought crossed his mind, and he answered the call. Sister Sashue, what's up? Why did you ask Shen Xianfeng to fight again? Qin Saksha said helplessly, last time was enough to worry me. I finally beat him. Do I really have to challenge him to a duel again this time? That kid is always up to some underhanded tricks. He's really annoying. Yiqiu casually said, this time, I can finally crush his arrogance and have some peace of mind for a while. Are you confident? Qin Saksha still said with concern, I'll be back in another day. Why don't we stall for time and wait for me to come back so I can get justice for you? It's no big deal. Yiqiu said helplessly, Sister Sashue, I'm not the kind of kid who runs to my parents after being beaten to tears. Besides, I can easily defeat Shen Xianfeng even with just ordinary equipment. Sister Sashue, don't worry. Hearing him say that, Qin Saksha's doubts and tension eased slightly, but she still reminded him, no matter what, remember to take care of yourself. It's okay to lose the fight, just don't let anything unexpected happen. Yiqiu chuckled and nodded, don't worry, Sister Sashue. The next day at noon, Yiqiu went directly to the central square of the Mad Wolf shelter. Yesterday, those online trolls made a huge fuss, and Yiqiu's reputation has suffered a lot. A group of new recruits looked at him with disdain as he approached, some even making sarcastic remarks. Those with connections, get out of here. So what if you have a few stinking bucks? It's disgusting. Our Mad Wolf Sanctuary does not welcome opportunists like you. I feel ashamed that I was a recruit just like you. Yiqiu frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything more. Once this competition is over and the results are in, everyone will see the truth and know who the real clown is. At this moment, Shen Xianfeng had already arrived and was standing in the center of the square, seemingly waiting for him. Seeing Yiqiu approach, a cold glint flashed in Shen Xianfeng's eyes. Yiqiu, I really didn't expect you to actually come, but it doesn't matter. After today's fight, everyone will see your ugly face. I will avenge myself. Yiqiu sneered. I think it's you who should be the one whose ugly face is exposed. You've sent your online trolls to smear and slander me time and time again. Strangers would think I've dug up your ancestors' graves for 18 generations. Yiqiu's sharp sarcasm caused Shen Xianfeng's expression to change. He said coldly, wait until I defeat you, then let's see what you dare say. After saying that, he turned his gaze to the middle-aged superhuman warrior beside him. Guardian, please be our referee for this competition. We also hope that you can fulfill your supervisory responsibilities. The Guardian, who was in charge of the combat zone in the central square, nodded at that moment. Understood, but I must warn you, you absolutely must not harm the other party's life. Absolutely no prohibited drugs or enhancement agents may be used. If I catch you, don't blame me for being ruthless. You'll get a demerit, which will affect your future career. Shen Xianfeng nodded heavily and said with a smile, Guardian, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Then, the middle-aged Guardian quickly walked up to Yiqiu and carefully inspected his equipment. After confirming that he was not using any superior or higher-grade equipment, he turned to check Shen Xianfeng. Neither of you are wearing equipment that exceeds the standard. The middle-aged Guardian announced in a deep voice, the competition may begin. Yiqiu slowly drew his standard longsword, a cold glint in his eyes. Shen Xianfeng, who was being stared at by Yiqiu, suddenly trembled for reasons unknown. Yiqiu said in a deep voice, please Please give me your guidance. As soon as he finished speaking, a shadowy aura enveloped him, and he swiftly charged forward, unleashing a slash. Everyone was astonished when they saw Yi Chio's speed. How can he be so fast? It's unbelievable. Could it be that he's been hiding his true abilities all along? Wasn't it said that he could only beat Shen Xianfeng because of his superior equipment? Now it seems that his speed is in no way inferior to Shen Xianfeng's, and may even be faster. Shen Xianfeng's expression also became somewhat serious. He never expected that Yi Chio's true strength far exceeded his expectations. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and the pale blue energy around his body quickly gathered on the standard longsword in his hand, then slashed out with a fierce strike. A cyan sword aura burst forth, its power appearing extremely formidable. But Yi Chio dodged the sword energy, which was enhanced by the wind element, with a swift movement. Shen Xianfeng's expression changed drastically. Yi Chio's blade flashed like water, and even though Shen Xianfeng had also enhanced his attack with wind elemental power, he was still at a disadvantage. Seeing defeat looming, Shen Xianfeng fought with all his might. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he secretly activated the power of wind to sneak into the lining of his clothes and triggered a small mechanism. The X-type enhancer is instantly injected into the body. The next moment, Shen Xianfeng's skin turned blood red, and his eyes became bloodshot. His superpower intensity suddenly increased significantly. Without much thought, he swung his standard longsword repeatedly, the sword light flashing continuously, forming an overlapping pattern, and his cloak slashed out. A strange light flashed in Yi Chio's eyes. How did Shen Xianfeng suddenly become so strong? However, even with a 20 to 30% increase in strength, he was still no match for Yi Chio. Yi Chio took a deep breath, his eyes slightly focused. The shadows gradually covered the standard longsword. He suddenly slashed out with his sword, instantly tearing the continuous sword light to shreds. Immediately afterwards, Yi Chio suddenly accelerated and arrived in front of Shen Xianfeng almost instantly. Shen Xianfeng's eyes widened suddenly, as if he had seen a ghost. His speed is terrifying? Could it be that he had been hiding his true strength all along? Yi Chio's lips curled up slightly, and he flipped his long sword, smashing the hilt into Shen Xianfeng's chest. A tremendous force struck, and Shen Xianfeng spat out blood and fell backward. Everyone was shocked by this sight. My god, Yi Chio really won. How could Yi Chio be so strong? I was really wrong before. Oh dear, I was really overthinking it. Yi Chio is indeed very capable. Shen Xianfeng must have used all his strength just now, yet he was still defeated by Yi Chio with a single sword strike. The crowd was filled with shock, and even a hint of surprise. Many people couldn't help but feel ashamed. After all, before this match, they were all saying that Yi Chio was bullying people with his equipment, but now it seems that's not the case at all. Nangong Bujian, Guo Changmao, and others who came to watch the game were also very excited. And you sincerely praised, Yi Chio is simply amazing. Nangong Bujian's eyes gleamed as he said, Yi Chio's strength is beyond my imagination. I finally understand why he is so confident. Guo Changmao pumped his fist and exclaimed, that was so awesome. Yi Chio has given those people a good slap in the face this time. Let's see how they try to frame him now. Yi Chio was not basking in the praise of the crowd. Instead, his eyes turned cold, and he quickly walked up to Shen Xianfeng and dislocated his limbs. What are you doing? I've already admitted defeat. Are you trying to get revenge on me? Despite the excruciating pain, Shen Xianfeng did not resist angrily. Instead, a hint of panic appeared in his eyes. Yi Chio's behavior is unusual. Could it be that he realized he used the enhancement drug? Yi Chio sneered, your strength suddenly surged just now. You can't be simple, can you? Shen Xianfeng knew perfectly well that his rapid improvement in strength just now was because he had received an X-type enhancer from Xinlingfeng. If this is exposed, his face and reputation will be ruined. At that moment, the middle-aged guardian strode over. What do you want? Yi Chio said coldly, I suspect he used illegal drugs. The middle-aged guardian's expression changed slightly. Are you sure? His sudden increase in strength just now has no reasonable explanation. Yi Chio said in a deep voice, the ability of wind element affinity will not bring about a berserk effect at all. And he wasn't wearing any other high-level equipment, unless he has some hidden skill. You can check his profile. If he doesn't have any skills, I'm certain he used enhancement potions. These words shocked everyone around them. What? Shen Xianfeng actually used an enhancement potion? No way. He can't possibly be that shameless, can he? But we also saw it. His strength did suddenly increase dramatically. There's no reason for that. Quickly check his file and see if he has any skills. At this moment, Shen Xianfeng's face turned pale. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged guardian's expression also darkened. Shen Xianfeng gritted his teeth and said, impossible. I didn't use any enhancement potions. The middle-aged guardian's heart skipped a beat. He immediately opened his bracelet, invoked his guardian privileges, and retrieved Shen Xianfeng's file. Shortly after, the middle-aged guardian's expression changed drastically. He has absolutely no skills. Yi Chio's gaze swept over Shen Xianfeng, and he tore off half of his sleeve. The next moment, the hidden mechanism in the clothing's lining was revealed. After the middle-aged guardian finished reading, his expression suddenly turned ugly. You actually used the enhancement potion. As soon as he finished speaking, speaking, the crowd began to discuss. How could Shen Qianfeng be so shameless? He actually cheated by using enhancement drugs. Doesn't he understand that the Mad Wolf Commando team values fair fighting? I feel something is fishy. Yi Qiu's performance was previously criticized, with people saying he won by relying on equipment. Now it's Shen Qianfeng using enhancement potions. Is someone targeting Yi Qiu? Shen Qianfeng is shameless. He must be severely punished. If everyone uses enhancement drugs, what becomes of the principle of fair competition? Even if Yi Qiu cheated during the assessment, he shouldn't have been tricked like this. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, questioning Shen Qianfeng. Shen Qianfeng's face turned deathly pale. The middle-aged guardian said coldly, Shen Qianfeng, the enhancement potion is not a regular supply provided by the Mad Wolf Gecko team. Where did you get this from? If you are willing to confess, I may consider leniency in your punishment, but if you deny it to the death, don't blame me for being ruthless. Shen Qianfeng knew in his heart how terrifying Shen Lingfeng was. He would rather die than admit that the enhancement potion was given to him by Shen Lingfeng. He stubbornly insisted, I bought this on the black market and have been hiding it for a long time. The middle-aged guardian wasn't stupid. Since you put it that way, you have to accept the investigation. Given the current situation, you'll at least get a minor demerit, but if you stubbornly refuse to tell the truth, you'll definitely get a major demerit. Everyone looked tense. Once a new recruit receives a major demerit, it will have a significant impact on their promotion or transfer. Simply put, if a recruit receives 3 major demerits, he will never be able to become a guardian. This is enough to demonstrate the seriousness of a demerit. Yi Qiu's lips curled slightly as he coldly questioned Shen Qianfeng. I know the person behind you is Shen Lingfeng. Please tell him for me that I will definitely be selected for the first recruit team in this recruit assessment. When the time comes, have him prepare 1 million. I'll take it myself. Shen Qianfeng's face immediately turned ugly, and his sense of despair even welled up in his heart. Yi Qiu exposed Shen Lingfeng's identity. If this matter were to be completely exposed, not to mention anything else, Shen Lingfeng would definitely tear him to pieces. At this moment, Yi Qiu had no intention of getting entangled with him any longer, and turned to the middle-aged guardian, saying, could you please help me deal with Shen Qianfeng? This is my duty. The middle-aged guardian replied solemnly. The Mad Wolf Sanctuary has always opposed human experimentation, and enhancement drugs are strictly prohibited by the Mad Wolf Commando. If a large number of enhancement potions have indeed flowed in, it will definitely affect the atmosphere of the shelter. To be honest, I have to thank you for exposing this matter. Yi Qiu nodded. It's nothing. At this moment, Shen Qianfeng's reputation was ruined, and Yi Qiu had no intention of staying here any longer. At this moment, Nandong Bujian and the others waved to Yi Qiu. Over here, over here. Yi Qiu walked over with a smile. You've come too? Of course I have to come and cheer you on. Guo Changma laughed loudly. You really had a blast beating Shen Qianfeng just now. You almost took him down in one move. I wish I had your strength. And Yu's eyes were full of surprise. I didn't expect you to have such a trick up your sleeve. I really didn't see it before. Nandong Bujian smiled and suggested, how about we go out for dinner to celebrate? Yi Qiu chuckled. You all said you came to cheer me on, but you're really just here to freeload, aren't you? Ahem. If all else fails, splitting the bill is fine too. Nandong Bujian said with a smile. Yi Qiu casually replied, that won't be necessary. It's a good day, so it's my treat. The 3 men's eyes lit up, and they almost shouted on the spot, if you don't abandon us, we are willing to become your godfather. The 4 of them went straight to a nearby restaurant, where Yi Qiu ordered the food. While eating, Yi Qiu noticed that a battle between 2 superhumans was being shown on the large screen opposite them, and a large audience had gathered around. What is this? Yi Qiu asked curiously. The scene, resembling a gladiatorial arena, piqued his interest. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he asked in a low voice. This is an old tradition of our Mad Wolf Commando. Nandong Bujian explained. This is the Mad Wolf Sanctuary's arena for ability users. A thought flickered in Yi Qiu's mind. An arena for superhumans? That's right. This is a place specially set up by the sanctuary to enhance the combat power and fighting spirit of superhumans. Superhumans of different levels can find opponents here to fight and also receive generous rewards. Nandong Bujian added, moreover, the arena uses an anonymous system, so even if you perform poorly, you won't be humiliated by the social circle. Yi Qiu thought to himself, this is a good opportunity. Money doesn't matter, the key is whether it can improve my strength. After the meal, Yi Qiu said goodbye to Nandong Bujian and the others, saying that he was going to check out the superpower arena. Nandong Bujian and the others were unable to travel together due to other commitments. After asking the waiter, Yi Qiu headed to the superpower arena located in the eastern part of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. As soon as Yi Qiu entered, he saw many superhumans carrying weapons coming and going. Some of them had scars on their bodies, but they were in high spirits. As I approached the counter, the staff member smiled and asked, are you here to watch the game or to participate? Yi Qiu replied, this is my first time here, and I want to participate in the battle. There are self-service light screens over there. Just follow the instructions. The waiter pointed to the opposite side. Yi Qiu walked over, touched touched the screen with his finger and clicked register for the superpower arena. Then the message "Please select your realm. Note, this arena will not be responsible for any danger caused by an inaccurate realm" appeared. He directly filled in level 26, sea level Shadow Blade. "Your information will be kept confidential. Please choose to spectate or join the battle." Yi Chou chose to join the war without hesitation. Ranking match in progress. In half an hour, at Arena C, Arena 28, please proceed to the front desk to collect your mask, register your code, and arrive on time to participate in the match. The prize is 2,000 ability coins, 2,000 bonus per match. For Tier 2, doubled for each win, and a reward of 100,000 ability coins for 7 consecutive wins. Afterwards, you will be matched with a silver level ability fighter, same tier battle, those who have won 7 or more consecutive matches. Yi Chou's heart skipped a beat. If he could win 7 games in a row, the prize money would reach 200,000 superpower coins. However, this money probably won't be easy to earn. It will definitely be quite difficult. After resting for about 10 minutes, he went to the front desk, picked up a fox mask, put it on, registered the codename Choya, and then followed the signs to walk straight to arena number 28 in section C. A large number of spectators gathered around the ring, creating a very lively atmosphere. Some people even shouted excitedly, wild wind, invincible under heaven. Keep going, strong winds. Wind, you're the best." Yi Chou could tell at a glance that his next opponent was no ordinary person, but a well-known superhuman fighter. But he didn't care. He was confident that he was invincible below the 3rd rank. The competition began quickly. Yi Chou slowly walked onto the stage, facing a tall, strong man wearing a blue wolf mask. "Wild Wolf Commando Team, Gale, nice to meet you." The man spoke politely. He was tall but carried no weapons, clearly skilled in martial arts. Yi Chou, wielding a long sword, seemed to have the upper hand. After a moment's thought, he threw the long sword aside. "Although you won't lose your weapon when fighting monsters, it's still good to practice your hand-to-hand combat skills. Are you sure you don't want to use a weapon?" Kuang Feng's eyes looked slightly strange. Yi Chou responded calmly. 10, 9, 8, 7. The competition begins. Yi Chou quickly dodged and rushed out, throwing a punch at Kuang Feng. Extremely fast. Kuang Feng's expression changed slightly, and he threw a punch in response. His special ability clearly leans towards physical combat, and at this moment his body has swelled up like a small giant. Yi Chou's fist collided with it, and he even felt a slight numbness in his arm. Subsequently, he gradually figured out Kuang Feng's fighting style, moving around him, seizing opportunities, and launching attacks when the opponent's movements were off. The audience was amazed. This superhuman, Choya, is no weakling either. He can actually rival Kuang Feng. I think whether Kuang Feng can advance to the silver level fighter depends on this match. Akiha is so handsome. Keep going, strong wins. Kuang Feng clearly felt the pressure on the stage. The shadowy figures swirling around him suggested that he was an assassin-type ability user. But Yi Chou's fighting prowess shocked him. He took a deep breath, let out a roar of wind, and his body expanded again, as if undergoing a second evolution. The power suddenly increased. A glint flashed in Yi Chou's eyes. "It seems I need to take this seriously." He exhaled softly, and the shadow within his body grew even denser, bursting out like lightning. He leaped into the air and lashed out with his right leg like a whip. Leg strength is inherently greater than arm strength. Yi Chou's whip kick whipped up a whistling wind like a steel whip. Kuang Feng dared not be careless. He rushed his blood and chi into his hands and held them in front of his chest, trying to block the attack. Unfortunately, he was too naive. Yi Chou lashed out with his whip, sending him flying and crashing off the stage with a gust of wind. The winner is Yi Chou. As a power-type ability user, Kuang Feng's eyes turned cold, and he crossed his arms in front of his chest, preparing to block the whip kick. A closer look reveals that his arms have swelled up a bit and have a bluish-black sheen. Clearly, he has activated an advanced state of superpowers. As expected, Kuang Feng's superpower is an A-level strength-type superpower, Bronze King. Those who possess this ability can enhance their physical attributes and grant their bodies special status effects. A powerful Bronze King ability user, impervious to blades and spears, as fierce as a tiger or leopard. At this moment, the Gale activated the Bronze King's additional effect, Bronze Body. The audience erupted in screams. "Gale, Bronze King! Gale, Bronze King! Great wind! Keep it up!" Once Gale activated his bronze body state, his physical defense immediately doubled. This is absolutely worthy of the title of A-level superpower. All the audience members below the stage firmly believed that Gale, who possessed the Bronze King's superpowers, could easily withstand a single blow from Yi Chou, an assassin-type superpower user. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. The moment the whip kick landed, Yi Chou's eyes remained calm, almost without any ripples. The one favored by everyone, Kuang Feng, had his arm broken by this blow. His body flew backward and crashed heavily outside the ring. There was a deathly silence all around. It took the spectators quite a while to slowly come to their senses. My God, Gale, who almost became a silver warrior, actually lost. How is this possible? Am I dreaming? This world is incredible. Isn't Yi Chou an assassin-type ability user? How can he have such powerful strength? My God, god, another powerful fighter is about to emerge from the second-tier arena. Soon, the brief discussion ended, and many people became fans of Yichio. Looking at Yichio, who stood proudly and outstandingly on the arena, they couldn't help but burst into cheers. Autumn leaves. Autumn leaves. Shoye is amazing. Akiba, you're really strong. The Mad Wolf Sanctuary has always been a strong place for martial arts, and the sanctuary has always revered strength. Otherwise, such a large-scale arena for superhumans wouldn't have been built. The superhumans who came to the arena to watch the matches were almost all battle fanatics. The worship of the strong is almost ingrained in their blood. Yichio's extraordinary combat prowess instantly made him a rising star with explosive popularity in the eyes of everyone. After stepping down from the stage, a pretty female staff member slowly walked forward and said softly, "Akiba too, would you like to rest? You may go to the rest room." Yichio shook his head and replied calmly, "Let's start the next match." He longs to challenge himself and also hopes to see more diverse superpowers. A hint of doubt flashed in the female staff member's eyes as she asked again, "Shoye Doja, are you sure you want to continue the superpowered individuals competition?" Yichio's lips curled slightly upward beneath the mask, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "If I could, I would be willing to fight 6 matches in a row." Upon hearing this, the female staff member's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure with a professional smile, though a hint of surprise flickered in her eyes. "No problem, Autumn Leaf Fighter. However, I must remind you that the Mad Wolf Sanctuary Arena will not bear any responsibility if fundamental damage is caused by high-intensity combat." Yichio nodded. "I understand. Please wait a moment, I will prepare the agreement now. After it is signed, you can continue to the next match." The female staff member nodded. "In addition, if you win 7 consecutive matches, the arena will automatically award you a silver-level fighter badge and a generous bonus." "I know," Yichio said with a smile, "I had some prior knowledge of it." "Okay, please wait 10 minutes. The female staff member turned and left. Yichio waited in place for 5 minutes before a female staff member walked over quickly, her wristband lighting up. After Yichio stepped forward to verify his identity, he tapped his finger to complete the signing of the electronic disclaimer agreement. "Please proceed to the lounge and wait a moment. Your second battle against superhumans will officially begin in 15 minutes. The female staff member said softly. Yichio nodded and walked towards the lounge, where tea and snacks were prepared. What he didn't know was that his battle with Kwangfeng, a near-silver-level fighter, had already been edited and broadcast. The news that he was preparing to engage in 7 consecutive matches was also widely publicized by the arena. Many ordinary people and people with superpowers who enjoy superpower battles were attracted and snapped up tickets for the next few matches, wanting to see how far this rising star Yichio could go. 15 minutes isn't a long time, it's just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea. When the time came, the bracelet prompted Yichio to immediately head to arena number 27 in Zone C. The contestants' information was also displayed simultaneously on the screen. Nickname, Cheetah, level 28, B-rank transformation type ability user. Record, 23 wins and 7 losses. Nickname, Shoya, level 27 assassin class C-rank ability user. Record, 1 win, 0 losses. Numerically speaking, the superhuman known as the Cheetah clearly has the advantage. People even began to suspect, what exactly is going on? Although Choya's level is not low, how come he is still only a C-level ability user? He really defeated a near-silver level fighter? Something feels off. Let's just wait and see. If he can win 7 games in a row, even if he doesn't win them all, I'll have to admit he's tough. I just witnessed his fight with Kwangfeng. Xiao is indeed formidable. At this moment, Yichio made his appearance. He was a very sharp-looking young man wearing a cheetah mask. To be honest, Cheetah is no ordinary person to have reached level 28 with a B-level superpower at such a young age. He must have had some special opportunities and put in a lot of hard work. His eyes, hidden behind the mask, were fixed on Yichio, burning with intense fighting spirit. Yichio cupped his hands in greeting, his tone calm. Xiaoyi, a superpowered individual, please guide me. Cheetah, you have superpowers. Please guide me. Cheetah replied in a deep voice. At the same time, the referee announced, the match begins. The cheetah roared, and suddenly a layer of fur grew on its body, changing its appearance to be more like a wild beast. This is the B-level superpower, Cheetah Mutation. As a shape-shifting ability, while not on par with A-level werewolves or vampires, the cheetah had his own destiny. At level 19, he unexpectedly obtained a precious talent scroll. That's a talent skill called Blood Burst. It was this skill that helped him advance rapidly and steadily grow to where he is today. However, he doesn't use this skill easily most of the time. Cheetah firmly believes that he doesn't need to burn blood and that at level 28, he is fully capable of defeating Xiao Yi, a C-level ability user in front of him. As a Class B ability user, he deeply understood the principle that diligence can make up for lack of talent. Years ago, he honed his physical skills and combat techniques to perfection. He would never be easily defeated when fighting against an equally matched opponent. The cheetah, transformed into a half-orc, suddenly charged out, each step firmly and powerfully planted with incredible speed. When he reached Yichio Yiqiu, he suddenly extended his sharp claws and tore at Yiqiu's chest. This claw strike was swift and ruthless, yet it held back some power, preventing it from being fatal. Yiqiu's eyes were calm. A shadowy aura appeared around him. Shadow Blade ability activated. Yiqiu's speed suddenly increased, easily dodging the claw attack. How arrogant! The cheetah was secretly surprised, and its eyes changed slightly. But with his rich combat experience, he didn't hesitate and quickly turned his claws into fists, swinging a heavy hammer from the side. At this moment, the cheetah immediately adjusted its center of gravity, concentrating its strength without dissipating, and maintained its most stable posture. He not only possesses powerful superpowers, but is also outstanding in combat skills. A hint of joy flashed in Yiqiu's eyes. A worthy opponent. However, Yiqiu simply raised his palm and blocked the hammer. Then, he focused his mind slightly, clenched his left fist, and suddenly threw a punch. The cheetah's expression changed, and it quickly dodged away. He had already realized that Yiqiu was no ordinary person. He dared not be careless, and more hair spread across his body, increasing his beast-like proportion, allowing him to dodge the punch at an extremely fast speed. Yiqiu's true strength far surpasses that of the cheetah. However, these are just basic values. Yiqiu chose to suppress his strength and fight the cheetah to hone his combat skills. The cheetah also noticed a surprising fact: although Yiqiu's combat skills were somewhat immature, he would occasionally unleash astonishing speed or power, causing his attacks to miss repeatedly. This left the cheetah quite frustrated. The audience below the stage, witnessing the two battling fiercely, were also deeply impressed. Even a cheetah is no match for Qiuye. My god. You know, Cheetah was very likely to become a silver-level fighter back then. If he hadn't been unlucky enough to encounter a few real silver-level fighters, he wouldn't have had to train for so long. Qiuye has only just debuted, yet she's already so powerful. I'm rooting for Qiuye. That's how the rules are in the superpower arena. Bronze-level fighter is a relatively powerful title among first-tier ability users. Second-tier fighters are called silver-level fighters. Third-tier fighters are gold-level fighters. Fourth-tier fighters are purple-gold-level fighters. And fifth-tier fighters are diamond-level fighters. As for those at level 6 and above, they are beyond the range of experts that the superpower arena can invite. Those who are at the 6th rank or above usually bear heavier responsibilities and missions, and naturally have no time to participate in competitive matches. At this moment, the battle between Yiqiu and the cheetah on the stage became increasingly fierce. At first, Cheetah noticed that Yiqiu's combat skills were somewhat lacking, but this situation did not last long. In less than a quarter of an hour, Yiqiu was able to master various power exertion techniques and adjust his center of gravity at any time. Such learning ability is simply monstrous. The cheetah's eyes shifted slightly. He knew that to win this battle, he had to use his innate skill, Bloodburst. Taking a deep breath, a glint flashed in the cheetah's eyes. Seizing the opportunity, it suddenly moved out of Yiqiu's attack range and roared to the sky. At this moment, the cheetah, which had already entered its half-orc form, was engulfed in flame-like bloodlight, its aura layered upon layer, and it was in no way inferior to an ordinary third-tier ability user. The audience members familiar with cheetahs began to scream, "Burning Blood Leopard! Burning Blood Leopard! Cheetah, keep it up! Defeat your opponent! Great, keep going!" After activating the Bloodburst talent skill, the cheetah's mind will be slightly affected, and its fighting style will become more ferocious, often resulting in bloodshed. This is precisely why many thrill-seeking viewers eagerly await the cheetah to unleash its innate abilities. The cheetah's reputation is built on performances like these. Yiqiu's gaze became even more serious. At this point, the cheetah truly possessed the potential to rival him. Yiqiu didn't say much. He took a deep breath and stopped suppressing his strength. The cheetah sensed a sudden change in Qiuye's aura. He was like a calm mountain spring before, but now he has become a raging torrent. The levels of danger are completely different, worlds apart. The cheetah's mind was already affected by the blood-burning burst, which in turn fueled his fighting spirit. He roared and pounced on Yiqiu, his beast-like hands, wrapped in blood-red light, tearing at Yiqiu's face. Yiqiu's eyes changed slightly. He nimbly dodged and kicked out hard. The cheetah leaped to avoid the kick, then clenched its fists together like a heavy hammer and slammed them down on Yiqiu's head. This strike came from above, full of momentum, and was delivered with force from both palms. If it hit, Yiqiu's head would probably explode like a broken watermelon. However, Yiqiu merely touched the ground with his toes, his figure as graceful as a white crane, and retreated elegantly, dodging the attack. The cheetah makes a dull thud when it lands. He roared, turned, and charged at Yiqiu, his beast-like right hand tearing from left to right. Yiqiu nimbly dodged and slashed at the cheetah's chest with his palm. A dull thud rang out. The force of this palm strike was astonishing. The cheetah gritted its teeth and once again became entangled with Yiqiu. The audience was stunned. Even with the blood-burning state activated, the cheetah is still no match for Qiuye. That's right, the cheetah is already at a disadvantage. How can Qiuye be so strong? Autumn leaves are simply incredible. At this point, the cheetah had lost its purpose in training Yiqiu, and Yiqiu had no intention of getting entangled with it any longer. He suddenly accelerated and threw a punch. The fist whistled through the air, sending sending the cheetah flying. It tumbled several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. The severely injured cheetah was unable to maintain its blood-burning burst, and the crimson flames on its body instantly went out. Yichio frowned slightly, preparing to step down from the stage. Suddenly, the cheetah let out a deep roar, and the crimson flames reignited. Yichio's eyes narrowed slightly. This situation is extremely rare. It can usually only be achieved with berserk skills. However, the cheetah's vitality has already been greatly depleted, and if this continues, its foundation will inevitably be damaged. Recalling the coping techniques from the study of supernatural abilities, Yichio frowned, quickly flashed out, and suddenly struck a key point on the cheetah's chest with his finger. The crimson flames on the cheetah's body were instantly dispelled, and he staggered and knelt on the ground. When he refocused his gaze and realized his condition, his forehead was covered in sweat. The cheetah quickly stood up, bowed deeply to Yichio, and said gratefully, "Thanks to you, brother Choye. If it weren't for you, I would be in real trouble." When the talent skill is out of control, every second that blood burst is activated consumes a large amount of life force. Yichio was already very fast. If he waited for the referee to arrive any longer, he would really damage his foundation. Therefore, the cheetah's gratitude towards Yichio was extremely sincere. Yichio shook his head. "We are all superhuman warriors fighting against alien beasts. It's nothing for us to help you." At this point, some people in the stands who knew the inside story began to spread the word about what had just happened. Before long, everyone started discussing it. "Shoye is a good guy, he's really generous." "That's right. If we had been a step slower, the cheetah would have suffered a serious injury." "Shoye is a reliable person. He's right. We are all superhumans fighting against alien beasts. We have a common enemy, so friendship and sparring are enough." While I personally really want to see some intense, hand-to-hand combat, people with superpowers are really not enemies. Shoye is absolutely right. At this moment, the referee quickly announced, "Akiho wins this battle." Cheetah also said to Yichio, "Brother, how about we add each other on the wristband? I'll transfer you money as a reward when I get back." The bracelet's communication number is similar to Yichio's QQ number and WeChat account from his previous life. It is both discreet and allows him to contact others as well as transfer money. "That's unnecessary." Yichio politely declined the cheetah's gift and slowly stepped off the stage. A hint of emotion flashed in the cheetah's eyes, but the gratitude was deeply etched in its heart. After a half-hour break, Yichio went to the lounge. "As soon as I sat down, my phone rang. The caller was still Shin Sakshu. "Yichio, I finished up here, and I'm back at the Mad Wolf Assault Station. You defeated Shin Xianfeng. That's fantastic." Shin Sakshu's tone was filled with excitement. Yichio chuckled, "Sister Sa Shui, don't say that. My real strength is still quite formidable." "Humph, you're so smug." Shin Sakshu chuckled and said, "However, you not only defeated Shin Xianfeng, but also exposed his use of enhancement drugs. The mastermind behind this should quiet down for a while, but you also need to be careful. If anything seems amiss, contact me directly, and Sister Sa Shui will help you sort it out." Yichio's eyes softened. "I understand. I'll be careful. By the way, Sister Sa Shui, how about we grab a bite to eat sometime? I'm afraid it's not possible today. I've been accompanying an important person around the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. It's rest time now, so I'm taking the time to say a few words to you." Shin Sakshu gave a wry smile. Yichio had never heard her speak in such a helpless tone before. In his memory, she had always been heroic, decisive, and capable. He asked curiously, "What happened? Which important person wants you to accompany them? Isn't the guardian of the Wild Wolf Sanctuary going to show up? I heard that the last time the dragon turtle appeared was no small matter. It was of great importance. Most of the level 4 and above experts in the Mad Wolf assault team were mobilized, and I, a level 4 recruit, was taken away to be a supporting character." Shin Sakshu said half-jokingly. Yichio said thoughtfully, "I see. Okay, let me know when you have time." "Okay." Shin Sakshu hung up the phone. Then came the third battle. This time, Yichio was matched with a level 24 C-rank ability user whose ability was similar to fire element affinity, but was considered a lower-level fire manipulation. The opponent had no outstanding qualities and could not serve as a whetstone. Yichio easily defeated him and won smoothly. In the fourth and fifth battles, Yichio encountered the holder of the level 26 B-rank ability Child of the Earth and the level 27 B-rank ability Inflow, respectively. He defeated them without any doubt. It wasn't until the sixth match that Yichio encountered an opponent who truly ignited his fighting spirit. Nicknamed Gasso, a level 29 A-rank summoning ability user. Record, 11 wins and 3 losses. Yichio's expression changed slightly when he saw the words summoning type. Summoning type ability users are among the most powerful of all ability users. There are elemental summoners who can summon various elemental creatures, nature summoners similar to druids, and necromancers who specialize in summoning undead creatures. Their biggest advantage is their extremely strong ability to mass-produce troops, which becomes incredibly powerful in the late game. He continued on his way. Similarly, there are also corresponding beings in the world of mythical beasts, namely elemental mythical beasts, such as the King of Flame Flames, the king of stone giants, and the king of cyclopes, who can summon members of their own kind to aid them in battle. Opposite him stood a blonde superhuman wearing a long robe and holding a scepter. People of color also exist in this world. They were few in number, only a minority in the shelter, and most of them still had black hair and black eyes like Lanshin in Yichou's previous life. But this Gazo was clearly cunning. His mask only covered half of his face, revealing his exquisite lower half, dazzlingly gorgeous, which, combined with his attire, gave him a strong exotic flair. Many female audience members shouted from below the stage, "Go Gasso, keep it up, Gazelle, invincible at tier 2. Gasso, you're the best." Gasso's voice was gentle and pleasant. "Gasso, the superhuman, please guide me." Yichou replied, "Xiao Yi, the superpowered individual, please enlighten me." Gasso was well aware of the weaknesses of summoning ability users, and with a wave of his hand, he quickly summoned several low-level fire elemental lifeforms that rushed towards Yichou. Yichou's lips curled up slightly, his figure swayed, and he drew the standard longsword from his waist. With a flash of light, several fire elemental beings were cut down by his blade. However, these fire elemental beings also bought Gasso valuable time. He muttered incantations, and soon a crimson light ignited on the staff, revealing an elemental lifeform that was even more magnificent and powerful than the previous fire elemental. Its body shape is like that of an ordinary girl, but its facial features and gender characteristics are blurred, and it has 6 membranous wings made of flames on its back. When this high-level fire elemental lifeform appeared, the surrounding air became scorching hot. "Fire Maiden, defeat him," Gasso commanded in a deep voice. The Flame Maiden immediately rushed out, surrounded by clusters of crimson flames, shooting towards Yichou like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. In the blink of an eye, several balls of flame appeared in front of Yichou. Yichou twirled his long sword, a black shadow spreading across its blade, and then slashed fiercely. Yichou's attack speed was extremely fast, and several balls of flame were extinguished in the blink of an eye. The Flame Maiden let out a shrill, aria-like cry in the air and swiftly pounced on Yichou. Yichou's eyes turned cold, and he instantly unleashed a slash. This slash was incredibly fast, drawing a dazzling arc of light in the air, and the once aggressive Flame Maiden was instantly frozen in mid-air. The next moment, its fiery body was split in two. Upon seeing this, the surrounding audience couldn't help but gasp in surprise. "My god, this is Gasso's strongest summon, Flame Maiden, and she was defeated so easily." Not necessarily. Elemental life forms have extremely strong regenerative abilities. Perhaps the core wasn't injured. Let's continue watching. Yichou's eyes flickered slightly. He realized that the Flame Maiden had not completely dissipated. The blade flashed through the air once more, like the sunset glow on the horizon. The Flame Maiden, who had just healed, was struck again and torn to pieces. This time, Yichou's blade struck the Flame Maiden's core directly, rendering her elemental life completely irrecoverable and causing it to dissipate entirely. Gazo was furious. He burst into a high-pitched chant, and clusters of red light appeared around him. This is a basic skill that he rarely uses. The audience immediately became excited. Gazo is about to unleash his full power. The skill is about to be unleashed. Let's wait and see. Can Xiaoya maintain their winning streak? I don't think so. Yichou's expression turned solemn. He instantly sheathed his sword and drew out the bloodthirsty berserker blade. He was incredibly fast and dashed away in a flash. A fierce glint appeared in Gaso's eyes, and the moment his staff stopped, it burst forth with a fiery red light. Golden and red streaks of light lit up the sky, converging into a golden and red flame elemental lifeform resembling an armored knight. "Come forth, Flame Knight, defeat the enemy before you." A hint of smugness flashed in Gaso's eyes. As a level 29 ability user, with the blessing of this basic skill, the fire elemental lifeform he summoned, the Flame Knight, was almost at the level of a third-tier ability user. Moreover, elemental beings are not easily killed by physical attacks, making it incredibly easy for them to deal with an assassin like Yichou. The audience members were equally excited. "It's the Flame Knight. Gasso, you're amazing. Flame Knight, Flame Knight." Yichou's face remained calm, his eyes so serene that no emotion could be discerned. Sensing Yichou's calmness, Gasso felt a sense of disgust for the first time. As the holder of the A-level summoning ability Fire Elementalist, Gasso may not be a top genius, but he is definitely one of the best among the experts. He was always proud and enjoyed being the center of attention, so he deliberately cultivated his image and became the darling of the superhuman arena. Yichou's dismissive and indifferent attitude made him feel neglected. Fueled by rage, Gasso brandished his staff, once again empowering the Flame Knight. The fire elemental being, clad in golden red armor and wielding a greatsword, resembled a mythical warrior, exuding an imposing aura. Yichou's eyes remained calm, his hand gripping the bloodthirsty blade, subtly emanating an aura completely different from before. It was even colder and more frightening. The next moment, the Flame Knight brandished his flaming greatsword and charged towards Yichou at lightning speed. A crimson sword light sliced through the air, pointing directly at Yichou. In comparison, the bloodthirsty blade appears much thinner, but Yichou actually blocked the flaming heavy sword with just this small, bloodthirsty blade. A strange light flashed in Gasso's eyes, but he still trusted the Flame Knight he had summoned. In just a a few dozen breaths, Yi Qiu had already exchanged blows with the Flame Knight 7 or 8 times. Despite the elemental life form's strength and extreme resistance to physical attacks, the bloodlust inherent in the bloodthirsty blade still affected the Flame Knight. Yi Qiu's attacks were swift, and the Flame Knight soon showed signs of fatigue, needing to switch clones. Gaso's expression changed drastically, and he secretly made up his mind, ordering the Flame Knight to finish the battle quickly. The light emanating from the Flame Knight intensified once more, golden red flames burning the crimson greatsword as it slashed down fiercely. Yi Qiu immediately activated damage stacking. The doubled attack power makes the Flame Knight even harder to withstand. A minute or two later, the Flame Knight crashed to the ground and vanished in golden red light. Gazo's expression also changed. Yi Qiu rushed forward and, without giving him a chance to surrender, kicked him off the stage. This proud genius, who was extremely concerned about his image, ended up falling flat on his face in a pathetic manner. The onlookers were shocked. This is a high-level summon, the Flame Knight, comparable to a third-tier ability user, and Yi Qiu defeated it with ease. He's too strong. Listen to this, he's fought in several battles before, his stamina and courage are simply incredible. I suspect he can advance to silver-level fighter tonight. That's truly amazing. The referee's voice boomed, Yi Qiu wins. Gaso, sitting in the audience, wiped the dust off his face and spat contemptuously. Although he felt resentful, he could only accept reality. Yi Qiu is incredibly powerful, and according to the Flame Knight's perception, he's still quite young. His sea-level superpower is likely fake, and Gaso wouldn't dare to provoke him easily. After a half-hour break, Yi Qiu returned to the lounge. At this moment, outside the arena for superhumans at the Mad Wolf Sanctuary, Fang Zilong and Qin Sakshu led a pretty girl who looked no more than 16 or 17 years old toward the arena. The girl's eyes darted around, and she asked mischievously, "Is this the famous arena of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary? I don't look that strong." The architecture of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary can't compare to the magnificence of the Central Sanctuary, Qin Sakshu said in a low voice. What's most attractive here is the exciting battles between various superpowered individuals. As soon as the three entered, the girl, who appeared to be accompanied by 2 attendants, immediately attracted the attention of the staff. "Miss, do you need any help?" A female staff member who was not busy came forward to inquire. The girl rolled her eyes and asked curiously, "Are there any interesting matches here?" The female staff member next to him was very enthusiastic and gave a detailed account of Yi Qiu's previous achievements. 7 matches in a row? Is this superhuman made of iron? A hint of surprise flashed in the girl's eyes, but at the same time, her interest grew. "I'll go check it out right now. If this guy really has some skills, I'll definitely recruit him." Qin Sakshu felt somewhat helpless as she listened to the girl's words. Fang Zilong whispered a reminder, "Miss Gu, most of the powerful superhumans at the Mad Wolf Sanctuary are members of the Mad Wolf Commando team. If you want to recruit him as a follower, it won't be that easy." Before he could finish speaking, the girl impatiently interrupted, All right, I'll just tell my grandpa, that'll be enough. As long as he's not a guardian of 3 stars or higher, I have every right to transfer him to my command." Fang Zilong had no choice but to acquiesce. The girl's name is Gu Yueling. Not only does she have a grandfather who holds an important position in the Central Sanctuary, but she herself is also a genius-level superhuman. She is only 17 years old, but she has already awakened the 2S-level superpower Star Envoy, which allows her to manipulate the power of stars for attack, defense, summoning and even healing, with almost no weaknesses. In addition, she also possesses the rare talent skill Eye of the Stars, which allows her to randomly obtain related information by touching objects. It's simply incredible. Qin Sakshu asked Gu Yueling helplessly, "So, are we going to find Choye now?" Gu Yueling replied with a grin, "Of course, we'll go watch the arena matches first. If Choye is really as powerful as the rumors say, I will definitely recruit him to my side." Qin Sakshu and Fang Zilong exchanged a glance. Although they felt helpless, they could only follow Gu Yueling to buy tickets and prepare to watch Yi Qiu's superpower competition. Meanwhile, in the rest area, Yi Qiu silently closed his eyes to rest. Mr. Akiba. Hearing the sound, he slowly opened his eyes and saw a young man standing not far away. Yi Qiu's tone carried a hint of doubt. The young man, who was not wearing a mask and was clearly not a fighter in the arena, said respectfully, "I am the manager of the betting department at the Mad Wolf Arena, and I would like to discuss a business deal with you." Yi Qiu frowned slightly. "What do you want to do?" "I hope you can play 2 more games after playing 7 in a row." The young man smiled and said, "We will use the results of these 2 matches as the basis for determining additional betting options." Yi Qiu's heart stirred. "That's possible, but what benefits would I get?" "You should understand that although there is a half-hour break between each game, playing continuously is still very physically demanding. Playing 2 more games might damage the foundation. Mr. Choye, if you agree, we can offer 1 million as a reward." The young manager continued, "And this is even with you choosing an ordinary opponent, without any gimmicks. If you are willing to challenge a silver-level fighter or take on a challenge beyond your current level, we can pay a higher price, such as 3 million. This amount is no small sum." Yi Qiu fought 7 matches in a row, and the rewards he received were only a few 100,000. Even the privileges of of becoming a silver-level fighter are far outweighed by the allure of 3 million. Who would complain about not having enough money? Yi Chou thought for a moment and said, I can agree, but you have to pay half of the deposit first. Apart from that, I choose the latter. After the 7 matches, I will challenge a silver-level fighter, and in the 9th match, I will challenge a fighter of a higher level. Upon hearing this, the manager of the betting department at Mad Wolf Arena gleamed with excitement. A smile played on his lips. Of course, we are willing to prepay you 1.5 million. However, you'll have to sign an agreement with us. At the same time, we hope you will give it your all and never hold back or deliberately admit defeat. Yi Chou smiled and nodded. Of course. So the manager immediately took out a card, transferred 1.5 million yuan to Yi Chou, and then used his bracelet to pull up a pre-prepared agreement and handed it to Yi Chou to sign. After signing the contract, Yi Chou's assets increased by another 1.5 million. A slight smile played on his lips as he muttered to himself, with this 3 million, life will finally be a bit easier. 5 minutes later, Yi Chou faced his 7th match. If he wins this match, he will achieve a 7-game winning streak and automatically advance to the silver-level fighter in the Mad Wolf Sanctuary Superpower Arena. As Yi Chou stepped onto the arena, he saw a woman wearing a butterfly mask standing opposite him. Her face was completely covered, but her slender figure alone exuded a unique charm. Her attire surprised Yi Chou. It resembled the modified ancient costumes from his previous life on Earth, flowing and ethereal, with colorful ribbons. At that moment, the information displayed on the big screen made Yi Chou's heart tighten. Nickname, Spirit Butterfly, Level 29 S-Rank Cultivation Side Ability User. Record, 6 wins and 0 losses. Cultivation Side Superpowered Individuals. This name immediately reminded Yi Chou of someone. Inside the Mad Wolf Sanctuary, there is a 5th-tier powerhouse nicknamed Sword Immortal. In this world of superpowers, various superpowers are subdivided into different categories. The cultivation path is one of them. Those with special abilities in the cultivation realm are extremely rare, and their strength is extraordinary. The Spirit Butterfly before him was the only S-class ability user Yi Chou had encountered in these matches. At this moment, Gu Yueling's eyes flickered slightly in the audience. She whispered to Qin Sakshu, I know who the Spirit Butterfly is. Qin Sakshu's eyes flickered. Miss Gu recognized her? Of course. Gu Yueling's tone was tinged with displeasure. I didn't expect her to actually come to the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. However, her strength is indeed very powerful. Even if Chiu Ye is very strong, he may not be able to defeat her. Qin Sakshu bit her lip and didn't say anything more. She turned her gaze to the young figure on the stage, and for some reason felt that this ability user nicknamed Chiu looked a lot like someone. And this name, however, she didn't think much of it. Yi Chou and she have a good relationship. She can simply ask him directly when she gets back. However, if Gu Yueling really takes a liking to Yi Chou, she probably needs to give him some serious advice. Although Gu Yueling comes from a prominent family, is powerful, and has outstanding talent, she is unconventional and extremely bold. If Yi Chou follows her, he will be in danger 100%. Yi Chou is only at the 2nd level now, and she doesn't want her childhood sweetheart to die halfway through. Wild Wolf Sanctuary, Psylocke, nice to meet you. The woman nicknamed Spirit Butterfly had a melodious voice, but it carried a hint of arrogance, as if she looked down on Yi Chou. Yi Chou's eyes were calm as he said, the Mad Wolf Sanctuary, Xiu Yi, humbly request your guidance. A cold glint flashed in Yi Chou's eyes as he drew his bloodthirsty blade and charged out instantly. Seeing Yi Chou's incredible speed, Spirit Butterfly quickly assessed his strength. Beneath her mask, a slight smile played on her lips as she raised her hand, revealing mysterious patterns of light. The next moment, the light patterns condensed into a shield, blocking her way. Yi Chou brandished his bloodthirsty blade and stabbed forward fiercely. A crisp sound rang out. The shield of light seemed to have a physical form, and the bloodthirsty blade couldn't even pierce it. A cold glint flashed in Yi Chou's eyes. It's important to know that the bloodthirsty blade has extremely high attack power. The defenses of ordinary superhumans are as fragile as paper in front of it. This Spirit Butterfly is indeed an S-class ability user, with extraordinary strength. At this moment, Lingdi's fingers kept changing, as if she were forming hand seals. The light emanating from her fingertips grew increasingly dazzling, gradually coalescing into streaks of sword shadows that floated around her. In the stands, the audience had already begun to shout, "The Fairy Butterfly! The Fairy Butterfly! Fairy Butterfly, I love you! You're amazing! You beat Akiha! The Fairy Butterfly will surely win!" Clearly, this slender woman is the idol of many spectators at the Superpower Arena. A hint of surprise flashed in Qin Sakshu's eyes. This ability user, nicknamed Psylocke, is indeed a force to be reckoned with. Gu Yueling said softly, "This woman is as tough as ever." However, I think that Xiao Ye is definitely not simple. Shin Saksha's heart stirred slightly, and she asked, "What do you mean by that?" Gu Yueling chuckled lightly. "You can tell just by looking at them." Shin Saksha didn't say much. She understood that Gu Yueling's special ability was very unique and extremely comprehensive. At this moment, on the arena, the battle between Yi Qiu and Ling Dai had entered a heated phase. Yi Qiu swung his bloodthirsty blade repeatedly, and streaks of crimson light, like falling snowflakes, enveloped a large area. Meanwhile, the sword shadows accumulating around Psylocke became increasingly dense. Seeing that the light shield would be difficult to break in the short term, a ruthless glint flashed in Yi Qiu's eyes. Gritting his teeth, he immediately activated his skill, damage stacking. After damage stacking is activated, the damage doubles, and layers of white ripples appear on the light shield. At the same time, a piercing sound was also heard. After Yi Qiu swung the bloodthirsty blade more than 10 times, the 3 layers of light shield blocking the spirit butterfly suddenly shattered. Psylocke's tone was slightly cold. "You're quite something, being able to break my light shield." Yi Qiu utterly detested this condescending attitude and responded with narrowed eyes. "I have many strengths." As soon as he finished speaking, he lunged at the spirit butterfly. With each step he took, Yi Qiu's pace shifted slightly, his body constantly shifting and turning. Psylocke knew perfectly well that he wanted to use this opportunity to dodge the lightsabers that were about to be fired. But Psylocke has never been afraid of such methods. Her eyes were cold, and with a light wave of her hand, dozens of sword shadows shot towards Yi Qiu with precision, as if they had eyes. No matter how Yi Qiu changed positions, the sword shadow always followed closely behind. Yi Qiu's expression changed slightly. The next moment, he took a deep breath, and the bloodthirsty blade in his hand was filled with ghostly shadows, annihilating the sword light in front of him. Even with all his might, some of the sword light still struck his body. Although it was not a physical object, Yi Qiu felt a stinging pain, as if he had been hit by a blunt object. He staggered back a few steps, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. On stage, Shin Sakshu and Gu Yueling watched Yi Qiu intently, their expressions subtly changing. Gu Yueling frowned deeply. This ability user named Choya seems to have shadow-type abilities, but his physical attributes are good, so his attribute points must be very high. How could he only be a C-level ability user? Shin Sakshu shook her head. Perhaps he experienced some extraordinary adventure. I can't say for sure. Gu Yueling stroked her chin thoughtfully. However, he is quite strong, able to withstand a round of attacks from the spirit butterfly. If it were an ordinary second-tier ability user, they would have been defeated long ago. Gu Yueling's assessment was quite accurate, because Yi Qiu was still wearing his inner armor at this time. On the stage, Yi Qiu had already given it his all. As night fell, he activated his innate skill, Dark Hour. Double the stats mean your combat power is more than doubled. Yi Qiu's figure blurred, and he rushed towards the spirit butterfly at twice the previous speed. A hint of doubt flashed in Psylocke's eyes as she carefully examined Yi Qiu and whispered, "It doesn't seem like you possess berserk abilities. You're hiding quite a few secrets." Yi Qiu sneered. "Instead of wasting time talking, you should think about how to deal with my attack." With a disdainful smirk, Ling Dai flicked her hand. 2 more layers of light shields appeared. At that moment, Yi Qiu's bloodthirsty blade slashed down fiercely. The light shield shattered instantly. Psylocke's expression changed drastically. "How can you be so strong? With double the power and damage stacking, how could the light shield possibly stop Yi Qiu?" Psylocke's eyes suddenly became complicated. She bit her lip, and the next moment, light shone from her hand once again. 4 lightsabers shot out. These lightsabers are noticeably less powerful than before. Especially when Yi Qiu activated Dark Moment, the bloodthirsty blade in his hand immediately severed the 4 lightsabers. The lightsaber dissipated into tiny specks of light in the air. Psylocke's eyes gradually showed anger. She whispered, "Fire Rain." This is a move she learned from a beginner skill scroll. It can only be used 3 times a day, but it is quite powerful. She hadn't intended to use this against Yi Qiu. After all, doing so could very likely expose her identity in real life. But now, in order to obtain the qualification of silver-level fighter, Spirit Butterfly has no choice but to take this action. Clusters of fire rained down in front of her, shooting towards Yi Qiu like meteors. Yi Qiu's expression turned slightly grim. He took a deep breath and his footwork changed instantly. With his extremely fast speed and skillful movement, he dodged the bursts of fire meteors. Ling Dai was almost convinced she was seeing a ghost. Just how amazing was Yi Qiu's agility that he could dodge her fire rain technique with his footwork. She took a deep breath and used fire rain twice in a row. A rain of fire poured down like a waterfall, completely engulfing the space around Yi Qiu. Even if Yi Qiu wanted to dodge, there was nowhere to escape. But Yi Qiu did not back down at this moment. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards Ling Dai in the rain of fire. In an instant, crimson light flowed through his hands, extinguishing clusters of fire rain, and he charged out through the flames. Psylocke gritted her teeth. Her attacks were mostly ranged, and she had no melee skills whatsoever. Yi Qiu came up to her, and she was completely unable to resist. In the end, Yi Qiu kicked her off the stage. At this moment, the surrounding audience fell silent. Someone broke the silence first. The fairy butterfly actually lost. Akiba won. Shoya should have become become a silver rank fighter by now. Yi Qiu still harbored a lingering resentment. Even though he had unleashed some of his fiery rain with his bloodthirsty blade, he still couldn't help but feel unwell from the intense heat. Although the shadow blade enveloped him, reducing the damage considerably, it was still quite a struggle. After stepping off the stage, Yi Qiu immediately returned to the rest area, took out the healing potion he carried with him, and drank it down in one gulp. This healing potion truly lived up to its price of tens of thousands of ability coins per vial. Yi Qiu felt much better immediately after drinking it. The skin and flesh that were previously slightly burned now feel cool, and the redness and swelling have returned to normal. The internal organs that had been impacted gradually recovered. He closed his eyes and slowly rested. Meanwhile, on the large screen in the arena lobby, congratulations to Qiu Yi, the newly promoted silver-ranked fighter in the Mad Wolf Sanctuary Superpower Arena. Passers-by stopped to watch. The light screen on the wall began playing clips of Yi Qiu's previous battles. Everyone was stunned. That's actually Spirit Butterfly. She's an S-rank ability user, extremely powerful. I never thought Akiha could defeat her. Qiu Yi is really amazing. I heard he's already fought 7 matches in a row. This is no mere second-tier ability user. His strength might already be enough to challenge a third-tier expert. I think he will become a rising star in the superpower arena. Everyone chimed in with their own words, their expressions filled with admiration for Yi Qiu. In the arena for superpowered individuals, what matters is the battle record, not just the superpower level. Yi Qiu, a second-tier ability user, won 7 consecutive matches from afternoon to evening, successfully advancing to the silver-level fighter, which can be described as a small miracle in the ability user arena. Breaking news, newly promoted silver-ranked fighter Qiu Yi will participate in tonight's 8th match, where he will challenge another veteran silver-ranked fighter. Instantly, the scene erupted in cheers. Is Qiu Yi risking his life? Isn't he afraid of damaging his foundation? He looked injured during his fight with Psylocke. Should we go take a look? Of course. At this moment, Qin Saxu, Gu Yueling, and Fang Zilong, who were preparing to go backstage, also stopped in their tracks. Fang Zilong asked in a low voice, should we go and watch this show? A glint flashed in Gu Yueling's eyes, but a smile still played on her lips. Of course. This veteran silver-level fighter is extremely strong, especially in terms of experience. This kid is exhausted, he'll most likely lose. But if he wins, I will give him a better option. With worry in her eyes, Qin Saxu asked, Miss Gu, what are you planning to do? Gu Yueling turned her head, a smile playing on her lips. You know that Qiu Yi? Qin Saxu was a little confused. Miss Gu, you noticed all of that? I'm not blind, and you know about my special abilities too. Gu Yueling chuckled softly. He must be someone very close to you. Qin Saxu's eyes flickered slightly as she replied, I suppose so. So, does he really have a Class C superpower? Gu Yueling's expression turned serious. If I'm not mistaken, he is indeed a C-level ability user. The awakening ceremony itself wouldn't have gone wrong, but he probably experienced some kind of extraordinary adventure. Qin Saxu explained. A C-level superpower, and a fortuitous encounter? Oh well, as long as he's strong enough. Gu Yueling smiled and said, let's go buy tickets. Yi Qiu rested for about 20 minutes, and then went to the gambling department. He discovered that quite a few people had bet that he would lose, with odds reaching 1 to 6. In other words, if Yi Qiu bets 10,000 on himself right now, he can get 60,000 if he wins. After weighing the options, Yi Qiu said to the staff, I'm betting Qiu Yi 200,000. He could easily bet more, but betting too much would lower the odds, and making too much money would attract attention. A small profit is enough. Are you sure? The staff member asked. Yi Qiu smiled and replied, confirmed. After paying 200,000, Yi Qiu walked straight towards the arena. His written test was held at arena number 21 in Area B. Once on the stage, Yi Qiu turned his gaze to the big screen. The opponent was displayed on the screen. Nickname, Bone Spirit Fighter, Level 29, Rank A Enhancement Type Ability User. Record, 39 wins and 3 losses, Silver Level Fighter. Yi Qiu's eyes flickered slightly. It seems like a tough opponent. Soon after, a slender, masked superhuman dressed in black took to the stage. He exuded a chilling aura, like a ghost emerging from the depths of hell. In the stands, countless people cheered and encouraged him. Bone Spirit Warrior. Bone Spirit Warrior. Go for it. Defeat Akiha. Go, Bone Spirit Fighter. Bone Spirit Warrior. Bone Spirit Fighter is quite popular. When the time came, Yi Qiu cupped his hands and said, Wild Wolf Sanctuary, Qiu Yi, please guide me. The Bone Spirit Warrior's voice was hoarse, perfectly matching his appearance. Wild Wolf Sanctuary, Bone Spirit Warrior, nice to meet you. The Bone Spirit Warrior's body shimmered with blue and white light, and his aura suddenly changed, becoming even more chilling. He drew his curved sword from his waist and rushed towards Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu's eyes flickered slightly. Is he also a melee-type superhuman with assassin-like abilities? That's interesting. Perhaps we can gain some inspiration from this. The Bone Spirit Warrior was incredibly fast, arriving in front of Yi Qiu in just a dozen breaths. His curved blade, covered in ghostly blue flames, was aimed straight at Yi Qiu's chest. Yi Qiu raised his bloodthirsty blade high, blocking the curved blade's attack. A crisp collision sound rang out. The Bone Spirit fighter's hand trembled slightly, and his eyes changed. Unbeknownst to him, a chip had appeared in the premium curved knife in his hand. The two exchanged blows several times in the blink of an eye, and each time, Yichou's bloodthirsty blade blocked the attack of the scimitar. Yichou also roughly figured out the strength of the Bone Spirit fighter. As an A-level ability user, his agility was similar to mine, but his strength was far inferior. However, his combat skills are indeed commendable. His scimitar moves are tricky and unpredictable, often attacking in ways that Yichou could not have imagined. Even the Bone Spirit fighters often exchange injuries for injuries, voluntarily enduring Yichou's attacks in exchange for a chance to defeat him. His fighting style is ruthless. On stage, Shin Sakshu also looked slightly worried. This Bone Spirit warrior is very strong. Gu Yueling began to analyze. Indeed, as an enhanced ability user, his physical qualities far surpass those of ordinary ability users, and he is ruthless enough. He'd rather injure the enemy 1,000 while losing 800 of his own. If this guy were on the beast battlefield, he'd probably be even more insane. Yichou's eyes hardened, and his fighting style gradually became more conservative, leaning towards a steady and methodical approach. However, he also unknowingly learned a lot of new playing techniques. I've learned quite a lot. The Bone Spirit warrior's eyes were calm as still water, like a ruthless war machine, as he unleashed a series of fierce attacks. After about a quarter of an hour, Yichou had absorbed enough combat experience and stopped fighting the Bone Spirit warrior. His gaze turned slightly cold. He took a deep breath, and his speed suddenly increased several times. He rushed towards his opponent like a whirlwind, and the bloodthirsty blade in his hand drew a blood-red arc, piercing straight into the heart of the Bone Spirit fighter. The Bone Spirit fighter had no idea of Yichou's hidden strength and didn't even have a chance to withdraw and defend. The bloodthirsty blade was pressed sharply against his heart. Upon seeing this, the referee immediately announced loudly, "Akiho wins." A flicker of emotion crossed the Bone Spirit fighter's eyes, but he remained silent and turned to leave the arena. Yichou's lips curled up slightly. 1,200,000 superpower coins, easily pocketed. A chorus of surprised exclamations erupted from the audience. Xiuye was hiding such great strength? Is he really a level 27 ability user? Am I dreaming? The Bone Spirit warrior is a veteran powerhouse, yet he was defeated by him. Oh my god. At the same time, Shin Sakshu, Gu Yueling, and the others on the stage were also filled with shock. Gu Yueling bit her lip and suddenly said, "This kid is definitely hiding a secret. His true strength is by no means inferior to that of a third-tier ability user. Moreover, he must possess some kind of innate skill. A talent skill?" Fan Zilong's eyes changed slightly. That's an extremely precious thing, and he's just a C-level ability user. Talented skills don't discriminate based on who possesses them. Some people are just lucky enough to acquire them. Gu Yueling sneered. Shin Sakshu hesitated for a moment, then said softly, "I have to go downstairs first." Soon after, Shin Sakshu arrived at a secluded spot, took out her phone, and dialed Yichou's number. Meanwhile, in the rest area, Yichou had just sat down and hadn't even had a sip of tea when his phone rang. Seeing that it was Shin Sakshu calling, he answered without hesitation. "Sister Sa Shui, is there something you need? Are you in the superhuman arena at the Mad Wolf Sanctuary?" Shin Sakshu asked hesitantly. "Yes, what's wrong?" Yichou asked, somewhat puzzled. "Sister Sa Shui, is there something you want to tell me? Did you just participate in a battle against a silver-level ability user, codenamed Autumn Leaf?" A complex expression flashed in Shin Sakshu's eyes. "That's right." Yichou answered frankly. "However, Sister Sa Shui, please don't leak this out. I don't want to be too high-profile right now." "I know." Shin Sakshu sighed helplessly, "but I didn't expect you weren't lying to me before. Your strength is indeed very strong." Yichou smiled and said, "Why would I joke? Sister Sa Shui, you should know what kind of person I am. Also, if you really possess innate skills or other special abilities, it's best to keep them hidden. The tallest tree in the forest catches the most wind. Although they won't be taken away, they'll inevitably attract jealousy," Shin Sakshu repeatedly advised. Yichou smiled and agreed. Okay, I understand, Sister Sa Shui. I'll hang up now. I need to meet up with my companions." Shin Sakshu felt a little relieved and hung up the phone. Yichou put his phone away and took a few sips of tea. However, there was still something on his mind. He hadn't yet claimed the gambling department's prize money. He rushed over immediately and, sure enough, easily redeemed the 1.2 million yuan prize money with the voucher. Meanwhile, the odds for the new round of written tests have also been announced, with Xiuye's odds of challenging a third-tier supernatural fighter being 1 to 7.3. We must act swiftly. In other words, if he bets 100,000 and wins, he can get a prize of 730,000. After pondering for a moment, Yichou finally couldn't resist the impulse and placed an investment of 200,000 yuan, betting on himself to win. 10 minutes later, Yichou's ninth match of the day began. He slowly walked onto the ring. Before the referee even announced the start of the match, a deafening roar erupted from the stands. "Autumn leaves! Autumn leaves! Go Xiuye! Strive for a 9-game winning streak. Autumn leaves are invincible." To be honest, Yichou has already accumulated considerable popularity. Although the audience doesn't believe Yichio can challenge a third-tier ability user, they still expect him to bring an unprecedented visual feast. After all, this is a challenge against someone of a higher level. At this moment, the screen flashed, and the information of both sides on the stage appeared simultaneously. Nickname, Medusa, level 36, rank a magic side ability user. Record, 39 wins and 12 losses. Nickname, Shoya, level 27, rank B assassin type ability user. Record, 8 wins and 0 losses. Yichio's eyes flickered slightly. It seems I've met a formidable opponent this time. A-level ability users are not to be underestimated, let alone those on the magic side, especially those of a very high level. If it weren't for the nighttime, which would allow Yichio to activate Dark Hour, his chances of winning would probably be very low. Soon, a woman dressed in a green gauze dress and holding a snakehead scepter gracefully swayed her hips and slowly walked onto the arena. She has a mature and full figure, and an elegant and charming demeanor. Even with a snake scale mask on, her charm is undeniable. Yichio, however, remained calm and composed. On stage, the audience began to gasp in surprise. It's the Medusa. She's a veteran powerhouse. I heard that she has been in the Mad Wolf Sanctuary for more than 30 years, and is even expected to break through to the 5th rank and become a backbone of the sanctuary. Shoya definitely can't beat her. Oh dear, if I had known it was the Medusa, I shouldn't have bet on Akiha to win. The level difference is a full 10 levels. How can we possibly win? Discussions rose and fell, creating a lively and bustling atmosphere. However, most people do not believe that Yichio can defeat the Medusa. Guyueling suddenly produced a lollipop from her hand, and while licking it, she said, Medusa, I know this superhuman. She should be from the Medusa family. This ability is quite powerful, capable of both ranged attacks and defense, and also comes with a talent skill called Petrifying Vision. If she plays well, she can take on 10 assassins with superpowers who are level 20 or higher. But Shin Sakshu said confidently, however, Shoya is not weak either. He might win. Guyueling yawned and continued, but that's not necessarily true. Think about it, Shoyi has already fought 8 matches. Even with recovery potions, it's hard to alleviate his mental fatigue. Besides, the Petrifying Gaze is a mental attack that's hard to defend against. Akiha really has to rely on herself this time. Fang Zilong pondered for a moment and then asked, Miss Gu, could you explain the Petrification Vision in more detail? Of course. Guyueling licked her lollipop and said, the ultimate version of the Petrifying Gaze can turn anyone who is stared at into stone. Moreover, this process is irreversible, which is tantamount to murder. But in the early stages, Petrification Vision tends to be a control skill. When used by a third-tier ability user, it can slow down a person's movements or even freeze them in place. Shin Sakshu and Fang Zilong exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with surprise. This talent skill is just too powerful. It's even more powerful than the talents of some S-class powerhouses. Guyueling smiled and said, however, the Petrification Vision isn't that overpowered. It can only be used 2 or 3 times a day at most. Otherwise, the Medusa would have already been promoted to S rank. This also means extreme danger. Shin Sakshu pondered to herself, biting her lip, and felt a pang of worry for Yichio. The Medusa smiled slightly and said in a seductive voice, the Mad Wolf Sanctuary, the Medusa, awaits your arrival. Yichio replied in a deep voice, Wild Wolf Sanctuary, Shoyi, humbly request your guidance. The referee's voice rang out, the match begins. Yichio's figure blurred, and he rushed out instantly, wielding the bloodthirsty blade. The Gorgon raised her scepter with a snake's head, which emitted a faint green glow. Her lips moved slightly as she silently recited an incantation. The next moment, the green light transformed into a long, rainbow-like beam of light, which fell upon Yichio. Yichio suddenly felt dizzy and his mind was filled with all sorts of terrifying hallucinations. Avicii hell, Azura demons. But in just a few breaths, he quickly broke free. Now, with the blessing of the Dark Hour, his mental strength is more than twice that of an average level 26 ability user. As a human from Earth, Yichio is experienced and determined, and would never be deceived by mere illusions. He immediately broke free, and a hint of surprise appeared in the Gorgon's eyes. However, her spellcasting was already halfway complete, and she only needed another 7 or 8 breaths to summon a powerful attack skill. Yichio leaped forward. Just as he was about to reach the Medusa, suddenly, a burst of green light exploded, and 7 or 8 illusory figures covered in scales and resembling dragons emerged from the air, fiercely biting at Yichio in all directions. Yichio's eyes turned cold as he raised his hand and brandished the bloodthirsty blade. The crimson blade sliced through the illusory image of the dragon, and in an instant, 3 or 4 of them were severed into several pieces, but 2 or 3 still managed to bite his body. Excruciating pain struck. Yichio's face turned pale, but he gritted his teeth and persevered, continuing to sever the illusory image of the serpent with his bloodthirsty blade. At this moment, the Gorgon's lips curled up slightly, and green light shone in her eyes. At that very moment, Yichio sensed extreme danger. My breathing quickened involuntarily, and I instinctively became alert. He didn't close his eyes until the green light in the Medusa's eyes was at its strongest, at which point Yichio realized that she might have launched a mental attack. His body was frozen in place, his limbs and bones lost control, and a chilling feeling swept over him. Yi Chou's expression changed drastically, and the next moment he saw the Medusa raise her scepter high. Snakes, bite. This time, she had enough time to gather her strength, and more than a dozen illusory dragon-like creatures entangled and pounced on Yi Chou. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chou silently activated the second effect of the Bloodthirsty Blade, Bloodthirsty Fury. At the same time, his powerful mental strength helped him break free from the petrified state. After being imbued with the power of Bloodlust, he suddenly swung out the Bloodlust Blade, his attack power increasing by 20% to 30%. Yi Chou carefully changed his position to avoid most of the illusory images of the dragon snake. Amidst the sound of wind being cut, the illusory images of the dragon snake were all slashed down. The Bloodlust Frenzy's life-draining properties also restored a small amount of health to him, and his pale face regained its color. The Gorgon's expression became complicated. Is this kid some kind of unkillable cockroach? Not exhausted yet. The audience on stage erupted in cheers. Autumn leaves. Autumn leaves. Autumn leaves are wonderful. Akiha defeats the Medusa. The Medusa has defeated Akiha. Gorgon, you are the strongest. Fans on both sides have conflicting accounts. A light shone in Qin Saksha's eyes. Yi Chou has truly grown up. Gu Yueling licked her lollipop, her tone full of surprise. This kid has some talent. No wonder I've taken a liking to him. Maybe I can offer him a higher price later. Fang Zilong's eyes flashed, and he said, but that's not necessarily true. The Medusa's petrifying gaze can still be used 2 or 3 more times. There might still be a chance to turn the tide. I can see that this kid is very cautious. Gu Yueling's eyes curved slightly. He won't fall in the same place twice. Qin Saksha stared intently at the arena, filled with anticipation. Yi Chou annihilated the illusory image of the serpent and rushed towards the Medusa, keeping his eyes fixed on her. As soon as her eyes flashed with green light, Yi Chou would immediately become alert to prevent the strange sluggishness from happening again. As Yi Chou approached, the Medusa's expression changed slightly, and she immediately began chanting, "The soul of the demon serpent." This is her basic skill, which is perfectly suited to her special ability. A faint green light bloomed in the air, and a huge phantom of a demonic serpent appeared. Its entire body was covered in green scales, and its crimson eyes gleamed with ferocity. It roared to the sky and pounced on Yi Chou. The attack power of this demonic beast phantom has reached the level of an ordinary 4th-tier expert. Yi Chou's eyes turned cold. Damage stacking. The skill was activated, and the bloodthirsty blade danced in his hand, the blood blade stirring up streaks of light, like a huge storm sweeping out. The illusory serpent was engulfed by the storm of blood blades, its scales became ethereal, and its light gradually dimmed. In just a few breaths, it shattered into pieces. Taking advantage of the skill boost, Yi Chou flashed out. The Medusa's expression changed, her energy was almost depleted, making it extremely difficult for her to unleash another magical attack. Yi Chou rushed in front of her and punched her hard in the stomach. The Medusa tried to block with her scepter, but her strength and agility were far inferior to Yi Chou's. Her scepter was knocked away by him, and her body was also blasted off the stage by the punch. At this moment, the audience was completely silent. After a long while, the crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Akiba, you're amazing. Autumn leaves are invincible. Akiha, how can you be so strong? Akiba, this newly promoted silver-ranked fighter, Xiao Yi, has brought everyone too many surprises. His extraordinary strength and brilliant fighting skills left a lasting impression on the audience. What's more, he won 9 matches in one day, successfully advancing to the silver rank fighter, winning every single one. He is a legend in the Mad Wolf Sanctuary's superpower arena. Perhaps even a decade or more later, people will still be singing his praises. At this moment, Gu Yueling, with a smile in her eyes, jumped off the chair and said, "We can go and meet this Xiao Yi now. I'll go and invite him over." Qin Sakshu said proactively. Gu Yueling looked at her curiously. "Do you know this silver-level fighter named Xiao Yi?" Qin Sakshu nodded. "That's right, I just called to confirm. It should be him." "Then I'll trouble you," Gu Yueling said with a leisurely smile. "Let's go over there and get a private room first, and you can call him over later." Yi Chou stepped off the stage and prepared to go to the front desk to redeem his prize money. To his surprise, he won 9 games in a row. The rules of the superpower arena are that the first victory is worth 2,000 superpower coins, and the prize money doubles for each consecutive win. By the 9th round, Yi Chou had already earned a prize of 1,382,000 superpower coins. He couldn't help but marvel. Including the gambling revenue before and after, this time there was at least a guaranteed income of 4 million. Afterwards, he went to the gambling department, where his initial bet of 200,000 had grown to 1.48 million. After deducting taxes, Yi Chou had a considerable amount of money. Making money is too easy, Yi Chou thought to himself. After a moment's consideration, he decided that he couldn't do this anymore, as it was too detrimental to his mindset. Just then, a familiar voice came. A slight thought crossed his mind, and he tentatively asked, "Sister Sa Shui?" Qin Sakshu smiled slightly. "If you're free right now, come with me for a moment. Someone wants to see you." That person was naturally Gu Yueling. Yi Chou asked curiously, "Who is it?" "She is the daughter of a high-ranking official at the central shelter," Qin Sakshu Saksha replied softly. Central Shelter. A glint flashed in Yichio's eyes. The Central Sanctuary was located in the heart of the human settlement area, surrounded by several other sanctuaries. It was the core of the capital city, extremely prosperous, and teeming with powerful superhumans. Do you know why she wanted to see me? Yichio asked cautiously. The daughter of a high-ranking official is unlikely to show favor easily. I heard they wanted to recruit you, Shin Saksha said softly. I don't know anything else. Then let's go take a look. Yichio nodded in agreement. The Mad Wolf Sanctuary is relatively impartial. Even the daughter of a high-ranking official in the Central Sanctuary has to be mindful and cannot arbitrarily impose orders. The two arrived at a private box in the arena for superhumans. As soon as Yichio entered the room, he saw a pretty young girl sitting there. She looked to be in her early 20s, with a lively and lovely appearance, somewhat resembling Xia Rongrong, but her eyes exuded more of an air of nobility than a touch of naivety. You're Chiu Ye? Take off your mask, Gu Yueling said softly, her tone not arrogant. Yichio hesitated for a moment, then took off his mask. Why do you look younger than me? A hint of doubt flashed in Gu Yueling's eyes. Let me introduce myself first. I'm from the Central Shelter, and my name is Gu Yueling. I'm very interested in you and would like to recruit you as my subordinate. If you'd like, you can briefly introduce yourself. She added, by the way, if you become my subordinate, I can get you any resources you want. Yichio shook his head. My name is Yichio. I am a C-level Shadow Blade user, 16 years old, and I am level 27 this year. However, becoming your subordinate is probably not very likely. My dream is to make a name for myself in the Mad Wolf Commando and help humanity eradicate the alien beasts. Very good. That's ambitious. Gu Yueling's eyes were full of approval as she asked, are you a new recruit? Yichio hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then your second round of assessments shouldn't have started yet, right? Gu Yueling smiled and said, after the second round of assessments, I will send someone to test you. If you pass, there's something I'd like to ask you for help with. Yichio was taken aback, but I might not have time. This matter is very important, and the officials at the Mad Wolf Sanctuary are aware of it as well. Gu Yueling's voice was calm. If you can help me achieve my ultimate goal, I will reward you with an excellent grade equipment and 1 million supernatural coins. One piece of superior grade equipment plus 1 million superpower coins. Although 1 million ability coins isn't a lot, the equipment is enough to drive any ability user crazy. Yichio hesitated for a moment. Then may I ask what exactly it is? Let's complete the second round of assessments for new recruits first. Gu Yueling yawned and said, there's no rush. Although Yichio is now showing extraordinary strength, judging from what Gu Yueling mentioned, he is still not qualified. Shin Saksha hesitated, her lips parted slightly, but she ultimately remained silent. She knew what Gu Yueling was talking about. She was also one of the pre-selected candidates. Sending Yichio would be quite dangerous. But this is also a tremendous opportunity. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Yichio said softly. Okay, but let's add a contact number first. Gu Yueling smiled and turned on the bracelet. Yichio did not hesitate and immediately added her contact number. Gu Yueling's profile picture is a cute pink 5-pointed star cartoon character, and her contact name is Star and Moon. After adding the ingredients, Yichio turned and left. Shin Saksha stepped forward. I'll see you off. Once outside, Shin Saksha whispered to Yichio, if you have the chance, I advise you to do everything in your power to join Gu Yueling's team and help her complete that mission. Yichio was puzzled and about to speak when Shin Saksha spoke first. Don't ask why. Even just participating will greatly benefit you. Her mysterious demeanor made Yichio realize that this older sister would never harm him. A thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. It was late at night, at the dormitory entrance. Why are you so late, you silly boy? Don't you know there's a curfew after 11 p.m. and you can't come in? The superhuman guarding the gate spoke with a helpless tone. Being called a silly kid for the first time, Yichio felt a bit of a headache. Can I still go in? No, and you'll lose merit points, the gatekeeper said. Come and register first, then we'll deduct your merit points. They're even going to deduct merit points. However, he still has many merits to his name, so Yichio doesn't care. After the deduction, the gatekeeper with superpowers glanced at him, his eyes filled with shock. You little rascal, you're ruthless. Aren't you a recruit? You've accumulated so many merits. Yichio chuckled. I've just killed a lot of strange beasts. I bet you're one of the top few. The gatekeeper with superpowers exclaimed in amazement. But don't stay out all night anymore. Got it. Thanks for reminding me. Yichio sighed. Looks like I'll have to find a hotel in the shopping district to stay in. Half an hour later, on the commercial street. It is a commercial area after all, brightly lit, and you can occasionally see pedestrians. Yichio randomly chose a hotel, pushed open the door, and prepared to check in. Suddenly, urgent shouts came from the hall. Ashwan, what's wrong with you? A young female superpowered individual was seen holding a girl whose mouth was bleeding, her face filled with tension. Send him to the shelter hospital. In the lobby, the manager was about to call an ambulance. I am a B-rank holy priest with supernatural abilities. Let me handle this. A middle-aged woman in her 40s walked briskly over. Yichio observed that she was probably at the 3rd level level of strength. However, after the holy light healed her, the girl did not improve. Instead, she became even weaker. The girl, bleeding from the corner of her mouth, was rapidly losing her life force and was on the verge of losing consciousness. The young female superpowered individual cried out anxiously, "Xuan, how are you? Are you all right?" Yi Qiu frowned slightly and quickly stepped forward. He carefully observed the girl, a flicker of change in his eyes. "I should be able to slow down her injuries." As he spoke, Yi Qiu took out the prepared healing and recovery potions and poured them down the girl's throat. After taking the potion, worth 30,000 ability coins, the girl's complexion gradually regained some color after about 10 minutes. Just then, the sound of an ambulance came from outside, and several professional medical personnel quickly got out of the vehicle. The leader was a 4th-tier healing type ability user. After examining the patient, he said, "The patient has been poisoned by the seeds of the parasitic plant. These seeds are extremely poisonous and highly concealed. Fortunately, she held on until we arrived." The 4th-tier healing ability user waved his hands, and a hazy, light blue light shone on the girl. The medical staff next to him took out an antidote and injected it into her body. A moment later, the girl opened her eyes, regaining her senses. "Where am I?" The female superhuman beamed with joy. "Xuan, you're finally awake," the 4th-tier ability user said in a deep voice. "She's mostly recovered and doesn't even need to stay in the hospital." After the female superhuman paid, she politely saw the hospital staff off. Just as Yi Qiu was about to leave, he was suddenly stopped by the beautiful female superhuman. "Brother, wait a moment." She walked over quickly. "Hello, I'm from the Wu family of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. A Shuang is my cousin. If it weren't for you, she would probably be in danger. Thank you so much for helping us." As she spoke, she handed over a card. "This is an anonymous prepaid card with 200,000 yuan on it. It's just a small token of my appreciation." Yi Qiu only spent 60,000 ability coins on the potion, and he accepted it without hesitation. "Then take it." Actually, he had no intention of making money from saving people, and it would be troublesome to argue for so long, so he might as well just accept it. After checking in, Yi Qiu went upstairs to rest. A strange light flashed in the eyes of the female superpowered individual from the Wu family. His ability to conceal himself is truly remarkable. It's almost impossible to discern his true strength. The Mad Wolf Sanctuary has gained another young prodigy. After a while, she smiled slightly and said, "Maybe we'll run into each other again." The next morning, Yi Qiu returned to his dormitory. He hadn't returned home all night, and Nangon, seeing him, was slightly surprised. "Where did you go yesterday?" Guo Changma was still asleep in bed when he saw Yi Qiu return. He poked his head out and teased, "You didn't go out to have fun yesterday, did you?" And Yu's eyes also held a hint of curiosity. "Why are you so concerned about me?" Yi Qiu said helplessly, "I came back late yesterday and ran into curfew. I was stuck outside and couldn't get in. I even lost some merit points, so I had to find a hotel to stay in for the night." "Is our curfew real?" Guo Changma quipped wittily. "I thought it was a joke." "I'm not kidding," Yi Qiu casually remarked. "Have you been resting these past few days? Aren't you planning to investigate the trial tower?" The words trial tower instantly invigorated everyone in the dormitory. After a moment's thought, Nangon Bujian said, "To be honest, my Nangon family also has similar places, but I won't be penalized for not being familiar with them. The biggest problem is still a lack of hard power." Upon hearing Nangon Bujian's words, Wu Changmao immediately exclaimed, "I never expected you to be from a wealthy family." And you casually chimed in, "The Nangon family is indeed wealthy. But I am curious, since you are a member of the Nangon family, why don't you stay at the Xuanji shelter and instead come to the Mad Wolf shelter?" Nangon Bujian said with a hint of helplessness, "Don't be so gossipy. To put it simply, I was sent here to pioneer the land, you understand?" Yi Qiu's heart stirred slightly. It was probably about letting the Nangon family expand their influence here. However, he was more concerned about the trial tower. "Let's focus our attention back on the trial tower. Brother Nangon, if you have any exclusive news, could you share it with us? Let's start with the basics." Nangon Bujian's expression was serious, which, combined with his quiet appearance, gave him a somewhat condescending air. The trial tower was personally crafted by Lord Chen Tianhai, a 9th-tier extraordinary ability user, a weapon refiner ability holder, and an 8-star guardian. He used the crystal core and soul of a 7th-tier exotic beast, the Mirage Dragon, combined with various magical materials and advanced technology to create it. The trial tower holds the souls of hundreds of thousands of strange beasts and can accommodate up to 7th-tier ability users for trials. A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Qiu's eyes. A 9th-tier extraordinary ability user, that's practically standing at the pinnacle of human civilization. And that 7th-tier beast Mirage Dragon, the treasure crafted from its soul core and crystal core, its power is unimaginable. The trial tower has 9 levels. The first to third levels will release the phantom spirits of first-tier alien beasts to fight against the consciousness projections of the professionals. Nangong Bujian then said in a deep voice, "The 4th to 9th floors correspond to the 2nd to 7th tiers of exotic beast phantom spirits, respectively. The so-called consciousness projection is no different from our original body, and it can be controlled by our consciousness. It's like like playing a virtual game. The trial tower is the game pod, and the exotic beasts and phantom spirits are the monsters in the game. Yichio said thoughtfully, I think I understand. And you added, the battles in the trial tower are both realistic and safe, which is why it's called the trial. However, opening the trial tower requires a lot of resources, so it has not become widespread. Yichio agreed. A 7th tier mirage dragon. He had heard of it in his knowledge of alien beasts. This kind of alien beast was extremely rare, and it was as difficult as ascending to heaven to successfully capture and collect its soul. Nangong Bujian picked up his water glass and took a sip. His expression immediately became very serious. What I'm about to say is also important information. You need to listen carefully. The trial tower can simulate the strength of a superhuman 100%, but the stronger a superhuman's mental strength, the greater their advantage in the trial tower. This is actually a small loophole. Therefore, you must rest well before you undergo the trial, and strive to face the challenge in a state of full energy. 2 days later, in the dormitory. Today is the day of the second round of assessments, so everyone better dress up and look your best. Hua Changmao shouted, and you straightened his clothes and carefully checked his equipment. Nangong Bujian seemed rather silent today, clearly somewhat worried about this assessment. Yichio, however, remained unusually calm. To him, the trial tower's assessment was utterly insignificant. Seeing his composure, Nangong Jianbu asked with curiosity, Yichio, have you ever been to the trial tower or a similar place before? Why are you so calm? Yichio replied softly, it's not that I've been to similar places, it's just that I felt this assessment wasn't that difficult. Nangong Bujian's expression was slightly complicated. What do you mean by that? Yichio casually said, after all, if we go hunting in the misty forest, we might encounter all sorts of unexpected events and interference, while we can just fight our way through the trial tower. Nangong was speechless. Guo Chengmao also looked embarrassed. None of the three knew how to respond. Yichio smiled and said, alright, stop staring at me like that. Calm down, let's hurry up and get there as soon as possible. It would be best if it were our turn sooner. No, that's not it. Nangong Bujian shook his head. The trial tower can accommodate nearly 10,000 people to participate in the trial at the same time. There are only 1,000 of us new recruits. We can definitely participate in the trial together. Yichio then understood. So that's how it is. The four of them packed their gear and set off together. Soon after, they arrived at the trial tower in the special recruit combat vehicle used by the Mad Wolf Commando team. When Yichio saw the trial tower, he realized that his previous understanding of its scale was somewhat flawed. Although it only has 9 floors, it can accommodate 10,000 people at the same time. How could it be an ordinary tower-shaped building? The trial tower soared into the clouds, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. The largest floor on the ground floor covers an area of several thousand square meters. Nangong Bujian also introduced to everyone, the trial tower can be said to be the landmark building of our Mad Wolf Sanctuary. Yichio nodded. That's right. In his eyes, this massive tower, built of steel and boulders, was undoubtedly the landmark of the Wild Wolf Sanctuary. Moreover, its architectural style is completely different from what I had seen at the Wild Wolf Sanctuary. The tower is carved with intricate and ornate patterns and inlaid with various colorful gems, exuding a strong exotic atmosphere. Before Yichio could exchange more words with Nangong Bujian, Shin Saksha's voice rang out, Yichio. Yichio turned her head and replied with a smile, Sister Sa Shui. Fang Zilong remained standing beside Shin Sakshu, his gaze towards Yichio filled with a hint of frustration. However, both Yichio and Shin Saksha completely ignored him. Shin Saksha walked quickly to Yichio, looked him over, and asked in a low voice, how did you get this equipment? Yichio chuckled and said, isn't it a wonderful coincidence? Shin Saksha sighed, recalling the crocodile spirit bracelet that Yichio had given her before, and continued, you'd better hide it from now on, and don't let others know that you have so many high-level equipment. In the Mad Wolf Commando, no one will steal your things, but once you go to compete for merits and participate in the alien beast battlefield, someone will definitely have their eyes on your equipment. Yichio understood that Shin Sakshu was saying this for his own good, and he nodded in agreement. I understand, Sister Sakshu. I will find a way to hide the equipment in the future. However, there's one more thing I want to ask you. How did your strength improve so quickly? Shin Sakshu's eyes were very serious. If I'm not mistaken, you should have awakened less than a month ago. How could you suddenly soar to level 26? She knew that this might be some kind of opportunity Yichio had obtained, and if she didn't confirm it clearly, she worried that this opportunity would overdraw his vitality and potential. That would be a loss. Yichio chuckled and shook his head, saying, don't worry, my opportunity is fine. Shin Saksha then asked, may I examine your body? Yichio was taken aback. Is there enough time? There's enough time, and the divine power within me is balanced and peaceful, so probing your body won't hurt you. Shin Saksha nodded in assurance. Yichio naturally trusted her and was confident in his own abilities. I can do it. Shin Saksha reached out and placed her hand on Yichio's neck. A faint golden light spread from her hand and seeped into his body. Yichio felt a warm power coursing through his body. A short while later, Shin Saksha withdrew her hand, her eyes filled with surprise. The energy within you is abundant and pure, even far exceeding exceeding that of a typical level 26 ability user. How did they do that? Yicho chuckled and said, I told you it was a matter of chance. Alright, Shin Sakusho had no choice but to say, now that you have the corresponding strength, you must perform well in this trial tower assessment. If you can successfully enter the first recruit team, there will be many benefits. Yicho nodded, At this moment, a veteran shouted, all new recruits, listen up. Assemble according to your individual numbers. After giving Yicho a final word of advice, Shin Sakusho left with Fangzilong. Before long, all the new recruits had assembled. Zhao Jianghai, the captain of the Mad Wolf Commando team whom Yicho hadn't seen for a long time, also appeared in everyone's sight. This fifth-tier powerhouse, a 3-star guardian, addressed everyone with a serious expression. Today is the second round of recruit assessment for the Mad Wolf Commando team. In this assessment, everyone will enter the trial tower simultaneously to participate in the trials. Your performance in each level and the number of levels you complete will determine your final score. The judge is not human, but the tower. Spirit mirage of the trial tower, in order to minimize unfairness. So I hope you will not question the final results like you did last time. His eyes were unusually serious. The new recruits all nodded in agreement. Yicho was actually quite curious about the so-called tower spirit, Mirage Cloud. Just like the spirits of artifacts in the world of cultivation, the science and technology of this world, combined with supernatural abilities and beasts, have indeed developed to a level that was difficult for the previous Earth to reach. Putting aside the Protoss mainframe that I've never seen before, this being called Mirage is already amazing enough. Zhao Jianghai continued, at the same time, I must remind everyone, you need to enter the virtual space of the trial tower in the form of consciousness to fight against the alien beasts and phantoms. You will feel 100% pain, but your body will not be harmed in any way. If anyone has trauma on a mental or spiritual level, it is not recommended that they enter the trial tower to undergo the assessment. Furthermore, I hope everyone will give it their all. This assessment will directly affect your final score and will also determine which new recruit team you join in the future. The higher the assessment score, the more cultivation resources you will receive in the future. Immediately afterwards, Zhao Jianghai said, follow my orders and enter the trial tower in an orderly fashion to begin the recruit assessment. The number of new recruits exceeded 1,000, and they were divided into 100 groups by the veterans and led into the trial tower in turn. After entering the trial tower, Yicho discovered that it was filled with a strong technological atmosphere, completely unlike the magical artifacts of the fantasy world and the outside world. Even more surprisingly, he was led to a room containing hundreds of devices resembling hibernation pods. The leading veteran coldly stated, these virtual pods are the medium through which your consciousness intervenes in the trial tower. Remember, you must not move or touch anything inside the virtual pod, nor use your powers to cause damage. Otherwise, your consciousness may be damaged and you may not be able to return normally. 3 years ago, a beast man with superpowers transformed in a virtual pod, which caused the pod to explode. His consciousness directly detached from his body. Even with the help of Master Qinling, a 6th-level psychic and mind sorcerer, we could only barely save him. That orc ability user was expected to advance to the 4th-tier powerhouse, but due to damage to his consciousness, his ability level has not improved in the past 3 years. Everyone nodded in unison. Afterwards, the staff led everyone to lie down in the virtual pods one by one. After Yicho lay down in the virtual reality pod, a gentle voice came to his ears. I am AI number 1345, at your service. Please relax and make yourself as relaxed as possible. Your consciousness connection is about to begin. You are about to enter the illusory space of the trial tower. Yicho relaxed his nerves as instructed, and his body gradually relaxed as well. Soon, he felt a cold touch on his neck, and all sorts of strange scenes flashed through his mind, his consciousness gradually fading. 5 minutes later, Yicho opened his eyes. He found himself on a vast grassland. I am AI number 1345, at your service. Data access in progress. Cabin owner Yicho, recruit of the Mad Wolf Commando team, class of 49, ID 1564911025. Welcome to your second round of recruit assessment. First level, first challenge, hunt down 30 level 9 exotic beasts, azure feathered chickens. Yicho's heart stirred secretly. The azure feathered chicken is not particularly strong. Its only advantage is its speed, allowing it to fly short distances. That's all there is to it for him. To his even greater surprise, he remained in the dark hour state within the virtual pod, allowing him to unleash his innate skills. This means that Yicho's overall strength has doubled, and his combat power is enough to rival that of a typical 4th-tier expert. In an instant, 30 gray-feathered chickens appeared on the grassland. Yicho's eyes narrowed. He drew the frost blade from his waist and rushed forward in a flash. To be honest, this trial tower is truly amazing. Yicho's equipment was completely recorded within it. In a few breaths, he had closed in on the flock of gray-feathered chickens. The blade flashed like water, each strike capable of killing 3 or 4 gray-feathered chickens. Meanwhile, outside, is the first challenge to kill 30 gray-feathered chickens? Zhao Jianghai stood in the central hall of the trial tower, his hands behind his back, and spoke in a low voice voice to several powerful figures. I really don't know who will come out on top this time. Chen Ling, the mind sorcerer, is a regular referee for each trial tower assessment, and her tone carried a hint of anticipation. I think it should be Diana, Zhao Jianghai said with a smile. As a shadow walker, Diana is extremely fast and should be able to quickly take care of those azure feather chickens. Before the group could exchange more than a few words, a message suddenly popped up on the light screen in the central hall of the trial tower. Tower Spirit Mirage's friendly reminder: the first person to successfully pass the first level has appeared. First place in the first stage, Yi Qiu, level 49 recruit of the Mad Wolf Commando Team, ID 1564911025. Completion time, 29 seconds, overall rating, A level. At this moment, the powerful figures watching the battle widened their eyes. Zhao Jianghai muttered to himself, Yi Qiu, am I dreaming? This kid passed the first level in just 29 seconds? Tower Spirit Mirage's friendly reminder: the second person to successfully pass the first level has appeared. Second place in first stage, Diana, level 49 recruit of the Mad Wolf Commando Team, ID 1564900002. Completion time, 49 seconds, overall rating, A/middle. Chen Ling's eyes flickered slightly. Even Diana couldn't overpower Yi Qiu. Just who is this Yi Qiu? How can he be so strong? How should I put it? Zhao Jianghai was somewhat annoyed. This young man has been making quite a splash lately. Chen Ling's husband, Zhang Jian, known as the Sword Immortal, smiled slightly. I know this young man. He recently challenged Qin Xianfeng of the Qin family twice and won both times, so his strength is indeed remarkable. However, the first level is usually not difficult. Let's look at the later levels. Zhao Jianghai had a vague, strange premonition that Yi Qiu wouldn't stay so low-key forever, but it was just a feeling. He composed himself, nodded, and said, Indeed, we'll have to wait and see the later rounds to truly determine who the true prodigies are. Meanwhile, in the illusory space of the trial tower, Yi Qiu easily killed 30 azure feather chickens, gaining the approval of AI number 1345. Loading a new map for you. Keep your focus, your second test is about to begin. Soon, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed, turning into an orchard where white apes leaped and roamed freely. First level, second stage, hunt down 30 level 12 wind white apes. Yi Qiu's lips curled up slightly. The white ape of the wind is quite an old friend. He drew his sword, leaped onto a tree branch, and slashed at a white ape of the wind. Blood splattered. In an instant, the white ape of wind was decapitated. Without hesitation, Yi Qiu quickly jumped to another fruit tree and continued to slay the white ape of wind. After Yi Qiu killed 7 of them, the wind white apes realized they couldn't fight alone, so they gathered together and attacked Yi Qiu. Some even threw stones at him. Yi Qiu moved with incredible speed, dodging all the rocks in the blink of an eye, and continued his one-sided slaughter. The second level of the first floor isn't so easy to pass, Zhao Jianghai said with a hint of solemnity in his eyes. In the last recruit assessment, the strongest one made it to the 7th level. I wonder what will happen this time. It'll probably break the record. Chen Ling, a 6th level ability user known as the Mind Sorcerer, was quite impressed with the overall quality of this year's new recruits. What do you mean by that? Zhao Jianghai asked carefully. Before he could finish speaking, Chen Ling's husband, Zhang Jian, laughed and said, Ling previously used a mental network to connect with all the new recruits, and could roughly sense their strength and mental fortitude. In her opinion, the overall quality of this batch of new recruits is indeed quite high. Among all the previous sessions, this one is considered to be an exceptionally outstanding one. Especially outstanding graduates from Tianqing University, such as Holy Knight Qin Sakshu and Shadow Walker Diana, are definitely future 6th-tier seeds. Although Chen Ling is a 6th-level ability user, she is only 50 years old, which is still considered young for a high-level ability user. She is very likely to break through to the 7th or 8th rank in the future, and her own special ability has also given her extraordinary judgment. Therefore, everyone trusts Chen Ling's judgment. Zhao Jianghai was genuinely happy. That's wonderful. At this moment, Zhang Jian laughed heartily. Actually, there's something really interesting I haven't told you yet. When Ling connected to the mind network, she actually encountered a troublemaker. Everyone was immediately confused. Zhao Jianghai asked curiously, what's going on? Chen Ling casually explained, a kid voluntarily severed my mental link. His talent must be astonishing. If he really is a psychic, I'd even consider taking him as my apprentice. Although the development of superhumans is highly targeted, but once you reach a higher level, you can try to develop your own skills. Chen Ling is an expert in this field. Hearing her say that, everyone couldn't help but cheer. If that superhuman knew about this, he'd be overjoyed. Master Chen is a 6th-level mind mage. These people clearly don't understand Yi Qiu's true strength. If they knew he possessed the SSS level superpower Infinite Evolution, they'd all probably panic. After all, SSS level talent is extremely rare in human history. Just then, a message popped up again on the light screen in the central hall of the trial tower. Tower Spirit Mirage's friendly reminder: the first person to successfully pass the 2nd level has been crowned. First place in 2nd stage, Yi Qiu, level 49 recruit of the Mad Wolf Commando Team, ID 1564911025. Completion time, 3 minutes and and 37 seconds, overall rating, above. Everyone's expression changed. Why is it Yi Cho again? Zhao Jianghai's eyes were filled with complex emotions as he muttered to himself, just who is this kid? Chen Ling shifted slightly and continued, if he really is a level 27 ability user, he will definitely be able to defeat the alien beast in the second level. It's also possible that he just got lucky, or that he's particularly good at dealing with those kinds of monsters, which is why he came out on top. Her speculation is the most reasonable. Everyone could only accept it. Perhaps that's how it is. Yi Cho is really lucky. If he can persevere and successfully reach the 4th level, he might actually make it into the first recruit team. However, level 27 is a bit low. Other teams need at least level 3 ability users. He's only 16, don't you know that? Let's keep watching. Tower Spirit Mirage's friendly reminder. The second person to successfully pass the second stage has appeared. Second place in stage 2, Diana, level 49 recruit of the Mad Wolf Commando team, ID 156490002. Completion time 5 minutes and 19 seconds, overall rating A level. The expressions on everyone's faces immediately became complicated. Diana was left behind by Yi Cho. At this moment, some veterans who had come specifically to watch were also somewhat shocked. Diana is a shadow walker with S-class abilities. How could she lose to Yi Cho? Yi Cho is simply outrageous. However, Yi Cho's strength is indeed extraordinary. Didn't he defeat Shen Xianfeng from the Shen family before? What is Shen Xianfeng? How can he compare to Diana? I really don't believe Yi Cho has that kind of ability. The crowd chimed in with their opinions, but none of them held a high opinion of Yi Cho. Within the illusory space, loading a new map for you. Please stay alert. Your first level, 3rd stage assessment is about to begin. Yi Cho took a deep breath and silently adjusted his state. Although it is only a consciousness, its functions are no different from those of a normal person. This technology is simply amazing. After 2 or 3 minutes, the thick fog dissipated. A new map has been revealed. This time it's a desert scene. The temperature has risen sharply, and all around is yellow sand with no greenery. First level, second stage, hunt down 30 level 18 sand lizards. Suddenly, one after another, earth yellow lizards emerged from the ground. They were huge, comparable in size to ordinary crocodiles. These sand lizards were extremely aggressive, and they attacked in groups, heading straight for Yi Cho. Yi Cho gripped his long sword tightly and dashed out in a flash. With the strength and equipment of a near 4th tier professional, even though the sand lizard was nearly at the 2nd tier, it could hardly last more than a few rounds against him. The blade cuts through the wind, severing the necks of sand lizards one by one. Blood gushed out, and the thick-skinned sand lizard was instantly cleaved in two, its head and body separated. Yi Cho's eyes remained calm, like a ruthless killer, coldly reaping the lives of the sand lizards. This time, it took him a little longer to complete the level, about 5 minutes. New recruit Yi Cho, congratulations on successfully passing the 3rd level of the 1st stage. Loading a new map for you. Keep your focus. The first test of the 2nd level is about to begin. Yi Cho's gaze grew even colder. The second challenge will be against 2nd tier beasts. If they still appear in groups of 30, his pressure will undoubtedly be even greater. As the fog dissipated, a valley came into view. 2nd level, first challenge, hunt down 30 level 22 nether wolves. Although Yi Cho had never hunted a dark wolf, he had heard of them. These wolf-like beasts roam in packs, possessing a strong sense of group combat and excellent teamwork. A pack of level 20 nether wolves is a force to be reckoned with, even for a normal team of 2nd tier ability users. Their intelligence surpasses that of the forest wolves Yi Cho had ever seen. 30 level 22 nether wolves are enough to pose a life-threatening threat to a 3rd tier ability user. Yi Cho's eyes turned slightly cold as he sheathed the frost blade and drew the bloodthirsty blade. The next moment, 30 strong and ferocious black wolves appeared. Black mist swirled between their claws, making them look like demons descended from hell. That's why they are called dark wolves. At the same time, these powerful nether wolves can harness the power of the netherworld to unleash tremendous attack power. As soon as the wolves saw Yi Cho, they howled in unison and pounced on him. Their collective action was like a dark cloud looming overhead. Yi Cho charged forward, wielding the bloodthirsty blade. As the blade fell, another wolf's neck exploded in a spray of blood, and it collapsed to the ground, dead. Immediately afterwards, 2 dark wolves pounced from the left and right sides respectively. Yi Cho kicked one of them away and then slit the throat of the other one with his backhand. The first level of the 2nd stage required Yi Cho to kill 30 nether wolves in 7 minutes. At this moment, on the large screen in the trial tower control hall, Tower Spirit Mirage's friendly reminder, the first person to successfully clear the 1st level of the 2nd floor has been crowned. First place in the 1st stage of the 2nd level, Yi Cho, a level 49 recruit of the Mad Wolf Commando team, ID 156491025, completed in 6 minutes and 37 seconds, with an overall rating of A level. Everyone was surprised. Zhao Jianghai's tone carried a hint of surprise. Yi Cho should only be at the 2nd level right now, and a 2nd level beast has already appeared in the 2nd level. How can he still get 1st place? This kid is really something. Zhang Jian stroked his chin and said in surprise, I never expected expected him to get first place in the first level of the second floor. He must have had some extraordinary experience. Chen-Ling said carefully, otherwise, I really can't believe that a C-level ability user could have such strong strength. This extraordinary encounter is simply too exaggerated. It can make a C-level ability user who has only recently awakened his ability so powerful. Zhao Jianghai smiled wryly. If this fortuitous encounter fell into the hands of an S-level ability user, it could probably help him easily reach the peak of the 9th rank. His idea is not without merit. But Chen-Ling shook her head. After all, this is an opportunity for us human beings with superpowers, so you don't need to feel regretful. I was just too persistent. Zhao Jianghai smiled and didn't continue the topic. Tower Spirit Mirage's friendly reminder. The second person to successfully clear the first level of the second floor has appeared. Second place in the first stage of the second level, Shin Sakshu, a level 49 recruit of the Mad Wolf Commando Team, ID 156490002, completed in 8 minutes and 37 seconds, with an overall rating of A-level. Shin Sakshu? A glint flashed in Zhao Jianghai's eyes. Is it Shin Sakshu, the S-class ability user with the Divine Aura ability? It must be her. Chen-Ling nodded slightly. This girl has an extremely strong will and is a person with a bright heart. It is definitely our good fortune that she was able to join the Mad Wolf Commando Team. Shin Sakshu has emerged as a dark horse this time. I hope she can successfully enter the first recruit team. A hint of approval flashed in Zhang Jian's eyes. This is a 4th-tier expert. Zhao Jianghai said confidently, getting into the first recruit team should be a piece of cake for her. Half an hour later, inside the illusory space of the trial tower, Yi Qiu had already reached the second level of the third floor, where he faced 30 level 34 Crimson Phosphorus Pythons. To be honest, the battle left him feeling somewhat exhausted. He knew in his heart that he could only last until the first level of the 4th floor at most, but he was not willing to stop there and wanted to go further. After slaying 7 Crimson Phosphorus Pythons, Yi Qiu's stamina began to wane. One of the red-scaled pythons even bit his shoulder hard, and a searing pain instantly shot through him. He took a deep breath, his eyes revealing a resolute ruthlessness, and immediately activated the damage stacking effect. With the double attack bonus, Yi Qiu's slaughter efficiency increased significantly. His bloodthirsty blade swung like a storm, slaying the Crimson Fire Pythons one after another. Nearly 20 minutes had passed when the last red python fell. At this moment, Yi Qiu silently opened his personal panel. Level, LV 27.5%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 132+, Intelligence 111+, Physical Fitness 125+5, Mental Strength 126+, Agility 122+10, Evolution Point 19080. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Normal Skills, Damage Stacking, Intermediate Skill, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Detection, Basic Skill, can be evolved, requires 2,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Ring of the Moon, excellent. Light Boots, superior. Frost Longsword, superior. Wind Bracers, superior. Heavy Armor, superior. Yi Qiu silently recited in his mind, consume 10,000 evolution points to evolve the talent skill Dark Hour. Ding! Congratulations, host, for evolving your talent skill Dark Hour. Darkness Hour effect enhanced. The host's overall stats increase by 150% in shadow or dark environments. The next stage of evolution requires 100,000 evolution points. A hint of surprise flashed in Yi Qiu's eyes. Improve overall quality by 150%. At this moment, his basic stats are comparable to those of a 4th-tier advanced professional. These 10,000 evolution points were definitely well worth the money. Just then, the Tower Spirit's voice came. Loading a new map for you. Keep your focus. The third level, third stage assessment is about to begin. Looking at the thick fog rising around him, Yi Qiu's expression was much more relaxed than before. It's just the third level, the third challenge, he thought to himself with a smirk. I'm here, young master. Meanwhile, in the trial tower control room, Zhao Jianghai, Chen-Ling, Zhang Jian, and the others all had very complicated expressions. Yi Qiu has won first place in 7 consecutive rounds. Zhao Jianghai frowned, feeling that this was beyond his expectations. After a moment of contemplation, Chen-Ling suggested to Zhao Jianghai, Captain Zhao, should we activate the shared vision to check on Yi Qiu's combat situation? It's not impossible, but activating the shared vision will consume a lot of crystal cores. Zhao Jianghai hesitated. The Mad Wolf Commando team has just been replenished with new members, so we definitely don't have enough crystal cores. I want to save them as much as possible. Chen-Ling frowned slightly. Haven't you considered that Yi Qiu's repeated victories might be due to a problem with the Tower Spirit Mirage? This topic surprised everyone present. Although it sounds absurd, this seems to be the only explanation for why Yi Qiu took first place twice in the third level of the trial. After all, Yi Qiu was only level 27, a second-tier ability user. The beasts that appear on the third level are all of the third tier, with as many as 30 per level. Perhaps, the best of the second tier could use the terrain and skill to hunt down all 30 low-level third-tier beasts. But it's absolutely impossible for them to surpass those fourth-tier ability users and win first place. Tower Spirit Mirage's friendly reminder: the second person to successfully pass the first level of the second floor has appeared. Second place in the second stage of the third level, Fong Zilong, a level 49 recruit of the Mad Wolf Commando Team, ID 156490001, completed in 29 minutes and 26 seconds. Overall rating, a medium. For example, Fong Zilong. His nickname is Fearless Dragon Spear. He himself is a powerful individual possessing the S-Class superpower Holy Lance Dragon Knight. He can summon holy dragons and dragon spears to assist in battle, and has now advanced to the 4th rank, making him almost invincible among his peers. Only Chin Sakshu could be compared to him. This terrifyingly powerful genius actually spent 6 or 7 minutes longer than Yi Qiu on the second level of the 3rd floor of the trial tower. If it wasn't a problem with the Tower Spirit Mirage, what other reason could there be? After a slight hesitation, Zhao Jianghai finally made his decision. Okay, I'll go and apply to activate the shared view feature to see Yi Qiu's battle footage. Even if it consumes a lot of crystal cores, Zhao Jianghai is willing to do so. After all, the trial tower is a crucial facility of the Mad Wolf Assault Unit, and no mistakes can be tolerated. About 10 minutes later, Zhao Jianghai returned. Shared vision is about to launch. We estimate we'll see Yi Qiu participate in the 3rd level, 3rd trial. Chen Ling nodded and comforted him. Captain Zhao, I know you may be concerned about the loss of crystal core resources, but the trial tower is equally important. I understand, Master Chen, Zhao Jianghai replied with a wry smile. Soon, the large screen in the center of the trial tower control hall lit up, displaying a scene. A young man wielding a blood-red dagger is engaged in a fierce battle with more than a dozen scaled deer. The scaled deer were enveloped in frost, but the boy seemed unaffected, wielding his short blade and swiftly reaping the lives of the scaled deer. The scene appears normal. After observing for 2 or 3 minutes, Chen Ling frowned and spoke. Yi Qiu's base stats are about 3 times that of an ordinary 3rd-tier expert. It's highly likely that the problem lies in the neural connection or consciousness scanning process. Everyone's hearts tightened, and they all stared intently at the screen. As expected, Yi Qiu's reaction speed and strength were 3 times stronger than those of an ordinary Tier 3 beginner professional. Keep in mind, he's only at the advanced 2nd tier right now. He's only a C-level ability user. As expected, there was a problem. Zhao Jianghai felt a splitting headache. Should we summon the Tower Spirit Mirage? Zhang Jian frowned and made the suggestion. Zhao Jianghai summoned the Tower Spirit without hesitation. Soon, a beam of light streaked across the sky, and a beautiful young woman, bathed in rosy light, wearing a long dress, and standing on clouds, appeared before everyone. It was the spirit of the trial tower, Xinyun. Mirage Cloud, please check Yi Qiu's virtual pod, focusing on the neural connection system and consciousness scanner. Zhao Jianghai gave the order in a deep voice. Understood, Captain Zhao. The Mirage Cloud spoke gently. Soon after, this artificial life form, existing in virtual form, spoke again. Virtual pod 110079, neural connection system normal, consciousness scanner normal, system operating safely and stably. Russell. Hearing this, everyone was confused. Zhao Jianghai frowned and continued. Xinyun, please check again carefully. 10 minutes later, the Mirage responded again. Nothing is still abnormal. If Captain Zhao still has any doubts, he can request the Protoss mainframe to take over the trial tower and conduct a 3rd test. Zhao Jianghai hesitated. Involving the Protoss mainframe is certainly not impossible, but it would seem like making a mountain out of a molehill. But Yi Qiu's unusual situation was really too strange. At this moment, Chen Ling spoke up. Xinyun, could you please release the scan results of Yi Qiu's consciousness? Respected rank 6 professional, Mind Mage Master Chen Ling. Xinyun's tone was polite, yet tinged with coldness. According to Article 72 of Chapter 8 of Volume 1 of the Wolf Sanctuaries, Citizens' Personal Safety Law, citizens have the right to protect their true strength and the opportunities they have obtained. If you would like to know the results of Yi Qiu's consciousness scan, you can formally apply to him after he completes the trial. If Yi Qiu agrees, Xinyun will cooperate by making the scan results public. Chen Ling frowned helplessly. Zhang Jian said with a wry smile, what do we do now? Wait. Chen Ling's gaze turned serious. Next is the 4th level of the assessment. Yi Qiu should finish his trial here. Once he comes out, we'll test this kid's strength to find out what exactly happened. Left with no other option, Zhao Jianghai had to shut down the shared view and wait for Yi Qiu to come out before making any further plans. At this moment, new recruits emerged one after another from the rooms containing virtual pods within the trial tower. In fact, many of these new recruits had already died during the 2nd level of trials. However, the virtual pods require a half-hour buffer period before their consciousness returns to reality and leaves the virtual space. After they all left, they immediately gathered in the central control hall of the trial tower to check their rankings. However, when their eyes swept over the big screen, their expressions instantly became complicated. What on earth is going on? What exactly happened? This is unbelievable. Yi Qiu got 1st place in 7 consecutive rounds? Don't scare me. Just who is Yi Yicho. It seems to be the guy who got first place in the first round of assessments, but wasn't that all just luck? What on earth is going on? The commando team must give us an explanation. Everyone was emotional, and some people couldn't even contain their shock. The reason is actually very simple. On the big screen, Yicho is the first place winner in every level and every challenge. Those prodigies from prestigious universities, such as the fearless Dragonlance, Shadow Walker, and Holy Knight, were all defeated by Yicho. At that moment, the latest news popped up on the big screen. Tower Spirit Mirage's friendly reminder: the first person to successfully pass the third level, third stage has been crowned. First place in the third level, third stage, Yicho, level 49 recruit of the Mad Wolf Commando Team, ID 156491025, completion time 36 minutes and 57 seconds, overall rating A level. Everyone gasped in shock. Some people even couldn't help but scream. Although the types of strange beasts that appear in the third level of the third stage are not fixed, their base level is 38, and there are as many as 30 of them. To be able to hunt them all down in 36 minutes, that requires at least the level of a 4th tier ability user. Just how strong is Yicho? The gasps of amazement rose and fell among the crowd. Meanwhile, Zhao Jianghai, Chen Ling, Zhang Jian, and others were also having a headache. Once the final results are announced, the new recruits will definitely have a lot of dissatisfaction. At this moment, within the illusory space, loading a new map for you. Please stay alert. Your first test of the 4th level is about to begin. Yicho's eyes grew increasingly cold, his mind highly focused, ready to fight at any moment. Soon, the surrounding scenery suddenly changed, transforming into a forest shrouded in mist. Yicho's heart stirred. 4th level, first challenge, hunt down 30 level 42 earth bears. Yicho's expression changed slightly. He had seen many powerful beasts with gravity control abilities, but these 30 level 42 earth bears were already considered an extremely powerful group of beasts. He took a deep breath and drew his frost blade, and he silently recited, "Evolve the frost blade to superior quality." Ding! System notification. Evolving the frost blade requires 6,000 evolution points and 5 tier 3 crystal cores. Yicho silently chanted in his heart, "Evolution." Ding! The frost blade has successfully evolved into the cold moon frost blade. Effect 1, each hit inflicts a slowing and freezing effect. Effect 2, increases attack power by 50% per hit. Effect 3, frost blade storm, usable 3 times daily, each lasting 15 minutes, doubles attack speed, and imbues a 1 meter radius around the cold moon frost blade with frost power, enhancing frost damage. A look of joy flashed in Yicho's eyes. It was indeed a result that cost 6,000 evolution points. At this moment, before the strange beast appeared, he silently recited the summoning system in his mind and opened his personal panel to check. Level, LV.275%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 132+, Intelligence 111+, Physical Fitness 125+5, Mental Strength 126+, Agility 122+10, Evolution Points 3080. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Common Skills, Damage Stacking, Intermediate Skill, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Detection, Basic Skill, can be evolved, requires 2,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Ring of the Moon, excellent. Light and Agile Boots, superior. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Wind Bracers, superior. Heavy Armor, superior. Although he only had 3,080 evolution points left, Yicho felt that this gain was well worth it. A deafening roar of a bear echoed through the misty forest. Yicho took a deep breath, his body enveloped in a layer of shadow. Before them, 3 earth bears slowly emerged. The moment they saw Yicho, they roared in unison, their bodies radiating an earthy yellow glow. Their gravity fields intertwined, directly pressing down on Yicho and making him feel heavy. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the Ring of the Moon to dispel all negative status effects. The ring emitted a faint silver light, and the sluggishness in Yicho's body quickly diminished. Holding the cold moon frost blade in his hand, Yicho flashed out. The Dark Hour doubles his stats, increasing the attack power of the cold moon frost blade by 50%. With this double boost, Yicho unleashed a single slash, inflicting fatal damage on one of the earth bears. The giant bear's head flew off, and blood splattered everywhere. The other 2 earth bears pounced from the left and right, their heavy paws slamming towards Yicho. He leaped up, nimbly dodging the attack, and swung his sword twice, blood splattering from his shoulder. In just a few moves, all 3 earth bears were beheaded. Just as Yicho relaxed slightly, 7 or 8 more earth bears rushed out of the mist. Their eyes were bloodshot as they lunged at Yicho in a rage. Yicho took a deep breath, replaced the cold moon frost blade with the bloodthirsty berserker blade. He immediately activated 2 major skills, damage stacking and bloodlust fury. In the previous rounds of battle, Yicho lost a lot of health points. Although he was not in a critical situation and did not need to use Frostblade Storm, the life-draining property of bloodlust was just right to help him recover health. The bloodthirsty blade emitted streaks of crimson light. Protected by the ring of the bright moon, Yicho moved through the gravity field healed as if nothing was there, continuously slashing at the earth bear, with the damage constantly stacking up. After fighting for about 10 minutes, the effects of bloodlust were about to wear off, and Yichio finally killed 7 earth bears. At this moment, his consciousness was exceptionally clear, his spirit was highly excited, his skin was flushed, and his vitality had been significantly restored. 10 have already been killed, there are 20 left. Yichio gritted his teeth, his eyes resolute. As long as I get through the second stage of the 4th round, I can take first place in the trial tower assessment. He took a deep breath, gripped the bloodthirsty blade tightly, and charged into the mist once more. This time there were only 2 earth bears, but with the buff, Yichio killed them in less than 3 minutes. However, good fortune did not last. A deafening sound, like the pounding of horses' hooves, came from ahead, as if cavalry were passing through. More than a dozen earth bears, on all fours, charged rapidly toward Yichio. Yichio's eyes turned cold. He sheathed the bloodthirsty blade and drew the cold moonfrost blade. He took a deep breath and silently chanted, "Frostblade Storm." The next second, he strode forward, charging straight into the center of the bear pack. The cold moonfrost blade slashed repeatedly, its blade flashing like falling moonlight, so fast that it was impossible to keep up with the speed. The earth bear roared and bit, slashing with its claws, but it couldn't stop Yichio's offensive. Blood splattered, and severed limbs and broken bones were scattered everywhere. 15 minutes later, the Frostblade Storm ended, leaving the battlefield stained with blood. Yichio gripped his long sword, looking tired, yet a smile appeared on his face. Ding! Congratulations on successfully passing the first level of the 4th floor. New map loading. Keep your focus, the second stage of the 4th level is about to begin. At this moment, in the central control hall of the trial tower, Tower Spirit Mirage's friendly reminder, the first player to clear the first level of the 4th floor has appeared. First place in the first stage of the 4th level, Yichio, a level 49 recruit of the Mad Wolf Commando Team, ID 1564911025, completed in 49 minutes and 57 seconds, with an overall rating of A level. Zhao Jianghai, Chen Ling, and the others looked at each other in disbelief, completely shocked. Yichio is number 1 again. How did he do it? This is the 4th level, and the beasts inside are all above level 40. The ordinary recruits discussed it through gritted teeth. There's definitely something fishy going on here. He frowned slightly. He couldn't possibly be that lucky, managing to snag a bargain in the trial tower? We demand the opening of a shared vision. That's right, I've requested the Protoss mainframe to inspect Yichio's virtual pod. The recruits were furious. In their eyes, Yichio was a cheat who got such outstanding results by relying on luck. Zhao Jianghai and the others were now caught in a dilemma. They understood that the problem likely lay with Yichio's virtual warehouse. However, once this matter is exposed, the credibility of the trial tower will inevitably be damaged. This is a situation that any high-ranking official at the Mad Wolf Sanctuary would do everything in their power to avoid. After weighing his options for a long time, Zhao Jianghai said in a deep voice, "Everyone, please be quiet." To his surprise, the recruits became even more agitated and even began shouting, "We must open up a shared world. That's right, we must get a clear explanation. If this is what the Mad Wolf Commando is like, I knew I shouldn't have come in the first place. Treat everyone fairly. Open up a shared perspective and uncover the truth." Faced with this situation, Zhao Jianghai and Zhang Jian exchanged a glance. He could only respond helplessly. "Please be patient, everyone. We're about to begin sharing our vision." A large amount of crystal energy was consumed again, and Yichio's battle scene appeared on the big screen of the trial tower. At this moment, he had reached the second level of the 4th floor, where he was facing 30 level 45 alien beasts, all of which were extremely troublesome Crimson Flame Wolves. As a high-ranking wolf-like beast, the Crimson Flame Wolf is born with the ability to control the fire element. Even one is extremely difficult to deal with, let alone facing so many at the same time. An ordinary person would have already been defeated. More than 20 Crimson Flame Wolves spewed flames from their mouths and pounced on Yichio. However, Yichio's performance was nothing like that of an ordinary second-tier ability user. With each swing of the long sword, a cold light flashed, and each blade sliced through the fireballs. He was incredibly fast and agile. The Crimson Flame Wolf simply couldn't keep up with him. He fought and retreated amidst the flames, occasionally slaying the Crimson Flame Wolves, like an elegant and skilled dancer performing a wonderful dance that he had rehearsed many times. Everyone stared in disbelief, and then, in an instant, an uproar erupted. What on earth is going on? How can Yichio's stats be so strong? That's right, isn't he just an ordinary second-tier ability user? The physical abilities he's displaying now are in no way inferior to those of a high-level ability user. There must be a problem with the virtual warehouse. How is that possible? If there's a problem with the virtual warehouse, Yichio would definitely report it. How could he have kept it a secret until now? That Yichio is shameless. Everyone chimed in with their own opinions, each one filled with suspicion towards Yichio. As time passed, after Yichio finished killing 30 Crimson Flame Wolves, a notification immediately popped up on the screen. Tower Spirit Mirage's friendly reminder, the first person to successfully pass the second stage of the 4th floor has appeared. First place in the second stage of the 4th level, Yichio, a level 49 49 recruit of the Mad Wolf Commando Team, ID 156491025, completed in 1 hour, 17 minutes, and 21 seconds, with an overall rating of A-level. At the same time, new images appeared on the big screen of the trial tower. Tower Spirit Mirage's friendly reminder: the second person to successfully pass the first level of the 4th floor has appeared. First place in the first stage of the 4th level, Jin Sakshu, a level 49 recruit of the Mad Wolf Commando Team, ID 156490002, completed in 1 hour, 49 minutes, and 38 seconds, overall rating, lower A. Everyone gasped, and the angry shouts grew even louder. Jin Sakshu, as a holy knight, took nearly 2 hours to pass the first level of the 4th floor. How come Yichio is so fast? That's right, what makes Yichio so capable of passing the second level of the 4th floor? We don't believe it. We strongly demand that Yichio be punished. That's right, Yichio must be severely punished after the assessment. Zhao Jianghai and other senior executives were deeply troubled, while Chan Ling smiled wryly. After this trial is over, we will carefully check whether there are any problems with Yichio's virtual pod, and at the same time conduct a real strength test, so that everyone will be convinced. Zhao Jianghai nodded and said, "That's right, that's exactly what we should do." Time flew by, and Yichio was ultimately defeated at the 3rd level of the 4th floor, failing to hunt down all 30 high-level 4th-tier beasts, which was indeed beyond his capabilities. But apart from him, everyone else was stopped at the 2nd level of the 4th floor. For example, Fang Zilong, the fearless dragon spear, Jin Sakshu, the holy knight, and Diana, the shadow walker. About 15 minutes later, Diana successfully exited the virtual pod. "Come in with me." As soon as she stepped outside, she noticed a commotion in the lobby. The beautiful girl, with subtle mixed-race features, frowned and strode towards a familiar female superhuman. "Xiaozi, what exactly is going on? I feel like everyone is very angry." The female superhuman's face was filled with anger. "This trial tower assessment has a cheat code." Diana was momentarily confused. She gently ran her fingers through her platinum blonde hair and asked in bewilderment, "What's going on?" "Let me tell you, do you remember Yichio, who got first place in the first round of the recruit competition?" the female superhuman said in a low voice. Diana nodded. "I know, it was because of the dragon turtle that he was lucky enough to get first place. That guy's virtual pod is malfunctioning." The female superhuman gritted her teeth and said, "He's only level 27, but he actually made it to the 2nd level of the 4th stage." "Do you believe it? The 2nd level of the 4th floor?" Diana was stunned for a moment. Even for her, a level 48 shadow walker, passing the 1st level of the 4th floor took a tremendous amount of effort. A level 27 C-rank ability user actually made it to the 2nd level of the 4th floor? Are you kidding me? Something's not right. Diana frowned and asked, "Has anyone requested that the shelter enable shared vision?" "Definitely," the female ability user said through gritted teeth. The results showed that Yichio's overall combat strength is several times that of a normal 2nd-tier ability user. It's estimated that there was a problem when the virtual pod was scanning his consciousness. What's even more annoying is that Yichio Ming knows he has a problem, but he doesn't report it to the shelter officials. Diana had a feeling that things weren't so simple. If Yichio really exploited the loopholes in the virtual pod, a normal person would be careful to hide it and try to make their results look reasonable, instead of so arrogantly taking first place. But she couldn't say much and could only stand silently to the side. Soon after, the other recruits who failed the 2nd level on the 4th floor also walked out of the virtual pod. Yichio slowly walked out of the virtual pod. He noticed that the gazes of the other recruits around him were full of anger. "Yichio, over here." Jin Sakshu suddenly waved to Yichio. She had just learned the general situation. Jin Sakshu was actually unwilling to believe that Yichio had benefited from the virtual warehouse. Moreover, she vaguely felt that Yichio was by no means mediocre. After all, he was able to win 9 consecutive matches in the superpower arena. Furthermore, the superior equipment he gave her also revealed his extraordinary nature. Yichio walked over quickly. "What's wrong, Sister Sa Shui?" Jin Sakshu whispered to Yichio what had happened earlier. Yichio said helplessly, "Don't worry, I passed the test on my own merits, and there were no problems with the virtual warehouse." Just then, the voice of the Tower Spirit Mirage rang out. "The 2nd round of assessments for this new recruit competition has concluded. In the trial tower assessment, Yichio came in first place, reaching the 3rd level of the 4th floor. His scores for the previous 11 levels were: 2nd place goes to Diana, who reached the 2nd level of the 4th stage. Her scores for the first 10 stages were." At this moment, Zhao Jianghai suddenly raised his hand. "Tower Spirit Mirage, I request to inspect Yichio's virtual pod as a 3-star guardian, and we demand access to the Protoss mainframe to monitor the entire process." Not long after, the Tower Spirit Mirage replied, "Respected Samsung Guardian Zhao Xinhai, the Tower Spirit Mirage is at your service. Permissions approved. Protoss mainframe is connecting." Protoss mainframe connected. Checking virtual pods. Virtual pod check complete. The next moment, the illusory image of a cute little girl with black hair and black eyes appeared. Friendly reminder from the Protoss mainframe, the virtual pod shows no abnormalities. Yichio Yiqiu is suspected of possessing a rare-level talent skill, and his overall combat strength is comparable to that of a 4th-tier advanced ability user. Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed drastically. Zhao Jianghai frowned and asked, Protoss mainframe, are you sure your judgment is correct? Honorable 3-star Guardian, the Protoss AI is a friend of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary and would never make a misjudgment. The cute little girl beside her said softly, you can also directly ask Yiqiu, this ability user, to confirm whether he really possesses the strength of a 4th-level advanced ability user. Zhao Jianghai was speechless. At this moment, Zhang Jian stepped forward, his eyes fixed on Yiqiu. As a level 58 ability user with the sword control ability, he was most curious about what kind of talent and skill Yiqiu possessed that could enable a 2nd-tier ability user to have the combat power of a 4th-tier advanced ability user. Yiqiu felt Zhang Jian's gaze and his eyes sharpened. The middle-aged man standing before me with a sword on his back appeared ordinary on the surface, but he exuded a subtle sense of oppression. Especially when he was being stared at like that, Yiqiu felt as if he were being pressed by thousands of swords. If he moved, he would be pierced by the sword energy. Chen Ling gently patted her husband's shoulder. Wait a minute. Zhang Jian then calmed down. Zhao Jianhai turned to Yiqiu and asked, Yiqiu, can you tell us what your innate skill is? And how did you acquire it? Yiqiu's gaze remained calm. You can say so. The talent I acquired is simple. Under certain circumstances, my overall abilities can be increased to 2.5 times the original level. These words shocked everyone present. The young superhumans were even more astonished. A 2.5-fold increase in overall competence under specific circumstances? You call that a talent skill? That's practically cheating. Impossible. This kind of talent skill is definitely SSS level. How could Yiqiu, a C-level ability user, possess it? That's right. I could tolerate it if Jin Sakshu or Fong Zilong had it, but why does this guy have it? I don't believe it. We must verify it on the spot. Yes, we must verify Yiqiu's strength on the spot, otherwise I will never accept this result. The crowd raised questions, their words filled with anger. Zhao Jianghai also felt helpless. He trusted the Protoss AI's judgment and believed Yiqiu's words, but the people present were clearly dissatisfied. He asked Yiqiu again, Yiqiu, are you willing to accept everyone's challenge and show your true strength? If you can demonstrate the strength required, I'm willing to reward you with 10,000 merit points. Yiqiu knew Zhao Jianghai meant no harm, so he nodded in agreement. Okay, but if I really have that ability, then those who doubted me before should apologize to me. The crowd immediately erupted in commotion. What did this kid say? He wants us to apologize? Heck, if he really has the ability, I'm willing to apologize. If he doesn't, then he can just wait to be scolded by us. I don't believe he has that ability. Apologizing is a minor matter. First, we need to make him demonstrate power comparable to a 4th-tier ability user. Jin Sakshu's eyes showed a slight tension. She wanted to persuade Yiqiu to calm down, but ultimately stopped herself. She understood that Yiqiu had a sharp edge to his personality and was not one to suffer a loss. At this moment, Zhang Jian suddenly spoke. If you can withstand 3 of my moves, I will acknowledge that you possess the strength of a 4th-tier advanced ability user. This 5th-tier advanced ability user, known as the Sword Immortal, was renowned in the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. With only 2 levels away from the 6th rank, his S-rank sword control ability makes him an extraordinary fighter, even capable of challenging 6th rank beasts while at the 5th rank. His 3 moves were difficult even for ordinary level 5 beginner ability users to withstand. But Yiqiu's eyes remained calm. Okay, I accept the test. Jin Sakshu was a little nervous. She stepped forward and grabbed Yiqiu's sleeve, whispering, calm down. Senior Zhang's strength is extraordinary. Then, Jin Sakshu spoke up. I am a 4th level advanced ability user, and this time I will fight Yiqiu. I will not hold back. However, Zhao Jianghai shook his head. Neither you nor Senior Zhang are suitable to test Yiqiu. His gaze shifted to Diana. Diana, you go ahead. If Yiqiu can demonstrate the level of a 4th-tier advanced ability user in his battle against Diana, then we will consider him to have passed the test. His performance in the 2nd round of the trial tower will also be recognized by us. The new recruits nodded in agreement. Unlike Jin Sakshu, who had a personal relationship with Yiqiu, Diana was not as powerful as Zhang Jian, who inspired awe. Diana nodded slightly, then asked Zhao Jianghai, are we fighting right here? Zhao Jianghai nodded. Wait a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, a halo of light appeared in his hand, landing steadily on the ground and marking out an area. You can fight within this area, and the trial tower will not suffer any damage. This is Zhao Jianghai's special ability, called Barrier Master. As his strength increases, he can cast various barriers. The halo he just saw was a protective barrier. He applied it to the trial tower's spatial core, effectively preventing Yiqiu and Diana's attacks from affecting the trial tower. Diana held 2 short daggers, wore a black bodysuit, and exuded a cold and aloof aura. But she had exquisite features, with long platinum blonde hair that cascaded down, like an elven girl who had mistakenly wandered into the human world. It's no wonder she enjoys a high reputation and considerable influence among the new recruits of the Wild Wolf Commando team. Yiqiu drew his cold moonfrost blade, cupped his hands in a salute. salute, and said, Yicho of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary, please guide me. Diana responded, Wolf Sanctuary, Diana, please enlighten me. As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them took a step almost simultaneously and rushed towards each other. Upon seeing Yicho's speed, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically. Swift as a whirlwind. This speed is comparable to that of an ordinary 4th-tier advanced ability user. A slight glint appeared in Diana's eyes. This guy actually has some skills. However, a fighting spirit quickly ignited in her eyes. Although Diana is an assassin-type ability user, she has a bit of a martial arts fanaticism, loves to clash with strong opponents, and yearns to constantly break through her own limits in battle. Yicho saw the intense fighting spirit in her emerald green eyes, and a smile appeared on his lips. The long sword clashed with the short dagger, sparks flying everywhere. Before long, the two had exchanged blows more than 10 times. Diana's attempts to break through Yicho's defenses always ended in failure. She noticed that Yicho was not only fast, but also extremely quick-witted. More importantly, unlike those superhumans who only fight against monsters, he clearly has a wealth of combat experience. You're very strong, Diana said coldly, launching a sudden attack. Yicho swung his sword to meet the attack and laughed. You're not far behind either. Zhao Jianghai's eyes gleamed with admiration. This Yicho is really quite capable. His innate skill is indeed formidable, Chen Ling said with a wry smile. However, if this skill were possessed by an S-class ability user, it would be even more powerful. I must say, although this kid is only a C-level ability user, his combat awareness is quite good. Zhang Jian's eyes were full of praise. He only recently awakened his ability, but he's already quite capable. He's definitely not someone to be underestimated in the future. With everyone chiming in, their opinion of Yicho clearly changed. Meanwhile, the new recruits below the stage looked more ashamed and embarrassed. Yicho seems to be really strong, but he only relies on his natural talent and skills. But you can't say he broke the rules. We were indeed impulsive just now. I was too hasty. I'm so sorry to him. Shin Saksha's eyes gleamed as she pumped her fist, as expected of my little brother, so powerful. Fong Zilong's expression also became much more serious. Yicho's fighting spirit impressed him greatly. Yicho's extraordinary talent and skills put Fong Zilong under immense pressure. However, he knew very well that Yicho had always stood on the side of the superhumans. Humanity is a community with a shared future and must join hands to fight against the alien beasts. The more powerful superhumans like Yicho there are, the greater the pressure on the alien beasts will be, and the greater humanity's chances of victory will naturally be. After several exchanges with Diana, Yicho prepared to end the contest. Just as he was about to reveal his true strength, Diana seemed to sense something, and a faint purple light appeared in her eyes. That was an intermediate skill she had mastered, Death Possession. This state lasts for 3 minutes, during which her body becomes ethereal, and any physical attack that deals her damage will be reduced by half. At the same time, her attacks are imbued with death power, increasing her attack power by 25%. This perfectly matches her talent, Shadow Walker, and acquiring this skill was one of her extraordinary encounters as a prodigy. Upon seeing this, Yicho's expression became even more serious. The cold moon frost blade sliced through the air, leaving streaks of light in its wake. Although Diana's figure was blurred, Yicho's every strike was imbued with the power of frost, a force that Diana found difficult to withstand. Yicho unleashed his true power, so even though Diana activated Death Possession, she was still at a disadvantage. In the end, Yicho knocked the 2 short daggers out of her hand with a single slash, and then kicked her out of the ring. Diana was sent flying backward and crashed heavily to the ground. She gritted her teeth and propped herself up. Although she was unconvinced, Yicho's strength was undeniable. She said in a deep voice, "Your strength is very strong, no less than that of a 4th-tier advanced expert. I concede defeat wholeheartedly." At this moment, the new recruits watching from the sidelines had complicated expressions. Yicho's gaze swept over them, and he said coldly, "Now, it's time for you to fulfill your promises." The new recruits, each with their own distinct expression, could only speak up. "Yicho, I'm sorry. I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have doubted your abilities. They are young people after all." Although they were emotional just now, their apology now is sincere. Yicho didn't say much. At this moment, the phantom of the Protoss mainframe appeared. The combined results of the 2 rounds of competition are in. First place, Yicho. Second place, Diana. Third place, Fong Zilong. Fourth place, Ing Qianqiu. Fifth place, Shin Sakshu. Once the results were announced, the corresponding rankings were displayed on the big screen. People flocked over, eagerly searching for their names on the big screen. "I'm so happy to be able to go to the second recruit team. I made it into the first team, hee. Why am I in team 10? This is so tragic. Oh no, only 6 teams made it in this time. I barely made it into the first team. Ha ha ha." Some were happy, while others were disappointed. A sense of relief welled up in Yicho's heart. He had finally made it into the first recruit team. "Can this be considered a victory for me at this stage?" Shin Sakshu walked over quickly and patted his shoulder. "I originally wanted you to join the first team as my support soldier, but I didn't expect you to join the first team as well. You gave me such a big surprise." surprise. From now on, we are comrades in arms. Yicho chuckled, Sister Sa Shui, I told you before, I'm very strong. Good, 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 Xiao Qiu, you are indeed very strong. The smile on Qin Sakshu's lips had not yet faded. At this moment, Zhao Jianghai, along with Zhang Jian, Shen Ling, and others, walked quickly over. Qin Sakshu appeared slightly nervous as several high-ranking officials approached, but Yiqiu remained calm. Zhao Jianghai said directly to Yiqiu, your performance this time was outstanding. I'll keep my promise and transfer 10,000 merit points to you. Okay, thank you, Commander Zhao. Yiqiu smiled and tapped the bracelet. After transferring the money, Zhao Jianghai added, you're already among the top recruits. With your talent and skills, you'll grow very quickly, but I hope you won't be greedy for quick success or become arrogant and complacent. Yiqiu nodded solemnly. Okay, thank you for your expectations, Commander Zhao. At this moment, Shen Ling walked over slowly and said in a gentle tone, Yiqiu, although you are currently only a C-level ability user, with the help of your innate skills, you have a real chance of advancing to the 5th or even 6th level. Yiqiu nodded and said gratefully, thank you for your encouragement, Master Chen. I will definitely work hard. At this moment, Zhang Jian walked over and said to Yiqiu, your superpowers may not be that great, but your combat awareness is pretty good. I hope you can truly grow up and become a backbone of the shelter, making the monsters howl in pain. Yiqiu smiled and replied, okay, thank you for your guidance, Senior Sword Immortal. After everyone saw the results, Zhao Jianghai gathered everyone together again. Everyone, quiet down, line up. Thousands of new recruits quickly lined up in formation. Zhao Jianghai continued. As previously announced, the top 100 in overall scores will enter the first recruit team. Those with scores between 101 and 200 will enter the second team, and so on. You will have 10 days to rest and recuperate, during which time you can go home and reunite with your families. But you must report back to the Wild Wolf Commando recruit camp on time in 10 days. Specific details regarding the items to prepare and the regulations of the recruit camp will be sent to your email in the form of a notification. Please check your inbox. Zhao Jianghai showed a satisfied expression and said, everyone, leave the trial tower in an orderly manner. Once you're outside the tower, disperse on the spot. Qin Sakshu said to Yiqiu, today is a good day, how about we have a meal together? Fang Zilong, who ran out from behind, immediately declared, my treat. Yiqiu glanced at him and thought to himself, why does this guy seem a bit like a simp? It's not that I don't want to be friends, it's just that the kind of fawning that goes too far. I'll treat you, I'm in a good mood today. Qin Sakshu replied casually. Fang Zilong's face darkened slightly. Alright then. At this moment, Yiqiu's bracelet suddenly beeped. Someone's looking for you? Qin Sakshu asked casually. Why don't we wait for you and you check the message first? Yiqiu nodded, took out his bracelet, opened the communication interface, and found that it was a message sent by Xia Rongrong. He glanced at it and found that there were still a few unread messages. Feeling a little embarrassed, she quickly scrolled through the messages and found that the first few were from her asking about her situation at the Wild Wolf Sanctuary. There was even a transfer message. She directly transferred 50,000 superpower coins to him. This is a huge sum of money. If Yiqiu had it during his high school years, it would have been enough for his tuition and living expenses for a year. The last question was about his recent performance evaluation as a new recruit. Yiqiu's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied with a message. The recruit assessment results were excellent. I have now joined the first recruit team. Immediately afterwards, Xia Rongrong sent a message. Is video calling convenient? Yiqiu's heart skipped a beat and he replied, convenient. A moment later, the bracelet beeped and Yiqiu clicked to answer. On the screen projected by the bracelet, Xia Rongrong's delicate and lovely face appeared. Yiqiu, how have you been lately? She blinked, her eyes filled with a hint of nervousness and concern. Yiqiu laughed and said, don't worry, everything is going smoothly on my end. In fact, I've already reached level 27. Level 27, Xia Rongrong exclaimed. My grandfather gave me special training and I only reached level 18. How did you do it? Just lucky, Yiqiu said with a light laugh. By the way, when will Shen Lingfeng keep his promise? Oh, I'd completely forgotten about it if you hadn't mentioned it. Xia Rongrong's eyes lit up. If you really win the bet, he'll give you $1 million. We've already won, Yiqiu said with a playful tone. The roster of the first recruit team at the Mad Dragon Shelter is now on the official website. Tell Shen Lingfeng to go check it out and give me the money. I don't mind if the money isn't enough. At this moment, Qin Sakshu also heard Xia Rongrong's charming and lively voice and curiously came over to take a look. Upon seeing Qin Sakshu, Xia Rongrong couldn't help but ask in surprise, Yiqiu, who is this beautiful older sister next to you? Yiqiu casually introduced, this is my childhood playmate, who is also like an older sister to me. Her name is Qin Sakshu. Qin Sakshu? Xia Rongrong frowned, pondering for a long time. She's a student at Tianqing University, right? That's right. She's an outstanding graduate of Tianqing University, possesses S-level superpowers, and is incredibly powerful, Yiqiu said with a smile. Xia Rongrong suddenly remembered something. If I remember correctly, her nickname should be Holy Knight. She's my idol. She's already over level 40, and a top graduate of Tianqing University. university. She even participated in suppressing the monster tide. Yi Qiu nodded. Yeah. Suddenly, Yi Qiu heard a familiar voice coming from Xia Rongrong's side. Rongrong, who are you chatting with? Xia Rongrong's face immediately scrunched up. Shen Lingfeng, I already told you not to call me Rongrong. We're not that close. Yi Qiu's lips curled up slightly as he reminded him, don't drive him away with your insults. Let him pay the money first. Xia Rongrong's heart skipped a beat. I had forgotten about it if you hadn't mentioned it. She immediately moved the bracelet a little further away, allowing Shen Lingfeng to appear. When Shen Lingfeng saw Yi Qiu on the light screen, his expression immediately darkened. Why are you still in contact with Rongrong, you brat? Yi Qiu sneered. Don't rush to say these things. I advise you to quickly transfer 1 million to me and you'll lose the bet. Shen Lingfeng was stunned for a moment, then remembered the previous bet and sneered. Don't tell me you got into the top 100 in the recruit competition and made it into the first team? You, with your sea-level superpower, dare to join the first recruit team at the Mad Wolf Sanctuary? Don't be ridiculous. Yi Qiu calmly replied. I have no reason to lie to you. Go check the official website yourself. Ridiculous. I'll go check right now. If your name isn't there, don't be stubborn. Shen Lingfeng sneered and immediately opened the bracelet. He logged onto the official website of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary and saw the person ranked first in the first squad of new recruits. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How could it be you? This is impossible. Yi Qiu retorted with a cold laugh. Why can't it be me? I'm number 1 in the superpower competition, and I'm also number 1 in the recruit competition. Shen Lingfeng gritted his teeth. This isn't right. It must be a case of the same name. Don't try to fool me, Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu shrugged and said helplessly, then open the information and take a look. Sea-level ability, Shadow Blade, and my photo. Who else could it be but me? Shen Lingfeng was stunned after reading the information, his face contorted in disbelief. This is impossible. Yi Qiu coldly urged, don't talk about what's possible or impossible, just transfer 1 million to me right now. Shen Lingfeng remained silent, and Yi Qiu couldn't help but laugh. Why don't you just wait to be kicked out? At this moment, Xia Rongrong exclaimed in surprise, Yi Qiu, you really made it into the first recruit team. Yi Qiu chuckled and replied softly, that's right, Rongrong, I've already joined the first recruit team. Only those who rank in the top 100 out of thousands of new recruits can get in. Xia Rongrong thought excitedly, Yi Qiu, you're amazing. What rank did you get in the new recruit competition? Still number 1. Yi Qiu smiled. Xia Rongrong had no doubt. Whenever you come back, be sure to treat me to a meal. As for that guy Shen Lingfeng, don't worry, I secretly recorded the bet between you. If he dares to renege on his debt, I will post the video online and expose him. Upon hearing Xia Rongrong's words, Shen Lingfeng's face instantly darkened, as if he had been stabbed in the back. Rongrong, don't go too far. Xia Rongrong sneered. Who's on your side? Yi Qiu and I are of one mind, unbreakable partners. You probably don't have Yi Qiu's contact information, right? Transfer the money to me quickly, and I'll transfer it to Yi Qiu. Otherwise, you can expect to be exposed. Her tone was icy, and Shen Lingfeng looked at her and felt that what she said didn't seem like a lie. Thinking of his bet with Yi Qiu, he felt a sharp pain in his heart and had no intention of paying that million. However, Xia Rongrong kept staring at him with cold eyes, and even coldly threatened, if you don't transfer that million to Yi Qiu, I don't mind telling my grandfather about this and having him tell old Master Shen. Let old Master Shen know what kind of person you, a descendant of the Shen family, really are. Grandpa. Shen Lingfeng felt his teeth ache. Helpless, he could only say quickly, Rongrong, calm down. I'll transfer the money to you right now, and then you can transfer it to Yi Qiu. How about I give you an extra 100,000? Just don't let the old man know about this. That's right. Xia Rongrong smiled. Shen Lingfeng was heartbroken and finally had no choice but to transfer 1.1 million to Xia Rongrong. Don't forget, even though he is a young genius of the Shen family, this 1.1 million is almost 2 months worth of expenses for him, not to mention the funds needed for cultivation. That Yi Qiu deserves to die. Xia Rongrong shooed him away like a dog. This is none of your business. Get out of the way. I still need to talk to Yi Qiu. Shen Lingfeng felt a sharp pain in his heart again, almost to the point of vomiting blood. He glared fiercely at Yi Qiu in the light screen, then turned and left. At the same time, Yi Qiu received a transfer of 1.1 million yuan from Xia Rongrong and thanked her with a smile. Thank you so much, Rongrong. This is the first time you've called me Rongrong, not. Xia Rongrong chuckled and asked, when will you be back from the Mad Wolf shelter? I've been in university for 4 years, and I can come back every summer and winter break. I don't want to miss seeing you even once. Yi Qiu said dejectedly, I don't know either. Serving in the Mad Wolf Commando, it's probably not so easy to come back. But don't worry, I'll definitely get together with you when I have the chance. Xia Rongrong's eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she smiled, looking exceptionally happy. Alright, Yi Qiu then hung up the phone. At this moment, Jin Sakshu looked at Yi Qiu. Who is that little girl? Is she your former classmate? Yes, we're classmates and friends. Yi Qiu nodded, and upon checking the 1.1 million yuan that had been deposited into his account, he felt extremely pleased. With 1.1 million plus the more than 4 million he had saved before, he can now be considered considered a tycoon with a net worth of 5 million. However, the cultivation and training of superhumans requires a lot of resources. If they want to improve their strength quickly, they cannot rely entirely on the support of the shelter and the commando team. But now that Ji Chio has a system, all he needs to do to upgrade his strength is hunt alien beasts. Therefore, the pressure wasn't that great. This girl seems to like you quite a bit, but if you're really planning to date her, remember to let me give you my opinion, Shin Sakshu suddenly said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Yi Chio's head was practically spinning. Sister Sa Shui, don't say that. There's nothing between Xia Rongrong and me. Shin Sakshu patted Yi Chio on the shoulder, her gaze serious. Haven't you noticed yet? This girl seems to have a crush on you, hasn't she? It'll only be a little bit. Yi Chio had a terrible headache, so he quickly changed the subject. By the way, where should we go to eat? Shin Sakshu stopped teasing him and thought for a moment before saying, let's go straight to the Tianhai Hotel. It's quite famous in the Mad Wolf shelter. When Fang Zilong and I escorted Miss Gu here before, we held a welcome dinner for her at this restaurant. The food and service were both quite good. Isn't it a bit expensive? Yi Chio hesitated. Should I pay? I'm a 4th level ability user. Even if I'm poor, I won't be unable to pay for my meal. Shin Sakshu smiled and said, I'll pay for it. The three of them headed straight for the Tianhai Hotel. As soon as Yi Chio entered, he saw a familiar figure. It was Shin Xianfeng, who had lost to him twice before. Shin Xianfeng seemed to have also joined the first recruit team. He was chatting happily with a few people in the rest area, his face full of pride. Upon seeing Yi Chio walking together with Shin Sakshu and Fang Zilong, appearing to have a close relationship, Shin Xianfeng's face instantly darkened. He deliberately turned his head away, pretending not to see Yi Chio. Yi Chio didn't care and stomped on his foot hard. Shin Xianfeng, what are you doing here? You should have received a demerit for using enhancement drugs improperly, right? Is it a minor fault or a major fault? Yi Chio's words were like a knife, piercing Shin Xianfeng's heart. Shin Xianfeng immediately became restless, his youthful arrogance undisguised, and angrily retorted, what do you mean by saying these things at this time? Yi Chio smiled faintly. It doesn't mean anything, I just wanted to provoke you. I can't just allow others to smear me and then not be able to fight back, can I? Shin Xianfeng was speechless. At this moment, Shin Sakshu suddenly remembered that someone had slandered Yi Chio before. This is the kid who slandered you, right? Yi Chio nodded. That's right, it's him. Shin Sakshu strode up to Shin Xianfeng, her eyes exuding an imposing aura. I've been feeling a bit uncomfortable because I didn't stand up for my brother earlier. I never expected to run into you this time. When Shin Xianfeng saw Shin Sakshu, the renowned holy knight, supporting Yi Chio, his face turned pale instantly. His lips trembled. Miss Qin, I know you are an outstanding graduate of Tianqing University, and your uncle is a high-ranking member of the capital special forces, but you can't bully an innocent person just because of Yi Chio. 3 hours later. Innocent people? Shin Sakshu couldn't help but laugh, her eyes filled with amusement. Do you think I have the ability to investigate whether someone is using online trolls to slander and frame an ordinary recruit who has committed no crime at all? Shin Xianfeng's mind went blank. Miss Qin, what do you mean? I didn't mean anything by it. Shin Sakshu casually raised her hand, as if examining her fingernails, her tone light. My brother was framed, and slandered, and even mistaken by innocent people as a good-for-nothing who got a free ride. I have to help him get some justice, right? Shin Xianfeng's voice trembled. So, what does Miss Qin want? 500,000. Shin Sakshu spread her fingers, clearly indicating the number. 500,000. Consider it compensation for my brother's emotional distress. At the same time, I demand that you publicly apologize to Yi Chio on your most popular personal social media platform, admitting that you are inferior to him. Shin Xianfeng's face turned even paler. I don't have that much money. Even if you're just a collateral branch of the Shin family, you should have this much, right? Besides, you've hunted quite a few exotic beasts before, and the material costs you earned must be more than this, right? Shin Sakshu smiled and said, 500,000, not a penny less. Furthermore, the apology must be sincere enough, or don't blame me for being impolite. Shin Xianfeng looked at Shin Sakshu, his face full of bitterness and helplessness. At this moment, Fang Zilong also stood up to support Shin Sakshu. Sakshu, if you can't handle this on your end, I can ask my uncle for help. He specializes in legal matters. This will definitely bankrupt this guy. Even the fearless Dragon Spear spoke up for Yi Chio. Shin Xianfeng's brain went blank again. Left with no other choice, he could only grit his teeth and agree. I'm willing to give 500,000, thank you. And I'm also willing to sincerely apologize. I hope you will not pursue this matter any further. He took a deep breath, took out a prepaid card, handed it to Yi Chio with both hands, and said, there is exactly 500,000 in here, and the password is 6 zeros. Yi Chio took the prepaid card and nodded slightly. Don't forget to apologize. In fact, he felt that he had already dealt a heavy blow to Shin Xianfeng, but seeing that Shin Sakshu was willing to stand up for him, he was still very happy. Fine. Shin Xianfeng's face turned deathly pale, as if he had lost his parents. Shin Sakshu, Fang Zilong, and Yi Chio sat down and chatted for a while before a new private room became available. The three of them then went in to eat together. Suddenly, Shin Sakshu's phone rang. A hint of apology appeared on her face. I'll take this call. Russell, Yichio said calmly, it's nothing serious. Fong Zilong didn't care at all. Shin Sakshu answered the phone, and a quirky girl's voice came through. Sister Sakshu, where are you now? Yichio vaguely remembered that the voice sounded like Gu Yueling's. Shin Sakshu replied helplessly, Miss Gu, what is it now? What else could it be? It's just about that cave from before. Although he couldn't see Gu Yueling's face, Yichio could still imagine her with a sly smile. By the way, Yichio, you should have finished the second round of the recruit competition by now, right? He has passed the second stage and achieved good results, Shin Sakshu said simply. That's good. What place did he get? Gu Yueling seemed very interested in him. He got first place, Shin Sakshu explained. Then his true strength must be stronger than yours. Gu Yueling thought to herself, and then said, then Yichio can be added to the team going to the cave. He's only level 27. Isn't that too weak? Shin Sakshu hesitated. Letting him into the cave might be dangerous. Gu Yueling, however, was very confident. None of you got first place, how could he? Why are you worried about his safety? Don't worry, my intuition is right. Yichio is not as simple as he seems. I'll tell my grandfather to let Yichio join the expedition team. Also, the team stationed at the Cave Heaven has sent word that the Cave Heaven will truly open in 7 days at most. I'll let you know as soon as I have any news, and we'll meet at the city gate and head there together. Shin Sakshu was stunned. So fast? Then we won't be able to make it to basic training. What's a recruit ceremony? Gu Yueling's tone was somewhat agitated. If we can conquer this cave, it will be very worthwhile to raise exotic beasts or cultivate resources. If you can help us conquer the cave, you're guaranteed at least one major merit. Even if you get full marks in your recruit training, you won't get many merits. Don't try to act innocent after getting the benefits. Shin Sakshu knew that although Gu Yueling spoke directly, her reasoning was sound, so she could only nod and say, alright then. After hanging up the phone, Yichio was still completely confused. What kind of grotto heaven? What kind of great achievement? What exactly is this? Seeing Yichio's puzzled expression, Shin Sakshu explained briefly, let's eat first, and I'll tell you the details later. Yichio nodded, somewhat bewildered. At this time, the food was served. These are all exotic beast delicacies with nourishing properties, which can restore the energy consumed by those with superpowers. After they had almost finished eating, Shin Sakshu sent a document to Yichio. Take a look at the bracelet's communication number. I've sent you a document. This document provides a detailed explanation of the concept of a grotto heaven. Yichio was somewhat puzzled. How come I'd never heard of this before? This is not something that ordinary people can access. Shin Sakshu shook her head. You'll understand once you take a good look. Yichio opened the file and carefully browsed through it. I finally understand what a grotto heaven really is. Cave heaven is actually a subspace, which can also be understood as spatial fragments in folded space. In addition, cave heavens have some peculiar characteristics. They usually possess exclusive and specific resources and have restrictions on those who enter. For example, only those with supernatural abilities below a certain level are allowed to enter, and the strongest beasts inside also have a level cap. Another crucial characteristic of a grotto heaven is that it possesses a grotto heaven core, essentially giving it control over the entire grotto heaven. If a superhuman can obtain the core of the cave, they can hand it over to a powerful superhuman of the 6th rank or above. A powerhouse of the 6th rank or above can make the core of the cave recognize him as their master. In this way, the cave can be taken away and become a kind of mobile space. Each cave is an extremely important strategic resource. In addition to producing specific resources, it can also carry various supplies during wartime and even shelter ordinary people. There's another interesting point. When the strange beasts first appeared, many superhumans referred to the cave as a copy. Shin Sakshu also said, the reason why Misku came to the Mad Wolf Sanctuary is because there were abnormal spatial fluctuations near the sanctuary, which are suspected to be the birth of a 4th-order cave heaven. Although this Misku was only 25 years old, she is already a level 48 star envoy, with both offensive and defensive capabilities, and is very strong. A 4th-tier grotto heaven can only accommodate 4th-tier ability users at most, so Fong Zilong and I will be conscripted. As for you, I suggest you don't go. Although a 4th-tier grotto heaven cannot accommodate 5th-tier lifeforms, it is still quite dangerous. Yichio's eyes showed curiosity. Since there are no lifeforms above the 5th rank, what exactly does the so-called danger refer to? Shin Sakshu's expression was solemn. The guardian of the core of the cave. She went on to explain, the guardians of the core of the cave are similar to elemental beings, but some of them have physical bodies and their combat power is actually one level higher. I see. Yichio's heart stirred, and he immediately decided, I'm willing to join you. Shin Sakshu was stunned for a moment. I haven't explained what benefits I'll get in the end. Yichio said firmly, I believe that every time a new cave is acquired, it is a good thing for the shelter and for humanity. He blinked and continued, since I can participate, it's my duty. Shin Sakshu finally smiled. It's really great that you have such an idea. However, I must remind you that members who participate in the exploration of the 4th-tier cave heaven, if they are members of the shelter assault team, will each receive at least one major merit. Each person, whether from a university or the community, will receive at least 2 pieces of high-quality equipment. Yi Chou was secretly delighted. This treatment is really quite generous. Shin Sakshu added with a smile, in addition, there will be extra rewards if you make great contributions when obtaining the core of the cave. Anyway, we definitely won't suffer any losses, but there is indeed a risk to our lives. Yi Chou nodded. You don't need to worry about me, Sister Sa Shui. My true strength is even greater than you imagine. Shin Sakshu gave a helpless, bitter smile. How strong can you be? You can't possibly reach the 5th rank. The group chatted for a while longer before returning to their barracks together. Upon entering the dormitory, Nangong Bujian, his eyes brimming with excitement, said to Yi Chou, I've also joined the first recruit team. Both Guo Changmao and you showed excited expressions. And you laughed and said, I never thought I would be able to get into the 3rd recruit team. Guo Changmao nodded repeatedly. I also made it into the 3rd team this time. I originally thought I could only make it into the 4th team. It seems that I was quite lucky. Yi Chou said with a smile, the fact that everyone can join their desired team is a success in itself. We're supposed to be assigning new dorms tomorrow. Let's have a farewell dinner. It's on me. You guys decide where to go. A glint appeared in the eyes of Nangong Bujian, Guo Changmao, and in you. After thinking for a moment, and you asked again, how much budget do you have for Yi Chou, our top recruit? Since everyone says I'm the best new recruit, I should be generous. Yi Chou chuckled. The budget is 100,000 for 4 people. My god, a real tycoon. Guo Chengmao's eyes almost lit up. Then we can go to Tianhai Hotel for dinner this time. I heard it's one of the best hotels in the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. That's right, I agree with this choice. Yi Chou nodded. Then let's go there tomorrow at noon. Great, great, great. Thanks to our first new recruit. And you was so excited he couldn't stop smiling. Nangong Bujian's eyes also showed emotion. Actually, I didn't expect Yi Chou to be so strong. He was able to fight Diana without being at a disadvantage, and even defeat her. You should know that in terms of individual combat ability, Diana is among the top recruits. Even outstanding graduates from Tianqing University wouldn't dare to mess with her easily. Yi Chou chuckled, but it can be considered a bit of a lucky encounter. Alright, let's stop talking about this. And you interrupted, laughing. Next up is basic training. You all should know who your instructors are, right? Nangong Bujian's face darkened immediately. Although I was lucky enough to get into the first recruit team this time, the instructor of the first team is actually Shiman Feng. I really don't know what to say. Yi Chou asked curiously, Shiman Feng? Who is that? Is he a particularly strict instructor? Nangong Bujian sighed. Not only is she strict, but it's said that she also has the nickname Man-Eating Flower at the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. When she trains new recruits, 1 to 3% of them will be injured or disabled. Yi Chou swallowed hard. Disabled? You're not kidding, are you? That's right, but as long as they can get through her training, the warriors will undergo a complete transformation. Nangong Bujian said with a worried expression, resting his chin on his hand, she'll definitely be even stricter with the new recruits this time. I've been thinking about whether I should try to transfer to the 2nd team. After careful consideration, Yi Chou said, I don't have that kind of worry. Nangong Bujian glanced at Yi Chou and continued, don't think she won't target you. The stronger you are, the more targeted her training plan will be. You'll have a headache just the same way. Yi Chou smiled and said, I have something to do this time, so I probably won't be able to participate in the recruit training. This time, not only was Nangong missing, but Guo Changmao and you were also very surprised. Yi Chou didn't explain much, straightened his clothes a little, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. The next day at noon, everyone had a meal together. After returning home, Yi Chou began packing his things, preparing to move into the new dormitory. The dormitories for the new recruits were 2 people per room, and Yi Chou didn't know who his roommate was yet. Upon entering the dormitory, Yi Chou felt that the environment was indeed quite nice. This is a small suite with a private bathroom. Instead of bunk beds, it has 2 regular beds and 2 sets of furniture such as tables, chairs, and cabinets. The area is approximately 30 square meters. Yi Chou finished packing his things when a soft knock came at the door. He called out, come in. The person who came in was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. He had a straight nose, a square mouth, and a tall and strong build. He was carrying a suitcase and a large travel bag on his back. Hello, are you my new roommate? The young man asked with a smile. Seeing his politeness, Yi Chou replied, my name is Yi Chou, and I'm your roommate. My name is Gao Peng. The young man smiled back. I graduated from Kenglin University. I am a level 41 ability user. My ability is A-level Earth Element Affinity. Yi Chou's heart stirred. Among the graduates of Kenglin University, he should be considered an outstanding individual. Yi Chou nodded and continued, I am Yi Chou, a level 27 ability user, with the C-rank Shadow Blade ability. I know you, Gao Peng said with a smile. You defeated Diana head-on, and you're only 16 years old. You're already my idol. Yi Chou looked at him curiously. Don't you think that the reason I can do this is entirely due to my innate skills? Talented skills aren't something you can acquire easily, Gao Peng said naturally. Even if you're lucky, your current strength is undeniable. Besides, I'm not not blind. Your combat skills and awareness are top-notch. I really admire you. Yi Qiu nodded. Actually, it's nothing. We are all superhumans, and we are all fighting for the future of humanity. We are all on the front lines of the fight against the alien beasts, so let's stop talking about worship from now on. Gao Peng smiled and said, okay. Yi Qiu quickly tidied up his things and then went to the official website of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary to see if there would be an opportunity to hunt exotic beasts in the nearby beast forest during his 10-day vacation. Even though there were only 5 days left before the opening of the cave, Yi Qiu didn't want to waste any time and planned to use 4 days to hunt beasts in the nearby exotic beast forest to improve his strength. After checking, Yi Qiu discovered that it was indeed possible to hunt alien beasts during the recruit stage. However, the beasts hunted during this period cannot be counted towards attendance or exchanged for merit points. New recruits can only venture into the beast forest as civilian adventurers. Yi Qiu didn't care about that. Improving his strength and acquiring evolution points were the most important things, so he packed up and headed straight to the Adventurers Guild at the Mad Wolf Sanctuary to register his adventurer status. The Adventurers Guild is a huge, egg-shaped building with a futuristic feel. The gate is equipped with a sensor that opens automatically. Upon entering, Yi Qiu saw hundreds of light screens of varying sizes hanging in the hall, which covered several thousand square meters. The largest main light screen displays QR codes for the adventurers' regulations and the newcomer's guide. Yi Qiu took out his phone, scanned the QR code, and followed the instructions to the special machine for registering an adventurer's identity. Tap the screen, the light screen lights up, and a virtual character appears. Dear young superhuman, would you like to register for an adventurer's identity? Yi Qiu nodded. That's right. Please place your personal identification card in the silver area. Yi Qiu, a resident of Tianhai Base City, is a level 27 ability user and the owner of the C-level ability Shadow Blade. Data has been verified, and the information is correct. As a Tier 2 ability user, you can register as a Tier 2 adventurer with an initial score of 100 points. Would you like to redeem the adventurer's toolkit? Yi Qiu nodded. Exchange. The next moment, the machine spat out a small package. Yi Qiu opened the package and found a flint, paracord, a regular grade knife, a compass, water purification tablets, insect repellent powder, a flashlight, etc. Although these items were only worth a couple hundred ability coins, they were quite thoughtful for ability users who lacked wilderness survival experience. After putting these things away, Yi Qiu headed to the nearby market. Military-grade instant heating food, exclusively for Mad Wolf Factory. Only 100 ability coins per serving. A superior-grade longsword. Not a million, not 800,000, just 500,000. Don't miss this opportunity. Insect and animal repellent powder, specially designed for forest habitats where exotic beasts gather. Yi Qiu strolled around, bought some food and water, put them in his storage bag, and then took a car to the city gate, preparing to board an airship to go to the nearby beast forest. An hour later, Yi Qiu successfully boarded the airship. This airship operates on a similar principle to hot air balloons from my previous life, but it is powered by crystal core energy, making it faster and safer. It is also protected by ranged attack type ability users, allowing it to handle even ordinary flying beasts with ease. One of the advantages of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary is the scarcity of flying monsters in the vicinity, making airships the preferred mode of transportation for short distances. Half an hour later, Yi Qiu arrived at the entrance to the Shadow Forest. The Shadow Forest is densely wooded, blocking out the sun, making it dark and damp even during the day. It is home to a variety of fungi, including some that produce bioluminescence. The beasts here are mostly of the dark attribute, with the strongest reaching level 5. For Yi Qiu, this was undoubtedly an excellent leveling up spot. Hey kid, are you a superhuman? A soldier in charge of registration at the entrance asked with a frown. Yi Qiu felt a little embarrassed and took out his ID card to hand it over. After scanning with a beep, the soldier's eyes widened. Level 27 at 16? Exceptionally gifted. Okay, you can go in now. Yi Qiu smiled helplessly, said nothing more, and stepped into the Shadow Forest with his equipment. Upon entering the Shadow Forest, Yi Qiu discovered that his innate skill, Dark Hour, could be activated. This delighted him. Once the Dark Hour begins, his overall strength will increase to 2.5 times his normal level. He drew his bloodthirsty blade and advanced for about 10 minutes before encountering his first strange beast. It was a leopard cat lurking in the shadows. Upon seeing Yi Qiu, it quickly rushed out and pounced on his neck. Yi Qiu swung his bloodthirsty blade, the blade flashing through the air. The leopard cat was instantly cut in two. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 12 mutated beast, the leopard cat. You have gained 600 experience points and 240 evolution points. Yi Qiu was secretly shaken. There are level 12 beasts on the outer perimeter, which means that the overall strength of the beasts in the Shadow Forest is stronger than that in the Misty Forest. As we continued onward, 3 or 4 monkeys with black and gold fur suddenly darted out from not far away. Their eyes were bright red, and their bodies exuded an aura of bloodlust and rage. The monkeys in the distance threw stones at Yi Qiu. 2 monkeys nearby pounced on them from the left and and right. Yi Qiu raised the bloodthirsty blade. The arms of the two monkeys were immediately severed, and blood spurted out. He deftly sheathed the bloodthirsty blade, drew the cold moon frost blade, and slashed off the head of one of the monkeys. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 13 beast, the dark ape. You have gained 650 experience points and 260 evolution points. Beep beep. The remaining apes paled and fled in panic. Yi Qiu caught up in 3 quick steps and severed half of his body. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 13 beast, the dark ape. You have gained 650 experience points and 260 evolution points. The two monkeys, which were some distance away, were terrified and screamed as they turned and ran away. Yi Qiu strode forward and pounced on them with a few leaps, quickly taking care of the two black gold apes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 13 beast, the dark ape. You have gained 650 experience points and 260 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 14 monstrous beast, the Tyrannosaurus Rex. You have gained 700 experience points and 280 evolution points. Yi Qiu shook his head and muttered to himself, these beasts are too low level. It won't help me level up much now. I still need to go deeper into the forest. After a moment's thought, he quickened his pace. About an hour later, Yi Qiu arrived at an area close to the center of the forest. In that hour, he hunted down 7 or 8 strange beasts. The strongest among them was a level 16 shadow serpent. This shadow serpent was extremely stealthy and its venom was potent. If Yi Qiu hadn't possessed formidable strength and keen senses, he would likely have already been poisoned. A small clearing appeared ahead, and Yi Qiu's heart stirred. He quickly approached. A group of strange beasts gathered in the open space. They resemble sheep and horses, but have huge horns on their heads. After observing for a moment, Yi Qiu determined that this was a herd of exotic horned horses. Wildebeests are quite strong, with an average level of around 30. There were at least 20 wildebeests in front of him, enough to bring Yi Qiu a lot of experience points and evolution points. After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Qiu decisively activated his shadow blade ability. His body enveloped in shadows. He drew his bloodthirsty blade and rushed toward his target. Disappeared? His target was the nearest female wildebeest, who was accompanied by 2 smaller wildebeest. A flash of light, and blood splattered everywhere. The female wildebeest, in her 20s or so, was decapitated on the spot. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 24 monstrous beast, the horned horse. You have gained 1200 experience points and 480 evolution points. Yi Qiu took a deep breath, gripped his long sword tightly with both hands, and slashed fiercely at the neck of a small wildebeest. Caught off guard, the baby wildebeest also had its neck severed in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 14 beast, the horned horse. You have gained 600 experience points and 280 evolution points. The other wildebeest seemed panicked and crashed directly into Yi Qiu. He also struck it down with a single blow, ending its life. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 14 beast, the horned horse. You have gained 600 experience points and 280 evolution points. The sounds of fighting alerted the wildebeest herd. A tall wildebeest roared and led several strong male wildebeests charging forward. A bluish light shone from their bodies. Wildebeests possess the ability to manipulate wind elements, and this cyan light is a manifestation of the wind elements being activated. Before he even got close, several sharp wind blades attacked Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu took a deep breath, his eyes turned cold, and he instantly activated the skill Frostblade Storm. He brandished the cold moon frost blade incessantly, its shadows overlapping like drifting snowflakes. The tall wildebeest that charged at it was immediately covered in wounds, bleeding profusely, with the wounds so deep that the bone was visible. Other male wildebeest were also severely injured, emitting painful cries. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yi Qiu swiftly stepped forward and severed the throat of the tall wildebeest with a single stroke. It vomited blood and soon collapsed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 34 beast, the horned horse king. You have gained 1700 experience points and 680 evolution points. Yi Qiu continued to dodge nimbly, quickly changing positions, and each time he accurately killed a male wildebeest. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 31 monstrous beast, the horned horse. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 32 monstrous beast, the horned horse. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. The remaining wildebeest seemed determined to fight back, and 7 or 8 male wildebeest charged forward again. However, this time, their tactics have clearly changed. The 7 or 8 male wildebeest emanated a faint blue light, which eventually converged on the strongest of them. Then, the strong wildebeest seemed to be infused with powerful energy, its muscles tensed, and blue-gold patterns appeared on its body. The next moment, it suddenly spewed out a series of sharp wind blades from its mouth, pointing directly at Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu remained calm and composed as he charged forward at incredible speed. His footwork was constantly shifting, and his cold moonfrost blade slashed repeatedly, skillfully dodging and deflecting several several wind blades, successfully closing in on the powerful horned horse. He leaped up suddenly, gripped his long sword tightly with both hands, and slashed down, aiming for the wildebeest's head. The wildebeest used its horns to block the blade, but to no avail. The entire horn, along with the blade, was split in two. Splash! Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 32 monstrous beast, the horned horse. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. The other, weaker female wildebeests also sensed Yichio's strength. They cried out in anguish and prepared to flee with their young. Yichio rushed forward in 3 strides, his cold moon twin blades wielding the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he killed 3 female wildebeests. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 27 monstrous beast, the horned horse. You have gained 1350 experience points and 540 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 25 monstrous beast, the horned horse. You have gained 1250 experience points and 500 evolution points. The remaining wildebeest were also killed by Yichio one by one. The entire process lasted only half an hour. Yichio braced himself against the ground with the cold moonfrost blade, taking a few rapid breaths. He then went forward to collect materials and crystal cores. The most valuable part of a wildebeest is its antlers. After all, these beasts were all around level 30, so Yichio naturally wouldn't miss the opportunity to collect their horns. After tidying up the materials, Yichio rested for 15 minutes before continuing on his way. Rustle, rustle. Suddenly, a faint sound of grass rustling came from ahead. Yichio's expression tightened. He gripped the cold moonfrost blade tightly and slowly drew the blade from its sheath. His eyes grew increasingly wary. A red shadow streaked across the sky and suddenly pounced on him from the bushes. A change flashed in Yichio's eyes. He raised his hand to meet the attack and drew his sword to strike. The red figure moved with incredible speed, flipping in the air and quickly landing beside Yichio. It was a fox that was entirely crimson, with faint golden markings on its forehead. Yichio recognized it as a powerful beast, usually a high-level third-tier creature, and capable of manipulating fire elements. The golden flame fox sensed the chill emanating from the frost blade in Yichio's hand, and its face immediately contorted into a ferocious expression, baring its teeth. Born with the power to control the fire element, it fears the power of ice and frost the most. The next moment, the golden flame fox let out a low roar, and a ball of golden red flame condensed in its mouth, which it then shot towards Yichio. Yichio narrowed his eyes slightly, and swung his cold moonfrost blade fiercely, extinguishing the ball of flame with its icy light. However, the golden flame fox followed closely behind the flames and quickly arrived in front of Yichio, its sharp claws tearing towards his waist. Yichio's eyes turned cold as he nimbly dodged the attack and unleashed a fierce slash with his cold moonfrost blade. The golden flame fox was incredibly fast, nimbly twisting its body to dodge the attack, and continued its probing attacks while constantly spewing out golden red flames. Its flames are incredibly powerful and destructive. Nearby trees, once ignited, are instantly reduced to ashes. Fortunately, the shadow forest was damp and the fire failed to ignite the trees, otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yichio fought the golden flame fox for a while, and gradually became annoyed. He took a deep breath, switched to the bloodthirsty blade, and activated damage stacking. With a sudden increase in attack speed, the golden flame fox was instantly left covered in blood. The little guy realized that Yichio was not someone to be trifled with, and turned around to try to run away. But how could Yichio let it escape so easily? He leaped forward and slashed a huge bloody gash across its body. The golden flame fox screamed in pain, its speed noticeably slowing down. Yichio seized the opportunity to continue his attack, and soon severed the neck of the golden flame fox. Fresh blood gushed out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 32 beast, golden flame fire fox. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. Yichio's eyes still held a hint of surprise. The golden flame fox is only level 32? It seems that smaller races do indeed have an impact on their performance. He quickly stepped forward, cut off the golden flame fox's tail, plucked the golden hairs from its forehead one by one, and put away its crystal core. Yichio's body was already stained with some blood. He took out a special spray, sprayed it on the wound in his clothes, and then gently wiped them with water. The clothes were quickly clean again. After drinking a few sips of water, he continued his journey through the shadow forest. During this period, he only hunted a few low-level exotic beasts such as leopard cats and tyrannical snakes, with meager gains, but better than nothing. 5 minutes later, Yichio suddenly heard a rustling sound coming from ahead, as well as the sound of leaves and meat being gnawed on. He frowned slightly and quickly took out his binoculars to check. A swarm of red ants was seen rushing towards them from the ground ahead. Yichio's expression changed drastically. Crimson army ants? There's something like this in the shadow forest. Without hesitation, he quickly leaped onto the treetop, nimbly weaving through the branches and leaves to avoid that area. The crimson army ant is an extremely terrifying swarming beast. Although a single ant is not very strong, only at level 5 or 6, with the strongest being no more than level 10. But they come in droves, layer upon layer, in an endless number. If human superhumans rashly confront them head-on, there will be only one outcome, being devoured by the endless crimson army ants and reduced to bones. Even powerful mythical beasts are unwilling to provoke them. Yicho finally let out a long breath after completely escaping the marching range of the crimson flame army ants. This shadow forest is indeed fraught with danger. After a moment's thought, he changed direction and continued forward for a distance before landing on the ground, where he began hunting the strange beasts. After walking several hundred meters, Yicho vaguely sensed that something was wrong. The surroundings were unusually quiet, and even the common small wild animals were nowhere to be seen. He narrowed his eyes, a sense of unease rising within him. Generally speaking, there is no situation of territorial claims in the Shadow Forest unless it is an extremely powerful beast. This means that there must be something in this area that all the strange beasts fear or are afraid of. He took a deep breath, slowly drew the cold moon frost blade, and cautiously probed forward. Suddenly, an aerial root hanging down in front of him raised its head like a snake and stabbed straight at Yicho. A plant-like mythical beast? Yicho's expression changed drastically. Without hesitation, he dodged Qi Shingen's attack and swung his sword. The power of the cold moon frost blade is self-evident. The aerial root snapped instantly, gushing out pale green sap. Just then, a rustling sound came from ahead again. 7 or 8 aerial roots shot towards Yicho at the same time, snaking towards him as nimbly as a group of snakes. Yicho's expression turned solemn. He took a deep breath, quickened his pace, and dodged Qi Shingen's assassinations while striding forward. He knew in his heart that he had trespassed into the territory of plant-like monsters. Only by killing that plant-like monster can we escape our current predicament. Otherwise, the trouble will only increase. Clearly, the true form of that plant-like beast is still some distance away. Yicho moved with incredible speed, fighting as he advanced, and soon severed 7 or 8 aerial roots. Finally, he saw the true form of the plant beast, a giant banyan tree. This banyan tree is exceptionally thick, with a trunk as wide as 2 people could hug. Countless aerial roots hang down among them, numbering over 100. As Yicho approached, the surface of the large banyan tree's trunk suddenly began to writhe, and a human face slowly emerged. Immediately afterwards, more than 20 aerial roots shot towards Yicho. His face darkened further, and without even a moment to think, he immediately unleashed Frostblade Storm. With the powerful Frostblade Storm skill, Yicho's attack power was significantly increased. Combined with the slowing effect of frost power, he barely managed to fight his way through the encirclement of Qi roots. Yicho was getting closer and closer to the main body of the banyan tree. Suddenly, several bulges appeared on the ground, and several thick roots burst out of the soil, lashing out at Yicho. Yicho's expression changed, and he leaped away, dodging the large tree root that was slapping at him. However, the air-generating root in the air relentlessly pursued him, and Yicho's shoulder was struck hard, causing an unbearable burning pain. A flash of anger crossed his face, and he couldn't help but curse. Just because I'm not showing my teeth doesn't mean I'm a pushover. Enraged, Yicho quickly activated the damage stacking skill and combined it with Frostblade Storm, causing his attack power to surge instantly. He easily cut the aerial roots in front of him like weeds. Then, Yicho leaped and dodged the thick roots, rushing straight to the banyan tree, a plant-like mythical beast. Without hesitation, he gripped the cold moon frost blade tightly with both hands and plunged it directly into the human face of the plant-like beast, the banyan tree. The human face emitted a mournful cry, as if a woman were weeping softly, but Yicho's eyes were as cold as ice. He not only plunged the cold moon frost blade deep into the blade, but also stirred it repeatedly with all his might. Before long, this plant-like mythical banyan tree fell into a state of death. Its aerial roots stopped wriggling, and its thick root system ceased its activity. But a chill ran through Yicho's eyes. You fucking dare to play dead? If this banyan tree were truly dead, the system would have already notified me. This damned bastard is faking his death to save himself. Yicho gave it no chance to come back to life, and with a series of slashes from his cold moonfrost blade, he shattered the banyan tree into pieces. The banyan tree let out a hissing sound. If it wanted to fight to the death at this moment, it was already too late. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 36 plant-type beast, 1000 root banyan, gaining 1800 experience points and 720 evolution points. Yicho gasped. This thing is so strong, yet it's only level 36? He was speechless. He stepped forward and carefully examined the banyan tree's corpse. He discovered that the core of the tree emitted a faint blue light and contained abundant wood elemental power, so he put the core away. In addition, he also accepted a pale green crystal core. After finishing cleaning up, Yicho began to treat the injury on his shoulder. The spot where Qi Shingen hit me is still throbbing slightly. He took off his clothes and saw that the area was covered in bruises. Yicho gritted his teeth, took out the spray and sprayed it a few times, then swallowed the healing medicine. With the combined effects of the spray and medication, the bruises on my shoulder gradually faded. He stretched his shoulders, and after confirming that he was alright, he prepared to continue. At this moment, he also understood why there had been no strange beasts around before. The banyan tree can move freely and will naturally prey on nearby exotic beasts. Over time, what exotic beast would dare to approach this place? After walking about 100 meters further, Yi Qiu heard roars and human shouts coming from ahead. Is this a battle between alien beasts and superhumans? He parted the bushes and went closer to take a look. A group of young people dressed as warriors from the Wild Wolf Sanctuary were discovered fighting fiercely against a pack of wild wolves in the forest. Those forest wolves were all above level 20, and there were a great many of them. Yi Qiu glanced at them and estimated there to be at least 30. That group of young warriors consisted of only 6 people, with only 2 at the 3rd rank and the rest at the 2nd rank. Clearly, they were outmatched by the pack of forest wolves and were on the verge of retreating. However, wolf-like beasts are vengeful and will not let them off easily. They even began to surround them in batches. One of the female warriors, wielding a scepter, chanted an incantation and fired a series of fireballs. The other 3 swordsmen engaged in close-quarters combat with the forest wolves. The archers kept firing arrows to support the 2 men at the front. Another elementalist summoned a giant stone golem to cover the retreat. Their battle formation was well balanced, and the ability users cooperated effectively. Unfortunately, they encountered this pack of frenzied timberwolves, and without external intervention, they would certainly have been injured. After a moment's thought, Yi Qiu gripped the bloodthirsty blade, his body shrouded in shadow, and dashed out in a flash. When the group saw the unfamiliar superhuman suddenly appear, they were first taken aback and then became nervous. After all, Yi Qiu was only a 3rd-tier ability user. Rashly joining the battle would not only be useless, but might also implicate him. However, now that Yi Qiu has appeared, any regrets are useless. The tall swordsman, presumably the squad leader, called out in a deep voice, "Young man, come here quickly." But Yi Qiu ignored them completely and charged straight into the encirclement of the forest wolves. The expressions on their faces changed drastically. Is this young superhuman suicidal? Yi Qiu swung his sword down, each strike taking the life of a forest wolf. Several wild wolves attacked him, but they couldn't inflict any real damage on him. His fighting stance, however, appeared calm and composed. Those agile and cunning forest wolves seemed to have become playthings in his hands. Excitement gleamed in the eyes of the female magic-based ability user. Although surprised, she quickly calmed down and continued to activate her berserk mode, hurling fireballs at the enemy group one after another. The female archer's eyes also gleamed as she fired arrows in rapid succession. Even the 3 swordsmen, who were already exhausted, felt relieved. With a roar, they entered battle mode and fought alongside Yi Qiu against the forest wolves. The elementalist, who had been nearly exhausted, relaxed considerably, cancelling the summoning of one giant stone golem and leaving only another to defend one direction. In less than half an hour, Yi Qiu had killed more than half of the 30 forest wolves. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 24 exotic beast, the forest mad wolf. You have gained 1200 experience points and 480 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 36 exotic beast, the forest mad wolf. You have gained 1800 experience points and 720 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 27 exotic beast, the forest mad wolf. You have gained 1350 experience points and 540 evolution points. Yi Qiu's eyes were filled with surprise. He accumulated 15,000 evolution points from the more than 20 forest wolves he killed. In addition, he gained a huge amount of experience points. His personal panel currently displays level LV point 2945%, talents SSS rank, infinite evolution, C rank, shadow blade, strength 140 plus, intelligence 120 plus, physical condition 132 plus 5, mental strength 140 plus, agility 130 plus 10, evolution points 17080. Talent skill dark hour can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal skills damage stacking, intermediate skill can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Detection basic skill can be evolved, requires 2,000 evolution points. Equipment bloodthirsty blade excellent, ring of the moon excellent, light and agile boots superior, cold moon frost blade excellent, wind bracers superior, heavy armor superior. Next, Yi Qiu will only need to spend a little over 10,000 evolution points to upgrade his C-level ability Shadow Blade to B-level. With hope ahead, Yi Qiu's fighting spirit burned exceptionally brightly. At this moment, the team of superhumans next to him assembled and walked quickly toward Yi Qiu. The tall swordsman leading the group bowed to Yi Qiu and said respectfully, "Thank you for saving us, senior. If it weren't for you, we would have been in real danger." Although Yi Qiu was only 16 years old, he was relatively thin compared to an adult. But because he was shrouded in shadow and his face was obscured, the tall swordsman only thought he was a slender and powerful senior with supernatural abilities. Yi Qiu waved his hand and casually said, "This is just a small favor for you. Be careful in the future, and don't venture too far into the beast forest." Hearing Yi Qiu's words, the group looked ashamed. The tall swordsman, especially the captain, solemnly promised, "Senior, I will be more careful in the future, and I will never go deep into the forest again before breaking through to the 4th rank." Yi Qiu nodded and turned to prepare to collect materials and crystal cores. Aside from Yi Qiu, the other 6 people had helped him a bit this time. After collecting the materials, materials. Yichio gave them 6 crystal cores. These 6 are yours. There are still some fur and claw materials over there. I haven't finished collecting them yet, so I'll leave them for you. The team leader asked somewhat embarrassedly, Senior, are you really going to leave those materials for us? To be honest, we only helped a little. It was mainly thanks to you that we were able to hunt down this pack of forest wolves. Yichio shook his head. My storage space is limited, so collecting these low-level materials is meaningless to me. After thinking for a moment, the captain said, then I'll give you a storage bag too. Yichio's heart stirred. Although everyone has storage bags, they are classified as controlled items. It's estimated that we'll only get new storage bags after basic training is over. Are you really going to give it to me? Yichio asked. Storage bags are hard to come by. The captain laughed and said, are our names less important than a storage bag? After saying that, he took out a storage bag from his person and handed it to Yichio. This storage bag has 3 cubic meters of space. Please accept it. Yichio nodded, thought for a moment, and then took out a prepaid card. There is 1 million in here. Consider it my purchase of your storage bag. The captain was stunned for a moment, and before he could refuse, Yichio had already stuffed the prepaid card into his arms and turned to leave. The captain swallowed hard. Senior. Yichio didn't even turn his head and casually said, if you really consider me a senior, then don't give this back to me. The captain could only remain silent. After Yichio left, the group quickly organized their materials and retreated to the outskirts of the forest. The female monk's eyes were filled with emotion. The senior is truly kind. Of course, the female archer said with a complicated tone. I've never met such a kind and powerful superhuman. He's such a good person. The captain added, let's not hunt any more monsters this time. Let's go back and rest properly. Once my injuries have healed, I'll come back to Shadow Forest. All of them sustained injuries of varying degrees when facing the forest wolves, and everyone agreed on that. Yichio continued his journey through the forest. Because there were 5th-tier beasts in the core of the forest, he did not continue to go deeper at the moment, but instead proceeded along the middle layer. Although it was somewhat difficult, Yichio had a positioning device with him, and if that didn't work, he could use a compass, so it wasn't a big problem. Squeak! Suddenly, Yichio heard a sound like a mouse squeaking coming from ahead. He immediately drew his cold moonfrost blade. Although rodent-like creatures are not particularly strong, they are often numerous, so you have to be extra careful when you encounter them. The next instant, 2 bluish-gray shadows flashed past in front of them. In Yichio's eyes, they were 2 large rats that rushed straight towards him. These 2 large rats were extremely fast, and their bodies were surrounded by azure energy, clearly indicating that they were wind attribute beasts. Yichio's cold moon frost blade suddenly drew a bright arc. 2 bluish-gray rats were cleaved into 4 pieces in mid-air, their blood splattering as they landed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 18 beast wind rat. You have gained 900 experience points and 360 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 24 beast wind rat. You have gained 1200 experience points and 480 evolution points. Yichio's eyes flickered slightly. Second order rodent-like alien beast? It's not too weak anymore. He knew that there was a 100% chance that there were dens of rodent-like beasts nearby. After a moment's consideration, Yichio continued forward. Sure enough, several more large, bluish-gray rats pounced on him. With strength comparable to a 4th-tier advanced ability user, Yichio dispatched them one by one with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 17 beast wind rat. You have gained 850 experience points and 340 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 18 beast wind rat. You have gained 900 experience points and 360 evolution points. After killing several in succession, the wind rats over there seemed to realize Yichio's strength and dared not show themselves easily. Yichio explored the surrounding area for a while and found a wind rat's nest. However, the wind rat, with its 3 burrows, is notoriously difficult to deal with and is clearly not easy to handle. After pondering for a moment, Yichio sealed off all the cave entrances. He then gathered some dry firewood, sprinkled it with the irritant powder unique to adventurers' packs, and lit it in front of the last unsealed entrance, guiding the thick smoke into the depths of the cave. Before long, the wind rats in the cave could no longer bear it. Then, Yichio entered the most enjoyable monster-slaying state. One by one, the wind rats crawled out of the cave, and Yichio, blade in hand, killed them one by one. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 18 beast wind rat. You have gained 900 experience points and 360 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 16 beast wind rat. You have gained 800 experience points and 320 evolution points. Although these wind rats are not particularly strong, their numbers are exceptionally large. Before long, Yichio had slaughtered nearly 30 wind rats. In this situation, the monster killing efficiency is very high. Unfortunately, such opportunities are rare, otherwise, Yichio could accumulate 30,000 evolution points to evolve his superpower much faster. Yichio took a deep breath and summoned the system panel. Level, LV 35%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 144+, Intelligence 124+, Physical Condition 135+5, Mental Strength 144+, Agility 134+10, Evolution Points 24080. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal Skills, Damage Stacking, Intermediate Skill, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Detection, Basic Skill, can be evolved, requires 2,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Ring of the Moon, excellent. Light and Agile Boots, superior. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Wind Bracers, superior. Heavy Armor, superior. A hint of surprise flashed in Yichio's eyes. He had now advanced to a third-tier ability user, and his evolution points had reached more than 24,000. With just 6,000 more evolution points, the C-level ability Shadow Blade can be evolved to B-level. He took a deep breath and continued collecting materials. Of the 20-odd wind rats, ranging from level 10 to 20, only the crystal core is considered valuable. However, after searching for a while, Yichio found a small scroll next to the corpse of a wind rat king. He immediately used his detection technique. Basic Skill Scroll. Upon use, grants the holder a basic skill. Yichio's heart stirred slightly. Skills are divided into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and super. Rumor has it that there are even god-level skills above the super level. Even basic skills are extremely valuable to ordinary 3rd or 4th tier ability users. Moreover, Yichio can also evolve his skills using evolution points. He silently uttered, "Use." In an instant, the skill scroll vanished without a trace, turning into a streak of light. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the beginner skill, Shadow Wind Blade Strike. Consumes 1% of your mental energy to unleash a dark wind blade attack equivalent to your charged strike. Limited to 1 use per day. Yichio noticed that the new skill, Shadow Wind Blade Strike, had appeared in the normal skill bar. Finally, I have another ranged attack skill. His eyes were full of joy. In the past, the skills acquired were mostly melee attacks or auxiliary skills like detection. Long-range attacks have always been his weakness. And now, this Shadow Wind Blade Strike is undoubtedly a timely help. Yichio then silently asked the system, how many evolution points are needed to upgrade Shadow Wind Blade Strike? Upgrading Shadow Wind Blade Strike requires 5,000 evolution points. He gasped. Why does upgrading this skill require so many evolution points? After a moment's thought, he could understand this basic skill, Shadow Wind Blade Strike, was already quite powerful. The evolution of his basic skill, detection, also requires 2,000 points. After all, Shadow Wind Blade Strike is an attack skill, so it is reasonable that it requires more evolution points. Yichio then continued his journey through the forest. A sound like a reptile flicking its tongue came from ahead. Yichio frowned slightly, watching the area ahead warily. To be honest, snake-like creatures are quite formidable opponents. First, snake-like beasts are usually highly venomous, and being bitten by one can have serious consequences. Second, their nerve reactions are exceptionally rapid, and once an attack fails, they will retreat quickly, making them extremely difficult to pursue. Third, snake-like beasts are extremely good at hiding, and unless one has exceptionally keen senses, it is very difficult to detect their approach. Yichio narrowed his eyes, drew his bloodthirsty blade, and cautiously took a step forward. Soon after, a dark figure suddenly darted out from ahead. Yichio thought about trying out the Shadow Wind Blade Strike skill, silently recited it in his mind, and decisively used it. A deep purple wind blade instantly materialized in front of him and roared out. The dark figure was instantly sliced in two by the wind blades and fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 31 alien beast, the Earth Furnace Lizard. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. A hint of surprise flashed in Yichio's eyes. Unexpectedly, Shadow Wind Blade Strike can instantly kill a level 3 alien beast. Moreover, it's a powerful molten lizard with dragon blood. You should know that the molten lizard is not so easy to deal with. Even a level 31 Earth Fusion lizard can rival a mid-tier tier 3 alien beast. In terms of attack power, this Shadow Wind Blade Strike is indeed comparable to my charged attack. Yichio removed the crystal core from the Earth Fusion lizard and prepared to peel off its scales. The scales of the molten lizard, a type of dragon-like beast, are exceptionally hard, so it's no problem to sell it for a good price. Suddenly, Yichio felt a chill run down his spine. His gaze turned cold, and he immediately drew his bloodthirsty blade. Just then, a small, emerald green figure suddenly darted out from the bushes and bit Yichio's side. Yichio immediately swung his sword in retaliation. The emerald green figure nimbly leaped aside, dodging the attack. Yichio looked down and saw that he was protected by heavy armor on his waist and was unharmed. Nevertheless, Yichio's heart tightened, and he squinted at the emerald green figure. It was a thin snake, about the length of a chopstick and the thickness of a little finger, entirely emerald green, but with bright red pupils. 9-section green. Yichio's expression changed drastically. This is an extremely terrifying beast. Although it is not particularly powerful, with a level of only 3, its neural reaction speed and agility agility far exceed those of ordinary 4th level beasts. Ordinary 3rd tier ability users are almost powerless against its attacks. Even more terrifying is that the fangs of the 9-section green contain extremely potent neurotoxins. Before ordinary healing medicines can even take effect, the superhuman may die from poisoning. Yi Qiu's eyes turned unusually cold. If I hadn't been wearing heavy armor, I would have definitely been hit. He took a deep breath, activated Dark Moment, and with a flash, rushed out, slashing several times to cut the 9-section green sword into several pieces. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 33 beast, 9-section green. You have gained 1650 experience points and 660 evolution points. Yi Qiu steadied himself, took out the crystal core from the 9-section green's body, removed its venomous fangs, and carefully put them away. The fangs of the 9-jointed green are extremely precious materials. After cleaning up the scene, Yi Qiu looked up and saw that it was noon. He needs to find some fruit, then find a place to rest and eat something. After searching around, Yi Qiu finally found a few small trees bearing berries. These berries looked edible, so Yi Qiu picked a few ripe ones, tasted them, and found them to be sweet and sour with a pleasant flavor. He took out a small plastic bag and filled it with berries. Then he found a wild melon vine nearby and dug out a few wild melons from it. Then, he jumped onto a big tree, took out the self-heating rations he had prepared in advance, and poured in some water to heat them up. While waiting for the meal to cook, Yi Qiu leisurely took out the berries and sweet potatoes, enjoying the rare tranquility as she ate. Suddenly, footsteps sounded from ahead. Yi Qiu's eyes were slightly cold, but when he saw the figure that appeared, he relaxed a little. Those weren't adventurers, but soldiers from the Mad Wolf Commando. Judging from their youthful faces, they were clearly new recruits like himself. Several new recruits smelled the aroma wafting through the air and looked around curiously. Finally, a new recruit noticed Yi Qiu sitting in the big tree, and his eyes flickered slightly. Yi Qiu noticed that they seemed to be traveling in the same direction as the army ants, so he specifically reminded them, "I suggest you don't go that way." The new recruits were taken aback, and one of them asked, "Hey buddy, what do you mean by that?" Yi Qiu yawned and replied casually, "There might be Crimson Flame army ants over there." Upon hearing the words, Crimson Army Ants, the new recruits immediately shuddered. The recruit who had asked the question nodded quickly. "Okay, thank you." Without much thought, they immediately changed direction. Seeing that they were somewhat obedient, Yi Qiu breathed a sigh of relief. What he feared most was that someone would not listen to advice and would eventually be eaten away by the Red Flame Army Ants, leaving only bones. After finishing his meal, Yi Qiu tidied up briefly, jumped down from the tree, and continued walking forward. Perhaps someone had cleared out the nearby beasts, because Yi Qiu walked for 15 minutes without encountering a single one. After walking for another 5 minutes, Yi Qiu could vaguely see the outline of a mountain range ahead. A thought struck him, and he remembered the map of the Shadow Forest he had seen before. "I've reached the Shadow Mountains." Yi Qiu had a headache and muttered to himself, "Should I go over there?" The Shadow Mountains are even more dangerous than the Shadow Forest. There may even be 6th-tier beasts deep within them. But in the end, Yi Qiu still decided to go. The bold get rich, the timid starve. He walked forward slowly. Suddenly, the howling of monkeys came from ahead. Are there ape-like mythical beasts? Yi Qiu's heart tightened. Apes are an important branch of the mythical beast species, with many different kinds and considerable strength, such as the white ape of wind that he had seen before. Moreover, ape-like animals tend to live in groups and pose a great threat to humans. It is said that in the early stages of the invasion of the alien beasts, the apes would even abduct human women and commit atrocities. Yi Qiu drew his cold moon frost blade and quickened his pace. A sparse orchard appeared ahead. This orchard contains more than one type of fruit tree, including pear, apple, peach, and even cherry trees. The trees are all very thick and tall, clearly indicating that they are quite old. Yi Qiu judged that this orchard must have been specially cultivated by humans before the Great Catastrophe. Dozens of strange apes with pale golden fur lived in the bushes. The strongest among them has reached the 4th rank. Yi Qiu's eyes lit up. If we can kill all 20-odd apes, both our level and evolution points will increase significantly. We're one step closer to evolving superpowers. He took a deep breath, rushed forward, and, with the aid of the darkness, unleashed Frostblade Storm. When Yi Qiu pounced, the eyes of the dozens of monkeys flashed with ferocity. One of the 4th-order apes pounded its chest, roared, and leaped down from the tree, swinging its claws into a hammer shape as it smashed them down on Yi Qiu's head. This ape is enormous, standing a full 3 meters tall. This attack was incredibly powerful. Yi Qiu's eyes turned cold, and he raised his cold moon frostblade from bottom to top, slashing fiercely at the 4th-level ape's fist. To Yi Qiu's surprise, the ape's fist suddenly glowed with a faint golden light. The sound of metal clashing together rang out, and he felt that the blade was striking iron and stone rather than meat. Is this a beast that has an affinity for the metal element? Yi Qiu's expression changed slightly. His gaze fell on the ape's pale golden fur, further confirming his judgment. It really is a beast that is compatible with the metal element. He took a deep breath, activated Shadow Blade, and became even faster as he clashed with the 4th-tier ape. Yi Qiu also discovered that this 4th-order ape was not as indestructible as a fist. Even with the power of Frostblade Storm, his Cold Moon Frostblade can still inflict damage on other parts of his body. In less than half a minute, deep bone-revealing wounds appeared on the ape's legs, sides, and shoulders. The other apes also noticed the anomaly. Their king seems unable to defeat this creature before him. The monkeys roared and charged forward, attempting to surround and attack. Yichou's eyes turned cold, and he raised his hand and slashed out with his sword, directly severing the head of a second-tier ape. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a level 21 alien beast. You have gained 1050 experience points and 220 evolution points. Blood splattered, but the remaining apes did not retreat. Their eyes flashed with a mad light, and their attacks became even more ferocious. What's wrong with these guys? Yichou muttered to himself, why are they so violent? He gradually realized that the reason these monkeys were able to protect this orchard and survive for so long was entirely due to their strength. Taking a deep breath, Yichou activated the damage stacking skill. The combination of damage stacking and Frostblade Storm is like the background music for a killing spree. He swung the Cold Moon Frostblade faster and faster, the blade's shadow dancing like snowflakes. In just a few breaths, 2 second-tier golden spirit apes fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a level 23 beast. You have gained 1150 experience points and 460 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a level 26 beast. You have gained 1300 experience points and 520 evolution points. Seeing its companion killed, the 4th-tier golden spirit ape's eyes grew even more ferocious. It roared to the sky, its body radiating a faint golden glow, as if it were cast from gold. Yichou's longsword slashed down, but the blade clearly got stuck in the flesh, unable to penetrate deeper. The 4th-tier golden spirit ape knew strategy. Taking advantage of its metal body, it tightly entangled Yichou, while the other 3rd-tier golden spirit apes launched a frenzied attack. What a nuisance! Yichou's eyes turned cold. He gave up on a direct confrontation and instead opted for a steady and methodical approach. He knew that this 4th-tier golden spirit ape could not maintain its metal form indefinitely. There must be a time limit. If he can get through this hurdle, he will be able to kill this group of golden spirit apes. Yichou's steady strategy proved effective, and the 4th-order golden spirit ape began to panic. It roared to the sky again, and the surrounding 3rd-tier golden spirit apes seemed to sense the abnormality as well, roaring in turn. Their golden fur gradually glowed, clearly indicating that they had entered a metallization state. Yichou sneered, if you can't afford to offend me, can't you at least avoid me? After saying that, he flashed away and quickly broke out of the encirclement. Seeing that Yichou seemed to be trying to escape, the 4th-tier golden spirit ape's eyes blazed with anger. It leaped suddenly, chasing after Yichou, while the other dozen or so golden spirit apes, being slower, lagged far behind. After creating some distance, Yichou's lips curled up slightly. At this moment, the metallic luster on the 4th-tier golden spirit ape gradually dissipated. You fell for my trap, big guy. Yichou sneered, sheathed his frostblade, drew his bloodthirsty blade, and immediately activated bloodthirsty fury. After bloodlust was activated, Yichou's attack power was significantly increased. He took a deep breath and moved nimbly around the 4th-tier golden spirit ape, striking precisely from time to time. Yichou's guerrilla tactics were clearly unexpected by the 4th-order golden spirit ape. It fought back fiercely, but it was no match for Yichou's speed, and was instead repeatedly harassed by him with his agile movements. As the wounds multiplied, the pain drove it increasingly mad, gradually eroding its reason and bringing the shadow of death ever closer. Finally, when the 4th-tier golden spirit ape was covered in blood and staggering, Yichou slashed its throat with a single strike, successfully killing it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 41 exotic beast, the golden spirit ape. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. A hint of joy flashed in Yichou's eyes. Seeing their leader fall to the ground with a thud, the golden spirit apes behind them were stunned for a moment, but the next moment, they burst into angry roars. A powerful-looking 3rd-tier golden spirit ape roared and pounced. Yichou roughly guessed the intentions of these monkeys. These apes all wanted to get rid of this outsider and seize the new leadership position. Unfortunately, I'm not so easily killed by them. Yichou's eyes turned cold as he drew his frostblade and flashed away. With a single strike, he severed the head of a 3rd-tier golden spirit ape. A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the other 7 or 8 3rd-tier golden spirit apes. However, the allure of becoming the leader drove them mad. They all pounced on Yichou. Under the siege, Yichou also suffered several knife wounds. Protected by his heavy armor, he was unharmed and continued to reap the lives of these golden spirit apes at his own pace. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 31 exotic beast, the golden spirit ape. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 32 exotic beast, the golden spirit ape. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. Before long, Yichou had reduced the 8 golden spirit apes to only 3. Including the 5 he had killed before, he has now killed 10 golden spirit apes. This accounts for roughly 2/5 of the entire golden spirit ape clan. At this moment, Yichou also felt a little tired. He dodged a aside, took out recovery and healing potions, and quickly swallowed them. A warm current flowed into my abdomen, and my body immediately felt much more comfortable. Immediately, Yi Qiu threw himself back into the battle. At this moment, several female golden monkeys also joined the battle. During the fierce battle, his blood and qi circulated faster, allowing him to absorb the medicine more effectively. He soon recovered somewhat. He then activated two powerful skills, Frostblade Storm and Damage Stacking. These two skills can only be used once more today. Yi Qiu didn't feel like he had been taken advantage of. There are 12 golden spirit apes left. If we kill them all, we can not only level up but also gain evolution points. He weaved and charged through the golden ape troop, taking the lives of apes as he went. Before long, only one juvenile female golden monkey remained at the scene. A flash of light, blood splattered, and a head flew off. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 24 beast, the golden spirit ape. You have gained 1200 experience points and 480 evolution points. Yi Qiu let out a heavy sigh. Feeling somewhat tired, he jumped onto the huge peach tree in the middle of the orchard and sat on a branch to rest. He then took out a bottle of high-grade recovery potion and swallowed it in one gulp. Seeing peaches hanging all around, Yi Qiu picked a ripe one and enjoyed it while munching on it. A captivating aroma of wine wafted over. What's that smell? Yi Qiu asked, his eyes filled with doubt as he followed the scent. I don't accept it. There was a hole in the center of the large peach tree, which was sealed with stones. He carefully moved the stone and opened the tree hole. Inside was a pool of liquid resembling alcohol, along with some fermented fruit residue. Monkey wine? Yi Qiu suddenly remembered a legend. It is said that monkeys in the mountains will ferment the fruit they can't finish into wine, which is called monkey wine. Not only does it taste excellent, but it also has certain medicinal value. Judging from its appearance, it is indeed monkey wine. Yi Qiu thought this thing was quite rare and that he would definitely make a lot of money if he sold it. He took out 5 prepared military water bags and filled them with liquor. Unfortunately, even with the new storage bags, the 5 military water bags can only hold a maximum of 7.5 liters. There's still quite a bit of monkey wine left. Adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Yi Qiu took a few sips. The alcohol is not very strong, and the taste is sweet and smooth, accompanied by the aroma of flowers and fruits. He was even a little reluctant to sell it, thinking that it would be nice to bring it along when he met with Qin Sakshu or other friends in the future. At this moment, Yi Qiu began to tidy up the crystal cores and other materials. Just as they finished collecting the crystal cores of more than 20 golden spirit apes and hadn't even had time to skin them, a group of adventurers suddenly appeared in front of them. They were wearing various kinds of equipment. The leader was a third-tier melee ability user, carrying a broadsword on his back. Standing beside him was a female superhuman with 2 daggers hanging from her waist, clearly a melee superhuman specializing in agile attacks. Behind them were a female superhuman holding a scepter, clearly belonging to the magic faction, and an archer. This group of 4 has a perfect balance of superpowers. If there were one more support-type ability user, such as a light priest, it would be even more perfect. The melee ability user looked surprised when he saw the golden spirit ape corpses scattered all over the ground. He also noticed that the fur of these golden apes had not been stripped off, and he couldn't help but speculate in his heart. Yi Qiu, who was harvesting materials, was also targeted by them. The melee-type ability user quickly stepped forward and asked, "Young man, who killed these golden spirit apes?" Yi Qiu's eyes flickered slightly, and he replied calmly, "Can't you tell?" The melee-type ability user was somewhat embarrassed, but still asked, "Did you kill him?" Yi Qiu nodded in acknowledgement. "It was me." "That's unlikely." The melee ability user looked puzzled and chuckled, saying, "Young man, you're probably only a third-tier ability user, right? The strongest of these golden spirit apes here is at least at the 4th rank. Clearly, you can't handle them all by yourself." The female melee ability user next to her also showed obvious distrust. "You're not here to pick up the scraps, are you?" Yi Qiu frowned. "Find a bargain? What do you mean? These golden spirit apes were clearly not killed by you, yet you're here collecting materials and crystal cores. Isn't that just picking up what others have left behind?" The female melee ability user said coldly, "If you want to leave safely, you have to follow the rules." "What rules?" Yi Qiu asked impatiently. "I haven't heard of any rules. It's simple, everyone who sees it gets a share." The female melee ability user said seriously, "You don't even understand this?" Yi Qiu couldn't help but laugh. "Why should I share the beasts I hunt with you? Because you're shameless?" The female melee ability user's face immediately darkened. "What do you want to do?" "Let me tell you, there are 4 of us here. Do you think you can take on all 4 of us by yourself?" The male melee ability user said coldly, "I'm a level 37 berserker. You probably can't even beat me. Hurry up and hand over the materials you have. Let us take stock. If there are enough, I might be able to save some for you. If you refuse to hand it over no matter what, don't blame us for beating you up first and then taking your storage bag." Yi Qiu narrowed his eyes. "So you're trying to steal my things? Don't say anything too harsh." The female melee ability user said, "We still follow the rules. Everyone gets a share, and we won't take everything from you." Yi Qiu's smile widened even more. The four of them were puzzled when they saw him suddenly smile. The male melee ability user squinted and asked, "Just who is this kid?" The female melee ability user frowned and shook her head. "I don't know what he's up to, but let's hurry up and take him down. If he records a video with the bracelet, or does something else that exposes our secret, then we'll be in trouble." "That's right." The male melee ability user nodded and quickly approached Yichio. At this moment, a cold glint flashed in Yichio's eyes, carrying a hint of ruthlessness. The male melee ability user shuddered involuntarily as he felt the cold light. The next moment, Yichio flashed and punched him hard in the stomach. The punch was fast, ruthless, and accurate, sending the male melee ability user flying 7 or 8 meters away before he crashed heavily to the ground. He clutched his stomach, his face contorted in pain, and coughed up a mouthful of blood. The female melee ability user's expression changed drastically, and she rushed over to check on the male melee ability user's injuries. "Captain, how are you?" Everyone was stunned. At the same time, the archer and the magic-wielding ability user also raised their weapons and aimed them at Yichio. Upon seeing the serious injuries of the male melee ability user, the female melee ability user roared, "Damn it, the captain is badly injured. You two, hurry up and take this kid down." The archers and the magic-wielding ability users attacked simultaneously. Several arrows shot out together with the fireball. Yichio's eyes turned slightly cold, and he swiftly dodged the attacks. At the same time, he rushed towards the two men at an astonishing speed. It was still one punch from each person, sending both of them flying. Seeing Yichio's terrifying speed and strength, the female melee ability user realized that he was no ordinary person. She gritted her teeth and said in a deep voice, "We just want a share of the unclaimed spoils here. We mean no harm. If you attack us now, you will be violating the superpowered person's agreement. If you don't want to go to jail, you'd better stop right now." Yichio couldn't help but laugh, then coldly retorted, "You only remember what the superpower agreement is now? What were you thinking when you threatened, intimidated, and even tried to attack me just now?" The female melee ability user's face paled slightly. She swallowed hard and replied coldly, "Nothing special." Yichio said casually, "I never intended to argue with you. I just wanted to collect the materials I obtained from the alien beasts and then leave as soon as possible to hunt the next batch of alien beasts. But you ruined my mood, so I'm also very unhappy and have to teach you a lesson." The female melee ability user's expression changed rapidly. Suddenly, a seductive look appeared on her face, and she said in a soft, sweet voice, "I'm willing to compensate you, but could you please not hit me?" Unfortunately, Yichio had already flashed forward and unleashed a powerful whip kick. This rather pretty female melee ability user was kicked away and rolled several times on the ground like a gourd before finally stopping. She broke several ribs and was in excruciating pain. Yichio had no intention of getting entangled with them any longer. After skinning the golden spirit ape and putting away its fur, he left. He summoned the system to view his personal panel. Level, LV 3110%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, C rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 148+. Intelligence, 128+. Physical Fitness, 140+5. Mental Strength, 148+. Agility, 138+10. Evolution Points, 31080. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal Skills, Damage Stacking, Intermediate Skill, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Detection, Basic Skill, can be evolved, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Wind Blade Strike, Basic Skill, can be evolved, requires 5,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Ring of the Moon, excellent. Light and Agile Boots, superior. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Wind Bracers, superior. Heavy Armor, superior. A hint of surprise appeared in Yichio's eyes. "I've finally collected 30,000 evolution points." Yichio was secretly excited. Without much hesitation, he quickly found a tall tree and leaped up to the higher branches. After making the arrangements and confirming that the surrounding area was safe, Yichio silently recited in his mind, "System, evolve my superpower Shadow Blade." A system notification sounded immediately. Ding! Evolving into a C-rank Shadow Blade requires 30,000 evolution points. Would you like to choose to evolve? Yichio silently replied, "Yes." Ding! The C-level ability Shadow Blade has evolved into the B-level ability Shadow Blade. Shadow Blade, rank B ability. Effect 1, when the host attacks, a layer of shadow will cover the body, which can be used to resist some physical attacks and increase speed. Effect 2, each of the host's attacks is imbued with shadow power, which increases attack power and also deals some magic damage to the enemy. A look of surprise flashed in Yichio's eyes. Originally, Shadow Blade only slightly increased speed and was imbued with a weak dark power. Now, this shadowy layer can actually withstand some physical attacks. Without saying much, he immediately jumped down from the tree and activated his superpower, Shadow Blade. A dark shadow enveloped him. He drew his bloodthirsty blade and slashed out fiercely, the blood-red blade light carrying a dark, deep crimson hue, and the power of this attack has increased by about 20%. A look of surprise flashed in Yichio's eyes, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, as expected of a B-level ability. ability. The increase in attack power alone is already quite considerable. After saying that, Ichigo couldn't wait to step forward, ready to find a strange beast to test his skills and see just how strong this B-level ability Shadow Blade really was. He continued toward the Shadow Mountains. Soon, a small river appeared ahead. On the riverbank, a large black bear was intently fishing. It slapped its paws, unleashing tremendous force that overturned a section of the river. Every now and then, fish are slapped onto the shore and quickly swallowed by the bird. Ichigo's expression immediately turned serious when he saw the large black bear. This should be a 4th-tier beast. It was also the second 4th-tier beast he encountered after entering the Shadow Forest. He took a deep breath, lowered his body, enveloped his entire body in shadowy power, gripped the bloodthirsty blade, and charged out suddenly. As if it had eyes in the back of its head, the big black bear quickly put down the large fish it was holding, turned around, and swung its paw to meet the attack. The clash of bear paws in the air generated powerful bursts of energy, and even though they were not close, Ichigo could still feel the terrifying power. When he looked directly at the black bear, he noticed white, star-like markings on its neck. Ichigo's heart skipped a beat, and he recognized the black bear's identity. This is a powerful beast that reaches the 3rd tier upon reaching adulthood and can easily grow to the 4th tier over time. They also possess the ability to manipulate gravity, which, combined with their massive size, makes them difficult for opponents to handle. However, the forest bear was still clearly inferior to Ichigo. Faced with the powerful force rushing from the air, Ichigo nimbly adjusted his steps and quickly dodged it. Then, he suddenly rushed forward, his bloodthirsty dagger aimed directly at the neck of the forest bear. The forest bear roared, and an invisible wave emanated from its body. When Ichigo's bloodthirsty blade pierced through, it was like a mudox sinking into the sea, stopping 3 inches from its body and unable to penetrate. With a cold look in his eyes, Ichigo caused the bloodthirsty blade to glow with a dark color, and the power of shadow began to erode the gravity shield. Shortly after, the gravity shield shattered. The bloodthirsty blade finally struck the forest bear's arm. Feeling excruciating pain, the forest bear roared incessantly, its right arm lashing out, its massive paw slamming towards Ichigo's head. Ichigo dodged the attack with a flash, and his bloodthirsty blade slashed out like a whirlwind. He discovered that, with the Shadow Blade ability, his speed increased by about 15%. Previously, the sea-level ability Shadow Blade only provided a 5% speed bonus. It really is a Class B superpower. Those 30,000 ability points were definitely worth it. At this moment, the forest bear, covered in wounds, also went into a frenzy, roaring incessantly. An invisible wave appeared on its right palm, which was a manifestation of its gravity talent. In the next instant, with the help of its gravity talent, the forest bear's right arm increased in speed and struck Ichigo's chest again. Ichigo's mind was slightly distracted just now. Although he wasn't hit in the chest, the bear's paw still struck his shoulder. The heavy armor absorbed some of the impact, while his shadow armor absorbed about 15% of the attack power. Ichigo felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, but it was still bearable. At this moment, he had a clear understanding of the general effects of the B-level ability Shadow Blade. He focused all his attention on the forest bear before him, preparing for a swift victory. Unfortunately, he cannot use other skills today and can only rely on melee combat. However, with the support of his B-level superpower in the Dark Hour, Ichigo's strength was in no way inferior to that of a 4th-level advanced superpower user, and he faced the forest bear without any pressure. 10 minutes later, the forest bear, covered in wounds, launched its final struggle. It raised its head and roared, and a terrifying energy surge suddenly emanated from its body. The surrounding space thus became stagnant. This is its innate skill, gravity field. Upon entering this area, Ichigo felt sluggish all over, while the forest bear received a boost, with its attack power and speed both increasing. The forest bear suddenly accelerated and charged towards Ichigo, its speed increasing by nearly 30% compared to before. Ichigo's eyes turned slightly cold, and the moon ring on his finger emitted a faint silver glow. The effect of the ring of the moon dispels negative status effects. He sheathed the bloodthirsty blade, drew the cold moon frost blade, gripped it tightly with both hands, and rushed forward swiftly. A stream of blood spurted from the neck of the forest bear. The next moment, the 2-meter-tall behemoth crashed to the ground like a toppled golden mountain and jade pillar, making a dull thud. Ichigo was panting heavily when he heard a system notification in his ear. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 44 beast, the forest wild bear. You have gained 2,200 experience points and 880 evolution points. His expression relaxed slightly. He took out healing and recovery potions and drank them down in one gulp. After resting for a short while, he collected the forest bear's core, fur, and teeth, preparing to continue his journey. Upon seeing the small river, Ichigo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not stop and continued to march towards the Shadow Mountains. Before long, a group of strange beasts came into his view. It was a species he was relatively familiar with, the scaly deer. The leader was a 3rd-tier beast, while the majority of the other dozen or so were 2nd-tier. It's better than nothing. Ichigo rushed forward, his cold moon frost blade slashing fiercely at the scaled deer leader. Sensing danger, the scaled deer leader raised its head and let out a loud cry. A white and blue blue halo illuminating its body. A bone-chilling cold then spread. Unfortunately, Yichio's strength is not what it used to be, and this move is no longer effective against him. The cold moon frost blade was shrouded in shadowy power, which increased its attack speed considerably. The white and blue frost halo was shattered. Upon seeing this, the scaled deer leader's eyes flashed with fear, but it still used its horns to fiercely ram Yichio. Blood splattered everywhere as the cold moonfrost blade left a deep wound on its right shoulder. Immediately afterwards, the other scaly deer rushed over. A scaly deer raised its hoof high, trying to trample Yichio, but he dodged and severed its right foreleg. Blood gushed out, and it collapsed to the ground. Yichio stepped on its neck, taking its life. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 24 scaled deer. You have gained 1200 experience points and 480 evolution points. The other dozen or so scaled deer seemed to sense Yichio's power. Some of the male scaled deer with antlers and frost power emanated white mist, and the frost power surged in the air and gathered on the scaled deer leader. The scaly deer population possesses a special ability. At this moment, the scaled deer leader summoned the frost aura once again. This time, the halo, though smaller, was more solid, and it instantly flew out from its body, directly enveloping Yichio. Yichio's body suddenly became sluggish, and his hands holding the knife were covered in frost. But the next second, the ring of bright moon emitted a faint light, dispelling the chill. He charged out with his knife, his movements as swift as lightning, slashing several times in quick succession. Blood splattered, and a huge gash appeared on the neck of the scaled deer leader. Immediately afterwards, Yichio swung his sword again, and the head of the scaled deer leader fell to the ground with a thud. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 38 scaled deer leader. You have gained 1900 experience points and 760 evolution points. The other male scaly deer were terrified and seemed to be trying to scatter and flee. Without hesitation, Yichio dashed out and killed almost every enemy with a single strike. The doe and fawn that fled into the forest also failed to escape and were all killed by him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 24 scaled deer. You have gained 1200 experience points and 480 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 22 scaled deer. You have gained 1100 experience points and 440 evolution points. More than an hour had passed after all the scaled deer were killed. Yichio glanced at the time. It was 3 in the afternoon. He looked ahead and found that the terrain was hilly, with little cover and not in the shadows, so he couldn't use his dark hour talent skill. Therefore, Yichio decided to find a place to rest for a few hours and then set off to hunt the strange beasts at 7 o'clock in the evening. He searched around and finally jumped onto a tall tree branch, set up a simple campsite, swallowed a recovery potion, and sorted out his supplies. Food and water are not a problem. There are 4 doses of recovery potion, 3 doses of wound healing potion, 3 doses of antidote, and some spray bandages left. There shouldn't be anything missing. Yichio considered it carefully for a moment, then took out the food and began to eat. At the same time, he opened the panel to check how many evolution points he had left. If conditions allow, he wants to evolve his skills. Level, LV 31 85%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, B rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 148+, Intelligence 128+, Physical Fitness 140+5, Mental Strength 148+, Agility 138+10, Evolution Points 10080. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal skills, Damage Stacking, Intermediate skill, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Detection, Basic skill, can be evolved, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Wind Blade Strike, Basic skill, can be evolved, requires 5,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Ring of the Moon, excellent. Light and Agile Boots, superior. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Wind Bracers, superior. Heavy Armor, superior. A hint of surprise appeared in Yichio's eyes. His evolution points were accumulating quite quickly, and now they had exceeded 10,000. However, after thinking about it carefully, he understood the reason. After all, a single herd of scaled deer can contribute several thousand evolution points. Taking a deep breath, Yichio finally decided to evolve Shadow Wind Blade Strike first. He silently chanted in his mind, "Evolve Shadow Wind Blade Strike." Ding! Evolving Shadow Wind Blade Strike requires 5,000 evolution points. Confirm evolution? Yes. Yichio answered almost without hesitation. Ding! The basic skill Shadow Wind Blade Strike has evolved into the ultimate skill Shadow Blade Combo. Shadow Blade Combo, intermediate skill, fires 3 Shadow Wind Blades at once, with an attack power equivalent to the host's charged attack, can be used 3 times a day. Can be evolved, requires 20,000 evolution points. Yichio's lips curled up slightly. This was not only an increase in power, but also an increase in the number of times it could be used. It seems that intermediate skills are indeed much stronger than basic skills. Spending 5,000 evolution points is definitely worth it. Yichio looked at the other items on the system panel, weighed his options, and decided not to continue evolving other skills for the time being. He plans to save up first, and once he accumulates 10,000 points, fights, he will evolve the stronger skill, damage stacking. After resting for 4 hours, Yichio's spirits had recovered somewhat, so he jumped down from the tree branch and continued on his way under the cover of night. Soon, he arrived at the hilly area. There's not much cover on the hills, and you can occasionally see a few patches of dense grass. Not far away, a herd of giant horned bulls leisurely swished their tails and grazed. The giant horned bull is a relatively strong beast, usually of the 3rd rank or higher, with many reaching the 4th rank. They are large in size and live in groups. If a superhuman were to charge forward alone, they would most likely be knocked down and trampled to death. Therefore, if people with superpowers want to hunt giant horned bulls, they usually act in groups or wait until there are any lone bulls before making their move. After observing for a while, Yichio felt that his strength was close to the 5th rank, so it wasn't entirely impossible for him not to give it a try. But after careful consideration, he chose a conservative strategy. He took a deep breath, his body enveloped in a shadow, and slowly approached the herd of giant horned bulls. Then, Yichio immediately unleashed the Shadow Blade combo. The next moment, 3 silent, shadowy blades shot out. The Shadow Blade combo skill unleashes a shadowy blade that, while maintaining its power, has a maximum range of up to 30 meters. 3 Tier 3 giant horned bulls were struck squarely in vital areas by the Shadow Blade. They roared and began to charge wildly in pain. The giant horned bulls around them, not understanding what was happening, quickly moved aside, giving Yichio some space. Yichio seized the opportunity, flashed out, and unleashed his strongest attack while the giant horned bulls and the herd were separated. With a single slash, a bull's head rolled to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 34 beast, the giant horned bull. You have gained 1700 experience points and 680 evolution points. The other 2 giant horned bulls snapped out of their daze and roared as they charged toward Yichio. Yichio made 2 tentative moves, skillfully keeping the 2 giant horned bulls at a distance, as if flying a kite. These 2 giant horned bulls thus broke out of the range that their herd could cover. When the time was right, Yichio slowed down and suddenly launched a counterattack. With a flash of light, another giant horned bull's head fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 32 mutated beast, the giant horned bull. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. The remaining giant horned bull showed obvious fear, turned around, and quickly fled backward. Yichio quickly caught up and suddenly severed its right hind leg with a single stroke. The giant horned bull let out a mournful cry and its body slumped to the side. Yichio swiftly moved to its side and severed its carotid artery with a single strike. A notification sound will sound at the appropriate time. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 33 beast, the giant horned bull. You have gained 1650 experience points and 660 evolution points. Yichio took a deep breath, a determined glint in his eyes. This kite-flying tactic was indeed effective. He collected the crystal cores and horns of the 3 giant horned bulls. As for the other giant horned bulls, Yichio had no intention of letting them go either. He crept up silently, maintaining a distance of about 30 meters, and unleashed Shadow Blade combo once again. 3 shadowy blades shot out, instantly driving the 3 giant horned bulls into a frenzy. The herd of giant horned bulls were also infected, and they scattered, isolating the few bulls separately. Yichio held his breath and, using the cover of the shadows, quietly approached. When the distance closed to 10 meters, he suddenly rushed out, his cold moon frost blade drawing a graceful arc. Blood gushed out, and the giant horned bull's head fell to the ground with a thud. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 33 beast, the giant horned bull. You have gained 1650 experience points and 660 evolution points. The other 2 giant horned bulls sensed something was wrong, let out a low moo, and pawed at Yichio as they charged. Yichio understood that they were summoning their companions and was determined to finish the battle quickly. He swung his sword with all his might, severing the left foreleg of a giant horned bull. At the same time, he leaped up and slashed down with his sword, instantly splitting the head of another giant horned bull open. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 32 beast, giant horned bull. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. The remaining bulls seemed to want to escape, but Yichio moved swiftly and killed it in no time. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 34 beast, the giant horned bull. You have gained 1700 experience points and 680 evolution points. He quickly took the crystal core and the bull horn, and slipped away. In the distance, a herd of giant horned bulls roared and charged toward Yichio's location. The sound was as if the earth were shaking, but Yichio had already quietly slipped away. He breathed a sigh of relief only after confirming that the giant horned bull herd had stopped pursuing them. Although it consumed 2 Shadow Blade combos, killing 6 Tier 3 alien beasts was definitely worth it. Yichio smiled and squinted as he looked ahead. He had roughly observed the surroundings during the day, and it should be a valley. At this moment, the faint glow of a campfire floated at the entrance of the valley, suggesting that many people with superpowers had gathered there. Curious, Yichio quickly approached, ready to find out what was going on. Hey you, stop! As he entered the valley, a tall male superhuman superhuman carrying 2 axes suddenly shouted in a cold voice. Yicho frowned. What's going on? Why are you telling me to stop? Are you from the Mad Wolf Commando team? The male superhuman shook his head in denial. No, but this valley has been reserved by our Gale Association. If you want to hunt monsters, go somewhere else. A cold glint flashed in Yicho's eyes. What do you mean by this? The literal meaning. The male superhuman said coldly, this valley is a hunting ground for giant beasts specially selected by our young master. Kid, get out of here right now, or don't blame us for being impolite next time we meet. Yicho couldn't help but chuckle. Are you guys crazy? This shadow forest isn't anyone's territory. Do you think you can just declare yourself king and rule over it? Even the Mad Wolf Commando wouldn't dare to be so presumptuous. At this moment, a passing team of superhumans was stunned when they heard Yicho's words. One of the female tour leaders quickly advised, young man, don't bother with them. The Gale Association is a sizable adventurer organization. You simply can't afford to mess with them. Get out of here right now. Yicho understood that the woman meant well, but at that moment he was really unable to swallow his anger. He replied coldly, what if I insist on going in to hunt the strange beasts today? The male superhuman pointed to his companion behind him. Then you'll have to defeat more than 20 members of our Gale Association first, otherwise don't even think about getting in today. Yicho glanced around and saw that the strongest were only at the advanced level of the 3rd tier. They were just numerous. He thought to himself, I can really handle this group of people. So he asked in an icy tone, are you sure? Seeing Yicho's confident demeanor, the male superhuman couldn't help but laugh. Of course I'm sure. But kid, you don't really think you can handle so many of us with your childish appearance, do you? Yicho drew his cold moonfrost blade, his tone icy. Then let's try it. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed out. The male superhuman also drew his double axes from his back and roared as he lunged at Yicho. However, the moment he got close, Yicho suddenly doubled his speed. Before the opponent could react, a slash was delivered. The male superhuman had a gash slashed open on his shoulder, and blood spurted out. He staggered back 2 steps, his face filled with disbelief. Yicho rushed forward and delivered a whip kick, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters away. The man tumbled through the air several times before crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His injuries were quite severe. Seeing their companion get beaten up by Yicho, the ability users from the Gale Association were all furious. Kid, you dare to mess with someone from our Gale Association? You're asking for death. Stop talking nonsense, everyone attack. Oh my god. That's right, brothers, if we work together, even if this kid has 3 heads and 6 arms, he's no match for us. The superpowered individuals roared and charged towards Yicho. Their bodies shimmered with light, and the weapons in their hands gleamed with a chilling light. But what they encountered was Yicho. The first to suffer was a magic-based superpower user. A female superhuman dressed in a long robe was punched in the abdomen by Yicho, and she flew 3 or 4 meters away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The other elementalist had just summoned a wind spirit, and before the wind blades could even form, Yicho flashed in front of him and kicked him away. Just then, 2 superhumans, like assassins, attacked from both sides with short knives. Yicho narrowed his eyes, spun around and slashed out with his sword, forcing one of them back. He then nimbly dodged the other man's attack and delivered a powerful backhand punch to his abdomen, crippling him. At this moment, Yicho, holding the cold moonfrost blade, moved freely through the crowd, and no one could even touch the hem of his clothes. On the contrary, those seemingly powerful ability users of the Gale Association, despite their best efforts and repeated attacks, were repeatedly and painfully defeated by Yicho. In less than half an hour, about 20 superhumans collapsed to the ground, groaning and moaning. Yicho glanced around with a cold smile. This bunch of trash dares to bully the young with their numbers? What a joke! After saying that, he swaggered into the valley. A short distance away, the female superhuman captain who had warned Yicho stared wide-eyed. My god, where did this ferocious-looking person come from? Her teammates were also shocked. This guy is terrifying. How could one person defeat more than 20 superhumans, and many of them were at the 3rd level? Could he be a 5th level expert? It won't be a 5th tier weapon, but it's definitely not simple. But he looks so young and delicate, he must be only a teenager. I can hardly believe my eyes. The female superpowered team leader said bluntly, you'd better not say any more and get out of here. The people from the Gale Association are no pushovers. If they run into us, we might get caught up in it, someone warned. That was the truth, and the team members didn't say anything more, quickly following her away. Yicho was filled with doubts. This valley doesn't seem special, so why does the Gale Association insist on sealing it off? Is it really just to make it easier to train their junior presidents? After walking for a while, the sound of leaves being rustled came from behind. Yicho immediately became alert. Sure enough, 2 giant, emerald green pythons hung down from the treetops ahead. These 2 giant pythons were 4 or 5 meters long and as thick as earthenware pots. They flicked their bright red tongues, and their cold snake eyes exuded a chill. Yicho swiftly drew his cold moonfrost blade, and in the next instant, he flashed out, wielding the blade to slash at the vital spot of one of the giant green pythons. As the saying goes, to strike a snake, you must strike its vital spot. This applies even to such a large python. The giant green python reacted extremely quickly, suddenly coiling its body, raising its head, opening its blood-red maw, and biting fiercely at Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu swayed and nimbly dodged, his cold moon frost blade piercing the sun like a rainbow, suddenly slashing towards the snake's side neck. Emerald green scales scattered and flew everywhere, and fresh blood gushed out. The giant python howled in pain, letting out a high-pitched hiss. Upon seeing this, its companion suddenly sprang up and bit Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu's eyes turned slightly cold, and he flashed again, skillfully dodging the attack. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he immediately launched the Shadow Blade combo. 3 shadow blades appeared silently and plunged directly into the giant python's mouth. The giant python's mouth was torn open, and blood gushed out like a tidal wave. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Qiu suddenly charged forward, his cold moon frost blade slashing down along the wound, instantly splitting the giant python's head in two. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 32 alien beast, the forest giant python. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. Seeing its mate killed, the other giant green python's eyes turned murderous, and it suddenly emitted a pale green light. It then pounced on Yi Qiu again, attempting to strangle him. But how could Yi Qiu let this terrifying giant python succeed? Like a nimble ape, he leaped up several times in place, deftly dodging each of the giant python's attacks. Then, he continued to slash with the cold moon frost blade in his hand. The giant python's scales, which were originally covered by scales, were cut to shreds, exposing its pinkish-white flesh. Yi Qiu seized the opportunity and stabbed it right in its vital spot. The giant python hissed in pain, and Yi Qiu swiftly drew his bloodthirsty blade, delivering a final, brutal blow to its neck. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 36 alien beast, the forest giant python. You have gained 1800 experience points and 720 evolution points. Yi Qiu took a deep breath, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. To be honest, he was quite lucky this time. On the first day alone, not only did his level increase by 2 levels, but he also collected all the evolution points needed to evolve his ability to level B. It even successfully evolved the basic skill Shadow Wind Blade Strike into the more powerful and effective intermediate skill Shadow Blade Combo. After a short rest, Yi Qiu carefully collected the skin, fangs, and crystal core of the giant green python and continued to explore deeper into the valley. At this moment, deep in the valley, 3 4th-tier ability users and 2 3rd-tier advanced ability users escorted a 2nd-tier ability user as they slowly traversed the territory filled with plant-beast creatures. Their goal seemed very clear, simply to wipe out the plants and monsters along the way, without even picking up the crystal cores, and head straight into the depths. The well-protected 2nd-tier ability user frowned and whispered to the 4th-tier warrior-type ability user beside him. Uncle Zhang, is there really a king-level beast here? Of course, the warrior-type ability user gritted his teeth and replied, we went through a lot of trouble to get this information. A king-level beast will definitely drop skill scrolls. With this scroll, young master, your chances of winning first place in the superpowered college entrance examination will be even greater. Alright, the 2nd-tier ability user bit his lip, a fierce glint flashing across his youthful face. Today, I'll fight to the death. In fact, everyone around him was secretly cursing. The young guild leader didn't put in much effort this time. They did all the work of killing the alien beasts. What's the point of comparing these things? This kid can win easily just by lying down. At this point, we were not far from the entrance to the valley. Yi Qiu took a deep breath, but instead of moving forward immediately, he bent his knees, leaped, and jumped onto the branch of a large tree. He silently recited the system command and summoned his personal panel. Level, LV 3180%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, B rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 148+, Intelligence 128+, Physical Fitness 140+5, Mental Strength 148+, Agility 138+10, Evolution Points 10060. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal Skills, Damage Stacking, Intermediate Skill, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Detection, Basic Skill, can be evolved, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Combo, Intermediate Skill, can be evolved, requires 20,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Ring of the Moon, excellent. Light and Agile Boots, superior. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Wind Bracers, superior. Heavy Armor, superior. To Yi Qiu's delight, his evolution points once again exceeded 10,000. He took a deep breath and looked at the ordinary skill bar. He now had 2 skills that he could evolve. The first is damage stacking, and the second is detection. What Yi Qiu needed most was undoubtedly the stacking of damage, so he almost didn't hesitate and silently recited in his mind. System, consume 10,000 evolution points to evolve intermediate skill damage stacking. Ding! 10,000 evolution points have been consumed. Intermediate skill damage stacking has evolved into advanced skill damage stacking. Advanced skill damage stacking consumes 5% of stamina to increase attack power by 200% for 30 seconds. Can be used 3 times per day. This is the first advanced skill he possesses. A hint of joy flashed in Yichio's eyes. In this way, as long as he used advanced skills to stack damage, he could have 3 times the attack power for 30 seconds. Moreover, according to the system settings, upgraded skills will be reset. In other words, he can use the damage stacking ability 3 more times tonight. Yichio couldn't help but feel invigorated, and his pace quickened accordingly. Occasionally, strange beasts appear in the darkness to hunt their prey, but their numbers are not many. About 15 minutes later, Yichio saw a small group of forest wolves with green eyes. Among this pack of forest wolves, the strongest is a 4th-tier beast, which can be called the Wolf King. This was a perfect challenge for Yichio. To his surprise, the Wolf King and several powerful forest wolves were covered in blood, clearly having just been in a fierce battle. Yichio didn't care. He took a deep breath, drew his cold moonfrost blade, and rushed out like lightning. His target was the Wolf King. The Wolf King led several powerful forest wolves to pounce on him, attempting to surround and attack him. Yichio turned around, and his cold moonfrost blade drew a perfect arc, slashing fiercely at the neck of a 3rd-tier forest wolf. Bloodlines appeared instantly, and the next moment, the giant wolf head broke off, and its body fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 34 exotic beast, the forest mad wolf. You have gained 1700 experience points and 680 evolution points. The other 2 forest wolves pounced on Yichio from the left and right. He dodged a forest wolf's bite with a swift movement, then raised his knife to block another wolf's attack. Just then, the Wolf King suddenly charged out and rammed into Yichio's side. Yichio's eyes turned cold, and he quickly dodged away. The next moment, he decisively used the skill, damage stacking. He slashed wildly with the cold moon frost blade in his hand, firmly gripping the Wolf King. The powerful 4th-tier Wolf King's mottled wounds gradually became visible, and it emitted bursts of painful howls. The remaining 3 forest wolves beside him had a frenzied look in their eyes and charged at Yichio. Without hesitation, Yichio severed the body of a forest wolf with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 32 alien beast, the forest mad wolf. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. The Wolf King, covered in blood, roared and charged at Yichio. Yichio, without any bias, aimed his blade directly at the Wolf King's head. Wolves are known for their bronze heads, iron bones, and tofu waists, their heads being exceptionally hard. But Yichio's blade possessed 3 times the attack power, cleaving the Wolf King's head in 2. Blood splattered everywhere, and the white brain matter was clearly visible. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 41 exotic beast, the forest mad wolf. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. Without pausing, Yichio drew his sword, spun around, and kicked another attacking forest wolf away. The wolves truly lived up to their reputation as formidable hunters. Even after the Wolf King was killed, the remaining forest wolves remained ferocious and savage, pouncing together to surround and attack Yichio. Relying on his heavy armor and the tactic of trading injury for death, Yichio killed 3 forest wolves in succession. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 31 exotic beast, the forest mad wolf. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 30 exotic beast, the forest mad wolf. You have gained 1500 experience points and 600 evolution points. More than an hour had passed by the time Yichio had killed all the escaped female wolves and wolf pups. Regardless, Yichio reaped considerable rewards, and his level also rose to level 32. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the fangs and crystal core of the forest wolf and continued on his way. Soon after, Yichio arrived at an extremely beautiful sea of flowers. This area should be considered to be deeper into the valley. Even without the sun, under the moonlight, Yichio could still feel the beauty of the sea of flowers. However, at the front of the flower field, there is a passage that was clearly opened up by a person with superpowers. Fragments of vine-like plants were scattered along the path. Yichio stood a little further away, observed for a moment, and made a judgment in his mind. There are probably a large number of plant-like strange beasts hiding here. Should we continue exploring this further? This is a serious decision. After hesitating, Yichio still chose to proceed along the path opened up by the superhuman. This road looks relatively safe. After walking for about 5 minutes, suddenly the sound of climbing came from the ground. A cold, stern smile curved Yichio's lips as he drew his cold moonfrost blade. In an instant, 3 or 4 vines shot out from the sea of flowers like nimble snakes, rushing straight at Yichio. He drew a bright arc with his twin cold moon blades, instantly severing the 4 vines. Greenish-blue liquid splashed into the air. However, those vines were unusually unyielding, and then 7 or 8 more sprang out, joining the previous vines in indiscriminately strangling Yichio. Yichio's cold moon frost blade flew up and down, like a nimble butterfly flitting about. More than 10 vines shattered instantly. Yichio did not hear the notification sound of the beast being killed. He understood that the strange beasts represented by these vines had not been killed by him. The vines seemed to realize that Yichio was not easy to deal with, and they all retreated into the depths of the sea of flowers. After weighing his options, Yichio did not pursue them, but instead continued continued deeper into the sea of flowers along the path. Time passed, and after walking for about 20 minutes, the view ahead suddenly opened up. The sea of flowers began to thin out, exposing large tracts of bare land. In the distance, a giant flowering tree stands in the center of a sea of flowers, with honeycomb-like things vaguely hanging on its branches. The sound is extremely unique. Yi Qiu squinted and looked closely. He saw a team of 6 superhumans fighting a swarm of bees. These bee-like beasts are not particularly strong, at most only at the 3rd tier, but their numbers are extremely large. Of the 6 ability users, there were 3 4th tier, 2 advanced 3rd tier ability users, and 1 2nd tier ability user. Moreover, they seem to have come prepared, each wearing sturdy armor and helmets. However, even so, this team of superhumans still found it somewhat difficult to deal with the swarm of bees. The greatest fortune was that 2 of them were 4th tier magic users. They brandished their scepters, unleashing bursts of flames or wind blades that inflicted considerable damage on the swarms of bees in the air. After some thought, Yi Qiu finally decided to go. But he didn't do it to help them. He wanted to hunt some bee-like creatures. These seemingly endless bee colonies represent valuable experience and evolutionary points. If he can kill them all, he can not only level up but also accumulate a large number of evolution points. So he rushed over in a few steps, and the cold moonfrost blade in his hand immediately activated damage stacking. With the added boost from the dark hour, Yi Qiu's current strength is comparable to that of some low-level 5th tier ability users. Each swing of the knife kills 3 or 4 killer bees. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 24 alien beast, the killer bee. You have gained 1200 experience points and 480 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 26 alien beast, the killer bee. You have gained 1300 experience points and 520 evolution points. The system notifications were almost constant. During the 30 seconds that the damage stacking lasted, Yi Qiu killed nearly 40 killer bees. At this moment, the superhuman team that received Yi Qiu's support also showed a surprised expression. The tall, burly leader quickly said, "Thanks to this brother's help." Seeing that his attitude was relatively polite, Yi Qiu didn't say much and continued to clean the bee colony. The most dangerous thing about killer bees is the venom they carry. According to the biological structure of bees, killer bees will die on the spot if they attack with their stingers. In addition, killer bees are quite large. 2nd tier ones are as big as kittens, while 3rd tier ones are like puppies, making it impossible for them to hide and launch a surprise attack. Therefore, it's only a matter of time before Yi Qiu and these superhumans deal with the killer bees. "Brother, I have armor here. Do you want to put it on and fight again?" the superhuman, who seemed to be the squad leader, shouted. Yi Qiu nodded, then took out a set of armor and placed it in the center of the team, next to the 2nd tier ability user who hadn't made much of a move. He strode over and put on his armor. The 2nd tier ability user glanced at Yi Qiu and said, "I am the young president of the Gale Association. If you can help me get what I want, I can give you a large sum of money." Yi Qiu was taken aback for a moment, but didn't say much, nor did he mention that he had once beaten up the people from the Gale Association. Right now, the most important thing is to hunt down killer bees and accumulate experience and evolution points. As for these trivial conflicts, he didn't take them to heart at all. If the young president knew what Yi Qiu was thinking, he would probably be so angry he'd vomit blood. After all, those 20-odd people were the elite of the Gale Association. Yi Qiu easily dealt with them, which would inevitably affect future plans. Therefore, Yi Qiu remained silent, changed into his armor, and charged into the depths of the bee swarm again, while activating damage stacking once more. The cold moon frost blade slashed continuously, each strike capable of killing several killer bees. With the protection of the armor, he no longer had to worry about being easily penetrated by bee stings, and he was able to fight with greater ease. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 26 alien beast, the killer bee. You have gained 1300 experience points and 520 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 24 alien beast, the killer bee. You have gained 1200 experience points and 480 evolution points. 30 seconds later, Yi Qiu had killed nearly 40 more killer bees. The superhumans behind them were also fighting desperately. The once mighty swarm of killer bees, numbering in the hundreds, has now become sparse and scattered. However, things don't look good, as more than 20 exceptionally large creatures flew out from the hive. These must be soldier bees from the killer bee family. Yi Qiu's heart stirred slightly. These 20-odd large killer bees were also of a high level, all of them being 3rd tier. He took a deep breath, his figure flashed, and he pounced forward. His cold moon frost blade drew a graceful arc, beginning its merciless slaughter. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 32 alien beast, the killer bee. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 31 alien beast, the killer bee. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. Yi Qiu experienced both pain and joy, growing as he fought. An hour later, feeling slightly tired, he quickly retreated to the vicinity of the superhuman team, using them as cover, took out a recovery potion potion and swallowed it in one gulp. After about 10 minutes, he regained some strength and rushed back into the battlefield to continue fighting the killer bees. Meanwhile, the team members from the Gale Association were all shocked. Actually, the reason they were still able to be distracted and shocked was because Yi Qiu's arrival had already eliminated most of the killer bees. My god, a magic-based ability user exclaimed while casting a fireball spell. Is this guy a 5th tier ability user? The combat power he unleashed is truly astonishing. He's probably not a 5th tier, the leading warrior said. He's more likely a 4th tier. If he were truly a 5th tier, he would have already reached the vicinity of the hive. How could he have been trapped for so long? In any case, he is indeed powerful, isn't he? Another wind-type magic user, wearing a mask, also showed shock on his face. With him here, we might really be able to fight our way to the hive. At this moment, the 2nd tier ability user and the young president of the Gale Association spoke up. But you need to think carefully. What if he tries to steal the queen bee from us? These words immediately silenced everyone. The warrior with superpowers gritted his teeth and said, I'll make it clear to him. If he insists on fighting us for it, we'll have no choice but to take action against him. The people around nodded in agreement. That's right, he's also expended a lot of his strength. We'll most likely be able to overpower him. If he really doesn't know what's good for him, we'll just take action. To be honest, the quality of these members of the Gale Association is really not good. Yi Qiu's arrival was a great help to them, but these people not only wanted to seize the spoils of war, they even planned to attack Yi Qiu. To put it simply, it's so outrageous it's beyond words. It's utterly absurd. By this time, Yi Qiu had almost killed off the soldier bees. His gaze shifted towards the beehive. The team of superhumans behind them also began to exert their strength. Blades of wind shot out, and balls of fire burst forth. Melee fighters also gave it their all. Before long, almost all the worker and soldier bees in the killer bee colony were wiped out. Yi Qiu turned his gaze back to the beehive. Hey buddy, wait a minute. Suddenly, the squad leader's voice came from behind. Yi Qiu turned his head and saw the squad leader walking quickly towards him, his tone tinged with urgency. Excuse me, can we talk to you about something? Yi Qiu looked slightly confused, but still nodded and said, Go ahead and tell me. The squad leader spoke frankly. Brother, you just helped us a lot, so we're willing to give you 80% of the materials from the strange beasts on site. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in Yi Qiu's eyes. In fact, although he killed a lot of killer bees, the total number of them was probably between 60% and 70%. The squad leader's willingness to give him 80% was already quite sincere. Yi Qiu shook his head and said, You don't need to give me 80%, 70% is enough. I didn't hunt that many killer bees, and without your armor, my hunt wouldn't have been so easy. The captain said with a wry smile, We can give you 80% of the materials and crystal cores, but we have a small request. Yi Qiu frowned slightly and asked, What do you mean? To tell you the truth, the road to creating a sea of flowers has been extremely difficult. The squad leader said in a deep voice, Our main objective this time is to kill the leader of the killer bee swarm, the true king-level beast, the queen killer bee. Yi Qiu's heart skipped a beat. A king-level alien beast? If I remember correctly, such beings are extremely rare and are leaders among the beast groups. He was completely different from the white ape king of the wind and the wild wolf king of the forest he had encountered before. A king-level beast is a true king among beasts. Based on my knowledge of art, these king-level beasts are highly likely to drop rare materials, and there is even a high chance they will drop skill scrolls. The squad leader continued. That's right, it's a king-level beast. We hope you can cooperate with us to kill the king-level beast, but if any skill scrolls drop, you must hand them over to us. Yi Qiu frowned, feeling displeased, but still said, It's possible. But I'm telling you, if you want skill scrolls, I won't help you fight against king-level beasts. The group of people were taken aback. The squad leader nodded, Okay. Yi Qiu had no intention of getting entangled with them and walked straight ahead, preparing to start collecting materials and crystal cores from the killer bees. At this moment, the 2nd-tier ability user, who was also the young president of the Gale Association, spoke up. Let me tell you, kid, you're just a mid to high level 4th-tier ability user. Do you know who I am? I'm the young president of the Gale Association, and my dad is a 6th-level ability user. If you're willing to help me get the skill scroll, I can give you a large sum of money. Yi Qiu shook his head. Say what you will, I won't make a move. The young chairman's face beneath the mask was gloomy and unpleasant. He didn't say much, just snorted coldly, and followed the superpowered team toward the hive, preparing to hunt down the queen killer bee. Yi Qiu happily picked up the materials. These killer bees not only produced crystal cores, but even their stingers were valuable materials. He casually summoned the system to check his personal panel. I have already reached level 3 or level 13. Yi Qiu leveled up 4 or 5 times in just one day in the dark forest. This feeling is absolutely amazing. At this moment, below the killer bee nest, the magic-based ability user was chanting incantations, constantly waving his golden red scepter. A huge red fireball gradually condensed in front of him. 2 or 3 minutes later, the red fireball shot towards the killer beehive like a falling meteor. The beehive was destroyed by the fireball. The face beneath the mask of the magic-based superpowered individual was pale. In an instant, a bulky, half-humanoid beast flew out of the nest. It has insect-like features, with skin as clear as jade, 3 pairs of thin wings, and a particularly large abdomen, resembling a pregnant woman. It is the queen bee, the 4th-tier beast, and the king of the killer bee swarm. The killer bee queen was furious as she faced the superhuman who had destroyed her species. It opened its mouthparts, raised its head and hissed, and layers of sound waves rippled outwards. The members of the superpowered team were in excruciating pain. The magic-based superpowered individual who had just exhausted himself had a contorted face and blood was seeping from his ears. The next moment, the killer bee queen flashed out, her jade-white claws tearing towards the most chaotic magic-based ability user. The superhuman's armor was as fragile as paper and was torn apart in an instant. The next second, his heart was ripped out by the killer bee queen. It really is a king-level beast. The squad leader's face was terrifyingly ugly, but his eyes blazed with rage as he roared, "Swift wind slash." He gripped the sword with both hands and unleashed a sudden strike. The killer bee queen swiftly dodged, but both of her legs were severed. It let out another mournful howl and engaged in fierce combat with the superhumans. Yi Cho watched from afar, a cold smile playing on his lips. This killer bee queen is indeed powerful, worthy of being a 4th-tier king-level alien beast. After muttering something to himself, Yi Cho continued to tidy up the materials on the ground. About 15 minutes later, another scream came from the superpowered team. The wind elementalist's head was ripped off by the queen killer bee. To date, this team of seemingly 6 superhumans actually has only 5 combat-capable members, having already lost 2 world-class superhumans. Currently, only 1 4th-tier warrior with superpowers and 2 members who can barely hold on remain. Moreover, they also had to protect the young chairman, making the situation even more difficult. After finishing organizing the materials, Yi Cho glanced at them and felt it was time to make his move. He took a deep breath, turned around and rushed out, wielding the cold moon frost blade, and slashed fiercely at the queen killer bee. The killer bee queen had already sensed Yi Cho's arrival and dodged away, while at the same time her jade-like hand suddenly grabbed at Yi Cho. Knowing how dangerous that hand was, Yi Cho swung his knife to deflect it, then spun around and kicked the killer bee queen in the abdomen. Caught off guard, the killer bee queen was kicked squarely by Yi Cho. Its belly writhed, and its face, which resembled that of a human woman, showed anger. Another shriek rang out, and the sound waves rippled through the air. Yi Cho's moon ring began to exert its power, and silvery white moonlight spread around him, dispelling the negative effects before him. Therefore, he hesitated for only a moment before charging at the killer bee queen again with his knife. The killer bee queen was clearly caught off guard, not expecting the sonic attack to fail, and was struck in the shoulder by Yi Cho's slash. Yi Cho gripped the knife handle tightly with both hands and slashed with all his might, splitting the killer bee queen's body in half. At that moment, the warrior with superpowers suddenly rushed forward, his greatsword unleashing a wind blade-like sword-light gale slash. The sword flashed like the wind, severing half of the killer bee's wing. The killer bee queen has been injured one after another and is now in a near-mad state. But it was ultimately powerless to reverse the situation, and under the combined attack of Yi Cho and the other 3 superhumans, the wound continued to widen. In the end, Yi Cho cleaved the killer bee queen in 2 with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 42 alien beast, the queen killer bee. You have gained 2,100 experience points and 840 evolution points. The young president suddenly ran over quickly. Yi Cho caught a glimpse of him out of the corner of her eye, then her gaze fell back on the corpse of the killer bee queen. There appeared to be a scroll under the body. Yi Cho reached out and took out the scroll. He instinctively used his detection technique. Basic skill scroll. Use it to randomly obtain a basic skill. A hint of joy flashed in Yi Cho's eyes. Beginner skill scroll. As expected, the drops from the king-level beast were no ordinary items. Upon seeing the scroll in Yi Cho's hand, the young guild leader couldn't help but scream, "That's mine." Upon hearing this, Yi Cho revealed a disdainful smile. Before he could finish speaking, the warrior with superpowers suddenly sprang up and slashed at Yi Cho with his sword. Yi Cho's eyes turned slightly cold as he quickly looked away, then asked in a cold voice. The warrior with superpowers suddenly said, "I saw a shadow behind you. It looks like a killer bee." Yi Cho couldn't help but chuckle. "Don't you just want to kill me and steal the scroll from me? What are you pretending for? I'll tell you straight, the reason you can't kill the killer bee queen is because you're too weak. Without me, you would never have been able to defeat the killer bee queen, let alone seize the scroll. This scroll is mine, and no one can take it away from me." Hearing Yi Cho's words, the young chairman's eyes darkened. "This scroll is mine. There are more than 20 experts from my Gale Association stationed outside the valley. If you don't want to be one of those hacked to death, you'd better hand it over now." Yi Cho laughed on the spot. "Hack and slash to death? You're quite arrogant. Ding ling ling. Do you know the rules of the Wild Wolf Sanctuary?" The young guild leader sneered. "As long as you die here, who will know that I broke the rules?" In the eyes of the young guild leader, even a 4th-tier expert is nothing more than a piece of trash who can be manipulated at will. After all, his father was a 6th-tier expert and the president of the Gale Association. What right does Yi Cho have to steal his things? What right right does he have to fight him? Yi Chou's eyes turned cold. So, you really have to kill me? If the other party really makes a move, Yi Chou wouldn't mind giving them a profound lesson. If you don't hand over the scroll, I'll kill you, the young guild leader said coldly, then gestured behind him, and several armed men immediately prepared to attack. Yi Chou chuckled lightly. It seems we have nothing to talk about. The young guild leader scoffed and took a few steps back. Behind him, two assassin-type ability users and a warrior-type professional rushed towards Yi Chou with weapons in hand. A hint of helplessness flashed in Yi Chou's eyes. Why bother? The cold moon frost blade in his hand drew an arc, and a bloody gash appeared on the body of the first assassin with superpowers who rushed forward, followed by a shocking wound. Yi Chou unleashed a punch, sending the assassin with superpowers flying. The other two attacked from the left and right sides respectively. Yi Chou spun around and unleashed a whip kick, sending one of the assassins and superhumans flying. The warrior with the longsword was also forced back by Yi Chou's slash. The next moment, Yi Chou rushed forward and punched him in the abdomen, sending him flying as well. 1 4th tier and 2 3rd tier individuals were utterly powerless against Yi Chou. The young president of the Gale Association couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes filled with disbelief. How could this seemingly young superhuman be so powerful? Yi Chou approached him step by step, her eyes filled with coldness. Actually, I really want to kill you, you know that? Sensing the intense killing intent, the young guild leader trembled and said in a trembling voice, what do you want? Let me tell you, my father is. I don't want to know who your father is, Yi Chou interrupted coldly. The reason I didn't kill you this time is because we are both human. You are also hunting strange beasts. But I also want to vent my anger, so I have no choice but to cripple you. The young president's expression changed drastically. Yi Chou unleashed a punch. The young president felt a sharp pain churning in his abdomen, and then Yi Chou kicked him in the knee. With a cracking sound, his left kneecap was completely destroyed. Yi Chou, just like before, crippled his right knee as well. This is just a lesson I'm giving you, and I sincerely advise you not to think about bullying others, because you have no idea what kind of people you might have messed with. After saying that, Yi Chou gently patted his face again. Despite the excruciating pain, the young guild leader had never suffered such humiliation. His anger flared, and he screamed hoarsely, I, Feng Zhengyang, will not let you get away with this. My father will definitely do it too. Yi Chou's eyes turned cold, and he delivered a swift chop, knocking him unconscious. Then, Yi Chou slowly walked to the body of the Killer Bee Queen. As a king-level alien beast, many materials from the Killer Bee Queen are extremely valuable. For example, its fleshy wings, and even the eggs that have not yet been released from its body. However, Yi Chou noticed that it resembled a human and ultimately decided not to extract its eggs. They simply removed the fleshy wing of the queen killer bee. After completing these tasks, Yi Chou left. Of course, to avoid being harassed by the Gale Association, he left very quickly, without even hunting any of the strange beasts he encountered along the way. When he walked out of the valley entrance, he found that there were far fewer people who had gathered there before. He removed his armor, used the Shadow Blade ability to shroud his body in shadow, and quietly disappeared into the shadows. Looking at the time, Yi Chou realized it was already around 4 in the morning, and it would be dawn in a little over an hour. During the day, his innate skill Dark Hour is unusable, so he plans to rest for a while before returning to the Shadow Forest. Even in the shadows, he can still use Dark Hour, which is safer. Yi Chou quickly found a large tree, jumped onto a branch, and tore open the scroll he had obtained earlier. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the basic skill Sword Chi. Sword Aura, basic skill. Using this skill consumes 10% of your constitution. For the next half hour, every strike you make with your weapon will be imbued with Sword Aura. The attack range of the Sword Aura can extend from 1 to 3 feet depending on your attack power, and it also increases the power of each strike by 10%. Yi Chou's heart stirred secretly. This attack skill may seem insignificant, but it is actually extremely useful. In particular, the extended attack range is crucial in actual combat. 3 feet is approximately 1 meter. Often, it is this 1 meter of extension that can save you a lot of trouble and even turn the tide of battle. As for the 10% increase in attack power, that seems less important. After some deliberation, Yi Chou summoned the system and opened his personal panel. Level, LV 33 5%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, B rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 156 plus, Intelligence 136 plus, Constitution 152 plus 5, Mental Strength 158 plus, Agility 146 plus 10, Evolution Points 25080. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal skills, Damage Stacking, Advanced skill, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection, basic skill, can be evolved, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade combo, intermediate skill, can be evolved, requires 20,000 evolution points. Sword Aura, basic skill, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Ring of the Moon, excellent. Light and Agile Boots, superior. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Wind Bracers, superior. Heavy Armor, superior. earlier. Yiqiu couldn't help but gasp. He had gained over 25,000 evolution points and his level had increased to level 33. But upon closer reflection, this makes perfect sense. He just killed over 100 killer bees in 3 hours. It seems that choosing to go to the valley to fight the killer bee swarm was indeed a wise move. Yiqiu's gaze fell on the normal skill bar again. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to upgrade Shadow Blade combo first. He silently recited in his heart, consuming 20,000 evolution points, evolving the intermediate skill Shadow Blade combo. Ding! Consumed 20,000 evolution points, successfully evolved the intermediate skill Shadow Blade combo into the advanced skill Shadow Blade Frenzy. Shadow Blade Frenzy, advanced skill, evolved from intermediate skill. It can fire 6 Shadow Wind Blades at once, with an attack power equivalent to the host's charged attack. It can be used 3 times a day. It can be further evolved, requiring 100,000 evolution points. The skill has indeed been upgraded, and its power has increased significantly. However, the next evolution would require 100,000 evolution points, which made Yiqiu feel a little heartache. He took the healing and recovery medicine, rested for half an hour, and then continued on his way. After all, it was already the second day, and the skills had all been refreshed. Yiqiu was now even more daring and confident, and this time he planned to explore deeper into the shadow forest. After walking for about half an hour, he killed several common beasts that resembled weasels and firefoxes, and finally discovered a herd of beasts. Like the killer bees before, it is also a Zerg alien beast. Yiqiu recognized them as a group of golden horned beetles. These golden horned beetles are quite large. The largest one is even comparable in size to a small lamb. What makes them special is their ability to control the element of lightning. As Yiqiu approached, the beetles quickly crawled over, their golden horns flashing with arcs of electricity. The next instant, several bolts of lightning shot straight towards Yiqiu. He really can control lightning. Yiqiu's heart tightened, and he nimbly changed his steps, instantly dodging several bolts of lightning. He flashed out, aimed at several third-tier golden horned beetles, and unleashed Shadow Blade Frenzy, sending out 6 shadow blades in a flash. What's wrong? Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 30 golden horned beetle. You have gained 1,500 experience points and 600 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 32 golden horned beetle. You have gained 1,600 experience points and 640 evolution points. As strength increases, the power of the Shadow Blade also increases. At this moment, the golden horns on the heads of that small group of golden beetles crackled with electricity, and beams of lightning shot out, forming an electric net that enveloped Yiqiu. With virtually nowhere to hide from the electric grid, Yiqiu's eyes turned cold, and he decisively activated his new skill, Sword Chi, unleashing a fierce slash. The blade flashed through the air, and a crescent-shaped blade of energy shot out rapidly. The blade energy shot into the air, shattering the electric net to pieces. In fact, Yiqiu had some complicated feelings. He uses a long sword, but the skill name is Sword Chi. Although this does not affect the effect, it still feels a bit strange. He silently pondered that if he had the chance in the future, he might be able to get a fire attribute longsword to replace his current weapon. The golden horns on the heads of the dozen or so golden beetles flashed with lightning again, but Yiqiu had already rushed forward with his sword, unleashing a series of cold moon frost blade attacks, with streaks of sword energy shooting out. The sword energy was powerful, and these golden horned beetles weren't particularly strong either. Almost every sword energy sweeping by could kill 2 golden horned beetles. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 21 beast, the golden horned beetle. You have gained 1,550 experience points and 420 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 22 golden horned beetle. You have gained 1,600 experience points and 440 evolution points. Although these golden beetles launched lightning attacks from time to time, Yiqiu reacted quickly and easily. His strength was enough to easily break the lightning attacks. Therefore, these golden beetles were nothing more than a dish to him, even easier than dealing with the swarms of killer bees he had dealt with before. More than half an hour later, Yiqiu completely wiped out the small group of golden horned beetles. Yiqiu sheathed the cold moonfrost blade, drew the bloodthirsty mad blade, and began collecting the crystal cores from the golden horned beetles and cutting off their golden horns. This golden horn is also an extremely precious material, which can be used to forge lightning attribute equipment. After organizing the materials and crystal cores here, Yiqiu embarked on his journey once again. Along the way, he occasionally encountered attacks from small, strange beasts, such as leopard cats and firefoxes, but these were no problem for Yiqiu, who easily repelled these low-level alien beasts. What are you doing? Are you trying to violate the covenant for superpowered individuals? About an hour later, Yiqiu suddenly heard roars and rebukes coming from ahead. He frowned slightly and activated his Shadow Blade ability, enveloping himself in a layer of shadow. They approached silently, parted the bushes, and prepared to investigate. There was an open space in front of them, and the two sides were facing off. One side has a large number of people, totaling 5, with the following standard equipment: 2 magic-type ability users, 1 warrior-type type ability user, 1 archer type ability user, and 1 assassin type ability user. All 5 people were wearing masks, making it difficult to discern their true faces. Yi Qiu observed that 4 of the 5 people were 3rd-tier professionals, while the magic-based ability user wielding a magnificent scepter should be a 4th-tier one. The 4th-tier magic-based ability user had a cold look in his eyes and said with a sneer, "We are now deep in the Shadow Forest. I advise you to hand over your belongings immediately, or you may lose your lives." The other side consisted of only 3 people, 2 wielding long swords and 1 wielding a scepter. They appeared to be young, in their early 20s, and not particularly strong. The 2 swordsmen were at the 2nd tier, while the female magic-based ability user was at the 3rd tier. The female magic-based superpowered individual retorted through gritted teeth, "What you're doing is utterly shameless. How could there be such scum as you among human superhumans?" The 4th-tier magic-based ability user laughed heartily. "What do you mean by shameless or despicable? You're joking, woman. There aren't that many noble heroes out there. We just want money. If you don't hand over all the materials, don't blame us for taking action." The female superhuman's expression shifted between anger and rage, while the 2 swordsmen were also burning with fury. "Believe it or not, we'll fight you to the death." "That's right, we'll fight to the death. Even if we die, we'll take someone down with us." As a result, the 4th-tier magic-type ability user's expression changed drastically. He suddenly raised the scepter in his hand, and an ice blade instantly condensed in the air before shooting out. "Let's follow too." The ice blade hurtled straight toward the 2nd-tier warrior at incredible speed. The 2nd-tier warrior had no time to dodge. The ice blade struck his chest hard, shattering his armor and leaving a trail of blood that quickly spread outwards. He staggered back 2 steps, spitting out a mouthful of blood. This scene caused the female superhuman's expression to change drastically. She gritted her teeth and said urgently, "We are willing to surrender and hand over all the materials and crystal cores." Hearing her say that, the 4th-tier magic-based ability user finally smiled. "That's the wise choice." At the same time, his companions began to sneer. "What were you pretending for just now? That's right, if you lay a hand on her, she'll behave. This woman is quite pretty. Want to stay and have some fun?" The 4th-tier magic-based ability user said coldly, "Don't meddle. Take all the materials and crystal cores from them, and we'll continue our ambush elsewhere." Yi Qiu then realized what had happened. They had encountered a corrupted superhuman. These kinds of people are the scum of the superhumans. Although they also crave to level up and become stronger, they have gone astray and chosen to plunder other superhumans to obtain resources. The rule of the Mad Wolf Commando team is that when encountering fallen superhumans, they should be captured if possible, and in special circumstances, they can even be killed directly. Yi Qiu squinted and walked out of the bushes without hesitation. Seeing a shadowy figure, with the physique of an assassin, emerge from the bushes, the 4th-tier magic-based ability user narrowed his eyes slightly. "Who exactly are you, kid? Are you here to meddle in other people's business?" Suddenly someone shouted. Yi Qiu's voice carried a chilling murderous intent. "This can't be considered meddling in other people's business." The 4th-tier magic-based ability user gripped the ornate scepter, ready to unleash his power at any moment, and coldly said, "Then I must remind you, hand over all the crystal cores and materials you have, or don't even think about leaving here." Yi Qiu couldn't help but laugh. "Perfect timing. I was just about to teach you a lesson, but you beat me to it. Looks like you're tired of living." The 4th-tier magic-based ability user burst into laughter. "You're saying we want to die? You're only at the 3rd rank, aren't you? We have 4 tier 3s and 1 tier 4 here. You think you can kill us? Dream on." The companions of the magic-based ability users nearby, who were also fallen ability users, began to laugh loudly. "This kid is really interesting. I think only someone with a screw loose would say something like that. He's a complete madman. Hurry up and do it. Teach this kid a lesson, and he'll behave." The 4th-tier magic-based ability user narrowed his eyes, raised his ornate scepter high, and chanted a spell. In the next instant, a cold aura appeared in the air, and 3 ice blades condensed. As he finished chanting the last incantation, 3 ice blades simultaneously materialized and shot towards Yi Qiu in a triangular formation. Yi Qiu's eyes turned slightly cold. He raised his hand, drew the cold moonfrost blade, and unleashed a fierce strike. The 3 ice blades were completely shattered by the sword energy before they even reached Yi Qiu. "Good lad." The 4th-tier magic-based ability user's eyes turned cold. "So you're just a 4th-tier ability user. Looks like I misjudged you. But it's nothing. With the 5 of us ganging up on you, I don't believe we can't keep you here." He roared and said to the men beside him, "Everyone, attack together and take this kid down." At that moment, a glint flashed in the eyes of the female superhuman, and she said to her 2 companions beside her, "We must help that young man. We can't just sit here and wait to die." Although his 2 companions were only at the 2nd rank, they mustered their courage, drew their long swords from their waists, and charged out together. The female superhuman raised her staff, chanted an incantation, and at the same time, beams of blue light gathered around her. Several wind arrows coalesced and shot towards the elementalist in the enemy team. The 3rd-tier elementalist's expression changed slightly, and he immediately summoned an earth elemental spirit. The earth elemental spirit clasped its hands together, and a giant rock rose from the ground, blocking the wind arrows. Two swordsmen charged at the elementalist from the left and right. The elementalist's expression changed slightly, but he continued to control the earth elemental spirits he had summoned to intercept the two swordsmen. "You three have some nerve." The eyes of one of the third-tier fallen ability users changed. He roared and a layer of gray fur appeared on his body, transforming him into a giant werewolf who then charged towards the two second-tier ability users. The two second-tier ability users also mustered their courage and, with the magical support of the female ability user, fought against the werewolf fallen ability user. Yi Chio had come to appreciate the team led by the female expert. At least they didn't choose to wait and see, but took the initiative. This shows that they have courage and determination. Facing the several ice blades shot towards him, Yi Chio remained calm and composed. He slashed out with his cold moon frost blade, the blade energy soaring and directly shattering the ice blades. Meanwhile, the archer drew his bow and fired 3 arrows in quick succession. The 3 arrows made a whooshing sound in the air, and they looked very powerful. Yi Chio smiled dismissively, and with a slight sway of his body, he dodged the 3 arrows. At that moment, another warrior-type fallen ability user rushed over. He roared, and a powerful crimson smoke rose from his body, which merged into the longsword in his hand. The longsword immediately emitted a blood-red light, and a bloodthirsty, dark, and brutal aura emanated from it. Blood Swordsman's special ability? Yi Chio's heart stirred slightly. If he remembered correctly, this was an A-level ability. Even though the Blood Swordsman's ability is considered powerful among A-level abilities, it's nothing special in front of Yi Chio. Yi Chio, wielding a long sword, slashed horizontally. A bright blade of energy floated by, streaking across the air like a shooting star, and directly cleaved the fallen Blood Swordsman ability user away with a single strike. The light leather armor he was wearing was completely shattered, and a huge wound appeared on his chest, revealing the sternum wrapped in the flesh, and even the sternum itself was cracked. The fallen Blood Swordsman, an ability user, coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face filled with terror. This person is definitely not just a 4th-tier ability user. Where did this freak come from? How could it be so terrifying? At this moment, the elementalist and the werewolf, both fallen superhumans, were held back by the superhuman squad. Yi Chio now only needs to deal with the fallen magic-type ability users and the archers. His eyes were cold as he rushed forward, arriving before the fallen archer in just a few dozen breaths. The fallen archer's expression changed drastically. He drew his short sword from his waist and stabbed it towards Yi Chio's heart. Yi Chio swayed and dodged the attack, then leaped up and delivered an E-strike. The fallen archer was struck squarely in the chest by Yi Chio's knee. The sound of a rib breaking could be heard. The fallen archer spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying through the air several times before finally crashing to the ground. Yi Chio then turned his attention to the fallen magic-type ability users. The corrupted magic user's expression changed drastically, and he roared, "Cubbies, quickly summon the earth giant to help me." The corrupted elementalist named Cubbies also looked grim, but he knew that if he couldn't resolve the situation, Yi Chio and the others would all be doomed. Therefore, he didn't even bother to help the werewolf ability user, and directly recalled the elemental spirit, muttering a spell. Before long, a giant of earth and stone appeared not far from Yi Chio, and the giant of earth and stone swung its huge earth and stone arm and punched Yi Chio. Yi Chio could tell that this was not a regular ability, it should belong to the skill of that elementalist. Yi Chio casually glanced at the season, his eyes filled with disdain, and said, "You think you can change the course of the battle with this? That's a joke." Holding the knife in his right hand, he leaped into the air and unleashed a dazzling slash. With a burst of sword energy, the head of the earth and stone giant fell directly down. Meanwhile, the elementalist Cubbies' eyes flashed with disdain. "You think the earth giant is so easy to kill? What a joke." At this moment, another piece of earth appeared on the neck of the earth giant. The piece, which was only the size of a fist, slowly grew larger and transformed into a new head. Yi Chio tilted his head. "An unkillable cockroach? If I cut it into pieces, it probably can't be restored." Taking a deep breath, Yi Chio unleashed nearly 10 slashes in the blink of an eye. Several sword energies instantly dismembered the earth and stone giant. However, if a careful observer notices, they will find that Yi Chio's sword energy is covered with a layer of dark purple. This is the effect of Yi Chio's Shadow Blade ability. Every attack is imbued with dark power. The fragments of the earth giant's limbs fell to the ground, turning into a yellowish-brown light before completely dissipating. At this moment, Cubbies' face turned deathly pale. "This is impossible. My earth giant is comparable to a 4th-tier ability user." Yi Chio flashed forward, first kicking the fallen magic-type ability user away, then slashing Cubbies away with his sword. "What do you mean by possible or impossible? For me, nothing is impossible." Seeing his side completely routed in the battle, the expression on the face of the fallen werewolf ability user who was still fighting against 2 second-tier ability users changed instantly. He roared, and his fur grew even longer, making him look even more like a giant wolf. Second werewolf transformation. After accomplishing all this, instead of launching a desperate attack to take someone down with him, he retreated rapidly, preparing to escape. They actually tried to run away. Yi Chio smiled disdainfully, took a quick step forward, and unleashed another burst of sword energy with a dazzling display of blade light. The blade's energy severed the werewolf's arm. He let out a blood-curdling scream, but still managed to hold on and continue his escape. Before Yicho could make a move, the third-tier female magic user made her move. She had been accumulating power in preparation for an attack, and this matter proved to be of great use. A blade of wind shot out, severing the werewolf's right leg. Now, none of the 5 fallen superhumans present are still standing. The female magic-based ability user, accompanied by 2 second-tier swordsmen, approached Yicho and bowed very respectfully. "Thank you so much for saving us." The 2 second-tier swordsmen immediately spoke up as well. "Thank you so much, young man, for saving us." "Thank you so much, sir." Although Yicho did not reveal his appearance, one could tell from his voice and figure that he was not old. Yicho shook his head and casually said, "Saving you wasn't just because of the superpowered person's covenant. It's also because these guys actually tried to attack me." The female magic-based ability user said softly, "Senior, as fallen ability users, they should have a lot of materials and crystal cores on them. We'll collect them and then give them all to you." Yicho nodded. "That's a good idea." The 2 second-tier swordsmen were overjoyed and quickly grabbed the 5 people, taking all their storage bags and forcing them to open them. Then, Yicho saw a pile of materials on the ground. There are more than 200 third-order crystal cores alone, and there are also a bunch of third-order and second-order materials, and even a small amount of fourth-order materials. The rough estimate is that they are worth at least 5 million. There are also 3 or 4 fourth-order crystal nuclei and more than 100 second-order crystal nuclei. Yicho glanced at it and said directly, "Give me the 3rd and 4th tier materials and crystal cores, and I'll take 50% of the 2nd tier crystal cores. The rest are yours." Yicho's words startled the female magic-based ability user. "But senior, if it weren't for you, we might not even have been able to get out of here unscathed. I might even be humiliated by them." The other 2 second-tier swordsmen also said, "That's right, senior, please accept them all." "That's right, senior, you don't need to give them to us." Yicho shook his head. "You also resisted them, so you should get some materials and crystal cores." "I've already taken enough." You all stopped talking. Only after Yicho said so did the 3 of them reluctantly agree with his approach. After tidying up, the female magic-based ability user put all the crystal cores Yicho wanted into an unmarked storage bag and handed it to Yicho. "Senior, these are the materials and crystal cores you asked for." Storage bags are a unique feature of this world of superpowers. After each superhuman obtains a storage bag, they can mark it, and then only that superhuman can open the storage bag. Only unmarked storage bags can be opened by any superhuman. Yicho took the storage bag, glanced at it briefly, and then turned his gaze to the 5 fallen ability users. The 5 fallen superhumans immediately felt a chill run through their bodies. The leader of the magic-based superpowered individuals shouted, "You can't kill me." According to the superpowered individuals covenant, killing one another among superpowered individuals is severely punished. Yicho scoffed, "You fallen ability users, have you forgotten one thing? If you are guilty of serious crimes, killing you will earn me merit." Upon hearing Yicho's words, the faces of the fallen ability users turned extremely ugly. That element made Cubby's legs go weak, and he was so scared he peed himself. Yicho frowned slightly, but still walked over quickly, first removing the masks of the 5 people, and then scanning their faces into his bracelet. As expected, according to the wanted criminal database in the bracelet, these 5 guys were all vicious criminals, each with 1 or 2 lives on their hands. Especially that 4th-tier magic-based ability user who, in addition to killing 2 ordinary ability users, also raped 2 ordinary women. For such deserving to die individuals, the superpower convention allows for immediate action without trial. So Yicho didn't spare their lives, killing them one by one with a single strike, and had a good time. Yicho didn't linger any longer and said to the others beside him, "You shouldn't stay here either. We're already close to the depths of the shadow forest. While the 3 of you are quite strong, it's not suitable for you to hunt beasts here." The 3 nodded. "Thank you for the reminder, senior. Let's leave now." "That's right, we're leaving immediately." Yicho nodded, considered it for a moment, and then prepared to go deeper into the area. Although he no longer lacks crystal nuclei and materials, however, his cultivation is not like that of ordinary superhumans, who rely on absorbing energy from crystal cores. Instead, he directly hunts alien beasts to gain experience and level up. After walking for about an hour, Yicho suddenly saw a stream ahead. Following the stream upstream, he could faintly hear melodious singing. The singing was hard to describe in words, it was like an unconscious humming. It evokes many things, such as the fragrance of spring flowers, the dew of summer, and the breeze of autumn, all of which are extremely beautiful. A hint of confusion gradually appeared in Yicho's eyes. He instinctively headed upstream. A faint silver glow emanated from the moon ring on Yicho's fingertip. Yicho's eyes suddenly cleared for a moment. He felt something was wrong with him. How could the song have made him involuntarily head upstream? Yicho's eyes became wary. He took out a pair of earplugs and put them in his ears. Because the earplugs blocked his ears, the singing affected Yicho much less, and Yicho became much more alert. He knew that the source of the song was definitely a humanoid beast. If I'm not mistaken, it should be the Garuda. The Garuda is a humanoid monster found in the Shadow Forest. Once it reaches adulthood, it becomes a fourth-order being, with a human head and a snake's body. It also has 4 arms and a beautiful singing voice, which can lure humans, causing them to lose consciousness until they fall into its hands, are killed by it, and become its food. These humanoid beasts are more difficult to deal with and pose a greater threat than ordinary beasts. After walking for a while, Ichio felt the singing becoming clearer, but his consciousness was about to give out. Left with no other choice, Ichio had to open the system panel to see if he could enhance the bright moon ring. Level, LV 3355%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, B rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 156+, Intelligence 136+, Physical Condition 152+5, Mental Strength 158+, Agility 146+10, Evolution Points 30080. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal Skills, Damage Stacking, Advanced Skill, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection, Basic Skill, can be evolved, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Combo, Intermediate Skill, can be evolved, requires 20,000 evolution points. Sword Aura, Basic Skill, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, Excellent. Ring of the Moon, Excellent. Light and Agile Boots, Superior. Cold Moon Frost Blade, Excellent. Wind Bracers, Superior. Heavy Armor, Superior. Ichio selected the Ring of the Bright Moon option separately. Ring of the Moon, Superior Equipment. Effect 1, in Moonlight, it slowly accumulates moonlight power to replenish the host's stamina. Accumulating moonlight power for 1 natural day can restore 15% of the host's stamina. Effect 2, the accumulated moonlight power can be converted into mental energy to remove some negative status effects. Can be evolved into extraordinary equipment, requiring 30,000 evolution points and 100 scaled deer scales. Ichio's heart stirred. He now had exactly 30,000 evolution points. After all, the Ring of Bright Moon was quite effective and had helped him deal with crises several times, so Ichio planned to evolve the Ring of Bright Moon. After taking a deep breath, Ichio silently recited in his mind, System, consume 30,000 evolution points and 100 scaled deer scales. Evolve the Bright Moon Ring. Ding! Host has consumed 30,000 evolution points and 100 scaled deer scales to evolve the excellent equipment Bright Moon Ring into the extraordinary equipment Moon Goddess Ring. Ring of the Moon Goddess, Extraordinary Equipment. Effect 1, in Moonlight, it slowly accumulates moonlight power to replenish the host's stamina. Accumulating moonlight for 1 natural day can restore 20% of the host's stamina. Effect 2, this ring possesses the blessing of the Moon Goddess, granting immunity to most stacking illusion, control, and intimidation status effects, and immunity to most curses. Effect 3, the accumulated moonlight can be converted into a lunar shield, blocking attacks up to 1.5 times the host's attack power. Ichio's eyes lit up slightly. As expected of extraordinary equipment, it had 3 effects, each of which was extremely useful. Moreover, he sensed that when he evolved the Ring of the Moon into the Ring of the Moon God, the negative status on his body instantly disappeared. Even hearing that beautiful and melodious singing voice couldn't control his mind. Taking a deep breath, Ichio continued forward. Before long, he saw a huge tree appear in front of him. Beneath the trees, there is a structure resembling a bird's nest, built from tree branches. In the center of this bird's nest, there is a hideous, 4-armed humanoid beast with a human head and a snake's body. Ichio's eyes were filled with solemnity. The Garuda's abilities are not limited to her beautiful and melodious singing. Her physical strength is even more terrifying. A 4th-tier Garuda can completely defeat a 4th-tier beginner human melee-type ability user. Taking a deep breath, Ichio rushed forward, his cold moon frost blade slashing fiercely at the Garuda Banshee. The demoness Gara's face, covered in hideous bone spikes, held a hint of confusion. It seemed unable to understand why this human could break free from its control of the song, but the next instant, it raised its arm. That's right, this Gara Banshee actually tried to use her arm to block Ichio's blade, but when Ichio's cold moon frost blade slashed at the arm of the Gara Banshee, there was no blood splattering as expected. Instead, it produced a metallic clang. Such a hard stratum corneum. Ichio's expression changed slightly. He didn't hesitate at all. Frostblade Storm, activated. Damage stacking, activated. Sword Chi, activate. With the support of the 3 major skills, Ichio's actual attack power has broken through the 4th level and reached the level of an ordinary 5th level expert. Ichio brandished his long sword without stopping, unleashing streaks of sword energy that crisscross like bolts of lightning, flying snowflakes, and raging tides. Gara's eyes revealed obvious anger. It opened its mouth and let out an extremely sharp screech. This shriek was the complete opposite of the previous soft and beautiful singing. Ichio felt a bit of pain in his eardrums. In fact, if Ichio didn't have the Moon Goddess ring, he would be experiencing not only ear pain but also mental confusion. He gritted his teeth, unwilling to give up the opportunity to attack the Banshee, and unleashed Shadow Blade Frenzy again. 6 Shadow blade shot out, tearing open a large gash in the abdomen of the banshee, revealing the internal organs inside. The pained demon's eyes also showed horror. How can a human being be immune to its mental attacks? The succubus threw punches from all four arms at Yichio simultaneously. With a swift movement and the enhancement of his three skills, Yichio severed both of the banshee Gara's arms in a single strike. Dark purple blood gushed out, and the banshee screamed in pain. It also realized that Yichio was not easy to deal with, and turned to flee. Yichio unleashed a second shadow blade dance. 6 more shadow blades shot out, this time piercing straight through the back of the banshee Garo. Yichio sprinted forward, leaped up suddenly, and slashed at the back of its neck with his sword. Despite the hard keratin layer covering it, Yichio's knife sliced through the keratin layer and even cut through the hard neck bone. Dark purple blood gushed out, and the head of the Gara banshee fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 42 monster, the Gara banshee. You have gained 2,100 experience points and 840 evolution points. Yichio braced himself against the ground with the cold moon frost blade and took several deep breaths. A few minutes later, he quickly stepped forward to prepare to pack up the materials and crystal cores. After touching it for a while, Yichio took out a crystal core that was somewhat different from that of ordinary demonic beasts. The crystal cores of ordinary monsters are usually rhomboid or square, but this crystal core is rather round. Why does it look like an inner core? Yichio muttered something, put it away, and then went to cut the materials of the Gara demon. Its tough keratin layer can be used to make weapons. After a while, Yichio finally finished collecting the materials. However, to his slight disappointment, no scroll was found. The sound of leaves rustling could be heard. Yichio narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze to the back. A squad of superhumans, clearly members of the Mad Wolf Commando team, pushed through the bushes and quickly emerged. Upon seeing that they were members of the Mad Wolf Commando team, Yichio's expression softened somewhat. The team of superhumans were also extremely surprised when they saw the corpse of the banshee who had been killed by Yichio. One of the superhumans, a man in his 30s who appeared to be the leader, strode over and stopped about 10 meters away from Yichio, then asked, "Young man, did you kill this 4th-tier Garuda banshee?" Yichio's eyes held a hint of wariness before he nodded and said, yes. He could also clearly observe that this team of superhumans was well prepared. Apart from the 4th-level superhuman in charge, everyone else was wearing a mask and earplugs. Yichio suspected that their purpose in coming here was also for the Gara Demonis. Sure enough, the leader, an ability user, whispered, "We are level 47 warriors of the Mad Wolf Commando. We belong to the 7th Battalion of the 10th Battle Group of level 47. We came here this time to hunt down this Gara banshee." Yichio frowned and asked again, "So what did you mean? Are you trying to say I stole your prey?" Having experienced several crises before, Yichio is now wary even when facing members of the Mad Wolf Commando. The team leader shook his head, his tone very sincere. "We didn't come here to say that you stole our prey, young man. Instead, we hope you'll join our team to help us eliminate the horde of banshees." Yichio frowned. Is there a colony of Kalavinka here? The Garuda, a humanoid beast, rarely appears in groups. They often leave their mothers immediately after reaching adulthood to hunt prey alone. The reason is not that complicated. Although the Garuda is exceptionally talented and grows up very smoothly, she also consumes relatively more resources. A large area can likely only support one Garuda, which is why they live scattered. The appearance of a group of Gara banshees only signifies one thing: they cannot find enough food on their own and need to hunt in groups to obtain sufficient resources. And the resources they see are naturally human superhumans. The team leader nodded. That's right. About 20 kilometers ahead, there's a colony of Kora banshees. Yichio considered it for a moment. If he traveled at full speed, it would only take him a little over half an hour to cover 20 kilometers. However, if you choose to hunt monsters while traveling, it will take 4 hours. Yichio then asked, "How many Gara banshees are there in that Gara banshee tribe?" According to information obtained by one of our soldiers who escaped earlier, there were a total of 11 Gara banshees. 3 of them were 4th tier, and the rest were 3rd tier. The team leader was very open and honest, and his eyes were very sincere. A subtle movement flickered in Yichio's eyes. If I can hunt down this entire swarm of banshees, I'm sure I'll gain a lot of experience points and evolution points. After thinking for a moment, Yichio said, "I can accompany you to hunt down the Garuda. Furthermore, I possess 4th tier strength, so how do you intend to allocate the final resources?" The team leader stated directly, "The distribution will be based on our contributions during the battle." Yichio frowned and said, "Can I trust you? As warriors of the Mad Wolf Commando team, we will not violate the covenant of superhumans." The team leader had a very serious look in his eyes and said, "If anyone disobeys, may they be struck by lightning." Seeing his upright character and sincere eyes, Yichio agreed. Alright then. In fact, Yichio's strength had already exceeded the 4th level, and his ability as a superhuman had reached the 5th level. Even if this team of superhumans were to attack me, they would be the ones who ultimately suffer the consequences, not me. Therefore, Yichio was quite confident and not afraid of others setting traps or restrictions for him. Then, the team leader briefly introduced himself. "My name is Gong Yangyu, a level 43 ability user. My ability is a B-level ability called Ring of Radiance, which can enhance my attributes in all aspects and also enhance my companions. Yi Chio's heart stirred. This superhuman's ability was similar to Qin Saksha's Holy Aura, but slightly different. It was a B-level ability, so its effects would likely be considerably weaker. After making his introduction, he turned back and waved to the 4 people behind him. Come here. I've recruited a new member to join our team and hunt down the Garuda swarm. The 4 people walked over quickly. Of the remaining 4 people in this group, 2 were men and 2 were women. The 2 men looked to be in their 30s, and both were at the 4th level of strength. The taller man, who was holding a short sword, said, "My name is Yang Feng, a level 42 ability user. My ability is a B-level ability called Wind Wings. When I activate my ability, a pair of wings will appear behind me, which will increase my speed and strength. I can also use these wings to launch wind blade-like slashes." Another, slightly shorter man said, "My name is Bai Yu, a level 44 ability user. My ability is a B-level ability called Summoning Beast Spirits, which allows me to summon various beast phantoms to fight for me." The pretty woman holding the scepter smiled and said, "My name is Zhang Han, a level 41 ability user with an A-level ability called Fire Element Control, which allows me to use various fire attacks. My name is Luo Luo. You can call me Luo Luo or Luo Luo, it's fine." The remaining petite girl said softly, "Level 43 ability user, A-level ability. Ability is Dragon Vein Sorcerer. I can fight in close combat and also cast various lightning attribute dragon magic spells." Yi Chou nodded and introduced himself. "My name is Yi Chou, my B-level ability is Shadow Blade, and I am at the 4th tier." Luo Luo seemed very curious about Yi Chou. "This Gara Banshee isn't so easy to deal with. Yi Chou, can you shut down your 5 senses? If one is unable to shut down some of their 5 senses in front of the Garuda, they will most likely be captivated by its song and fall into a deadly predicament." Yi Chou said with a smile, "My ability, Shadow Blade, can do that. I can simply cover my ears with shadows. Can dark-type superpowers be used like this?" Luo Luo was even more curious. "I've never thought of that before." Yi Chou chuckled and said, "You can use it like this." Luo Luo gave another wry smile and said, "We were wearing earplugs earlier, and our ears weren't feeling very comfortable. However, I suggest you wear earplugs. If the Gallo sirens live in groups, their songs can be amplified. Our earplugs are specially designed to block the ear canal and prevent sound from entering, but normal communication can be done through bone conduction headsets." After saying this, Luo Luo took out an earplug-like device and a bone conduction headset from her storage pouch at her waist and handed them to Yi Chou. "You'd better get equipped right away." Yi Chou knew she meant well. Although he didn't need it, he accepted it and wore it properly, just like they did. Then, Luo Luo asked Yi Chou to turn on his bone conduction headset. Not long after, Yi Chou heard Luo Luo's voice through his earpiece. "How is it? Can you hear me?" "I can hear you." Yi Chou nodded. "Alright, now that we've made contact, let's hurry over to the territory of the Garuda." Gong Yangyu's expression turned serious. He said, "This group of Gara Banshees has already hunted down quite a few human ability users. If we deal with them as soon as possible, we can save more people." The 5 nodded and, led by Gong Yangyu, headed towards the gathering place of the Gara Demonis. Because there were definitely snakes, insects, and rodents in the vicinity, the group did not move very fast. It took about an hour and a half before they arrived at the place Gong Yangyu had mentioned. It was a rather sparse grove of trees. When Yi Chou and the others arrived, they also witnessed a terrifying scene. The ground was littered with the remains of human superhumans, their flesh torn and devoured, leaving only bare bones. Yi Chou glanced at the remains and saw that there were at least 10 superhumans among them. Gong Yangyu's eyes blazed with fury, and he even clenched his fists. "These damned Garuda Banshees, they're all our kin." Luo Luo narrowed her eyes, her gaze filled with indignation. "These humanoid beasts deserve to die. Should we formulate a battle plan?" Yi Chou asked in a low voice. "If possible, it would be best if we didn't act rashly." Zhang Han nodded and said, "Our original plan was for Brother Gongyang to give us a group buff first, then for me, Luo Luo, and Bai Yu to attack from a distance, and then for Brother Gongyang, Luo Luo, and Yang Feng to take the lead in the attack, while Bai Yu and I provided ranged support." "That's certainly possible." Yi Chou nodded and said, "Unfortunately, I have restrictions today and cannot launch a ranged attack. I will join Brother Gongyang and the other 2 in an attack later." "Alright, let's arrange it that way." Gong Yangyu nodded. Not long after he sat down, a halo of light appeared on Gong Yangyu's body, carrying a pure and warm feeling. Under the protection of this halo, Yi Chou and the others' various stats were also amplified. Yi Chou tried it out and he saw an increase of about 10%. However, for Gong Yangyu himself, the boost he receives will be even greater. As for Luo Luo, she had already begun to murmur the dragon language. Although this girl looks cute and charming, as she recites the dragon language poem, her eyes flow with a golden red luster like lava, and scales with a faint blue-purple hue begin to appear on her body. Yi Chou suspected that Luo Luo's dragon bloodline was likely that of a lightning attribute dragon. Bai Yu was also chanting incantations and took out a scepter, with phantom images of wild wolves appearing around him. Flames also gathered gathered around Zhang Han. These wolves don't seem very strong, only around the second or third tier, but there are enough of them. However, the commotion went unnoticed by the Gorgon. Yi Qiu's heart stirred, and he noticed that Zhang Han was holding a small, talisman-like object. Zhang Han said with a smile, "This is a talisman made by a 6th-level Taoist ability user in the Mad Wolf Commando team. It can conceal our movements and our energy fluctuations. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to rashly amass our strength near the swarm of Garas." Yi Qiu nodded, indicating that he understood. However, the 6th-level Taoist ability user looks very fantastical, but I never expected that he could actually make talismans. Not long after, Luo let out a low roar. The next moment, she clapped her hands together, and a ball of blue-purple lightning floated out. Meanwhile, the wolf-shaped phantoms beside Baiyu, having gathered their strength during this time, became even more solid, faintly emitting roars before pouncing on the Gara female demons. Zhang Han waved his hand, and those clusters of firelight shot towards the group of Gara banshees like meteors. The three attacked simultaneously, but instead of spreading their attacks, they focused their attacks on the two third-tier Gara banshees. Everyone knows the saying, it's better to break one finger than to injure all 10. Instead of injuring a large number of Kalos, it would be better to send 2 Kalos to their deaths. Their sudden attack did indeed cause losses to the Garuda tribe. The two third-tier Garuda banshees didn't even have time to react before they were torn apart by the triple attack. At this moment, the leader, a 4th-tier Gara banshee who was taller and had more complex scales, noticed the situation. She roared to the sky, and several Gara banshees around her quickly gathered and attacked the direction where Yi Qiu and the others were. Yi Qiu drew his cold moon frost blade and dashed out. "What do you mean?" He also knew the meaning of one effort, then decline, then exhaustion. He immediately activated damage stacking, frost blade storm, and sword aura. Before he even reached the Garuda banshee, Yi Qiu unleashed a powerful strike using the power of his sword energy. A flash of dazzling light appeared, and the blade's energy surged forth. The third-tier Garuda banshee was cut in half at the waist. Seeing Yi Qiu's ferocious demeanor, Gong Yanyu and the others behind him couldn't help but have their eyes light up. Yi Qiu truly lived up to his reputation as a fierce individual capable of taking on a 4th-tier Gara banshee single-handedly, slaying a 3rd-tier Gara banshee with a single strike. Not to be outdone, Gong Yanyu unleashed several gleaming blades from the fist blades on his hands and charged out alongside Yi Qiu. Young Feng, who possessed the Wind Wings ability, also had light blue wings appear on his back, which flapped, and he used this power to arrive in front of Yi Qiu. He also drew the long sword from his waist and slashed at a 4th-tier Gara female demon. Even though the Naga banshee didn't have time to use her song to bewitch them, her physical abilities were still extremely formidable. She suddenly raised both arms and blocked the sword. But Young Feng was a 4th-tier ability user, and his sword strike did cause damage to the banshee Gara. At the same time, he flipped his body over, and the wings on his back slashed out like a knife, creating a wind blade. Yi Qiu was also facing off against a 4th-tier Garuda female demon, as was Gong Yanyu. As for Luo, with the help of Zhang Han and Baiyu, she began to slaughter those 3rd-tier Gara female demons. Before long, 4 of the remaining 5 Garudas had died. The 4th-tier Gara banshees also began to chant, but since Yi Qiu and the others were wearing special earplugs, their singing could not affect them. However, just as everyone felt a little relieved and thought victory was imminent, wah! A beautiful, melodious, and incredibly pleasant singing voice rang out. Yi Qiu felt a little dizzy, but a moment later, the moon goddess ring emitted a faint silver light, and the negative status on his body was instantly dispelled. He no longer bothered to conceal his strength and directly severed the neck of the 4th-tier Garuda banshee opposite him with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 41 monster, the Gara banshee. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. The other superhumans were also affected to varying degrees. Luo's eyes became confused, and her sword strikes slowed down considerably. Even the molten gold color in her eyes faded slightly, a sign that her superpower was about to dissipate. The 3rd-tier Garuda female demon opposite her gleamed with bloodlust, and her forearms clamped down on Luo. Seeing Luo, who was relatively close to him, Yi Qiu's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly swung his cold moonfrost blade, unleashing a blade of energy. The 3rd-tier Garuda banshee was then cut in two. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 31 monster, the Gara banshee. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. Elsewhere, for example, Gong Yangyu's battle situation also took an unusual turn. He was originally suppressing the 4th-tier Gara banshee, but now, the Gara banshee directly punched him away. Yi Qiu's eyes turned cold, and he rushed forward, also sending out a blade of energy. This 4th-tier Gara banshee was significantly stronger than the 3rd-tier Gara banshee. This strike didn't split its body in two, but it did leave a huge gash on its body. Then, Yi Qiu fought fiercely with it and killed it on his 4th move. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 41 monster, the Gara banshee. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. The singing grew clearer and clearer. Yi Qiu took a deep breath, shoved the microphone into his earpiece, and yelled, Wake up, all of you. His roar temporarily drowned out the ethereal singing. Yang Feng, who was a little further away and not too affected, was the first to regain his senses. He gritted his teeth and unleashed his ultimate skill. Wind Blade Slash. 16 wind blades surged forth, killing the already dying Gara Banshee opposite him. Without any hesitation, he covered his ears and flashed to Gong Yang Yu's side to protect him. Now, the superhuman team has almost completely lost its fighting ability. Only Yi Qiu remained conscious. He turned his gaze to the distance, where the ethereal singing grew closer. Clearly the siren Gara who was singing was gradually approaching them. This Garuda is clearly a 5th-tier demon. After considering for a moment, Yi Qiu used the bone conduction headphones to say, "Do you have any way to wake yourself up?" Yang Feng, who was the most lucid, as well as Zheng Han and Baiyu behind him, were also in a bit of a predicament. Finally, Zheng Han gritted his teeth. "We still have one talisman left, which can protect a person from negative effects, but it can only protect one person. Yi Qiu, you make the decision. Just choose one of us." After considering for a moment, Yi Qiu finally chose Baiyu. "Baiyu, his beast spirit phantom can fight alone, away from it." "Okay." Zheng Han handed the talisman directly to Baiyu. Baiyu took the talisman and immediately activated it. Then the others quickly left the area. At that moment, a galaxy-like female demon, over 3 meters tall, appeared ahead. Its body is covered in scales and armor with a metallic sheen, and its face is more beautiful than other Gara Banshees. It also holds various weapons that it has taken from human superhumans on its 4 arms, making it look particularly eerie, like a female demon that stepped out of a story. When it arrived in this area, it saw the corpses of its own kind lying on the ground, and its eyes were filled with anger. Yi Qiu's eyes turned cold. It's actually a 5th-tier Garuda female demon. Without any hesitation, he summoned the system and opened his personal panel. Level, LV 33 65%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, B rank, Shadow Blade, Strength, 156+. Intelligence, 136+. Physical Condition, 152+5. Mental Strength, 158+. Agility, 146+10. Evolution Points, 70-80. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal Skills, Damage Stacking, Advanced Skill, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection, Basic Skill, can be evolved, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Combo, Intermediate Skill, can be evolved, requires 20,000 evolution points. Sword Aura, Basic Skill, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, Excellent. Ring of the Moon, Transcendent. Light Boots, Superior. Cold Moon Frost Blade, Excellent. Wind Bracers, Superior. Heavy Armor, Superior. Yi Qiu silently recited in his mind, "Upgrade your heavy armor. Do you wish to consume 6,000 ability points and 100 Forest Elder's Fangs to evolve heavy armor into superior equipment?" Yi Qiu silently replied, "Yes." Ding. Consuming 600 billion energy points, 6,000 super energy points, and 100 Forest Elder's Fangs, the heavy armor has evolved into rock armor. Rock armor, excellent equipment. Effect 1, reduces damage taken from attacks of tier 5 or lower by 25%. Effect 2, reduces damage taken from attacks of tier 6 or lower by 10%. Yi Qiu took a deep breath, gripped the cold Moonfrost blade, and charged straight ahead. This time, he once again activated all 3 of his skills. When he arrived in front of the 5th-tier Garademonis, he suddenly leaped up and then slashed down with his sword. Each of the 5 Garuda Banshees held a sword in one of its 4 arms, and Yi Qiu's strike was blocked by its 4 swords, almost perfectly. But Yi Qiu was not discouraged. He took a deep breath, landed on the ground, and then slashed at its tail with his sword. The 5th-tier Gara Banshee roared and slashed at Yi Qiu with her right forearm. Yi Qiu raised his sword to block. This immense force caused Yi Qiu's body to tremble slightly. The man and the beast exchanged nearly a dozen blows. Although the Gara Banshee's fighting skills were rather crude, she had 4 arms and immense strength, so Yi Qiu couldn't gain the upper hand for the time being. Yi Qiu stepped back a few steps, and over there, several wolf-shaped phantoms summoned by Baiyu rushed over, temporarily blocking the Banshee Gara. It has to be said that Baiyu is quite strong, and his judgment of the battle situation is also very accurate. These few phantom wolves helped Yi Qiu solve a small problem. Yi Qiu sheathed his longsword and drew his bloodthirsty blade. The next instant, Yi Qiu activated Bloodlust and Fury and charged straight at them. At this moment, his chosen fighting style was also trading injury for death, with outputting damage almost without regard to consumption. Even when the swords of the Gorgon were sometimes struck by him, he could withstand them thanks to his heavy armor. Before long, Yi Qiu's body was covered in mottled bloodstains, and the Gara Banshee was also covered in wounds. Finally, Yi Qiu seized an opportunity and slit its throat with a single stroke. Blood spurted out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 52 monstrous beast, the Gara Banshee. You have gained 2,600 experience points and 1040 evolution points. Yi Qiu took a deep breath and then plopped down on the ground again. Killing this 5th-tier Gara Banshee nearly pushed him to his limit. He also had wounds of various sizes on his body. After taking a few more deep breaths, Yichio took out a healing potion and swallowed it while looking up. One healing potion wasn't even enough, so he took out another and swallowed it. After drinking another recovery potion, Yichio finally felt better. As he got up, Baiyu ran up behind him. He immediately took out medical supplies for bandaging wounds from his storage bag. Yichio, do you need me to bandage your wound? Yichio waved his hand. Just give me the stuff, I can bandage it myself. Baiyu immediately handed the items to Yichio, saying, this spray is for treating external injuries, and that ointment-like stuff can also be used to treat external injuries, but you must wrap it with a bandage. In addition to that, there is also an oral recovery potion and a healing potion. These two are specially supplied to our team. You can try them. They are very effective and will not conflict with other healing potions. Yichio nodded his thanks and drank a healing potion while looking up. Sure enough, as soon as he drank it, Yichio felt a surge of heat in his body, and his wounds felt a little better. Then Yichio drank another recovery potion before preparing to treat his wounds. Yichio took off his coat and then removed his rock armor. The rock armor had large and small gaps appearing on it, and he felt that it was no longer usable. When Yichio saw the full extent of his upper body, he realized that he was seriously injured, with 5 wounds, one of which went through his shoulder and was so deep that the bone was visible. It was the most serious wound. However, all 5 wounds have stopped bleeding and are slowly healing, which means the medicine Baiyu gave us earlier was quite effective. Then Yichio quickly cleaned the window, sprayed some mist, applied the milky white ointment, and then bandaged it. After treating his wounds, Yichio got up. At this moment, Dong Yangyu and the others behind him also walked over quickly. They all thanked Yichio in unison. Thank you very much, Brother Yi. Thank you, Yichio. We would be in danger this time without you. I can never repay your life-saving grace. Yichio simply smiled and said, we're all from the Mantis Commando, so we can be considered comrades in arms, right? There's nothing to thank me for. Yichio's carefree attitude earned him the respect of everyone. Gong Yangyu said directly, since you helped us so much this time, Brother Yi, we have decided to give you 70% of the spoils from eliminating the Gara Banshee horde, and we'll give you all the materials from that 5th tier Gara Banshee. Yichio shook his head. No need for that, you have indeed helped me a lot. How about this, give me the materials from the 5th tier Garuda Banshee, and give me 40% of the rest. What do you think? Yichio's attitude touched everyone's hearts. Gong Yangyu nodded solemnly. That's fine, but from today onwards, you are my brother, Gong Yangyu. If you ever need my help in the future, just let me know as long as it doesn't violate my principles. Yichio smiled. You've never seen my true face? You trust me that much? Gong Yangyu smiled and said, if you were really the kind of treacherous and wicked person who hides his true colors, that would be impossible, and I have great faith in my eyesight. Yichio nodded. Okay. Then Gong Yang and the others went over there to collect the materials from the 3rd and 4th tier Gara Banshees. Yichio's only son came to the side of the 5th tier Gara Demonis. Taking a deep breath, Yichio began to decompose the corpse. The scales and keratin layers were all usable, and Yichio wouldn't waste them. Then, he also found the crystal core of the Garuda, a round bead. This bead was slightly larger and darker in color than the crystal cores he had previously obtained, clearly containing more energy. Afterwards, Gong Yangyu brought some more materials and gave them to Yichio. Yichio glanced at it and confirmed it was indeed 40%. He nodded and said, thank you for your help. By the way, Brother Yi. Gong Yangyu considered for a moment. Do you need any other healing potions, recovery potions, or medical supplies? We can give you some. Yichio shook his head. Just sell it to me directly. If you don't want money, I can exchange these materials for it. Gong Yangyu's heart skipped a beat. After hesitating for a while, he still said, if you hadn't stopped that 5th tier Gara Banshee, we would have been in trouble. We can easily provide some healing potions and such. There's no need to be so polite. Seeing his resolute attitude, Yichio didn't say anything more. Gong Yangyu took out 4 potions and explained, they are 2 recovery potions and 2 healing potions. Then he took out a medical kit. This is a medical kit for treating external injuries. It's similar to what Baiyu gave you earlier. Seeing that Yichio thought it wasn't enough, Gong Yangyu waved to Zhang Han. Zhang Han, I remember you still have some healing and recovery potions left. Bring me 2 of each. Consider it a purchase on my behalf. Zhang Han said with a smile, I heard what you were saying just now. I guess I was saved by Yichio. This medicine is a gift from me. You don't need to pay for it. After saying this, she quickly walked over and handed over 4 vials of medicine. Yichio accepted the gifts and cupped his hands in thanks, saying, anyway, thank you all. However, all good things must come to an end, and I'm preparing to leave now. The group of people were stunned, especially Gong Yangyu, whose eyes showed a hint of helplessness. Don't leave so soon. Your injuries haven't fully healed yet. What if you encounter another powerful beast? I suggest you rest with us for half a day before you leave. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes, Yichio did not refuse again. For the next half day, the group set up camp on the ground and prepared some simple food. After eating, Yichio took a nap. When he woke up, it was already evening. Yichio declined their invitation to team up and headed towards one side of the shadow forest without lingering. I don't know if it's because the Garuda female demons have been entrenched in in this area, but the number of strange beasts here has decreased significantly. About 2 hours had passed, and Yi Qiu had only killed a few large-eared bats and a few centipedes. Yi Qiu frowned slightly. Should we change direction? After some deliberation, he changed direction, quickened his pace, and continued exploring the shadow jungle. Time flew by, and another hour passed. Yi Qiu frowned slightly. What's going on? Have all the monsters here been cleared out by someone else? It's already the third night, and Yi Qiu only has a little over a day left to stay here. By the early morning of the 5th day, he'll have to figure out how to return to the Mad Wolf Commando team. After all, Gu Yueling said she wanted him to participate in the exploration of the cave. Yi Qiu didn't want to waste the evening, so he quickened his pace. Not long after, he noticed a faint blue glow coming from ahead. A plant-based mythical beast, or a special kind of mythical beast? Yi Qiu's heart stirred, and he immediately slowed his steps, using his special ability Shadow Blade to shroud his body in shadow as he slowly walked over. Pushing aside the bushes, Yi Qiu discovered a spring in front of him. In the very center of the spring was a huge dark blue vine, the leaves of which shimmered with blue fluorescence, looking absolutely beautiful. In addition, blue-green moths also perched on the vines. Those moths looked extremely beautiful, even more so than some butterflies. Even so, Yi Qiu's gaze did not linger on them, but instead focused directly on a fruit growing on the vine. Indeed, this enormous dark blue vine bore only one fruit, the size of a baby's head, with a beautiful blue color and a faint blue fluorescence. After some deliberation, Yi Qiu finally sent out a detection spell. Glassy fruit, a unique fruit born from the energy of heaven and earth. After consumption, it can improve physical fitness, increasing strength, constitution, and agility by +10. Yi Qiu's heart stirred. This must be a treasure. He didn't intend to consume the fruit, but he could give it to Xia Rongrong or Qin Sakshu as a way of returning the favor. As for those giant moths, Yi Qiu considered it for a moment and then cast a detection spell on them as well. Blue Jade Moth, a level 31 alien beast. Its scales have hallucinogenic effects, and its mouthparts and claws are as tough as steel. It is extremely fast and is a relatively dangerous alien beast. Yi Qiu didn't say much. He immediately took out the antidote, swallowed it in one gulp, activated the effect of the Moon Goddess Ring, and then slowly drew out the cold Moonfrost Blade. Then, he rushed over with the knife. Yi Qiu moved with incredible speed, and as soon as he reached the vines, he slashed at a blue jade moth with his sword. Before the blue jade moth could even react, Yi Qiu had already cleaved it in two. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 31 beast, Blue Jade Moth. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. At this moment, several blue jade moths beside him attacked Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu used his agile feet to dodge the blue jade moths while fighting back with the cold Moonfrost Blade in his hand. Each of his strikes could sever a blue jade moth. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 29 beast, Blue Jade Moth. You have gained 1450 experience points and 480 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 26 mutated beast, Blue Jade Moth. You have gained 1300 experience points and 520 evolution points. While Yi Qiu was wreaking havoc, the largest blue jade moth, with the most intricate and ornate patterns on its body, sensed something was amiss. It flapped its wings and swooped down. Of course, this blue jade moth did not immediately engage Yi Qiu in combat, but instead slapped the scales from its wings at him first. The scales were caught by the wings and blown over. A sweet aroma wafted over. The fragrance was very strange. It wasn't like the refreshing scent of flowers and herbs. Yi Qiu felt a little dizzy after smelling it. Fortunately, Yi Qiu took the antidote first, and at this point he still had some resistance to this hallucinogenic drug. I almost fell for it. Yi Qiu finally understood why the description mentioned scale powder. Then, he quickly took out a mask, put it on his face, and continued to slaughter the low and mid-level blue jade moths. Yi Qiu had no heavy armor to help him at this time, and there were too many of these blue jade moths. Before long, Yi Qiu had some wounds on his body again. But he knew one thing: the dawn of victory was just ahead, so he gritted his teeth and persevered. Finally, Yi Qiu leaped into the air and slashed at the large blue jade moth that was trying to escape. The blue jade moth let out a hiss, its wing was cut in half by Yi Qiu, and its whole body fell to the ground. Then Yi Qiu kicked its soft abdomen and cut its body into several pieces. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 34 beast, Blue Jade Moth. You have gained 1700 experience points and 680 evolution points. Yi Qiu took a deep breath, and a look of relief appeared on his face. Then Yi Qiu turned his gaze to the glass fruit on the dark blue vine. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qiu rushed over, picked the glass fruit, placed it in a wooden box he had prepared in his storage bag, and then stuffed it into the storage bag. Storage bags inherently possess the ability to freeze time and space. Placing the fruit inside a storage bag will prevent it from spoiling. Then Yi Qiu began collecting materials. The scales of these blue jade moths should be useful. In addition, the crystal nucleus and the sharpest part of the mouthparts are also quite valuable. It took Yi Qiu more than an hour to collect these materials and dig out the crystal core. After he finished processing the materials from the exotic beasts, Yi Qiu checked the time. It was already past 3 a.m. It will be dawn in about 2 hours. He continued exploring. Another hour passed, and he had only hunted down some common strange beasts, such as caveworms and centipedes. This left him somewhat dissatisfied. After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. The sky was beginning to lighten, and Yichio discovered something that made him feel rather surprised. He seemed to have left the middle layer of the shadow forest and arrived at the outer layer, or even that he was almost out of the shadow forest altogether. Yichio jumped onto a tree branch and observed the area ahead, where he could even see rolling green hills. That was another gathering place for strange beasts, along with the shadow forest, called the Source Green Hills. The ultimate skill scroll that Rina obtained earlier was also dropped by a goblin mage in Green Hills. Should I go to Yule Hills? Yichio pondered this. The Green Hills are home to a greater variety and number of strange beasts, but they are also more dangerous. Even without the protection of the Dark Hour, he can now roam freely on the outskirts of the Green Hills based solely on his apparent strength. If I remember correctly, there's a market for trading people with superpowers near the Green Hills. I could go check it out. After making up his mind, Yichio first took out some food and ate a little. In addition, he took out the healing and recovery potions he had previously obtained from Zhang Han and swallowed one of each. After resting, Yichio jumped down from the tree branch and headed towards Yule Hill at a relatively fast pace. 2 hours later, at a gathering place for superhumans near the border of Shadow Forest and Green Hills. Wearing a mask, Yichio walked slowly over, curiously looking around at this gathering place for people with superpowers. This place is much better than the treehouse Yichio saw in the Misty Forest. It has a relatively high wall and guards, like patrolling soldiers, standing guard at the entrance. Entry into the gathering place for superhumans requires a ticket, which costs 1 second-tier crystal core. The guard said in a deep voice. Yichio nodded and took out a second-tier crystal core, handing it over. Yichio was followed by a team of superhumans. Their strength was not very high, they were all at the second tier. The squad leader was clearly unhappy. Why do we need a second-tier crystal core as payment? A second-tier crystal core can sell for 5,000 ability coins. Isn't that a bit too expensive? The guard sneered. Are you still stuck in the society of ordinary people? 5,000 ability coins is indeed a lot, equivalent to an ordinary person's monthly income, but for ability users like us, it's nothing. There are quite a few second-tier beasts on the outskirts of Green Hills and Shadow Forest. If you can't even afford a second-tier crystal core, I suggest you don't enter our settlement. You can't afford it. The squad leader's expression shifted several times, but he eventually took out 5 second-tier crystal cores and handed them over. Yichio shook his head silently. Now that they were here, they had to follow the rules of the superhuman gathering place. The previous team leader was indeed a bit naive. Once inside, Yichio began to observe the settlement. This is incredibly boring. The area is not very large, roughly equivalent to a small village with a few dozen households. There are 3 streets, but not many street vendors. However, there are a few exceptionally tall buildings with signs that read Weaponry Pavilion, Medical Institute, and 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Yichio could also deduce that the Weapon Pavilion was probably used to sell various equipment. The Medical Institute was probably a place that sold medicine or was similar to a clinic or hospital, and the Wanbaila was probably a place that acquired various receivables. Yichio had been slightly injured and was going to the medical center for a checkup. When he entered the Medical Institute, he found that it was indeed similar to a hospital, with a color scheme of blue, white and green. Every now and then, he could see some bruised and battered superhumans coming and going in and out of the various rooms. After Yichio arrived, a woman dressed in white gently asked, "Honorable soldier, what service do you require?" Yichio carefully considered his words and said, "I'm injured. Do you offer any healing services here?" "Of course there are." The woman in white said softly, "We have a 4th level holy priest here who can cast the Rain of Life spell for you. Of course, it costs a lot." Yichio then asked, "How much does it cost to have a 4th tier holy priest cast the Rain of Life spell once?" "It costs you 800,000 ability coins to have a 4th tier holy priest cast the Rain of Life spell once." The woman in white smiled and said, "However, you don't need to think this price is too expensive. The Rain of Life spell cast by a 4th tier holy priest can completely heal all injuries on a 4th tier or lower professional, and the Rain of Life spell will not consume your resources." Yichio nodded. Alright then. He estimated that the materials and crystal cores he obtained from this trip into the Shadow Jungle would only be worth 8 or 9 million, and losing 1/10 of them made him feel a little pained. Actually, if other superhumans heard Yichio say that, they would probably curse him out. A normal tier 3 ability user would only earn a few 100,000 or 200,000 if they stayed in the ability forest for 3 days, and that would be considered lucky. Yichio was able to obtain so many exotic beast materials because he possessed the abnormal talent skill Dark Hour, which directly boosted his true combat power to the initial stage of the 5th rank. This allowed him to cut down 3rd rank exotic beasts as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, and kill 4th rank exotic beasts as easily as slaughtering chickens and dogs. You don't need to think it's too expensive. As a soldier of the Mad Wolf Commando, you'll get a 20% discount on treatment. After paying the the corresponding amount, you can come with me for treatment, the woman in white said with a smile. Yi Chio's heart stirred. There's also a 20% discount? That's not bad. Yi Chio did the math and took out about 10 third-tier crystal cores and some third-tier materials. The value of pre-sold materials is calculated in this way. A typical tier 1 crystal core and materials cost around 2,000 energy coins, while a whole tier 1 beast is worth approximately 5,000 energy coins. The crystal cores and materials of a second-tier alien beast are priced between 5,000 and 10,000 energy coins. A whole second-tier alien beast is worth about 30,000 energy coins. The third tier is even more precious. The production of a whole third-tier beast is worth approximately 100,000 energy coins. The fourth tier is even rarer, with a whole fourth-tier beast worth approximately 300,000 to 400,000 energy coins. The woman in white did a quick calculation and said, "That's fine, it's enough." Yi Chio followed the woman in white to a room where a middle-aged woman with a dignified and beautiful appearance was sitting. She must be the 4th-level holy priest. The woman in white said again, "Sister Zhou, this person needs you to perform the sweet rain technique once." The middle-aged woman nodded and then said to Yi Chio, "If you can, show me your wound, or tell me roughly where it is. My sweet rain technique can be adjusted accordingly." Yi Chio thought this person was quite responsible and nodded, saying, "The main wounds are all on my upper body, especially my back." The middle-aged woman took out a scepter placed beside her, chanted a spell, and in the next instant, a golden light emanated from her scepter, which then transformed into a misty rain of light that fell on Yi Chio. Yi Chio's upper body, in particular, was bathed in even more light and rain. Yi Chio felt much better, especially the wounds on his upper body, which felt tingly and itchy. He felt as if a wound was healing and new flesh was growing. Less than 5 minutes later, Yi Chio felt that the pain was gone all over his body and his condition had returned to its peak. As expected of a 4th-tier holy priest, this rain of dew spell was definitely worth it. Yi Chio nodded his thanks and left the room. Then Yi Chio observed some of the shelves in the hall, which contained various medicines. After looking around, Yi Chio purchased 3 healing potions, 3 recovery potions, and 2 antidotes, based on his previous consumption. These 3 healing potions and 3 recovery potions cost 50,000 each. Each of the 2 antidotes costs 30,000 yuan. The price was slightly higher than what he had originally bought, but after reading the description, Yi Chio felt it was still worth it if the description was correct. After leaving the house, Yi Chio headed straight for the weapon pavilion. Upon entering the weapons pavilion, Yi Chio could see various weapons hanging in the hall. There were other equipment as well, but most of them were weapons. Yi Chio came here to acquire more equipment and upgrade it with evolution points to boost his strength. As soon as Yi Chio entered, a young woman who looked to be in her early 20s walked over to him. "Honorable warrior, what weapons or equipment do you require?" Yi Chio carefully considered his words and said, "A common grade longsword, preferably with a slight fire attribute. In addition, a common grade pendant, preferably with some ability, and then a common grade soft armor. The rock armor I had previously obtained was already badly damaged and could no longer be used." Then Yi Chio wanted a fire attribute longsword, also to deal with plant type and ice attribute alien beasts that might appear in the future. As for the ordinary pendant, if he has enough evolution points to evolve it, it might bring him a pleasant surprise, just like the moon goddess ring. "Please come with me." The young girl led Yi Chio to the second floor and said softly, "Here you can find the common grade equipment you need. Of course, the price may be a little higher, because the ordinary grade equipment you requested has attributes attached. Ordinary grade equipment with attributes is more expensive and complex than normal ordinary grade equipment, both in terms of materials and crafting process." Yi Chio nodded in understanding, and then the young girl led Yi Chio to a display case full of swords. The first and fourth swords from top to bottom are common grade fire attribute equipment. The first sword is an 8-sided Han sword, while the fourth sword is a heavy sword. The young girl smiled and said, "The price for the first round is 250,000 ability coins, and the price for the second round is 300,000 ability coins." Yi Chio asked, "Could we take it out and try?" "Of course." The young girl nodded, "But you can't damage them. If you do, you'll have to pay for the damage or just buy them." "I understand." The young girl opened the display case, and Yi Chio took out 2 swords and tried them out. The 8-sided Han sword felt more comfortable to handle, while the heavy sword was a bit less so. Yi Chio cast another detection spell on the 8-sided Han sword. 8-sided Han sword, common grade equipment, forged from refined iron and a trace amount of crimson flame iron, with a small amount of fire attribute damage. Yi Chio discovered that it did indeed possess fire attributes, so he nodded, "Let's take this 8-sided Han sword. As for the necklace and soft armor you need next, they are here. Please come with me." The young girl nodded and led Yi Chio to another display case. This display case is full of necklaces. She pointed to the second row. These necklaces are all of ordinary grade, and they all have a slight attribute boost, such as boosting strength and agility. Yi Chio then asked directly, "Which one is of the best quality?" The young girl was somewhat surprised and pointed to one of them. "It's this one. It can increase strength and agility by 2 points." Yi Chio nodded. "This is it. Okay, the price of this pendant is 200,000 superpower coins," the girl said with a smile. smile. I can accept it. Yi Qiu nodded. Okay, I'll take you to see the soft armor right away. After handing the pendant to Yi Qiu, the girl led him to the place where the soft armor was kept. Yi Qiu looked around and finally chose a set of golden silk soft armor. This set of soft armor was extremely expensive, worth 600,000 ability coins, but he didn't say much because he had just cast a detection spell over it. Golden silk soft armor, common grade equipment, woven from silk threads made from a fusion of black gold and various rare materials. It is extremely tough, and its defensive capabilities are comparable to some superior grade soft armors, but it lacks any additional effects. For Yi Qiu, whether the soft armor had any additional effects or not was irrelevant, as long as it was tough enough, so he also wanted the soft armor. When they arrived at the checkout counter, Yi Qiu paid directly with his prepaid card. Because the price of materials will be reduced to some extent here, Yi Qiu spent 1.25 million superpower coins and obtained 3 pieces of equipment. After Yi Qiu changed all his equipment in the lobby, he called up the system and summoned his personal panel. Level, LV 3465%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, B rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 160+, Intelligence 140+, Physical Condition 156+5, Mental Strength 162+, Agility 150+10, Evolution Points 24640. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal skills, Damage Stacking, Advanced Skill, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection, Basic Skill, can be evolved, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Combo, Intermediate Skill, can be evolved, requires 20,000 evolution points. Sword Aura, Basic Skill, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, Excellent, Ring of the Moon, Fried Rice, Light and Agile Boots, Superior, Cold Moon Frost Blade, Excellent, Wind Bracers, Superior, Golden Silk Armor, Common, Guardian Necklace, Common, 8-sided Han Sword, Common. Yi Qiu then clicked on the last 3 items in the equipment menu. 8-sided Han Sword, Common grade equipment, forged from refined iron and a trace of crimson flame iron, with a small amount of fire attribute damage. Evolvable, requiring 2,000 evolution points, a golden flame fox crystal core, and 20 Gara Banshee scales. Guardian Pendant, Common grade equipment, crafted from the core of the White Wolf King's fawn, increases the host's agility and strength by 2 points. It can evolve, requiring 3,000 evolution points and 12 forest wolf fangs. Golden Silk Soft Armor, Common grade equipment, woven from silk threads made from a fusion of black gold and various rare materials. Extremely tough, its defensive capabilities rival some superior grade soft armors, but it lacks any additional effects. It can be evolved, requiring 2,000 evolution points and 50 Garo Banshee scale armor. Yi Qiu silently recited in his mind. Evolved 8-sided Han Sword, Guardian Pendant, Golden Silk Armor. Ding! Consumed 7,000 evolution points, Golden Flame Fox Crystal Core, 20 Garo Banshee scales, 12 Forest Wolf Fangs, and 50 Garo Banshee scales to evolve the 8-sided Han Sword, Guardian Pendant, and Golden Silk Armor. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the superior grade equipment, Golden Flame Sword, Wolf Fawn Pendant, and Gara Soft Armor. Yi Qiu's eyes lit up slightly, and he brought up the information on these 3 superior grade equipment. Golden Flame Sword, superior grade equipment. Effect 1, adds fire attack, dealing an additional 10% damage to beasts with a counter attribute. Effect 2, Flame Blade, usable 3 times a day. When used, a layer of golden flame appears on the blade, increasing attack power by 20% for 1 minute. Can be evolved, requiring 6,000 evolution points, 5 tier 3 Firefox cores, and 10 tier 4 Wild Bull horns. Guardian Pendant, superior grade equipment. Effect 1, increases the host's agility and strength by 10 points. Effect 2, when the host takes damage, there is a chance to reduce the damage, up to a maximum of 10% of the host's full force attack. Can be evolved, requiring 10,000 evolution points and 10 tier 4 beast cores. Gallo Soft Armor, superior grade equipment. Effect 1, Toughness, provides up to 20% immunity to damage from level 40 beasts. Effect 2, Magic Resistance, possesses partial elemental resistance, reducing elemental damage from level 4 beasts by up to 30%. Requires 10,000 evolution points and 30 wildebeest horns. With only enough ability points left to evolve the Golden Flame Sword and the Garo Armor, Yi Qiu continued to chant in his mind. Evolve the Golden Flame Sword and the Gara Soft Armor. Ding! Consume 6,000 evolution points, 5 Firefox cores, 10 Wild Bull horns, 10,000 evolution points, and 30 Wild Horse horns to evolve the Golden Flame Sword and the Garo Soft Armor. Evolution successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the superior grade equipment, the Holy Flame Sword and the Gara Spirit Armor. Yi Qiu took a deep breath, a hint of surprise appearing in his eyes. He then checked the attributes of the 2 superior grade equipment. Holy Flame Sword, excellent grade equipment. Effect 1, adds fire attack, dealing an additional 25% damage to beasts with a weaker element. Effect 2, Golden flame blade, usable 3 times a day. When used, a layer of golden flame appears on the blade, increasing attack power by 30% for 3 minutes. Can be evolved, requiring 30,000 evolution points, 20 tier 4 fire attribute crystal cores, and 2 tier 5 fire attribute crystal cores. Gallo Spirit Armor, excellent grade equipment. Effect 1, Toughness, provides up to 30% immunity to damage from beasts below level 50. Effect 2, Magic Resistance, possesses partial elemental resistance, reducing elemental damage from 5th tier beasts by up to 30%. Can be evolved, requiring 50,000 evolution points, 5 4th tier Gallo Banshee crystal cores, and 1 5th tier Gallo Banshee crystal core. Yi Qiu's eyes showed a hint of surprise. These 2 pieces of excellent equipment were already quite good. He left the weapon shop and prepared to go to Wanbeilu to take a look. What he needs to do this time is to go to Wanbeilu to collect all the materials needed for the evolution equipment. The Wanbao building is the most magnificent building, and its interior is exceptionally elegant, with some decorations reminiscent of ancient Greece and Rome, such as stained glass windows and marble columns. After Yi Qiu went inside, a young man quickly walked over, bowed, and said, "Respected soldier, what service do you need?" He stated directly, "I need to provide a batch of materials and purchase another batch of materials. Please come with me." The young man led Yi Qiu to the nearby second floor. The waiter knew that Yi Qiu's equipment was extraordinary and could sense his strength, so he was very polite and took the initiative to greet him. After arriving on the second floor, he poured Yi Qiu a cup of tea and then called over a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man said, "Esteemed soldier, what materials do you need, and what materials do you wish to sell? Let me tell you about the materials I want to buy first." Yi Qiu said directly, "I need 24th order fire attribute crystal cores and 2 5th order fire attribute crystal cores. Fire attribute beasts are generally found near volcanoes and are rarely seen in forest-type terrains. 24th tier fire attribute crystal cores are worth 4 million energy coins, and 2 5th tier fire attribute crystal cores are worth 1 million energy coins." The middle-aged man's eyes were very serious. "Are you sure you want to buy these things?" Yi Qiu nodded, took out his prepaid card, and said, "There should still be 4 million superpower coins in the prepaid card. As for the remaining 1 million, I will use other materials to offset it." "Okay, sir, I'll go find the materials for you right away." The middle-aged man took the prepaid card and slowly backed away. Not long after, the middle-aged man returned with a wooden box in his hand. Inside the box were 24th order fire attribute crystal cores and 2 5th order fire attribute crystal cores. Yi Qiu then took out the blue jade moth materials he had previously obtained. Although most of these materials were of the 3rd tier, their total value was around 1 million, which was just enough to make up for the deficit. The middle-aged man nodded, carefully took it, and after examining it for a moment, said, "The scales of the blue jade moth can be used to make a rare medicine, so it is relatively expensive. If you sell them all to us, in addition to making up for the losses, we can also give you 500,000 as compensation." "Sure," Yi Qiu nodded. However, the middle-aged man then said cautiously, "Since you've hunted so many blue jade moths, you should have obtained a glass fruit, right?" Yi Qiu's heart stirred slightly, and he asked again, "Do you know about the glass fruit?" The middle-aged man nodded. "It's just that there are too many dangers near that spring, and ordinary people with superpowers can't get there." Yi Qiu could actually guess that a simple antidote would hardly be able to help him avoid the hallucinogenic effects of the blue jade moth scale powder. It was mostly thanks to his own moon goddess ring that he was able to achieve this. Yi Qiu smiled and said, "I'm very sorry, that glass fruit is very precious, and I don't intend to sell it." "That's understandable." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, then added, "But we have partnerships with pharmaceutical companies. If you are willing to give us that glass fruit, the alchemists at the medical institute can refine it into a glass pill, which is more effective than swallowing it whole. Moreover, we are willing to give you 2/3 of the pill's completion, and the other auxiliary medicines will be free." Yi Qiu's heart stirred. "The glazed pill, what is that?" "This is a relatively precious elixir that can enhance the stats of superhumans," the middle-aged man quickly said. "Although a whole glazed fruit can increase strength, agility, and constitution by 10 points, if it is refined into glazed pills, there is a high probability that more than 6 pills will be produced. At the same time, each glazed pill can increase strength, agility, and constitution by 3 points, and each person can take a maximum of 4 pills." Yi Qiu calculated that he would receive 4 glazed pills and also gain a few more stat points. He then asked, "How long does it typically take to refine the elixir?" A flicker of interest crossed the middle-aged man's eyes. "If you're in a hurry, it can be done in an hour at most." Yi Qiu nodded, took out a wooden box, and handed it to the middle-aged man. "The glazed fruit is inside. Thank you for your help." "Alright, I'll go find someone to refine the pills right away." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "You can rest here for a while." Yi Qiu rested there for a while. About an hour later, the middle-aged man reappeared, this time with a wooden box in his hand. He politely handed the wooden box to Yi Qiu. "This contains the glazed pill that I told you about before. However, I suggest you take it in a safe environment, because it takes 3 hours to refine 1 glazed pill." Yi Qiu nodded, okay, thank you for reminding me. Then the middle-aged man politely asked, excuse me, esteemed soldier, is there anything else you require? Yichio shook his head, I don't need that. After saying that, Yichio left. Yichio looked around the gathering place again, but there was really nothing he needed. So Yichio left this place and headed to the Yulv Hills, which were not too far away. About an hour later, Yichio arrived at Yulv Hills. Near the entrance to Yulv Hills, Yichio saw many teams of superhumans recruiting members. After considering it for a moment, Yichio felt that he could try joining a team of superhumans to get used to the team dynamics in advance. Because if I were to explore the cave with Gu Yueling, the female protagonist, and others, it would definitely be in the form of a team. If you're not comfortable with teaming up to hunt monsters, you'll likely encounter some trouble. At this point, it's not unreasonable to adapt in advance. After looking around, Yichio felt that he could join some third-tier ability user teams. As for the fourth-tier superhuman team, although I have the corresponding strength, there are still limitations. If it weren't for the darkness, Yichio wouldn't have been able to unleash 2.5 times his strength. Moreover, most superhumans rest at night, so Yichio didn't plan to join the fourth-tier superhuman squad. Yichio initially chose a 4-person team, 2 melee classes, 1 elemental mage, and 1 holy priest. The leader was a tall swordsman. Their requirements were written on the sign next to them. We are looking to recruit an archer or a summoner. Yichio went over and tried asking the tall swordsman, I am a third-tier ability user, but I am a melee class. My ability is Shadow Blade. Would you be willing to recruit me? I'm very sorry, but we still prefer to find a summoner and an archer. The tall swordsman politely refused Yichio's offer. Yichio considered it for a moment, then searched around again, and finally found a sign at the end that listed 4 people recruiting melee-type ability users, and also agreed to recruit assassin-type ability users. Yichio smiled and said, I am an assassin-type ability user, currently at level 34, and I am interested in teaming up with you. The leader was a beautiful elven archer. She glanced at Yichio and said, while we don't have high requirements regarding level, we still hope you can meet our combat standards. Would you like to have a match with one of our people? If you pass, we'll accept you into our team. Yichio, however, felt that there was nothing wrong with it. Anyway, he was quite confident in his abilities. So Yichio nodded and said, of course. The elven archer smiled and said, my name is Wu Duo, a level 36 ability user. My ability is Moon Goddess's Bow, an A-level ability that allows me to conjure a bow and arrow, making me an ability user similar to an elven archer. Then she introduced a burly man behind her. This is the shield warrior in our team, named Zhang Guangxiang. He is a level 37 ability user with a B-level ability called Earth Power, which gives him immense strength and extraordinary physical attributes. The last 2 are magic-type ability users in our team. The older sister is named Hu Mei. Her awakened ability is Ice Element Control, an A-level ability, and she is a level 36 ability user. As for that shorter boy, his name is Hua Yun. He is a genius member of our team. He is now a level 39 ability user, an S-class ability, and possesses the Druid Soul, which can transform him into various wild beasts and cast various natural spells. Yichio turned his gaze to the boy at the very back, a slight surprise in his eyes. S-rank ability, Druid Soul. This is no simple character. I didn't expect the team I chose to be so strong. So Yichio smiled and said, alright, I can spar with one of your members. The shield warrior Zhang Guangxiang walked over, cupped his hands in greeting to Yichio, and said, let's go over there and fight. Actually, the space here wasn't very big, but Yichio agreed. Okay. The 2 went directly to a nearby open space, and the elf archer Wu Duo followed with the 2 people behind her. Huayan lowered her voice and asked Hu Mei, sister Hu, do you think this Yichio is reliable? He's still wearing a mask? Although he looks like a new recruit in the Wild Wolf Commando, isn't level 34 a bit too low? We'll see. If he can't pass our test, we'll just reject him, Hu Mei said with a smile. At this moment, Yichio drew the cold moon frost blade from his waist and said to Zhang Guangxiang, Yichio, a level 34 ability user, please enlighten me. Zhang Guangxiang took out the large shield he was carrying on his back and pulled out a short axe from his waist. Then he rushed towards Yichio. He was incredibly fast, rushing towards Yichio almost like a whirlwind, and then swung his axe at Yichio. Actually, he was slightly stronger than Yichio, but this battle between him and Yichio was a test for Yichio, and he didn't hold back. Yichio withstood the attack with his cold moonfrost blade. To be honest, Yichio's base stats were already slightly higher than those of other professionals of the same level, so he didn't find it too difficult to withstand this attack. Seeing Yichio's reaction, Zhang Guangxiang's eyes showed slight surprise. Young man, you're quite capable. After saying that, he swung his axe many times in an instant. But Yichio remained very calm, a slight smile playing on his lips, and said, thank you for the compliment. Zhang Guangxiang's gaze became more focused, and at the same time, a faint earthy yellow glow began to emanate from his body. Based on Yichio's judgment, he should be using his special ability, the power of the earth, because the energy luster of earth attribute abilities is earthy yellow. As expected, Yichio could clearly sense that Zhang Guangxiang was stronger, but that's nothing, it's within his tolerance. He wielded the cold moon frost blade, slashing moving repeatedly to block one attack after another. Wu Duo and the others watching from the sidelines also showed a hint of surprise in their eyes. Hu Mei's lips curled slightly, a smile playing on her gentle face. This is getting interesting. The young druid, Hua Yun, also looked surprised. Is Yi Qiu really that strong? Although Brother Zhang's superpower isn't particularly strong, his own strength is by no means weak. Under his full force attack, Yi Qiu was able to withstand it for so long. It's beyond my comprehension of him. At this moment, Wu Duo pondered and said, what level of superpower is Shadow Blade? I don't think I've ever heard of it before. Hu Mei pondered for a moment, then, looking at Yi Qiu's current condition, said, it's probably a fairly powerful A-level ability. After all, his strength and speed have already surpassed those of an ordinary level 34 melee type ability user. Wu Duo gave an affirmative answer. That's right, it should be a level A ability. But if these people knew that Yi Qiu's current superpower, Shadow Blade, was only a B-level superpower, they would probably be very surprised. Zhang Guangxiang had already developed his supernatural earth power to its limit, but he still couldn't defeat Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu was also ready to end the battle immediately. He gripped the cold moon frost blade with both hands, leaped into the air, and then slashed downwards with a fierce blow. With this strike, he activated the Shadow Blade and imbued it with dark power. The power of darkness merged with the inherent frost power of the cold moon twin blades, unleashing a blade light resembling a deep blue color. Even though Zhang Guangxiang raised his large shield, the slash was so powerful that he was forced to retreat several steps. Then Yi Qiu flashed out, quickly deflected the large axe in his hand, and pointed a knife at his neck. At this point, it goes without saying who has one. Meanwhile, Wu Duo and the others still looked slightly surprised. Wu Duo smiled and said, we're about to have a new teammate. Hua Yun nodded in agreement. His strength is indeed impressive, I would say so. Hu Mei's eyes gleamed as she asked, is this young man capable? With him, we can make things much smoother in the Green Hills. I'll explain the rules to him later, and then you guys see how it goes. If it's feasible, we can recruit him into our team directly. Wu Duo nodded. Although she is the captain of the team, to be honest, Hu Mei is more skilled in interpersonal relationships and negotiation. She became the captain because she had a strong sense of combat and rich experience in commanding operations. Even though Yi Qiu only defeated Zhang Guangxiang, his eyes didn't show any arrogance. He even apologized. Brother Zhang, are you alright? Don't worry, I'm not hurt. Zhang Guangxiang laughed heartily, patted his chest, and said, as the possessor of the earth power ability, to be honest, I'm actually quite tough. You definitely didn't hurt me just now. But as an assassin type ability user, your strength is indeed quite surprising. Yi Qiu smiled and said, I guess you could call this my talent. Then Zhang Guangxiang said, you have the ability. As long as you agree with our philosophy, joining our team shouldn't be a problem. We also welcome strong individuals like you. Yi Qiu nodded. Alright, let's get to know each other later. If possible, I'd like to become your teammate. The reason he valued this team was simple. The team leader didn't look down on him because of his low rank, but instead chose to test him in actual combat. This is a more thoughtful approach. Not long after, Yi Qiu and Zhang Guangxiang returned to the team. Hu Mei walked over slowly and said softly, Brother Yi, our team is called the Forest Team. The Forest Squad has some rules, and I hope you can listen to me explain them in detail. If you can accept that, we'll be teammates from now on. Yi Qiu nodded and said, yes, please tell me, Sister Hu. Hu Mei said, first of all, our Forest Team strictly prohibits conflicts among members. We veteran members can all do this. If you have a conflict with us because of something unnecessary and it affects the normal team operation, the first time we will give you a verbal warning, the second time we will deduct some of the spoils, and the third time we will expel you from our team. Yi Qiu nodded, I understand. However, I need to look at your team's other regulations before making a judgment. Hu Mei said with a smile, as for other requirements for our team, it is simply to follow the arrangements made by the group. Of course, we're not saying that our team is controlled by one person. Before doing anything, we listen to the opinions of every team member and then make the final decision. If you can't follow the group's arrangements, I can't keep you in our team. Yi Qiu nodded as well. Hu Mei said, as for the third point, it is about the distribution of our spoils. Our distribution of spoils is strictly based on each person's contribution in the battle. There will be no bias whatsoever. After saying this, Hu Mei took out something that looked like a small sphere. After she opened it, the small sphere flew into the air. Hu Mei added, this is a high-tech tool that the shelter created first. It can record the entire battle process and allocate contribution points based on everyone's performance in battle. With this tool, we can completely avoid all kinds of disputes and be able to distribute the spoils more fairly. Yi Qiu's eyes still showed a hint of surprise. This is probably a high-tech product from the shelter, and it likely contains a simple artificial intelligence. However, this kind of thing won't be cheap. It's estimated to cost over 500,000 ability coins. However, having such a tool can indeed help avoid trouble. So Yi Qiu nodded. I can accept all three conditions. Alright, welcome Yi Qiu as our fifth member. We can now enter the Source Green Hills. Wu Duo also said with a smile. Yi Qiu nodded and said, alright, let's set off immediately. The five of them tidied up the place and headed towards the the Green Hills. Wu Duo handed a map to Yi Qiu, saying, "This map marks the activity ranges of some of the strange beasts. When we go there this time, we can also use this map to hunt down the strange beasts." Yi Qiu didn't seem too surprised. He remained relatively calm. The hilly terrain differed from the forest terrain, and the shadow jungle was more complex, making it difficult to control the activities of the strange beasts. The terrain of the Green Hills should make it easier to detect the movements of the strange beasts, so it's normal to have a map. About an hour later, the group arrived at a place that resembled a meadow. Wu Duo stopped and looked into the distance again. A hint of surprise appeared in her eyes as she said to everyone, "There's a herd of wildebeest ahead, and it's not too big. There are 15 wildebeest in total. What's going on?" "That's a great start." Yi Qiu was quite familiar with wildebeest, a mythical beast. Yi Qiu took out another pair of binoculars, observed carefully, and then said, "These 15 wildebeests are generally around the 3rd tier, with only one 4th tier wildebeest. If we work together, we should be able to take them down smoothly." Druid Huayun nodded as well. Wu Duo then said, "Then we can talk about how to make tactical arrangements next." Yi Qiu didn't say much, because he doesn't know much about this. Wu Duo said directly, "Among these 15 wildebeest, there are 3 calves and 2 females. They are relatively weak and should be the last to attack us. Our biggest concern is that wildebeest king, a 4th tier beast." Yi Qiu agreed, "That's right." Wu Duo first turned her gaze to Humei and Huayun, who could launch ranged attacks. "Both of you, plus me, can launch ranged attacks. My idea is that the 3 of us should use our most powerful ranged attack skills to directly target the king of the wildebeest. It would be best to kill it outright and then take the lives of the wildebeest." Huayun and the other person nodded in agreement. This approach can be considered a steady and pragmatic one. Then Wu Duo turned her gaze to Zhang Guangxiang and Yi Qiu. "As for Brother Zhang and Brother Yi, after the first wave of attacks, you'll be in charge of holding the line. We'll help you control the situation from behind and then gradually hunt down these monsters." Yi Qiu nodded, "Okay, I understand." Zhang Guangxiang patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of this." Then, Wu Duo directly activated her superpower, Moon Goddess's Bow. A gleaming silver longbow with exquisite patterns began to materialize in her hand. At this moment, her temperament also became somewhat sharp and cold, just like an elven archer blessed by the Moon Goddess. After summoning the longbow, Wu Duo began to draw the bow and knock an arrow. However, she did not conjure a physical arrow. Instead, a faint silver light emanated from her body, and something resembling an energy arrow gradually appeared. Meanwhile, Humei, an ice elemental mage, was also beginning to gather her strongest attack. A being resembling an ice spirit floated out behind her. This was her most powerful skill, summoning an ice elementalist. Meanwhile, Druid Huayun conjured an acorn in his hand and buried it directly in the ground. Before long, the acorn instantly grew into a tree. He chanted a spell, and the tree grew facial features and became a giant tree man. This treant is his summon creature, and it can also cast some wood-based spells, such as wooden spike attacks. Zhang Guangqiang naturally picked up his shield and stood at the front, while Yi Qiu held a long sword with a cold look in his eyes. About 5 minutes later, the 3 of them almost simultaneously completed their preparations. The longbow in Wu Duo's hand shone brightly in the air, like a silver moon falling to the ground. Her eyes turned cold. Moon Goddess's arrow, swift. The next instant, she fired an arrow, a silver streak that shot directly toward the giant wildebeest king. The treant summoned by the Druid Huayun also unleashed a wooden spike attack, with dozens of wooden spikes shooting from the air toward the wildebeest king. Then, the ice elementalist flew directly towards the wildebeest herd at an extremely fast speed, aimed at the wildebeest king, and exhaled a breath of frost. The 3 attacks came almost simultaneously, and the wildebeest herd noticed them. The enormous wildebeest king let out a neigh and attempted to flee. However, the silvery arrow seemed to have a locking function, striking the wildebeest king directly in the shoulder. The king of wildebeest let out a painful neigh. In the next instant, the wooden spikes covered an area, injuring the wildebeest king and many wildebeests around him. As for the ice elementalist's frost breath, it slowed down the wildebeest king's movements for a moment and even caused it some damage. Although the 3 ranged attacks failed to kill the wildebeest king directly, they greatly weakened it, leaving it severely injured. Yi Qiu held the cold moon frost blade in his hand, guarding against the attack from the wildebeest herd. The wounded and enraged wildebeest king roared and charged towards Yi Qiu and his companions with 7 or 8 powerful male wildebeests. At this moment, when facing the charging wildebeest, Yi Qiu activated his skill without hesitation. The first skill to be unlocked is Sword Chi. When they were 7 or 8 meters away, Yi Qiu unleashed a series of sword flashes with his long sword, which directly damaged the king of wildebeests. Then, Yi Qiu pounced forward, unleashing a series of slashes that damaged the wildebeest king. However, several powerful male wildebeests were preparing to attack Zhang Guangxiang, so Zhang Guangxiang dodged to block the other attacks for him. Not long after, Yi Qiu heard the familiar system notification sound. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 42 beast, the king of the wildebeest. You have gained 2,100 experience points and 840 ability points. Yi Qiu didn't say anything nothing more, turned around and retreated to help Zhang Guangxiang deal with the other male wildebeest. Zhang Guangxiang also realized that Yi Qiu's strength was indeed impressive. With the support of him and the 3 superhumans behind him, the 2 of them killed all the wildebeests in a very short time. Meanwhile, the remaining female wildebeest and calves prepared to escape. Yi Qiu also rushed over and, under the cover of his other teammates, carried out a one-sided massacre. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 32 monstrous beast, the unicorn. You have gained 1100 experience points and 640 ability points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 31 monstrous beast, the horned horse. You have gained 1050 experience points and 620 ability points. The battle ended in about 40 minutes. Wu Duo and the others looked much more relaxed. Hu Mei even said with a smile, Yi Qiu's strength is indeed impressive. With him around, our pressure is greatly reduced. Hua Yin expressed her approval of Yi Qiu. The combat power he just unleashed was no less than that of an ordinary 4th-tier beginner ability user. Then, Wu Duo waved to Yi Qiu and Zhang Guangxiang, Brother Zhang, Brother Yi, come over quickly after you've collected the materials from the exotic beasts. Yi Qiu nodded and harvested the materials with Zhang Guangxiang. After they finished harvesting, the group gathered together. Everyone put all the materials together, and then Wu Duo waved her hand, and the flying sphere fell into her hand. Since this was Yi Qiu's first time encountering this thing, Wu Duo deliberately showed him the video. Based on the video and the analysis of the sphere, Yi Qiu contributed 44% this time, so he accounts for 44% of the results. Then, Wu Duo announced the contributions of the other people and distributed the materials according to their contributions. Yi Qiu found that this small sphere was indeed quite good. It could accurately record individual contributions and provided great assistance in the distribution of spoils, so he didn't say much and accepted the spoils of war given to him by Wu Duo and the others. Let's continue. Wu Duo nodded and led the group to continue towards Yulv Hills. Yi Qiu also casually asked, by the way, how long do you all plan to explore the Green Hills? It usually takes 2 to 3 days. Wu Duo said with a smile, with you here, things should go much more smoothly, and we should be able to finish the exploration in 2 days. Yi Qiu was somewhat surprised. You're only going to explore for 2 or 3 days this time? Wu Duo explained simply, our level is too low. We can only explore the outer areas and cannot go deep inside. Yi Qiu didn't say much more. 2 to 3 days of exploration was exactly what he expected, because, after that, he might have to go to the grotto heaven. Let's take a look at the map first. Wu Duo took out a map and beckoned everyone to come closer. Everyone turned their attention to that spot, and Wu Duo pointed to one of the places, saying, let's head there first this time. Yi Qiu observed the location on the map, his eyes filled with thought. The beasts in this gathering place were of a type he was relatively familiar with. It was the scaled deer that Yi Qiu had hunted many times. The scaled deer possesses the power of frost and can cooperate as a team. In addition, the materials on its body are quite valuable, making it a good prey. Hunting scaled deer? Hua Yin pondered for a moment and said, this scaled deer is considered one of the more difficult low-level beasts to deal with, but they are also relatively valuable, especially the scales of the scaly deer. Hu Mei said softly, I think we can do this. Let's go and hunt down the herd of scaled deer. Zhang Guangxiang, on the other hand, was quite confident. If we're talking about before, without Yi Qiu, I think the pressure would have been quite high. But now that we have Yi Qiu, I think we might as well try hunting scaled deer. Wu Duo then turned her gaze to Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu, what do you think? I have no objection. I'll just do as you say, Yi Qiu said with a smile. Hua Yin nodded. Alright, let's decide on this then. Calm down. Our next target for hunting is the scaled deer. After traveling for about an hour, they arrived at the gathering point of the scaly deer. To Wu Duo and the others' surprise, this herd of scaled deer seems to have been wiped out by some superhumans. Now only some injured male deer and a few female deer and fawns remain, totaling only a dozen or so. The strongest of them is only at the 3rd rank, which is exactly what they expected. We're lucky, Hua Yin said with a smile. We should be able to gain something. Wu Duo nodded in agreement. A dozen or so 2nd or 3rd tier scaled deer can provide us with a lot of materials and crystal cores. Wu Duo added, this time we will still follow the same strategy as before. Ranged fighters will attack first, and then melee fighters will hold the line and hunt them down. Yi Qiu nodded along with everyone else. Wu Duo continued to condense arrows. Hua Yin summoned the giant treant she had summoned earlier, and Hu Mei was also condensing ice blades. The attacks from all 3 erupted simultaneously. Yi Qiu didn't say much, and waited with Zhang Guangxiang, preparing to rush over later. The 3 attacks simultaneously enveloped the male scaly deer. Before long, the male scaly deer let out a miserable cry. Yi Qiu's eyes turned cold, and he and Zhang Guangxiang rushed over together. Their speed was extremely fast, much faster than those 2nd-tier scaled deer. Meanwhile, the 3 3rd-tier male scaled deer, having suffered severe injuries, were unable to contend with them and didn't even have time to escape. Therefore, after Yi Qiu and Zhang Guangxiang arrived, they quickly killed several male deer. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 31 scaled deer. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 30 scaled deer. You have gained 1500 experience points and 600 evolution points. Yiqiu took a deep breath and, together with Zhang Guangxiang, killed the other small and mother scaled deer. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 28 scaled deer. You have gained 1400 experience points and 560 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 26 scaled deer. You have gained 1300 experience points and 520 evolution points. The battle lasted only about half an hour before it ended. Yiqiu and Zhang Guangxiang immediately packed up the materials in crystal cores. Wu Duo, along with Hua Yun and Hu Mei, walked over quickly. This time, Wu Duo opened the small sphere again, but Yiqiu stopped her from playing the battle process and said directly, "Captain, I trust you quite a bit. Just distribute the points according to the contribution points shown here. There's no need to waste time." What is going on? Yiqiu's words stirred something within Wu Duo and the other two. This is not only a sign of trust in them, but also a demonstration of Yiqiu's integration into the team. Wu Duo smiled and nodded. Okay. Then Wu Duo said, "This time Yiqiu has 29% of the contribution points, I have 13%, and Zhang Guangxiang has only 21%. Distribute the spoils according to this ratio." Afterwards, everyone distributed the spoils. Zhang Guangxiang looked at Yiqiu with curiosity, then tentatively asked, "Brother Yi, is your family extremely wealthy?" Yiqiu was taken aback. "What's wrong?" Zhang Guangxiang, a little embarrassed, said, "I felt that your equipment was a bit expensive, so that's why I thought so." Yiqiu couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Honestly, he wasn't born into a wealthy family at all. On the contrary, he was an orphan in this world. The reason he was able to obtain so many high-grade equipment was because of his infinite evolution system. Seeing that Yiqiu didn't speak, Zhang Guangxiang wisely refrained from continuing the conversation. "The place we're going to next is actually quite dangerous." At this moment, Hua Yun added, "That place is a lake in the Green Hills. Goblins roam nearby, and there might even be a fourth-tier goblin mage. Goblin wizard." Yiqiu's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing these 5 words. The intermediate skill scroll he had obtained from hunting down the goblin mage was the one he had previously encountered, Rina. However, since goblins do not appear in groups, we can also hunt lone goblins. Zhang Guangxiang said, "As long as we are careful and hide when we encounter a large group of goblins, we shouldn't encounter any life-threatening dangers." "Okay, I can accept that." Zhang Guangxiang's eyes lit up slightly. Goblins are powerful warriors, and they can hone their combat skills. Hua Yun nodded and said, "I have no objection." As for Hu Mei, she nodded as well. Yiqiu naturally didn't say anything more. Since everyone agreed, Zhang Guangxiang led them directly to the lake. However, this time, because the lake was quite far away and they encountered a nest of centipedes along the way, it took them a while to reach the vicinity of the lake. It was already past 3 p.m. at this time. Nobody had a proper meal. Wu Duo then said directly, "Let's find a place to rest for a while before continuing to hunt goblin beasts." Yiqiu and the others nodded. There were few trees in the Green Hills this time, so they had to find relatively dense bushes for cover. Upon arriving near a trade bush, Yiqiu originally intended to set up camp and cook a meal. But Wu Duo said at this moment, "I suggest we don't do that. If we were to prepare a hot meal here, it would likely attract goblin warriors and goblin mages." Wu Duo explained, "We'd better choose to eat bread and similar pre-made foods." "That's fine." Yiqiu didn't say much. Wu Duo then took out a sandwich, a chocolate bar, dried fruit, and a recovery potion from her storage bag. "Ordinary food certainly can't restore our strength. Here, take this recovery potion too." Yiqiu refused Wu Duo's offer because he already had other things to do. So Yiqiu took out the recovery potion he had and showed it to Wu Duo. "Thank you, Captain, but I have some recovery potions here." Wu Duo's eyes flickered when she saw that Yiqiu's recovery potion was of a higher grade. It seems that the teammate they temporarily recruited is quite capable, or perhaps he's simply from a wealthy family. After everyone has rested for a while, Wu Duo then said, "This time, I'll release this little iron ball out and observe it for a while, because in this way, we can be the first to detect the goblin's movements. It also prevents us from encountering a goblin colony on our first appearance." Yiqiu's heart stirred quietly. Does this little iron ball have this function? This is no small matter. Seeing the surprise in Yiqiu's eyes, Wu Duo explained further, "The small iron ball is only suitable for release in the living areas of low-level alien beasts. If it is a high-level alien beast, it will be more intelligent and will be unable to use it due to the magnetic field." "I see." Yiqiu nodded. Hua Yun then gave a brief explanation. According to him, if this iron ball could really help hunt high-level alien beasts, then it might not be a bad thing for human superhumans. Unfortunately, current technology has not yet overcome the challenges of magnetic fields. After the group finished eating and rested for half an hour, Wu Duo saw the small iron ball fly back. After opening the iron ball and watching the recorded content inside, Wu Duo's eyes lit up. "It seems we have a chance. There are 3 goblin warriors hunting nearby. Perhaps we can hunt them down." Yiqiu nodded and followed Wu Duo and the others in that direction. Wu Duo explained in a low voice, goblin warriors are among the more powerful low-level beasts. Putting everything else aside, goblin warriors have a keen sense of perception. If we really want to hunt goblin warriors, we can't just use the previous tactics directly. We can only have the melee ability users hold the line first, and then the magic ability users can fire arrows from behind. Yi Qiu nodded. Before long, they parted the bushes and saw three green-skinned monsters standing in front of them. Yi Qiu and Zhang Guangxiang exchanged a glance, one drew his sword and the other his axe, and rushed out. At this moment, Wu Duo, Hua Yun, and Hu Mei behind them also began to launch their attacks. Because they couldn't build up their power, their magical or ranged attacks weren't particularly strong. Wu Duo fired 3 arrows in quick succession, inflicting minor injuries on a goblin warrior. Then Hua Yun summoned the Treant and sent it out to fight alongside Yi Qiu and Zhang Guangxiang. As for Hu Mei, she summoned several ice arrows. At that moment, Yi Qiu also slashed at one of the goblin warriors. The goblin warrior then took out his crudely crafted stone axe and clashed it with Yi Qiu's long sword. The next instant, his stone axe was cleaved in two, and a thin layer of frost spread over his body. Yi Qiu struck several times, shattering the goblin warrior's stone axe into pieces. The goblin warrior roared and charged at Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu flashed and slashed with his sword, blood splattering everywhere. A line of blood appeared on the goblin warrior's throat, and he fell backward. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 32 goblin warrior. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. Yi Qiu didn't say much, but rushed to Zhang Guangxiang's side and fought alongside him. Not long after, Yi Qiu also beheaded another goblin warrior with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a level 31 goblin warrior. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. At this moment, another goblin warrior was also killed by the group's combined efforts. Yi Qiu breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Duo's eyes also showed surprise. We did pretty well this time. The stats of the goblin warriors are exceptionally high among the beasts, especially their fangs, which are also very expensive. Being able to easily deal with these 3 goblin warriors is a good thing. Yi Qiu didn't say much and cooperated with everyone to take away the materials and crystal cores. This time, everyone cooperated very well. Wu Duo also briefly explained the distribution of the spoils. Yi Qiu still gets the most for his contribution. He will get 29% of the loot this time. Then, Wu Duo helped everyone distribute the spoils. But by the time everything was over, it was already past 5 p.m. Hua Yin looked at the sun on the horizon and said, this time, we can only hunt once more before we have to leave the danger zone. Everyone nodded in agreement. This time, everyone's luck wasn't so good. After dark, they still couldn't find a suitable place to hunt the mountain goblins. However, Hua Yun and the others did not dwell on it. Wu Duo was quite happy and immediately led everyone to a nearby safe area to rest. Yi Qiu said, by the way, I have a favor to ask. Everyone was stunned for a moment when they heard what Yi Qiu said. Wu Duo then asked, Brother Yi Qiu, you can just say what you want to say directly. There's no need to make any unreasonable requests. Yi Qiu smiled and said, my profession has a special talent. My strength increases by leaps and bounds in the dark. It's about 1 to 2 times the usual amount, so I often go out to hunt strange beasts at night. Could I go hunting strange beasts at night and come back during the day? Hua Yin paused for a moment, then said, don't you feel very tired doing this? Yi Qiu smiled and said, I have recovery potions so I can handle it. Besides, I only plan to hunt here for 2 or 3 days this time, so it shouldn't be a big problem. Hua Yin shook her head. You decide for yourself. Wu Duo added, it's possible, but we won't be responsible for your safety. At the same time, if you have an accident during the day due to fatigue, we will punish you and prohibit you from hunting at night again. Wu Duo was quite reasonable, so Yi Qiu nodded and said, thank you for your support, Captain. However, Wu Duo also said, but I need to confirm whether what you said is true. If you can truly unleash twice your full power, then I'll completely agree. Yi Qiu nodded, I'm not afraid of that, I'm not lying. Then Yi Qiu said, you can gang up on me or try other methods. After considering for a moment, Wu Duo asked, what are your current attribute points? After a moment's thought, Yi Qiu gave a conservative figure, 150 points. When Yi Qiu said this, everyone around him was stunned for a moment. Zhang Guangxiang, a melee fighter in particular, stared wide-eyed, 150 points? Are you kidding me? You're an assassin-type professional, not a strength-specialized warrior, so how come your strength value is so high? Yi Qiu smiled and said, it's probably because of the special nature of my profession. Zhang Guangxiang swallowed hard. You know, my current strength is only 145 points. That explains why you're so ruthless. By the way, how many points do you have after the enhancement? Yi Qiu pondered for a moment and said, 200 to 240 points. Zhang Guangxiang's face was starting to betray him. Your strength is almost on par with a normal 4th-tier ability user. This is simply outrageous. Wu Duo's eyes also showed some surprise. She immediately took out a strength testing device and handed it to Yi Qiu. Why don't you give it a try? Yi Qiu looked at the hand gripper-like thing in front of him and tried to hold it. Wu Duo glanced at it and saw the 203 points feats of strength displayed above. She paused for a moment and said, "It seems you weren't wrong. Yicho, I can let you go hunting at night, but I hope you can still get 2 to 3 hours of sleep so that you can at least recover some of your energy. After all, recovery potions also have certain side effects." Yicho said with a smile, "Don't worry, thank you in a way, Captain." After Yicho left, Hume looked at Wu Duo with a strange gaze and said, "If I had known he was this good at night, we should tell you, Captain, that we can fight directly at night." Wu Duo shook her head. "Night battles have their own unchanging aspects, and we've already gotten used to daytime battles, so it's too hasty to change. As for Yicho, I don't think we can team up with him for long in the future. This is probably the only time we'll work with him." Hume's eyes flickered slightly, and she asked again, "What do you mean by that?" "Our team may not be the strongest, but it's definitely not weak either," Wu Duo said. "Haven't you observed that Yicho's physique isn't just thin and weak, but rather like that of a teenager who hasn't fully grown up? His voice is also a bit hoarse, so he should still be in puberty. Can our team really keep a level 3 ability user who's only 17 or 18 years old? Moreover, his innate skill allows his strength to double at night, and his superpower is definitely not an ordinary superpower. It may even be the legendary Double S superpower." The series of small details that Wu Duo mentioned silenced Zhang Guangxian, Hua Yun, and Hume on the other side. Zhang Guangxian was still a little annoyed. Yicho is definitely a good teammate. It would be best to have a long-term partnership with him, but if that's not possible, then so be it. He truly didn't want Yicho to leave. Wu Duo smiled and said, all right, there are plenty of friends in the world. We're lucky to be able to cooperate with Yicho, but don't be upset if we can't. I'll take the first half of the night shift, and Zhang Guangxian will take the second half. Everyone should get some rest, and we'll talk about other things later." Yicho was unaware of his situation, causing a minor disturbance in Wu Duo's team. He moved swiftly through the woods, like a nimble deer or an invisible breeze. Suddenly, something resembling a campfire appeared ahead. Yicho's heart stirred, and he slowed his pace. When Yicho saw the situation at the campfire ahead, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. There were about a dozen goblin warriors and a goblin mage, and around the campfire lay many prey, such as scaled deer and wildebeest. What surprised Yicho the most was that 2 male superhumans and 1 female superhuman were also tied up. Among them, several male goblins surrounded the female ability user, seemingly very interested in her. Yicho also remembered something. Goblins seem to mate with human ability users, but they don't produce offspring. Although this was different from the myths and legends Yicho had learned in his previous life, the goblins' behavior alone was enough to make people feel disgusted. Yicho frowned slightly, said nothing more, drew his cold moonfrost blade, and slowly walked out. The 3 superhumans who were tied up over there were initially surprised and delighted when they saw Yicho coming over, but then a sense of frustration also appeared in their eyes. Why is this young superhuman so reckless? However, that's not necessarily true. He might have powerful superhumans supporting him, and he's just here to distract the goblins. So the 2 male superhumans were pleasantly surprised. One of the male superhumans, dressed in warrior armor, yelled, "Big brother, help! These goblins are inhuman. If you had been any later, we would have been eaten." Another superhuman shouted, "If you can save me, I will definitely reward you handsomely. I am the son of the president of the Wild Wave Adventurers Association." The male superhuman warrior next to him was stunned for a moment upon hearing this, and then said, "Are you kidding me? You're the son of the president of the Storm Adventurers Guild? But their junior council president isn't you, is she?" The superhuman blushed. "My father has more than one son. What's the point of you saying all this?" Yicho was too lazy to say anything to these 2 clowns. The dozen or so goblin warriors and goblin mages in front of them clearly noticed that something was wrong with Yicho. This human who suddenly appeared was far too nonchalant. In the next instant, a 4th-tier goblin warrior who considered himself powerful rushed towards Yicho, wielding a black stone axe, and chopped it down on Yicho's head. Yicho's eyes turned cold. With the constant enhancement of his innate skill, his current strength was more than 2.5 times that of normal, which allowed him to dodge the attack of the 4th-tier goblin warrior at an extremely fast speed. The goblin warrior's eyes showed surprise, and it roared instantly, rushing towards Yicho and attacking him furiously. Its axe left a trail of afterimages, but no matter how much it attacked, it couldn't cause any real damage to Yicho. Instead, Yicho used the cold moonfrost blade to leave wounds on its body. The powerful 4th-tier goblin mage's eyes turned cold. It roared, and a wisp of energy emanated from the simple staff in its hand. In the next instant, a fireball materialized out of thin air and, under the goblin mage's control, shot directly at Yicho. Yicho felt a chill and dodged, but the goblin warrior swung his axe at him again in the next instant. Yicho's eyes turned cold, and he immediately activated the skill sword chi. Then a flash of light appeared, severing half of the goblin warrior's arm. The goblin warrior let out a scream, and upon hearing this, several other goblin warriors roared and charged towards Yicho. Yicho raised his hand and with another swift stroke, severed the throat of the 4th-tier goblin warrior. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 42 goblin warrior. You have gained 2,100 experience points and 840 evolution points. The remaining few Tier 3 Goblin warriors couldn't withstand more than a few moves from Yi Qiu. With a swift movement of his knife, Yi Qiu easily severed all their heads. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing a level 32 Goblin warrior. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 31 Goblin warrior. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. 5 of their kind died this year, and the remaining nearly 8 Goblin warriors and Goblin mages were immediately enraged. The 8 Goblin warriors charged directly at Yi Qiu and began to besiege him, but Yi Qiu dealt with them at an extremely fast speed and occasionally inflicted some damage on them. The Goblin mage roared and began chanting incantations. Before long, a crimson fire wheel appeared on the scepter in his hand. The fire wheel landed directly on the head of the most powerful 4th-tier Goblin warrior among the 8 Goblin warriors. Then Yi Qiu discovered that the fire wheel seemed to enhance the Goblin warrior, and the axe in his hand was imbued with the light of flame, which could fatally resist his cold moonfrost blade. Yi Qiu's lips curled slightly, his eyes filled with disdain. You think this is all the strength I have? In the next instant, Yi Qiu immediately began to unleash the skill Shadow Blade Frenzy. 6 Shadow Blades shot out, cutting a Tier 3 Goblin warrior and a Tier 4 Goblin warrior into pieces. Then, Yi Qiu suddenly charged towards the most powerful Goblin warrior and activated 2 major skills, Damage Stacking and Frostblade Storm. Combined with his already activated skill Sword Chi, Yi Qiu's current combat power is terrifyingly high. Ordinary 5th-tier alien beasts are no match for him. Therefore, Yi Qiu swiftly and decisively killed the most powerful Goblin warrior. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 44 Goblin warrior. You have gained 2,200 experience points and 880 evolution points. Fear was now evident in the eyes of the remaining 7 Goblin warriors. This human is too powerful. But before they could escape, Yi Qiu charged forward with the help of his 3 major skills. The cold moon frost blade in his hand flashed bright arcs of light in the air, each arc either severing the arms of the Goblin warriors or decapitating them. The whooshing sound of the blade cutting through the wind was almost like an aria praising death. Meanwhile, system notifications kept ringing in Yi Qiu's ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 34 Goblin warrior. You have gained 1700 experience points and 680 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 32 Goblin warrior. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. The Goblin mage in the distance had changed his expression. The blessing spell it just cast has already consumed most of its stored magic power. Before the Goblin mage could escape more than a few steps, Yi Qiu slashed it in the back. It let out a shrill scream and fell to the ground. Then Yi Qiu chopped off its head with a single stroke. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 44 Goblin mage. You have gained 2,200 experience points and 880 evolution points. Now, Yi Qiu's gaze had softened somewhat. This battle, not to mention the amount of experience points gained, yielded nearly 10,000 evolution points. Yi Qiu didn't say anything more and immediately summoned the system to open his personal panel. Level, LV 35 10%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, B rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 165 plus 10. Intelligence 144 plus. Physical Fitness 160 plus 5. Mental Strength 167 plus. Agility 154 plus 20. Evolution points 16840. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal skills, Damage Stacking, Advanced skill, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection, Basic skill, can be evolved, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade combo, Intermediate skill, can be evolved, requires 20,000 evolution points. Sword Aura, Basic skill, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, Excellent, Ring of the Moon Goddess, Transcendent, Light and Agile Boots, Superior, Cold Moonfrost Blade, Excellent, Wind Bracers, Superior, Garo Spirit Armor, Excellent, Guardian Necklace, Superior, Holy Flame Sword, Excellent. Yi Qiu felt a surge of excitement, but he suppressed the urge to upgrade his equipment. Instead of upgrading your equipment, save up evolution points to evolve your talent skills. Yi Qiu rested on the spot for about 10 minutes, then came to the corpse and began to examine the materials and obtain the crystal cores. Before long, Yi Qiu had finished collecting the materials and crystal cores from the ordinary Goblin warriors. As for the Goblin mage, Yi Qiu took a deep breath and walked over quickly. The status of Goblin mages and ordinary Goblin warriors within the Goblin population is similar to the difference between elite monsters and ordinary monsters. Moreover, Goblin mages usually drop some good items. Yi Qiu was also very curious about what he would gain this time. Yi Qiu examined it and, sure enough, found a small scroll. His eyes lit up slightly, and he cast another detection spell. Skill Upgrade Scroll. Tear it up to use. It can upgrade a basic skill to an intermediate skill. A subtle movement flickered in Yi Qiu's eyes. I was lucky enough to get a skill upgrade scroll. Unfortunately, upgrading one's skills can be done done using evolution points, and obtaining evolution points is not too difficult for one. Therefore, this skill upgrade scroll is somewhat useless to him. However, Yichio still put it away. If you can't use this skill upgrade scroll yourself, you can give it to someone else. For example, Shin Sakshu has always taken good care of me, so giving her this skill upgrade scroll is a way of returning the favor. After dealing with the situation here, Yichio headed towards a forest ahead. Sir, please wait a moment. Hero, wait a minute. Excuse me, sir, wait a minute. He hadn't taken 2 steps when the 2 male superhumans who were tied up started shouting. Yichio then realized that he seemed to have forgotten to release the few ability users who had been captured by the goblins. He returned to the goblin camp, took out the bloodthirsty blade, and cut all the ropes binding them. The warrior with superpowers bowed to Yichio and then said politely, "Thank you so much, hero, for saving me." The remaining man and woman bowed and expressed their gratitude. "Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, young man, for saving my life." Yichio casually remarked, "You should also be careful when you go out in the future. Don't rush into the area where goblins are found. Assess your own strength before you make a move." Those people all felt a little ashamed. "Anyway, thanks for the reminder, sir." "That's right, thank you. I really hadn't considered this before. It was a bit reckless." Yichio turned to leave. "Wait, hero." Hearing that they had something else to say, Yichio felt a little annoyed and asked again, "Hurry up and say it, I still have things to do." He is more efficient at hunting monsters at night. He also didn't want to waste the night. The superhuman who claimed to be the son of some association president quickly took a ring off his finger and handed it to Yichio. "My esteemed friend, my family is quite well off. You just saved me, so I can't just leave you with nothing. This is a premium piece of equipment that my family gave me. Consider this a token of my gratitude." Yichio was somewhat surprised. However, he also felt that this person was quite good at repaying kindness. Yichio nodded and accepted the ring. "Okay, I'll take it." Then the superhuman quickly added with a beaming smile, "By the way, sir, could we exchange contact numbers?" He clearly wanted to get to know Yichio. Yichio shook his head. No need for a contact number. Although the man also felt regret, he could only watch Yichio leave. After Yichio left, the warrior next to him was somewhat annoyed. "You're really rich, kid. This is a top-grade piece of equipment, and a rather rare ring at that. If you were to sell it, you could easily get $1 million for it." But the superhuman just smiled and said, "Yichio did save me, so I can't just leave him with nothing. And this can also be considered a good connection. If we meet again in the future, we might even recognize each other." "That's true," the female superhuman said in a low voice. "Yichio just took down a goblin squad by himself. He must be at least close to the 5th rank. And judging from his voice, he must be very young. He's definitely a rising star in the Wild Wolf Commando team, and he'll at least become a 6th-tier powerhouse in the future." "That settles it then." The superhuman who gave Yichio the ring chuckled. "Making a good connection with a future 6th-tier powerhouse is already pretty good enough." Hearing their words, the warrior with superpowers understood a little. "Okay, I get it." Yichio also began to examine the ring in his hand. It doesn't look particularly eye-catching. It has a flexible rim and is made entirely of black metal. It has beautiful curves and isn't inlaid with any gemstones, but it has a low-key and antique feel. He simply cast a detection spell on it. Ghost Wolf Bone Ring, superior grade equipment. Effect 1, increases the wearer's agility and strength by 5 points. Effect 2, grants the wearer a wolf spirit, allowing them to unleash a wolf howl once every 3 days, which can partially break through mental, control, and illusion-based skills. Yichio's heart couldn't help but burn with excitement. This premium grade equipment is interesting. Not to mention the first effect, which increases the wearer's agility and strength by 5 points. The second skill, Wolf Howl, is very useful. It can break through mental, control, and hallucinatory skills. Without hesitation, Yichio put it on and opened his personal panel. Level, LV 35 10%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, B rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 165 plus 15. Intelligence 144 plus. Physical Fitness 160 plus 5. Mental Strength 167 plus. Agility 154 plus 25. Evolution Points 16840. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal Skills, Damage Stacking, Advanced Skill, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection, Basic Skill, can be evolved, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Combo, Intermediate Skill, can be evolved, requires 20,000 evolution points. Sword Aura, Basic Skill, can be evolved, requires 10,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, Excellent. Ring of the Moon Goddess, Transcendent. Light and Agile Boots, Superior. Cold Moon Frostblade, Excellent. Wind Bracers, Superior. Gara Spirit Armor, Excellent. Guardian Necklace, Superior. Holy Flame Sword, Excellent. Ghost Wolf Bone Ring, Superior. Sure enough, a Ghost Wolf Bone Ring appeared in the equipment section. Yichio also saw that his strength and agility had increased by 5 points. Yichio then clicked on the section where the Ghost Wolf Bone Ring was located. Ghost Wolf Bone Ring, superior grade equipment. Effect 1, 1 increases the wearer's agility and strength by 5 points. Effect 2 grants the wearer a wolf spirit, allowing them to use wolf howl once every 3 days, which can partially break through mental, control, and illusion-based skills. Upgradable, requires 5,000 evolution points. It's probably because the ghost wolf bone ring itself is quite good, so upgrading it requires 5,000 evolution points. However, Yichio didn't feel the pinch. Its second effect can break through mental, illusion, and control attacks, which is exactly what he lacked. He still had a fair amount of evolution points, so he silently recited in his mind. System, consume 5,000 evolution points to evolve the dark wolf bone ring. Ding! Consumed 5,000 evolution points, evolving the superior grade equipment, the ghost wolf bone ring, into the excellent grade equipment, the wolf bone spirit ring. Wolf bone spirit ring, excellent grade equipment. Effect 1 increases the wearer's base stats by 10 points in agility and 10 points in strength. Effect 2 grants the wearer a wolf spirit, allowing them to use wolf howl once every 2 days, which can partially break through mental, control, and illusion-based skills. Upgradable, requires 50,000 evolution points. The evolution was going quite well, and Yichio breathed a sigh of relief. However, to upgrade this ring next time, it will take a full 50,000 evolution points. Then, Yichio stood up and headed into the forest ahead to see if he could hunt some more strange beasts. After traveling for about an hour, Yichio did not find any other goblins, but only hunted some low-level alien beasts such as bloodthirsty bats and big-eared foxes. Another half hour passed, and Yichio checked the time. It was already past 2 a.m., and he should head back to the camp. If we don't do this, we won't have 3 hours to rest. Yichio didn't hesitate or feel regret, and prepared to return along the original route. When Yichio passed by the former goblin stronghold, he discovered something that surprised him. Another small goblin group appeared there, and surprisingly, the leader was a goblin shaman, a rare sight among goblin groups. He squinted and examined it for a while. This team has a total of 9 goblins, including 2 level 4 goblin warriors and 1 level 4 goblin shaman, and the rest are level 3 goblins. I have the ability to hunt them all down. However, these goblins were clearly in a berserk state as they discovered the corpses of their kind lying on the ground. Even the 4th tier goblin shaman let out a series of roars. Yichio's lips curled slightly, and he dashed out in a flash. His first attack was Shadow Blade Frenzy, in which 6 ink-black shadow blades shot out, directly targeting the most powerful goblin shaman. The goblin shaman sensed the appearance of Yichio, a human ability user, and roared to the sky. A giant beast phantom erupted from his body, and the beast slammed its claws, shattering the 6 shadow blades. Yichio realized that this goblin shaman was probably a high-level 4th tier goblin shaman, otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy to deal with its 6 shadow blades. But he was not afraid or discouraged. He took a deep breath and activated 3 skills in succession: damage stacking, sword aura, frost blade storm. Furthermore, with the blessing of the dark hour, Yichio's current true combat strength is no less than that of an ordinary 5th tier beginner ability user. He aimed directly at the goblin shaman, leaped into the air, and then slashed down with his sword. This strike was incredibly fierce, its blade energy crisscrossing, and before it even touched the goblin shaman, it had already slashed a wound into his body. The goblin shaman's fierce, bell-shaped eyes suddenly changed their expression. What amazing humans! The giant beast phantom behind it slapped directly at the cold moonfrost blade in Yichio's hand. Yichio felt a tremendous force coming towards him, yet he remained fearless, his hands gripping the long sword exerting even greater force, directly shattering the phantom's hand and slashing towards the goblin shaman. The goblin shaman's eyes widened in terror. Before he could even scream or use any magic, Yichio cleaved his head open with a single stroke. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 46 goblin shaman. You have gained 2,300 experience points and 920 evolution points. Yichio breathed a sigh of relief. Then he flashed and charged towards the other goblin warriors. The goblin warriors, radiating murderous intent, surrounded Yichio, preparing to kill this powerful human through a pincer attack. But Yichio, wielding the cold moonfrost blade, moved through the area with almost no injury, easily dodging attacks and taking the lives of goblin warriors one by one. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying a level 41 goblin warrior. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating a level 39 goblin warrior. You have gained 1950 experience points and 780 evolution points. To be honest, the feeling of constantly gaining experience and evolution points is quite enjoyable. However, although it is relatively easy now, Yichio also knows that it will be more difficult to level up after entering the 4th tier. Once you reach the 4th tier, you've entered the category of mid-level ability users. For a normal ability user, the number of crystal cores required to advance to the 4th tier increases several times over compared to before. Even Yichio needs a massive amount of experience points to level up. Moreover, for 4th tier ability users, the increase in base stats is double that of 3rd tier users for each level up. For example, normally, for ability users below level 4, each attribute will increase by 3 to 5 points in its base value for each level up. Upon reaching the 4th tier, each attribute will increase by 7 to 12 points in its base value with each level up. This is one reason why high-level ability users look down on low-level ability users. Half an hour later, Yichio had killed all the goblin warriors. He took a deep breath and began collecting the crystal cores and materials from the ground. Yichio decided to save the goblin shaman for last. To Yichio's slight disappointment, the goblin shaman did not bring him a skill upgrade scroll or a skill scroll. Yichio didn't feel much emotion, and after taking the goblin shaman's crystal core and fangs, he left the place. When he returned to the camp, Zhang Guanxiang, who was on night watch, whispered to Yichio, "You're back." Yichio replied in a similarly low voice. After all, the teammates next to me were still resting, and talking too loudly might wake them up. Zhang Guanxiang nodded and said, "It will be dawn in 3 hours, you should get some rest." Okay. Yichio took out a sleeping bag from his storage bag, found a dry spot, and lay down to sleep. Time flew by, and the sun rose the next day. Really? Yichio crawled out of his sleeping bag. The others nearby also woke up, tidied up briefly, and took out the food. Yichio also took out the food he had prepared earlier and took a few bites. Wu Duo casually suggested, "Should I go and collect some fruit for you? It's a way to change things up a bit." "Sure," Hu Mei said with a smile. "I trust your skills." Hua Yin even chuckled, "Captain, if possible, could you please find me some golden Hugo? That stuff is delicious." "Okay, I got it." Wu Duo nodded, ate 2 pieces of bread, got up and left, preparing to go to the forest to retrieve the early sleeping fruit. Yichio casually asked, "Does the captain have this skill?" "The captain has excellent survival skills in the wild," Hua Yin said with a smile. "She studied it in college. She can distinguish many kinds of edible plants that we don't recognize." Yichio nodded, then said, "But won't she be in danger if she leaves the team? We usually search the surrounding area. Even if we encounter danger, we can find out quickly, so it's not a big problem." Zhang Guanxiang still trusted Wu Duo to some extent. About half an hour passed, but Wu Duo still hadn't returned. Hua Yin frowned slightly. Something's not right. Hu Mei didn't say anything, but directly activated her bracelet and contacted Wu Duo. "Wu Duo, where are you?" Their team's wristbands were specially modified to allow them to communicate with each other within a certain range. However, to Hu Mei's surprise, Wu Duo did not reply at all. Yichio said after careful consideration, "Something must have happened. We need to set off and find Wu Duo as soon as possible." Everyone nodded in agreement. The group immediately followed Wu Duo's trail and chased after her. About 10 minutes later, the group, who were moving at full speed, finally found Wu Duo. But at this point, the situation wasn't so good. Wu Duo had lost consciousness, and several vines were wrapped around her body. Some of the vines had even torn through her flesh and were draining the energy from her body. Yichio's eyes suddenly changed. "Everyone be careful, quickly swallow the antidote and cover your mouth and nose." He swallowed an antidote directly, took out a mask and put it on, while the others around him were a bit slower. A muffled thud was heard, as if something had exploded, and puffs of white smoke rose up. Yichio quickly retreated, while the others beside him, except for Zhang Guanxiang, Hu Mei and Hua Yun, were a step too slow and were directly enveloped by the smoke. The two staggered a few steps and collapsed unconscious on the spot. What a potent poison! Yichio's eyes turned cold. Zhang Guanxiang also followed Yichio's example and quickly swallowed the antidote and put on a mask. Without hesitation, Yichio cast a detection spell on the vines that were entwining Wu Duo in front of him. Bewitching vines, a level 47 alien beast possessing fruits covered in poisonous powder. Once exploded, even a 3rd tier ability user would instantly fall unconscious. Its vines are extremely resilient and can entangle enemies, but it prefers to absorb the energy of living beings. Therefore, ordinary alien beasts and humans entangled by it will have a certain survival time. Yichio shouted, "Wu Duo is still alive. Brother Zhang, this vine is a 4th tier beast. You must leave quickly, only I can deal with it." Zhang Guanxiang's expression changed slightly. "How could I possibly leave you here alone?" Yichio was speechless. However, he didn't say much, drew his cold moon frost blade, and dashed out. Several vines emerged from the mist, piercing towards Yichio and Zhang Guanxiang like javelins. Yichio didn't think much about it. It directly activated 3 major skills: damage stacking, frost blade storm, and sword aura. With the help of these 3 skills, Yichio's strength is enough to contend with that of a normal 4th tier beast. Yichio suddenly leaped forward and slashed at the vines with his sword again. A flash of bright light appeared, and several vines were severed. Zhang Guanxiang, on the other hand, was directly whipped away by a vine. Yichio felt quite helpless, but he took the lead and charged forward. The bewitching vines seemed to realize that Yichio was not someone to be trifled with, and immediately withdrew their vines. Yichio chased after it, and as he crossed a thicket, the true form of the bewitching vines was revealed. It parasitizes a large tree, with nearly dozens of vines intertwined together. Yichio took a deep breath, chose to sheath the cold moonfrost blade, and drew the holy flame sword. The next instant, Yichio used the golden flame blade skill attached to the holy flame sword. With the help of the sword chi skill, Yichio unleashed nearly a dozen sword strikes at an extremely fast speed, and dozens of fiery sword lights shot directly towards the bewitching vines. Plant-based superpowers are most vulnerable to fire attacks. Even though only a third of Yichou's dozens of fiery sword energies hit the main body of the bewitching vine, it still caused the creature to writhe in agony, clearly feeling immense pain. To Yichou's surprise, the bewitching vine even began to shrink its body, transforming into something resembling a vine human, preparing to escape. What surprised Yichou the most was that it even gave up on Wu Duo and did not intend to absorb Wu Duo's life energy. Are you so afraid of fire attacks? Yichou's eyes flickered, but he wouldn't give up this opportunity to kill the bewitching vines. He dashed out, almost chasing after it, constantly unleashing fiery sword energy. A quarter of an hour had passed, and Yichou was exhausted. The mind-controlling vine had been burned away, with nearly half of its body destroyed. Yichou used all his strength to dash out and cut him in half at the waist with a single slash. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 47 beast, the bewitching vine, gaining 2,350 experience points and 940 evolution points. Yichou also rummaged through its body and took out a light green crystal core. Then Yichou also collected the core materials of the bewitching vine. In addition, Yichou also collected its fruits that could spray poisonous powder, as these were also valuable materials. After doing all this, Yichou quickly turned back. The injured Zhang Guangqiang dragged himself forward, and when he saw Yichou appear, his eyes lit up with joy. Did you hunt down that vine beast? Yichou nodded and said, that's right. Zhang Guangqiang gave a wry smile. The captain's injuries are more serious, while the other two are just unconscious. Our hunting operation this time will probably have to come to an end here. Yichou was not surprised. To be honest, the mind-controlling vines, a plant-like monster that can act independently and possesses hallucinogenic abilities, are really hard to guard against. The captain can't be blamed. Yichou said, let's find a place to rest for a while before leaving Yulf Hills. Zhang Guangqiang nodded. Then Zhang Guangqiang, along with Huayun, Yichou carrying Wu Duo on his back and Humei in his arms, returned to the previous camp. Not long after, Huayun and Humei woke up. The two of them still wore expressions of fear, even a hint of terror in their eyes. Wu Duo was given several recovery and healing potions, and her condition has now stabilized. However, it may take 1 to 2 months to recover from the energy depletion in the body. Zhang Guangqiang then asked, how are you? Did you experience any side effects from inhaling that poison powder? Humei shook her head. That drug probably only has a hallucinogenic effect. I'm okay right now, just a little dizzy. Huayun felt the same way. Sister Hu and I felt about the same thing. Humei also asked in a low voice, were you the ones who killed that vine-like beast just now? Zhang Guangqiang turned his gaze to Yichou. It was Brother Yi who did it. Brother Ye's strength is already formidable. Humei wasn't too surprised, saying, now I've witnessed it firsthand. We really have to thank Brother Yi this time. If it weren't for him, we would probably all be dead. Yichou said in a deep voice, it's not your fault. That vine beast is a level 47 plant-type beast called the bewitching vine. Any one of us in the team could get into trouble if we encountered it alone. The three of them felt another pang of heart palpitation. After resting for a few hours, the team members returned to the outside of Yulf Hills. Wu Duo was taken to the clinic by Humei for treatment. Yichou also said, I'm afraid I must say goodbye to you all as well. Zhang Guangqiang was a little regretful. Actually, Brother Yi, you are really very capable and a very reliable person. We don't even know if we can find a teammate like you. Yichou smiled and said, we will find it. Huayun then suggested, how about we add each other on a communication number? Yichou didn't refuse and left a contact number. Zhang Guangqiang also exchanged contact numbers with Yichou. After that, Yichou went directly to the transportation station of this gathering place for superhumans. Several airships were parked there. Yichou now needs to return to the Mad Wolf Sanctuary via an airship. As Yichou entered the transportation station, he saw a huge notice board. To reach the Mad Wolf Sanctuary, turn right, and taking the airship there costs 3,000 ability coins. Yichou went to the ticket booth, paid 3,000 superpower coins, and then opened his bracelet and scanned it. When boarding the airship, Yichou only needed to open his wristband and have it checked by a special machine to prove that he had bought a ticket. It can be said that the technology in the world of superhumans is relatively advanced. However, the development of weaponry cannot keep up with Yichou's previous life. There was no weapon like Tsar Bomba that could be considered apocalyptic. Most things that can be called weapons are invented based on the superpowers of superhumans. Yichou then went to the area where the airships were parked. After the airship doors opened, everyone lined up to board. After entering the airship, Yichou found his seat and sat down. His seat was by the window, and there was another seat next to him. Not long after, a young female superhuman with a bun hairstyle sat down next to him. She looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, but her equipment was quite good, including 2 pieces of superior grade equipment. Yichou could guess that the girl came from a well-off family, and might even be from a powerful or wealthy family. But he wasn't really interested in chatting with the young girl, so he closed his eyes and started to rest. After about an hour or two, Yichou had rested enough and opened his eyes. He opened his bracelet, ready to learn some knowledge about the mythical beasts, so as not to waste his time. Beep, beep, beep. Alarm! Alarm! A horde of Tier 3 flying beasts has appeared. Suddenly, an alarm sounded from the speaker in front. Everyone became somewhat tense, and some were even whispering among themselves. A swarm of third-tier flying beasts. What's going on? That's right, isn't it said that there aren't any flying beasts near the Green Hills? Will this airship be able to hold out? Hopefully, those flying monsters won't attack the airship. At this moment, the crew on the airship began to say, "Please remain calm and collect your parachutes in an orderly manner." Are we going to need parachutes all of a sudden? The girl with the bun hairstyle next to Ichio muttered to herself. He frowned and said directly to the girl with the bun, "Miss, please move aside. I need to get my parachute." The girl with the bun hairstyle came to her senses and got up to collect her parachute pack. After they received their parachute packs, suddenly, the entire airship began to shake violently. The airship crew member immediately reported, "A Tier 4 flying beast has appeared. Everyone be careful, the airship could crash at any moment." The passengers were more or less nervous, and some even started swearing. But the crew shouted again, "Don't worry, everyone. The airship is equipped with a 4th tier ability user with flight skills who will protect you before you hit the ground." Those with superpowers were also dissatisfied. "Then there's only one person here. These are a group of flying alien beasts. Can we guarantee our safety?" Yicho frowned. "These people are really stupid. Instead of worrying about these things right now, it's better to learn how to use a parachute." He didn't say anything more and started looking at the instruction manual on the parachute pack. At this moment, the alarm sounded again from the speaker. "The airship is about to crash. Please evacuate in an orderly manner. The hatch will open in 3 seconds. Please evacuate in an orderly manner." 3 seconds later, the hatch opened instantly. Having already learned how to use the parachute, Ichio rushed to the vicinity of the hatch without thinking. They glanced around and saw 7 or 8 enormous birds and beasts circling near the warehouse door. Ichio took a deep breath, jumped down, and immediately pulled the rope on the parachute. The parachute opened and rapidly expanded in the air, transforming into a balloon-like structure that helped Ichio slow his descent. At that moment, the 7 or 8 bird-like creatures flew towards Ichio. Without any hesitation, Ichio drew the cold moon frost blade and unleashed his sword energy. He unleashed more than a dozen sword strikes in succession, and a third-tier bird-like beast had half of its wings severed by the sword energy. Sensing the power of the sword energy, the 7 or 8 birds and beasts stopped bothering Ichio and turned to attack the other passengers. But Ichio didn't dare to let his guard down. He was always ready to attack. Meanwhile, almost every passenger had to face attacks from 2 or 3 bird-like creatures. Some passengers possessed ranged attack abilities, which allowed them to barely protect themselves. Some passengers fared much worse, lacking ranged attack skills. Their parachutes were torn apart by the avian monsters, and they screamed as they plummeted to the ground. The 4th-tier ability user with flying skills mentioned by the crew could only barely protect 7 or 8 passengers from attacks by bird-like monsters. 15 minutes later, Ichio landed safely on the ground. Ichio quickly ripped the things off his back and then dashed into the dense forest at lightning speed. Flying beasts pose a great threat to those with superpowers who cannot fly. Ichio would be better off not staying on the open ground. After confirming that there was no danger around him, Ichio drank a recovery potion and a healing potion. "That's terrifying." After some time, Ichio went to the open space where he had just been, intending to ask the staff where they were now. Afterwards, you can still see many people with superpowers arguing with the staff. There were even 3 superhumans covered in blood and 2 more superhumans lying on the ground who appeared to have lost their vital signs. Ichio counted the number of people, including the 2 dead superhumans, and there were only 27 people left. That means 3 more people were captured by the bird-like creatures. But Ichio wasn't surprised. The relationship between superhumans and monsters is this cruel. After waiting a while, and once the superhumans had calmed down, Ichio quickly walked over and asked one of the staff members, "Where are we now? How far are we from the Mad Wolf Sanctuary?" "It's only a 2-hour drive to the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. We can reach it by heading west." The staff member shared some good news. Ichio nodded. "Excuse me, sir, could you wait a moment? I have something to tell you." Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a girl's voice beside him. He turned his head and saw the girl with the bun hairstyle who had been sitting next to him call out to him. Ichio frowned slightly and said, "Young lady, what brings you here? Would you like to team up with me and head to the Mad Wolf Sanctuary?" The girl with the bun hairstyle said softly, "I am a level 41 ability user with the S-rank ability Space Manipulator. If the 2 of us work together, we should be able to avoid some dangers." After considering for a moment, Ichio asked again, "Is there any danger around here?" The girl with the bun nodded. "Just now, the airship was disturbed by the flying beasts in the air and deviated from its original horizontal direction. It is true that we can reach the Mad Wolf Sanctuary by leaving this forest, but the beasts lurking inside are all of a high level, and there are even some of them at the 5th level. The best option is for us to join forces and head to the Mad Wolf Sanctuary together." Looking into the girl's sincere eyes, Yichio suddenly asked, why do you think I have 4th tier strength? The skill you just unleashed was very powerful. The girl with the bun hairstyle said with a smile, if all else fails, I can hire you to protect me. I'll pay you 500,000 superpower coins for this trip. These words tempted Yichio, and he pondered them for a moment. Finally, Yichio said, okay, but let's team up normally. If we hunt down the alien beast, the materials and crystal cores will be split equally. What do you think? Okay. The girl with the bun hairstyle brightened up slightly and said with a smile, my name is Bai Lu, and I come from Longting Academy. Yichio's heart stirred. Dragon Academy, also known as Dragon University, is one of the 4 most prestigious universities in the empire. It is a level higher than Tianqing University, where Qin Sakshu is located. Yichio nodded and gave a brief introduction. My name is Yichio, I come from the Mad Wolf Sanctuary, and I am a level 35 ability user. Seeing that Yichio didn't mention his ability level, Bai Lu's heart stirred slightly, and she said with a smile, your ability must be quite special. I thought you were a 4th tier ability user. Yichio casually said, my true combat strength is indeed at the 4th level. Okay, then we can get going as soon as possible. Bai Lu nodded. It's almost afternoon now. We'd better get to the Mad Wolf Sanctuary before nightfall. Otherwise, it will be even more dangerous at night. Alright. Yichio nodded, preparing to head towards the Mad Wolf Sanctuary with Bai Lu. Bai Lu suddenly called out to Yichio and took out a spray bottle. Spray this on yourself a few times. Yichio was slightly taken aback. What is this? These are the pheromones of a powerful alien beast. Bai Lu's still slightly chubby face was full of seriousness as she said, if you spray it on your body, it will make some low-level beasts automatically avoid us. Yichio nodded and sprayed a layer on his body as Bai Lu had instructed. It doesn't smell bad, in fact, it's quite fragrant, similar to civet or ambergris. Then Yichio returned the spray to Bai Lu, and the two headed towards the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. Suddenly, the roar of a strange beast came from ahead. Yichio felt the voice was somewhat familiar. He exchanged a glance with Bai Lu, then said cautiously, it should be the Earth Bear. Sure enough, a huge Earth Bear emerged from the bushes ahead. According to Yichio's observation, it should have the strength of a 4th tier being. Upon seeing the two humans, the Earth Bear roared and charged forward on all fours. Yichio drew his sword and charged out. A flash of light appeared on his cold moonfrost blade, and he slashed a bloody gash in the heart of the Earth Bear. The Earth Bear, in pain, unleashed an earthy yellow aura, its strength and speed suddenly increasing, clearly due to the effect of the gravity field enhancing it. Yichio remained calm and composed, nimbly dodging the Earth Bear's attacks while occasionally inflicting wounds on it. Bai Lu, who was behind her, took out a spear that resembled a short staff, and her body shone with a faint silver light. The next instant, an incomparably sharp silver blade of light slashed out. This is Bai Lu's more powerful ranged single-target attack skill. The silver blade struck one of the Earth Bear's arms directly, and in the next instant, its arm was severed from its body. Blood gushed out like a tidal wave. The Earth Bear let out a scream, and Yichio seized the opportunity to step forward and slit its throat with a single stroke. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 42 beast, Earth Bear. You have gained 2,100 experience points and 840 evolution points. Yichio quickly gathered the materials and crystal cores, then said to Bai Lu, the smell of blood might attract other strange beasts, let's leave as soon as possible. Bai Lu nodded and continued on her way with Yichio. The two continued their journey through the dense forest. About half an hour later, Bai Lu's expression suddenly changed. She stopped Yichio directly and said, don't go forward. Yichio's eyes flickered, and he asked again, what happened? As a 4th tier ability user and the owner of the S-level ability Space Master, Bai Lu was believed by Yichio to have hidden strengths, and he trusted her quite a bit. I possess an intermediate skill called Danger Intuition, which lasts for about an hour. I just activated it and sensed danger ahead. Bai Lu's eyes were somewhat solemn as she slowly took out her short staff. Yichio's heart stirred, and he also drew the Holy Flame Sword. Bai Lu took a deep breath and asked again, do you have any ranged attack skills here? I have some here. Yichio nodded. Bai Lu then said, then I'll trouble you to come with me later to check on the situation. If you encounter anything suspicious, just use your ranged attack skills to test it out. Yichio nodded, okay. In fact, Bai Lu herself can also use ranged attack skills, but she can only release the Space Blade 3 times a day. The silver arc of light she displayed earlier was the 3rd time she could release it. Yichio and Bai Lu walked forward slowly. After walking for a while, Yichio also felt that something was wrong. It's too quiet here. Yichio said in a low voice, it's so quiet it feels a bit off. Bai Lu's eyes were alert, and she remained tense at all times. She said, that's right. It's as if we've stepped into the territory of a high-level alien beast. At that moment, Bai Lu and Yichio suddenly noticed several trees in front of them. Bai Lu let out a soft "eh?" Yichio's expression also changed slightly. The reason is simple. These trees are somewhat out of place. The other trees are relatively tall, and the species tend to be limited. These trees are a different type of vegetation, and they are shorter in stature. At the same time, the color of each leaf is exceptionally vibrant, as if they have been given a buff. Bai Lu frowned and said, something's not right with these trees. The danger I sensed came from them. Bai Lu then said, I'm I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to test it out with your ranged attack skills. Yi Qiu shook his head. That's not necessary. Bai Lu frowned. What do you mean? She wondered if Yi Qiu was unwilling to waste his skills, but her intuition told her that something was wrong with these trees. Yi Qiu shook his head, then said to Bai Lu, I have mastered a skill that can detect objects and strange beasts. Let me take a look first, and then we'll think about what to do. Bai Lu looked surprised. A detection skill? This skill is quite rare, and it's extremely useful. Yi Qiu nodded. That's right. Then Yi Qiu cast a detection spell on those trees. The next instant, Yi Qiu received feedback from the detection technique. Level 43 Forest Tree Ant. Forest tree ants are social beasts, generally of high level, mostly tier 3 to 4. When 6 or more forest tree ants appear, a tree ant king will emerge, usually tier 4 to 5. Yi Qiu's expression changed slightly. The tree he had used to detect wasn't the largest in the grove. In other words, there is a high probability that there will be a 5th tier forest tree spirit here. Yi Qiu took a deep breath, then whispered to Bai Lu, this is a powerful beast, a forest tree spirit. There's probably a 5th tier tree spirit king inside. Bai Lu's expression changed slightly. She took a deep breath, opened her bracelet, found the beast compendium, and entered the words, forest tree spirit. After a quick inspection, Bai Lu's expression changed. It really is a mid-level exotic beast, a forest tree spirit. These are all 4th tier, and there's even one that looks like it's 5th tier. We too probably can't compete with them. Let's give it a try. Yi Qiu pondered for a moment and said, they definitely sensed our presence. This is just a pretense. Even if we wanted to escape, we probably wouldn't be able to. Yi Qiu is telling the truth. Bai Lu took a deep breath and said, then I need to gather my strength now and unleash my ultimate move. Yi Qiu, I'll have to trouble you to cover for me at this time. Yi Qiu nodded, of course. Yi Qiu took a deep breath, slowly sheathed the cold moonfrost blade, and replaced it with the holy flame sword. Plant-type mythical beasts are especially afraid of fire, so Yi Qiu using the holy flame sword is definitely better than using the cold moonfrost blade. Without hesitation, Yi Qiu activated 3 skills. Damage stacking, sword energy, golden flames covering the blade. A layer of crimson gold flames appeared directly on the holy flame sword in Yi Qiu's hand. Yi Qiu took a deep breath, flashed out, and unleashed dozens of sword strikes at an extremely fast speed. Dozens of fiery sword energy shot out, directly producing an effect similar to a magic attack. The 8 forest tree spirits that had been standing still also moved instantly. They uprooted themselves and instantly transformed into something resembling a tree man. Then, their branches became more and more flexible, lashing out at the fiery sword energy in the air like whips. Yi Qiu's eyes turned slightly cold as he sped up and rushed forward, his long sword, still burning with flames, slashing directly at the foremost forest tree spirit. Minus 2,800. Minus 1,600. Minus 2,000. Yi Qiu continued to deal high damage, while the forest tree spirit was clearly furious, lashing out everywhere with its branches like iron whips. When it was lashed against the ground, the soil and rocks crumbled. Although Yi Qiu was extremely fast and kept dodging the blows from the branches, he would still be hit by the collapsing soil and rocks from time to time. The other forest tree spirits then surrounded Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu dodged the whip of a forest tree spirit and then severed a branch of another forest tree spirit with a single sword stroke. Minus 2,000. Minus 1,800. Without the support of the dark hour, Yi Qiu was also struggling to hold on. He asked Bai Lu behind him, Bai Lu, how are you doing over there? Wait a moment. The scepter in Bai Lu's hand gleamed with silver light, and a faint spatial fluctuation emanated from it. I will be able to complete this move in 3 minutes at most. Yi Qiu gritted his teeth and endured it, kicking one of the forest tree spirits away. Minus 1,000. As soon as the golden flame blade skill ended, Yi Qiu instantly switched the long sword in his hand to the bloodthirsty blade. Then, the bloodthirsty blade skill was activated, Bloodthirsty Fury. With the enhancement of Bloodlust and Fury, his attack power increased again, and he frantically attacked the forest tree spirit in front of him. The forest tree spirit passively endured Yi Qiu's attacks, and seemed to get angry, wildly whipping Yi Qiu with the branches in its hands. Even more remarkably, a human-like face appeared on the surface of its trunk, with a large mouth that always flickered with a ball of green flame. Yi Qiu knew that this guy was definitely gathering his strength, preparing to unleash a powerful move. So Yi Qiu didn't give him any chance and directly unleashed his skill, Shadow Blade Dance. 6 shadow blades were fired. Yi Qiu followed closely behind, unleashing several strikes as well. The referee announced, the match begins. Minus 2,800. Minus 2,800. Minus 3,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 43 monstrous beast, the forest tree spirit. You have gained 2,150 experience points and 860 evolution points. Bai Lu shouted directly at Yi Qiu, my attack will cause fluctuations in the surrounding space later. Remember to take the opportunity to finish him off. Yi Qiu nodded, and in the blink of an eye, he switched to a holy flame sword. At the same time, be ready to activate the skilled golden flame blade at any time. At this moment, Bai Lu also unleashed a powerful attack that she had been accumulating for a long time. A dazzling silver light burst forth from her hand, and a huge silver halo floated up, shooting directly towards the swarm of forest tree tree spirits. The most powerful 5th tier forest tree spirit was hit by such an attack. A human face floated up from its tree trunk and it immediately roared and screamed. The other few forest tree spirits were actually knocked away by this terrifying attack. Without hesitation, Yichio unleashed the last shadow blade dance he could muster. 6 shadow blades were fired. Before the effects of damage stacking and sword energy had completely faded, Yichio unleashed Golden Flame Blade, unleashing sword energy as he charged towards the several fallen forest tree spirits. -3,000, -2,900, -2,800. Not long after, 2 forest tree spirits died. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 44 beast, the forest tree spirit. You have gained 2,200 experience points and 880 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 46 monstrous beast, the forest tree spirit. You have gained 2,300 experience points and 920 evolution points. Before the 5th tier forest tree spirit could recover, Yichio had already closed in on it and unleashed a powerful sword strike. -5,000. The 5th tier forest tree spirit was still losing health and was stunned by Yichio's sword strike. However, as it turned around, the 5th tier forest tree spirit regained its senses, and at the same time, a dazzling green light burst forth from its body, and the mouth part of its tree trunk and human face also began to accumulate luster. The next instant, a green orb of light appeared and suddenly shot towards Yichio. Yichio's expression changed, and he swung the holy flame sword repeatedly, directly annihilating the green light sphere. At this moment, Yichio also noticed that the remaining 4 4th tier forest tree spirits had also surrounded him, clearly intending to attack him. Bai Lu also offered support. She darted forward, her short staff transforming into a short spear, which restrained the 2 4th tier forest tree spirits on the perimeter. Bai Lu's actions immediately put Yichio at ease, but Yichio knew that if he didn't deal with the 5th tier forest tree demons as soon as possible, their fate would still be the same, death. Yichio took a deep breath, dodging the branches swung by the 5th tier forest tree spirits while circling around the tree spirits and launching continuous attacks. -3,000, -2,400, -1,800, -2,700. Compared to Yichio's steady and methodical approach, Bai Lu seemed to lack the strength to keep up. Even though she was a genuine 4th tier professional, she no longer had the ability to use magic attacks after unleashing such a powerful attack. At this moment, Bai Lu could only restrain the 2 4th tier forest tree spirits, and she would even be whipped by the tree spirits' branches from time to time. Time passed slowly, and about 15 minutes had gone by. During this period, Yichio used this method, which can be described as dripping water wears away a stone, to wear down a 4th tier forest tree spirit to death. Yichio's side is still holding on, but Bai Lu's side is struggling to cope. She unleashed her skill and killed a 4th tier forest tree spirit, but it also consumed a lot of her mental energy, making it difficult for her to even deal with another 4th tier forest tree spirit. Yichio realized that Bai Lu was not in a good condition, and a chill ran through him. He said directly, "Bai Lu, do you trust me?" "Trust," Bai Lu shouted through gritted teeth. Yichio said in a deep voice, "Then you will come with me and lure these tree demons into the dense forest." The Dark Hour talent skill can not only be used in the dark, but Yichio can also use it under the protection of shadows. If Yichio were to enter the dense forest, he could barely meet the requirements to unleash Dark Moment. Although Bai Lu had her doubts, she still chose to trust Yichio and, with the 4th tier tree demon in tow, began to circle around. Yichio also rushed into the command center. Feeling his power tripled, Yichio's eyes grew even colder. Yichio flashed out and with a single slash, cut a forest tree demon in half at the waist. -5,700. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 46 monstrous beast, the forest tree spirit. You have gained 2,300 experience points and 920 evolution points. Yichio also rushed to the 5th tier forest tree demon at an extremely fast speed. Who's afraid of who? A sinister smile played on his lips as he unleashed a series of sword strikes. A sword aura carrying blazing fire shot out and directly enveloped the 5th tier forest tree demon. -6,000, -6,200, -5,400. Bai Lu was even momentarily stunned when she saw Yichio's fierce attack. Without hesitation, Yichio unleashed more than a dozen sword energies like a raging tide. The 5th tier forest tree spirit was covered in golden red flames and let out a miserable cry. Even though it lit up with wave after wave of green light, it could only barely suppress the flames. -2,000, -2,500, -2,000. Yichio's fiery sword energy seemed endless, and it soon completely destroyed it. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 51 exotic beast, the forest tree ant. You have gained 2,550 experience points and 1020 evolution points. Even Bai Lu couldn't help but open her mouth wide. What kind of medicine did you take? How can it be so potent? Now, only 2 forest tree spirits remain. Working together, Yichio and Bai Lu managed to capture another forest tree spirit. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 41 monstrous beast, the forest tree spirit. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. Now, this great great battle can finally be considered over. Bai Lu's eyes were somewhat complicated. She quickly walked up to Yi Qiu and took out a recovery potion. This is the recovery potion I prepared. You'd better drink it right away. Then, she pulled out a healing potion. This is a healing potion. You can drink it later. Yi Qiu did not refuse Bai Lu and took the 2 doses of medicine separately. He discovered that the healing potion given by Bai Lu was more effective. He felt that most of his injuries had healed and his physical and mental strength had recovered by about 20% to 30%. At this moment, Bai Lu also took the initiative to say, in that battle just now, you put in at least 70% of your strength. When it comes to distributing the spoils later, you get 8 and I get 2. Yi Qiu agreed. Yes, you can. After resting for a while, the 2 went over to harvest their spoils. For example, the cores of these forest tree spirits and their crystal cores are all valuable items. As agreed beforehand, Bai Lu gave Yi Qiu 80% of the money. We can only rest for another half hour. Bai Lu glanced at the sky. It will get dark in half an hour. Yi Qiu nodded. Okay. Half an hour later, after consuming a lot of potions, the 2 recovered about half of their strength and set off again. Bai Lu was still a little worried. After taking so many medicines, I'll have to spend money to remove the residue from my body, and then I'll have to go through the pain again. Yi Qiu asked curiously, do we still need to deliberately remove the residue from our bodies? That's right. If you take 4 doses of the medicine in a row, it's best to use the Imperial Medical Institute's photon tempering chamber to remove some residual elements from your body. Otherwise, the long-term accumulation of drug toxins will diminish our potential and even affect our future advancement, Bai Lu said in a low voice. I see. This photon tempering chamber looks really expensive. How much does it cost per use? Yi Qiu asked another question. Bai Lu casually said, 800,000 per time. Yi Qiu couldn't help but gasp. Although he had materials worth at least 5 million, 800,000 was still quite expensive. It seems I really need to be careful in the future and not take too many medications at once, Bai Lu explained. It's not much money. If you want things to go more smoothly in the future, you must remove the residual drug toxins from your body. Yi Qiu nodded, indicating his understanding. After encountering those 5th-tier forest tree spirits, they had a very smooth journey and did not encounter any other powerful beasts. More than an hour later, the 2 arrived safely near the east gate of the Wild Wolf Sanctuary. Please show your personal identification card, the guard said in a deep voice. Bai Lu and Yi Qiu each took out their personal identification cards. According to reports, you have just experienced an airship crash. The guards there said, according to Imperial law, you can seek compensation from the airship company. And don't forget. Yi Qiu nodded. Thank you for the reminder. Bai Lu twitched the corner of her mouth and said, we weren't injured, so the compensation will only be 30 to 50,000 yuan, which is better than nothing. Some ordinary people nearby were quite astonished. This girl must be some rich young lady from who knows where, thinking that 30,000 or 50,000 is nothing. Yi Qiu was also somewhat helpless. After going inside with Bai Lu said, let's exchange contact numbers. We might meet again in the future. Yi Qiu then asked Bai Lu, you're from Dragon Soaring Academy, right? If we want to join the Mad Wolf Sanctuary in the future, we can try teaming up together or something. It's highly unlikely to be like that, Bai Lu said with a hint of frustration. My parents want me to stay in the capital and join the capital superpower guard. Yi Qiu was also somewhat surprised when he heard these words. The capital superpower guard is known as the best place for noble superpowered individuals to gain experience for advancement. Ordinary nobles with superpowers can spend 2 or 3 years working in the capital's guard force before smoothly rising to the middle and upper ranks of the capital and then begin their easy and happy lives. It seems that Bai Lu indeed comes from an extraordinary family. Bai Lu considered for a moment, then said, actually, you really helped me a lot this time. If I had come alone, I would most likely have been killed by those forest tree spirits. If you need my help in the future, you can just tell me on the messaging app. I will definitely help you if I can. Yi Qiu nodded. Okay, thank you. Bai Lu smiled again. Then we shall part ways here. Yi Qiu nodded. After Yi Qiu entered the area of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary, his bracelet rang again. Yi Qiu felt helpless. He opened his bracelet again and found that the person looking for him was Qin Sakshu. He immediately opened the call and heard Qin Sakshu's voice. The cave will open tomorrow. We need to meet up tonight. Where are you right now? Yi Qiu said directly. I'm near the east gate of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. Where are you? I'll come find you. That was quite a coincidence. Qin Sakshu said with a smile. We're at the Mingzhu Hotel near Dongdemon. Gu Yueling is here too, as are the people who teamed up with us. Take a look at the map and tell me roughly when you can arrive. I'll time it right and wait for you at the door. Yi Qiu then opened the map function on the bracelet, glanced at it, and said, it'll only take 15 minutes. Alright, see you in 15 minutes. Bai Lu said softly. Yi Qiu rushed over immediately. Not long after, Yi Qiu arrived at the entrance of the Mingzhu Hotel. Seeing Yi Qiu's appearance, Bai Lu was somewhat surprised. What happened to you? You're covered in dust and dirt, and it looks like you've been injured? Yi Qiu casually replied. I went out of the city to hunt exotic beasts. Oh right, I still need to go to the clinic now, and I need to buy some some things. If there's nothing else, I need to take care of my own things first, and then I'll come and join you. It's nothing, Bai Lu said with a hint of heartache in her eyes. You should go and do your work. You can come back after you've healed your injuries. Our meeting is scheduled for 8 p.m. Yichio nodded. Okay. Bai Lu sighed again and asked, do you want me to come with you? Yichio naturally wouldn't trouble Bai Lu. I can manage on my own. Bai Lu then watched Yichio leave. After walking for a while, Yichio opened his bracelet and searched for nearby medical clinics and consignment shops for exotic beast materials. Before long, Yichio discovered that there was a Tianping Medical Center and an auction house nearby. He took a bus, intending to go to Tianping Medical Center first. Once inside, Yichio could see that Tianping Medical Center was divided into 4 floors. There are also signs at the entrance to guide customers. If a third-tier ability user like him wants to recover from his injuries and the energy and stamina he has consumed, he needs to register first and then go to the 3rd floor. Yichio went directly to the registration desk to register and inquired about the price. The 3rd floor is usually where Tier 3 support ability users can use healing skills to help them heal injuries and recover their status. Each session costs approximately 50,000 to 100,000 ability coins. Let's go in and take a look. Yichio considered for a moment, then asked, if I want a 4th-tier ability user to cast a healing spell on me, how much would it cost? The female superhuman at the registration desk said softly, it will cost 500,000 superhuman coins. Yichio found it acceptable. Previously, in the gathering place of superhumans outside the city, a 4th-level priest needed to pay 800,000 superhuman coins to cast the Rain of Life spell. So he nodded, reserve a 4th-tier Sweet Rain technique for me. 500,000 ability coins, the female ability user said softly. If you need it urgently, that is, within half an hour, you will need to add an extra 50,000 ability coins. Add another 50,000. Yichio didn't say anything more. The female superhuman nodded and helped Yichio complete the formalities after he paid the money. During the half-hour wait, Yichio took stock of his assets. Having already spent a considerable amount of money, he now has around 2.7 to 2.8 million yuan left. If possible, Yichio should try to buy a property in the Mad Wolf Sanctuary after returning from the cave. After basic training, the soldiers at the Mad Wolf Sanctuary need to be divided into different classes. If Yichio had chosen the hunter class, he wouldn't have needed to stay in the barracks every day. Apart from the once every 10-day hunting of exotic beasts event, the hunter class of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary only needs to hunt enough exotic beasts and complete the attendance check to leave the military camp and live and rest in the city. This is also an encouragement for the powerful hunter warriors. Yichio's future aspiration is to become a hunter. This way, he can hunt more exotic beasts, making it easier for him to improve his strength. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye, and Yichio went straight to the 4th floor. The person who performed the Rain of Life spell on him this time was a young man who looked to be in his 30s. However, the energy fluctuations emanating from him do indeed belong to a 4th-tier superhuman. As the incantation was recited, a layer of pale golden light mist appeared and then transformed into a rain of light that merged into Yichio's body. Yichio immediately felt much better. Not only were his injuries completely healed, but his energy and physical strength were also restored. Before leaving, Yichio asked again, excuse me, does your medical facility have a photon tempering chamber? Yes, the young man said with a smile, but each time it takes half an hour, and using the photon tempering chamber will cause some pain for the superhuman. Of course, if you have taken the drug beyond the recommended limits, it will be necessary to use the photon tempering chamber. Yichio nodded, went downstairs to inquire with the staff, and spent 850,000 yuan to purchase a spot that could be used immediately. Now, his money has shrunk to 2 million. But Yichio knew this was necessary, and after waiting for about 10 minutes, it was his turn. This photon tempering chamber looks extremely high-tech, but the energy embedded in it consists of pale gold gem-like crystal cores. The staff member operating the photon tempering chamber explained, the gem embedded in this photon tempering chamber is the crystal core of the sacred Pegasus. This kind of beast is quite rare. Its crystal core contains a sacred purifying power that can help those with supernatural abilities remove the poison from medicine. Yichio nodded and, guided by the staff member, lay down in the photon tempering chamber. The hatch closed, and Yichio felt flashes of light. He closed his eyes. The light shone on me, initially warm and pleasant, but then suddenly became somewhat stinging. But Yichio could feel that some impurities in his body were being slowly eliminated. Therefore, Yichio endured the stinging sensation. He could understand why Bai Lu had previously loathed the photon tempering chamber. I reckon a pampered young lady like her wouldn't want to suffer even the slightest hardship. Half an hour later, Yichio finally emerged from the photon tempering chamber. His body didn't change much either. But Yichio knew that after the poison was removed, his body would feel much lighter and it wouldn't affect his future development. Then Yichio checked the time. It was about 7 o'clock. He could also visit a nearby treasure auction house. Yichio sped up and rushed over. Upon arriving at the treasure auction house, before even entering, 2 staff members guarding the entrance asked, "Do you need an invitation or a recommendation from a long-time member to enter the treasure auction pavilion? Do you have an invitation or a letter of recommendation from a long-time member? Yi Qiu was taken aback. What if neither of them? If you don't have either, you need to prove that you have assets of over $1 million. The staff member's tone was very polite. Who are you? Yi Qiu then took out the prepaid card. Take a look for yourselves. Upon seeing that there were over 2 million yuan in deposits, the staff immediately let Yi Qiu pass. Once inside, another beautiful woman approached Yi Qiu and asked, "Sir, what services do you require? I need to purchase a batch of materials from exotic beasts." Yi Qiu said in a deep voice. "Okay, please follow me." The beautiful woman nodded. Yi Qiu arrived at a private room, and not long after, a middle-aged man walked in. The middle-aged man was probably a third-tier professional, not too strong, but Yi Qiu didn't sense the killing intent that combat professionals usually have. He should be a support-type professional. As expected, the middle-aged man first bowed and then said, "I am an appraiser from the treasure auction house, and the owner of the level 32B superpower golden eye dot. You can now take out the materials you need to purchase." Yi Qiu nodded and waved his hand. Then, piles of first-hand materials appeared in front of the middle-aged man with the golden eye ability. Upon seeing the 5th-tier green crystal core at the very front, the middle-aged ability user immediately swallowed hard. "Are you really going to sell this batch of materials? The value of this batch of materials is at least around 10 million. If Yi Qiu really wanted to sell, they could make at least 2 million in profit." Yi Qiu nodded. "That's right." The middle-aged man then said, "I'll get someone to come and calculate the material prices for you. If you think it's reasonable, we'll do business with you." Yi Qiu nodded. "You need to finish this within half an hour. Can you do that?" The middle-aged man swallowed hard, his eyes extremely serious. "Believe me, sir, if you are willing to do business with us, we will meet even the most difficult conditions." After saying this, the middle-aged man immediately called someone over. 3 minutes later, 4 more young men in their 20s arrived. They quickly tapped the materials provided by the male protagonist, simultaneously announcing their names. A 4th-tier forest tree spirit wood heart, 1, 2 4th-tier earth bear fangs. As they announced the names of the materials, they also gave their prices. Yi Qiu listened to it briefly and found no problems. The price was slightly lower than the actual price, but it was a normal purchase price. Yi Qiu then emphasized, "I do not sell materials for 4th to 5th-tier Garabanshies." "Yes, sir, we fully respect your wishes." The middle-aged man on the other end nodded and said. Before long, the staff here had tallied up the value of the materials Yi Qiu wanted to sell. The middle-aged man presented a scroll. "Sir, this list shows the names, quantities, and prices of the exotic beast materials you wish to sell. What do you think? A total of 6,727,200 ability coins. We can settle the payment with 6.73 million ability coins. How does that price sound to you? If so, we can transfer the money to your personal account right now." Yi Qiu nodded and said, "I can accept this price. You can hurry up, I still have some things to do here." The middle-aged man had a serious look in his eyes. After asking Yi Qiu for his personal account information, he sent someone to transfer the money. After confirming that his account had an additional 6.73 million superpower coins, Yi Qiu prepared to leave. The middle-aged man over there spoke very politely to Yi Qiu. "Distinguished guest, you have sold nearly 7 million worth of exotic beast materials to us. We can provide you with a top-tier VIP membership card. With this VIP membership card, you can purchase anything at our Treasures Auction House at a 95% discount, and you can also attend our Treasures Auction House auctions without an invitation. Do you need one? If you do, we'll give you one right away." "Of course I need this. Thank you for your help." Yi Qiu nodded. This treasure auction house is quite large. Yi Qiu might buy something here in the future. Having a VIP card can make things a bit more convenient. The middle-aged man overheard this and quickly took out a VIP membership card, handing it to Yi Qiu while explaining, "This VIP membership card can be linked to your wristband." Yi Qiu bound himself as instructed, then waved his hand and said, "All right, I have to leave now." "Yes, sir. If you need someone to send you a car, we also offer that service." The middle-aged man was incredibly attentive. Yi Qiu's heart skipped a beat. "Could you take me to the Pearl Hotel?" "Of course," the middle-aged man said with a smile. "I'll notify the driver for you right away. A car will be here to take you there in 3 minutes at most." "Okay, this is troublesome." Yi Qiu also felt that the service at this treasure auction house was particularly attentive, and nodded. When Yi Qiu went out, he saw a driver waiting at the door. Upon seeing him, the driver quickly asked, "Are you Mr. Yi?" Yi Qiu said, "That's right, it's me. Please come with me." The driver led Yi Qiu to a luxury car and slowly opened the door. This car costs 2 or 3 million. Yi Qiu also felt that the auction house was going to great lengths to retain customers like him. However, Yi Qiu also found this quite convenient. In less than 15 minutes, he arrived at the Mingzhu Grand Hotel. It's exactly 7:45 now, 15 minutes before the party starts. After Yi Qiu came downstairs, he took out his phone and called Qin Sakshu. Communication bracelets and mobile phones have similar functions, but mobile phone calls are relatively more formal. "Yi Qiu, have you arrived?" Qin Sakshu asked with a smile. Yi Chou nodded. That's right, I'm already downstairs at the Pearl Hotel. Wait for me a moment, I'll come down and get you right away. Yi Chou waited for about 5 minutes, and then Shin Sakshu appeared at the door. Shin Sakshu waved to Yi Chou. Here. Yi Chou walked over quickly. Seeing Yi Chou looking so refreshed, Shin Sakshu smiled and said, it's good that you've regained your energy. Let's go together. This time you will meet our future partners who will be our team and fight together on our journey to the cave. Yi Chou followed Shin Sakshu upstairs. When they arrived at a private room, Shin Sakshu knocked on the door. Then Yi Chou saw Fong Zilong open the door. Yi Chou, you're here. Yi Chou nodded politely. Fong Zilong smiled and said, I feel like your strength has improved again? Yi Chou casually replied, that's true, you could say I had a bit of an adventure. Yi Chou's dislike for Fong Zilong wasn't too strong. In fact, it could be said to be almost non-existent. Although this person seemed to be pursuing Shin Sakshu, he was not a despicable person and did not show any malice towards her. Yi Chou and Shin Sakshu entered the private room. He saw Gu Yueling again. Gu Yueling was now dressed in a tight-fitting outfit, obviously also preparing for the trip to the cave. Beside Gu Yueling were a man and a woman. The man looked to be in his early 20s, with handsome features, and was wearing a mage's robe, clearly indicating that he was also a magic-based ability user. The girl was petite and beautiful, carrying a longbow on her back, so she must be an archer, and her supernatural abilities probably lean towards the elven lineage. Yi Chou was a little surprised. After sitting down, he asked Shin Sakshu next to him in a low voice, are there only 6 of us this time? Yi Chou had thought the team would have a large number of people this time. Shin Sakshu lowered her voice and said, that's right, we can only have 6 people this time, because that cave is restricted to the 4th level, and only 6 people can enter each time it opens. Yi Chou said thoughtfully, I see. At that moment, Gu Yueling's voice came, let me give you another introduction. This new recruit is Yi Chou, who ranked first in the Wild Wolf Commando's new recruit competition. Although his superpowers aren't particularly strong and his level isn't high, his own strength is extraordinary. I hope everyone can get along with him. Gu Yueling's words surprised the archer girl over there. She asked, what is Yi Chou's current ability level? What kind of superpower does he possess, and what level of superpower is it? Gu Yueling then said to Yi Chou, why don't you introduce yourself? Yi Chou nodded, I am currently level 35, and my ability is Shadow Blade. In terms of ability level, I am officially certified as a C-level ability user. Gu Yueling frowned immediately, a hint of displeasure in her eyes. Gu Yueling then introduced to Yi Chou, that girl's name is Sitayu. She is a level 47 elven archer with an S-rank ability called Blessing of the Elf Goddess. She has now almost transformed into a true elven. The young man's name is Chen Lei, a level 48 fire element mage with an S-level ability called Fire Element Body. His affinity for fire elements is now comparable to that of a true elemental life form. Yi Chou was not surprised. This trip to the grotto is extremely important, so it is only natural to assign powerful individuals to Gu Yueling. At this moment, Chen Lei frowned. Miss Gu Yueling, won't there be any problems if you recruit Yi Chou into our team? Chen Lei, what do you mean by this? Shin Sakshu frowned. Chen Lei simply smiled and said, I didn't mean anything by it. I'm just screening for our future. Shin Sakshu's tone was somewhat cold. Are you questioning Miss Gu's judgment? How could I dare to question Miss Gu's judgment? Chen Lei still wore a gentle smile. However, I also want to tell you that some people are extremely good at pretending. Besides, the place we are going to is a grotto, not a place for folk art gathering or playing house. We don't get support from others. Therefore, before embarking on any exploration mission, we must make thorough preparations and absolutely not allow any self-serving individuals to join our team. Chen Lei was clearly mocking Yi Chou, implying that he didn't have the ability and was only joining their team to gain prestige. Yi Chou could understand what Chen Lei meant, and even Sitayu on the other side looked at Yi Chou coldly, with a hint of hostility. At the very center of the storm, Gu Yueling frowned. Are you sure you want to question my choice? Chen Lei shook his head. We did not question Ms. Gu. The referee announced loudly, the match begins. I just hope that Ms. Gu can take responsibility for each and every one of us, including yourself. Gu Yueling bit her lip. I've already said it, he is the champion of this recruit competition, even surpassing Shin Sakshu and Fong Zilong who are present. Why don't you believe in his abilities? He's only level 35. Chen Lei said coldly, even if he's incredibly talented, he can't compare to any of us. On the journey of exploring the cave, I will only become a burden. Gu Yueling's words made Yi Chou laugh. Yi Chou's laughter made Chen Lei and Sitayu frown. Sitayu even said coldly, is Chen Lei wrong? You've always been a burden. Yi Chou chuckled lightly. If you're not convinced, that's simple too. If I fight this guy named Chen Lei and I can defeat him, wouldn't that demonstrate my strength? His words startled everyone for a moment, but Chen Lei was the first to nod. That's right, you can do it. Sitayu chuckled and said, although Chen Lei is a fire mage, he can still easily defeat you, a level 35 piece of trash. Just wait and you'll get beaten up. Shin Sakshu and Fong Zilong exchanged a glance, both with a hint of helplessness in their eyes. They had witnessed Yi Chou's battles in the superpower arena, and Yi Chou's strength was definitely not that simple. So Fong Zilong
Zilong even advised Chen Lei, calm down.
Qin Sakshu also frowned and said, Brother Chen, I also suggest you calm down. Yi Cho does have the ability.
Miss Gu is not joking. Alright, that's enough. If I don't fight him today, I'm not a Chen.
Chen Lei remained resolute. After standing up, he said, let's go straight to the rooftop. I want to see just how strong Yi Cho, who's only level 35, really is.
Yi Cho nodded. Alright, let's go to the rooftop.
Chen Lei scoffed, at least you have some guts, you're acting like a man.
Yi Cho didn't waste any more words and went out with Chen Lei.
Meanwhile, Gu Yueling felt helpless, while Qin Sakshu and Fang Zilong also had a strange look in their eyes.
Fang Zilong asked Qin Sakshu in a low voice, your younger brother is probably going to have to teach Chen Lei a lesson this time.
Qin Sakshu gave a wry smile. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore.
Let's go take a look quickly. Gu Yueling and the fruit went along as well.
Upon arriving at the rooftop, Yi Cho immediately drew the cold moonfrost blade from his back. Seeing Yi Cho take out the cold moonfrost blade, Chen Lei's lips curled into a disdainful smile.
Looks like you do have some backing, kid. This knife should be at least a high-grade weapon.
So that's why you were able to gain Miss Gu's approval. Yi Cho shook his head and said, this knife is of good quality, but that's not enough to make you deny my abilities.
Alright, stop nagging.
Chen Lei's eyes were filled with disdain. Hurry up and do it. After I've dealt with you, I need to talk to Miss Gu and find a way to select other people to become our new teammates as soon as possible.
Holding the cold moonfrost blade, Yi Cho said coldly, then I won't be polite. Hurry up and do it. Chen Lei chuckled and said, I'm ready.
He also took out his staff, which was surrounded by a red light, as if it were ready to launch an attack at any moment.
Yi Cho nodded and dashed out.
Seeing Yi Cho's speed, Chen Lei was a little surprised. He narrowed his eyes and immediately waved his scepter. The red light turned into a rain of fire that shot towards Yi Cho. Under this rain of fire, an ordinary third-tier professional would have virtually no chance of escape. But for Yi Cho, it was nothing more than that. He simply swayed slightly and shifted his steps on the ground several times, easily dodging the rain of fire. Seeing the scene before him, Situyu was somewhat shocked. This kid really does have the strength of a nearly 4th level ability user. Gu Yueling pouted, her tone a little unhappy. I've already told you, this guy is very strong.
You can't help but believe it if you don't want to.
Situyu swallowed hard, feeling somewhat shocked. At this moment, Chen Lei realized that he had made a mistake. But no matter what, he has to win this battle first before he can say anything else. If he wins, he will have a certain advantage, and he will be more confident whether he forgives Yi Cho or makes other plans. So Chen Lei raised his scepter again, and with the sound of an incantation, a fireball appeared.
Under Chen Lei's control, the somewhat enormous fireball suddenly flew towards Yi Cho. Yi Cho did not choose to dodge when faced with the fireball.
Only he could guess that the fireball must have a final positioning function. So Yi Cho simply gripped the sword with both hands and suddenly activated one of his skills, Sword Chi. In the next instant, Yi Cho suddenly unleashed several slashes, the blade energy carrying the power of frost shooting out like meteors and falling leaves. The fireball flying towards Yi Cho was directly extinguished by several icy blade energies. Situyu couldn't help but cover her mouth, her eyes filled with surprise.
She also knew roughly the power of Chen Lei's move.
Yi Cho hadn't even exerted much effort, yet he easily annihilated them with his frost blade energy, demonstrating that Yi Cho's strength was far beyond what they had imagined. He truly possesses 4th-tier combat power, even surpassing that of a typical mid-stage 4th-tier ability user.
Qin Sakshu couldn't help but feel excited for Yi Cho.
Yi Cho truly lives up to his reputation as her younger brother. He always manages to bring her surprises.
Fang Zilong, on the other side, also looked slightly surprised.
He had previously witnessed Yi Cho's battles with other ability users in the ability user arena, and Yi Cho's strength at that time was clearly inferior to his current level. In such a short time, Yi Cho's strength has made great progress again. He also felt the pressure increasing. Meanwhile, Chen Lei's expression also became much more serious. Your strength is not bad, and you are worthy of my help. I take back what I just said. You are not a piece of trash or garbage. Yi Cho was somewhat surprised when he heard Chen Lei say that. He had thought Chen Lei would be incredibly stubborn. Looking at it now, Chen Lei is at least somewhat human, or at least not that disgusting. However, he still remembers the humiliation he suffered at the hands of Chen Lei and will definitely teach Chen Lei a lesson. After extinguishing the fireball, Yi Cho continued charging towards Chen Lei. He was incredibly fast, like a whirlwind, like lightning. Chen Lei's expression changed slightly. He waved his hand, and in the next instant, the skill attached to the staff appeared. A shield of flames appeared in front of Chen Lei, seemingly preparing to block Yi Cho. Yi Cho merely smiled slightly at the sight of the fiery shield. He gripped the knife with both hands and slashed downwards with a sudden force. The power of frost, carrying the blade energy, flew forward. When the frost blade energy touched the flame shield, although it blocked the frost blade energy, the flame shield was instantly weakened. Clearly, the fire shield's power is waning. Before long, perhaps only 2 or 3 strikes, the fire shield will be completely destroyed. Chen Lei's face turned pale, and without thinking, he quickly began to chant the incantation. Specks of fiery red light floated in the air, and the surrounding fire attribute energy rapidly gathered
gathered in front of his staff. Not long after, a phantom fire elemental life form appeared.
It has a similar form to a human girl, but its shape is more blurred, and it also has 6 wings like those of a dragonfly. This is one of the more powerful skills in the Fire Mage class, summon fire elemental life. Some fire mages with a strong affinity for fire can summon powerful fire elemental beings. Clearly, Chen-Lei belongs to the powerful category, and the fire elemental life form he summoned is also extremely powerful. Yicho quickly broke through the fiery shield. Just as he charged forward with his knife, the fire elemental life form completed its formation. Chen-Lei commanded the fire elemental life form, saying,
"Fire Maiden, go and defeat him."
The fire elemental being with 6 wings on its back instantly flew towards Yicho. Flames erupted from her body, and as she waved her arms, these flames surged toward Yicho. Yicho's eyes changed slightly, and he flashed out several slashes. The power of frost extinguished the flames completely. The fire maiden seemed somewhat surprised, stopped, and began to form hand seals. Yicho's lips curled slightly as he charged forward, immediately activating his skill, Frostblade Storm.
This skill can enhance his attack power.
In just over 10 breaths, he had unleashed more than a dozen slashes. The fire maiden emitted a red glow again, and a fiery red barrier blocked Yicho's attack. As the fiery red barrier shattered, the fire maiden completed her hand seals, and fiery red lights illuminated the surroundings. A fiery tornado appeared out of thin air, carrying terrifying power as it hurtled towards Yicho. At this moment, Sitayu slightly curled the corners of her lips. The flame tornado is the fire girl's most powerful ability.
This kid named Yicho is doomed to lose. Shin Sakshu shook her head. That's not necessarily true.
Yicho's strength is much greater than I originally expected, and he probably hasn't used any of his trump cards.
Fang Zilong nodded. That's right, I believe in Yicho's abilities.
Yicho was also somewhat surprised by the attack from the fiery tornado.
No wonder you were chosen as Gu Yueling's teammate. Your move was indeed powerful.
Meanwhile, Chen-Lei, whose face was a little pale, curled the corners of his mouth and said, "You'd better stop being so stubborn.
You absolutely cannot stop this attack. Surrender now,
and I can make the fire maiden withdraw her attack. Otherwise, when the fire tornado is fully formed, you'll have to tough it out." Yicho shook his head. "There's absolutely no need for that." Yicho's words made Chen-Lei chuckle. "Since you're so persistent, you'll just have to suffer a bit first. However, I have good news for you. As an assassin with superpowers, you have managed to hold out against me for so long, which means you have earned my approval.
You are qualified to be our teammate."
Yicho was speechless. Why is Chen-Lei still so arrogant?
However, Yicho didn't say anything more. He took a deep breath and directly activated the damage stacking skill. In the next instant, Yicho sped away. The cold moon frost blade in her hand was like a light and graceful butterfly, fluttering up and down in the air. Dozens of sword beams shot towards the fiery tornado in the air from all angles and directions. These dozens of sword lights carried the power of frost and were extremely powerful, causing the fire tornado to freeze in midair. In the next instant, the huge fire tornado was suddenly split into dozens of pieces, and then the power of frost extinguished those dozens of flames completely. The surroundings were completely silent. After a long while, Shin Sakshu exclaimed softly, "Well done, Yicho." Fang Zilong clapped enthusiastically, saying, "Yicho, that was a brilliant victory." At this moment, Yicho turned his gaze to Chen-Lei. Chen-Lei sensed a hint of danger in Yicho's gaze, and involuntarily shrank back, saying again, "I lose." But Yicho had already rushed in front of him and punched him in the abdomen. Chen-Lei let out a scream as his body was sent flying and crashed to the ground. "How is this possible?" Sitayu's face paled slightly, but she didn't say anything in Chen-Lei's defense. She knew that this time she and Chen-Lei had been too attached to each other and had also misunderstood Yicho. At this moment, Yicho approached Chen-Lei again, looking down at him with an air of superiority. "Is there anything else you'd like to say this time?"
Chen-Lei's face was slightly pale, and his eyes were filled with anger, but he still gritted his teeth and said, "I'm about to admit defeat, so why are you hitting me?"
"Just because of your foul mouth just now."
Yicho chuckled. "Isn't that reason enough?"
At this moment, Gu Yueling also walked over quickly and said softly, all right, you two stop arguing. We will be adventuring together in the cave in the future, and we will also be temporary teammates. If you keep arguing, you're disrespecting me." Upon hearing this, Yicho stopped talking and shut his mouth. Meanwhile, Chen-Lei was still somewhat indignant. "Miss Gu, how could you tolerate him? Why don't you mention that I just let you slander Yicho?"
Chen-Lei said coldly, "Yicho has the ability, but you scolded him. He's a little angry, so what? Besides, it wasn't like you weren't given the chance to fight back. If you're so capable, why don't you beat him up? If you have no ability, what are you talking about?" Upon hearing this, Chen-Lei's face turned slightly pale, but after a moment of silence, he didn't say much more. After standing up, he apologized to Yicho again. "I'm very sorry, I was wrong just now. I thought your low level meant low strength, but I didn't expect your true combat strength to be so formidable." Yicho looked at him and found that the kid's eyes were actually quite sincere. He was genuinely apologizing. So Yicho didn't say much. "I suggest you stop treating others with arrogance in the future. That would make you look ridiculous."
Chen-Lei nodded and didn't didn't say anything more. Meanwhile, Situyu also quickly walked over, bowed slightly to Yichio in a gesture of respect, and apologized. I'm very sorry, Yichio, I was indeed a bit blind just now. I had no idea you were this strong. Alright, I won't hold it against you anymore. Yichio yawned. Gu Yueling also said, let's go down quickly and then officially begin our meeting. This time, the atmosphere was relatively harmonious after the 6 people entered the private room. Chen Lei clutched his stomach and swallowed a healing potion before he felt a little better. Gu Yueling then activated her bracelet and a light screen appeared on it. Gu Yueling tapped her finger lightly and then said, the place we're going to this time is the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. A new cave has been discovered nearby. This grotto heaven is located west of the Green Hills. Strictly speaking, it will open tomorrow. Based on our understanding of this type of grotto heaven, it allows 1 entry slot every 7 days. In other words, if we want to obtain the grotto heaven core safely, we must find and acquire it within 7 days, and then return. Gu Yueling's words made everyone's hearts tighten. 7 days is already a bit tight. Gu Yueling then said, but you don't need to worry about anything. Judging from its energy fluctuations, this cave is not very big. 7 days is enough time for us to reach the very center of the cave and then obtain its core. Only then did everyone's expressions soften a bit. Gu Yueling said, I've also prepared some things for everyone this time. Consider it a perk. After saying this, Gu Yueling took out 5 boxes from her storage pocket and pushed them to everyone. Yi Qiu opened the wooden box in front of him and found 3 iron talismans that looked like tokens inside. That's right, it's a talisman. Yi Qiu had previously seen the existence of the talisman from the team that hunted the Garuda Banshee. Unexpectedly, Gu Yueling had prepared something for everyone. Gu Yueling explained, each of you has 3 iron talismans, and each one can be used 3 times. The iron talismans used by magic-based professionals are all diamond talismans. After use, they can release a golden shield to protect themselves. They can withstand the attack of a 4th-tier demonic beast for 5 seconds. As for melee combat professionals, of your 3 iron talismans, only one is a Vajra talisman, another is a horse armor talisman, which can increase agility by 20% for 5 minutes, and the remaining one is a wind blade talisman, which can unleash a wind blade that is the full force of a 4th-tier professional's attack. Yi Qiu's eyes immediately lit up. Although each of these 3 iron talismans can only be used 3 times, their value is definitely not low because they can provide assistance to 4th-tier professionals. Selling one for $1 million shouldn't be a problem. The 3 together amount to 3 million. Yi Qiu just wanted to say to Gu Yueling, boss is so generous. Then, Gu Yueling took out 5 more iron boxes and pushed them to everyone. The contents of these are more standard. Each wooden box contains 14 healing potions, 14 recovery potions, and 3 antidotes, all the best potions a 4th-tier professional can choose from. Yi Qiu swallowed. These medicines are worth over $1 million. She really is a young lady. Then everyone discussed teamwork, and afterwards, Gu Yueling told everyone to prepare to board the chariots and head west of Yulif Hills. The grotto is scheduled to open tomorrow, but no one knows exactly when it will open. Going there sooner is the best option. Yi Qiu, Qin Sakshu, and Fang Zilong were in the same chariot. After getting on the bus, Yi Qiu remembered the skill upgrade scroll he had obtained earlier, so he took it out and handed it to Qin Sakshu. By the way, Sister Sakshu, I have something to give you. Qin Sakshu was stunned for a moment. What is this now? She knew that scrolls were very precious and didn't really want to collect them. Yi Qiu smiled and said, this is a skill upgrade scroll, which can upgrade low-level skills to mid-level skills. Upon hearing this, Fang Zilong swallowed hard, his eyes lighting up. My goodness, it's a skill upgrade scroll. This is an extremely precious item. A skill upgrade scroll can typically fetch over 5 million at an auction. If a wealthy person who needs it comes along, it's not impossible for it to fetch a price of 10 million. Yi Qiu actually offered it to Qin Sakshu so easily. Does this kid not know how valuable it is? Or is he trying to curry favor with Qin Sakshu? Qin Sakshu paused for a moment, but still firmly pushed Yi Qiu's hand back. You can use this yourself. This is too precious. I can't accept it. Yi Qiu chuckled. You are a powerful holy knight in our team. If you become stronger, it will benefit our future explorations. And to be honest, I don't lack skill upgrade scrolls right now, so there's no point in keeping it. Qin Sakshu hesitated for a moment, but still refused to accept it. This won't do. Yi Qiu shoved it directly into her hand and said with a serious expression, if you don't accept it, Qin Sakshu, you're looking down on me. However, Qin Sakshu was still a little hesitant. She said, how can you say that you don't lack skill upgrade scrolls? You should have mastered the basic skills by now, right? Yi Qiu shook his head. My skills are basically derived from my equipment. He took out his 3 weapons. Here, these 3 are all of excellent grade. The skills they come with are enough for me. Fang Zilong's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. 3 superior grade weapons. Qin Sakshu looked at him with disbelief. How did you obtain these 3 superior grade equipment? A single piece of superior grade equipment can cost several million. 3 of them combined. Qin Sakshu simply couldn't imagine it. Yi Qiu casually said, I had a bit of luck, but you don't need to worry. The source of these 3 weapons is legal and complete. compliant. Qin Sakshu nodded and accepted the skill evolution scroll. At this moment, Fong Zilong also clicked his tongue in amazement. I didn't expect you to be so generous, Yi Qiu. Everyone was talking about it. Let alone Qin Sakshu and me. Even some 5th-tier experts may not be able to possess an excellent grade equipment. Yi Qiu casually replied. It was a coincidence. But Fong Zilong also advised Yi Qiu, you shouldn't rashly reveal that you have 3 excellent grade equipment in the future. Superior grade equipment is extremely valuable, and not everyone can control their desires and refrain from taking advantage of you. Yi Qiu could understand what Fong Zilong was saying. It's simply a case of a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. He smiled and nodded. Then thank you, Brother Fong. At that moment, Yi Qiu suddenly remembered something and asked Qin Sakshu in a low voice, by the way, Sister Sakshu, I have something to ask you. Just as Qin Sakshu was about to tear open the skill upgrade scroll, she heard Yi Qiu's question, blinked, and asked again, is there anything else you want to tell me? Yi Qiu scratched his head, his tone slightly embarrassed. I think I forgot to tell you guys. In a few days, it will be the start of the new recruit's special training. I'd like to ask if Miss Gu has informed the Mad Wolf Commando team that I'm going to participate in the cave exploration mission. I'm worried that not attending basic training might have some impact on my time in the Wild Wolf Commando. Upon hearing this, Qin Sakshu smiled slightly. That's easy, I'll just tell Miss Gu. It seems we forgot to tell the Mad Wolf Commando about this. Seeing that Yi Qiu's expression had changed again, Qin Sakshu reassured him with another word. But you don't need to worry. Miss Gu's influence is greater than you think. She just needs to borrow someone from the Dire Wolf Commando team, and for a legitimate reason. Captain Zhao Zhanghai will definitely agree. Hearing Qin Sakshu say that, Yi Qiu felt a little relieved and smiled. Then thank you, Sister Sakshu. There's no need to thank me. Qin Sakshu ignored the skill upgrade scroll in her hand and instead opened her bracelet to notify Gu Yueling. After receiving the notification, Gu Yueling smiled slightly and said to Qin Sakshu on the screen, don't worry, I'll talk to Captain Zhao of the Mad Wolf Commando team. You and Yi Qiu don't need to worry. Then, Gu Yueling hung up the call and immediately called Zhao Zhanghai. A meeting room somewhere in the Mad Wolf Commando unit. Zhao Zhanghai was having a small meeting with his deputies when his phone suddenly rang, which puzzled him. Miss Gu? Zhao Zhanghai naturally knew that this young lady had come to the Mad Wolf Sanctuary, so he immediately chose to answer the call. Captain Zhao. Gu Yueling's voice came through, and she said, I have something to discuss with you. Zhao Zhanghai's tone was very polite. Miss Gu, please just tell me what you want to discuss. Gu Yueling asked with a hint of a smile, does your Mad Wolf Commando team have a new recruit named Yi Qiu? That's true. Zhao Zhanghai still didn't understand why Gu Yueling was saying this, so he carefully asked, Miss Gu, is there something you need from Yi Qiu? As you know, a small cave has appeared near the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. Gu Yueling said in a deep voice. Zhao Zhanghai's expression also turned serious. I naturally understand that, but what is Miss Gu's meaning? I have already recruited Yi Qiu into our cave exploration team. Gu Yueling said with a hint of a smile, I came to see Captain Zhao this time just to ask if I could borrow someone from him. After all, I heard from Yi Qiu that they will be participating in new recruit training soon. If they want to explore the cave with us this time, they may not be able to make it to the new recruit training. I see, Zhao Zhanghai said, as if suddenly realizing something, but his tone remained casual. Of course. Miss Gu has taken a liking to Yi Qiu and is willing to let him join the team exploring the cave. It is an honor for Yi Qiu as a new recruit of our Mad Wolf Commando team. Zhao Zhanghai remained polite. I'm just worried that he won't be accepted by you. That's good. Gu Yueling smiled and said, Yi Qiu's strength has been recognized by everyone on our side, so Captain Zhao doesn't need to worry about him. Okay. Zhao Zhanghai nodded and said, since there's nothing else, I'll hang up now. I have things to do. Okay. Gu Yueling hung up the phone. After Zhao Zhanghai hung up the phone, his adjutant and the senior officers of the Mad Wolf Commando looked somewhat surprised. Exploring the cave? Is it the cave west of the Yunlin Hills that's been there recently? I asked the adjutant carefully. Zhao Zhanghai nodded. That's right. The other person exclaimed in amazement. I never expected that Miss Gu would choose Yi Qiu as her teammate. I know a little about this cave. It's said that only 4th level or lower ability users can enter. Yi Qiu's level shouldn't be too high right now, yet he managed to gain the approval of Miss Gu and her teammates. This kid is amazing. Another senior executive expressed skepticism. I don't really think Yi Qiu has that ability. Perhaps Miss Gu was attracted to his special abilities. Otherwise, why would a 17-year-old high school student who has only recently awakened his superpowers join the cave exploration team? This statement can be considered to have received unanimous approval from everyone. Zhao Zhanghai nodded in agreement. I think so too. After all, Yi Qiu is just an orphan with no background. It's possible that he has some special abilities. They had better be able to successfully obtain the Cave Heaven Core. Another high-ranking official frowned and said, if they can't retrieve the Cave Heaven Core, I'll question Miss Gu's idea of recruiting Yi Qiu into the team. After all, it is said that the newly discovered cave has a limit on the number of people allowed in. Only 7 people can enter every 7 days, and this
this situation will continue unless the core of the cave is refined by us.
Is this even possible?
Zhao Jianhai frowned slightly and said, then it's not good that Yi Qiu has taken up a spot. The adjutant gave a wry smile, but there's nothing we can do to stop Miss Gu's idea, so we can only let them do as they please. All we can do is hope that Yi Qiu won't hold us back and that the others will perform well. Meanwhile, on the road leading to Yulf Hills,
the chariot carrying Yi Qiu and the others suddenly slowed down and became bumpy.
Yi Qiu, who was resting, noticed this, opened his eyes, and his eyes were slightly cold and stern, because he could also faintly hear the roar of a strange beast coming from ahead. Clearly, there were strange beasts blocking the way, or they had encountered a small horde of strange beasts.
Sure enough, Shin Sakshu's bracelet beeped once. Then Shin Sakshu opened her bracelet and saw Gu Yueling's face. Gu Yueling said, a small horde of alien beasts has appeared ahead. You should come and provide support quickly.
Without hesitation, Yi Qiu got out of the car and rushed over with Shin Sakshu and Fang Zilong to deal with the beast tide. Before long, they arrived at the front of the convoy. Meanwhile, Gu Yueling, Chen Lei, and Sitiyu had already begun their battle.
Gu Yueling's fighting style surprised Yi Qiu, because her every move at that moment was absolutely dazzling.
She held a magnificent scepter inlaid with gems and pearls, and as she waved the scepter enchanted, streaks of brilliant silver-white light, like starlight, fell upon the horde of strange beasts. Those lower-level beasts, such as third-tier beasts, will explode into pieces the moment they are touched by the silvery white light.
Even a much stronger fourth-tier beast would suffer considerable damage.
At the same time, 3 shields formed by converging silver starlight floated beside Gu Yueling. Some ranged attack beasts, such as fire-breathing lizards and wind sprites, cannot penetrate these 3 shields with their fireballs or wind blades and thus cannot harm Gu Yueling. As for Sitiyu over there, she also drew her bow and shot arrows imbued with the power of nature at the strange beasts. Even third-tier strange beasts would die upon contact.
Chen Lei also kept releasing fireballs, killing low-level alien beasts in the arena and inflicting damage on high-level alien beasts.
However, even though these 3 were powerful, they did not gain much advantage. Because this is only a small-scale beast tide, the beasts in front are endless, and it is estimated that there will be nearly 300 to 500 beasts in total.
It is nighttime now,
and Yi Qiu is able to benefit from the blessing of his innate ability, the Dark Hour.
His overall attributes will increase by 1.5 times.
Therefore, Yi Qiu directly drew the Holy Flame sword from his back and dashed out. At the same time, Yi Qiu also activated 3 skills, Golden Flame Blade, Damage Stacking, and Sword Chi. After he charged forward, wherever his sword passed, second and third tier beasts fell down like wheat being harvested.
Minus 3,000, minus 2,400, minus 1,800.
The system's notification sounds were incessant.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for killing the level 21 alien beast, the fire-breathing lizard. You have gained 1050 experience points and 420 evolution points.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for killing the level 23 beast wind fairy. You have gained 110 experience points and 460 evolution points.
The referee announced, the match begins. Ding!
Congratulations, host, for killing the level 19 alien beast, the fire-breathing lizard. You have gained 950 experience points and 380 evolution points.
Seeing Yi Qiu's imposing appearance, Fang Zilong and Shin Sakshu behind him were both somewhat surprised. Fang Zilong muttered to himself, isn't this kid an assassin-type ability user? I feel like he's more of a warrior than I am.
Shin Sakshu was also somewhat surprised. Stop talking, let's hurry up and follow them. Yi Qiu couldn't possibly kill all 300 or 500 of these strange beasts by himself. After saying that, Shin Sakshu drew the long sword from her back, activated her special ability, Holy Aura, and rushed out. Fang Zilong didn't say much, but directly activated his superpower, Holy Lance Dragon Knight, summoning a Holy Lance and a Holy Dragon. He rode on the Holy Dragon and charged out with the lance in hand. Of course, although Fang Zilong possesses S-level superpowers, he is only at the 4th level at this time, and the Holy Dragon he summons is only a young dragon-like creature, not much different in size from an ordinary horse, but he was still a top graduate of Tianqing University, an invincible genius among his peers. Wherever his dragon spear passed, even second and third tier alien beasts could not withstand it. The 6 of them gradually improved their teamwork during this beast tide. While Yi Qiu and his group had dealt with nearly 200 third tier and lower tier alien beasts, the more powerful alien beasts finally arrived at the scene. First, there are nearly 30 level 3 to 4 forest wolves, including almost 11 level 4 forest wolves. Without hesitation, Yi Qiu immediately switched to the bloodthirsty berserker blade. He also activated Bloodlust and Fury and, in conjunction with his sword chi ability, charged out. When the leader of the forest wolves saw a human charging towards it, a bloodthirsty glint flashed in its eyes. It roared and flashed towards Yi Qiu. Its head rammed directly into Yi Qiu's waist. Yi Qiu dodged, leaving a deep bloodstain on its body with his bloodthirsty blade. The king of the forest wolves let out a howl, and the other forest wolves also entangled Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu used his agile movements to move through the attacks, dodging one attack after another, and occasionally launching his own. Minus 1,000, minus 1,800.
1800, -2400, -1000. Yiqiu sometimes even receives support from Gu Yueling and Chen Lei. For example, if too many forest wolves surround him, Gu Yueling's starlight will fall on the attacking forest wolves, while Chen Lei will directly use a fireball to force back the king of forest wolves that is waiting for an opportunity to attack. Yiqiu also realized the benefits of having teammates. Before long, with the help of Chen Lei and Gu Yueling, Yiqiu also successfully began to kill the forest wolves. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 32 alien beast, the fire-breathing lizard. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 41 alien beast, the fire-breathing lizard. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. Before long, all 30 forest wolves were slaughtered. Qin Sakshu and Fang Zilong worked together to deal with a group of 3rd to 4th tier scaled deer. However, they were not in very good condition at the moment, and they had some wounds on their bodies. Fang Zilong, in particular, was unable to properly wield the dragon spear because his right arm was injured by the frost power of the king of the scaled deer. At this moment, Gu Yueling began chanting a spell that resembled an aria. Before long, the scepter in her hand burst forth with starlight. This time, the starlight was a pale cyan green color, and it split into 3 beams in the air, landing on Qin Sakshu, Yiqiu, and Fang Zilong respectively. Fang Zilong's frostbite healed instantly, and Qin Sakshu's injuries also healed. Yiqiu also felt that his body was no longer tired. He was somewhat surprised. Gu Yueling could not only use supernatural abilities to attack, but also had abilities similar to those of a light priest. No wonder Qin Sakshu had told him before that Gu Yueling, the Star Messenger, possessed incredibly powerful abilities, combining offense and defense, and could also perform healing. By this time, the small beast tide was almost over. However, the last strange beast that appeared was also quite troublesome. Those were a group of 3-eyed lions. There are a total of 21 3-eyed lions. Among them, only 4 cubs are at the 3rd rank, the rest are at the 4th rank, and the Lion King is a 5th rank beast. This is considered a rather difficult opponent for Yiqiu and his group. Therefore, this time, Gu Yueling directly used her skill. Wishing you blessings from the stars. A pale golden light shot into the sky, then split into 5 beams, each landing on Yiqiu and the others. Yiqiu felt his strength increase by 10% in an instant, while Qin Sakshu beside him said, "This is Miss Gu's strongest amplification skill, called Star Blessing. If distributed among 5 people, it can increase the value of each person's most needed attribute by 10%. Moreover, this Star Blessing can last for a quarter of an hour." Yiqiu was somewhat surprised. This was indeed a good skill. If the blessings of the stars were bestowed upon only one person, it would probably instantly boost that person's strength considerably. At this moment, the divine halo around Qin Sakshu suddenly lit up, and she said to Yiqiu and Fang Zilong, "I have activated a group buff skill that I acquired earlier, Blessing of Light. This skill has been upgraded to its ultimate form. As my teammates, your overall strength will increase by 20% for 15 minutes. Fang Zilong's eyes lit up slightly, as expected of the ultimate skill. "I remember that when you used Blessing of Light before, Sa Shui, it only increased by about 10%. Alright, that's enough. The lion pride is here. Let's get started." Yiqiu pulled them both back to their senses, then drew his cold moon frost blade and dashed out. Yiqiu moved very fast, wielding the cold moon frost blade in quick succession, sending out wave after wave of icy blade energy. The 3-eyed lions at the front waved their claws, using the wind attribute energy of their companions, but they could only barely resist the frost blade energy. Even some of the weaker 3-eyed lions could be injured by this frost blade energy. As Yiqiu rushed over, he leaped forward and severed the head of a 3-eyed lion with a single stroke. The large head fell directly to the ground, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The headless corpse of the 3-eyed lion also fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 41 mutated beast, the 3-eyed lion. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. The other 3-eyed lions pounced on Yiqiu. Yiqiu kicked one of the 3-eyed lions away, then dodged and punched another 3-eyed lion in the chin. He then stabbed another 3-eyed lion in the neck with a backhand. -1800, -2000, -3000. The 3-eyed lions were instantly defeated. At this moment, Qin Sakshu, wielding a long sword, also rushed over, and her long sword, imbued with blazing holy energy, slashed at the right shoulder of a 4th-tier 3-eyed lion. Yiqiu rushed forward at lightning speed, taking advantage of the 3-eyed lion's slowed reaction due to pain, and slashed its throat with his bloodthirsty blade. Just how strong is he? -5000. Then Yiqiu launched several more attacks, causing blood to gush out of its throat like a fountain. -1600, -2300, -1800. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 42 alien beast, the 3-eyed lion. You have gained 2100 experience points and 840 evolution points. Yiqiu then turned his gaze to another strange beast, a 4th-tier high-level 3-eyed lion that Fang Zilong was fiercely fighting. He dashed forward, his bloodthirsty blade piercing the 3-eyed lion's 3rd eye. This This is its most vulnerable spot. Yicho also unleashed a critical hit. -3,500. The three-eyed lion went berserk, twisting its body wildly, the cyan wind attribute energy between its claws boiling, bursting out one small wind blade after another. With the Gara spirit armor protecting him, Yicho barely dodged. The bloodthirsty blade in his hand flashed again, blinding its other eye. -2,500. Then, Yicho took the opportunity to plunge the bloodthirsty blade in his hand into its other eye socket. This time Yicho was relatively lucky and was not stuck by the bones. He directly plunged the bloodthirsty blade into the three-eyed lion's head and then twisted it vigorously. -6,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 47 beast, the three-eyed lion. You have gained 2,650 experience points and 940 evolution points. At that moment, a soft gasp came from Qin Saksha's side. Yicho turned his head and saw that Qin Saksha was already facing off against the 5th tier three-eyed lion king. Without hesitation, Yicho rushed out and drew his cold moonfrost blade. Although Yicho's sword chi and damage stacking skills are no longer usable. However, Yicho was currently under the blessing of darkness, and was also doubly blessed by Qin Saksha's protection of light and Gu Yueling's blessing of the stars. Yicho believed that even this 5th tier three-eyed lion king would not fare well under his attack. However, Yicho discovered that Qin Saksha was in danger and could be injured by the 5th tier three-eyed lion king at any moment. Yicho gritted his teeth and used Shadow Blade Frenzy directly. The next instant, 6 shadowy blades shot out and struck the 5th tier three-eyed lion king directly. The 5th tier three-eyed lion king roared in pain, while Qin Saksha struck its face directly with her sword, tearing a huge wound in its face. Yicho felt quite helpless. How could Qin Saksha be so fierce? Yicho's original expectation was that Qin Saksha would be able to get out of the way quickly, but he couldn't say anything more. He rushed over at lightning speed and stood in front of Qin Saksha. Just then, the 5th tier three-eyed lion king, imbued with wind energy, slammed its claw down. Yicho took the claw directly to the chest. Fortunately, he had the Gara spirit armor, so the wind energy did not break through his armor and damage his body. But even such a powerful force caused Yicho a slight pain in his sternum, and he almost suffered a bone fracture. Qin Saksha's expression changed when she saw Yicho take the blow for her. Her eyes burned with rage as she said in a deep voice, "Holy light judgment." The next instant, she gripped the longsword in both hands. A dazzling, holy light surged from the longsword. The holy light was so intense it resembled flames. A few breaths later, Qin Saksha unleashed a sword strike. This sword strike sent the 5th tier three-eyed lion king staggering back several steps, and its body burst into blazing golden flames. The 5th tier three-eyed lion king roared and rolled on the ground, trying to extinguish the flames. Without hesitation, Yicho unleashed his cold moon twin blades, leaving wound after wound on the 5th tier three-eyed lion king. Yicho gritted his teeth and looked at the time. It was already past 11:50. As long as he can hold out until the next day, his skills will refresh, and this tier 5 three-eyed lion king won't be able to win him over. Seeing the dire situation, Fang Zilong also wanted to rush over to help. However, with the help of Chen Lei and Gu Yueling, he was now holding back 7 4th tier three-eyed lions and had no way to free up his hands. We can only hope that Yicho and Qin Saksha can quickly kill the 5th tier three-eyed lion king. Yicho gritted his teeth and exerted all his strength, managing to drag the 5th tier three-eyed lion king until after midnight. The time was almost up, and a ruthless glint flashed in Yicho's eyes. Frost Blade Storm. Damage stacking. With all 3 skills activated simultaneously, Yicho's blade flashed like a torrential downpour. -1800, -2000, -2800, -1900. Under Yicho's relentless attacks, the 5th tier three-eyed lion king, whose flesh was torn apart, finally let out a miserable scream and was beheaded by him with a single blow. -6000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 51 beast, the three-eyed lion king. You have gained 2,550 experience points and evolved by 1020 points. Yicho took a deep breath, and then he quickly rushed to Fang Zilong's side to help Fang Zilong kill the alien beast. With the help of his skills, he was able to succeed this time. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 41 mutated beast, the three-eyed lion. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 43 beast, the three-eyed lion. You have gained 2,150 experience points and 860 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 42 alien beast, the three-eyed lion. You have gained 2,100 experience points and 840 evolution points. After the three-eyed lion pride was completely wiped out, this beast tide finally came to an end. Yicho's men were all exhausted. Yicho took out the recovery and healing potions he had previously purchased and downed them in one gulp. After recovering a bit, he and the others began collecting crystal cores and materials together. Gu Yueling didn't want to waste time. After considering it for a moment, she directly used her bracelet to ask the Mad Wolf Commando, "Soldiers guarding the cave, what is the energy fluctuation of the cave? Are there any signs that it will open immediately?" "Miss Gu, no, that's that's not the case. The soldier said, based on our current monitoring, the cave will open in at least 6 more hours. Therefore, Gu Yueling did not stop everyone from tidying up the materials and crystal cores here. On the contrary, she helped them. Then, when distributing the crystal cores and materials, Gu Yueling said, this time, Yi Qiu was at the forefront, putting a lot of pressure on us, especially when we encountered high-level alien beasts. So this time, he gets 40% of the crystal cores and materials, and will split the rest equally. You guys have no objections, right? Everyone nodded in agreement, without any objection. Even Chen Lei, who had some disagreements with Yi Qiu, was no exception. After packing up the materials, everyone returned to the vehicle and continued their journey towards the location of the cave. Fang Zilong said with some emotion, this time I've collected quite a few crystal cores and materials, more than I ever did when I went out to the beast forest before. This is a beast tide after all, Shin Saksha said helplessly. But if I really had to choose, I would rather the beast tide never appear. Fang Zilong also fell silent for a moment. If it weren't them encountering the beast tide, but rather an ordinary 3rd tier or 4th tier squad, those superhumans are likely to die at the hands of these monsters. Yi Qiu casually said, don't be too discouraged. At least we took down these alien beasts, didn't we? That's true. Shin Saksha smiled and said, this time, each of us received an average of nearly 2 million exotic beast materials, which is quite a surprise. Yi Qiu nodded. He closed his eyes, summoned the system, and opened his personal panel. 2nd tier beasts can give him 400 to 600 evolution points, 3rd tier beasts can give him 600 to 800 evolution points, and 4th tier beasts can give him 800 to 1000 evolution points. He just hunted down at least 60 2nd or 3rd tier beasts and 24th tier beasts. Therefore, without even calculating, Yi Qiu knew he would definitely gain a lot of evolution points this time. The moment the panel appeared, Yi Qiu's lips curled up in a smile. Level, LV 37 15%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, B rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 170 plus 15. Intelligence, 149 plus. Physical Condition, 165 plus 5. Mental Strength, 171 plus. Agility, 158 plus 25. Evolution Points, 57880. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal Skills, Damage Stacking, Advanced Skill, Evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection, Basic Skill, Evolvable, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, Advanced Skill, Evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Sword Aura, Basic Skill, Evolvable, requires 10,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, Excellent, Ring of the Moon Goddess, Transcendent, Light and Agile Boots, Superior, Cold Moon Frost Blade, Excellent, Wind Bracers, Superior, Garo Spirit Armor, Excellent, Guardian Necklace, Superior, Holy Flame Sword, Excellent, Wolfbone Spirit Ring, Excellent. Without any hesitation, Yi Qiu silently chanted, consume 10,000 evolution points to evolve the basic skill Sword Chi. Ding! Consume 10,000 evolution points, evolve the basic skill Sword Chi into the intermediate skill Sharp Sword Chi. Sharp Sword Aura, intermediate skill. After use, it consumes 10% of your constitution. For half an hour, every strike you make with your weapon will be imbued with Sword Aura. The Sword Aura can extend the attack range by 1 to 3 feet depending on the attack power of each strike. At the same time, the Sword Aura can increase the power of each strike by 20%. Can be evolved, requiring 50,000 evolution points. Yi Qiu's lips curled up slightly. This skill is really good. In this way, with the combination of several skills, one's combat power can be increased by at least 40% to 50%. Then, Yi Qiu turned his attention to the Wind Bracers and the Guardian Necklace. Guardian Pendant, Superior Grade Equipment. Effect 1, increases the host's agility and strength by 10 points. Effect 2, when the host takes damage, there is a chance to reduce the damage, up to a maximum of 10% of the host's full force attack. Can be evolved, requiring 10,000 evolution points and 10 tier 4 beast cores. Yi Qiu silently recited, consuming 10,000 evolution points and 10 4th tier beast crystal cores, evolve the Guardian Necklace. Ding! Consuming 10,000 evolution points and 10 4th tier beast crystal cores, the superior grade equipment Guardian Necklace has been evolved into the excellent grade equipment Guardian Star. Guardian Star, superior grade equipment. Effect 1, increases the host's agility and strength by 20 points. Effect 2, grants immunity to fatal damage, up to a full force attack from a tier 4 powerhouse. This effect has a 7-day cooldown. Can be evolved, requiring 50,000 evolution points and 20 tier 5 beast cores. Yi Qiu's eyes lit up. This protective heart is almost too powerful. It can actually withstand a fatal blow for its host. After considering it for a moment, Yi Qiu took off the heart of protection and handed it to Qin Sakshu. Sister Sakshu, you can have this equipment. Qin Sakshu was stunned. What do you mean? Yi Qiu smiled and said, just look at the attributes of this necklace. Qin Sakshu looked somewhat surprised, but still kept an eye on the Guardian Star in Yi Qiu's hand. After receiving the Guardian Star, Qin Sakshu was immediately surprised
surprised after a short while. This is actually an excellent grade equipment, and it can even block a fatal blow for the wearer. It's practically equivalent to a second life. Shin Saksha's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Fong Zilong, standing next to him, was even more astonished. Excellent grade equipment. My goodness, Yichio actually has some. After taking a deep breath, Fong Zilong whispered to Shin Sakshu, why don't you just accept it? Yichio must have other superior grade equipment on him. He must have his reasons for giving it to you. Yichio nodded and said, that's right. This exploration of the cave will definitely be very dangerous. I suggest you accept this guardian star. It can also guarantee your safety to some extent. Shin Sakshu nodded, alright then. She had no choice but to reluctantly accept this guardian star. After considering it for a moment, Shin Sakshu said, Yichio, consider this a favor I owe you. I will find a way to pay you back later. Even though Yichio and she had a good relationship, Shin Sakshu wasn't the type of person who liked to take advantage of others. Yichio simply smiled and didn't take it seriously. Fong Zilong, standing next to him, looked on with immense envy. Yichio is practically a little god of wealth. After traveling for about 2 more hours, the group finally arrived at the entrance to the secret realm. Yichio and the others got off the bus. Then, Yichio saw a scene that surprised him. In the distance, a large area was completely enclosed by a long steel wall, and outside there were tanks one after another. Some armed soldiers were guarding the area. From the outside, the entrance to this cave looks like a military restricted area. Seeing the surprise in Yichio's eyes, Shin Sakshu gave her a brief introduction. Don't be too surprised. Every cave is a place that the human race must fight for, which is why the Mad Wolf Commando sent a large number of troops to guard it. Yichio nodded, indicating that he understood. I understand. Guyueling then waved to Yichio and the others, saying, come over here quickly. Yichio then went over to meet up with Guyueling, Chenlei, Sitayu, and others. After the 6 of them gathered together, Guyueling found a young soldier and asked, is Master Chenling here? Master Chen is here. The young soldier nodded. You must be the team here to compete for the core of the cave, right? Master Chenling is here. Guyueling noticed something unusual in the young soldier's words. What does a team participating in the struggle for the cave heaven mean? Are there other teams vying for the core of this grotto heaven? The young soldier was slightly taken aback. You didn't know? Guyueling frowned. Isn't this cave supposed to only accommodate 6 people at a time? The young soldier considered for a moment and said, I don't know the specifics either, but it's not just your squad that came this time. Shin Sakshu frowned. Is someone trying to take it from us? Guyueling stopped Shin Sakshu. I'll go and negotiate with them later. Then Guyueling said to the man, let us meet Master Chen first. Yichio also felt that something was not right. If someone else really gets involved in the matter of the core of the cave, Yichio felt that their cave exploration trip was likely to be fraught with trouble. Not long after, the young soldier led Guyueling and the others to a camp. Guyueling called softly inside again, Master Chen, are you there? I'm still here. A gentle middle-aged woman's voice came from inside. Yichio followed Guyueling inside and saw Chen Ling, the 6th level ability user and mind sorcerer he had met before. She was still wearing a white robe, her face gentle and her eyes serene. Master Chen. Guyueling went straight to the most important question. Are there other teams vying with us for a spot to enter the cave? Ms. Gu, that's indeed the case. I can only say here that I'm very sorry. With a hint of apology on her face, Chen Ling continued, this matter is not something I can decide on my own. It was the people from the Xuanwu shelter who insisted on sending in a small team. Are they planning to replace us, or is there some other meaning behind this? Guyueling simply got to the point. Chen Ling explained it this way, a 4th-tier squad has arrived from the Xuanwu shelter. They are said to be very strong overall, and they have relevant experience in exploring caves. Furthermore, the Xuanwu Sanctuary used this as a reason to demand that the other team compete against your team. Only the winner can enter the cave to explore and obtain the cave's core. Guyueling understood. She curled the corners of her lips into a smile, her eyes filled with coldness. You need my shelter? Are you bullying us? However, I will not be afraid of them. However, I believe that if I directly call my grandfather, they will definitely gossip about it. So this time, we will defeat them fair and square, and make them admit defeat. Yichio glanced at the sky again and said directly to Guyueling, if we really have to fight, then let's do it now. Guyueling had investigated Yichio before. They knew that Yichio had a special talent. His strength would increase exponentially in the dark. So Guyueling nodded and said to Chen Ling, Master Chen, please call the team from the Xuanwu Sanctuary over here. Let's compete against them now. Chen Ling nodded slightly, sure. She immediately took out her communication bracelet, but to her surprise, she couldn't get through on the call. Chen Ling frowned slightly. Wait a moment, I'll use the telepathic network to communicate with their captain. She closed her eyes, and after a while, she opened them and said, okay, they'll be here in 10 minutes. Let's fight and settle this once and for all. Guyueling nodded, alright, then I'll have to trouble Master Chen this time. Then, Guyueling said to the people behind her, this time, it's about whether we can enter the cave to explore. I hope everyone will give it their all. Shin Sakshu also lowered her voice and said to Yichio, if we can really obtain
maintain the core of the cave, we will definitely gain military merit for it. For me, you, and recruits like Fong Zilong, earning military merit early will lead to better prospects in the future. Yichio naturally understood what Qin Saksha meant, and his eyes hardened. Not long after, a nonchalant male voice rang out from the doorway again. Master Chen, it's only the early hours of the morning. Why did you call us here? Are we going to fight that second-generation squad before dawn? Second-generation squad. Upon hearing those 4 words, Gu Yueling's eyes practically spit fire. She gripped the scepter tightly, turned her head, and said coldly, "Who are you calling the second-generation squad?" A young man who looked to be in his early 20s walked in through the door. He was handsome, but he always had a roguish air about him. But it's too late. The young man turned his gaze to Gu Yueling, and suddenly a smile curled at the corners of his lips. "Oh, so you guys are still here. I'm sorry, I take back what I just said." The young man's nonchalant tone almost made Gu Yueling explode. "If I don't beat you to a pulp later, I'm not a Gu." The young man chuckled and said, "That depends on whether you have the ability." After saying that, he walked over and cupped his hands in greeting to Chen Ling, saying, "Greetings, Master Chen." Chen Ling looked at the young man from the Xuanwu shelter with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. "Xiong Tianzi, I know you are very strong, but you shouldn't be so presumptuous in the future. No matter what, Miss Gu's strength is undeniable." Xiong Tianzi laughed and said, Okay, I understand, Master Chen." At that moment, the remaining 5 members of Xiong Tianzi's team walked in through the door. Yi Chio's gaze swept over. In his perception, these people were all extremely powerful. He is at least a 4th-level advanced ability user. After everyone had entered, Xiong Tianzi lazily said, "When should we start fighting?" Gu Yueling said directly, "Let's go fight now." Xiong Tianzi pointed directly to the door. "There's an open space outside, which is also suitable for us to test our skills." Helpless, Chen Ling had no choice but to follow. Yi Chio went out with Gu Yueling. Over there, Xiong Tianzi introduced himself. "Xiong Tianzi, captain of the Xuanwu Commando Team's Operation Against the Cave Heaven Special Operations Squad, owner of the S-Class Superpower Shura, level 48. The 6 people behind him also spoke in turn. Chang Wu, owner of the S-Class Superpower Red Dragon Sorcerer, level 48. Zhang Henin, possessor of the S-level Superpower Holy Angel Possession, level 49. Zhang Tao, owner of the S-Class Superpower Sunwalker, level 48. Lin Jianpain, owner of the S-level Superpower Light Chasing Arrow, level 47. Fong Yueme, S-level Ability Holder Magic Warrior, level 49. As expected, these people were all powerful individuals, and they were all S-Class Superpower users. Yi Chio's eyes also showed some surprise. Seeing Yi Chio remain silent for a moment, Xiong Tianzi curled the corners of his mouth. "Don't any of you dare to talk about your level and abilities?" Gu Yueling said in a deep voice. Gu Yueling, owner of the SS level Ability Star Envoy, level 47. Chen Lei also said in a cold voice. Chen Lei, owner of the S-level Ability Fire Element Body, level 48. Sit to you and the others were not to be outdone. When it was Yi Chio's turn, Yi Chio said, "Yi Chio, owner of the C-level Ability Shadow Blade, level 37. Upon hearing Yi Chio's words, Xiong Tianzi almost burst out laughing. "You're level 37, kid? And you only have a C-level ability? Are you kidding me? If your team can't find suitable personnel, then let us do it. We'll shove a 3rd-tier ability user into the cave and compete for its core. Are you really a 2nd-generation team?" Yi Chio frowned. At this point, Chen Lei immediately started yelling, "What do you mean? Do you really think we're all clueless idiots? Yi Chio was able to join our team because he has the corresponding strength. You look down on Yi Chio now, but believe me, he'll beat you into a pig's head in a minute." Yi Chio was secretly pleased to hear Chen Lei say that. "I never expected Chen Lei to be such an interesting guy." Hearing Chen Lei say that, Xiong Tianzi laughed and said, "Then let's try it out later. If this 3rd-tier guy in your team doesn't show the strength of a 4th-tier ability user, then you're in big trouble. Let's try it then. Who's afraid of who?" Qin Saksha stepped forward and said in a cold voice. Xiong Tianzi smirked. "Then let's get ready to begin." "Speak," Xiong Tianzi said, drawing a dark red longsword from his waist. The hilt of this dark red longsword is decorated with skulls, and the blade is also quite twisted, as if it were the sword of a demon general from hell. Xiong Tianzi also activated his supernatural ability. Black and red flames erupted all over his body, and wisps of black smoke drifted around him. His eyes were bloodshot, and scaly skin began to grow on his cheeks. Xiong Tianzi looked like a demon from hell at that moment. No wonder his S-class ability was named Shura. The people around him also underwent corresponding changes. Chang Wu roared, his body covered in red scales, and at the same time, a red dragon phantom seemed to appear beside him. Dragon Vein Sorcerer is a superpower system, and the Red Dragon Sorcerer is considered one of the more powerful ones within it. As for Zhang Henin, the possessor of the Holy Angel Possession ability, 2 golden, radiant wings appeared directly behind her, making her seem like a holy and pure angel descended from heaven. A sunwheel appeared behind Zhang Tao's head, and bright flames burned around him. Lin Jianpain drew the bow and arrow from his back, and specks of white light appeared on the arrowhead. Fong Yueme, the demon warrior, let out a low roar. Her agile figure
swelling even more as she drew the black longsword from her waist. Yi Qiu narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiong Tianzi, then drew his holy flame longsword. At this moment, Gu Yueling also gave an order to the group that was ready to go. In my perception, Xiong Tianzi and Zhang Tao are the strongest, and Qin Sakshu and Fang Zilong are holding them off. Then, their support, that birdman, that sorcerer, and the archers, were held off by me, Situyu, and Chen Lei. As for the remaining demon warrior, I'm afraid we'll have to trouble Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu was somewhat surprised when he heard about Gu Yueling's arrangement. Gu Yueling's eyesight was quite good. She was able to tell at a glance that Xiong Tianzi and Zhang Tao were the strongest. However, Yi Qiu shook his head immediately and said, I'll deal with Xiong Tianzi. Gu Yueling said with some seriousness, Xiong Tianzi's strength is not simple. His superpowers are even a bit hard for me to figure out. Let Qin Sakshu and Fang Zilong handle it. Yi Qiu's tone was unusually serious. It's precisely because we can't see through it that we need to deal with it. You all know my strength, don't you? Everyone around her thought that Gu Yueling would definitely refuse. To everyone's surprise, Gu Yueling paused for a moment, then looked at Yi Qiu with a complicated expression. Okay. Chen Lei frowned and then said to Yi Qiu, can you handle that kid with the really foul mouth? Believe me. Yi Qiu's lips curled slightly. Since he dared to speak ill of me, he should bear the price of being beaten up by me. The next moment, Xiong Tianzi said directly, are you ready to welcome us? Gu Yueling's eyes were serious. Let's do it. Yi Qiu, wielding the holy flame longsword, flashed out. His speed was so fast that it surprised Xiong Tianzi's people. Xiong Tianzi's lips curled slightly. So you do have some ability after all. Well, that's quite interesting. The dark red longsword in his hand was shrouded in black smoke, and Xiong Tianzi himself, wielding the same sword, flashed toward Yi Qiu. Xiong Tianzi was also very fast, even comparable to Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly, but did not choose to activate the skill. His skills are meant to be used in the cave, not wasted on Xiong Tianzi. The holy flame longsword itself carries a certain amount of fire and light power, which is somewhat advantageous when facing Xiong Tianzi, who is like a demon. It's at least better than Yi Qiu using the cold moonfrost blade and the bloodthirsty berserker blade. Aren't you going to activate your superpower? Xiong Tianzi slashed at Yi Qiu with his sword, a cold smile curving his lips. Do you think your sea-level ability is too useless? If that's the case, then it's really a bit of a joke. Yi Qiu raised his hand to parry with his holy flame longsword, and casually said, I suggest you don't be arrogant. Although you are quite capable, you are only quite capable. Xiong Tianzi's eyes were icy cold. No one has ever thought that I'm just good at things. You brat, you're far too arrogant. Black smoke suddenly surged from his body, transforming into one skeletal demon after another, which coiled around Yi Qiu's body. However, the Gara spirit armor that Yi Qiu was wearing blocked some of the skeleton demons. Yi Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly. Your superpower is very interesting. The next instant, Yi Qiu activated the Moon Goddess Ring. After a few breaths, the Moon Goddess Ring's effect of removing negative status effects appeared. The skeletal demons surrounding Yi Qiu were instantly enveloped by a silver light. In less than a minute, the skeletal demons were disintegrated by the silver light. Is this your skill? Xiong Tianzi was somewhat stunned, then tentatively asked, or rather, is this an effect that comes with your equipment? I'll tell you after you lose. Yi Qiu's lips curled slightly, and the sword in his hand flashed. The power he possessed was comparable to that of an ordinary early-stage 5th-tier ability user. Even Xiong Tianzi was somewhat being suppressed by him at this moment. What an arrogant brat! Xiong Tianzi roared, black smoke billowing from his body. Azura is born. 10,000 ghosts come to pay homage. Hearing Xiong Tianzi's roar, Yi Qiu felt a little amused. What kind of Azura is born and all ghosts come to pay homage? Doesn't he feel embarrassed? Yi Qiu took a deep breath. To be honest, his move was quite interesting. One human face after another emerged from the swirling black smoke around him. The faces gathered together and created an extremely oppressive feeling, clearly indicating that it was a powerful skill. Unfortunately, no matter how powerful the skill, it was nothing compared to his. The faint silver light covering Yi Qiu's body intensified. He rushed out and slashed with his sword. How could you possibly exempt me from the homage of 10,000 ghosts? That's impossible. Xiong Tianzi's expression changed. Yi Qiu smiled and said, what other tricks do you have up your sleeve? Hurry up and show them. Yi Qiu and Xiong Tianzi faced off. The other members of the team managed to withstand the attack from the Xuanwu Sanctuary team. In fact, apart from Yi Qiu and Gu Yueling being a cut above the Xuanwu team in terms of ability and strength, the others were actually slightly inferior to the Xuanwu team when it came to actually facing them. However, Chen Lei has extremely strong control over the field and is good at both offense and defense as well as healing and buffing. Therefore, there is no significant difference in strength on the battlefield now. Qin Sakshu fought against the demon warrior, while Fang Zilong restrained the Sunwalker. Chen Lei and Situyu also withstood the attacks of the dragon vein sorcerer and the light-chasing arrow. Zhang Hanin, who possesses the holy angel possession ability, mainly focuses on the recovery and amplification aspects. Gu Yueling was always there to lend a hand wherever there was trouble. Although she was overwhelmed with problems, her own strength was so great that she managed to keep the situation afloat.
start. Now, Gu Yueling's only hope is that Yi Qiu's side will quickly decide the outcome so that she can support the others and defeat this team from the Xuanwu Sanctuary. Yi Qiu, after hanging Xiong Tianzi for a while longer, felt it was no longer interesting. He smirked and said, "It's time for you to be out." Xiong Tianzi was stunned for a moment, still not knowing what Yi Qiu meant. He was already very impatient. After all, it took him nearly 10 minutes to deal with a C-level ability user, and one who was only around level 30. For someone like Xiong Tianzi, who appears carefree but is actually extremely arrogant, this was an utter disgrace. In the next instant, Yi Qiu suddenly unleashed tremendous power and speed. Xiong Tianzi couldn't even see Yi Qiu draw his sword before he felt the long sword in his hand being knocked away by Yi Qiu's sword. In the next instant, Yi Qiu made a fist with his left hand and punched Xiong Tianzi in the chest. Xiong Tianzi felt as if a large vehicle had hit his chest, fracturing his bones. He was in excruciating pain and was thrown backward. Xiong Tianzi flew out and tumbled several times in the air before crashing to the ground, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Seeing that their team leader, Xiong Tianzi, who was also the strongest member of the team, was actually sent flying by Yi Qiu, a third-level ability user, Zheng Henin, who was ready to support her teammates at any time, was instantly stunned. She had no idea what had happened. In just a dozen or so breaths, how did Yi Qiu knock out their captain with a single punch? Zheng Henin panicked a little. At that moment, Yi Qiu flashed towards Zheng Henin's location. Zheng Henin's expression changed slightly, and she said to the Red Dragon Warlock and the Light Chasing Arrow, quickly sniped Yi Qiu, "Don't let him get over here." Red Dragon Warlock and Light Chaser are ranged combat type ability users. Yi Qiu unleashed his full power, and even in order to restrain them, he kept flashing, shifting his feet, and changing positions. Even the tracking arrows could not immediately lock onto Yi Qiu. After a while, with the help of the Eagle Eye skill, the tracking arrow finally aimed at Yi Qiu's movement trajectory and suddenly fired 3 consecutive arrows. 3 arrows shot out in the air one after another. Yi Qiu's lips curled slightly as he slashed through the air with his Holy Flame Sword, deflecting all 3 consecutive arrows. However, Yi Qiu's actions also slowed his pace a bit. The Red Dragon Warlock also caught Yi Qiu's trail, opened its mouth wide, and spat out a ball of crimson gold fire in Yi Qiu's direction. Yi Qiu's lips curled up. Before he could use the Holy Flame Sword to cut through the fireball, a beam of starlight suddenly appeared behind him, shattering the fireball. Gu Yueling has made her move. Yi Qiu's heart stirred, and without hesitation, he continued his attack on Zheng Henin and the others. Zheng Henin also panicked a little, her hands clasped together like a nun in prayer. The next instant, the golden wings on her back shimmered with patches of white light. Then, a white beam of light appeared and directly entered the body of the tracking arrow. This is one of Zheng Henin's more powerful single-target buff skills, Holy Light Protection. Chasing Arrow felt his physical abilities increase by nearly 20%. He could barely make out Yi Qiu's traces. The Light Chasing Arrow fired several arrows in quick succession. But the next moment, something that seemed to explode happened to him. Yi Qiu still held his sword and cut off the several arrows he shot. Is this Yi Qiu a monster? His own strength had increased by nearly 20%, yet Yi Qiu could still cut through his arrows. Is this guy really level 35 and not level 55? Can you please not be so outrageous? At this moment, the Red Dragon Warlock gritted his teeth and activated his innate skill, Red Dragon Possession. In the next instant, he had even more scales on his body, and he looked like a half-dragon. The Red Dragon Warlock abandoned ranged attacks and charged directly at Yi Qiu, attempting to stop him with his physical strength. That's ridiculous. Yi Qiu's lips curled slightly. His current true combat strength far surpassed that of an ordinary 4th-tier expert. Even a 5th-tier early-stage expert might not be able to gain an advantage in front of him. Holding the Holy Flame Sword, Yi Qiu suddenly leaped up and slashed down with his sword. This sword strike used almost 60% of Yi Qiu's power. The Red Dragon Warlock crossed his scaly arms, attempting to block the attack with his half-dragon hands. Unfortunately, Yi Qiu's sword strike shattered his scales. He also had a deep bone-revealing wound on his arm. Yi Qiu then kicked the Red Dragon Warlock, sending him flying 7 or 8 meters away. Afterwards, Situ, Yi Qiu's teammate, also provided excellent support. She aimed directly at the Red Dragon Warlock over there, adhering to the principle of striking a fallen dog to the ground, and fired several moonlight arrows. The Red Dragon Warlock was hit by several arrows before he could even get up from the ground, and several bloody holes appeared on his body, rendering him unable to fight. As for Chen Lei, he did not disappoint Yi Qiu. He aimed at the chasing arrows on the other side and launched a crazy fire attack. This time, Chen Lei played a restraining role and suppressed the chasing light arrow, preventing it from affecting Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu rushed out at an extremely fast speed and arrived directly near Zhang Henin. Zhang Henin had no offensive skills, so she had no choice but to grit her teeth and use a Holy Light Shield. Upon seeing this, Yi Qiu shattered the Holy Light Shield and then punched her, sending her flying. The girl fell to the ground and, without exception, fainted. 2 players have already been eliminated from the game. Without a doubt, the team from Xuanwu Shelter is at a disadvantage. In fact, the current situation is already quite clear. The only winners will be Yi Qiu and his team. At this moment, the disheveled chasing light arrow gritted his teeth and said, "We surrender. If they continue fighting, they will only bring shame upon themselves. Rather than suffer a lot of injuries, it's better to surrender." Yichio then curled the corners of his mouth and said with a smile, "Do you guys even have a brain, knowing to surrender? But you guys are really embarrassing now. You were just confidently saying you would defeat us, and now look at you?" Hearing Yichio say that, Lin Jianpain, the light chaser, was even more furious. If they had known this kid had such a sharp tongue, they wouldn't have surrendered. "Even if I get beaten to a pulp, I'll drag Yichio down with me." The demon swordsman and the Sunwalker also stopped fighting. They also knew that continuing the fight was pointless. Shin Sakshu also quickly walked over and stood beside Yichio, launching a taunt. "You were so arrogant just now, why are you speechless now? Who said our Yichio isn't amazing? He's been slapped in the face like that." Fang Yueme bit her lip. "You guys are indeed very strong. However, things may not go very smoothly for you in the cave. Our team has twice successfully conquered the cave, earning a Class B contribution from the Xuanwu assault team. If you haven't been able to come up with a design by then, you might have to rely on us." Shin Sakshu's eyes turned cold, and before she could speak, Gu Yueling strode over. "I advise you not to overthink it. Each grotto heaven is different. You may have successful experiences, but you can't apply them to the grotto heaven we've encountered this time." At that moment, Chen Ling's voice came. "Now that the winner has been decided, the team that will be the first to enter winter has also been selected. Let Gu Yueling's team go in first." At this moment, Chen Ling turned her gaze to Yichio. "Yichio, can you come with me for a moment?" Yichio's heart skipped a beat when he saw Chen Ling, but he still nodded. "Okay, how did you acquire this talent skill?" Once they reached a secluded spot, Chen Ling asked Yichio in a low voice. Yichio said cautiously, "Perhaps my special ability hasn't fully awakened yet. I inexplicably acquired this skill called Dark Hour, which gives me a huge boost in the dark." "I see," Chen Ling said carefully. "No wonder I felt that your ability strength has improved and is now comparable to that of an ordinary B-level ability. I also suspect that your superpowers may not be fully awakened." Yichio's eyes flickered slightly. "Are there many cases where superpowers are not fully awakened?" "Not many." Chen Ling gave a wry smile and said, "Generally, it's people with relatively weak bodies who can't fully awaken their superpowers. I know some of your experiences. You're an orphan, right?" Yichio nodded. "That's right. Your upbringing may not have been happy." Chen Ling's expression turned serious as she said, "But if it's the early or middle stages of a monster invasion, orphans have absolutely no chance of survival. Perhaps we shouldn't judge people solely by their ability level, but those with higher ability levels are more likely to kill more alien beasts and become guardians of humanity. I hope you understand." Yichio paused for a moment. All he really wanted was to become stronger, to be able to fight back fiercely when bullied by others, and to enjoy life to the fullest. However, he has also witnessed the shining qualities of some superhumans. For example, Shin Sakshu, Xiao Rongrong, even Chen Lei, whom I've met now, has his merits. They may not be perfect, but they are striving for the survival of humanity. Yichio nodded. "Okay, I understand." As a 6th level mind mage, Chen Ling also knew that Yichio might still harbor some resentment, but the child has clearly let go of a lot. She smiled and patted Yichio on the shoulder. "You young superhumans are the hope of humanity. I hope you all have bright futures." Yichio nodded and returned to the group. Shin Sakshu asked curiously, "What did Master Chen ask you?" Yichio casually said, "They just asked me about my superpowers." Gu Yueling said directly, "Everyone, go down and rest and recover for a while. I just asked the staff over there, and in another 6 or 7 hours, the entrance to the cave will be fully opened." Yichio and the others then prepared to head to their tents to rest. "Please wait a moment." Another soldier strode over and said, "Our camp is equipped with a 5th-tier Holy Light Priest, who is also the guardian of our Mad Wolf Commando. This 5th-tier guardian will come and heal you." Yichio's heart stirred. If a 5th-tier Holy Light Priest came to heal them, it would save them a lot of trouble. Everyone else shared similar thoughts. Not long after, a middle-aged man in a long robe walked over. The energy fluctuations emanating from him also told everyone that he was a 5th-level superhuman. "Greetings, Guardian," Gu Yueling said politely. "Thank you for helping us recover this time. You will enter the cave in the future, start the cave exploration mission, and seize the core of the cave." The 5th-tier Guardian smiled and encouraged, "I also hope that you can perform this mission in the best possible condition and seize the core of the cave for our human race." "Okay, thank you." Gu Yueling nodded. The 5th-tier Guardian chanted the incantation in a low voice again. Not long after, golden clouds began to float in the sky. Before long, golden raindrops drifted out from the golden clouds and fell on Yichio and the others. When these golden drizzles touched Yichio and the others' skin, they turned into golden specks of light and melted into them. Yichio felt a warm current flowing through his body, and before long, his depleted energy and minor injuries were fully restored. As expected of a 5th-tier Holy Light Priest, a thought struck him, and he said to the Guardian, "Thank you for healing us, Guardian. Although your physical problems have recovered, you still need sleep to relieve your mental fatigue." The Guardian smiled and said, "Go, and rest now." Yichio and the others went down to rest. He entered the tent and set a 6-hour alarm. alarm. 6 hours later, Yichio's bracelet beeped. He regained his senses, straightened his clothes, and left the tent. To his surprise, he encountered Chin Sakshu and others who came to call him as soon as he stepped out of the tent. The cave is about to open, let's hurry over there. Yichio nodded and followed everyone into a building heavily guarded by soldiers. The huge building was completely empty, but the next moment, Yichio saw a scene that surprised him. A faint silver-blue light floated in the air. Gu Yueling whispered, "The entrance to the cave is about to be completed, and the cave is about to open." In the next instant, the silver-blue light converged into a gate of light. Gu Yueling immediately said to Yichio and the others, "Come in with me." Yichio gritted his teeth and followed Gu Yueling and the others into the unknown light. The darkness lasted for several dozen breaths, after which Yichio found himself in a strange space. This space is a dense and endless forest, with no sun or moon in the sky, making it quite dark overall. The only source of light was the glowing plants in the woods. The plants there were also different from those Yichio usually saw. They had unique shapes and were colorful. Is this the grotto heaven? Yichio's eyes held a hint of surprise. The environment of this cave was relatively dark, which met the conditions for him to use his innate skill Dark Hour. At this moment, Gu Yueling took out a mechanical bird-like object directly from her storage bag. However, Yichio could see that the energy core-like object on the mechanical bird was actually a crystal core. Gu Yueling said in a low voice, "This is a monitoring bird, connected to my bracelet, which can help us explore the entire cave. Once we confirm the location of the core of the cave, we can head there." Everyone nodded. Yichio's heart also stirred slightly. This mechanical bird is likely a surveillance device similar to a drone. I never expected it could be used even in this cave. After about 15 minutes, Gu Yueling said again, "I've confirmed where the core of the cave is. Everyone, come and take a look." Yichio and the others immediately surrounded them. Gu Yueling tapped the bracelet a few times, and the light screen on the bracelet displayed vertically. Yichio and the others could clearly see that an aerial view of a forest appeared on the screen. As everyone can see, there is a giant tree in the very center of the forest. The giant tree was over 10 zhang tall, and its crown was covered with silvery white orbs of light, which looked like its fruits. At the very center of the narrative, above the tree canopy, floats an irregularly shaped rhomboid crystal. This rhomboid crystal is the core of the cave. Gu Yueling pointed and said, "Our goal now is to reach the location of this rhombus-shaped crystal within 7 days, obtain the core of the cave, return to the entrance of the cave, and leave this place." Yichio asked in a low voice, "Approximately how far away are we from that big tree as the crow flies?" Gu Yueling said carefully, "We are quite lucky. The entrance to this cave is not far from the core of the cave, about 100 miles away. We can get there within 3 days, then spend another day seizing the core of the cave, and then return to the entrance of the cave. 7 days is just right." "That's good." Chin Sakshu nodded. "Let's get started." Gu Yueling nodded and then said to the people behind her, "Some of the strange beasts in the cave are not even recorded in our strange beast database. Plant-like strange beasts may appear in the forest environment. Therefore, everyone must be careful." Yichio nodded. After considering it for a moment, he added, "If you're unsure, you can talk to me. I have mastered a skill called detection, which might be of help to everyone." "Detection technique?" Gu Yueling's eyes widened slightly, a hint of surprise in them. "Are you kidding me?" "No." Yichio nodded and said, "I can indeed use detection magic." Gu Yueling considered for a moment, then took out another crystal. "Can you examine this crystal?" Yichio immediately cast a detection spell over. Crystal of Light, a rare mineral, as rare as a 5th-tier beast crystal core, capable of replenishing the energy of light attribute ability users below the 5th tier. Yichio then said directly, "This is the Crystal of Light, a rare mineral that can be compared with even 5th-tier beasts. It can replenish energy for light attribute ability users below the 5th rank." Surprise was evident in Gu Yueling's eyes. Yichio actually knows what this is? However, the Crystal of Light is a rare mineral that was only recently discovered. It seems that Yichio's detection technique was real. Gu Yueling's expression turned serious. "Detection is a rather precious skill. It would be good if you had it. If we encounter any indecisive situations later, we'll have to trouble you, Yichio." "It's what I should do." Yichio smiled and said, "Besides, if I successfully obtain the core of the cave, I'll also receive a reward, won't I?" "Yes." Gu Yueling nodded. "The higher your contribution points during this trip to the cave, the richer the rewards you will receive, and they may not be limited to military merits." Yichio smiled and nodded. "That'll do then, won't it?" Gu Yueling put away the mechanical bird, turned off the bracelet, and then turned her gaze to Chin Sakshu. Sakshu is more familiar with the gathering places of strange beasts in the forest terrain. This time, he will lead us forward. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Gu Yueling continued. "Now that everyone has a clear understanding of their goals, let's see what Sashua has to do. Let's adjust the formation." Chin Sakshu squinted at the front and said, "Yichio and I will lead the way. Chen Lei and Situyu, you two will protect Chin Sakshu in the middle. Fong Zilong, please cover the rear." Everyone nodded in agreement. Then, Chin Sakshu took out some fluorescent stickers from her storage bag and handed them to Yichio and Fong Zilong. "Just stick them on your clothes." Then Chin Sakshu Sakshu took out the flare sticks and handed them to Chunlei and Guyueling in the center of the group. You two can hold these flares. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yiqiu felt that Qin Sakshu was indeed well prepared. After the fluorescent stickers were affixed, the group entered the forest. At this time, the forest near them was not exactly quiet. They could faintly hear the chirping of insects and the croaking of frogs, as well as the rustling of leaves in the breeze. The next moment, Yiqiu heard a faint sound of a branch snapping. Yiqiu's eyes turned cold, and he instantly drew his bloodthirsty blade, casting his gaze in the direction from which the sound came. In just a few breaths, Yiqiu saw a slender black shadow leap out from the bushes. Without a second thought, he swung his bloodthirsty blade, cleaving the slender black shadow in two. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 27 exotic beast, the spotted snake. You have gained 1350 experience points and 540 evolution points. Qin Sakshu noticed Yiqiu's actions. Is there a strange beast? He nodded, bent down to take the crystal core and put it away. It's nothing, just a second-tier snake-like beast. We can continue on our way. The group continued on their way. After walking for about half an hour and covering about 5 miles, they did not encounter any strange beasts. Gu Yueling's eyes relaxed. If things continued at this pace, they could arrive at the big tree where the core of the cave was located ahead of time, and they would also have more time to prepare and seize the core of the cave. Suddenly, a roar came from ahead. There is a large, strange beast. Yiqiu's eyes turned cold. Sure enough, the bushes ahead made a rustling sound. A dark figure leaped out. It was a tiger that was completely black, with a shoulder height of over 1 meter and a body length of 4 meters. Its tail is also different from that of an ordinary tiger. It resembles a scorpion's tail. Even more remarkably, this black tiger's body was covered in scorpion-like scales. Scorpion-tailed tiger. Qin Sakshu's expression changed slightly. These kinds of strange beasts are usually 4th tier, so they are quite difficult to deal with. Without hesitation, Yiqiu dashed out. With the blessing of the darkest hour, he is comparable to a low-level 5th tier alien beast. In order to seize the core of the cave as soon as possible, he no longer needed to hide his strength. With a few twists of his bloodthirsty blade, he left several wounds on the scorpion-tailed tiger. -1800, -2000, -1900. The scorpion-tailed tiger, in pain, opened its mouth wide and roared, slapping Yiqiu with its claw. Yiqiu dodged the claw with a roll, and the bloodthirsty blade in his hand left a huge wound on the scorpion-tailed tiger's shoulder. -3400. Enraged, the scorpion-tailed tiger lashed out with its long tail like an iron whip. Yiqiu leaped lightly, dodging the swing. Qin Sakshu, wielding a long sword, charged forward. With a single stroke of her long sword, she struck the scorpion tiger in the neck. However, the scorpion tiger's bones were extremely tough, directly jamming Qin Sakshu's longsword. It let out a roar, and a purple-black light wave condensed in its mouth, shooting towards Qin Sakshu. Before Qin Sakshu could dodge, a fireball appeared behind her, instantly annihilating the black light wave. It was Chen Lei who attacked. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yiqiu rushed over and pierced the scorpion tiger's eye with his bloodthirsty blade. Then, Yiqiu found the right direction and twisted it forcefully, destroying its brain. -6000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 42 monstrous beast, the scorpion-tailed tiger. You have gained 2100 experience points and 840 evolution points. Yiqiu swiftly retrieved the crystal core, severed the scorpion's tail, and waved to the crowd. Alright, let's continue. After another hour of travel, a soft sound came from ahead. Yiqiu and the others looked serious. Judging from these sounds, there should be a group of strange beasts ahead. Sure enough, one after another, green eyes, like fireflies, lit up in the darkness. A pack of wild wolves appeared before them. This pack of forest wolves is of a relatively high level. The strongest one is a 4th tier forest wolf, and the rest are mostly 3rd or 4th tier. New. Moreover, these forest wolves clearly intended to attack Yiqiu and his group, and they suddenly surrounded them. The leading 4th tier wolf king scratched at the ground with its paws, emitting a low snoring sound. Meteor shower. Chen Lei's eyes turned cold, and he waved the scepter in his hand, launching the attack he had prepared earlier. Dozens of fiery meteors shot out, crashing into the forest wolves. Some of the forest wolves dodged quickly, while others were caught off guard and struck by the meteor shower. Yiqiu also flashed out and decisively killed a forest wolf with one strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 39 exotic beast, the forest mad wolf. You have gained 1950 experience points and 780 evolution points. However, after Yiqiu killed one of the forest wolves with a single blow, 3 4th tier forest wolves and 2 3rd tier forest wolves surrounded him. Qin Sakshu immediately activated her supernatural divine aura, and the long sword in her hand was imbued with divine power, which directly restrained 3 3rd tier forest wolves and 1 4th tier forest wolves. Even with Qin Sakshu and Yiqiu combined, managing to hold back the 9 forest wolves, the situation still seemed unfavorable. Because the wolf pack was larger than they had imagined, and several more 4th tier forest wolves appeared later. Fang Zilong, who was bringing up the rear, also charged forward with his dragon spear and engaged the forest wolves in battle. Gu Yueling frowned slightly, and with a wave of her scepter, she scattered starlight, forcing back the 3 forest wolves that were attacking them. Shenlei kept releasing fireballs, and Situyu never stopped drawing her bow and knocking an arrow. Yi Qiu's side is the fastest progressing. He moved with ease amidst the encirclement of 5 forest wolves, occasionally unleashing a strike. -1800, -2400, -3000, -1900. A minute or two later, Yi Qiu had killed the 2 tier 3 forest wolves. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 37 exotic beast, the forest mad wolf. You have gained 1850 experience points and 740 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 39 exotic beast, the forest mad wolf. You have gained 1950 experience points and 780 evolution points. The remaining 4 forest wolves went berserk and attacked Yi Qiu madly. Unfortunately, even with the forest wolves fighting at full strength, Yi Qiu could easily dodge their attacks. They seemed to realize that there was no way to defeat the human in front of them this way. So, 2 4th-tier forest wolves pounced on Yi Qiu, entangled him, and confined him to a small space, while another 3rd-tier forest wolf opened its mouth to bite. Interesting. Yi Qiu's lips curled slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he switched to the cold moonfrost blade. In this situation, long weapons do indeed have an advantage over short weapons. In the blink of an eye, Yi Qiu unleashed several slashes, successfully killing 2 4th-tier forest wolves. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 41 exotic beast, the forest mad wolf. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 43 exotic beast, the forest mad wolf. You have gained 2150 experience points and 860 evolution points. The remaining 3rd-tier forest wolf whimpered and tried to escape, but Yi Qiu chopped off its head with a single stroke. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 38 exotic beast, the forest mad wolf. You have gained 1900 experience points and 760 evolution points. Yi Qiu then went directly to support Qin Sakshu. At this moment, Qin Sakshu already had some wounds on her body. However, 2 of the 3 tier 3 forest wolves that had just surrounded her were dead, leaving only 1 tier 3 forest wolf and 1 tier 4 forest wolf. Yi Qiu joined the battle, and before long, the 4th tier forest wolf was covered in wounds. -2000, -1500, -1800. Finally, Yi Qiu beheaded him with a single blow. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 41 exotic beast, the forest mad wolf. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. Qin Sakshu also successfully killed another tier 3 forest wolf. The two turned back to help Feng Zilong. In less than a quarter of an hour, Feng Zilong's group of forest wolves were also completely wiped out. Yi Qiu also gained some more experience points and evolution points. Come over if someone is injured, Gu Yueling said softly. I'll help her recover. Qin Sakshu walked over. When Qin Sakshu returned, Yi Qiu was a little surprised. Shouldn't we be using potions to recover right now? After all, it would preserve Gu Yueling's strength. Gu Yueling's special ability is called Star Envoy, and this skill is quite powerful. Qin Sakshu explained, even if she stands still, she can absorb the free-floating energy of heaven and earth around her body to replenish what she has consumed. Gu Yueling is willing to treat patients now because she has the resources and ability to do so. Moreover, she can use her skills to heal her physical injuries and avoid the accumulation of drug toxins. Yi Qiu understood. I see. After everyone finished collecting the crystal cores, they continued their journey. After an hour or two, Gu Yueling called a halt. Everyone, take a 15-minute break. Everyone should go about their business. Yi Qiu ate some food, went to the nearby restroom, and then returned. Gu Yueling now held a mechanical bird in her hand, and it said to everyone, after scouting, we've traveled for 4 hours and covered about 17 miles. From this perspective, we can cover more than a third of the distance today, which is a decent pace. Yi Qiu felt a little relieved. Qin Sakshu frowned slightly and said, I just hope we don't encounter any too strong groups of alien beasts later on. They had just spent more than half an hour fighting the wolf pack. After the rest period, the group continued their journey. The scenery ahead also changed. Originally, various trees and flowers grew together, but now Yi Qiu could clearly see all kinds of wildflowers. These wildflowers are brightly colored, with large and beautiful blooms. Even Qin Sakshu couldn't help but take a second look. At the same time, a faint fragrance of grass and trees mixed with the scent of flowers wafted through the air. After walking for a while, Yi Qiu suddenly felt a slight coolness on the finger wearing the bright moon ring, and a faint silver light spread over his body. How was the effect of the ring of the moon dispelling negative status effects triggered? Yi Qiu narrowed his eyes, and suddenly a possibility came to mind. Without thinking, he cast a detection spell on a wildflower. Yulua demon flower, offspring, an offspring of the 4th tier exotic beast, the Yulua demon flower. It can release poisonous gas, which mixes with the flower's fragrance. Initially, it can soothe the body. As time passes, it can cause the body to become weak and limp. In the end, the person will lose their fighting ability and faint, and will ultimately be devoured by the mother plant of the Yulua demon flower. Yi Qiu's expression changed drastically, and he immediately stopped everyone. Everyone, wait, quickly take the antidote. Shin Sakshu was still a little confused. What's going on? Gu Yueling frowned, her eyes filled with confusion. Yi Qiu pointed to the wildflowers and said, these demonic flowers are offshoots of the plant-type beast, the Yulua demonic flower. Inhaling their fragrance can cause weakness in the body, and even coma. Gu Yueling's eyes widened. Yi Qiu, are you kidding me? In her eyes, these wildflowers didn't seem so scary after all. Moreover, Gu Yueling did not feel any physical discomfort. Yi Qiu said in a deep voice, I'm not joking. You'll know if you examine these flowers. Shin Sakshu chose to trust Yi Qiu, so she stepped forward first and picked a wildflower. She crushed the wildflower, brought it close to her nose, and Shin Sakshu frowned slightly. It is indeed poisonous. Upon hearing Shin Sakshu's words, everyone's expression changed. Gu Yueling personally stepped forward to inspect. Sure enough, this wildflower is indeed poisonous. Gu Yueling said directly to everyone, everyone, take out the antidote immediately and take it. Everyone nodded, took out the antidote, and took it. At this moment, Chenlei said cautiously, Yi Qiu, you just said that these wildflowers are offspring of the plant-type alien beast, the Yulua demon flower. So, we might be facing the mother plant of the Yulua demon flower? That's right. Yi Qiu nodded. The mother plant of this Yulua demon flower must be extremely troublesome. Shin Sakshu gave the order in a deep voice. Then let's all be on high alert and ready for battle at any time. Everyone nodded in agreement and quickened their pace. As everyone knows, the offspring of the Yulua demon flower cannot possibly cover an entire forest. They must grow in such an area under the protection of the mother plant. Before long, everyone noticed that there were more and more Eurasian flower seedlings in front of them. About 5 minutes later, everyone saw an enormous Yulua demon flower. In fact, as you have observed, the offshoots of these Yulua magic flowers are all different. However, the fact that each flower of the Yulua demon flower plant has similar blood-red patterns on its petals also proves the connection between them. And this giant Yulua demon flower also has similar characteristics. The mother plant of the Yulua demon flower has 6 layers of flowers, with hundreds of petals densely packed together. The color transitions from purplish red on the outside to deep black on the inside, making it look extremely eerie. In addition, its stamens are a deep blue color, which also makes people feel a chill. Shin Sakshu said in a low voice, why don't we go around this demonic flower? It will save us some effort. Let's give it a try. Actually, Yi Qiu wasn't very confident. He always thought that the mother plant of this Yulua demon flower would attack them, even though they hadn't gotten close. Sure enough, as soon as the group got close to the mother plant of the Yulua demon flower, cracks appeared on the ground. In the next instant, roots that looked like serpents burst out of the ground and attacked Yi Qiu, Shin Sakshu, and the others. Having been holding back for a while, Chenlei shouted, good heavens! He waved his staff, and a large ball of fire shot out. The fire meteor struck the roots directly, creating a loud bang. To everyone's surprise, those roots were only slightly broken, not completely destroyed, and they still rushed towards Shin Sakshu, Yi Qiu, and the others. Oh my god! Chenlei's expression changed. My single-shot fire meteor may not be that strong, but it shouldn't be so weak that it can't even break this guy's root, right? Gu Yueling's eyes turned slightly cold as she began to gather her strength, muttering incantations under her breath. Sitiyu narrowed her eyes, drew her bow, and shot arrow after arrow. Her arrows struck the roots and exploded one after another. But this also slowed down the advance of those huge root systems, preventing them from being completely destroyed. That's absolutely outrageous. Even Sitiyu, who was usually taciturn, couldn't help but feel a little angry. At this moment, Yi Qiu had already drawn the Holy Flame Sword and rushed out. Yi Qiu knew one thing clearly. The Holy Flame Sword in his hand possessed both light and fire attributes, which could counter the Yulua demon flower, which had both wood and darkness attributes. When faced with a formidable opponent, he didn't hesitate and immediately activated his 3 major skills. Golden Flame covering the blade. Damage stacking. With the support of these 3 skills, Yi Qiu's strength has increased dramatically. The chanting from Gu Yueling behind him ended. A dazzling starlight surged around her, then converged on the staff she held in her right hand. The next instant, a beam of starlight fell upon Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu felt that his overall physical fitness had increased by 20%. Gu Yueling's buff skill, Star Guardian. At this moment, Yi Qiu even felt that his strength was no less than that of ordinary level 53 or 54 ability users. The massive root system rushed towards Yi Qiu, coiling around his body like 2 giant pythons. Unfortunately, Yi Qiu had already unleashed nearly a dozen sword energies of light and flame. The roots touched the sword energy of light and flame, and instantly seemed to feel pain, trembling and flipping in the air. Everyone nodded in agreement. Yi Qiu dodged the roots and rushed towards the mother plant of the Yulua demon flower. He also shouted loudly, cover me. Shin Sakshu naturally understood that Yi Qiu was going to carry out a decapitation operation. A determined glint flashed in her eyes as she charged forward, sword in hand, directly engaging a massive root system. Meanwhile, Fang Zilong summoned the phantom of the Holy Spear and Holy Dragon, which also entangled the 2 root systems. As for Chenlei, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes. I refuse to believe that a fire mage like me can can be killed by a broken flower. In an instant, his body burst into flames of red light and even his hair stood on end. At the same time, Shenlei was also chanting incantations. As the incantation was uttered one by one, a faint female phantom made of flames appeared in his mind's eye. If anyone were observing Shenlei, they would know that he was about to summon his strongest fire summon, the Fire Maiden. Meanwhile, Sitiyu's eyes gleamed with silver light as she continuously drew her bow and shot arrows imbued with the power of moonlight to support Qin Sashui and Feng Zilong. While Gu Yueling cast Star Guardian on Yiqiu, she was also putting out fires everywhere. Wherever someone couldn't hold on, she would go to help. Yiqiu was now less than 20 meters away from the mother plant of the Yuluwa demon flower. At this moment, the mother plant of the Yuluwa demon flower suddenly emitted a faint purple light. One by one, ghostly flower spirits emerged. In just a few breaths, they shot towards Yiqiu like shooting stars falling from the moon and rainbows piercing the sun. Yiqiu's eyes were icy cold. He immediately used his skill, Shadow Blade Frenzy. 6 shadowy blades appeared in the air and shot out at an extremely fast speed. They clashed with the vengeful spirits of the flowers, causing bursts of purple light to explode in the air. In the end, the 6 shadow blades prevailed, completely annihilating the purple flower demons and then attacking the mother plant of the Yuluwa demon flower. The mother plant of the Yuluwa demon flower seemed to sense the danger. The flower trembled violently and purple light rippled around it, enveloping it like a protective shield. The 6 shadowy blades touched the purple light shield. The 6 shadow blades, which had just been weakened by the flower demon, ultimately failed to break through the defense and dissipated as phantoms. However, they also made the purple light shield much dimmer. Yiqiu had also arrived at the mother plant of the Yuluwa demon flower, leaping high into the air and gripping the holy flame sword with both hands. Then, he suddenly slashed down with his sword. Yiqiu's eyes turned cold. As he rushed forward, he suddenly leaped up and slashed his sword down from above. Sword energy imbued with both light and fire attributes crisscrossed in the air. The next instant, this terrifying sword energy landed directly on the dark purple light shield. A tremendous explosion was heard. The blazing golden flames collided with the dark purple light shield in the air, like needles clashing against wheat awns. In less than a dozen breaths, the dark purple light shield melted away, and the blazing golden flames broke through the defenses of the mother plant of the Yuluwa demon flower. A hint of surprise appeared in Yiqiu's eyes as he looked at the magnificent flower. Without hesitation, he slashed at the mother plant of the Yuluwa demon flower with his sword. A golden sword aura shot out and completely severed the mother plant of the Yuluwa demon flower. Minus 5,000. Yiqiu realized that the mother plant of the Yuluwa demon flower was not completely dead, and without thinking, he went up and struck a few more times. Minus 3,000. Minus 2,800. Minus 4,000. At this moment, the Fire Maiden summoned by Shenlei also appeared, and clusters of flames fell from the sky. Finally, a system notification that delighted Yiqiu appeared. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 47 alien beast, the mother plant of the Yuluwa demon flower. You have gained 2,350 experience points and 940 evolution points. Yiqiu took a deep breath, quickly stepped forward, and picked up the petals scattered on the ground from the mother plant of the Yuluwa demon flower, including the stamens. The petals and stamens of these plant-like magical beasts are generally of high value. In addition, Yiqiu dug around the roots of the mother plant of the Yuluwa demon flower and finally unearthed a light purple crystal core. Meanwhile, Yiqiu killed the mother plant of the Yuluwa demon flower. The roots that had been twitching in the air also completely stopped moving. It's obvious that the mother plant of the Yuluwa demon flower is completely dead. Qin Saksha's eyes softened slightly, and she exclaimed with a hint of surprise, "Yiqiu, you're amazing." Gu Yueling also smiled and said, "Yiqiu really performed well this time. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to deal with the mother plant of the Yuluwa demon flower so quickly." Everyone was convinced. After Yiqiu distributed some of the materials to everyone, the group continued on their way. After traveling for another 2 or 3 hours, the group realized that there were no more Euphorbia milii plants around. Qin Saksha took a breath and said, "Although the mother plant of the Yuluwa demon flower is particularly terrifying, but it is also like a high-level beast with territory, capable of radiating influence over a certain area. By preventing other high-level alien beasts from appearing in that area, we've managed to gain a little advantage this time." Gu Yueling nodded. "That's certainly a valid way to put it. We've been advancing for 8 hours straight, and everyone's energy has been depleted. Let's find a place to rest." Everyone nodded. After looking around, the group finally chose a spot as their resting place. This place is relatively flat and is a small hill with little vegetation, so there are no poisonous snakes or insects hiding there. Qin Sakshu and the others gathered some firewood, and Shenlei immediately waved his scepter, igniting a campfire. Yiqiu then offered to go and find some food for everyone. "There are many plants in this forest that we've never seen before. Are you sure you want to go here to find food?" Gu Yueling asked carefully. Yiqiu smiled and said, "Don't forget my detection technique either." Gu Yueling then realized, "Alright, you can go directly there. It would be best if you brought some fruit with you. I like to eat fruits I've never tried before." Hearing Gu Yueling Guiyueling say that? Yichio nodded. Okay. Shin Sakshu also casually reminded Yichio, remember to be careful. Okay. Yichio nodded. He drew his bloodthirsty blade and slowly ventured deeper into the forest. After walking for a while, Yichio discovered a tree laden with fruit. There are also many fruit remnants near this fruit tree, all of which have been eaten. Clearly, the animals in the area love to eat the fruit of this tree. Yichio considered it for a moment, then picked a fruit and cast a detection spell on it. Red cloud fruit, a fruit containing a small amount of energy. Eating it can restore a small amount of energy to a superhuman or beast, replenishing their overall strength. Can it restore some of your energy? Yichio thought it was pretty good. He brought one and took a bite. It tastes very good, with a light floral fragrance, and is sweet and has no residue. He then took out a large bag from his storage pouch and picked all the ripe fruit from the tree. Then, Yichio prepared to go back. However, as he turned around, he suddenly felt a gust of wind coming from his side. His eyes turned cold, and without hesitation, he swung the crimson blood blade and thrust it forward. A scream rang out. A lung-shaped rat, as big as a cat, had a bloody gash on its shoulder and fell to the ground, staring at Yichio with a hateful look. -2000. Such a fat rat? It must be a rat-like creature, right? Yichio swung the bloodthirsty blade repeatedly. -1200. -1000. A series of crimson rays flashed past, and blood spurted from the rat-like beast. Not long after, he killed the rat-like beast. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 31 alien beast, the big-eared rat. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. Yichio dug out the crystal core of the rat but didn't touch its other materials, because it seemed like there wasn't anything of value in it. Then, Yichio carried the large bag of red cloud fruit back to the camp where Shin Sakshu and the others had been. We have found a fruit that is rich in energy and can restore some of the energy. Yichio put the bag of fruit on the ground. Then, he picked up a fruit and started eating it, and it tastes pretty good, better than some of the fruits I've ever eaten. Guiyueling's eyes lit up slightly, and she took one and took a bite. It was indeed delicious, and she squinted her eyes with joy. It's really delicious. I've never eaten fruit with such a floral fragrance before. The people next to them also started eating. Shin Sakshu even said, the pit of this fruit can be kept. We'll see if we can get outsiders to plant it then. I do feel that my energy has returned somewhat. For lower level ability users, this can even be used as an energy recovery potion. Yichio nodded, agreeing. After all, this fruit is effective even for a level 35 ability user like him. If an ability user at level 10 or 20 ate it, they would probably recover even more energy. After everyone had eaten some food, Shin Sakshu suggested, let's divide the night watch into 3 time slots this time. I came in the first half of the night, then Yichio came in the middle, and then Fang Zilong came. What do you think? The others nodded vigorously. Yes, that's fine. Yichio had no objections. I consider myself an assassin-type ability user, and in any case, I am physically stronger than those magic-type ability users. Then everyone took turns keeping watch. The next day, everyone got up and continued their journey. Yesterday went fairly smoothly. Shin Sakshu said softly, we haven't encountered any strange beasts attacking us. Yichio nodded and said, I think we should still be within the protection range of the mother plant of the Yulawa demon flower, which is why we haven't encountered any attacks from alien beasts. Guiyueling agreed with Yichio's statement. That is indeed possible. As everyone prepared to continue their journey, Guiyueling also said, wait a moment, everyone. Let me see how many miles we've traveled this time. Everyone stopped. Guiyueling took out the mechanical bird from before, replaced its crystal core to keep it powered up, and then let the mechanical bird fly into the air. About 10 minutes later, Guiyueling turned on the bracelet again. After looking at the overhead view, Guiyueling said again, the good thing is that we've already covered nearly 35 li this time, and that's definitely a normal pace. In another day or two, we'll reach the giant tree and seize the core of the cave. This statement cheered everyone up a bit. Yichio nodded, then let's get going quickly. That's right, that's right. Guiyueling nodded, that's fine. I see a pool-like area ahead. There should be some strange beasts nearby. However, the pool is quite large. If possible, we should take a detour. At this time, the outside world. Shin Sakshu nodded, if there are indeed a lot of strange beasts, we can certainly choose to take a detour. Guiyueling put the mechanical bird back, turned off the bracelet, and continued on her way with everyone. After walking for about 2 more hours, Yichio and Shin Sakshu's team killed some low-level monsters of level 20 or 30 along the way, and then they encountered a powerful group of monsters again. Moreover, this group of strange beasts was a familiar old friend to Yichio. It was the same herd of scaled deer that had been hunted more than once before. Is this a scaly deer? Shin Sakshu frowned slightly, her eyes showing a hint of distress. These strange beasts possess the power of frost, and they are also adept at group combat. Moreover, this herd of scaled deer is quite strong, with 11 4th-tier exotic beasts. We're probably in for a fierce battle later. Yichio nodded. I suspect they may have been used for drinking water in the past. This statement is indeed something that everyone agrees with, because fixed water sources in the forest often become watering spots for many wild animals in the surrounding area. Regardless, let's make our move first. Gu Yueling's eyes were cold. Take care of them, then quickly get around the pool and leave this area. Before Gu Yueling could finish speaking, the scaled deer noticed Yi Qiu's group. A fierce killing intent flashed in their eyes. One of the scaled deer kings let out a cry and charged towards Yi Qiu and his group, leading more than a dozen fourth-tier beasts. The other dozen or so third and second-tier scaled deer followed behind, seemingly ready to attack at any moment. Fang Zilong, Yi Qiu, you two stay up front with me and hold the line. Xin Saksha's voice was deep and resonant as she gave the order to Chen Lei behind her. Afterwards, Gu Yueling and Situ will prepare to provide ranged support for us. Chen Lei, you will have to take on a greater responsibility this time. Once the scaled deer unleash their frost power, you must immediately interrupt them with fire magic. As a fire mage, Chen Lei did indeed have a corresponding advantage when fighting against these scaled deer. Therefore, everyone agreed with Qin Saksha's tactical arrangements. Yi Qiu drew the holy flame sword directly. It's already the second day, and all the skills he used up have been fully restored and can be used again. Therefore, Yi Qiu still activated 3 skills. Sword Qi, damage stacking, golden flame blade. Yi Qiu's holy flame sword was covered with a faint golden flame, and the sword energy crisscrossed in the air, shooting directly towards the dozen or so scaled deer. Even though those dozen or so scaled deer were fast and agile, they couldn't completely avoid Yi Qiu's crisscrossing fiery sword energy. Before long, nearly 7 scaled deer had suffered considerable damage. -2,000, -1,800, -1,200. Yi Qiu's eyes also blazed with murderous intent. He had never encountered so many strange beasts in the outside world. For someone like him who can increase his strength by killing exotic beasts, this is an excellent place to level up. Therefore, Yi Qiu unleashed his full power. Streams of sword energy shot forth. Yi Qiu was also trying to avoid the scaled deer's collision and trampling. Before long, 3 fourth-tier scaled deer died at his hands. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 41 scaled deer. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 47 scaled deer. You have gained 2350 experience points and 940 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 42 scaled deer. You have gained 2100 experience points and 840 evolution points. Meanwhile, Fang Zilong and Xin Sakshu also faced off against those 4th-tier scaled deer. Xin Sakshu knew the saying, better to cut off one finger than injure all 10, so she unleashed one of her skills, severing the head of a 4th-tier scaled deer with a single sword strike. Fang Zilong summoned the phantoms of the Holy Spear and the Holy Dragon, maneuvering them wildly and overturning a group of low-level scaled deer, causing massive damage and killing at least 6 second to 3rd level scaled deer. As for the other 3 magic-based and ranged ability users, Chen Lei had been preparing for this moment. Meanwhile, Situ kept releasing arrow after arrow. Gu Yueling then gave some boosts to Qin Sakshu and Fang Zilong, whose strength was slightly inferior to Yi Qiu's. In this way, the 6-person team managed to withstand the attack from the scaled deer herd, which was slightly stronger than them overall. Seeing a pale blue halo begin to gather above the scaled deer king's head, Yi Qiu's eyes hardened. He would absolutely not give the scaled deer king a chance to cast Frost Ring, so without waiting for Chen Lei to make a move, Yi Qiu directly unleashed Shadow Blade Dance. 6 shadowy blades appeared in the air and shot directly at the scaled deer king. The frost ring that had not yet taken shape on the head of the scaled deer king shattered instantly. At this moment, the scaled deer king was clearly enraged. It roared and charged towards Yi Qiu. Without hesitation, Yi Qiu unleashed several fiery sword energies. -2,000, -1,800, -2,400. Yi Qiu's strength, comparable to that of a 5th-tier being, was enough to suppress this peak 4th-tier scaled deer king. The scaled deer king was clearly furious, but it couldn't find the time to gather the power of frost and condense the frost ring talent. Even though the scaled deer king couldn't unleash the ring of frost, it knew that if it didn't use a powerful attack now, its entire population would die at Yi Chen's hands. Therefore, the king of the scaled deer let out a cry. Not long after, 2 more 4th-tier scaled deer rushed over. They were almost determined to die, launching a frenzied attack on Yi Chen by trading their lives for injuries. Even though they were covered in fatal burns from Yi Chen's holy flame sword, they still tried to inflict some damage on Yi Chen with their heads or berries. Yi Chen, who had been hit on the arm a few times, was also a little angry. He immediately unleashed Shadow Blade Frenzy. In the next instant, 6 shadowy blades flew through the air towards the 2 4th-tier scaled deer. -2,000, -1,800, -2,300, -2,400, -3,000. 5 of the 6 shadowy blades struck the 2 4th-tier scaled deer, and it caused them considerable damage. Yi Chen swung his holy flame sword through the air, severing the head of the 4th-tier scaled deer to his right. -3,400. Ding! Congratulations to Yi Chen for killing the level 43 scaled deer, gaining 2,150 experience points and 860 evolution points. Meanwhile, the other scaled deer seized the opportunity, its body emanating a faint frost power, and suddenly suddenly rammed into Yi Chen.
Yi Chen's eyes turned cold, and he unleashed another fiery sword strike with his backhand.
Minus 2,000.
The scaled deer staggered from the blow and almost fell to the ground. Yi Chen then unleashed two more fiery sword energies.
Minus 1,200. Minus 1,800.
This time, the already heavily injured scaly deer couldn't hold on any longer and died.
Ding!
Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 42 scaled deer. You have gained 2,100 experience points and 840 evolution points. Just now, because Yi Chen was entangled with two 4th tier scaled deer for a while, a ring-emitting blue light began to emanate from the head of the scaled deer king. Obviously its frost ring was about to succeed. Yi Chen took a deep breath and unleashed a powerful sword strike at the scaled deer king. Unfortunately, he was a fraction too slow. The frost ring above the scaled deer king's head instantly condensed and a silver-blue halo spread out.
Yi Chen felt the surrounding space stagnate for a moment, and a faint frost spread over his body.
If Yi Chen hadn't been wielding the Holy Flame Sword, which possessed both light and fire attributes, he would have been in even greater distress. However, Yi Chen did not forget that he possessed the extraordinary equipment, the Moon Goddess Ring, which could partially exempt or even directly remove negative status effects.
To Yi Chen's delight, a faint silver glow indeed emanated from the Moon Goddess Ring.
The sluggishness and coldness in Yi Chen's body disappeared instantly. A ruthless glint appeared in his eyes as he gripped the Holy Flame Sword with both hands and lunged at the scaled deer king. Because Yi Chen is currently in a state of triple skill stacking of Sharp Sword Chi, damage stacking, and Golden Flame Blade, every strike he makes is extremely powerful. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to deal with those two 4th tier scaled deer so quickly. While Yi Chen dodged the attacks containing frost power unleashed by the scaled deer king with exquisite footwork, he continuously swung his Holy Flame Longsword. Clearly, the situation had turned in a positive direction. Meanwhile, Qin Sakshu and Fang Zilong are also in pretty good condition. Qin Sakshu held a long sword, and a bright, pale golden halo surrounded her. This was her special ability, Divine Aura, which could enhance her divine power and increase her strength. Each of her items is imbued with the power of light, which can also be considered a counter to these frost-attributed scaled deer. Moreover, there were originally only about 6 scaled deer in front of Qin Sakshu, 2 of them being 4th tier and 4 being 3rd tier. Now, thanks to her efforts, only 1 4th tier and 1 3rd tier creature remain.
As for Fang Zilong, the pressure is even greater.
Because his special ability leans towards pure power, he has no way to restrain the scaled deer. Moreover, he was dealing with a large number of scaled deer to begin with. Even if he had killed some before, and now that some have joined in, there are still 6 of them, 2 at level 4 and 4 at level 3. However, Gu Yueling cast a single target buff skill on him called Starry Blessing, and Chen Lei also occasionally used fireballs to cover for him, so he was able to withstand it. As for the other scaled deer, Situyu managed to subdue them and also shot about 3 of them dead. Time passed slowly, and just as Yi Chen was about to kill the king of scaled deer, a faint blue aura erupted from all the scaled deer. Yi Chen had seen the scaled deer use this skill before. It connected all the energy and directly bestowed it upon the scaled deer king. Therefore, Yi Chen knew that he had to interrupt this skill. Without any hesitation, he immediately unleashed another skill he possessed, the wolf howl skill attached to the exceptional equipment, the wolf bone ring. In the next instant, a wolf spirit floated out from Yi Chen's body, just like a giant wave with silver light flashing all over its body appeared behind Yi Chen. Yi Chen also felt a wild power surging through his body. Without thinking much, he let out a long howl, following the power he felt. The long howl stunned the surrounding scaled deer for a moment. Wild wolves and other exotic beasts are natural enemies of beasts like scaled deer. Yi Chen's wolf howl not only had a mental deterrent effect, but also instilled fear and terror in these scaled deer. Therefore, they all came to a standstill. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Gu Yueling, Chen Lei, and Situyu all made their moves. Then, Situyu used one of her skills, and light appeared in her hand. When she drew her bow again, she could shoot 3 arrows at once. She fired more than once, aiming at the already injured 3rd and 4th tier scaled deer. Meanwhile, Gu Yueling waved her scepter incessantly, chanting incantations as she sent out streaks of starlight like flying swords. As for Chen Lei, he also unleashed his full potential, using the skill that was attached to his staff and had been useless until now. Suddenly, a rain of fire appeared in the sky. This fire rain was lighter in color than ordinary fire rain, but its temperature was much higher. It shot directly towards the scaled deer. Without hesitation, Qin Sakshu and Fang Zilong drew their swords and spears. In the instant that Yi Chen's wolf howl skill hard controls the entire field, everyone dealt almost 2 to 3 times the damage they had previously dealt. 8 scaled deer died on the spot. After ending his skill, Yi Chen slashed at the scaled deer king in front of him with his sword. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 48 scaled deer king. You have gained 2,400 experience points and 960 evolution points. Now, the battle between the group and the scaled deer tribe has come to an end. Yi Qiu dashed over to Qin Sakshu's aid. The holy flame longsword in his hand merely swept through the air, and several sword energies shot out. Minus 1,000, minus 1,200, minus 1,400, minus 800. Under the
attack of the sword energy, the two-scaled deer could not hold on for long before collapsing and dying. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 41 scaled deer king. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 32 scaled deer king. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. Without hesitation, Yichio continued rushing towards Fong Zilong's location. He slashed wildly, and streaks of fiery sword energy crisscrossed and flew through the air, leaving burn marks on the two remaining third-tier scaled deer. Minus 2000, minus 1000, minus 1200. Even counterattacking became extremely difficult for these two scaled deer. After Yichio got close, he severed the head of one of them with a single slash, kicked the other away, and then finished it off completely with a burst of fiery sword energy. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 32 scaled deer king. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 33 scaled deer king. You have gained 1650 experience points and 660 evolution points. Fong Zilong also sincerely thanked him. Thank you. It wasn't that he was doing it on purpose, but rather that he had been attacked by the scaled deer multiple times and was already somewhat exhausted. Yichio's arrival this time was indeed to help him out of the predicament. Yichio nodded to him and said, "You go to Situyu and the others first. I'll take care of the rest." Fong Zilong's eyes were filled with gratitude. Okay. He also deactivated the summon phantom of the holy dragon, and, wielding the holy spear, quickly came to Situyu and the others to protect them. Yichio then turned his attention to the remaining few second-tier scaled deer on the scene. These second-tier scaled deer were mostly small scaled deer, and their eyes were full of panic as they prepared to flee. But how could Yichio let them escape? They were almost one shot each, easily taking care of everything. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 22 scaled deer king. You have gained 1100 experience points and 440 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 24 scaled deer king. You have gained 1200 experience points and 480 evolution points. For him, even a mosquito's leg is still meat, and this second-tier beast can at least provide him with experience points and evolution points, so killing it is not a loss. Now, this once obstructing group of scaled deer has been completely wiped out. He breathed a sigh of relief. In the battle, he had killed at least a dozen scaled deer, most of which were fourth-tier scaled deer, a few were third-tier, and even fewer were second-tier. He believed that his experience points and evolution points would also receive a significant boost. However, after nearly an hour of fighting, Yichio was also somewhat tired. As for Chin Sakshu and the others over there, they had almost completely exhausted their energy and stamina. So Chin Sakshu said directly, "Let's find a place to rest. We'll set off again in 2 hours." This move did not arouse any suspicion from anyone, including Yichio. Yichio and the others found a spacious open space a little away from the pool and rested there. He took out an energy bar and slowly began to eat it. After finishing the meal, Yichio took out the recovery potion and the healing potion. Since he wasn't seriously injured this time, after taking the recovery potion, Yichio only took a quarter of the healing potion and used some external spray, and his injuries were almost fully recovered. Yichio also decided to open the system panel to see how things were going. If he has enough evolution points, he plans to evolve the intermediate skill Sharp Sword Chi first. Level, LV 37 85%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, B rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 170 plus 15. Intelligence, 149 plus. Physical Condition, 165 plus 5. Mental Strength, 171 plus. Agility, 158 plus 25. Evolution Points, 53840. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal Skills, Damage Stacking, Advanced Skill, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection, Basic Skill, can be evolved, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, Advanced Skill, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Sharp Sword Aura, Intermediate Skill, can be evolved, requires 50,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, Excellent. Ring of the Moon Goddess, Transcendent. Light and Agile Boots, Superior. Cold Moon Frost Blade, Excellent. Wind Bracers, Superior. Garo Spirit Armor, Excellent. Guardian Necklace, Superior. Holy Flame Sword, Excellent. Wolfbone Spirit Ring, Excellent. Yichio was pleasantly surprised to find that he had accumulated over 50,000 evolution points. It's definitely time to purify the previous intermediate skill, Sharp Sword Chi. It's important to know that skills are divided into 7 levels. These are basic skills, intermediate skills, advanced skills, top-tier skills, legendary skills, epic skills, and mythical skills. For first to third tier ability users, possessing even one intermediate skill is a stroke of incredible luck. The rarity of the skill upgrade scroll that Yichio gave to Chin Sakshu was self-evident. Even a 5th tier expert would be envious. Yichio took a deep breath and silently recited in his mind, consume 50,000 evolution points to evolve the intermediate skill skill Sharp Sword Chi. Ding! The intermediate skill Sharp Sword Chi has evolved into the advanced skill Peerless Sword Chi. Peerless Sword Aura, advanced skill. After use, it consumes 10% of your constitution. For half an hour, every strike you unleash with your weapon will be imbued with Sword Aura. The Sword Aura's range can be extended by 3 to 5 feet depending on the power of each strike. Simultaneously, the Sword Aura can increase the power of each strike by 25%. Can be evolved, requiring 200,000 evolution points. Increases attack power by 30%. Yi Chou's eyes burned with desire, but the next evolution of this skill would cost 200,000 evolution points. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. However, the Peerless Sword Chi skill has already brought him a great surprise. He also felt it was worth it. At this moment, Gu Yueling asked Yi Chou, do you want me to cast a healing spell on you? Yi Chou shook his head. No need for that, I'm in pretty good shape. Okay. Gu Yueling then asked the others. Although everyone had consumed a lot of energy, normal healing and recovery potions were enough to cover their needs, so no one asked Gu Yueling to use her skills. Everyone continued to rest where they were, and even Chen Lei, who had exhausted the most energy, closed his eyes and slept for a while. Before everyone had finished resting, and only an hour and a half had passed, a series of dull sounds, like hooves pounding the ground, suddenly came from the ground. After a period of rest, everyone has basically recovered. Before everyone set off, Shin Sakshu said again, perhaps we should wait a bit. Let Gu Yueling use the mechanical bird to observe the area and see if there are any other groups of strange beasts around. The area around this pool must be quite dangerous. Yi Chou seemed to agree with Shin Sakshu's words, and the others nodded in agreement. Gu Yueling took out the mechanical bird, placed it in the air, and then opened her bracelet to check the surrounding situation. After a while, Gu Yueling frowned. Shin Sakshu was right. We really shouldn't have set off so rashly. There are at least 3 waves of monsters around us. Upon hearing these 4 words, Chen Lei exclaimed in surprise, 3 waves of strange beasts. Why are there so many strange beasts around here? Are they all here to drink water? At this moment, Shin Sakshu leaned over and took a look, her expression becoming somewhat serious. Gu Yueling said through gritted teeth, moreover, all 3 waves of beasts are quite strong. The most powerful group among them is a herd of wildebeest, with nearly 24th tier wildebeest. Upon hearing this, Yi Chou, Shin Sakshu, and the others' expressions changed slightly. 24th tier horned horses are already a terrifying force, not something their small team can easily handle. Even if they win, they will pay a price. Not to mention, there are 2 other waves of strange beasts that could arrive at any moment. Gu Yueling then added, the other 2 groups of strange beasts aren't so easy to deal with either. They are a group of wind baboons and a group of fire scorpions. Flame scorpion? Yi Chou's eyes turned slightly cold. I remember this kind of beast is considered quite powerful, and its venom is extremely difficult to deal with. Chen Lei frowned and asked, how many wind baboons are there in total? What about the flame scorpions? And how many of them are 4th tier powerhouses? If all else fails, why don't we just find a specific direction and break through directly? Actually, Chen Lei's statement makes some sense, but Gu Yueling's eyes became even more bitter. There are nearly 30 wind baboons in total, of which 12 are 4th tier wind baboons. The flame scorpions are the most numerous, nearly 30 or so, but they seem to be lurking in one place to hunt, with 19 4th tier flame scorpions inside. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but gasp. This is hardly relatively strong. That's clearly exceptionally strong. Everyone is having a bit of a headache. Not long after, Yi Chou said, all we can do now is wait. Shin Sakshu nodded in agreement. That's right, we can only wait. If we don't wait and rush over, there's a very high chance we'll be attacked by 2 waves of alien beasts at the same time. There's even a chance we'll be attacked by 3 waves of monsters at the same time. At that point, even if we had wings, we wouldn't be able to escape. Although Shin Sakshu's words were somewhat, well, everyone understood what she meant and generally agreed with them. So Gu Yueling said, then I'll keep the mechanical bird running the whole time and wait for these waves of alien beasts to leave before we figure out a way to break through. Everyone nodded in agreement. Gu Yueling also said, we don't need to waste this time. We'll take turns watching the images transmitted back by the mechanical bird. Then everyone takes turns resting. After this rest, we don't need to rest again today. It's a small way of making up for the time we wasted. Everyone nodded in agreement. This time, Shin Sakshu chose to keep watch and let Yi Chou and the others go to sleep first, while Gu Yueling monitored the transmitted images. About 3 hours later, Shin Sakshu nudged Yi Chou and said softly to him, Yi Chou, it's time to get up and change shifts. Yi Chou nodded, checked the time, and found that 3 hours had passed. He was also a little surprised. Have those strange beasts still not left? A bitter look appeared in Shin Sakshu's eyes. Don't say anything more. Both Gu Yueling and I started to have headaches. Yi Chou then asked, what do you mean by that? Because just after that wave of wind baboons left, another group of forest wolves came in, and after the forest wolves finished drinking, another group of earth apes came in. Hearing what Shin Sakshu said, Yi Chou was almost numb. It seems this pool of water is where all the strange beasts in the area drink. Then all the strange beasts had to take turns drinking water here. Yi Choujin felt a little frustrated. When will we be able to wait until until there are fewer strange beasts near this pool? I don't know. Shin Sakshu gave a bitter smile. If all else fails, we'll have to take a gamble and try to break through. Yichio then asked, can't we take a longer route? Shin Sakshu also shook her head. The number of strange beasts in this area is very high. If we take a long detour, we might run into one. Yichio suddenly came up with a rather malicious idea. What if we poison the pond? Shin Sakshu was stunned for a moment. What did you say? Poison the pool. Yichio's eyes were perfectly natural. Shin Sakshu tapped her forehead. How could I not have thought of that? Luckily, we have a mechanical bird. We can have it carry the poison and throw it directly into the pond. Shin Sakshu went straight to find Guiyueling. Guiyueling was somewhat shocked when she heard Yichio's words. Yichio, this idea is absolutely brilliant. Why didn't she think of such a great idea? And she's been waiting here for 3 hours. How did Yichio's brain grow? Yichio coughed and said, I just suddenly remembered it. Actually, it's not Shin Sakshu and Guiyueling's fault. They're used to being straightforward and never expected this situation. Yichio took out some more poison powder. I don't have that much poison here. You should have some in your country, right? Shin Sakshu nodded vigorously. I have a lot of them here. Therefore, Guiyueling went to poison the animals in batches. To make things go more smoothly, Guiyueling woke everyone up from their sleep, ready to attack the beasts once they were poisoned. They placed the poison in shallow spots, and they did so precisely at the time when the strange beasts were drinking water. Not long after, a group of wooden monkeys came over and accurately drank the water that Yichio and the others had poisoned. After a few breaths, the wooden monkey began to sway unsteadily. Yichio and the others rushed over immediately. In addition, there is a golden-striped leopard and a black tiger. After Yichio and the others rushed over, the golden-striped leopard and the black tiger roared and charged directly at Yichio. Without hesitation, Shinlei launched the exploding fireball that he had been holding back for a long time. The golden-striped leopard was hit in the face by the exploding fireball, and then Yichio flashed out and slashed at it with his sword. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 37 golden-striped leopard. You have gained 1850 experience points and 740 skill points. Having dealt with the golden-striped leopard, Yichio's expression relaxed considerably. He took a deep breath and charged at the strange black tiger again. Yichio saw that Shin Sakshu and Fong Zilong were already fighting the strange beast, the black tiger, so Yichio didn't choose to go there, but instead rushed to the lakeside and began hunting the dazed wooden monkeys. Yichio and the others had indeed underestimated the resilience of these wooden monkeys. These strange beasts seemed to have a natural resistance to poison. Although they were poisoned, they had not completely lost their fighting ability. The first thing he did after he arrived was to stack 3 skills on top of each other. Peerless Sword Chi, Damage Stacking, Golden Flame covering the blade. With the combination of these 3 skills, Yichio's combat power increased rapidly, even to the point that he could be compared with ordinary level 53 or 54 ability users. The fiery sword light flashed past swiftly, and these wood attribute mythical beasts, the wood monkeys, were also engulfed in flames. They rolled on the ground in agony, but they couldn't extinguish the flames that radiated light. After Yichio went there, he killed almost 1 person with each strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 32 exotic beast, the wood monkey. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 34 beast, the wood monkey. You have gained 1700 experience points and 680 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 42 exotic beast, the wood monkey. You have gained 2100 experience points and 840 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 41 exotic beast, the wood monkey. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. In less than 3 minutes, Yichio killed nearly 20 wood monkeys, which made him feel quite pleased. However, Yichio did not forget that everyone's real purpose was to leave this place quickly, so he simply cleared the way without killing all the wooden monkeys to help Shin Sakshu, Fong Zilong, and the others get through. 20 minutes later, everyone finally made it to the other side of the pool. Only then did Yichio and the others finally relax. Guiyueling then said, everyone, don't move. Let me use the wire bird to check the situation first, and then we'll go over. Everyone nodded in agreement. Guiyueling took out the mechanical bird, which flew in the air for about 10 minutes, while Guiyueling kept an eye on the situation in the bracelet. After a while, Guiyueling said, there's nothing wrong ahead. We can move quickly. Everyone nodded and left at a very fast speed. An hour later, after confirming that there were no large groups of strange beasts around, they slowed down. Then Guiyueling asked, is anyone injured? If you get injured, let me know right away and I'll treat you. Everyone shook their heads. That's not necessary. That's right, I'm not injured either. Guiyueling nodded and then said to everyone, let's rest here for half an hour, and then we'll see how far we are from the core of the cave. Everyone nodded in agreement. Guiyueling took out the mechanical bird again. After a while, Guiyueling's eyes became more serious. Because we have deviated from our course, it will be another 50 miles to get there. In other words, we need to speed things up over the next day or so. Yichio considered for a moment moment and said, that works too. He was also considering whether he should try to find a way to increase the group's speed. Actually, Chen Lei was the one who felt the most heartbroken. Chen Lei is too slow. Yi Qiu then turned his gaze to Chen Lei and asked, do you have any common grade equipment? Like a necklace or something, the kind that can speed you up? Yes, what do you need this for? Chen Lei still seemed puzzled. Yi Qiu said directly, give me one, I need it very much. Chen Lei frowned slightly, but did not refuse. He took out a pendant and handed it to Yi Qiu. This is a pendant I have with me. It's called the Fong of the Gale. It can increase speed by 10 points. It's a common grade equipment. Yi Qiu directly summoned the system and opened his personal panel. Level, LV 37 15%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, B rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 170 plus 15. Intelligence, 149 plus. Physical Condition, 165 plus 5. Mental Strength, 171 plus. Agility, 158 plus 25. Evolution Points, 15980. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal Skills, Damage Stacking, Advanced Skill, Evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection, Basic Skill, Evolvable, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, Advanced Skill, Evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, Basic Skill, Evolvable, requires 200,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, Excellent, Ring of the Moon Goddess, Transcendent, Light and Agile Boots, Superior, Cold Moon Frost Blade, Excellent, Wind Bracers, Superior, Garo Spirit Armor, Excellent, Guardian Necklace, Superior, Holy Flame Sword, Excellent, Wolfbone Spirit Ring, Excellent, Gale Fong, Common. It wasn't a bad deal. Yi Qiu killed so many wood monkeys just now, and his evolution points have soared to over 10,000. He wouldn't mind helping Chen Lei upgrade his Gale Fong. At worst, we can squeeze some money out of this kid later. Yi Qiu directly clicked on Gale Fong and checked its attributes. Gale Fong, common grade equipment, increases the wearer's speed by 10 points. Can be evolved, requiring 2,000 evolution points and 10 tier 3 monster cores. Yi Qiu silently recited in his heart. System, consuming 2,000 evolution points and 10 third tier magical beast cores, evolve the common grade equipment Gale Fong. Ding! Consuming 2,000 evolution points and 10 tier 3 monster cores, the common grade equipment Gale Fong has been evolved into the superior grade equipment Whirlwind Fong. Gale Fong, superior grade equipment, increases the wearer's speed by 20 points. Can be evolved, requiring 10,000 evolution points and 10 tier 4 monster cores. Yi Qiu silently recited again. System, it requires 10,000 evolution points and 10 4th tier magical beast cores to evolve the superior grade equipment Gale Fong. Ding! Consuming 10,000 evolution points and 10 4th tier monster cores, the superior grade equipment Gale Fong has been evolved into the excellent grade equipment Hurricane Fong. Hurricane Fong, superior grade equipment. Effect 1, increases the wearer's speed by 40 points. Effect 2, grants the wearer the skill Swift Blade, which can be activated 3 times a day, consuming 5% of spirit power, and its power is equivalent to the wearer's full force attack. Yi Qiu handed the Hurricane Fong directly to Chen Lei. He also knew that there was a scroll that could randomly upgrade equipment, but it was extremely rare. When Chen Lei received the Hurricane Fong, he was slightly taken aback. What is this? After all, he couldn't tell that the exquisitely crafted pendant in front of him was the ordinary grade equipment he had just given to Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu casually said, didn't you just give me a necklace? That's right. Chen Lei casually said, that's a common grade piece of equipment I bought for 200,000 yuan. It increases agility by 10 points. Is there a problem? I used an equipment upgrade scroll to upgrade it to an excellent grade equipment. The effect was pretty good, and it's suitable for your current situation, Yi Qiu said in a calm tone. Upon hearing this, not only Chen Lei, but also Gu Yueling, Qin Sachu, and Situ, who were standing nearby, widened their eyes in surprise. Equipment upgrade scroll. This is a priceless treasure. Although there are basic, intermediate, and advanced equipment upgrade scrolls, even a basic equipment upgrade scroll that can only upgrade ordinary equipment costs at least 1 million. Yi Qiu actually used it directly. And what's more, they were so lucky that they upgraded this ordinary grade equipment to excellent grade equipment. Everyone's expressions changed. Chen Lei swallowed hard, took the Hurricane Fong, put it around his neck, and checked the panel. After reading it, Chen Lei's mouth was agape. My god, it adds 40 points of speed and even grants me a skill. This really is top-tier equipment. Everyone was a little confused when they heard this. Yi Qiu then said, do you think it's alright? With this 40-point agility bonus, you'll be able to travel a little faster. Hearing this, Chen Lei's eyes turned red. But you used an equipment upgrade scroll to make me travel faster. You're not the kind of person who only cares about interests, but we're a small team now, and our most important task is to quickly obtain the core of the cave. Yi Qiu said in a very serious tone, if we can't obtain the core of the cave, our whole team will be devastated. So I think it's worth it to use this equipment upgrade scroll to upgrade your equipment. If it really doesn't work, you can just give me some more money. Chen Lei gritted his teeth and said, "Wait a minute." After saying that, Chen Lei took out a prepaid card from his pocket and handed it to Yichio. "There are 2 million superpower coins in here. I know it's definitely not enough to buy excellent grade equipment, but I'll make it up to you later." Yichio took the prepaid card and shook his head. 2 million it is. Consider it a good deed. Actually, I didn't expect that my basic equipment upgrade scroll could upgrade your ordinary equipment to excellent equipment. Yichio didn't tell the truth either, but overall he was well-intentioned. Moreover, Chen Lei did indeed gain some advantage. Chen Lei nodded emphatically, already considering Yichio as a good brother. At this point, everyone continued on their way. Because Chen Lei gained a 40-point agility bonus, everyone's travel speed was improved. If it used to take 2.5 days to reach the giant tree at the core of the cave, now it only takes 2 days. However, Shin Sakshu quietly came to Yichio's side and whispered to him, "Although what you're doing benefits everyone, you also need to consider your own interests." Yichio understood what Shin Sakshu meant, and he chuckled, "Don't worry, Sister Sakshu, I have more than one good piece of equipment, so I wouldn't feel so bad about spending money on an excellent piece of equipment." Upon hearing this, Shin Sakshu was at a loss for words. However, Shin Sakshu also remembered that Yichio had given her a superior grade piece of equipment earlier. Of course. Moreover, Yichio also possesses 3 superior grade weapons. Perhaps Yichio really doesn't lack equipment. So Shin Sakshu didn't say much. "Everyone, take a break." About 4 hours later, Shin Sakshu called a halt. During these 4 hours, they only encountered a few scattered strange beasts, without encountering large groups of them, which made them feel quite lucky. So Shin Sakshu now plans to have everyone stop for half an hour, rest, eat something, and then continue walking. Yichio took out the red cloud fruits he had picked earlier from his storage bag. He had picked a whole bag full and hadn't finished eating them yet. He distributed the red cloud fruit, which could restore a small portion of his energy, to everyone, and then took out the prepared food and ate it slowly. Suddenly, muffled footsteps sounded all around. The footsteps were very heavy, as if a huge object was stomping on the ground. Yichio, Shin Sakshu, and the others all felt a slight chill in their eyes. Although everyone knew very well that there would be no 5th-tier enemies in this cave, the peak 4th-tier beasts were not so easy to deal with. So everyone immediately put down their food, stood up, drew their weapons, and stood ready for battle. Not long after, a terrifyingly large gorilla appeared. This gorilla has blood-red fur all over its body, dark gold eyes, and flames encircling its arms, making it look like a creature that has jumped out of purgatory. Besides that, there is another detail that has alerted everyone. A humanoid creature sits on the shoulder of this gorilla covered in blood-red brown fur. This humanoid creature has a human-like outline, but no obvious facial features, and its body is made of flames. Shin Sakshu frowned. This should be a peak 4th-tier alien beast, the blazing fire gorilla. And the creature sitting on its shoulder should also be a peak 4th-tier beast, a flame spirit. At this moment, Chen Lei's eyes lit up. If we kill these 2 beasts later, I want to buy the flame spirit's core. If I add another similar crystal core to my staff, there's a small chance it can be upgraded to an excellent grade equipment. Even if it doesn't, it will still enhance my staff. After saying these words, Chen Lei began to gather his strength, preparing to attack. Shin Sakshu casually said, "These 2 guys don't look like they've come with good intentions. Let's kill them first." Yichio narrowed his eyes, put the holy flame sword back in his hand, and replaced it with the cold moonfrost blade. Meanwhile, Guiyueling turned her gaze to Yichio and was slightly surprised to find that Yichio had changed to another excellent grade equipment. Who is this kid? His equipment is almost as good as mine. Could he be from some top-tier aristocratic family? However, Guiyueling didn't think much of it and began to silently chant incantations, ready to make her move at any moment. Even Situyu over there was doing the same, already drawing her bow and knocking an arrow. As the fiery gorilla and the spirit of flame approached them, Shin Sakshu, Yichio, and Fang Zilong, the 3 melee ability users, set off. Yichio rushed to the front and immediately unleashed Shadow Blade Frenzy. 6 shadow blades shot towards the raging fire gorilla. When the raging fire gorilla saw the 6 shadowy blades, a hint of savagery appeared in its eyes. It roared to the sky, raised its arm wreathed in flames, and threw a punch. The scorching air, thick with the smell of sulfur, transformed into a gust of wind, which surged towards the 6 shadowy blades. The moment the fiery gorilla's fist clashed completely with the shadow blade, a violent collision sound echoed in the air. Flames and deep purple light exploded in the air. In the end, the power of the fiery gorilla was superior, and it shattered the 6 paths shadow blade. However, Yichio's attack did manage to hold off the fiery gorilla for a dozen or so breaths. The moment Yichio's shadow blade completely dissipated, 2 sounds of wind breaking through the air followed. A fireball, as bright as a meteor, hurtled straight at them. A dazzling white beam of light shot over. The previous attack came from Chen Lei. Unfortunately, Chen Lei's attack was fire attribute, and the blazing gorilla itself was also fire attribute, possessing a certain resistance to fire attacks. Therefore, the fireball attack did not cause much damage to the blazing gorilla. The white beam of light shot by Guiyueling was pure star power, a relatively simple energy attack without any obvious attribute distinction, which caused a bloody hole to
to appear on the body of the raging fire gorilla. The fire gorilla, injured by the attack, also let out a roar. At that moment, Qin Sakshu and Feng Zilong rushed up with weapons. Feng Zilong rode the phantom of the holy dragon, and his dragon spear pierced directly into the heart of the raging fire gorilla. Unfortunately, before it could penetrate much deeper, the raging fire gorilla's hands, wreathed in flames, grabbed the illusory dragon spear in his hand and forcefully flipped it outwards. Feng Zilong's entire body was thrown to the side. Qin Sakshu charged forward with her longsword, and the flame spirit also made its move. Suddenly, a terrifying ball of flame hurtled towards Qin Sakshu. Qin Sakshu then realized that the flame spirit hadn't been idle, it had been gathering its power. If Qin Sakshu really takes this hit, she will definitely be injured. But at this critical moment, Yichio flashed over and pushed Qin Sakshu away. The flames grazed the edges of their bodies before exploding in the ground behind them, creating a huge crater. The sweltering heat washed over everyone, and Qin Sakshu's face was extremely gloomy. Suddenly, a loud whooshing sound rang out in the air. Having accumulated her power for a long time, Sitoyu began to exert it. She shot out a long arrow that emitted endless silver light, aiming directly at the flame spirit. She had been keeping an eye on the fire spirit, and it was during the brief moment after the fire spirit launched its powerful attack that she unleashed her moon goddess arrow, which was arguably her most powerful single-target attack skill. The long arrow, shimmering with silver light, is imbued with the power of moonlight, which offers some resistance to fire, since the power of moonlight is an attribute energy. Therefore, the fireball that the flame spirit hurriedly threw out was immediately extinguished by the moon goddess's arrow. Its right shoulder was pierced by the arrow of the moon goddess, leaving a hole. If the flame spirit were not a pure elemental life form, its body would probably be half destroyed by now. Having suffered such severe injuries, the flame spirit was indeed extremely angry. It opened its mouth and let out a roar that was difficult to understand. Balls of fire shot out as if they were free, attacking the humans in front of it with madness. While dodging, Yichio, Qin Sakshu, and Feng Zilong attacked the raging fire gorilla. Because Yichio was wearing the Gara spirit armor, he could sometimes withstand even slightly weaker fire attacks, so he dealt the most damage to the blazing gorilla. -1000, -2000, -1800. As time went by, the Inferno gorilla gradually weakened. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yichio unleashed his skill, Frost Blade Storm, and also stacked a Peerless Sword Chi skill. The terrifying layers of icy blue blade energy covered a large area in front of us. Even the flame attacks unleashed by the flame spirit were extinguished by Yichio's icy blue blade energy, not to mention the blazing gorilla. Less than 5 minutes later, the fiery gorilla let out a miserable howl and its Mampu-like body collapsed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 49 beast, the blazing fire gorilla. You have gained 2,450 experience points and 980 evolution points. Without hesitation, Yichio rushed towards the flame spirit. The flame spirit was just killed by Qinlei, Guiyueling, and Sitoyu, and is now in a low health state. Yichio's icy blue blade energy can also resist the flame spirit. Even though the flame spirit frantically dodged and occasionally shot out powerful bursts of flame, it couldn't do much to Yichio and could only keep losing health. -1000, -2000, -1800. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 49 beast, flame spirit. You have gained 2,450 experience points and 980 evolution points. The nearly half-hour battle has now come to a complete end. Yichio took a deep breath, dug out the crystal core of the flame spirit, and tossed it to Qinlei behind him. With surprise and delight in his eyes, Qinlei quickly said, "Okay, thank you." After quickly tidying up the materials on the fiery gorilla, everyone prepared to rest for another half hour. These two powerful beasts had just caused some impact on everyone. Qinlei removed the crystal core from his staff and replaced it with the crystal core of the flame spirit. Then he tried casting a spell, and his eyes lit up. "My luck is just too good. This staff is already a top-tier, superior piece of equipment. What it lacks is a spirit crystal or a beast core that is compatible with fire elements. Now that I've replaced it with this 4th-tier peak flame spirit crystal core, I've instantly reached the minimum standard for excellent grade equipment." Guiyueling said, "As long as we can improve our strength, that's good. If we can improve our strength now, we'll have more security in the future." Yichio drank one healing potion and then another recovery potion. Half an hour later, the group continued on their way. After traveling for about an hour, Guiyueling suddenly stopped. "Everyone, stop." "What happened?" Yichio frowned. He didn't sense any danger ahead. Others shared the same confusion. Guiyueling suddenly pointed to a plant about 100 meters away. "I feel like this plant is attracting me." Yichio was a little puzzled, but he still turned his gaze over. There, a magnificent plant grew. Its branches and leaves are long and slender, with a light silvery white color. The whole thing seems to emit a faint starlight, making it exceptionally dazzling. A flower grows on the very center of the stem. The flower is a light golden color. The leaves grow from small to large from the inside out, layer upon layer, making it breathtakingly beautiful. Yichio knew at a glance that this was definitely not an ordinary plant. He asked Guiyueling
Yueling, Miss Gu, would you like me to use a detection spell on you? Gu Yueling suddenly remembered that Yi Qiu did indeed seem to know detection techniques. Her eyes immediately lit up. Thank you for your help, Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu nodded and used a detection spell on the plant. Not long after, the results came in. Starlight Flower, a rare treasure of heaven and earth. Consuming the Starlight Flower can transform the physique of beasts or superhumans with stellar power talents, permanently increasing each attribute by 10 to 20 points. Yi Qiu swallowed. This is absolutely terrifying. Yi Qiu then said directly to Gu Yueling, be careful when we go over there later. You must swallow this flower. This is a rare treasure of heaven and earth. After consuming it, each of your attributes will permanently increase by 10 to 20 points. Everyone was somewhat shocked to hear this. Gu Yueling then asked, can I be the only one who takes it? Yi Qiu nodded. This flower can only be effective if consumed by a superhuman or a beast with the talent of star power. Among everyone here, you are the only one who meets the requirements. Gu Yueling's eyes lit up. Then let's go over there later. At this moment, Shin Saksha said, although this rare plant only works on specific alien beasts and superhumans, we cannot be sure that there are no alien beasts around. When we go over there later, everyone be careful to prevent any guardian beasts from suddenly appearing and causing us harm, so that our joy turns to sorrow. Shin Saksha's words were indeed very pertinent, and no one denied her suggestion. So, in the end, Yi Qiu, an assassin-type ability user, took the lead and went to scout out the situation first. This time, Yi Qiu drew the bloodthirsty berserker blade. As Yi Qiu walked slowly past, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Why does that white stone next to me look like it's trembling slightly? Yi Qiu looked it over several times before finally realizing that it wasn't a white stone at all. This is a giant toad. Yi Qiu didn't think much about it and immediately unleashed a shadow blade dance, sending 6 shadow blades flying. Upon sensing the attack, the giant toad, resembling a white stone, quickly glowed with a pale golden light, and a shield of light appeared before it, blocking Yi Qiu's shadow blade. Yi Qiu was still somewhat shocked, because, even the fire gorilla, which was considered one of the more powerful fire attribute beasts, had to exert all its strength to withstand his shadow blade. This giant toad, which looked like a white stone, didn't seem special at all, yet it easily withstood my 6 paths of shadow blades. It seems this giant toad is no ordinary creature. Therefore, Yi Qiu adopted a cautious attitude. He went up and immediately unleashed 3 major skills: Peerless Sword Chi, Bloodlust and Fury, Damage Stacking. Under the influence of his 3 major skills, Yi Qiu unleashed more than a dozen attacks in succession. Of the dozen or so blood-red sword energies, nearly 10 were avoided by the giant toad. Only a few attacks managed to injure the giant toad, and the results weren't very good. -600, -1000, -800. Yi Qiu's eyes widened in surprise. Is this giant toad really that fast? At this moment, Shin Saksha's reinforcements arrived. Several beams of starlight fell like raindrops. The giant toad was attacked and ended up with several wounds on its body. Meanwhile, Chenlei's fireballs were launched one after another. Within 2 or 3 minutes, the giant toad was left with very low health. Yi Qiu lunged forward, adhering to the principle of striking while the iron was hot, and slashed with his bloodthirsty blade. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 48 alien beast, Starlight Toad. You have gained 2,400 evolution points and 960 experience points. Yi Qiu's lips curled up slightly, and he felt somewhat relieved. He took all the materials and crystal cores from the giant toad, then waved to Gu Yueling and the others. Come over here quickly. Gu Yueling practically ran over and plucked the flower, but she was still a little hesitant. Yi Qiu smiled and said, don't worry, I'm not lying to you. Gu Yueling gritted her teeth and swallowed the flower whole. About 5 minutes later, a hazy starlight suddenly shone on her body. Gu Yueling also accurately sensed the increase in her body's various attribute values. 10 minutes later, Gu Yueling's eyes widened, and she hugged Yi Qiu tightly. Every attribute point I have increased by 20 points. Thank you, Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu coughed and quickly pushed Gu Yueling away. Miss Gu, calm down, calm down. Gu Yueling then realized that she had been a little too excited. She coughed and said, actually, you don't know this, but without leveling up, the permanent increase in basic attribute points can be very beneficial to a professional, especially for a 4th-tier professional like me. Yi Qiu was taken aback. What do you mean? Gu Yueling was also taken aback. You didn't know? Yi Qiu shook his head and said, I've never attended a university for people with superpowers, so that's what it is. Gu Yueling smiled and explained, simply put, if you reach the 6th rank and are about to advance to the 7th rank, you will face a situation. The attribute points you gain from leveling up from 7th to 9th rank are all determined by your base attribute points at the peak of 6th rank. It's like the better your foundation, the more attribute points you gain with each level up. Yi Qiu understood. I see. I didn't know that before. Thank you for clearing up my confusion. If that's the case, then Yi Qiu will have to find a way to increase his basic attribute points. However, Yi Qiu's basic attributes are already stronger than most other ability users of the same level, so he's not too worried. Let's continue on our way. Gu Yueling's lips were now curled up as she said, I've already marked the starflower. Maybe we'll be be able to cultivate this starflower on a large scale in the future. Perhaps we can find the key to improving human attribute points and refine a potion. Everyone nodded and continued on their way. Everyone, stop for a moment. I'll use the mechanical bird to see how many miles we are still to the core of the cave. Gu Yueling first stopped everyone. Qin Sakshu nodded and waited with Feng Zilong on the outside. Yi Qiu drew his bloodthirsty blade, ready to deal with any possible sudden appearance of strange beasts. Gu Yueling took out the mechanical bird, released it, and after 15 minutes, she opened her bracelet, looked at the overhead view, and said, "Good news. We're less than 30 miles from the core of the cave." Everyone's spirits lifted a bit. After all, if they traveled for another day, the group would reach the core of the cave. And now, it is their second day in the cave. From an external time perspective, it's around 11 p.m. now, and in another hour, it will be the third day. Gu Yueling retrieved the mechanical bird and then said to everyone, "Let's all give it our all. Once we obtain the core of the cave, we will be able to begin our return journey. Moreover, since we were able to bring the core of the cave back to the camp and hand it over to the war zone, we can at least get a Class C Level 2 combat merit." After everyone continued on their way, Yichio asked Qin Sakshu curiously, "What is a Class C Level 2 combat merit?" Qin Sakshu said with a smile, "Military merits are divided into 4 levels, A, B, C, and D. The lowest level is Grade D, and the highest level is Grade A. These 4 levels are further divided into 3 grades, first, second, and third. If it is a Class C Level 2 merit, it means that it is the second highest merit within Class C." Yichio nodded. "Then these battle merits are quite difficult to obtain. We acquired the core of a cave, but only received a Class C Level 2 merit." But Qin Sakshu said, "Don't think that way. Let me give you an example. If you kill 100 alien beasts in a 3rd-tier beast tide, you will probably get a 3rd-tier B battle merit. Because the merit system is different from the honor system, the rewards that 1st to 3rd-tier ability users usually receive are only military merits. Things involving battle merits are basically exclusive to professionals of the 4th rank or above." Yichio nodded and said, "I see. I was thinking too superficially. After all, you've never been to an academy for people with superpowers and received specialized training, so I can understand that." Qin Sakshu smiled. Slasra. Suddenly, some sounds like electric arcs exploding came from the surroundings. Boom. Qin Sakshu frowned. Gu Yueling's eyes sharpened. "Everyone be careful. There might be a lightning attribute beast appearing. Thunder attribute beast." Upon hearing these 5 words, everyone's expressions became more serious. Even Yichio was no exception, because he had heard that lightning attribute beasts were considered to be among the more powerful of all beasts. The so-called different attributes refer to attributes other than the 5 elemental attributes, such as light, darkness, lightning, etc. Yichio drew his bloodthirsty blade, ready for battle. Not long after, a group of beings resembling weasels appeared ahead. These weasels had blue-purple arcs of electricity flashing on their bodies, and they had membranous wings between their limbs and bodies, which clearly indicated that they had a certain gliding ability. "What are these things now?" Qin Sakshu frowned. She didn't recognize what kind of strange beast it was either. Yichio said cautiously, "I suspect this is a special kind of strange beast from this cave." The people around them thought the same thing. "Never mind what they are for now." Feng Zilong's eyes turned serious as he said, "The aura emanating from these creatures indicates that there are at least 10 4th-tier alien beasts among them. Besides, they are relatively small, and dealing with them later might be a bit troublesome. We might as well take the initiative." Yichio's expression also turned serious. "These nearly 40 lightning weasels will indeed be quite difficult to kill. Let's get started." Without hesitation, Qin Sakshu dashed out. Feng Zilong and Yichio followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Chen Lei unleashed a wind blade. A wind blade shot out, slicing a huge gash into the body of a 3rd-tier lightning weasel. Yichio activated his 3 skills, Peerless Sword Chi, Bloodthirsty Fury, and Damage Stacking, and charged forward, unleashing a Sword Chi strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 31 beast, the lightning flying weasel. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. Yichio took a deep breath. These strange beasts are called thunder flying weasels. It really does match their characteristics. Seeing these humans take the initiative to attack, the thunder flying weasels seemed to be somewhat angry and let out squeaks. The next instant, they spread their membranous wings between their limbs and bodies, gliding through the air while shooting out arcs of electricity. Raiden Weasel is relatively small, but it moves quickly and can glide. The electric arcs it shoots are also incredibly fast. Yichio's blood-red sword energy flew out, finally managing to block all the electric arcs. Meanwhile, Qin Sakshu's clothes already showed some glue marks. If she hadn't been wearing full leather armor, she probably would have been injured. As for Feng Zilong, he was even more unlucky. He was wearing full iron armor and couldn't control the monitor. His body was already trembling, obviously due to the electric shock. Yichio then shouted to Feng Zilong, "Go to the back and quickly change out of your armor. We'll hold them off." If Feng Zilong, who was wearing full armor, were to stay here any longer, Yichio suspected that he would be electrocuted. Feng Zilong gritted his teeth and nodded, quickly righting the fan phantom of the holy dragon to the back. By this time, it had become the third day. Yi Qiu's skills have been refreshed. Without a second thought, he frantically slashed out blood-red sword energy while activating Shadow Blade Frenzy. The 6 shadow blades swept through the air, instantly killing 2 third-tier lightning flying weasels. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 31 beast, the lightning flying weasel. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 33 beast, the lightning flying weasel. You have gained 1650 experience points and 660 evolution points. Meanwhile, Chenlei, Guyueling, and Sityu also began a frenzied attack. Guyueling shot out beams of starlight from her hand, inflicting area of effect damage on the lightning weasels that were darting around in the air. Chenlei was the same, unleashing a rain of flames. Although Sityu had some difficulty targeting those lightning flying weasels, she was still able to kill some low-level lightning flying weasels. As for Yi Qiu, he precisely followed the principle of the strike while the iron is hot. Whenever a lightning weasel was injured and its speed decreased, Yi Qiu would dodge over and finish it off with his blood-red sword energy. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 34 beast, the lightning flying weasel. You have gained 1700 experience points and 640 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 33 beast, the lightning flying weasel. You have gained 1650 experience points and 660 evolution points. The system notification sounds were almost constant. The thunder flying weasel pack knew how terrifying these humans were and that their very survival was at stake, so they unleashed their full power. A thunder flying weasel with dark purple fur, clearly different from the other thunder flying weasels, made a squeak sound. The next instant, many lightning flying weasels surged around it. Clusters of blue-purple lightning flashed again on the bodies of these lightning weasels. In an instant, the blue-purple lightning formed a net, then suddenly broke away from the lightning weasels. The next instant, the lightning net enveloped Yi Qiu, Qin Sakshu, and Fang Zilong, who had already changed out of his armor. The crackling, sparkling lightning net clearly possessed extraordinary power. Yi Qiu's eyes turned cold, and he immediately unleashed Shadow Blade Frenzy. 6 shadowy blades shot out, momentarily slowing the electric net in midair. Meanwhile, the 6 shadow blades were completely annihilated by the lightning net, and a faint black mist fell. What an amazing skill! Yi Qiu's expression changed. He could clearly see that the lightning net unleashed by these lightning weasels was comparable to the combined innate skill of the previous scaled deer. It truly lives up to its reputation as a relatively powerful alien beast. At this moment, Qin Sakshu also moved. The white halo surrounding her suddenly burst forth with dazzling light. The next instant, the halo was embedded in the longsword in Qin Sakshu's hand. Then, Qin Sakshu suddenly slashed forward. A white arc of light streaked through the air, shooting out like Yi Qiu's sword energy. Unfortunately, her attack still failed to destroy the lightning net. Fang Zilong roared, and his dragon spear shot out with a powerful thrust. The surging energy couldn't extinguish the lightning net. Just as Yi Qiu took a deep breath and was about to unleash Shadow Blade Frenzy again, a wind blade and a beam of light as dazzling as a meteor suddenly swept past behind him. This is support from Chenlei and Guyueling. At this moment, the King of Lightning was barely destroyed. Yi Qiu took a deep breath and squinted as he observed the lightning flying weasels in the sky. These lightning weasels are far too dangerous. We must act swiftly and decisively, and we cannot give them a chance to unite. Yi Qiu took a deep breath, stomped his foot on the ground, and suddenly leaped into the sky, unleashing more than 10 blood-red sword energies at the same time. -1,200, -1,000, -800, -1,400. Yi Qiu was targeting the weaker Raiden flying weasels, such as the 3rd and 2nd tier Raiden flying weasels, because he knew one thing well: it's better to cut off one finger than to injure all 10. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 27 beast, the lightning flying weasel. You have gained 1350 experience points and 540 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 23 beast, the lightning flying weasel. You have gained 1150 experience points and 460 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 33 beast, the lightning flying weasel. You have gained 1650 experience points and 660 evolution points. Yi Qiu's dozen or so attacks directly took the lives of 5 thunder flying weasels. Including the Raiden weasel he killed earlier, he now has a total of 20 Raiden weasels. Chenlei, Guyueling, and Sityu were not to be outdone. Fireballs danced in the air. The starlight flickered and changed. One after another, the moon goddess's arrows were fired. With everyone working together, only 7 4th-tier lightning weasels remained in the thunder flying weasel clan. Everyone kept their eyes fixed on them, fearing that they might launch a counterattack before they died. Yi Qiu took a deep breath, preparing to unleash his final Shadow Blade dance. But at this moment, the leader of the deep purple lightning weasels suddenly let out a high-pitched squeak. The next time, the 6 thunder flying weasels next to them suddenly burst into blue-purple flames. This situation changed everyone's expression. In just a few breaths, those blue-purple flames all landed on the deep purple purple lightning weasel that was suspected to be the king of the lightning weasel clan. The deep purple lightning weasel underwent an instant transformation, its aura rising layer by layer, reaching a level comparable to a 5th-tier beast in a flash. In an instant, the deep purple lightning weasel opened its mouth, and a dense blue-purple lightning bolt shot out. The blue-purple lightning bolt shot directly towards Gu Yueling. Gu Yueling's expression changed. Without hesitation, Chen Lei waved his staff and instantly stacked 3 fire shields. Without a second thought, Yi Qiu unleashed Shadow Blade Dance in an attempt to extinguish the blue-purple lightning. As Gu Yueling chanted an incantation, a starlight barrier, like a protective shield, appeared before her. Everyone thought nothing bad would happen, but Yi Qiu sensed a faint sense of crisis. He turned his head abruptly, only to find that the deep purple lightning weasel that had been in the tree just moments before was nowhere to be seen. What happened? Yi Qiu narrowed his eyes, and the next instant, the hair on his body stood on end, and the bloodthirsty blade in his hand, almost instinctively, stabbed directly to the right. The crimson sword energy pierced directly into the body of the deep purple lightning weasel. -1800. Yi Qiu felt a little palpitated. He didn't even see how the deep purple lightning weasel got here. Fortunately, I have a keen sixth sense. Without a second thought, he continued to unleash his blood-red sword energy. The lightning weasel was also putting up a fight, but unfortunately, the bolts of lightning it was spewing out couldn't break through the defenses of the Gara spirit armor. Before long, Yi Qiu slashed down the deep purple lightning weasel. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 49 beast, Thunder Flying Weasel. You have gained 2,450 experience points and 980 evolution points. Yi Qiu's eyes flickered slightly. Then another click came from behind. Yi Qiu saw that the lightning bolt directly tore apart the triple flame shield and obliterated the starlight barrier. However, just as the lightning was about to injure Gu Yueling, a dazzling pale golden light shone on her body, and the phantom of an angel with wings on its back appeared. The angelic phantom fiercely protected Gu Yueling, and the lightning clashed with it, but in the end, the angelic phantom was still slightly inferior and won. The lightning was completely extinguished. Yi Qiu had already charged towards the remaining few 4th-tier lightning flying weasels that were extremely weak after offering up their blue-purple flames. These lightning weasels were almost powerless to resist, and Yi Qiu killed them all with ease. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 47 beast, the lightning flying weasel. You have gained 2,350 experience points and 940 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 43 beast, the lightning flying weasel. You have gained 2,150 experience points and 860 evolution points. At this point, Yi Qiu and his companions had hunted down all the powerful lightning attribute beasts, the thunder flying weasels. Everyone, let's rest here for a bit. I'll use the mechanical bird to see how long it will take to get to the vicinity of the giant tree. Gu Yueling, whose forehead appeared somewhat pale, spoke softly. Everyone nodded. Yi Qiu walked to the side, took out the bag that had contained the red cloud fruit, and distributed some more red cloud fruit to everyone. Shin Saksha looked somewhat surprised. You have quite a lot of supplies. We've eaten so many times, and you still have some left. Yi Qiu smiled and said, this fruit can restore a little energy, so I picked all the ripe fruit. Shin Saksha gave a thumbs up. You're amazing. Yi Qiu ate a few red cloud fruits, which restored some of his energy. Then he drank half a bottle of healing potion and a bottle of recovery potion. Everyone else did the same. They all drank the medicine and recovered. After feeling a bit better, Gu Yueling cast a group healing spell on everyone, Rain and Dew technique. This is a lower tier version of the Sweet Rain technique, but it can still provide certain benefits, such as relieving fatigue, restoring health, and alleviating injuries. Gu Yueling then took out the mechanical bird and released it into the air. 5 minutes later, Gu Yueling turned on the bracelet, looked at the top-down view displayed on the bracelet screen, and said, we'll reach the core of the cave in just half a day. Hearing this, everyone was invigorated. After recalling the mechanical bird, Gu Yueling said, let's move forward. We'll rest for another 4 hours when we're almost at the core of the cave. Everyone nodded. This time, things went relatively smoothly. They traveled for 2 hours without encountering any problems. At this moment, Yi Qiu suddenly asked Fang Zilong and Shin Saksha beside him, do you have any spare equipment here? Fang Zilong was taken aback. What kind of equipment do you want? Yi Qiu considered for a moment and said, boots and wristbands, please. Do you need me to lend it to you? Fang Zilong asked. Yes, I do. Yi Qiu nodded. It is indeed necessary. Fang Zilong then took out 2 ordinary grade equipment and handed them to Yi Qiu. This is the wind boots, and the other is the strength bracers. The former increases agility, and the latter increases strength by 10 points. This is considered a pretty good piece of equipment among ordinary grade gear. After Yi Qiu took it, he said to Gu Yueling, Miss Gu, could you rest here for 15 minutes? Gu Yueling had a fairly good impression of Yi Qiu, and 15 minutes wasn't a big deal. Yi Qiu then took off his wind bracers and handed them to Fang Zilong. This is my superior grade equipment. You can use this for now. Fang Zilong was stunned for a moment, then took it and was surprised to see the attributes. He then shook his head. Don't give it to me. This attribute is great, keep it for yourself. After saying that, Yichio took off her light and agile short boots and handed them to Fang Zilong. These two, you'll have to use them first. Fang Zilong was completely dumbfounded. How come you have so much equipment? But these two pieces of equipment are really good. You'd better not give them to me. Yichio shook his head. Stop talking nonsense. Among the three melee fighters, you are the weakest. I'm afraid you'll run into trouble when we fight for the core of the cave later. Hearing this, Fang Zilong felt a little embarrassed, but he didn't say anything more and accepted Yichio's two pieces of equipment. I will return these two pieces of equipment to you when I go back. It's up to you. If you're willing to buy, I can sell it to you for 1.2 million superpower coins, Yichio said with a smile. Fang Zilong was still hesitant, but Gu Yueling said directly, what's there for you, a grown man, to hesitate about? If you don't want it, I'll just buy it. Fang Zilong knew he had gotten a good deal, so he took out a prepaid card and handed it to Yichio. There are 3 million superpower coins in here. I'll buy it. Okay, that works too. Yichio accepted the prepaid card, put on the two spare pieces of equipment, summoned the system, opened his personal panel, and prepared to evolve. Level, LV 38 15%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, B rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 175 plus 15. Intelligence, 154 plus. Physical Fitness, 170 plus 5. Mental Strength, 176 plus. Agility, 163 plus 25. Evolution Points, 24880. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal Skills, Damage Stacking, Advanced Skill, Evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection, Basic Skill, Evolvable, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, Advanced Skill, Evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, Basic Skill, Evolvable, requires 200,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, Excellent. Ring of the Moon Goddess, Transcendent. Boots of Wind, Common. Cold Moon Frostblade, Excellent. Bracers of Power, Common. Garo Spirit Armor, Excellent. Holy Flame Sword, Excellent. Wolfbone Spirit Ring, Excellent. Yichio's heart stirred. He had killed so many wood monkeys and a batch of thunder flying weasels before, so the growth rate of his evolution points was quite normal. He silently clicked on two ordinary grade equipment in his mind. Wind Boots, Common grade equipment, increases the wearer's agility by 10 points. Can be evolved, requiring 1,000 evolution points and 5 tier 3 crystal cores. Power Bracers, Common grade equipment, increases the wearer's strength by 10 points. Evolvable, requiring 1,000 evolution points and 5 tier 3 crystal cores. Yichio silently chanted evolution. Ding! Consuming 1,000 evolution points and 5 tier 3 crystal cores, the ordinary grade equipment Wind Boots has been evolved into the superior grade equipment Breeze Boots. Gentle Breeze Boots, superior quality equipment. Effect 1, increases the wearer's agility by 20 points. Effect 2, comes with the skill Gentle Breeze Acceleration, which can be used once a day, consuming 5% of stamina to increase speed by 10%. Can be evolved, requiring 10,000 evolution points and 5 tier 4 crystal cores. Ding! Consuming 1,000 evolution points and 5 tier 3 crystal cores, the ordinary grade Power Bracers have been evolved into the superior grade Power Bracers. Power Bracers, superior grade equipment. Effect 1, increases the wearer's strength by 20 points. Effect 2, comes with the skill Gravity Control, which can be used once a day, consuming 5% of your spirit power to disrupt the enemy's center of gravity for 3 seconds. It can be evolved, requiring 10,000 evolution points and 5 tier 4 crystal cores. Yichio's eyes flickered slightly. The additional effects gained from these two equipment evolutions are quite good. The first one can increase speed, and the second one can confuse the enemy's center of gravity. Both are very useful skills. Yichio also prepared to evolve these two superior grade equipment into excellent grade equipment again, and silently recited the evolution in his mind. Ding! Consuming 10,000 evolution points and 5 4th tier crystal cores, the superior grade equipment Qingfeng Short Boots have been evolved into the excellent grade equipment Jifeng Short Boots. Gentle Breeze Boots, superior quality equipment. Effect 1, increases the wearer's agility by 40 points. Effect 2, comes with the skill Gale Acceleration, which can be used twice daily, consuming 5% of stamina to increase speed by 20%. Can be evolved, requiring 50,000 evolution points and 5 tier 5 crystal cores. Ding! Consuming 10,000 evolution points and 5 tier 4 crystal cores, the superior grade Power Bracers have been evolved into the excellent grade Brute Force Bracers. Brute Force Wristband, superior grade equipment. Effect 1, increases the wearer's strength by 40 points. Effect 2, grants the skill Gravity Control, which can be used twice daily, consuming 5% of your spirit power to disorient the enemy's center of gravity for 5 seconds. It can be evolved, requiring 50,000 evolution points and 5 tier 5 crystal cores. After Yichio was properly equipped, his physical fitness also improved significantly. After all, these two pieces of equipment each provide a 40-point bonus to his strength and agility. Then Yichio said, "Alright, we can get going now." The group continued on their journey, and after about an hour, they could see that the trees in the distance were beginning to thin out. And then, the giant tree at the very top, with the core of the cave hanging there, gradually came into view. The tree's height is only apparent when you get close enough to see how tall it is, nearly 20 zhang, approximately 33 meters, or over 60 meters in total. Moreover, its canopy is enormous, even giving off a sense of oppression. In addition, the white orbs of light hanging from the trees, resembling silkworm cocoons, are also very eye-catching. There is usually a guardian of the core of the cave. Gu Yueling whispered to Yi Qiu, Xin Saxu, and the others, I've already told you this before. The one we're dealing with this time is the guardian. As for the other strange beasts, under normal circumstances, they will not participate in the competition for the core of the cave. However, it cannot be ruled out that the guardians possess skills similar to those for controlling alien beasts. Everyone nodded, and Gu Yueling then turned her gaze to Chen Lei. This time, I'll trouble you to summon the Fire Maiden first and go scout out the situation. Chen Lei nodded, okay. Actually, Chen Lei was a little unwilling. However, among everyone present, he was the only one who could summon creatures with independent will. Chen Lei muttered an incantation, and before long, the phantom of the Fire Maiden appeared behind him. Then, Chen Lei communicated with the Fire Maiden telepathically, instructing her to check the situation near the core of the cave above the canopy of the giant tree. Gu Yueling also released the mechanical bird directly. Not long after, Yi Qiu heard a series of loud explosions coming from the other side. Something's up? After about 2 or 3 minutes, Chen Lei's expression changed slightly, and his face looked weaker. Fire Girl has been killed. So fast? Yi Qiu came up behind Gu Yueling and watched the recording Gu Yueling had just made. As the Fire Maiden climbed halfway up the giant tree, elemental beings with humanoid outlines and resembling elves suddenly flew out from the white orbs of light. What are all these things? Yi Qiu frowned, and Xin Saxu beside him also looked grim, saying, I feel it should be something like elemental life. However, these orbs of light clearly have a symbiotic relationship with this large tree. Yi Qiu considered for a moment, then said, should I use my detection technique? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Gu Yueling almost kissed Yi Qiu. I forgot you had this side to you. Hurry up. Help me figure out what this giant tree is. Yi Qiu nodded and cast a detection spell directly at the giant tree. Before long, he received the information detected by the detection technique. The ancient tree of space, guardian of the cave heaven core, a legendary beast, similar to the ancient tree of life, but due to its own limitations, it can only cultivate 4th tier spatial spirits. Even so, with the enhancement of the cave heaven core, it possesses 12 peak 4th tier spatial spirits, making it an extremely powerful being. Yi Qiu felt a bit of a headache. Seeing Yi Qiu's gloomy expression, Xin Saxu asked in a low voice, how's the tree? Yi Qiu shook his head, somewhat solemnly. It's rather troublesome. Gu Yueling asked, what's the problem? Yi Qiu then explained the properties of the ancient spatial tree to everyone. Gu Yueling's face also turned gloomy. Chen Lei frowned, ancient spatial tree, a legendary beast. If I remember correctly, legendary beasts will definitely drop level 4 to 6 treasures. For example, intermediate skill upgrade scrolls, intermediate skill scrolls, and even, with a small chance, advanced skill scrolls. But Xin Saxu could only manage a wry smile. 12 peak 4th tier spatial spirits are very difficult to deal with. She had just roughly counted them, and there were indeed 12 white cocoons of light on this ancient spatial tree. It should correspond to those 12 spirits of space. Yi Qiu pondered for a moment. Actually, I think we still have a chance of winning. Everyone's eyes immediately turned to Yi Qiu's face. What do you mean by that? Yi Qiu said, this ancient spatial tree seems to have a bond with the core of this cave, which is why it is able to possess 12 peak 4th tier spatial spirits. In other words, if we can seize its spatial core, the number of spatial spirits it possesses might decrease. Upon hearing Yi Qiu's words, everyone's hearts stirred. Gu Yueling frowned and asked, is it feasible? Yi Qiu shook his head. Fortune favors the bold. Gu Yueling's expression changed several times. Finally, Gu Yueling said again, then wait a moment. Yi Qiu then saw Gu Yueling close her eyes and clasp her hands together, as if she were praying. Meanwhile, Xin Saxu's eyes widened. Gu Yueling is actually going to use that skill. Yi Qiu was taken aback. What skill? Xin Saxu gave a wry smile. This is Gu Yueling's talent. You could call it a kind of prophecy. Yi Qiu scratched his head. Could Gu Yueling's star envoy ability really be used like this? However, he didn't say much and quietly waited for Gu Yueling to finish her skill. Not long after, she opened her eyes, and the shape of those eyes that appeared instantly was so beautiful that it was dreamlike. They were filled with starlight, as if they were reflecting a galaxy. Yi Qiu couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. After a long while, the starlight in Gu Yueling's eyes faded, and she said seriously, we have a chance to obtain the core of the cave, and the chance is quite high. She then turned her gaze to Yi Qiu. According to what you said, we must seize the spatial core as soon as possible, so all of us are covering the strongest one so that he can climb to the treetop and seize the cave core. Then, slowly kill the remaining space spirits. Xin Saxu nodded. Then shall we let you go this time? Gu Yueling shook her head. Xin Saxu and the others were stunned for a moment, because, in the eyes of her, Feng Zilong, Chen Lei, and Situyu, Gu Yueling, who possesses SS-level superpowers, is clearly a top-tier powerhouse. With its integrated offense and defense, and enhanced healing capabilities, it is virtually invincible. But why did Gu Yueling refuse? Yiqiu frowned slightly and asked Gu Yueling, Miss Gu, what do you mean by this? Are you the strongest person? He knew he was hiding some of his strength. But how did Gu Yueling know that? Gu Yueling's lips curled into a slight smile, and she winked playfully. What do you think? Yiqiu felt somewhat helpless seeing Gu Yueling's appearance. Shin Sakshu, who was standing next to her, also asked in a low voice. Miss Gu, this is not a trivial matter. Even though I know Yiqiu is very strong, I can't let him go rashly. After all, his abilities are relatively limited, unlike Miss Gu who has more mobility. Of all the people, Chen Lei was the most clear-headed. Did Miss Gu see something unusual when she used his ability earlier? Did you notice anything unusual? Upon hearing this, Yiqiu's heart stirred slightly. Gu Yueling's special ability Star Envoy was rated as an SS-level ability, which must be due to its unique features. Yiqiu had also heard Qin Sa Shui say that Gu Yueling could perform spells similar to the Great Prophecy. This approach has significant limitations, but it can overcome the limitations of time and space, and uncover part of the truth of the event based on a piece of information related to it. Could it be that Gu Yueling used this Great Prophecy technique to help her obtain some information related to herself? Yiqiu could not deny this matter either. It can only be said that SS-level superpowers do have their unique features. So Yiqiu didn't refuse. Alright then, I can serve as the sharp blade for this decapitation mission. Then it's settled. Gu Yueling's lips curled slightly, a hint of a smile in her eyes. Next, I'm going to distribute the equipment to everyone. What equipment? Shin Sakshu was stunned. Is there some equipment that hasn't been distributed yet? Gu Yueling chuckled, appearing more lively and natural than her previous spoiled young lady demeanor. To keep you on your guard, I haven't distributed these incredibly valuable pieces of equipment to you. Yiqiu's heart skipped a beat. What kind of equipment is it? Gu Yueling took out 6 token-like objects from her storage bag and then gave one to each person. This is the culmination of that talisman master's life's work. Can you guess what it is? Yiqiu's heart stirred. He vaguely sensed a spatial energy above it, and then he asked, is this a spatial teleportation talisman? Hearing this, Gu Yueling nodded. That's right, this is a spatial teleportation talisman. It seems Yiqiu is quite knowledgeable about this. This teleportation talisman has a teleportation range of 30 miles. But everyone must believe me, its advantage is that it can teleport in a specific direction. Surprise flashed in Yiqiu's eyes. Directional teleportation? Gu Yueling nodded and said with a smile, I already identified a location nearby when I came. We just need to activate this spatial teleportation talisman to teleport together. And we can also just band together and run away, no matter what those space spirits do behind us. Yiqiu felt a little more at ease. I see. If it's a directional spatial teleportation talisman, then I can understand why Miss Gu was reluctant to take it out at first. Space teleportation talismans are extremely precious, with each one worth hundreds of thousands of superpower coins. However, if it's a directional spatial teleportation talisman, then it starts at 1 or 2 million superpower coins. If Gu Yueling weren't a powerful young lady, even if she participated in this competition for the cave heaven, she wouldn't have much ability to obtain this thing, let alone since it was prepared for everyone. So Yiqiu felt that he had gotten a good deal. Situyu exclaimed in amazement, my career development with this superpower might lead me to come into contact with spatial power in the future. However, any treasure related to spatial power is extremely precious. Meanwhile, Chen Lei's tone was full of amazement. This thing is worth at least 2 million. I won't even want to use it later. Fang Zilong shook his head and said to everyone, alright, everyone, stop talking nonsense. Let's get moving. We need to prepare for what needs to be done, take action when necessary, provide cover when needed, and tackle the tough challenges head-on. Let's not waste any precious time. Fang Zilong's words were unanimously agreed upon by everyone. Then, Shin Sakshu made a tactical plan and began to deploy the troops based on each person's skills and characteristics. This process took about half an hour. Finally, Yiqiu said, I think we actually have an advantage. Do you remember the Vajra talisman? Shin Sakshu's eyes lit up. You mean you're going to give the Vajra talisman to me alone? Yiqiu shook his head. It's impossible for one person alone. Even if I had 6 Vajra talismans, it would be impossible for me to successfully reach the top of the tree while being surrounded by more than a dozen space spirits. On the contrary, if each of us has 2 Vajra talismans in 30 seconds to try to disperse the attack of the space spirit, it might be possible to reach the upper or middle level of the ancient space tree. Upon hearing this, Shin Sakshu and the others' eyes lit up, and they immediately felt that it made a lot of sense. Gu Yueling exclaimed softly, how come I didn't think of such a great idea? Yiqiu was somewhat helpless. Shouldn't this tactic be quite ordinary? After receiving everyone's approval, Gu Yueling collected the Vajra talisman and distributed it to Yiqiu, Shin Sakshu, and Fang Zilong. She was still muttering to herself, if I had known we were in this situation, I would have just bought all the Vajra talismans. Yiqiu chuckled lightly, but we can't possibly anticipate every possible situation. After confirming the tactics and distributing the supplies, Yichio took a deep breath and a dark shadow enveloped his body. Grade B ability, Shadow Blade. This skill may not be too powerful, but its accompanying dark power, stealth, and speed boost are still quite useful. It's at least better than the C-level Shadow Blade that Yichio had before. Moreover, Yichio is accumulating evolution points at a relatively fast pace. He believed that he would soon become an A-level or even an S-level superhuman. At that time, the weakness of his innate abilities will no longer be his disadvantage, but may even become the source of his strength. Once his entire body was enveloped in dark shadows, Yichio took a deep breath and dashed out at lightning speed. Qin Sakshu and Feng Zilong followed closely behind, like two bodyguards, standing on either side of Yichio's back. A divine halo also shone on Qin Sakshu. This time, the sacred halo did not emit a white light as before, but instead emitted a golden light that carried a sacred meaning. This is Qin Sakshu's all-out effort. She even expanded the range of the divine halo, extending a portion of it to Feng Zilong and Yichio to enhance their abilities. Meanwhile, Gu Yueling, who was at the very back, also turned cold. She waved her jeweled staff, and a pale golden starlight appeared above it. The next instant, the starlight fell directly on Yichio, and Yichio felt that all of his physical stats increased by about 30%. Yichio couldn't help but feel a little surprised. You have to understand, his strength is already terrifying. If it increases by another 30%, he will be able to compare with an ordinary mid-stage 5th-tier ability user, which is level 55. Yichio also felt more confident. After a dozen or so breaths, Yichio and the others arrived at the big tree. Yichio quickly jumped onto the trunk, followed closely by Qin Sakshu and Feng Zilong. At this moment, the spatial spirits, which resembled white cocoons of light, began to move. Suddenly, the white cocoons of light hanging from the tree began to tremble violently. Before long, the light from the cocoon gradually faded, revealing a white object inside, and the white object stretched out and transformed into one soul of space after another. These spatial spirits possess characteristics similar to elemental lifeforms, having human outlines but lacking human facial features and details. At the same time, terrifying spatial power surged around them. The spacetime attribute is above the 5 elements and is second only to higher attributes such as causality. Therefore, the power of the spatial spirit is beyond doubt. The 12 spatial spirits immediately focused their attention on Yichio, Qin Sakshu, and Feng Zilong, who appeared on the ancient spatial tree. One of the spatial spirits closest to them attacked Yichio and his companions directly. It even twisted its face, transforming into features similar to human facial features, and simultaneously let out a roar. The next instant, 2 silver spatial blades appeared beside its 2 arms. These 2 silver spatial blades, carrying an extremely sharp feel, attacked Yichio and his companions. Facing the blade of space, Qin Sakshu felt a chill run down her spine. Yichio also sensed a faint sense of danger. In his perception, the reason why the space blade gave him a sense of sharpness did not come from its inherent hardness. On the contrary, the space blade has no hardness at all. The terrifying thing about the space blade is that it has a cutting property. This is also an expression of the power of space, or rather, the laws of space, cutting, transformation, shifting, and reversal. Yichio's eyes turned cold, and he directly drew the holy flame sword, which possessed both fire and light attributes, from his waist. At times like these, neither the cold moon frost blade nor the bloodthirsty berserker blade can compare to this holy flame sword. After all, the light attribute is considered a superior attribute, at least stronger than the 5 elements. Yichio also activated all 3 of his skills. Peerless Sword Chi, damage stacking, golden flame covering the blade. With the 3 skills combined, and with the protection of Qin Sakshu's divine halo and the starlight enhancement of Gu Yueling, Yichio's current strength is enough to instantly kill an ordinary 4th-tier peak alien beast. As expected, the spatial spirit in front of them had been careless. Its attack was merely a probing strike and was far from enough to subdue Yichio. Instead, it set the stage for Yichio to kill it. Yichio directly shattered the 2 silver spatial blades and unleashed a terrifying sword energy with all his might. The crimson gold sword energy swept through the air, directly slashing at the somewhat bewildered spirit of space. The next instant, this 4th-tier peak space spirit body directly teleported to another area. Yichio's expression changed. Qin Sakshu and the others' expressions also changed. The worst thing has happened. These spatial spirits have a control over spatial power far exceeding their judgment. Their creator is an ancient spatial tree, which, although not of high enough rank, is still a powerful being. For them, short-distance teleportation is something they can do in the blink of an eye. Even Feng Zilong's eyes showed a moment of panic. Yichio's eyes became serious. He took a deep breath and charged at the spatial spirit once again. Every skill has a cooldown. It's absolutely impossible to cast them instantly in a row. Moreover, since this guy is now entangled with me, I definitely won't be able to reach the top quickly. I have to kill him. At that moment, Chen Lei's reinforcements arrived. Several enormous red fireballs flew through the air, covering an area around the space spirit, before crashing down. Chen Lei's thinking was simple. You little brat, can't you teleport short distances? Then I'll turn the whole area around you into a sea of fire. Let's see how you hide now. Yi Qiu activated the moon goddess ring, a faint silver light emanating from his body. With this, he was immune to some of the flames and plunged into the fire, relentlessly pursuing the spatial spirit. As for Qin Saxu and Fang Zilong, they helped Yi Qiu block the other two space spirits that rushed over. Yi Qiu's eyes hardened, and he activated the gentle breeze possession skill on his breeze boots, increasing his speed by a significant margin. Even though the spirit of space occasionally used teleportation, it couldn't completely stop Yi Qiu's pursuit. -1900, -2000, -1600. In the end, Yi Qiu shattered it with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 49 alien beast, Space Spirit. You have gained 2,450 experience points and 980 evolution points. The next moment, Yi Qiu took a deep breath, said nothing more, and rushed upwards at an extremely fast speed. Qin Saxu and Fang Zilong also instantly used the Vajra Talisman, enduring the attacks of the two spatial spirits, and rushed upwards together with Yi Qiu. During the 5 seconds that the Vajra Talisman took effect, Yi Qiu, Qin Saxu, and Fang Zilong climbed nearly 30 meters. The three of them went straight to the middle section of this ancient spatial tree. At this moment, the number of spatial spirits gathered around them also increased. Yi Qiu took a deep breath and then said to Qin Saxu and Fang Zilong, "We have 5 more chances to use the Vajra Talisman." Qin Saxu continued to nod. Now nearly 7 spatial spirits have come to their side, trying to stop them. Gu Yueling, Chen Lei, and Sitiyu also kept launching attacks to prevent the other 4 spatial spirits from getting close to Yi Qiu and the others. While Yi Qiu, Qin Saxu, and Fang Zilong were enduring the attack, they also activated the Vajra Talisman once again. At that moment, the golden shield conjured by the Vajra Talisman shattered in less than 3 seconds as the 7 spatial spirits aimed at them and unleashed their spatial blades. Even due to repeated obstruction, the 3 of them only managed to run less than 20 meters. But it's only 40 meters away from the treetop. Yi Qiu felt victory was just ahead, gritted his teeth, and prepared to continue forward. However, something unexpected happened to him. Previously, the 4 spatial spirits that had been entangled by Gu Yueling, Chen Lei, and Sitiyu were already at low health. But at that moment, the ancient tree in the space suddenly trembled slightly. Tiny silver specks floated on the leaves. The silver light spots converged directly into the 4 space spirits in their remaining snow state. Then, these things actually became energetic and the cracks on their bodies were completely healed. In other words, they were instantly restored to full health. Yi Qiu's expression turned ugly. Gu Yueling gritted her teeth and said to Chen Lei and Sitiyu, "No need to hold back anymore, let's unleash our ultimate move." Chen Lei nodded, star destroying flowing flame. The next instant, a huge fireball, like a meteor, shot out and landed on the 4 spatial spirits with a terrifying light. Sitiyu took a deep breath and suddenly shot out an arrow, which split into many arrows in the air and fell like raindrops. Gu Yueling also said in a deep voice, "Star rain." In less than a few breaths, starlight rained down from the sky, directly striking the spatial spirits. Even the 4 space spirits at full health were briefly trapped. Yi Qiu, Qin Saxu, and Fang Zilong used the Vajra Talisman again. However, this time, the spatial spirits nearby seemed to realize that their target was the core of the cave, and they immediately went into a berserk state and attacked frantically. The Vajra Talisman only lasted for 1.5 seconds. Yi Qiu, Qin Saxu, and Fang Zilong climbed about 7 or 8 meters. There are still nearly 30 meters left. Those last 30 meters seemed incredibly far. Yi Qiu, Qin Saxu, and Fang Zilong were even trapped here for a period of time. Yi Qiu gritted his teeth and aimed directly at the most vulnerable of the spatial spirits. Then, Yi Qiu used Wolf Howl to disrupt the surrounding spatial spirits with his mental power, and then used gravity control to interfere with the most vulnerable spatial spirits. And then there's Shadow Blade Frenzy. 6 shadow blades, along with a sky full of fiery sword energy, rushed straight towards the most vulnerable spatial spirit. -2000, -1800, -2400. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 49 alien beast, Space Spirit. You have gained 2,450 experience points and 980 evolution points. With the death of one of the spatial spirits, the pressure on Yi Qiu's side has lessened somewhat. Now that Yi Qiu had become quite famous, he roared again, "Everyone, continue. Activate the Vajra Talisman directly." After saying this, Yi Qiu's body lit up with a golden light again, followed closely by Qin Saxu and Fang Zilong. This time, perhaps because of their killing intent and determination, or perhaps because the spatial spirits had consumed some of their energy, Yi Qiu, Qin Saxu, and the other two actually covered a distance of 10 meters in just 2 seconds. Sorry, this time, they were only 20 meters away from the top of the tree. Qin Saxu said directly to Fang Zilong, "Later, we'll give all the Vajra talismans we have to Yi Qiu. Then we'll hold off the strange beasts here," preparing for him to charge up the treetops alone and seize the core of the cave. Fang Zilong nodded, his eyes filled with determination. He took a deep breath, rushed directly to Yi Qiu, and handed him the Vajra talisman. Then he turned around and blocked the monster for Qin Saxu, and Qin Saxu did the same. Seeing the actions of these two, Yi Yichio was also influenced by them, and a resolute look flashed in his eyes. These damned monsters! Holding the two Vajra talismans in his hand, he disregarded everything else and directly replaced the holy flame sword in his hand with the bloodthirsty blade. Then, bloodlust was activated. In this state, Yichio's combat power has increased by a level. Yichio activated the Vajra talisman again and charged directly towards the treetop. Behind him, Qin Sakshu and Fong Zilong withstood the attacks of 6 spatial spirits, buying him every second. This time, Yichio was extremely fast. His armor and clothes were so fast that they practically whipped up a whirlwind and fluttered loudly. A distance of 20 meters can be covered in just 3 seconds. Then, Yichio finally saw the core of the cave in the sky. However, the core of the cave was surrounded by a faint silver light shield. Yichio could see it clearly. It was obviously a barrier constructed with spatial power. He took a deep breath and unleashed Shadow Blade Dance twice in a row. A total of 12 Shadow Blades were shot out, and under Yichio's exquisite control, they almost all hit the same spot. Yichio, aided by the Qingfeng possession technique, also rushed forward and used his bloodthirsty blade to stab that spot with all his might. Even as the spatial power in the air surged and boiled, tearing Yichio's Gara spirit armor to shreds, he did not react at all. At this moment, Shenlei, who had been holding back for a long time, finally made a big move. Vulcan's arrow. The next instant, a bright rocket appeared in the air and shot directly at the silver light shield. Meanwhile, Situyu fired a series of arrows in quick succession. Gu Yueling gritted her teeth and activated one of her superior grade equipment. A dazzling arc of light flashed and landed directly on the silver light shield. The silver light shield shattered completely, and Yichio reached out and grabbed the crystal, then put it into his storage bag. Without thinking, he activated the spatial talisman. The others also knew exactly what they should do. They all activated their spatial talismans directly. Somewhere 30 miles away, a flash of spatial power struck, and Yichio, Qin Sakshu, and the rest of the team landed on the ground. Yichio turned his gaze to Qin Sakshu and Fong Zilong, his expression changing slightly. Both Qin Sakshu and Fong Zilong were covered in wounds while trying to cover themselves, especially Fong Zilong, who was wearing iron armor and had thick skin, but his armor was completely shattered, his skin and flesh were torn up, and there was almost no good part of his upper body. Everyone, run! Qin Sakshu took a breath, and without thinking, she hoisted Situyu onto her back and started running. Shenlei did not ask Fong Zilong to carry him. With the equipment Yichio had given him, his speed was much faster. The 6-person team rushed directly into the distance. The 10 remaining spatial spirits on the ancient spatial tree had already gone berserk. They split up and searched for the location of Yichio, Qin Sakshu, and the others from several directions. Time flew by, and the team had been traveling for about an hour, finally leaving the area of the ancient tree in the space. Yichio let out a heavy sigh of relief, feeling somewhat calmer. He looked around. Is everyone alright? Fong Zilong spat out a mouthful of blood and smiled. It's alright. After all, we've already seized the core of the cave, so any injuries we suffer are worth it. Yichio strode over, took out a healing potion from Gu Yueling and another recovery potion, and handed them to Fong Zilong. Fong Zilong had already reached into his storage bag, but did not take the healing and recovery potions from Yichio. Instead, he took it out and drank it all down his throat. The others are in similar situations, all taking medication to recover. Yichio also drank 2 doses of medicine. After his body recovered a little, he continued to speak to Qin Sakshu and the others. Let's leave as soon as possible and not linger here any longer. Everyone agreed. Without lingering, the group headed directly towards the entrance of the cave. After traveling for nearly 8 hours, Yichio, Qin Sakshu, and the others finally got their first long rest. Gu Yueling was still excited. We've finally taken down the core of this cave. All we need to do now is go back. However, after her initial excitement, she didn't forget her teammates. Gu Yueling took out her staff and immediately cast a group rain of light spell. Yichio felt a gentle starlight energy enter his body, and soon the discomfort and pain in his body dissipated. He couldn't help but think that Gu Yueling's SS level ability was indeed powerful. It combines offense and defense, can also heal and amplify, and even possesses the overpowered skill Great Prophecy. After a while, Yichio said again, I'll go hunt some game, at least we need to eat something good. I'd be sick of eating individual combat rations. Qin Sakshu then asked, do you want me to go with you? Yichio shook his head, that won't be necessary. I'm in relatively good condition now, but Qin Sakshu, you're seriously injured, so you can rest here. Just now, Qin Sakshu and Fong Zilong stopped those strange beasts together, and both of them were injured. Especially the large gash on the side of his waist, you can see his ribs. Although the bleeding has stopped and the wound has healed to some extent, Yichio still doesn't want Qin Sakshu to go through any more trouble. Yichio walked alone into the depths of the forest. Hiss! Suddenly, the sound of a snake flicking its tongue came from ahead. Yichio frowned and quickly walked over. There was a large cave ahead, and the hissing sound coming from inside the cave was almost incessant. Yichio realized with a deep sense that he had truly stumbled into a snake pit. Enveloped in a shadowy aura, Yichio strode over. Under the cover of night and by moving extremely lightly, Yichio barely made the snakes in the cave aware of his presence. Yichio glanced at them them briefly and found that they were almost all second or third tier exotic beasts. Yi Qiu looked around at the surrounding terrain again. There was a large rock on the side of the cave. After thinking for a moment, Yi Qiu dashed inside. He is already at level 37. If he can quickly level up to level 40, not only will his overall qualities improve, but he may also receive rewards from the system. Moreover, these second and third tier weapons can also provide him with evolution points. He drew the Holy Flame sword directly. Today, he also activated the use permission for the 3 major skills for the last time. Yi Qiu wielded his long sword, and the sword energy, carrying firelight, flew everywhere. Almost every strike could take the life of a second or third tier snake-like beast. -1800, -1600, -2000, -1400. As the data popped up, Yi Qiu could also hear a series of notification sounds. Ding! Congratulations to Su for defeating the level 24 exotic beast, the Golden Serpent. You have gained 1200 experience points and 480 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to Su for defeating the level 31 beast, the Golden Scale Serpent. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations to Su for defeating the level 29 beast, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, gaining 1450 experience points and 580 evolution points. Yi Qiu can unleash 2 or 3 sword strikes per second on average, and his speed is also sufficient to dodge the snake's attacks. Therefore, in just half an hour, Yi Qiu hunted down a full 4 or 500 second to third tier snake-like beasts. Everyone responded enthusiastically. After he cleared out the snake pit, he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something else inside. Yi Qiu frowned as he entered the cave, where he saw the remains of a giant snake in the very center. The giant snake still had its skin tattered and shed, and its body appeared somewhat deformed, with unevenly sized bones. Evolution failed. Yi Qiu knew what this was. Even though he didn't attend a university for people with superpowers, he had learned about related knowledge in high school. When a beast advances to the 4th or 7th stage, it usually encounters a hurdle. If it can overcome it, everything will go smoothly. If it cannot, it will collapse and die. But the giant snake in front of him made Yi Qiu feel a little strange. It was probably at the peak of the 4th rank, but the energy remaining on its body clearly indicated that it was at the 6th rank. Is this giant snake trying to force its way through the rules of the cave? Yi Qiu finally understood. No wonder it failed to transform and eventually collapsed into this ugly state. As a world, the cave has its own rules. If 5th or 6th tier beasts cannot appear, they will never appear, unless the grotto heaven merges and is upgraded. This was also knowledge that Qin Sakshu and others had told him. Yi Qiu hurried over. Although the snake's muscles and bones were no longer usable, there was still a shiny crystal core on its body. The energy of this crystal core has almost dissipated by half, but it is still extremely powerful. It can obviously be used as a peak 5th order crystal core, which is quite a surprise. He actually understood now. No wonder there were so many second and third tier low-level snake-like beasts here. It's probably all because of this crystal core. After storing the crystal cores, Yi Qiu hunted 2 more deer nearby and then returned to the camp with them. Qin Sakshu and the others had already started cooking porridge and other dishes. Seeing that Yi Qiu had brought 2 deer, Qin Sakshu's eyes lit up. We can have barbecue now. Yi Qiu nodded, processed the 2 deer, and sliced off the meat, while Qin Sakshu took it and prepared to skewer it for grilling. He also remembered the previous jars of Jinling original essence. This is good stuff. Yi Qiu took out a large jar and handed it to Qin Sakshu. When you're grilling the meat later, brush this on. I didn't bring any seasonings with me, but this will do for removing the fishy smell and adding flavor. It smells so good. Qin Sakshu was a little surprised when she opened the jar. It took her a while to recognize that it was Golden Spirit Source Elixir. Gu Yueling leaned closer, her eyes full of curiosity. What is this? It looks like something good. Qin Sakshu explained with a smile. Of course it's a good thing. The Golden Spirit Origin Elixir brewed by the Golden Spirit Ape is very expensive and there's no market for it. I've never heard of this before. Gu Yueling nodded, then asked Yi Qiu curiously, will you sell this? Yi Qiu was somewhat helpless. We're all teammates, why be so polite? If Miss Gu needs it, just take it. Alright, thanks this time. Gu Yueling's eyes lit up, and she took out another water bottle and filled it with water. She took a bite, and her eyes immediately lit up. This Golden Spirit Essence nectar tastes really good. Fang Zilong, who was standing nearby, curiously came over and asked, is there anything good to eat? It's a kind of wine I brought here called Jinling Yuanjiang. Yi Qiu then said to Situyu and Shenlei over there, Situyu, Shenlei, you can come over and get some drinks too. The others quickly came over, shared some, and drank it all. Their eyes lit up. Fang Zilong commented, the taste is indeed very good. Although I don't usually drink much, this Jinlingwen liquor tastes really amazing. Situyu's eyes flickered slightly. Didn't you feel it? This Golden Spirit Essence also contains extraordinary energy, and it seems to be able to enhance my physical fitness. After everyone experienced it, it seemed to be true. Gu Yueling said with a smile, Yi Qiu, this thing of yours is truly a treasure. Could you sell me some? Situyu, Fang Zilong, and the others also had their eyes shining, hoping that Yi Qiu would would give a positive answer so they could buy some later. Yicho took out another large jar. Alright, let's share it. I still have some golden spirit essence here. Since we're teammates, there's no need to be so polite. Okay, thank you Yicho. Gu Yueling chuckled and took out another water bottle to fill it up. Meanwhile, Fong Zilong and the others each took some. Before long, the porridge and rice over there were almost ready, and Qin Saksha's barbecue was almost done. Everyone gathered together, eating and chatting, and their spirits were greatly relaxed. Half an hour later, Qin Sakshu also said, since there is no danger anymore, everyone, rest here for 6 hours. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night, and Yicho will take over for the second half. However, at this moment, Gu Yueling said, Qin Sakshu, you were injured before, so I'll keep watch for you during the first half of the night. Chen Lei also said, I'll come in the second half of the night. You melee ability users were all exhausted earlier. If we were to fall asleep while you kept watch, I would feel guilty. This was indeed the truth, so Yicho did not refuse. He sat down to the side, and after considering it for a moment, he also prepared to activate the system, open his personal panel, and check his current evolution points and level. Level, LV 39 34%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, B rank, Shadow Blade, Strength 178 plus 15. Intelligence 160 plus. Physical Condition 172 plus 5. Mental Strength 177 plus. Agility 167 plus 25. Evolution Points 124880. Talent Skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal Skills, Damage Stacking, Advanced Skill, Evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection, Basic Skill, Evolvable, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, Advanced Skill, Evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, Basic Skill, Evolvable, requires 200,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Ring of the Moon Goddess, transcendent. Breeze Boots, excellent. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Brute Force Bracers, excellent. Darrow Spirit Armor, excellent. Holy Flame Sword, excellent. Wolfbone Spirit Ring, excellent. Yicho was overjoyed when he saw his personal panel. Having spent nearly an hour slaying serpentine beasts, killing almost 400 or 500 second or third tier serpentine beasts, he had actually become a level 39 ability user, and his evolution points had soared to over 120,000. Yicho couldn't help but smile. With over 120,000 evolution points, he has more than enough to undergo an evolution. Yicho took a deep breath and silently asked the system, how many evolution points are needed to evolve the B-level ability Shadow Blade into an A-level ability? The system notification tone also rang in my ears. To evolve the B-grade ability Shadow Blade into an A-grade ability, 100,000 evolution points are required. Yicho's eyes flickered slightly, and without any hesitation, he silently recited in his mind, consuming 100,000 evolution points, I will evolve the B-grade ability Shadow Blade into an A-grade ability. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming 100,000 evolution points to evolve your B-rank ability, Shadow Blade, into an A-rank ability, Shadow Master. Lord of Shadows, A-rank ability. Effect 1, when the host activates this ability, a layer of shadow will cover their body, allowing them to be immune to some physical attacks and increase speed. Effect 2, the host can control the power of shadows and attach it to weapons, adding shadow power to them. They can also control the shadows independently for various attacks. Effect 3, the host possesses a talent skill, Hidden Shadow, which can be activated 3 times per day. When activated, the host can infiltrate the darkness, moving quickly for 10 seconds, during which time they are immune to all attacks, except for those exceeding the limit, which are immune to attacks. This ability can evolve, requiring 1 million evolution points. Yicho's eyes lit up slightly. The Nether Blade has transformed from a melee-type ability into one with magical attack capabilities. After all, Shadow Power, as a subcategory of the Dark attribute, can also be considered a type of energy attack. If Yicho hadn't been resting at this moment, he would have loved to stand up and test his A-level ability, Lord of Shadows. After taking a deep breath, Yicho didn't say anything more and closed his eyes to rest. 6 hours passed in a flash. After Yicho was woken up by Chen Lei and ate something, the group continued their journey. But before they had taken more than a few steps, they suddenly saw a silver light appear in front of them. Yicho's expression changed. He was most familiar with that silvery radiance. Isn't this the power of space? Could it be that those spatial spirits have caught up with us? As expected, when the silver light faded, 9 white humanoid figures appeared. They were the space spirits they had seen before. At this moment, among these spatial spirits, there was an exceptionally tall being. Although its rank was also 4th order, Yicho sensed a chilling sense of danger. This special spatial spirit definitely possesses 5th tier combat power. Yicho even suspected that this spatial spirit was forcibly created by the ancient spatial tree. At the same time, it is also similar to the so-called king-level alien beast. Without a second thought, Qin Sakshu immediately gave the order. Everyone, let's get started. Yicho's figure blurred, a layer of shadow enveloped his body. He drew the bloodthirsty blade and rushed out in a flash. clash. The towering spirit of space flicked its wrist and a silver spatial blade shot out. Yichio narrowly dodged the attack, then sped up and charged towards the enormous spatial spirit. Moreover, several ordinary spatial spirits also fired out one spatial blade after another. Yichio's figure twisted and turned in the air. In the end, these spatial blades intertwined into a dense, intricate net. Yichio's eyes turned slightly cold as he activated the shadow concealment skill attached to his A-level superpower, the Lord of Hidden Power. His body merged directly into the darkness, and he charged straight at the spatial blades. Shin Sakshu and Fong Zilong activated the Vajra talisman and charged towards the spatial spirits while enduring the spatial blades. As for Gu Yueling, Chen Lei, and Situyu, their long-prepared attacks arrived one after another. Star-destroying flames. Under Chen Lei's control, the enormous fire meteor shot directly towards those space spirits. Gu Yueling also emitted a starlight ray. Situyu never stopped generating and firing the arrow. With the help of the three of them, they also mitigated part of the space spirit's attack. Just as Yichio and his companions were about to approach the spatial spirits, the giant spatial spirit suddenly changed. The enormous spatial spirit's face, which was even more refined than that of an ordinary spatial spirit, radiated obvious anger. Its hands seemed to be forming a hand seal, and mysterious runes lit up behind its back, surrounded by a rich spatial power. The next instant, a circular silver halo appeared on its palm. Then the spirit of space threw the light wheel out. Yichio, who had used the concealment skill to attack, was immediately restricted. He felt that all his attacks were reflected back by the silver space wheel. A hint of annoyance flashed in Yichio's eyes. Without hesitation, he activated his three skills: Peerless Sword Chi, Bloodthirsty Fury, and Damage Stacking. With the support of these three skills, Yichio's attack power has exceeded the upper limit that the silver space wheel can withstand. A sound like a mirror shattering came. This silver space could only be shattered by Yichio's dozens of attacks, and then turned into specks of silver light that dissipated in the air. Over there, the expression on the face of the enormous spatial spirit suddenly changed. It let out an extremely sharp roar, and in the next instant, the spatial spirits behind it began to change their battle positions. They appeared to be a human formation, with each spatial spirit placing its hand on the spatial spirit in front of it. Layers of silver light shimmered over them and then spread to their companions in front. Ultimately, all the silver spatial power fell into the body of that enormous spatial spirit. Yichio also noticed that the aura of the huge spatial spirit, which originally possessed fifth-order power, was rising. It's even comparable to Yichio's current limit. A cold glint flashed in Yichio's eyes. He wouldn't allow him to do anything. After taking a deep breath, Yichio activated both of his skills simultaneously. Gravity Control. The second skill directly disrupted the formation of these spatial spirits, causing them to pause for a moment. The first skill immediately threw the giant spatial spirit into chaos. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yichio jumped high and unleashed nearly dozens of strikes in a very short time. Sword energy, tinged with crimson and deep purple, danced in the air. Then, one after another, blood red or dark purple marks appeared on the body of this enormous spatial spirit. As a pure energy life form, the space spirit does not actually have flesh and blood, but these marks also symbolize that it is injured. At the same time, Yichio completely disrupted the energy transfer activities of these spatial spirits. Shin Sakshu, who had witnessed everything from behind Yichio, shouted loudly, "Everyone, attack that giant spatial spirit." Shin Sakshu even created a divine halo and nested it around Yichio to amplify his power. Yichio immediately felt a warm power surging through his body, and his fatigue and weakness disappeared. In fact, all of his physical attributes increased by nearly 20%. At this moment, Fong Zilong, known as the Fearless Dragon Spear, also fought desperately. The phantom of the giant dragon beneath him dissipated and merged directly into the spear in his hand. His spear transformed into an incredibly sharp dragon spear. Then, Fong Zilong suddenly threw the dragon spear. The dragon spear, carrying terrifying power, smashed directly into the heart of the giant spatial spirit at the very front. Even though it used spatial refraction in time, the dragon spear still pierced his abdomen, tearing out a huge gash. The three ranged ability users did not hesitate at all. Gu Yueling immediately unleashed her most powerful attack, Great Falling Star Technique. It was as if a star had fallen from the sky and struck that enormous spatial spirit. Situyu unleashed the Moon Goddess Arrow. Yichio never stopped swinging the Bloodthirsty Blade. He also activated the Vajra Talisman to block the spatial blades launched by the spatial spirits. -800, -2000, -1200, -2000. Finally, Yichio killed the enormous spatial spirit. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 49 king-level alien beast, Space Spirit. You have gained 2,450 experience points and 980 evolution points. A hint of surprise flashed in Yichio's eyes. Without hesitation, he charged towards the remaining few space spirits. Shin Sakshu, who was behind him, followed without hesitation, wielding her long sword to restrain the two fourth-order spatial spirits for Yichio. Fong Zilong, who had just unleashed his strongest attack, paused for a moment before charging over and holding back three fourth-tier spatial spirits. spirits. With the help of Chen Lei, Gu Yueling, and Sityu, Yiqiu fought against 4 opponents and killed 2 fourth-order space spirits in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 49 alien beast, Space Spirit. You have gained 2,450 experience points and 980 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 49 alien beast, Space Spirit. You have gained 2,450 experience points and 980 evolution points. Half an hour later, the spirits of space were finally all dead. Everyone managed to hold out until the end of the Great War. Everyone looked utterly exhausted. Fang Zilong, in particular, was the most seriously injured and exhausted. He was so exhausted that he collapsed on the ground and didn't want to get up. Yiqiu took a deep breath and went over to pick up all the crystal cores left behind by the spirit of space. However, he was somewhat surprised when he found the king-level space spirit. Because, in addition to a slightly larger crystal core, there was also a scroll. Yiqiu's heart stirred, and he used a detection spell to scan the area. Advanced skill scroll. Upon opening, the owner will randomly obtain 1 intermediate skill. Yiqiu finished packing up and quickly came to the group, saying, "These crystal cores are spatial attributes and are quite precious. We can't just distribute them casually this time. In addition to that, there is also an advanced skill scroll." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard about the advanced skill scroll. After considering for a moment, Gu Yueling said to everyone, "Everyone, I really want this advanced skill scroll. If you are willing to give me this ultimate skill scroll, I can compensate each of you with 6 million superpower coins." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. As expected of the young lady, each person receives 2 million ability coins, which adds up to 30 million ability coins. However, it's understandable that people would do this for advanced skill scrolls. Yiqiu pondered for a moment, then said to everyone, "Everyone, I also really need this advanced skill scroll. If you can give them to me, I am willing to give each of you a piece of superior grade equipment and 10 crystal cores of 2nd or 3rd tier exotic beasts." Skill scrolls are rare, and high-level skill scrolls like these are extremely rare. Yiqiu didn't want to let him go either. Everyone hesitated for a moment. Gu Yueling frowned slightly, but didn't say anything more. Finally, Shin Saksha said, "Let's just vote. Raise your hand if you support Yiqiu, and don't raise your hand if you don't support Yiqiu." There were 6 people present, and 5 of them raised their hands. Gu Yueling sighed and smiled helplessly. "Alright then." Yiqiu also cupped his hands in greeting to Gu Yueling and said, "Miss Gu, just don't hold a grudge against me." Gu Yueling blinked and said, "It's your ability to gain everyone's recognition, so I won't say anything more." Then Yiqiu added, "As for the superior grade equipment I promised, you can wait for me for half a day after we go out, and I will prepare it for you. As for which type of premium equipment you want, you can let me know in advance." Shin Sakshu considered for a moment and said, "I want a ring." Everyone then shared their needs. Fang Zilong wanted a suit of armor, and Sityu also needed a soft armor. As for Chen Lei and Gu Yueling, what they wanted were similar enhancement type equipment such as rings and pendants. Yiqiu noted down everyone's needs, then took out the crystal cores he had previously obtained from the snake cave and distributed some to everyone. On average, the 2nd to 3rd tier crystal cores that Yiqiu gave to each person were worth 300,000 superpower coins. Given the promised high-quality equipment, it's quite normal that Gu Yueling failed in the competition for advanced skill scrolls. After that, everyone continued on their journey. It's unclear whether it's because the beasts they hunted before already accounted for most of the medium-sized beasts they might encounter on the road, but this time they didn't encounter any beasts at all, and returned to the entrance of the cave smoothly in 2 days. Afterwards, Yiqiu and his team successfully left the cave. The warriors and guardians guarding the entrance to the cave were overjoyed to see this scene and immediately notified Chen Ling, who was in charge of the matter. Chen Ling quickly arrived with her people and saw that although Yiqiu and the others were injured, they were full of energy and high spirits, with pride in their eyes. She also realized that this team would definitely succeed in seizing the core of the cave this time. Gu Yueling also turned her attention to Yiqiu. Yiqiu smiled, quickly stepped forward, and took out the previous cave heaven core from his storage bag. Seeing the irregular crystal shimmering with light, Chen Ling's lips curled up slightly. She said with a smile, "Thank you all so much this time." Gu Yueling blinked and said playfully, "Master Chen, please don't say that. The grotto heavens are extremely valuable strategic resources and are of great importance to both those with supernatural abilities and humans. We strive to obtain it, not only as a duty for us young superhumans, but also to receive the corresponding rewards." "We don't need your thanks," Chen Ling then said with a smile, "then all of you heroes, please go and rest. We have a 5th tier holy priest here. Those who need healing can heal, and those who need to sleep can sleep. Tomorrow, people from the war zone will send someone over to award you a Class C, 2nd class merit." Hearing this, Gu Yueling was overjoyed. Great! Shin Sakshu, Fang Zilong, and the others felt much more invigorated. Chen Lei, in particular, was almost moved to tears. "We finally succeeded. This is a Class C2 merit award. I'm afraid I can return home in glory." Seeing everyone's helplessness, Yiqiu said, "You should go find the holy priest to heal your wounds first. thought. I might have to go out for a bit, and I'll come back later. He remembered that there was a gathering place for superhumans nearby, where ordinary grade equipment should be sold. Moreover, on the way back, he also killed nearly 23rd to 4th tier alien beasts, gaining about 14,000 evolution points. He now has 40,000 evolution points on his panel, enough to evolve 5 pieces of superior grade equipment and deliver the superior grade equipment he promised to everyone. Are you all alone? Shin Sakshu was taken aback for a moment, then said, "Be careful." Yicho smiled and said, "I'm quite strong. This time, I'm mainly going to the nearby gathering place of superhumans to process the acquired beast materials and buy some things. There won't be any problems." Shin Sakshu nodded and said, "Alright." Yicho smiled and spoke to the guardian in charge of the camp. The guardian was very understanding. "Wait a moment, I'll arrange for a warrior to take you there in a chariot." Yicho smiled and said, "No need. The chariot might not even be as fast as me." The guardian laughed heartily, alright, but be careful." Yicho then left the camp and spent about 2 hours arriving at a nearby gathering place for people with superpowers. There is a place similar to Wanbaelu here, but it is called Jubayakshuan. After entering, Yicho went straight to a staff member and said, "I want to sell a batch of exotic beast materials." The staff member's eyes lit up slightly, and he asked, "Approximately how much do you want to sell?" "A few hundred crystal cores, I guess," Yicho said casually. The staff were quite shocked and quickly invited Yicho to the second floor. Not long after, a middle-aged man entered quickly with several employees and politely inquired, "Excuse me, are you the one who wants to sell several hundred exotic beast cores?" Yicho shook his head. The middle-aged man was stunned, but Yicho's next words filled him with immense joy. "I also want to sell some materials." Yicho nodded and simply waved his hand, and a small mountain of crystal cores appeared on the table. That wasn't all. Yicho waved his hand again, and a large pile of materials such as beast fangs and scales appeared on the ground. Anyway, he kept a batch of 3rd and 4th order crystal cores and materials that might be needed, and prepared to sell the rest of the crystal cores. The middle-aged man, who looked like a professional, widened his eyes in astonishment. "So much?" Yicho casually said, "Hurry up. I have things to do after I sell this batch of materials." The middle-aged man told the shop assistant behind him to go and find a few more people, and then he and 2 employees counted the crystal cores and materials. After cleaning up, the middle-aged man said very politely, "Sir, there are a total of 423 2nd-tier crystal cores, 112 3rd-tier crystal cores, and 11 4th-tier crystal cores here. We have also categorized and sorted the remaining materials. They are worth a total of 26.21 million ability coins. If you want to sell them to us, we can decide to buy them for 27 million. Yicho was also somewhat surprised. However, the majority of the spoils came from the snake pit. Although those snake-like beasts were not of high grade and the value of a single crystal core was not high, a few hundred of them added up to a considerable amount. "Okay, sir." The man smiled and said, "Take off your bracelet and tell me your prepaid card number, and I'll transfer the money to you right away." Before long, Yicho's card had an additional 27 million superpower coins. He went to another place to buy some ordinary grade equipment and use his special ability to evolve it into superior grade equipment. This time, he arrived at a shop called Adventurer's House, which was obviously used to sell various equipment and even potions. As soon as Yicho entered, he saw many shelves inside, which were filled with various equipment and medicines. He first found a place that sold rings and selected 3 rings for Chinlei, Guiweling, and Shin Sakshu. Then, a set of soft armor and a set of battle armor were selected for Situyu and Fong Zilong respectively. Although they were all ordinary grade equipment, Yicho still bought the best he could. In total, it cost him about 1 million. The most expensive item was the full set of iron armor, which cost 600,000. After making the purchase, Yicho found a hotel, booked a room for a few hours, and prepared to evolve his equipment. He first summoned the system, opened his personal panel, and then directly opened the 5 newly acquired common grade equipment in his equipment slot. Radiant iron armor, common grade equipment, a full body armor forged from radiant iron, possessing some protective capabilities, as well as weak resistance to light and fire attributes. Black wolf ring, common grade equipment, crafted from wolf bones and cold iron, increases strength by 10 points. Starlight ring, common grade equipment, crafted from starlight iron, increases strength by 10 points, and can slowly nourish the spirit. Flame ring, common grade equipment, crafted from flame iron, slightly increases fire elemental affinity. Snake scale armor, common grade equipment, offering some defensive capabilities. Yicho directly evolved them all into excellent grade equipment, consuming only 2,500 evolution points in total. Afterwards, Yicho spent another 15,000 evolution points, preparing to evolve them all into superior grade equipment. However, Yicho's attempt backfired this time, as one of his starry rings failed to evolve. Yicho had no choice but to take out the spare starlight ring and evolve it again, but this time it was a success. Now, Yicho has 5 new pieces of superior grade equipment. The items given to Fong Zilong and Shin Sakshu were respectively the Holy Flame Armor, a superior grade equipment with the Holy Flame Possession buff skill, and the Wolf Soul Ring, a superior superior grade equipment that can summon wolf spirits for ranged attacks.
As for Gu Yueling, she received the Star Ring, which is also a superior grade equipment. Moreover, it can remove negative status effects to a certain extent and grant her the skill Starlight Effectsor, which can increase her basic attributes by 20%. As for the Fire God Ring given to Qianlei, it increases his affinity with the fire element and grants him the status Blessing of the Fire God, which increases the power of any fire attribute attack by 20% for 30 seconds after activation. Situyu's Emerald Scale Armor not only possesses great power but also has a skill called Serpent Spirit Summoning, which can summon a giant serpent spirit that exists for 3 minutes, making it both offensive and defensive. These 6 pieces of equipment are by no means weak, even among superior grade equipment. Each one is worth at least 5 or 6 million ability coins. Yi Qiu felt that using them to exchange for high-level skill scrolls was definitely a good idea. After all, the total value of high-level skill scrolls appearing at auctions is around 100 million. However, this advanced skill scroll was obtained by killing a king-level space spirit. Therefore, Yi Qiu can have a clear conscience. Yi Qiu took a deep breath, took out the advanced skill scroll, and tore it open. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the advanced skill spatial slash. Yi Qiu took a deep breath and opened the system panel. Level, LV 3721%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, A rank, Lord of Shadows. Strength, 170 plus 15. Intelligence, 149 plus. Physical condition, 165 plus 5. Mental strength, 171 plus. Agility, 158 plus 25. Evolution points, 17880. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal skills, damage stacking, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection, basic skill, evolvable, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 200,000 evolution points. Spatial Slash, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 300,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Ring of the Moon Goddess, transcendent. Breeze Boots, excellent. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Brute Force Bracers, excellent. Darrow Spirit Armor, excellent. Holy Flame Sword, excellent. Wolfbone Spirit Ring, excellent. Yi Qiu's eyes flickered slightly. As a high-level skill, Space Slash requires 300,000 evolution points to evolve, which means it is the most powerful among all its high-level skills. This move is already profitable enough to break even. Yi Qiu took a deep breath and directly clicked on the Space Slash option. Shadow Slash, advanced skill. The host consumes 5% of their mental energy and 5% of their physical energy to unleash a powerful slash that is difficult to detect and imbued with spatial power. It can be used 3 times a day. It can be evolved, requiring 300,000 evolution points. Skills related to spatial power are inherently very powerful. Moreover, Yi Qiu could tell from the name that Shadow Sky Slash not only possesses spatial power but also most likely has the characteristics of hiding in the shadows and silent and stealthy, making it a great trick for ambushing people. This move of mine is not just a break even, it's a huge profit. After Yi Qiu finished dealing with the matter of giving Qin Sakshu and the others the superior grade equipment and advanced skill scrolls, he left the hotel and returned directly to the camp. 2 hours later, after returning to the camp, Yi Qiu found Qin Sakshu and the others. I've come to keep my promise. Yi Qiu waved to everyone, his tone relaxed. Gu Yueling's eyes lit up. What kind of equipment can you provide this time? To be honest, I'm quite curious. Qin Sakshu also looked curious. However, besides curiosity, she also had a doubt. After all, how exactly did Yi Qiu obtain these equipment? Qianlei was also very happy. Am I about to get my new gear? Come on, let me see it. Situyu and Fang Zilong also looked on with curiosity. Yi Qiu directly gave them several high-quality equipment items that he had prepared beforehand. Qin Sakshu glanced at her wolf soul ring, her eyes sparkling. The attributes of this wolf soul ring are indeed quite good. It not only increased my strength, but it can even help me summon wolf spirits for ranged attacks. Fang Zilong was also very satisfied with the armor. This armor is not bad, and it also gave me a buff skill. What I lack most right now is buff skills. Gu Yueling's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. This star ring can actually enhance my attributes. You know, enhancement skills are quite rare among the skills attached to many equipment. Qianlei was overjoyed. Mine is also a ring with a buff skill. Situyu, needless to say, had an excited expression on her delicate face. As an archer, she possesses the Serpent Spirit Summoning skill, which also enhances her survivability and combat power. At least in certain moments, such as when her teammates can't pay attention to her, she won't become an easy target. Everyone was quite happy. Although Qin Sakshu had some concerns, she did not believe that Yi Qiu could obtain so many high-quality equipment through illegal channels. After all, the equipment they had was considered quite superior even among high-quality equipment. Even if Yi Qiu tried to steal it, he couldn't possibly snatch 6 pieces at once. At this moment, Fang Zilong was still a little embarrassed. To be be honest, that advanced skill scroll was obtained by Yichio after killing that king-level space spirit. I got a superior grade piece of equipment just like that, and to be honest, I'm still a little uncomfortable. Yichiozi laughed and patted Fong Zilong on the shoulder. What's so uncomfortable about this? To be honest, if you hadn't come in with me, I wouldn't have had so many gains. Moreover, Yichio not only gained advanced skill scrolls, but his level also increased by 2 levels, and he also upgraded his innate ability. A second-class merit is secondary. Anyway, Yichio couldn't say he lost out. After everyone laughed and joked for a while, Chen-Ling's voice rang out from outside the door. Everyone, come out quickly, your Class C Level 2 combat merits are about to be distributed. Everyone's eyes lit up, and then they surged out. Standing next to Chen-Ling was a 2-star guardian, who bowed to Yichio and the others. Yichio and the others quickly returned the greeting. Greetings, Guardian. Greetings, Guardian. The 2-star guardian appeared very amiable. Alright, young people, this time I'm here to reward you for your contributions. Thanks to your outstanding performance, our human race has obtained a brand new Grotto Heaven core. And this Grotto Heaven will soon be refined by us and become an important strategic base for our human race. And as those who seize the core of the cave, we will also award each of you a Class C Level 2 battle merit. A slight smile appeared on Yichio's lips. Meanwhile, Shin Sakshu and the others' eyes were practically shining. The 2-star guardian laughed heartily. Alright, turn on your bracelets. I'll record your battle merits into them. Yichio and the others nodded. Are you a new recruit in the Wild Wolf Commando? The 2-star guardian spoke to Yichio with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Yichio nodded. That's right, I'm a new recruit in the Mad Wolf Commando. If that's the case, your battle merit system hasn't been activated yet, the 2-star guardian said with a smile. But it's not a big problem, I'll activate it for you right away. He pointed the bracelet at Yichio's bracelet and operated it a few times. Yichio then discovered that a new column had appeared on his personal page. New recruit merit system. Alright, your battle merits have been recorded. The 2-star guardian still had a smile on his face. Actually, you can't blame him for being so happy today. This is a 4th-tier Grotto Heaven. It will soon belong to the human race. This is a tremendous good thing for any shelter. Yichio's eyes lit up when he opened the new recruit merit system. It turns out that if he were a new recruit, the Class C Level 2 combat merit he earned would automatically be upgraded by 1 level. In other words, his current combat merit is classified as Level C. When Yichio opened up what he could get in exchange for a Level C battle merit, he couldn't help but be a little amazed. A Class C battle merit can be exchanged for 2 pieces of superior grade equipment or 10 pieces of excellent grade equipment. In addition, first-class combat merits can be exchanged for free medical care. Like the Sweet Rain spell cast by a 5th-tier light priest, Yichio could use it for free at least 50 times with a C-level battle merit. Then you can exchange it for all sorts of other unexpected things, such as luxury homes and top-of-the-line sports cars. You can even exchange them for 3 low-level skill upgrade scrolls. Anyway, a Class C Level 1 battle merit is definitely a good thing. After Shin Sakshu and Fong Zilong, who were ranked after Yichio, realized this, their eyes lit up. Shin Sakshu was overjoyed. Putting everything else aside, 2 pieces of superior grade equipment will greatly improve my strength. Fong Zilong nodded vigorously. Moreover, we can also exchange them for 3 low-level skill upgrade scrolls, which are extremely rare and valuable outside. Meanwhile, Chen-Lei, Gu Yueling, and Sitiyu on the side were somewhat envious. They didn't have the same good fortune as Shin Sakshu, Yichio, and Fong Zilong. However, having earned their war merits, it was time for them to part ways. Gu Yueling looked at Yichio and the others with a very formal expression. This trip to the grotto is also very important to me. I not only improved myself, but I also gained great partners like you. I hope that we can meet again in the future on our journey of hunting monsters and protecting humanity, and continue to travel together. Yichio smiled and said, that's what I hope for too. Shin Sakshu nodded. Actually, we should thank you this time. If you hadn't chosen us, we wouldn't have received a Class C merit. After chatting for a while and exchanging contact information, everyone prepared to leave. Chen-Lei glanced at Yichio one last time, reluctant to leave. You have a lot of good equipment here. If you have any equipment that would be suitable for me in the future, please let me know. Yichio laughed heartily. Okay. Sitiyu and the others waved their hands, saying, I hope we can all become better versions of ourselves in the future. Shin Sakshu, Yichio, and Fong Zilong spoke almost simultaneously. At this moment, Shin Sakshu checked the time, and Yichio and Fong Zilong said, according to what we said to the Mad Wolf Commando, we still have more than a day to spare. Where are you planning to go? Yichio's heart stirred. I have already sold some of my beast materials and crystal cores. I have some money on me now, and I'd like to buy some more later. For example, healing potions and recovery potions. It would be best to see if there are any special items that can enhance strength. Actually, Yichio was more interested in the various talismans he had previously obtained from Gu Yueling, because that is indeed very practical. Shin Sakshu nodded, but she said, I suggest we go back to the Mad Wolf Sanctuary first and then consider buying things and selling materials. But it's already very late. If we really want to return to the Mad Wolf Sanctuary, we can only go back
back with those adventurers guilds and ride in their vehicles. Yi Cho nodded. That's fine too. Fang Zilong said, although the adventurers guild isn't particularly reliable, it's still safer than the three of us going back to the shelter together. Yi Cho pondered for a moment and said, then let's find a suitable adventurers guild now and hitch a ride back with them. Okay. Shin Saksha nodded with a smile and said, if I remember correctly, there seems to be a well-known Life Adventurers Guild nearby. If possible, we'll try to go with the Life Adventurers Guild. Yi Cho and Fang Zilong nodded, and then, led by Chin Sakshu, they arrived at a nearby vehicle distribution center. Yi Cho looked around and sure enough, he saw the sign for Life Adventurers Guild. After the three of them passed by, Yi Cho stepped forward and asked, how much money would we need to pay if we wanted to go back to the Mad Wolf Sanctuary with your car? It depends. The person in charge of arranging this at the Life Adventurers Guild was a pretty girl who said, if it's a 4th tier ability user, we don't need to charge any fees. If you are a level 3 or lower ability user, you will need to pay a fee. A 3rd tier item costs 30,000 energy coins, a 2nd tier item costs 50,000, and a 1st tier item costs 100,000. Yi Cho was somewhat taken aback, but the beautiful girl smiled and said, don't think this money is too expensive. Our Life Adventurers Guild will take care of your safety and will also buy you insurance. If something really goes wrong, you will receive huge compensation. In addition, the Life Adventurers Guild is also top-notch in terms of speed and efficiency. The vehicles our personnel are traveling in are even better than the regular tanks in the war zone. Some of the chariots were even engraved with formations, making them not only fast but also possessing a certain degree of attack and defense capabilities. After hearing this, Yi Cho thought it made some sense. That's fine too. He paid 30,000 ability coins directly, while Chin Sakshu and Fang Zilong, being 4th level ability users, did not need to pay any ability coins. After paying the money and registering their names and identities, Yi Cho, Chin Sakshu, and the others boarded the Life Adventurers Guild's war chariot. Yi Cho took a quick look at the chariot and found it to be quite unusual. Not only is the material extremely hard, but it is also engraved with mysterious array patterns, clearly indicating that it possesses a certain degree of offensive capability. In addition, it travels at almost twice the speed of ordinary tanks. Yi Cho suspected that he, Chin Sakshu, and Fang Zilong would be able to return to the Mad Wolf Sanctuary in less than one night. Fang Zilong was even a little excited. This car is really nice. If I had the money, I would definitely buy one and drive it. Yi Cho couldn't help but chuckle and said, aren't you rich now? A Class C merit is enough for you to exchange it for a house in the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. Fang Zilong shook his head vigorously, like a wave drum. That won't do. You need to think about it. You can exchange a C1 level combat skill for 2 pieces of superior grade equipment or 3 basic skill upgrade cards. I'll definitely keep this good stuff to improve my strength, and I won't use it to exchange for anything else. Fang Zilong was a sensible man, and Yi Cho nodded in agreement. What you said is indeed correct. The group had been traveling for about 2 hours when suddenly an explosion was heard ahead. Upon hearing this voice, Chin Sakshu and the others' expressions changed slightly, and Yi Cho's eyes also turned serious. What's going on? Is it an attack by a strange beast? At this moment, the speakers inside the vehicle began broadcasting. Dear passengers, our Adventurers Guild's caravan has encountered an emergency. A temporary beast tide has been detected ahead, with the strongest beast reaching the 5th rank. Please be careful and do not leave the vehicle. If any passengers volunteer to participate in resisting the beast tide, our Adventurers Guild will not stop them. However, our Adventurers Guild will not be responsible for any casualties. Upon hearing this, Yi Cho frowned. So, should we go and fight off the beast tide? Fang Zilong's current thinking is a bit conservative. I think we'd better not go out. There are 5th tier beasts outside. But Chin Saksha said, let's go out. Resisting the alien beasts and protecting the human race is everyone's responsibility, and I can't be sure if this will affect us this time. Taking the initiative can actually give you the upper hand. Fang Zilong did not refuse and immediately took the equipment, Chin Sakshu, and Yi Cho and headed to the front of the convoy. And now, at the front of the convoy, some of the superhumans from the Life Adventurers Guild are battling those monsters. Since the Life Adventurers Guild is named after life, it naturally has its own unique characteristics. The most famous superpower in the series is Druid, which allows many druids to transform into ferocious beasts and fight against those terrifying monsters. For example, a 5th tier ability user from the Life Adventurers Guild, who was also a veteran, transformed into a giant brown bear and fought a winged tiger that looked extremely ferocious. The winged tiger had a brief gliding ability, but this giant brown bear could not only engage in close combat, but also exhale wisps of frost from its mouth. This resulted in the winged tiger being almost completely overwhelmed. However, the excellent situation here does not mean that it will be the same everywhere on the battlefield. Due to the sheer size of this beast tide, the other battlefields were all extremely dangerous. Even some members of the Life Adventurers Guild have been injured. When Yi Cho and the others arrived, they found that the beast tide had become so ferocious that it was out of control. After taking a deep breath, Yi Cho drew the holy flame sword from his waist and activated several of his skills. Dark Hour power. Peerless sword chi. Damage stacking. Golden flame covering the blade. A gentle breeze has possessed me. With the 5 skills combined, Yichio's current true strength is no less than that of an ordinary 5th-tier beginner professional. He moved with incredible speed, rushing towards a precarious squad of Life Adventurers Guild members with supernatural abilities. Yichio charged forward with his knife, instantly killing a 4th-tier alien beast that a warrior in the superhuman squad was holding. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 41 monstrous beast, the White Ape of Wind. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. Seeing Yichio instantly kill the 4th-tier alien beast with a single strike, everyone in the superhuman team was overjoyed. Very good. A 5th-tier senior has come to provide support. We're saved. Yichio didn't say much and immediately started moving around the arena. Judging from his current strength, he would hardly need a second strike to deal with these 3rd-tier or even early-stage 4th-tier beasts. Therefore, what Yichio heard was a constant stream of notification sounds. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 42 monstrous beast, the White Ape of Wind. You have gained 2,100 experience points and 840 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 30 beast, the King Serpent. You have gained 1,500 experience points and 600 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 43 beast, the Wind White Ape. You have gained 2,150 experience points and 860 evolution points. Meanwhile, Shin Sakshu and Fong Zilong also shone brightly. Shin Sakshu also tested the skills of her newly acquired Wolf Soul Ring. She summoned a wolf spirit, which possessed the strength of a 4th-tier wolf spirit. It immediately tore apart 3 3rd-tier mastiffs. Furthermore, this wolf spirit also had a very ferocious side. Under Shin Sakshu's control, it quickly killed a small group of 3rd-tier AO dogs. When the wolf spirit completely dissipated, it had already killed nearly 13 3rd-tier beasts, 7 2nd-tier beasts, and 1 4th-tier beast. Shin Sakshu felt that the wolf soul ring was indeed quite good, and her gratitude towards Yichio increased even more. As for Fong Zilong, he is now the most conspicuous one on this battlefield. The reason is simple: he used the skill Holy Flame Possession on his armor. In this state, Fong Zilong could easily increase his overall attributes by 20%. But there's also a downside. Fong Zilong has practically transformed into a giant torch, illuminating the surrounding area, while numerous strange beasts surround and attack him. However, as a 4th-tier professional and a powerful S-class ability user, he was not in any danger and was quite at ease. After killing nearly 33rd and 4th-tier alien beasts, Yichio also attracted the attention of a 5th-tier alien beast. That person was also an old acquaintance of Yichio. Upon seeing Yichio, the Garademonis immediately unleashed a beautiful and lively singing voice. Upon hearing this sound, the surrounding superhumans felt dizzy and even their consciousness was affected. Meanwhile, the 5th-tier druid from the Life Adventurers Guild was very nervous, but he had no way to solve the problem. A faint silver glow spread across Yichio's finger around the moon goddess ring, completely dispelling the negative status he was under. Then, Yichio regained his composure, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, and directly used the skill Wolf Howl attached to the Wolfbone Spirit Ring. This skill is released almost indiscriminately. This terrifying Wolf Howl also startled the superhumans around them who were in a dazed state. Although they were not in good condition and had headaches, they had at least regained their normal mobility and consciousness. They also realized that a brand new 5th-tier alien beast had appeared before them, and it was the terrifying Gara Banshee among the 5th-tier alien beasts. Everyone took out their earplugs and plugged their ears, barely managing to resist the sound wave bewitching of the Garuda. Without any hesitation, Yichio activated the skill Shadow Concealment that comes with his talent Lord of Shadows. Yichio's figure moved through the shadows, rushing towards the Gara Banshee at an extremely fast speed. The Banshee Nagara, in the darkness, didn't even notice Yichio's presence. When Yichio came before it, he presented it with the same grand gift, Shadow Slash. A terrifying silver-purple light appeared in the air. The surrounding space seemed to be torn apart, leaving faint black marks. The beam of light struck the Banshee Garuda at incredible speed. Before this 5th-tier Garuda Banshee could even react, Yichio had already sliced half of her body in half with a single strike. Minus 5,200. Yichio's eyes lit up with a hint of joy, and he gritted his teeth to unleash Shadow Blade Frenzy. 6 Shadow Blades shot out like flying knives. This 5th-tier Garuda Banshee was attacked 6 more times, and 6 more bloody gashes appeared on her body. Minus 1,000. Minus 1,800. Minus 2,000. Minus 1,400. Minus 1,000. Minus 1,200. The reason is simple. Now, it has fallen into a state of rage. After letting out a roar, the Banshee Gara slashed at Yichio with the long sword she was holding. Yichio moved around it, dodging the slashes from its forearms from time to time, and then striking out from time to time. After Yichio unleashed Shadow Void Slash once again, this 5th-tier Gara Banshee met her end. Minus 4,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 53 monster, the Gara Banshee. You have gained 2,650 experience points and 1060 evolution points. Yichio took a deep breath and, without any hesitation, continued hunting other strange beasts. This time, the 5th-tier druid also witnessed Yichio's final performance. A look of surprise flashed across his eyes. Such a powerful single-target attack skill. And then there's that mysterious skill that blends into the shadows. This seemingly frail superhuman possesses considerable strength. Yichio's performance also attracted other strange beasts. As long as it is a 4th-tier beast, it actually possesses a certain degree of intelligence. The 4th-tier beasts also sensed that Yichio was a formidable opponent, and that if they didn't eliminate him, this beast tide would definitely not end well. Even all of them could potentially die here. So before long, the various beast groups sent their 4th or 5th-tier beasts to surround and kill Yichio. Yichio, who was indiscriminately hunting strange beasts in the arena, also sensed their presence. However, Yichio did not feel worried or afraid. He simply lured the powerful beasts to a slightly farther place. After Yichio arrived there, he changed into the cold moonfrost blade. Opposite him stood 5 strange beasts. They consist of 3 tier 4 high-level scaled deer, 1 tier 4 high-level wind white ape, and 1 tier 5 earth violent ape. So you're not so stupid after all, knowing how to gang up on me? Yichio chuckled, but he didn't think these strange beasts could succeed. He flashed forward and activated Frostblade Storm at the same time. He attacked a 4th tier high-level scaled deer with lightning speed, catching the other 3 4th tier high-level scaled deer somewhat off guard. But in the next instant, they had already devised a plan. A blue halo appeared above the head of one of the 4th tier advanced scaled deer, while the other 2 4th tier advanced scaled deer stood by to hinder Yichio's attack. Upon seeing this, Yichio's lips curled into a disdainful smile. With a slight sway of his body, he used the skill Shadow Concealment that comes with the Lord of Shadows. His body merged directly into the shadows, and his speed suddenly doubled. At the same time, even those 4th tier high-level scaled deer could not inflict physical damage on him. He went straight to the 4th tier advanced scaled deer that was standing there, gathering its innate skills, and suddenly unleashed more than a dozen slashes. -1000, -2000, -1000. The 4th tier high-level scaled deer was almost stunned by his attack. Yichio finally seized an opportunity and slit its throat with a single stroke. -3000. After this 4th tier high-level scaled deer collapsed, it soon lost its life. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 47 scaled deer. You have gained 2,350 experience points and 940 evolution points. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yichio flipped over and unleashed its Shadow Blade Frenzy, slashing dozens of times. Blade energy crisscrossed, and shadow blades danced wildly in the air. -2000, -1800, -1400. Not long after, another 4th tier high-level scaled deer died. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 46 scaled deer. You have gained 2,300 experience points and 860 evolution points. At this moment, the remaining 4th tier scaled deer was clearly panicked. But Yichio flashed forward and continued to unleash his sword energy. At this moment, the earth violent ape and the wind white ape also moved. The earth ape roared, pounding its chest, and streaks of earthy yellow light appeared around it. This is its innate skill, Earth Element Control. Before long, the yellowish-brown light transformed into huge rocks, which crashed directly towards Yichio. Yichio's figure kept changing as he dodged the boulders and arrived near the scaled deer. A layer of frost appeared on the 4th tier scaled deer, and the surrounding air seemed to grow colder. Yichio's eyes changed slightly, and in the blink of an eye, he replaced the cold moon frost blade with the Holy Flame longsword, and then activated Golden Flame Blade covering. The next instant, crisscrossing sword energy shot out. -2000, -1000, -1000. Under Yichio's relentless attacks, this 4th tier high-level scaled deer was also completely dead. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 46 scaled deer. You have gained 23,000 experience points and 860 evolution points. At this moment, the wind blades that the white ape had been gathering power for a long time rushed towards Yichio. Yichio gritted his teeth and narrowly avoided 3 of them, then suddenly unleashed a fiery sword aura to neutralize the remaining wind blade. But at that moment, the earth violent ape charged over, its 2 fists clenched and smashing towards Yichio. Yichio swayed, raising his longsword to block the 2 punches, but his body was also knocked back a few steps by the 2 punches, and his arms felt sore and numb. Taking a deep breath, Yichio used up his last chance to use Hidden today. He immediately disappeared into the shadows, and even though the berserk earth ape was hammering wildly, it couldn't harm Yichio. When Yichio arrived in front of it, he suddenly jumped up. Reaching the neck of the earth violent ape, Yichio unleashed his final Shadow Sky Slash. A terrifying silver-purple light swept through the air. -8000. Yichio's almost decapitating strike was successful. The earth ape's head fell directly to the ground. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 51 beast, the earth violent ape. You have gained 2,550 experience points and 1020 evolution points. Yichio took a deep breath and used the Holy Flame longsword in his hand to support himself on the ground. Using skills continuously also takes a huge toll on him, and the white ape of wind also rushed over from behind, ready to launch a sneak attack.
back. Yi Qiu swung his sword backhand and the white ape of wind retreated a few steps, then unleashed several more wind blades. He didn't let it get away with it. He swayed slightly and began to fight the white ape of wind. Because Yi Qiu had previously expended a lot of physical and mental energy, he was now evenly matched with the white ape of wind. It took Yi Qiu about 5 minutes to successfully kill the 4th tier high-level wind ape. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 46 beast, Wind 100 Yuan. You have gained 2,300 experience points and 860 evolution points. By now, obvious fatigue was showing in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, swallowed 2 recovery potions and 1 healing potion, gathered the crystal cores and materials, and immediately returned to where the convoy had been. However, the situation on the battlefield is still somewhat dangerous. There have already been cases of injuries or deaths among people with superpowers. Qin Sakshu and Fang Zilong have gone from fighting independently to cooperating with each other. Upon seeing Yi Qiu return, Qin Sakshu and Fang Zilong breathed a sigh of relief. They had just witnessed several powerful beasts trying to kill Yi Qiu, and they were genuinely worried about him. However, the fact that Yi Qiu returned safely means that the beasts were definitely the ones who lost. Yi Qiu switched to the Bloodthirsty Blade as his weapon and activated Bloodthirsty Fury, frantically killing all the strange beasts he encountered. -1,000, -2,000, -1,200. Nearly an hour later, the beast tide finally ended. Even Yi Qiu had several wounds on his body, one of which was so deep that the bone was visible. Fortunately, the beast tide has finally passed. The 5th tier druid expert from before quickly walked over, found Yi Qiu, and handed him an acorn. This is a special potion that we druids can create. It can restore your vitality, young man, swallow it quickly. Yi Qiu's heart stirred, and he took the acorn back. However, Yi Qiu did not take it rashly. Instead, he chose to use a detection technique to examine the acorn and see what its effects were. Yi Qiu cast a detection spell, and sure enough, he obtained information about the acorn. Life acorn, a product of a 5th tier druid with special abilities, possessing a certain amount of life energy, which can help restore the user's vitality. There is definitely no problem. Yi Qiu nodded and swallowed the acorn in one gulp. The next moment, Yi Qiu felt a warm current surge in his abdomen. Before long, he felt his physical and mental strength that he had previously exhausted gradually recover. Yi Qiu's eyes lit up with surprise. This is really good. The 5th tier druid ability user smiled and said, even for a 5th tier druid ability user like me, this acorn can only be made once every 3 days, so it's quite rare. Yi Qiu smiled and thanked him, saying, I see, then thank you. Despite its unremarkable reputation, this acorn of life is surprisingly effective when used on him. It was even better than the sweet rain technique he had experienced before. It's nothing. You really did us a huge favor by eliminating so many high-level alien beasts. I would even say that without you and your friends, our team would have been severely damaged. The 5th tier druid's expression also turned solemn. Then, he took out a small cloth bag from his storage pouch and handed it to Yi Qiu. These are the life acorns I've made recently. If I remember correctly, there were about 20 or 30 in total. You can take them all. Consider it a small token of my gratitude. Yi Qiu was somewhat surprised. This life acorn is almost equivalent to a rain of life spell cast by a 4th tier holy priest. Inviting a 4th tier holy priest to cast sweet rain would cost at least 3 to 400,000 ability coins. These many life-giving acorns are probably worth more than 6 or 7 million. Yi Qiu considered for a moment and said, how about this? All the monsters I hunted before, except for the 4th and 5th tier materials and crystal cores, I will not give up and they will all belong to your Life Adventurers Guild. Yi Qiu's words startled the 5th tier druid ability user on the other side. Young man, are you sure? Yi Qiu casually said, I don't like owing favors to others. Your life acorn is very precious. I would feel embarrassed to accept it directly. That works too. The 5th tier druid ability user sensed the determination in Yi Qiu's eyes, so he nodded and said, then let's do it this way. Yi Qiu then slowly returned to Qin Sakshu and Fang Zilong's side. He took out 2 life acorns, gave one to Qin Sakshu, and the other to Fang Zilong. Then he said, this is the acorn of life that the 5th tier druid ability user just taught me. This acorn looks ordinary, but after I swallowed it, it completely replenished all the physical and mental energy I had consumed. The injured area feels much better now, almost like a 4th tier holy priest casting sweet rain on me. You guys should swallow this first and quickly recover your condition. Qin Sakshu looked surprised. She hadn't had time to take the recovery and healing potions yet. However, since Yi Qiu had said that the life acorn could restore her condition, Qin Sakshu did not hesitate and swallowed the life acorn that Yi Qiu had given her. Then Qin Sakshu also felt something similar to what Yi Qiu had felt earlier. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes. This life acorn is truly amazing. I feel much better. It is indeed equivalent to the sweet rain spell of a 4th tier holy priest in terms of effect. Fang Zilong looked somewhat surprised. Does it really work? Unfortunately, I've already taken the recovery and healing potions, so you can keep this life acorn for yourself. Yi Qiu shook his head. No need, you can keep it. I might need it in the future. Fang Zilong chuckled and said, then thank you very much, Yi Qiu.
Yichio. Just then, a beautiful girl walked over from the other side. She was carrying some materials and crystal cores. She first handed a set of materials and crystal cores to Yichio. These are the crystal cores and materials from some 4th tier and above exotic beasts that you just hunted. Please check the inventory. If there are no problems, let me know. Yichio nodded and quickly checked the items. There's nothing wrong. Afterwards, someone gave Qin Sakshu and Fong Zilong the materials and crystal cores from the strange beasts they had hunted. After confirming that there were no problems, the two of them boarded the chariot, and everyone continued on their way. On the chariot, Qin Sakshu tallied up the spoils of war, her tone still somewhat wistful. I managed to pick up quite a few stragglers just now. Many of the beasts were injured, and it wasn't too difficult for me to kill them. These crystal cores and materials tonight are a pleasant surprise. Yichio nodded as well. He had just glanced at the data and estimated that the total value of the money and materials he had obtained was around 6 million plus the 27 million he had previously acquired. His net worth instantly soared to around 30 million. In just 2 months, he went from an ordinary orphan high school student to a multi-millionaire. All I can say is that the world is just that ingenious. Time flies, and before we knew it, half the night had passed. Yichio, Qin Sakshu, and Fong Zilong finally arrived at the Mad Wolf shelter before dawn. After arriving at the Wild Wolf Sanctuary, Qin Sakshu said with a smile, "Let's find a place to have a good meal first." In the secret realm, we were eating individual combat rations. Now that we've finally come out, we definitely need to satisfy our hunger. Yichio nodded, sure. Fong Zilong suggested, I remember there's a nice tea house in the Mad Wolf Sanctuary, famous for its dim sum and breakfast. Shall we go eat over there? That works too. Yichio thought it was a good idea. When they were soldiers eating combat rations, Fong Zilong would often comment on the taste of the rations and which one was the best. Yichio not only agreed with his statement, but was even unexpectedly recommended some hard-to-find dry food items by him. Therefore, he trusted Fong Zilong. Before long, the three of them arrived at a tea house. Once inside, everyone chose a nice seat. As soon as they sat down, a beautiful girl came over with a menu and asked, "What would you three like to order?" Yichio and Qin Sakshu both turned their gazes toward Fong Zilong. "I'll order this time." Fong Zilong nodded. This, and this. Time flew by, and an hour later, Yichio, Qin Sakshu, and Fong Zilong were full. Qin Sakshu then suggested, "Let's find a place to sell some of the materials we have." Yichio considered for a moment, then said, "Oh, right, there's also Sashue and Brother Fong. You guys probably really need 4th tier crystal cores right now, right? Or I can just sell you the 4th order crystal cores I have at the purchase price." Qin Sakshu and Fong Zilong's hearts stirred. They are indeed at the 4th level now, and absorbing 4th level crystal cores can indeed help them cultivate. Moreover, they usually don't dare to sell 4th tier crystal cores when they encounter them. They only sell some low level crystal cores. Therefore, Qin Sakshu nodded almost without hesitation. "Of course, that would mean I'm taking advantage of you." Fong Zilong replied, Okay, I wholeheartedly agree." Yichio then took out some crystal cores that he had prepared to sell, a total of about 17. Qin Sakshu glanced at them and said, "The quality of these crystal cores is quite good. Based on the purchase price, if I take 8, I should pay you 1.6 million ability coins." Yichio nodded, "That's fine. Then I won't stand on ceremony, I'll take 9 of them, and I'll pay you 2 million superpower coins right here." Fong Zilong's eyes also lit up slightly. Yichio opened his bracelet, and the two of them transferred money to him. Then Yichio pushed the crystal cores to Fong Zilong and Qin Sakshu. Their actions also attracted the attention of a middle-aged man nearby. A thought suddenly struck him. After walking over, he asked Yichio, "Young man, are you planning to sell materials related to exotic beasts?" Yichio nodded, "Indeed." The middle-aged man chuckled softly. "Well, we're quite destined to meet, as I happen to need to open an equipment shop. We've been acquiring various materials related to exotic beasts recently, and at a 15% premium. If you're interested, you can come to my equipment shop with me. We can inspect the materials and settle the payment on the spot." Upon hearing this, Yichio's heart stirred slightly. The premium is 15%. Although it's not a particularly large amount, the materials he has are worth millions, so each time he does this, he'll earn at least several 100,000 more. Moreover, such things are not very common. Yichio then turned his gaze to Qin Sakshu and Fong Zilong. Qin Sakshu considered for a moment, then said, "It is possible, but sir, are you sure you are qualified to purchase materials from exotic beasts?" The middle-aged man chuckled, "I already have a shop. Do you think I'm not qualified yet? If you're still worried, I'll show it to you right here when you come to my shop." Qin Sakshu nodded, "That's fine too." Fong Zilong nodded, "Since you all agree, I'll go with you. Anyway, if I can get more money, it's definitely not a loss." The three of them followed the middle-aged man to an equipment shop. Sure enough, this equipment shop was quite different from the others. It was a newly opened equipment shop. Once inside, the middle-aged man brought in 4 appraisers. When Qin Sakshu and Yichio took out all the materials, the 4 appraisers were somewhat shocked. "So many materials? Have you been hunting in the wild for a long time?" Yichio casually said, "It's not really that simple. It was just a series
series of coincidences that led to all these gains.
You can take a look quickly. If there are no problems, the transaction can proceed normally.
The group nodded and quickly helped Shin Sakshu, Yi Chiu, and Fong Zilong count the materials. Before long, the people over there finished counting Yi Chiu's materials. Sir, you have materials worth 5 million here.
Based on a 15% premium, you will receive a total of 5,750,000 superpower coins. Here is the list, please take a look. Yi Chiu nodded, took a look, and after confirming that there were no problems, he accepted the money and handed over all the items to them.
Shin Sakshu's side has made a profit of nearly 11 million.
Fong Zilong also reaped nearly 12 million.
The reason why their harvest was half that of Yi Chiu was mainly because they left behind the powerful crystal cores. Furthermore, Yi Chiu's strength is indeed superior, and he gained more than them.
Especially when he was in the snake cave, Yi Chiu almost effortlessly killed hundreds of strange beasts.
Although those snake-like beasts were not of high level, their numbers added up to enough to create a significant gap.
After the three of them left,
Shin Sakshu remarked with some emotion, "We were quite lucky today, I gained over 1 million more."
Fong Zilong nodded. Yes, we should thank Yi Chiu this time.
If it weren't for Yi Chiu's actions that attracted that middle-aged man, we wouldn't have been able to achieve this.
Yi Chiu smiled and said, it was just a coincidence. Where are we going next? I plan to buy some equipment and potions first. Shin Sakshu nodded. That's true.
My soft armor has been damaged quite a bit and I need to buy a superior grade soft armor. Shin Sakshu currently has about 11 million yuan in spare cash, which is enough to buy a decent piece of high-quality equipment.
Fong Zilong nodded. My combat boots are also worn out to a certain extent and I'm planning to replace them with new ones.
Moreover, I have gained a lot this time and I can exchange it for a high-quality pair of combat boots. Since the three had reached an agreement, they didn't waste any more words and headed straight for the equipment shop. Of course, this time they chose the most famous equipment shop in the Mad Wolf Sanctuary, called Mad Wolf Equipment Shop. The name itself suggests a connection to the war zone, but its fame stems not only from the high quality of its equipment but also from its high price. But Yi Chiu, Shin Sakshu, and Fong Zilong all have money now, so they didn't care too much. Half an hour later, Yi Chiu, Shin Sakshu, and the others arrived at the equipment shop, whose exterior building was shaped like a seashell.
After the three entered, they saw a lot of exquisite equipment displayed in the hall.
Shin Sakshu didn't pay much attention to the most beautiful soft armor, but instead focused her gaze on a seemingly ordinary, dark gold fish-scale soft armor. The reason is simple. This soft armor is actually a rare piece of equipment with divine attributes, and it is also a superior grade piece of equipment. However, Shin Sakshu glanced at it and a hint of frustration immediately appeared in her eyes. This soft armor costs as much as 15 million superpower coins, and all the money I have on me now only amounts to 16 million superpower coins. In other words, buying this soft armor instantly made me poor again.
Seeing the pain in Shin Sakshu's eyes, Yi Chiu asked, do you want me to lend you money? Shin Sakshu shook her head. That won't be necessary.
However, after taking a closer look, Yi Chiu suddenly discovered that this fish-scale soft armor could actually be offset using merit points.
Yi Chiu then asked Shin Sakshu, Sister Sakshu, do you have any merits? Shin Sakshu nodded and said, I still have 200,000 merit points. What's wrong?
It should be noted that Shin Sakshu had previously earned 200,000 merit points for escorting Gu Yueling here. These 200,000 merits are directly equivalent to 2 million superpower coins. Yi Chiu said with a smile, this fish-scale soft armor can be offset with merit points.
Look closely at the small print in the lower right corner.
Shin Sakshu stared at it for a moment, and her eyes immediately lit up. She almost didn't think twice before coming over, and the staff there bought the fish-scale soft armor. She also thanked Yi Chiu, saying, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have really missed out on this rare soft armor with divine attributes.
Yi Chiu just smiled and didn't take it seriously. Fong Zilong also bought a pair of swift boots worth 10 million.
Yi Chiu looked around, but there was no equipment that surprised him. However, when he turned his gaze to the pendant area, he suddenly saw a piece of equipment that made his heart flutter. Moon Goddess's Blessing, superior grade equipment capable of absorbing moonlight and energy from the air to replenish the wearer's depleted mental energy. Maximum tier 5, replenishing up to 10% to 25% of the wearer's mental energy daily. Yi Chiu's heart stirred quietly.
That's really good.
Because Yi Chiu sometimes uses the Moon Goddess Ring to remove negative status effects, it may consume a portion of the Moon Goddess Ring's energy that is used to replenish mental power. Using other skills also consumes mental energy.
With the blessing of the Moon Goddess, it will be easier for me. Yi Chiu then checked the price.
This made him fall silent again.
This superior grade equipment is actually worth 13 million supernatural coins.
But Yi Chiu could understand. Back then, his blood blade was only a high-quality piece of equipment, yet it cost more than 2 million. The Moon Goddess's Blessing is considered a very good quality item. 13 million should be a worthwhile investment. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chiu approached a shop assistant. I want to buy this. The shop assistant nodded and said, okay, sir, please come with me.
Yi Chiu went to pay and experienced firsthand what it meant to spend money like water.
Then, he, Shin Sakshu,
and Fang Zilong wandered around the area again. This time, however, no treasures that particularly appealed to the group were seen. Yichio was also a little curious, so he asked Shin Sakshu, "By the way, Sister Sakshu, can I ask you something?" Shin Sakshu smiled and said, "Of course you can, just ask." Yichio then asked, "Since people with superpowers can wear all kinds of rings and necklaces, is there an upper limit to the number of rings and necklaces they can wear?" Shin Sakshu also knew that Yichio had not attended a formal university for people with superpowers, and his knowledge of superpowers was limited to the basic knowledge he had acquired in high school. Therefore, Shin Sakshu was extremely meticulous and explained it to Yichio in a simple and easy-to-understand way. Yichio finally learned that the maximum amount of equipment a person could wear was deeply related to that person's mental strength and intelligence attributes. The average intelligence attribute of a typical 4th-tier ability user is between 110 and 120 points, with an average of 115 points. The average mental strength attribute is around 120 to 130 points. Ordinary 4th-tier ability users can generally only wear 6 pieces of equipment at the same time. Based on this, you can equip one more piece of gear for every 15 points above the current level. Yichio thought about it and realized that if he really calculated it that way, he could at least wear one more piece of equipment. So Yichio wandered around for a while and finally chose a wristband. Power bracers, excellent grade equipment, increases the host's strength by 20 points. This bracer is only of the excellent grade. Yichio plans to upgrade it himself when he gets back. The price of this wristband is 3 million. After finishing his shopping, Yichio planned to find a place to rest for a while. After Shin Sakshu came over, she said to Yichio and Fang Zilong, "I just heard someone say that there is an auction tonight. Should we stay and watch the excitement? We can return to the Wild Wolf Commando recruit camp tomorrow." A thought quietly crossed Yichio's mind. An auction? That's right. Shin Sakshu nodded and said, "It is said that there will be many rare materials, including some precious spiritual items that can permanently increase attribute points." Permanently increase attribute points. Upon hearing these words, both Yichio and Fang Zilong showed surprise. Such spiritual objects are extremely rare. Yichio calculated the money he had and decided to take a gamble. Even if he only obtains some low-grade spiritual fruits, he can evolve them through the evolution system and then permanently improve his attributes. After everyone made their decision, Shin Sakshu, Yichio, and Fang Zilong found an inn nearby to rest. Upon entering the room, Yichio immediately took out the moon goddess's blessing and the power bracers he had previously obtained. After receiving the blessing of the moon goddess, he immediately felt invigorated. Within 15 minutes, he had recovered at least 15% of his mental strength. Yichio summoned the system again and opened his personal panel. Level, LV 3987%. Another half-hour passed. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, A rank, Lord of Shadows. Strength, 178 plus 35. Intelligence, 160 plus. Physical condition, 172 plus 5. Mental strength, 177 plus. Agility, 167 plus 25. Evolution points, 25880. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal skills, damage stacking, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection, basic skill, evolvable, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 200,000 evolution points. Shadow Sky Slash, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 300,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Ring of the Moon Goddess, transcendent. Breeze Boots, excellent. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Brute Force Bracers, excellent. Garo Spirit Armor, excellent. Holy Flame Sword, excellent. Wolfbone Spirit Ring, excellent. Blessing of the Moon Goddess, superior. Bracers of Power, fine. Yichio silently clicked on Power Bracers again. Power Bracers, excellent grade equipment, increases the host's strength by 20 points. Can be evolved, requiring 10,000 evolution points. Yichio moved silently and silently recited, consume 10,000 evolution points. Evolution Power Bracers. Ding! Consumed 10,000 evolution points. Evolve the excellent grade Power Bracers into the superior grade Mighty Bracers. Mighty Bracelet, superior grade equipment. Effect 1, increases the host's strength by 40 points. Effect 2, grants the host the skill Mighty Strength, which can be used 3 times per day, consuming 5% of spirit power, increasing strength by 20% for 1 minute. Can be evolved, requiring 50,000 evolution points. Yichio's heart stirred quietly. As expected of the mighty wristband, Yichio rested for an afternoon when he heard the doorbell ring outside. When I opened the door, Shin Sakshu and Fang Zilong were there. Yichio's heart skipped a beat, and he asked again, "Is the auction about to begin?" Shin Sakshu smiled and nodded. "That's right. Let's go over there quickly." Yichio then went with the two to a large auction house nearby, the Mad Wolf Auction House. The name itself suggests that it is backed by shelters and commandos. After Yichio, Shin Sakshu, and the others verified their assets assets, they were successfully placed into the grand auction house. However, to Yi Qiu's surprise, since he was a third-tier ability user while Qin Sakshu and Fang Zilong were fourth-tier ability users, they could only participate in this auction in different areas. Another thing is that every guest here has to wear a mask. However, Yi Qiu could understand their rules. He entered the auction hall, found his seat, which was located towards the back of the hall. Upon arriving, Yi Qiu also saw a catalog of auction items on the table next to him. Yi Qiu opened it and took a look of surprise appearing in his eyes. This auction seems to be of a high standard. He glanced at it and saw that there were nearly 12 pieces of superior grade equipment, and they were auctioned in groups of 3, divided into 4 groups. At the same time, these superior grade equipment have also been subtly adjusted and combined, making them very suitable for certain superhumans to use directly. In addition, Yi Qiu even saw 4 pieces of excellent grade equipment and 1 piece of extraordinary grade equipment. That extraordinary piece of equipment was one of the highlight items of this auction for people with superpowers. In addition, Yi Qiu also saw many special recovery potions and special healing potions. In addition, there are also spiritual items that can improve basic stats, and at a glance, there are 5 types. Among them, the lowest value is a spirit fruit with a starting bid of 200,000. Each person can only consume it once in their lifetime, and it can only increase a random attribute point by 1. After Yi Qiu had looked through the documents briefly, the auction began. Not long after, a beautiful female auctioneer walked out from the stage and said softly, "Dear ladies and gentlemen, good evening, welcome to the Mad Wolf Auction House for the auction." After some platitudes, the female auctioneer began to formally introduce the first item. Yi Qiu wasn't interested in this item, so he simply opened his bracelet and checked how much money he had left. To his surprise, even after purchasing the valuable Blessing of the Moon Goddess, he still had nearly 20 million ability coins left. That should allow me to purchase a batch of potions and spiritual items. The fourth item up for auction was the spiritual item that Yi Qiu was interested in, which could only be used once and would randomly increase 1 attribute point. After the female auctioneer gave her introduction, she said directly, "Spirit Essence Fruit, 5 in total, starting price 1 million, minimum increment 50,000. Yi Qiu directly held up the sign in his hand, 2 million. Upon hearing this number, everyone couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. They doubled the price right from the start. "This young man is quite interesting." Someone nearby carefully spoke up, 2,200,000. Yi Qiu frowned slightly, 3 million. At that moment, everyone was speechless. Buying 5 spirit essence fruits for 3 million is already a bit of a loss. Moreover, these spirit essence fruits can only be consumed once and can only increase a random attribute point. They are neither worth eating nor worth throwing away. Therefore, Yi Qiu did not encounter any other competitors and successfully bid for 5 spirit essence fruits for 3 million. Time flew by, and Yi Qiu waited another hour before the second batch of items he wanted appeared. Our next items for auction are potent recovery and treatment potions from the Capital Medical Research Institute for ability users. Injuries and depletion of level 5 and below can be fully recovered with just 1 dose, and the effect will take effect within 10 minutes. The starting price is 600,000 per set, with a total of 5 sets, for a total of 3 million. Each bid must be at least 100,000 higher. Yi Qiu's heart skipped a beat, and without any hesitation, he raised his placard again. 4 million. Another person is bidding against Yi Qiu. 4,500,000. 5 million. At this point, the surrounding superhumans all fell silent. Because they're already priced at a premium, the potent recovery and treatment potions from the capital's Superpower Medical Center aren't considered particularly rare. They can be obtained as long as there's a channel. Therefore, no one dared to raise prices rashly. Yi Qiu has now successfully obtained these 5 sets of potions. Then, another kind of spiritual fruit appeared. The spirit fruit of spirit and wisdom. You've probably all heard of this fruit. After consuming it, it can increase your spiritual power or intelligence by 5 points. Each person can only consume 1 in their lifetime. There are 3 in total, and 3 in a set are worth 3 million. Each additional purchase must be at least 100,000. The female auctioneer said softly. Yi Qiu's heart skipped a beat. He gritted his teeth and said directly, 4 million. However, this kind of spiritual fruit is considered quite precious and practical. Then someone directly held up a sign. 5 million. Yi Qiu's eyes narrowed slightly. 10 million. Upon hearing this, the people around him fell almost completely silent. This marks the first time in the auction's history that an item has fetched tens of millions of yuan. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. After a while, no one else followed up with a bid. The female auctioneer said softly, 10 million once, 10 million twice, 10 million 3 times. Congratulations to guest number 21 in the junior VIP area for obtaining the spirit fruits of spirit and wisdom. After that, Yi Qiu didn't want anything else, so he simply closed his eyes to rest. After the auction ended, he went over, paid, and received his item. Qin Sakshu and Fang Zilong looked somewhat annoyed. She gave a wry smile. I never expected things here to be so expensive. Fang Zilong shook his head. I'll just use the regular treatment. I'll consider the medicine from the capital's
Superpower Medical Research Institute once I reached the 5th tier. Yichio didn't say much about what he had filmed, choosing to remain silent. He was also reluctant to reveal his true situation, even though Sister Sa Shui is very good to me. Once back at the hotel, Yichio took out the Spirit Essence Fruit and opened the system panel. He directly activated the system and opened his personal panel. This time, my system panel has indeed changed, mainly in the equipment section. Level, LV 3987%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, A rank, Lord of Shadows. Strength, 178 plus 55. Intelligence, 160 plus. Physical condition, 172 plus 5. Mental strength, 177 plus. Agility, 167 plus 25. Evolution points, 15880. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal skills, damage stacking, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection, basic skill, evolvable, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 200,000 evolution points. Shadow Sky Slash, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 300,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Moon Goddess's Ring, transcendent. Breeze Boots, excellent. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Brute Force Bracers, excellent. Garo Spirit Armor, excellent. Holy Flame Sword, excellent. Wolf Bone Spirit Ring, excellent. Moon Goddess's Blessing, superior. Mighty Bracers, superior. Spirit Essence Fruit X5, Tier 2 Spirit Fruit of Spirit and Wisdom X3, Tier 4 Spirit Fruit. Potent Recovery Potion X5, Tier 5 Potion. Potent Healing Potion X5, Tier 5 Potion. Yichio directly clicked on the Spirit Essence Fruit section. Spirit Essence Fruit, a second-tier spirit fruit. After consumption, it permanently increases the user's random attribute point by 1. Each ability user can only consume it once in their lifetime. Yichio's heart stirred, and he silently asked the system, how many evolution points are needed to evolve the Spirit Essence Fruit into a third-tier spirit fruit? Ding! Evolving the Spirit Essence Fruit into a Tier 3 spirit fruit requires 1,000 evolution points. Yichio said directly. System, consume 2,000 evolution points to evolve the Spirit Essence Fruit into a third-tier spirit fruit. Ding! Consumed 1,000 evolution points, evolving the Spirit Essence Fruit into a Tier 3 spirit fruit. True Essence Fruit. True Essence Fruit, a third-tier spiritual fruit. Upon consumption, it permanently increases the user's attribute points by a random 3 points. Each ability user can only consume it once in their lifetime. Yichio took out another Spirit Essence Fruit, directly evolving it into a True Essence Fruit, and then asked the system again. System, how many evolution points are needed to evolve the True Essence Fruit into a 4th-tier spirit fruit? Ding! Evolving the True Essence Fruit into a 4th-tier spirit fruit requires 5,000 evolution points. Yichio recited it directly in his mind. System, consume 5,000 evolution points to evolve the True Essence Fruit into a 4th-tier spirit fruit. Ding! Consumed 5,000 evolution points. Evolve the True Essence Fruit into a 4th-tier spirit fruit. The Profound Essence Fruit. Mysterious Essence Fruit, a 4th-tier spiritual fruit. After consumption, it permanently increases the user's attribute points by a random 5. Each ability user can only consume it once in their lifetime. Yichio had an inquiry system that said, to upgrade the Xian Yuan fruit to a 5th-tier spiritual fruit, it would require 10,000 evolution points. At this time, Yichio only had a little over 7,000 evolution points, so Yichio didn't hesitate and swallowed a Spirit Essence Fruit. Ding! Host has consumed a Spirit Essence Fruit, randomly and permanently increasing strength by 1 point. Then Yichio swallowed the True Essence Fruit again. Ding! Host has consumed a True Essence Fruit, randomly increasing mental strength by 3 points. Then, Yichio swallowed the remaining 4th-tier spiritual fruit, the Profound Origin Fruit. Ding! Host has consumed a Profound Origin Fruit, randomly increasing intelligence by 5 points. Yichio then opened the section on Spiritual and Wisdom Fruits. Spiritual Fruit of Spirit and Wisdom, Tier 4. Upon consumption, it randomly increases the consumer's spiritual power or intelligence by 5 points. Each ability user can only consume it once in their lifetime. Ask the system to evolve it into a 5th-tier spirit fruit. It will cost 30,000 ability points. Yichio felt a pang of regret but only swallowed one of the pills, which increased his intelligence by 5 points. After finishing this, Yichio fell into a deep sleep. Tomorrow, he will be heading to the recruit training camp to report for duty. Time flies, and before we knew it, another night had passed. The next day, Yichio got up, washed up quickly, and headed straight to the Wild Wolf Commando's base. The recruit training camp, Wild Wolf Commando Unit Base, no unauthorized entry. Some soldiers were guarding the entrance, and one of them saw Yichio coming and quickly stopped him. Yichio said, I am a new recruit who just returned from a special mission. You only need to ask Captain Zhao Jianhai of the Mad Wolf Commando team to find out what happened. The soldiers' eyes still held a strange look. However, seeing Yichio's certainty, they also
Yichio had some hesitation. One of the soldiers tentatively asked, "Are you sure?" Yichio nodded, and with no other choice, he had to open his bracelet and show them the battle merit section. "I was awarded a Class C merit for carrying out this special mission. You'll see for yourselves." After the soldier saw the interface and confirmed that it was real and not a fake, his expression changed slightly. "Alright, I'll go contact Captain Zhao Jianhai right away." He immediately called his superiors, who then relayed the message to Captain Zhao Jianhai. Not long after, they responded that the recruit had indeed carried out a special mission and could be allowed to return to the recruit training camp. The soldier's eyes showed surprise, and he couldn't help but add a comment. "Young man, what special mission did you participate in?" Yichio chuckled and casually said, "Compete for the core of the cave." Hearing this, the soldiers around him were completely bewildered. They also knew about the grotto heaven. Shouldn't those who participate in the competition for the cave heaven be mid-level or high-level ability users? Even if it's to send a beginner-level ability user, they have to be the best among them. This handsome young man is quite something. However, before they could even express their feelings, Yichio had already left. The first thing Yichio did after entering the recruit training camp was to immediately find the instructor of the first recruit team and report to him. Led by a soldier, he arrived at a restroom to wait for the instructor to return. To his surprise, both Qin Sakshu and Fang Zilong were there. Qin Sakshu winked at Yichio and said with a smile, "You're here?" Yichio nodded and coughed. "I was probably too tired yesterday, so I slept a little too soundly. Otherwise, I could have come with you guys this morning." Fang Zilong said, "It's nothing. Anyway, we all came back on time, so there shouldn't be any major problems." Not long after, heavy footsteps sounded at the door. The three turned their gazes and saw a young instructor in his 30s with a resolute appearance walking briskly towards them. "Are you the three people from the first recruit team of the Mad Wolf Commando unit who were selected for the Cave Heaven competition team?" The young instructor spoke with a rather cold tone, seemingly expressing dissatisfaction with them. Yichio, Qin Sakshu, and Fang Zilong were all stunned for a moment. What's going on? Does this young instructor have some kind of dissatisfaction with them? But aren't they also contributing to the shelter and the assault team by joining the cave contending team? Yichio suddenly felt a little confused. The young instructor sneered and said, "Can't you hear what I'm asking?" Qin Sakshu had a good personality, so she answered directly, "Yes." Left with no other choice, Yichio chimed in, "That's right." Fang Zilong nodded, "Yes." Upon hearing this, the young instructor's face showed even more displeasure. "Who taught you these rules? Why don't you even understand this? As new recruits, as soldiers of the Mad Wolf Commando, you should answer questions with proper etiquette. Answer again, saying yes at the same time. Don't even bother reminding Yichio. Even Qin Sakshu thinks this young instructor is outrageous." Fang Zilong, who had a slightly fiery temper, said directly, "Instructor, I think what we said is correct. And even if we are to learn the rules, we can only start learning them after we enter the recruit camp. The three of us haven't even arrived at the recruit camp yet. It's normal that we don't understand. Please bear with me." The young instructor chuckled. "I've only said a few words, and you've already said 4. Are you the instructor, or am I the instructor? Get out of here right now and run 10 laps around the track. Come back here after you've done that. And let me warn you, if you treat me like this again, you won't be running 10 laps, you'll be running 100. Upon hearing what the instructor said, both Yichio and Qin Sakshu revealed a hint of anger in their eyes. Yichio frowned, which could also be considered as speaking out for Fang Zilong. "I think Brother Fang is right. This is too strong. The problem lies with your attitude, not with us. I think, instructor, if you think there's anything wrong with the three of us, you can just say it directly, instead of resorting to this underhanded way of seeking revenge." Yichio's words also revealed the young instructor's thoughts. The young instructor, somewhat embarrassed and angry, said, "Kid, what do you mean?" Yichio's tone was icy. "My point is very simple. We do not accept unfair treatment. If you really want to deal with the three of us, I don't mind reporting this to Captain Zhao Jianhai and reminding him to retrieve the surveillance footage to see who has the problem with their attitude." Upon hearing this, the young instructor paused for a moment, his eyes instantly darkening. "Kid, are you threatening me?" Yichio shook his head. "I'm not threatening you, instructor. I'm just asking for fair treatment." Qin Sakshu also directly followed Yichio's lead. "That's right, instructor. We do not accept unfair treatment. Also, I expect you to apologize to Fang Zilong. Fang Zilong did nothing wrong. He shouldn't have run 10 laps, nor should he have endured your humiliation." Upon hearing Qin Sakshu's words, the young instructor's face instantly turned cold. "Fine, so the three of you want me to apologize, is that it? Since you want me to apologize, I don't mind letting you experience what power is." After he finished speaking, a blood-red halo appeared around him. Not long after, horns and scales suddenly grew on the young instructor's body. A-level superpower, possessed by the flame demon. This young instructor was also at level 53, which was quite impressive for his age. If it weren't for that, he wouldn't have been assigned to be an instructor in the first team of the recruit camp. Seeing that the young instructor had used his supernatural abilities, Yichio's eyes flashed with anger. "Even clay figures have a bit of temper. We can't go too far far like this. Yi Qiu didn't say anything more. He stepped forward, a layer of shadow emanating from his body, and an invisible dark power surged around him. A-level superpower, Lord of Shadows. Shin Saksha didn't think much of it. A white halo appeared around her, and she instantly drew the long sword she wore at her waist. S-class superpower, Divine Aura. As for Fang Zilong, there was also some indignation in his eyes. The next moment, a phantom image floated around him, and he held a dragon spear in his hand. Seeing that all three had revealed their supernatural abilities, the young instructor's eyes turned slightly icy. Do you want to lay a hand on me? You seem unaware of the difference between a 5th tier and a 4th tier ability user. Yi Qiu gave a cold laugh. So what? We've killed more than one 5th tier alien beast. Utterly ridiculous. The young instructor moved swiftly and appeared directly in front of Yi Qiu, throwing a punch at him. The young instructor was very confident in his abilities. He could also tell that Yi Qiu's supernatural power fluctuations were the weakest among the three. He felt that with one punch from him, the owner of the A-level superpower Flame Demon possession, he should be able to defeat Yi Qiu. Unfortunately, Yi Qiu's true strength is not as great as he appears. Moreover, Yi Qiu didn't hold back at all, and directly activated the Great Strength skill, also throwing a punch. His base stats were already significantly higher than those of other ability users of the same level, and with the addition of the Great Strength skill, he was able to put up a fight against the young instructor. Yi Qiu's punch even sent him flying several meters away. The young instructor's expression changed instantly. Well, kid, you've got some skills. Yi Qiu tilted her head to look at him. It's not just that you have some skills, it's that you have a lot of skills. If you're a drill instructor in your 30s and can't even beat a 17-year-old recruit like me, I suggest you get out of here and don't bother training new recruits. Upon hearing Yi Qiu's provocation, the young instructor's face darkened. Good lad, if you're so capable, defeat me first. Yi Qiu looked at him with disdain and drew his bloodthirsty blade. Then, he activated all 4 skills. Bloodlust and Fury. Peerless Sword Chi. A gentle breeze has possessed me. Damage stacking. With the support of these 4 skills, Yi Qiu's strength will be greatly enhanced, making him more than capable of dealing with this young instructor. The young instructor also sensed that Yi Qiu was troublesome. He narrowed his eyes and took out his weapon, 2 long, narrow black knives on his back. Then, wielding 2 swords, he charged at Yi Qiu. Actually, Yi Qiu felt that there was something wrong with this young instructor. His murderous aura was too strong, and he wasn't very rational. If it were a normal person, they would have weighed the pros and cons and stopped in time. Yi Qiu, wielding the bloodthirsty blade, clashed with the young instructor. Before long, Yi Qiu had firmly suppressed the young instructor. The more the young instructor hit him, the more surprised he became. This kid looks only 17 or 18 years old. How come he's so amazing? You have to understand, I am a level 53 ability user, while Yi Qiu's strength is at most around level 3. How can they be so difficult to deal with? It should be noted that even Miss Gu, who possesses the dual S-level ability Star Envoy, could only fight against 4th level ability users when she was at the 3rd level. A challenge spanning 2 major realms. What kind of monster is this? Yi Qiu was speechless. He felt that although the young instructor in front of him was strong, he was far inferior to the 5th tier beasts he had encountered before. For example, the 5th tier Garuda female demon who once posed a certain threat to him. Yi Qiu even felt that if a 5th tier Garuda female demon came, she could easily defeat the 2 young instructors. After sparring with the young instructor for nearly 5 minutes, Yi Qiu lost interest in playing with him any longer. He first used his bloodthirsty blade to parry the 2 black knives, and then kicked the instructor away. The young instructor landed awkwardly on the ground, a hint of resentment in his eyes. Do you know what you're doing? Yi Qiu shook his head. I think you should first understand what you're doing. At that moment, the young instructor's eyes hardened, but before he could get up and make a move, hurried footsteps suddenly sounded at the door. Yi Qiu, Shin Sakshu, and Fang Zilong were stunned for a moment, then all turned their gazes over. The person walking in through the door was none other than Zhao Jianghai, the captain of the Mad Wolf Commando team. Zhao Jianghai was somewhat angry, and went straight to the young instructor and said, Wang Chenfeng, how many times have I told you to control your emotions? Can't you do it? Wang Chenfeng was stunned for a moment. Captain Zhao, I don't think I did anything wrong. You haven't done anything wrong? If you really can't overcome the side effects of your superpower, I suggest you leave the Mad Wolf Commando team immediately. Zhao Jianghai was heartbroken and said, I thought that by voluntarily stepping down and going to the 1st Recruit Battalion to lead the new recruits, you would be able to fulfill your duties as an instructor. And what were you doing? You got into a fight with the new recruits, and you even lost? Do you know what this would mean if word got out? After being questioned by Zhao Jianghai, Wang Chenfeng regained some of his composure. He gritted his teeth, his eyes still showing anger, but he had also calmed down somewhat. After he stood up, he cupped his hands in a respectful gesture to Zhao Jianghai and said, Captain Zhao, I feel that I am no longer suitable to continue serving in the Dire Wolf Commando. I will apply to leave the team early. Zhao Jianghai's eyes were tired. Fine. Actually, I can understand you. This is a side effect of your awakening of your superpower. But you repeatedly assured me that you would control yourself, and I didn't expect
suspect that you couldn't control yourself at all. A hint of shame flashed in Wang Qinfeng's eyes as he turned around, seemingly preparing to leave. Zhao Jianhai didn't let him leave immediately either. Apologize to these new recruits first. A hint of displeasure flashed in Wang Qinfeng's eyes. However, Zhao Jianghai's tone was rather serious. The young soldier who called me over just now told me that these new recruits did nothing wrong at all. You're just being too stubborn. Apologizing to them is a must. Wang Qinfeng gave a wry smile and walked up to Yiqiu's people again. Sorry. Although my superpower, the flame demon possession, is powerful, it also affects my mental state to some extent. I am easily angered and even lose my mind. Yiqiu didn't say much, which was considered an acceptance of the apology. Xin Sakshu and Feng Zilong nodded in agreement. Through their university studies, they also learned that some people with superpowers experience side effects when using their abilities, especially abilities like flame demon possession, which lean towards the darker side. After Wang Qinfeng left, Zhao Jianhai gave a wry smile and walked up to Yiqiu and the other two. This young man used to be one of my subordinates, and he wasn't always this outrageous. Although he has a bad temper, he is exceptionally upright. It's just that as my strength has increased over the years, the power within my body has become uncontrollable, which is why I've gradually turned into this form. Yiqiu pondered for a moment, then said, isn't there any way to stop it? Zhao Jianhai said helplessly, if there were a way, we would have tried it long ago. Yiqiu nodded. He does have a solution. If he could acquire another piece of equipment similar to the Moon Goddess Ring, which has the ability to dispel negative status effects, it might help Wang Qinfeng control himself. But he could only keep this in mind for now. Currently, being in the recruit training camp, he has no way to obtain similar equipment or evolution points. Zhao Jianhai then said to Yiqiu and the others, I'm not only here to deal with this matter, but also to commend you. After all, you successfully obtained the core of that 4th-tier cave, which can be considered as bringing glory to our Mad Wolf Commando team. Speaking of this, Yiqiu, Xin Sakshu, and Feng Zilong all looked a little proud. Feng Zilong, in particular, became beaming with excitement. However, Zhao Jianhai also said with a smile, you little guys shouldn't be too happy, or rather, too proud. Although you are quite strong now, and can be considered top-tier 4th-level ability users. However, only those who become 5th or 6th-tier ability users can be considered the backbone of the shelter. 7th-tier ability users are considered the backbone, and your talents are very strong. I hope you can grow up quickly and become 8th-tier or even 9th-tier powerhouses as soon as possible. In this way, you will be able to stand alone on the battlefield against the alien beasts and make a greater contribution to the entire human race. Hearing Zhao Jianghai's words, Yiqiu couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. He nodded, okay. Xin Sakshu nodded and said, understood, Captain Zhao. Feng Zilong also put away the pride and joy on his face, his eyes serious. I will try my best to do that too. Okay, the three of you can go to your dormitories now. Zhao Jianhai laughed and said, it's quite a coincidence that the new recruits got a day off today, but don't slack off today either. Try your best to understand the training content of the previous recruits, so as not to fall behind. Yiqiu, Xin Sakshu, and Feng Zilong all nodded. After leaving, Yiqiu, Feng Zilong and Xin Sakshu said goodbye and headed straight to the male section of the new recruits' dormitory. Upon arriving at the dormitory, Gao Pang, Yiqiu's roommate whom he had met before, was somewhat surprised to see him. Long time no see, Yiqiu. Yiqiu had some impression of him. This person is a graduate of Kanglin University, a level 41 ability user, and his ability is an A-level ability called Earth Element Affinity. He's quite capable and also rather humble. Yiqiu nodded to him. It really has been a long time. Gao Peng still had a hint of curiosity in his eyes. What have you been doing all these days? Why haven't we heard from you at all? Yiqiu casually said, if I had to say, I can only tell you that I carried out a mission. Gao Peng became even more curious. What kind of missions are required for new recruits? Besides, you didn't attend basic training, and no one criticized or made things difficult for you. I feel that this must be a very important task, right? Yiqiu felt a little helpless. Gao Peng really has the personality of getting to the bottom of things. However, he wouldn't mind telling Gao Peng about it. I've formed a team with others to obtain the core of the hidden cave. The core of a grotto heaven? You're not kidding, are you? Gao Peng's eyes widened in disbelief. He said, cave heavens are important resources. Every cave heaven is something our shelter fights for. You must be very strong to be able to participate in this kind of mission. Yiqiu casually replied, it's alright, I guess. Moreover, this time I successfully obtained the core of the cave with everyone and also won a Class C battle merit. My god, it's actually a Class C merit. Gao Peng didn't know what to say, so he said, I remember that a C-level battle merit can earn you at least 2 pieces of superior grade equipment, and they're the top tier ones among superior grade equipment. I never dreamed that I would receive a Class C merit when I first entered the recruit camp. Yiqiu just smiled casually. It's nothing. It's still because I'm very strong. After a while, Gao Peng suddenly thought of something. By the way, the instructors in our recruit camp are very difficult to deal with. They'll definitely make things difficult for you this time, so be careful during your training. Yiqiu tentatively asked, is our instructor Wang Chun
Chunfeng? You know now? I thought you didn't. Gao Peng gave a wry smile. It is said that this guy's personality is somewhat cruel, domineering, and unapproachable because of his own special ability. Many of us were already disciplined and punished by him during our training. The reason we had a day off this time is because someone reported us to the shelter, saying they wanted to replace this instructor. They said they need to send someone over to check the situation, so we were only given a day off. Yi Qiu was completely astonished. You can do that? Of course. Gao Peng didn't know what to say. I think we new recruits are pretty unlucky. I finally achieved a relatively high ranking in the recruit competition, but I was assigned to a team and encountered such an instructor. Yi Qiu comforted him. Don't worry, it's nothing. Wang Chunfeng will probably be leaving soon. What's going on here? Gao Peng asked curiously. Did you hear any other news? Yi Qiu could only offer a casual explanation. I saw Wang Chunfeng in the lounge just now, and I also saw Captain Zhao Jianhai. According to Captain Zhao Jianhai, Wang Chunfeng has left the recruit camp, so we estimate that there will be new instructors, and it won't be him as our instructor. Gao Peng's eyes practically shone with golden light. He nodded and said, I see, that's really great news. Yi Qiu then asked Gao Peng curiously, by the way, how did the recruit camp train while I was away? You won't be in the recruit camp for more than a week. Gao Peng didn't mind telling Yi Qiu, every morning we run laps according to our own abilities. This is for physical training. We will have live fire exercises in the afternoon, in pairs, and we will start fighting directly. As long as no one is injured, it's fine. Besides that, we need to systematically learn about the common strange beasts near the Mad Wolf Sanctuary, such as the weaknesses of the scaled deer, the weaknesses of the wind-white ape, and so on. That's all there is to it. Then, the evenings are for independent cultivation, but our cultivation will be supervised, and our cultivation levels will be checked regularly. Yi Qiu felt a headache coming on just listening to this. He felt that his morning runs and evening self-training were completely useless to him. Instead of doing all this unnecessary work, we might as well just put him in the beast forest near the Mad Wolf Sanctuary to hunt beasts. Yi Qiu tentatively asked, is there a way to skip basic training? I don't know about that. You'll probably have to ask the new instructor. Gao Peng said casually. Yi Qiu nodded. Okay, I understand. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was noon. Gao Peng invited Yi Qiu to have lunch in the cafeteria, and Yi Qiu nodded in agreement. After the two went to the cafeteria, they unexpectedly ran into an old acquaintance, Shen Xianfeng. When Shen Xianfeng saw Yi Qiu, his eyes practically blazed with fury. What are you doing still in the recruit camp, kid? Yi Qiu glanced at Shen Xianfeng, his tone still somewhat doubtful. Don't you know? I just went out to do a mission. You don't think I got kicked out of boot camp, do you? You're doing missions? What kind of missions can a new recruit like you do? Shen Xianfeng was quite puzzled. Yi Qiu chuckled. I went to fight with the humans for the core of the cave for the shelter. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Shen Xianfeng's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets when he heard this. You went to fight for the core of the cave? What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Qiu opened his palm. There's nothing I can do if you don't believe me. Nearby, some new recruits were also chatting amongst themselves. You should still remember what happened between Shen Xianfeng and Yi Qiu, right? That Shen Xianfeng lost to Yi Qiu twice. That's true, but now that I've seen it, Shen Xianfeng seems a bit mentally ill. Yi Qiu is also a bit puzzled. There haven't been any low-level cave heavens appearing recently. Has he really participated in the cave heaven competition? Everyone was discussing it, but few people supported or believed Yi Qiu. At that moment, a message suddenly began to be broadcast on the large screen in the center of the cafeteria. Recently, an unknown fourth-tier cave heaven has appeared in the Yuanled Hills near the Quanglong shelter. Led by Gu Yueling, a fourth-tier star messenger, Yi Qiu, Qin Sakshu, and other young fourth-tier ability users have overcome numerous obstacles and finally obtained the core of the cave heaven. Not long ago, Zhang Wuwen, an eighth-tier powerhouse known as the Wolf God from the Quanglong shelter, refined the fourth-tier cave heaven, which will give humanity another mobile strategic base in the future. The news wasn't quiet. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard it. Subsequently, photos of Yi Qiu and others appeared on the big screen. Everyone was stunned when they saw Yi Qiu's face appear on the big screen. Everyone couldn't help but whisper among themselves. This time, Yi Qiu and his teammates really did successfully seize the core of the cave. My goodness. Shen Xianfeng's face had turned blue with anger. That's impossible. At this moment, Qin Sakshu also came out. When she saw Shen Xianfeng, she quickly realized what had happened. I reckon that person is Shen Xianfeng from the Shen family, whom Yi Qiu mentioned earlier. Qin Sakshu immediately stood up for Yi Qiu. Are you still dreaming? What do you mean it's impossible? Yi Qiu participated in the mission to seize the core of the cave with us, and he made a great contribution. Compared to you, a guy who only knows how to talk big and fight amongst yourselves, Yi Qiu is a true hero. Qin Sakshu directly stood up for Yi Qiu, which shocked everyone. It's worth noting that Qin Sakshu is an outstanding graduate of Tianqing University. Moreover, Qin Sakshu's strength is beyond doubt, given that she was able to participate in the mission to compete for the core of the cave. She not only stood up for Yi Qiu, but also gave Shen Xianfeng a good beating, which shows that Qin Sakshu and Yi Qiu really have a good relationship. A pang of sadness immediately welled up in everyone's hearts. Shen Qianfeng's eyes were practically blazing with fury. He took a deep breath and said, almost through gritted teeth, "Say what you will, I'm not going to waste my breath on you. No matter how powerful Yi Qiu is, he's just a useless sea-level superpower user. He can close the gap with you now because of his equipment, but that may not be the case in the future." After saying that, Shen Qianfeng turned and left. Everyone found Shen Qianfeng's words hilarious. Is Yi Qiu equipped with only top-tier gear? Is he really able to close the gap with others by having the same level of equipment? If Shen Qianfeng wants to smear someone, he should at least find a more reasonable angle to do so. Furthermore, people no longer really believe that Yi Qiu has a sea-level superpower. If it were truly a sea-level ability, the higher-ups at the sanctuary would never have chosen Yi Qiu to enter the cave and compete for its core. They discussed it in hushed tones for a while, and then dispersed. Qin Sakshu patted Yi Qiu on the shoulder. "Actually, I came here to save that person. After all, if that guy really offends you, he'll probably get a good beating." Yi Qiu's lips curled slightly. "That's natural." Gao Ping also came over. "So, are we still going to eat? Or are you going with this young lady? Are you Yi Qiu's friend?" Qin Sakshu also asked Gao Ping. Gao Ping's face flushed slightly, he coughed, and then said, "I'm Yi Qiu's roommate, and we're pretty close. If I had to say, we'd call each other friends." Yi Qiu smiled and nodded. "Indeed." Qin Sakshu smiled and said, "Then let's go together. My name is Qin Sakshu, and I'm Yi Qiu's older sister." When Gao Ping heard Qin Sakshu say that she was Yi Qiu's sister, a glimmer of hope appeared in his heart, and he became even more enthusiastic. After learning that Qin Sakshu and Yi Qiu had participated in the competition for the core of the cave, Gao Ping even went to ask them which dishes in the cafeteria were the best. The three of them got some food and then found a seat. Not long after, Fang Zilong arrived as well. Yi Qiu then asked Qin Sakshu and Fang Zilong, "By the way, do you know how to exempt me from basic training and let me become a full-fledged soldier at the Mad Wolf Sanctuary?" Qin Sakshu frowned and thought for a moment. "I'm not too sure about that. You can ask the new instructor during the special training tomorrow." Fang Zilong nodded. "Indeed, I think the instructors will know." Yi Qiu didn't say anything more and continued eating. Hiss, hiss, hiss. After returning to his dormitory, Shen Qianfeng immediately told Shen Lingfeng about Yi Qiu's return and his involvement in the competition for the core of the cave. Upon hearing this news, Shen Lingfeng's face contorted in pain. "Are you kidding me? Yi Qiu actually participated in the Cave Heaven Core competition and even successfully obtained the Cave Heaven Core. I'm not joking. Yi Qiu's matter has even appeared in the shelter news." Shen Qianfeng's face also looked very ugly. Shen Lingfeng took a deep breath and said, "Then you should leave this matter alone for now, and don't go after Yi Qiu again." Shen Qianfeng was taken aback. "So you're not going to let this go?" Shen Lingfeng wanted to curse. "I do want to vent my anger, but how can I do that now? Yi Qiu's current strength is at least at the peak of the 4th tier. Are you going to find someone in the shelter to deal with him? I must be crazy. Just leave this matter aside for now. Don't get involved, lest you get yourself into trouble." Shen Qianfeng could only smile wryly and nod in agreement. Yi Qiu was looking at information about strange beasts when he suddenly heard Gao Ping beside him let out a soft gasp. "We've actually changed our instructors." Yi Qiu was taken aback for a moment, then asked Gao Ping, "Who will be our instructors now?" "I don't know. I heard we're supposed to gather at the training ground tomorrow morning, then we'll find out." Gao Ping looked puzzled and said, "I think the instructor this time will still be at the 5th level. Besides that, his personality should be gentler, and he won't be as scary as that instructor Wang from before." Yi Qiu nodded. "That's good." After getting up in the morning, Yi Qiu simply changed into his Wild Wolf Shelter recruit combat uniform and went to the training ground with Gao Ping. On the way, Gao Ping was still curious about the instructors this time. "What kind of instructors do you think we'll have this time? After all, we're the first recruit team, so we should at least find someone who's a bit stronger, right?" Yi Qiu casually said, "As long as he's a normal instructor, it's fine. He doesn't have to be as scary as that instructor Wang from before." Gao Ping nodded. "That's true." 5 minutes later, Yi Qiu and Gao Ping arrived at the assembly point for the first team of new recruits at the training ground. Since Yi Qiu hadn't come to the training before, he didn't know where he should stand, so he had to wait until everyone else had taken their positions before he stood at the back. The same applies to Qin Sakshu and Fang Zilong. After the three of them stood in place, a female warrior with a high ponytail, looking heroic and appearing to be no more than 28 or 29 years old, suddenly walked over. To be honest, her temperament is somewhat similar to Qin Sakshu's, and her appearance is a little less striking, but she is still considered beautiful. However, no one can ignore the sharpness in her eyes and brows, like a sword drawn from its sheath. Everyone was stunned when they saw this female warrior. Could this be their new instructor? However, no one spoke. After all, they had been trained by Wang Chenfeng for a few days, so they knew the rules. After the female warrior came over, she stood at the very front of the group and said in a deep voice, "Hello, new recruits of the 49th grade recruit team of the Mad Wolf Commando. I am your new instructor, Mo Shuawei, a level 40 warrior of the Mad Wolf Commando team, now a level 53 ability user, and a warrior of the Mad Wolf Commando team's elite squad." Everyone was quite surprised surprised. According to this calculation, the new instructor, Mo Shuawei, should be 9 years older than everyone else. If he is 9 years older, he should be 33 years old this year. At 33, he has reached level 53, which is obviously a very outstanding superhuman. After all, the instructor Wang Chenfeng is now 36 years old, and his rank is still lower than Mo Shuawei's. After taking a deep breath, Mo Shuawei said to everyone, "Actually, I'm a fairly easy person to get along with. I only have one principle." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but feel a little nervous. This kind of opening line definitely doesn't make you a good instructor. Yi Qiu couldn't help but be a little surprised. If he wasn't mistaken, this instructor might be a bit difficult to deal with. As expected, Mo Shuawei's next words were, "My principle is that as long as you are strong enough, you can enjoy all the privileges. But if you're not strong enough, then you'd better train properly." Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu's heart stirred. Without thinking, he raised his hand. Mo Shuawei turned her gaze to Yi Qiu, a hint of surprise in her eyes. "Is there anything you'd like to say?" Yi Qiu said, "If I'm strong enough, can I be exempted from basic training? Do you want to skip basic training?" Mo Shuawei looked at Yi Qiu with some doubt in her eyes. Yi Qiu nodded and said, "That's right, I do want to exempt new recruits from special training." Mo Shuawei's heart stirred slightly. After considering it for a moment, she said, "Of course it's possible, but let's stick to the old rules. You have to be strong enough, otherwise you won't be exempt from basic training, and you might even be subjected to extra training by me." Upon hearing this, Yi Qiu nodded and said, "So, Instructor Mo, what are your requirements? Just how strong do you expect me to be?" Mo Shuawei asked Yi Qiu directly, "What level are you at now?" Yi Qiu said directly, "Level 39. For level 39. Mo Shuawei considered for a moment and said, "I will suppress my strength to the 4th rank. If you can defeat me despite being of a higher rank, then I will agree to your request to exempt you from basic training." A slight light shone in Yi Qiu's eyes. "May I ask if I can use various equipment?" At this point, Mo Shuawei still appeared to be quite reasonable. "The equipment is fine, of course. After all, since it's your equipment, it represents your strength." Shin Saksha's lips curled up slightly. He was well aware of Yi Qiu's strength. This time, Yi Qiu should have a very high chance of winning. Yi Qiu took out his equipment from his storage bag, put it on, and then asked, "When can we start the competition?" "Now is fine." Mo Shuawei's eyes were very indifferent, and she didn't take Yi Qiu seriously at all. In her opinion, Yi Qiu, at level 39, could never possibly challenge her at level 4. She's definitely going to win this time, and maybe she can even use Yi Qiu to make an example of these new recruits. Yi Qiu nodded, stepped forward, and asked Mo Shuawei, "Instructor Mo, where are we going to fight?" "Let's do it here." Mo Shuawei told everyone to disperse, took out a knife, drew it from its sheath, and said, "You can make the first move." Yi Qiu's lips curled slightly, and then he said, "Then I hope Instructor Mo won't find me offensive." "There's nothing offensive about it, just come on over." Mo Shuawei's eyes were full of confidence. Yi Qiu took a deep breath and took out the cold moonfrost blade. He activated all 5 skills directly. Peerless Sword Chi, Frost Blade Storm, Damage Stacking, A Gentle Breeze has possessed me. After activating these 5 skills, Yi Qiu immediately used Shadow Blade Frenzy. 6 Shadow Blades shot towards Mo Shuawei at extremely high speed. Mo Shuawei's eyes changed slightly, and she unleashed several slashes with her long sword. One after another, bright blades of light appeared, directly annihilating Yi Qiu's Shadow Blade. But at this moment, Yi Qiu also activated another skill, Hidden Shadow. Using the shadows cast by the surrounding buildings, he blended in and then charged directly at Mo Shuawei. Upon seeing Yi Qiu's strange skill, Mo Shuawei's expression changed slightly. She took a deep breath and directly activated her strongest state below the 4th rank. The next instant, a terrifying burst of energy erupted from her body, and it was as if a surging tide of energy was flowing around her. In the blink of an eye, she displayed dozens of stabs. However, her attacks were more physical, and Yi Qiu's hidden skill almost completely negated them. Mo Shuawei's face instantly turned extremely ugly. Without a second thought, she activated one of her most powerful skills, Romantic and Deadly. The next instant, a massive gust of wind-like blade energy shot towards Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu's shadow concealment had just ended when he leaped high into the air and used his other great skill, Shadow Sky Slash. A silver-purple arc of light streaked through the air, piercing through the terrifying gale blade and slashing towards Mo Shuawei. Then Yi Qiu's voice came, "Instructor Mo, you'd better use your 5th-tier power, otherwise you won't be able to withstand this move." After taking a deep breath, Mo Shuawei knew that Yi Qiu was right. She could only reluctantly restore her strength to the 5th rank, and at the same time block the Shadow Sky Slash. The new recruits around them, witnessing this series of events, stared in disbelief. To be honest, none of them were confident that they could withstand all of Yi Qiu's attacks. Even Shin Sakshu and Fang Zilong, who had fought alongside Yi Qiu, were no exception. As for Shin Qianfeng, his mouth was wide open. Is this still Yi Qiu? What has Yi Qiu been through during this time that allows him to unleash such a terrifying combo so easily? Moreover, Mo Shuawei had clearly revealed the combat power of a 4th-level advanced expert, but she was still beaten by Yichio and couldn't fight back. There's another thing, Yichio didn't seem to be level 39 before. At this moment, Yichio said with a smile, Instructor Mo, does this count as a victory for me? After taking a deep breath, Mo Shuawei sheathed her long sword and said, you win. This time, I really messed up. Mo Shuawei then said to Yichio, you can be exempted from basic training. However, you need to know one thing, if you encounter any problems while hunting beasts later and try to blame it on our mad wolf sanctuary, that won't work. After all, you were the one who voluntarily gave up basic training. Yichio nodded, of course I understand that, and I won't do anything disgusting. Alright, you can go back now. I'll talk to the Wild Wolf Commando this afternoon and give you the qualifications of a regular soldier. However, you'll still be living in this dormitory for the time being, but you can come and go as you please. Mo Shuawei's eyes also showed a hint of helplessness. She was a bit careless this time. She'll probably be punished soon. But Yichio's expression softened somewhat. He nodded and left. Time flew by, and it was afternoon. Yichio's bracelet rang. He opened his bracelet and found it was a notification from the shelter, informing him that he had now qualified as a true warrior and could freely enter and leave the shelter to hunt alien beasts. However, he is now a tier 3 warrior, and he needs 20,000 merit points every month. In other words, he needs to kill at least 20 tier 3 beasts. He can also convert them into other levels of beasts, but the number would be much greater. But for Yichio, this wasn't a particularly troublesome matter. For him, 23rd tier beasts were nothing. Yichio did not stay at the shelter any longer. After tidying up briefly, he prepared to venture deeper into the beast forest. After thinking for a moment, Yichio rode in the assault team's vehicle and arrived at the nearby shadow jungle. After all, his innate skill Dark Hour can only take effect here. After arriving at the shadow jungle, Yichio quickly packed up his equipment and replenished his rations at the market on the outskirts before heading in to hunt the alien beasts. Not long after Yichio went inside, he suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from the other side. Yichio frowned and saw that a group of disheveled superhumans had emerged from the depths of the forest. Upon seeing Yichio, the leader of the superhumans yelled at him, young man, you'd better get out of here right now. Yichio was taken aback. What happened? A terrifying beast has appeared in this beast forest. It possesses humanoid intelligence and knows how to deploy troops. The superhuman's eyes were filled with terror as he said, moreover, its strength is at the 5th level, and it appeared in the outer layer of the beast forest. We almost got killed by those beasts in the outer layer. If you can, don't stay in the shadow jungle. Hunt monsters anywhere, such as the misty forest or the green hills. Yichio's heart stirred slightly upon hearing his words. He strode over, handed over 2 ordinary recovery potions, and then asked, could you please provide more details about that strange beast? After the superhuman took the recovery potion from Yichio, he nodded and said, that's fine too. That beast should be a king-level beast. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a mutated version of the wind white ape, the storm white ape, and a king-level storm white ape at that. At first, our group spotted a few scattered white wind apes nearby and thought it was a small group, but when we followed them, we fell into their ambush. We were surrounded and attacked by the wind white ape and several earth violent apes, and even a herd of scaled deer attacked me. It was only because we had prepared spatial teleportation talismans that we barely managed to escape. Yichio's eyes held a hint of coldness. I see, I understand. The superhuman added, if you don't have 5th tier strength, you'd better leave here quickly. The outer part of the shadow jungle has become unsafe. Yichio smiled and said, don't worry, I'm fine. The superhuman's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you sure nothing's wrong? Young man, I don't think you have the strength of a 5th tier or higher, do you? Yichio just smiled and didn't say anything before turning around and entering the shadowy jungle. The superhuman wanted to call Yichio over, but he felt that Yichio's gaze was too persistent, so he didn't say much. He just sighed and left the shadow forest with his injured companions. After traveling for about 20 minutes, Yichio discovered a small group of strange beasts ahead. These strange beasts were a group of fire foxes, the strongest of which was only around level 30. However, for Yichio, it was a fairly suitable prey. He drew his cold moon frost blade and dashed forward. He was incredibly fast. He could take down a firefox in just 3 to 5 strikes. -1,000, -2,000, -1,200, -1,500. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 23 beast Firefox. You have gained 1150 experience points and 460 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 24 beast Firefox. You have gained 1200 experience points and 480 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 22 alien beast Firefox. You have gained 1100 experience points and 440 evolution points. A hint of anger flashed clearly in the eyes of the lead Firefox. It opened its mouth and spat out a fireball, which slammed towards Yichio. Yichio's eyes turned slightly cold, and he raised his hand, unleashing a flash of blade light. The frost moonblade, imbued with the power of frost, struck the fireball, extinguishing it instantly. Then Yichio sped up and rushed over, slashing the right shoulder of the leader Firefox. The lead Firefox's right shoulder burst open with blood, and it let out a mournful cry. Minus 2,300. Yichio leaped into the air and slashed down with his sword. The blow was powerful and heavy, and it directly severed the head of the leading Firefox. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 36 beast, Firefox. You have gained 1,800 experience points and 720 evolution points. The other Firefoxes were panicked and frightened, and prepared to scatter and flee. Yichio used the skill Gentle Breeze Possession to increase his speed and kill all the Firefoxes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 23 beast, Firefox. You have gained 1,150 experience points and 460 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 22 alien beast, Firefox. You have gained 1,100 experience points and 440 evolution points. These nearly 30 Firefoxes obviously brought him a lot of evolution points. Yichio roughly estimated that they should amount to around 15,000 points. Yichio also remembered that the Xianyuan fruit could evolve, so Yichio took out a Xianyuan fruit directly. System: consume 10,000 evolution points to evolve the Profound Origin fruit into a 5th tier spirit fruit. Ding! Consume 10,000 evolution points. The Profound Origin fruit has evolved into a 5th tier spirit fruit, the Mystic Origin fruit. Miraculous Essence fruit, a 5th tier spiritual fruit. After consumption, it randomly increases the user's attribute points by 10. A user can only consume it once in their lifetime. It can evolve, requiring 30,000 ability points. Yichio swallowed the wonderful essence fruit without any hesitation. Ding! Host has consumed a 5th tier spiritual fruit, the Myriad Essence fruit, increasing strength by 10 points. Yichio's heart stirred. The 5th tier spiritual fruit, the wonderful essence fruit, could increase his strength by 10 points. It's a pity that you can only consume one of these spiritual fruits at a time. After careful consideration, Yichio decided to use his infinite evolution talent to raise his basic attribute points to the highest possible level before advancing to the 7th rank. He then continued onward, preparing to explore the Shadow Jungle. His target was actually that 5th tier king level Storm White Ape. After traveling for about 2 hours and hunting down 20 or 30 scattered 3rd or 4th tier beasts along the way, Yichio heard the sounds of fighting ahead. I'll cover your retreat, you all run. Captain, we can't abandon you. Hurry up and get going, stop talking nonsense. Yichio's eyes flickered slightly. Without much thought, he released the skill Gentle Breeze Possession and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. In just a few dozen breaths, Yichio traversed hundreds of meters and saw the battlefield. A herd of scaly deer is attacking a 5-man squad. That group of scaled deer was quite strong. The leading scaled deer king had the strength of the 4th rank, and there were 3 scaled deer of the 4th rank beside him. In addition, the remaining 20 or so scaled deer were all of the 3rd rank. The 5-person team consisted of only the captain, a berserker, and an elemental mage who were at the 4th tier. The other 3 were at the 3rd tier, making them no match for the scaled deer. Everyone was stunned when Yichio appeared. The captain immediately said to the other team members, "You all need to leave with this young adventurer. I'll cover the rear." Yichio actually admired this captain quite a bit. He truly lived up to his responsibility to his team members, and he was indeed a brave man. However, Yichio gave a wry smile. "Is it possible that I came here to save you?" Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned for a moment, and doubt arose in their hearts. Yichio looked to be only 18 or 19 years old. He was clearly a young adventurer, at most a 3rd tier adventurer. How could he possibly deal with a group of scaled deer whose minimum tier was 3rd? Therefore, they all looked at each other with distrust. Yichio didn't waste any words. He drew the Holy Flame sword and rushed over in a flash. Seeing the obviously extraordinary equipment in Yichio's hands and his unusual speed, the members of this team of superhumans all showed surprise. Could they really need someone to save them this time? This is amazing. Hope shone in everyone's eyes, and the berserker, the squad leader, didn't waste any words. "Everyone, launch a counterattack immediately. This is our hope." Upon hearing this, the elemental mage unleashed an elemental chaos storm without hesitation. Red, cyan, yellow, and blue light swirled in the air, directly enveloping the 4th tier scaled deer king. Meanwhile, another assassin rushed forward and slashed at the neck of a 3rd tier scaled deer. Another female warrior wielding dual swords dodged and attacked a tier 3 scaled deer. The archers drew their bows and fired 3 or 4 arrows in quick succession. The berserker captain roared, raised his great axe, and charged towards the scaled deer king, who had just been stunned by the elemental chaos. Seeing that they had all become more determined, Yichio nodded in agreement. The members of this team are pretty good. When Yichio arrived in front of the 4th tier scaled deer king, he immediately used his skill, Peerless Sword Chi. Suddenly, streaks of fiery sword energy burst forth in the air, directly forcing the 4th tier scaled deer king into a retreat. Minus 2,000, 1,000, minus 1,200. Yichio only unleashed a dozen or so sword strikes, yet the 4th tier scaled deer king was covered in wounds, bleeding profusely. The scaled deer king knew that it was impossible to confront Yichio head-on at this moment. It let out a cry to the sky, and several 4th tier scaled deer around it instantly gathered around it. Then, a faint blue halo appeared on the bodies of these 4th tier scaled deer. Yichio knew knew that he absolutely could not let them successfully unleash the enhanced version of the Frost Ring, so he turned around and rushed to surround and kill them, interrupting the process. But the next instant, several more Tier 3 scaled deer charged over as if their lives depended on it. These 3 third-tier scaled deer emitted a ghostly blue glow. Yi Qiu's eyes hardened, and he raised his hand to unleash several sword energies. -1,000, -1,200, -2,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 24 scaled deer. You have gained 1,200 experience points and 480 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 23 scaled deer. You have gained 1,150 experience points and 460 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 22 scaled deer. You have gained 1,100 experience points and 440 evolution points. Yi Qiu killed nearly 10 third-tier scaled deer before finally reaching the scaled deer king. However, it was clear that the scaled deer king had realized that Yi Qiu was extraordinary. At this moment, it unleashed all its potential and had almost finished preparing the fused and advanced version of the Frost Ring move. A cold glint appeared in Yi Qiu's eyes as he took a deep breath. He leaped into the air and immediately activated his 3 major skills. Damage stacking, golden flame covering the blade. With the 3 skills combined, especially with Yi Qiu currently under the blessing of the talent skill Dark Moment, his attack directly shattered the huge blue frost ring and struck the scaled deer king on the head. -3,400. Then, Yi Qiu continued to release fiery sword energy, whittling down the health bars of these 4th-tier scaled deer. -2,000, -1,800, -1,300. Time flew by, and in the end, all 3 4th-tier scaled deer died at Yi Qiu's hands. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 41 scaled deer. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 43 scaled deer. You have gained 2,150 experience points and 860 evolution points. The 4th-tier scaled deer king was still putting up a stubborn resistance, but unfortunately, Yi Qiu's fiery sword energy sent it to its death. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 44 scaled deer king. You have gained 2,200 experience points and 880 evolution points. Just then, Yi Qiu suddenly heard a gasp from behind him. He turned his head and saw that 2 Tier 3 scaled deer had broken through the defenses of the melee professionals and were now attacking the archers who had been providing ranged attacks from the rear. Archers are inherently fragile, and now, gripping their daggers, they are barely managing to withstand the attacks of the 2 scaled deer kings, and are in dire straits. Without a second thought, Yi Qiu raised his hand and unleashed Shadow Blade Frenzy. -2,000, -1,200, -800, -1,200. 6 Shadow Blades shot out, causing massive damage to the 2 third-tier scaled deer. Then, Yi Qiu flashed out, and several more fiery sword energies shot out. This time, the 2 scaled deer died instantly. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 22 scaled deer. You have gained 1,100 experience points and 440 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 22 scaled deer. You have gained 1,100 experience points and 440 evolution points. Then, working with these people, they killed the remaining dozen or so scaled deer. After all the scaled deer died, the 5-man team relaxed instantly, collapsed to the ground, and began to pant heavily. Yi Qiu sheathed his sword, glanced at the superhumans on the ground, and casually said, "This time, all the spoils are mine. You guys shouldn't have any objections, right?" The leader of the superhuman squad, the Berserker, quickly got up and bowed to Yi Qiu, saying, "Senior, you saved us this time, so naturally we have no objections. Besides, you contributed at least 80% of the effort just now. Without you, we would have been dead long ago. These materials originally belonged to you." Yi Qiu nodded and went over there to collect some of the more important materials, including crystal cores. Then, Yi Qiu asked, "How did you get into such a sorry state because of these scaled deer? And we should only be on the outskirts of the forest right now, so how did you encounter this herd of scaled deer?" In fact, Yi Qiu also wanted to use them to find out what the so-called king-level storm white ape was all about. As expected, the captain, the Berserker, gave a wry smile and said, "This matter is indeed complicated. Several of us suspect that a sentient beast has emerged deep within this shadowy jungle." Yi Qiu's heart stirred quietly. Then, the Berserker pointed out something that didn't seem right. For example, the creatures that originally only operated in the middle layer of the forest have all come to the outer layer of the forest. Meanwhile, some strange beasts that we don't usually interact with suddenly band together to attack humans. For example, the scaled deer and the white ape of the wind. After listening to what they said, Yi Qiu was able to confirm that something had indeed happened in the jungle. The king-level storm white ape that those superhumans mentioned earlier might actually exist. So Yi Qiu nodded and said, "You should leave here quickly. This shadow jungle has become very dangerous, lest something happen to you." The Berserker captain became a little hesitant. After considering it for a moment, he said to Yi Qiu, "Senior, could you please do us a favor?" Yi Qiu frowned and said, "Just say what you have to say. Don't beat around the bush. I hate this kind of situation. The Berserker captain gave a wry smile and pleaded with Yi Qiu again. Senior, the outer edges of this shadow jungle have become unsafe. All 5 of us have suffered serious injuries. Even with healing and recovery potions, we cannot regain our strength in the short term. Could you please escort us out of the shadow jungle? Yi Qiu paused for a moment, then immediately shook his head and said, I have my own things to do and can't waste too much time. The Berserker captain gritted his teeth and said, please let me finish. We're willing to pay you, not so that you'll get nothing. Yi Qiu paused for a moment, rubbed his chin, and then asked, what are you willing to give me? The Berserker captain took a deep breath and said, our 5-man team has obtained something valuable during our deep exploration of the middle level of the Shadow Forest, a kind of heavenly spirit fruit that can increase random attribute points. After saying this, he took out a cloth bag from his storage bag. Then the Berserker captain opened the bag, which contained 6 round, green fruits, and said, based on our scanning, these 5 fruits should be the 3rd-tier spirit fruits, Azure Cloud fruits, which can increase a random attribute point by 3 points. Moreover, one advantage of Qingyun fruit is that it can be taken in combination. Each person can consume it twice in their lifetime. If you are truly willing to send us out, we are willing to give you all these Azure Cloud fruits. He really went all out. These 6 3rd-tier spirit fruits could fetch at least 5 million if sold. It seems to anyone that it's not worth it to just have Yi Qiu escort them out. However, the shadow jungle is now extremely dangerous, so it's not easy to simply judge whether it's worth it. Yi Qiu took out a fruit, confirmed it with his bracelet, and said, these 6 fruits are indeed precious. I won't take advantage of you. I'll give you the materials from those tier 3 scaled deer that I just obtained. These materials are worth about 1 million. In addition, I will transfer 2 million and another batch of tier 3 materials to you. Once we gather 5 million, we can consider it as buying your Azure Cloud fruit. The Berserker captain on the other side was stunned. This senior is such a kind person. Although he was a little conflicted, he couldn't resist the temptation and nodded. Okay. Yi Qiu gave them all the 3rd-tier materials he had promised and also transferred 2 million superpower coins to the Berserker captain. Only then did Yi Qiu finally obtain the 6 Azure Cloud fruits. Without thinking, he opened the system panel. Level, LV 3987%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, A rank, Lord of Shadows. Strength, 189 plus 55. Intelligence, 170 plus. Physical condition, 172 plus 5. Mental strength, 180 plus. Agility, 167 plus 25. Why not? Evolution points, 39880. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal skills, damage stacking, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection, basic skill, evolvable, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 200,000 evolution points. Shadow Sky Slash, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 300,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Moon Goddess's Ring, transcendent. Breeze Boots, excellent. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Brute Force Bracers, excellent. Gara Spirit Armor, excellent. Holy Flame Sword, excellent. Wolfbone Spirit Ring, excellent. Moon Goddess's Blessing, superior. Mighty Bracers, superior. Spirit Essence Fruit X1, 2nd-tier Spirit Fruit. Spirit Fruit of Spirit and Wisdom X3, 4th-tier Spirit Fruit. Potent Recovery Potion X5, 5th-tier Potion. Potent Healing Potion X5, 5th-tier Potion. Azure Cloud Fruit X5, 3rd-tier Spirit Fruit. It really is a 3rd-tier spiritual fruit, the Azure Cloud Fruit. Yi Qiu then said to the 5 people beside him, you should rest here for a while, take the healing and recovery potions, and then we'll continue our journey once you've gained some strength. The 5 people nodded in agreement. Seeing that he still had nearly 40,000 evolution points, Yi Qiu immediately prepared to purify the remaining spiritual fruits. First, he silently recited, consuming 20,000 evolution points, evolved the Spirit and Wisdom Fruit into a 5th-tier Spirit Fruit. Ding! Consumed 20,000 evolution points, evolved the Tier 4 Spirit Fruit of Spirit and Wisdom into a Tier 5 Spirit Fruit of Spirit and Wisdom Seed. Spiritual Seed of Spirit and Wisdom, a 5th-tier spiritual fruit. Upon consumption, it randomly increases the user's spiritual power or intelligence by 10 points. Each ability user can only use it once in their lifetime. It can evolve, requiring 50,000 evolution points. Without a second thought, Yi Qiu took out the fruit and swallowed it directly. Ding! Host has consumed the Spirit Seed of Spirit and Wisdom, spiritual power plus 10. Then, Yi Qiu asked the system, how many evolution points are needed to evolve the Azure Cloud Fruit into a 4th-tier Spirit Fruit? Ding! The host needs to consume 8,000 evolution points to evolve the Azure Cloud Fruit into a 4th-tier Spirit Fruit. This wasn't unacceptable, so Yi Qiu used 2 Qingyun fruits to evolve them into the 4th-tier Spirit Fruit, Xingxiao Fruit. Azure Cloud Fruit, a 4th-tier spiritual fruit. Upon consumption, it randomly increases the user's attribute points by 6. Then Yi Qiu swallowed 2 ordinary legendary Qingyun fruits. Ding! Host has consumed 2 Azure Cloud fruits, strength +3, spiritual power +3. Then Yichio swallowed 2 4th-tier spirit fruits, the Azure Cloud fruit. Ding! Host has consumed 2 Azure Cloud fruits, strength +6, intelligence +6. At this moment, Yichio's system panel has changed to level LV 3998%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, A rank, Lord of Shadows. Strength 187 + 55. Intelligence 176 +. Physical condition 172 + 5. Mental strength 193 +. Agility 167 + 25. Evolution points 15880. Talent skill Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal skills, damage stacking, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection, basic skill, evolvable, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 200,000 evolution points. Shadow Sky Slash, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 300,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Moon Goddess's Ring, transcendent. Breeze Boots, excellent. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Brute Force Bracers, excellent. Gara Spirit Armor, excellent. Holy Flame Sword, excellent. Wolfbone Spirit Ring, excellent. Moon Goddess's Blessing, superior. Mighty Bracers, superior. Spirit Essence Fruit X1, 2nd tier Spirit Fruit of Spirit and Wisdom X2, 4th tier Spirit Fruit. Potent Recovery Potion X5, 5th tier Potion. Potent Healing Potion X5, 5th tier Potion. Azure Cloud Fruit X2, 3rd tier Spirit Fruit. Yichio took a deep breath and asked the people behind him, "How are you all recovering?" Everyone chimed in. "That's about it. You've reached about 60% of your strength. I feel ready to fight. It should have recovered to about 70%. I can continue on my journey." Hearing that everyone was ready to go, Yichio nodded. "Then hurry up, I'll take you away from here." Yichio escorted them back along the same path he had come from. Since Yichio had already cleared that road, there were hardly any strange beasts around. Even if they do appear, they will only be some small 2nd or 3rd tier alien beasts, not very powerful, and the 5 of them could easily deal with them. So, it only took them 3 hours to reach the human settlement on the outskirts of the Shadow Jungle. The Berserker captain politely led the remaining 4 to thank Yichio. "Thank you, senior. If it weren't for you, we would be in danger." "Thank you." There were quite a few people around, and Yichio felt rather awkward. After nodding to them, he prepared to leave and continue exploring the Shadow Jungle. "That young man, they call you senior, are you very strong?" Just then, a sweet and lively girl's voice suddenly came from behind him. Upon hearing this, Yichio frowned and turned to look. A blonde girl dressed in a light gold mage's robe and holding a magnificent gold scepter stood behind him. Behind the blonde girl were 2 warriors who looked like bodyguards. Yichio glanced at the girl. She clearly had mixed-race features, but her face retained the gentle beauty of an Easterner, making her look very delicate. From my own perspective, even if she didn't become a superpowered individual, she could still live a good life as a celebrity. However, the blonde girl's previous tone had made Yichio somewhat unhappy. "Miss, what can I do for you?" The blonde girl curled her lips into a smile. "I'm still short of a bodyguard. If your strength is really as those people say, and you're a senior, then I'd like to recruit you into my team." Yichio frowned and asked again, "What are the benefits of joining your team?" The blonde girl said softly, "Joining my team comes with lots of benefits. Leaving aside everything else, I will give you 3 of the various iron talismans belonging to that legendary talisman master of our Mad Wolf Commando. These are the Vajra Talisman, the Blazing Fire Talisman, and the Wind Blade Talisman. You should know that if you were to sell these 3 iron talismans, they could fetch at least 1 or 2 million. Yichio glanced at the blonde girl. "You need to tell me, what level are these 3 iron talismans?" The blonde girl looked at Yichio as if he were an idiot. "1 million or 2 million iron talismans must be tier 3. Yichio chuckled and took out the Armored Horse Talisman and Wind Blade Talisman that Gu Yueling had given him before, which he hadn't completely used up. "This is something the person who invited me to join the team last time gave me, a 4th tier iron talisman. Can you afford it?" The blonde girl's face stiffened, and her tone suddenly turned cold. "Don't push your luck. Do you know who I am? I'm from the Light Adventurers Guild, and my father is the vice president of the Light Adventurers Guild." Yichio was amused by this. So he was a celestial dragon. However, Yichio really wasn't in the mood to waste any more words with this 2nd-generation female lead. He shook his head. "I have no interest in joining your team. You should go find someone else." The blonde girl was stunned. She had never experienced such a setback before. She was already quite angry at that moment, and ordered the people behind behind her, stop him. The two guards blocked Yichio from the left and right. Young superhuman, I advise you not to be ungrateful. Ungrateful? Yichio retorted angrily, who's ungrateful? One of the guards said. Quickly apologize to our young lady, then immediately undergo our assessment and join our hunting team. Otherwise, you're in for a beating. Out of caution, Yichio asked, how many people did you bring? Our hunting team includes 1 5th level ability user and 2 4th level ability users, as well as 6 3rd level advanced ability users. The guard said arrogantly, are you sure you can handle us all by yourself? Yichio did the math. It should be fine. Hearing this, the guard burst out laughing. What's wrong with you, kid? Are you sure you can handle a 5th tier ability user? I don't think you're that old. You're probably only around the 4th level at most, yet you dare to talk back to us like that. The blonde girl said, ah sure, stop wasting your breath on him. Even if he joins our hunting team, he'll still be a traitor. You too, just give him a good beating. After saying that, the blonde girl prepared to turn and leave. The two guards turned their cold gazes to Yichio, drew their long swords from their waists, and slowly walked towards him. Yichio's eyes flashed with disdain. That's ridiculous. After saying this, Yichio slowly drew his cold moonfrost blade. The two guards were stunned for a moment. None of them expected that Yichio would actually dare to fight back. One of the guards grinned maliciously and said, you dare to fight back, kid? You've got to be it. If I don't show you what the unpredictability of life is like later, I'm no longer a member of the Light Adventurers Guild. After saying this, he grabbed his knife and dashed out. But in the next instant, Yichio's figure flickered and disappeared from the spot, and he slashed out with his sword. He was incredibly fast, like a whirlwind. The guard didn't even see Yichio's movements clearly before he was stabbed in the chest and then kicked in the abdomen by Yichio, sending him flying more than 10 meters away. The other guard's expression changed slightly, but he had relatively rich combat experience. He gripped his long sword with both hands and slashed fiercely at Yichio. Unfortunately, Yichio easily blocked the attack with his cold moonfrost blade. Yichio rushed over and delivered another knee strike, sending the man flying. In the blink of an eye, the two guards were dead, while the blonde girl was still unaware of what had happened. After she had walked for a while, seeing that there was no sound coming from behind her, she turned around and looked back. When she saw that both of her guards had suffered a crushing defeat, her expression changed instantly. What you up to? Yichio sheathed his sword and said coldly, you should be glad that I'm not too willing to lay a hand on a woman. Otherwise, you wouldn't be any better off than them now. The blonde girl suddenly became an internet sensation. What a sharp-tongued brat. After saying this, she raised the golden scepter in her hand high, and a bright golden light appeared. The next instant, a golden ball of light shot directly towards Yichio. Yichio's eyes narrowed slightly, his tone icy. You forced me to do this. After saying this, Yichio flashed out and destroyed the golden ball of light with a single strike. Then, Yichio walked up to the blonde girl and threw a punch at her. The girl managed to block with the scepter in her hand, but she still staggered back several steps. Then Yichio's attacks came like a storm, and the girl was powerless to resist, taking several punches in quick succession. She spat out a mouthful of blood, retreated, her eyes filled with rage. Didn't you say you wouldn't lay a hand on a woman? Yichio sneered. You've already attacked me, so why shouldn't I attack you? Do you really think I'm a turtle? The blonde girl's face turned very pale. You bastard. She immediately activated a Vajra talisman and shouted, where is the Light Adventurers Guild? Where the people are? Get out here right now. Give this kid a good beating. Not long after, 2 more 4th tier experts and several 3rd tier experts arrived. The blonde girl paused for a moment, then asked, where is Uncle Wu? Isn't he here? One of the 4th tier experts, who was wearing armor, said, Uncle Wu went to the gathering place over there to eat. Miss, who bullied you? It's nothing. The blonde girl thought these people were enough to deal with Yichio, so she pointed at Yichio and said, give this kid a good beating. The 4th tier ability user turned his gaze to Yichio, a ruthless glint in his eyes. You dare lay a hand on our young lady? Do you have a death wish? Yichio chuckled. Your young lady is spoiled, domineering, and reckless. My attack on her was simply self-defense. Even if I take it to the shelter, no one can do anything to me. Are you trying to avenge her? The 4th tier ability user gave a cold laugh. You've got a sharp tongue, haven't you? Unfortunately, if you upset our young lady, you're finished. After saying this, he roared, and a faint golden phantom enveloped his body. Grade B superpower, Vajra shield. Then, this 4th tier ability user, whose entire body was radiating golden light, pulled out a large axe and charged towards Yichio. Although Yichio was not currently blessed by the dark hour, his overall strength was still greater than that of an ordinary 4th tier ability user. He simply flashed forward, drew his cold moonfrost blade, and arrived in front of the 4th tier expert. At the same time, he also unlocked his 5 major skills: damage stacking, frost blade storm, peerless sword chi. A gentle breeze has possessed me. With the support of these 5 skills, Yichio's overall strength has soared to a new level. He's practically invincible at the 4th tier. In fact, in order to get rid of this person as soon as possible and also to make an example of him, Yichio jumped up and suddenly unleashed a powerful move, Shadow Sky Slash. A flash of silvery purple light. The 4th tier ability user only felt an unparalleled sharpness sweep past. Then, a huge gap
gash appeared in the folds of his armor, and blood gushed out. The 4th tier ability user staggered back a few steps, then he couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood. How is this possible? Not only can my Vajra shield not protect me, but my superior grade armor can't protect me either. Just how terrifying was your attack? Are you perhaps a 5th tier expert? Even the 4th tier ability user could hardly believe it. Yi Qiu sneered coldly, just a frog in a well. Do you still want to attack me? What do you want to do? The others shrank back somewhat. It should be noted that even Uncle Wu, the 5th level ability user they were familiar with, was unable to directly defeat the 4th level ability user in front of them. Yi Qiu's strength is even more terrifying than Uncle Wu's. How could they dare to make a move? Some people even swallowed hard, not knowing what to do for a long time. At this moment, the blonde girl became an internet sensation. Don't you know how to attack in a group? At worst, I'll call Uncle Wu right away. You guys just hold out until he gets here, right? A bunch of useless trash. Yi Qiu gave a cold sneer and said, if you want to work together, you can work together. However, in the end, it will still be you who lose, not me. Seeing that Yi Qiu was still being stubborn, the blonde girl became furious. All of you, attack, attack. Whoever captures this kid will be rewarded with 1 million superpower coins. The remaining 4th tier ability user and several 3rd tier ability users exchanged glances, then rushed towards Yi Qiu without saying a word. The 4th tier ability user leading the group roared, and a layer of golden light emanated from his body. A-level superpower, Paladin. The next instant, the greatsword in his hand slashed down in front of Yi Qiu. Unfortunately, Yi Qiu was still under the buff of his previous skills, so dealing with him, a mere 4th tier powerhouse, was a piece of cake. Yi Qiu gripped the cold moon frost blade and charged out in the blink of an eye, parrying the sword with lightning speed. Then, he kicked the 4th level ability user away. Meanwhile, the other 4 3rd tier ability users roared and unleashed their strongest attacks. One of the 3rd tier ability users instantly transformed into a lizard man, spitting out a ball of green light, which then slammed directly into Yi Qiu. Unfortunately, Yi Qiu effortlessly destroyed the green orb with a single icy blade strike. Another 3rd tier ability user let out a roar, his muscles bulging all over his body. He was clearly pursuing the path of physical enhancement in his ability. That wasn't all. Blood-red flames instantly ignited on his fist, and then he swung his fist violently, smashing it towards Yi Qiu's head. Yi Qiu didn't even bother to use his knife, and simply threw out his left fist. His own strength had already reached a terrifying level, and this punch easily sent this physical enhancement ability user flying. The remaining 3rd tier ability user and another 3rd tier ability user exchanged glances. One of them suddenly took out an iron talisman, and in the next instant, 3 wind blades shot towards Yi Qiu in succession. Yi Qiu felt a slight chill, and his icy blade energy swept out, directly annihilating the 3 wind blades. But the next instant, a dark figure pounced from his left side. The figure was covered by a golden shield, clearly indicating that it had used a 3rd tier Vajra talisman. Yi Qiu's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he unleashed his skill, Shadow Blade Frenzy. 6 shadowy blades appeared in the air and shot towards the 3rd tier ability user who had launched the sneak attack at an extremely fast speed. The 3rd tier ability user's expression changed, but he still chose to trust his Vajra shield. However, when the 6 shadowy blades touched the golden shield, the reality was not as he had imagined. The golden shield was instantly shattered by the 6 shadow blades. Even though the power of the 6 shadow blades was not completely neutralized, they tore through his armor and left several bloody gashes on his body. The man staggered and fell to the ground, completely unable to fight back. The blonde girl was stunned. She couldn't believe that Yi Qiu could so easily defeat a 4th tier and 4 3rd tier ability users. Could this young man be a 5th tier expert? The blonde girl swallowed hard, a hint of panic flashing in her eyes. She gritted her teeth and said to Yi Qiu, I've already informed Uncle Wu. I'm telling you, if you dare lay a hand on me, you're finished. Yi Qiu chuckled and said, someone like you, an arrogant and domineering young lady who doesn't know anything, you really need to be taught a lesson, otherwise you won't even know what it means to be a human being. After saying this, Yi Qiu rushed over and knocked her to the ground with a single punch. Seeing that the blonde girl had only taken one punch, Yi Qiu shook his head dismissively. After doing all this, Yi Qiu slowly entered the shadowy jungle amidst the awe-inspiring gazes of the surrounding superhumans. Less than half an hour later, a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s arrived from the direction of the human settlement. He was wearing a set of superior-grade armor, and none of his equipment was below the finest level. Moreover, judging from his aura, he was clearly a 5th-tier expert. Young miss? The middle-aged man's expression changed instantly when he saw the unconscious blonde girl on the ground and her other unconscious companions. Enraged, he rushed to the blonde girl and gave her a recovery potion. After waiting for a few minutes, the golden-haired girl finally woke up. The middle-aged man then asked, Miss, what's going on here? Who started this conflict with us? Was it the Dark Adventurers Guild? The blonde girl shook her head, her face full of resentment. It's a strange boy. He looks about 17 or 18 years old, but he's very strong. His appearance is probably. The blonde girl described Yi Qiu's appearance, then said to
to the middle-aged man. Uncle Wu, you must help me avenge this. I can't swallow this insult. He injured many of my brothers. You must take him down. The middle-aged man surnamed Wu nodded, his eyes also burning with anger. Don't worry, miss, I'll go and bring that brat back right away. If we don't avenge this humiliation, then our Light Adventurers Guild should cease to exist. After saying that, he asked a few more passers-by and chased after Yichio in the direction he had left. At this moment, on the outskirts of the shadowy jungle, Yichio walked for a while but did not encounter any herds of strange beasts. He still had some doubts. No, could it be that the king-level storm white ape integrated all the alien beasts together? But it's only a 5th-tier beast, it shouldn't be this bad. A tiger's roar suddenly came from ahead. Yichio's heart stirred. Is this a tiger-like beast? Tiger-type mythical beasts are considered relatively strong among the mythical beast groups, generally possessing strength around the 4th or 5th tier. Sure enough, the bushes in front of them parted the next moment, and a magnificent tiger with a powerful posture and glossy fur pounced out. It squinted at Yichio, its eyes revealing a human-like thoughtfulness. Yichio could also tell that this was a 5th-tier exotic beast. However, this 5th-tier tiger did not seem to think that Yichio could pose a threat to it and pounced forward to kill Yichio. It was extremely fast, and the gust of wind it generated swept across our faces. Yichio's eyes turned slightly cold as he drew his sword and unleashed a slash. The blade flashed brilliantly, like a shooting star streaking across the sky. Yichio dodged the attack, and the 5th-level tiger immediately had a bloody gash on its shoulder. -2000. The 5th-tier tiger roared, its bright yellow beast eyes filled with murderous intent. That damned two-legged beast dared to hurt it, damn it. The next instant, a pale golden light emanated from the 5th-tier tiger, and its furry skin suddenly revealed a metallic luster. If Yichio had systematically learned some knowledge about exotic beasts, he would have been able to recognize that this 5th-tier tiger was a powerful exotic beast called the Vajra tiger. Its innate skill is Vajra body. In this situation, the Vajra tiger's defensive capabilities increase exponentially, making it difficult for even ordinary 5th-tier ability users to break through its defenses. It can be considered a top-tier defensive talent skill among 5th-tier beasts. But Yichio's eyes remained calm and indifferent. He took a deep breath and activated 2 skills. Frost Blade Storm. In Yichio's eyes, with the support of these 2 skills, he could completely deal with the 5th-tier tiger in front of him. The moment the skill was activated, Yichio rushed out. He took a dozen steps forward, then suddenly jumped up and slashed down with his sword. With the great strength skill added, this strike was incredibly powerful. But Yichio looked down on the 5th-tier tiger and charged straight at it. The blade made contact with the 5th-tier Vajra tiger. The sound it produced was a crisp, metallic clang, like the clashing of metal. Yichio's eyes showed surprise. That strike of his was already quite powerful. Unexpectedly, this 5th-tier tiger is quite interesting. He raised his hand and cast a detection spell over there. King Kong Tiger, level 52, a powerful metal attribute beast possessing 2 major skills, King Kong Body and Gung Metal Chi. It can be hunted by mid-level 5th-tier combat type ability users. Yichio finally understood why this 5th-tier tiger was so difficult to deal with. Beasts with 2 innate skills are already extremely rare, and they are usually very gifted. Yichio took a deep breath and activated the 2 skills, Peerless Sword Chi and Damage Stacking. Then, Yichio continued to fight the 5th-tier Vajra tiger. A little further away, a middle-aged man surnamed Wu watched the battle with a deep, melancholic gaze. He naturally recognized that the boy fighting the 5th-tier Vajra tiger was the bastard the young lady had mentioned. However, the very cautious middle-aged man surnamed Wu was unwilling to go directly and take the risk. We're still planning to wait until Yichio and King Kong Tiger have been locked in combat for a while and have used up some of their strength before he takes action to resolve the situation. Before he knew it, 3 minutes had passed, and Yichio was getting really angry at this 5th-tier Vajra tiger, which was practically made of steel. He took a deep breath, seized an opportunity, and suddenly slashed forward with a silver-purple arc of light. Shadow Slash. A look of terror flashed in the eyes of the 5th-tier Vajra tiger. Without thinking, it exhaled a breath of pale golden air. This pale golden aura is also the ultimate talent skill of the 5th-tier Vajra tiger, Gung Metal Chi. However, even this indestructible Gangjin Chi could not break through the Shadow Void Slash that was unleashed under the enhancement of Yichio's several skills. A piercing screeching sound came from the air. The silver-purple light fell upon the 5th-tier Vajra tiger. Its pale golden fur was cut open in the blink of an eye, and blood gushed out. -6000. Yichio didn't waste any more words. He reached for a wind blade talisman hanging at his waist with his left hand and released it in an instant. 3 enormous wind blades swept out in succession. This time, Yichio really made up his mind and used up the wind blade talisman worth hundreds of thousands all at once. These 3 wind blades also left 3 huge bloody marks on the body of the Vajra tiger. -1800, -2000, -1600. In the next instant, Yichio pounced forward, a protective shield of Vajra talisman covering his body, and unleashed dozens more icy blade energies. The 5th-tier Vajra tiger, driven mad by pain, kept slapping Yichio with its paws, but it couldn't break through through the Vajra talisman's protective shield. Instead, it took more than a dozen icy blade energies. -1000, -1200, -1400, -1200. Finally, under Yichio's relentless attacks, the 5th-tier Vajra tiger was beheaded by Yichio with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 52 presale Vajra tiger. You have gained 2,600 experience points and 1040 evolution points. Yichio also let out a heavy sigh. Before he could even take out the recovery potion and swallow it to replenish his energy, he suddenly turned his gaze behind him, then squinted and said, "Who goes there? Show yourself." Then, Yichio quickly switched the potion to a potent recovery potion, then sheathed the cold moon frost blade and drew the bloodthirsty berserker blade. "You little rascal, I didn't realize you were so rich." A gloomy voice came from behind. Then, Yichio saw a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s push aside the dense bushes and slowly walk out. "In my opinion, you have at least 3 pieces of superior grade equipment." A glint of greed flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. Yichio squinted and said, "You have detection skills?" "Ha ha ha, absolutely." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Kid, if you're willing to hand over all your equipment, crystal cores, and materials, I might spare your life." Yichio raised the bloodthirsty blade, his fingers subtly brushing against the bracelet, and asked in a cold voice, "Who sent you? Looks like you're unwilling to give it." The middle-aged man sneered, "Then I wouldn't mind letting you, a dying man, understand something. The person who sent me is the daughter of the vice president of our Light Adventurers Guild. However, she only wanted me to capture you and take you back. But after seeing your equipment today, I want to leave you here forever." Having figured things out a bit, Yichio was amused. "Trying to lay a hand on me? Don't you even know your own limitations? You may have defeated the powerful 5th-tier Vajra tiger, but you should know that I am a level 56 ability user, and an S-rank ability user at that, the owner of the Savage Warrior." The middle-aged man sneered, "I could hunt down that 5th-tier Vajra tiger even more easily than you, and you've already expended some of your strength. If you face me, you will surely die. I'll ask you one last time, will you hand over your equipment, crystal cores, and materials?" Yichio shook his head. "Stop talking nonsense and just get to work. Don't waste my time." The middle-aged man's eyes darkened, and he pulled out a short axe, rushing towards Yichio at lightning speed. At this point, some wild animal characteristics also appeared on his body. For example, his canine teeth protrude, and there is faint hair on his body. This is also a characteristic that he reveals when his S-class superpower Savage Warrior is activated. Yichio's eyes remained calm and expressionless. "A gentle breeze has possessed me. Bloodlust and fury. The 2 skills are combined with the previous No Dark Hour and Great Strength. Yichio now possesses the power to directly confront the man, a level 56 ability user. At the same time, he also activated the Vajra talisman. He was enveloped in a pale pinkish gold halo. A Vajra talisman, and a 4th-tier Vajra talisman at that. A hint of surprise flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes, but he then grinned maliciously and said, "So what if it's a 4th-tier Vajra talisman? It won't last more than a few seconds against me." He swung his short axe directly at the pale golden light shield around Yichio. A piercing sound rang out. The immense force clashed with the pale golden light shield constructed from the Vajra talisman. Even under the protection of the pale golden light shield, Yichio did not forget to launch attacks. Strands of blood-red sword energy shot towards the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man sneered and actually withstood all the sword energy. Yichio also noticed something. A faint dark golden light seemed to be shining on the soft armor he was wearing. Clearly, this middle-aged man had used a skill attached to his soft armor. When Yichio's sword energy encountered this layer of dark golden light, it was unable to cause any harm to the middle-aged man. They couldn't even get through his armor. Yichio wasn't surprised. It's normal for a middle-aged man to possess superior grade equipment as a 5th-tier powerhouse. Without hesitation, he took out another wind blade talisman and released it. 3 more wind blades shot out in quick succession. The middle-aged man's eyes hardened, and he swung his short axe fiercely. The terrifying power clashed with the wind blade. In just a moment, the 3 wind blades that came one after another were completely destroyed. Yichio didn't expect the attack unleashed by the 4th-tier iron talisman to have any effect on the middle-aged man. All he knew was that he could stall for as long as possible. The middle-aged man also sensed Yichio's intention, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. "You want to drag out my skill until the end? Unfortunately, even after my skills are finished, you are still no match for me." He roared to the sky, and in the next instant, his already savage appearance underwent a second transformation. This time, the hair growing on his body had a faint golden glow, and blood-red markings appeared on his body. This is the innate skill attached to his S-class superpower Savage Warrior, Savage God's Blessing. This is an all-around enhancement skill. In this state, the middle-aged man's strength will increase by 20%, approaching the strength of a level 50 Esper. Yichio's expression changed slightly. Without any hesitation, he used the skill attached to the brute force bracers. Gravity control. The next instant, the middle-aged man felt his body stagger. He seemed to have lost control of his body. A sense of crisis rose in my heart. The next instant, instant, Yichio narrowed his eyes and charged forward. In just 3 seconds, the bloodthirsty blade in his hand slashed nearly 30 times. The middle-aged man immediately suffered considerable injuries, with blood gushing from his waist and shoulders where the soft armor could not protect him. 3 seconds later, the middle-aged man felt he could control his body again. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes as he grabbed his axe and prepared to charge forward. Yichio looked up and let out a terrifying wolf howl. The middle-aged man felt dizzy and his mind trembled violently. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yichio suddenly pounced forward and slashed at his throat with a knife. The middle-aged man collapsed to the ground. Yichio gave him a cold look but did not collect his storage bag and equipment. Instead, he went to the dead Vajra tiger and prepared to dig out the crystal core to take away the materials. But at this moment, Yichio suddenly noticed that there seemed to be a scroll under the golden tiger. Yichio's eyes lit up slightly. Without even thinking, he quickly walked over and picked up the scroll. Yichio also cast a detection spell over there. Low-level skill scroll. Tear it up to use it. The user will gain a random low-level skill. Yichio's eyes immediately lit up. It's a low-level skill scroll. He took a deep breath and without thinking, tore it open. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the low-level skill Diamond Shield. Diamond Shield, low-level skill, consumes 5% of mental energy. With a thought, it summons a diamond shield to protect the host. The shield's maximum damage resistance cannot exceed the host's maximum attack power, and it lasts for 3 seconds. The host can use it 3 times per day. Yichio's eyes secretly held a hint of surprise. Defensive skills are one of the skills I'm relatively lacking. He took a deep breath and brought up the system panel. Level, LV 48%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, A rank, Lord of Shadows. Strength, 191 plus 55. Intelligence, 180 plus. Physical condition, 176 plus 5. Mental strength, 197 plus. Agility, 170 plus 25. Evolution points, 12880. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal skills, damage stacking, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection technique, basic skill, evolvable, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 200,000 evolution points. Shadow Sky Slash, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 300,000 evolution points. Vajra Shield, basic skill, requires 2,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Moon Goddess's Ring, transcendent. Breeze Boots, excellent. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Brute Force Bracers, excellent. Gara Spirit Armor, excellent. Holy Flame Sword, excellent. Wolfbone Spirit Ring, excellent. Moon Goddess's Blessing, superior. Mighty Bracers, superior. Spirit Essence Fruit X1, second tier Spirit Fruit of Spirit and Wisdom X2, 4th tier Spirit Fruit. Potent Recovery Potion X5, 5th tier Potion. Potent Healing Potion X5, 5th tier Potion. Azure Cloud Fruit X2, 3rd tier Spirit Fruit. A hint of joy flashed in Yichio's eyes. I've advanced to the 4th rank. However, after entering the 4th tier, the base attribute points that can be increased with each level will be much higher than those of other ability users of the same level. Ordinary intermediate level ability users, that is, those at the 4th to 6th tier, receive a guaranteed increase of 10 attribute points for each level they advance. For each level up, I can gain at least 10 to 14 attribute points. However, the amount of experience points required has also become enormous. After a moment's thought, Yichio silently recited, consume 2,000 evolution points to evolve the basic skill Vajra Shield. Ding! Host has consumed 2,000 evolution points to purify the basic skill Vajra Shield into the intermediate skill Vajra Realm. Diamond Realm, intermediate skill, consumes 5% of your mental energy. With a single thought, you can summon a Vajra barrier to protect the host. The barrier can withstand attacks up to 110% of the host's attack power. Can be summoned 3 times per day. Can evolve, requiring 30,000 evolution points. It seems we'll have to wait until later to evolve it into an advanced skill. Yichio doesn't have enough evolution points right now. Then, Yichio directly used Blessing of the Moon Goddess. Today he has used various skills nearly 10 times, and his mental energy is almost exhausted. If he didn't use the Blessing of the Moon Goddess to restore his mental strength, Yichio felt he might suffer brain death. Before long, he noticed that his body was covered in a silvery halo. Yichio felt his mental strength slowly recovering, so he took out another potent healing potion and swallowed it. 20 minutes later, his mental energy was replenished, and his injuries and depleted physical strength were fully restored. Yichio took a deep breath, hesitating whether or not to venture deeper into the shadowy forest. On this outer layer, he encountered a 5th tier Vajra tiger. Will 6th tier beasts appear in the middle level? After careful consideration, Yichio finally decided to give it a try. Take a gamble, and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. Yichio continued forward. After traveling for more than 4 hours, Yichio had entered the middle level of the shadow jungle. In the 4 hours that followed, episode, Ichio only hunted down 20 or 30 third and second tier alien beasts, and even 7 or 8 blind first tier alien beasts. He was a little depressed. How come we've already reached the middle level and still haven't encountered any powerful beast packs? Hiss. Suddenly, he heard a hissing sound coming from ahead. Ichio's eyes turned slightly cold, and he immediately slowed his pace. But after listening for a while, he realized that the hissing sound was coming from a distance. After hesitating for a moment, Ichio still went over. He parted the bushes and found a clearing in front of him. On the open ground, 2 groups of strange beasts faced off. One side consisted of a group of white apes of the wind, while the other side was a swarm of snakes led by a giant white serpent. Ichio was taken aback. It's important to know that, unless they are the kind of beasts that are on the food chain, there is almost never a situation of confrontation or fighting among the beasts. What's going on here? Ichio held his breath, crouched down, and secretly observed. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the shadowy jungle, a group of people slowly walked to the vicinity of the place where Ichio had previously hunted down the Vajra tiger. In the center of the group was a striking blonde girl, but the blonde girl's eyes looked quite tense, even a little uneasy. Uncle Wu must have been here earlier, she said hesitantly. The leader, a 5th tier ability user, asked seriously, "Are you sure old Wu is around here?" "Wait, everyone, look ahead." Suddenly, one of the superhumans turned his gaze forward. Everyone turned their attention to that spot and saw a huge tiger carcass, and next to the tiger's corpse, there seemed to be a person lying down. These people rushed over immediately. When they saw the body of the middle-aged man surnamed Wu, the expressions of the group changed. The blonde girl covered her mouth, her eyes reddening. What happened? What happened to Uncle Wu? Everyone's eyes were filled with tension. The 5th level ability user bent down and examined the corpse of the middle-aged man surnamed Wu. His expression turned extremely grim. There were no bite marks or claw marks, and there were marks resembling knife wounds, the fatal wound being a knife wound to the throat. The person who killed Lao Wu was a human with superpowers. Upon hearing this, the people around him were filled with anger. At that moment, the blonde girl suddenly said, "It must be that kid." The 5th tier ability user frowned slightly and then carefully inquired about the situation of the boy from the blonde girl. After listening for a while, the 5th tier ability user exhaled and said, "If Lao Wu really did chase after that boy in the end, it's highly likely that the boy was the one who did it." Indignation was evident in everyone's eyes. One of them shouted, "We have to catch that guy, old Wu can't have died in vain." "That's right, we want revenge." Some of them had even been brutally beaten by Ichio earlier, making them even more agitated. "Revenge. We must have our revenge. This kid has to be killed." All right, calm down. Revenge is definitely necessary, but we can't be reckless." The 5th tier ability user calmed everyone down and then said, "What we need to do now is have our people guard all the exits of the Shadow Forest. Once that kid leaves here, we'll follow him immediately and notify the Mad Wolf Sanctuary at the same time." This 5th tier ability user knew very well. Ichio is quite strong. Rashly confronting him would definitely result in death. It would be better to let the Wild Wolf Sanctuary send someone to deal with him. The blonde girl naturally understood this, so even though she was extremely angry and wanted to grind Ichio to dust, she could only nod and agree. "Okay, I'll send someone to inform my father right away and have him mobilize the manpower." And that 5th tier ability user also said, "In addition, it would be best to deploy a group of mechanical birds to monitor the area. That would be much more convenient." Meanwhile, Ichio was deep in the shadowy forest, waiting for the 2 strange beasts to make their move. In that brief moment, he also realized why these 2 seemingly unrelated groups of strange beasts would attack each other. The reason is simple. There is a rare and precious plant nearby. It was a large blue flower growing on a rock. It didn't have much energy fluctuation, it just emitted a bluish glow. And because of the angle, Ichio hadn't noticed it yet, so he didn't realize that the 2 strange beasts were confronting each other for this spiritual treasure. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the white snake beast looked at the Wind White Ape King gesturing back and forth, its eyes still cold. The Wind White Ape King felt that it could not communicate with the snake, so it took the initiative to attack. It roared, its body enveloped in azure energy, and with incredible speed, it led several 4th tier wind apes behind it towards the 5th tier white snake. That's right, the leaders of both of these beast groups are 5th tier beasts. Even at this moment, Ichio wasn't confident he could kill all of these strange beasts. The giant white serpent was clearly not to be trifled with. It exhaled a breath of icy frost and, along with several large serpents behind it, charged at the wind-born white apes. The giant white serpent clashed with the white ape king of wind, their frost breaths and wind blades swirling in the air. Ichio remained hidden in the shadows. He also had another idea in his mind. If I use hidden at this moment and attach the jade horse talisman, I can just reach the big blue flower, and even have time to escape. Should we take this job or not? Ichio had a bit of a headache. After some hesitation, Ichio gritted his teeth and decided to give it a try. He took a deep breath, took out the jade horse talisman, used it, activated gentle breeze possession, and used the talent skill shadow concealment. The next instant, his body blended into the shadows, silently and rapidly moving towards the large blue flower. flower. Yichio was moving extremely fast at this moment. After all, he had used a 4th-tier armored horse talisman combined with gentle breeze possession. In just a few breaths, Yichio had covered a distance of nearly 20 meters. In a few breaths, Yichio instantly arrived beside the large flower, then ripped it off and left at lightning speed. Not long after, only 3 to 5 minutes later, Yichio heard a terrifying roar coming from behind. Both the snake swarm and the white ape swarm have gone mad, especially the giant white snake and the white ape king of the wind. Both sides suspected that the other side sent a strange beast to steal the big blue flower, and they fought fiercely. To use Yichio's words, that is, his brain was almost knocked out. However, Yichio didn't pay much attention to anything and quickly fled in the opposite direction. After all, Yichio was no match for those two groups of strange beasts. If they really get caught up, that would be a real mess. Yichio ran for more than half an hour before he was sure that he was safe behind him. After that, Yichio found a big tree and jumped up. After confirming that there were no problems around, Yichio took out the large blue flower he had obtained earlier. Then Yichio cast a detection spell over there. Blue Mountain Lotus, a 6th-tier spiritual herb. Consuming it randomly increases the user's attribute points by 50. It can evolve, requiring 500,000 evolution points. Yichio swallowed. Good heavens! After consuming it, the user will randomly gain 50 attribute points. It's important to understand that for ordinary 4th to 6th tier ability users, 50 attribute points are equivalent to a difference of 5 levels. Yichio took a deep breath and carefully put the Blue Mountain Lotus back into his storage bag. He certainly wouldn't be willing to swallow it directly like that. If possible, Yichio would choose to evolve it into a 7th tier spirit herb before consuming it. By then, Yichio will at least have a guaranteed increase of over 100 attribute points. However, Yichio suddenly remembered something else. Since the innate ability of infinite evolution can evolve everything he imagines, can he purify his attribute points? After considering it for a moment, Yichio directly asked the system, "System, can I use the infinite evolution ability to evolve my attribute points?" Ding! The host can choose to use unlimited evolution ability points to evolve attribute points. Yichio's heart stirred, and he immediately opened the system panel. Level, LV 48%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, A rank, Lord of Shadows. Strength, 191 plus 55. Intelligence, 180 plus. Physical condition, 176 plus 5. Mental strength, 197 plus. Agility, 170 plus 25. Evolution points, 10880. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal skills, damage stacking, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection technique, basic skill, evolvable, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 200,000 evolution points. Shadow Sky Slash, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 300,000 evolution points. Vajra Shield, basic skill, requires 2,000 evolution points. Fresh Blood Gushed Out. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Moon Goddess's Ring, transcendent. Breeze Boots, excellent. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Brute Force Bracers, excellent. Gara Spirit Armor, excellent. Holy Flame Sword, excellent. Wolfbone Spirit Ring, excellent. Moon Goddess's Blessing, superior. Mighty Bracers, superior. Spirit Essence Fruit X1, 2nd tier Spirit Fruit of Spirit and Wisdom X2, 4th tier Spirit Fruit, Potent Recovery Potion X4, 5th tier Potion, Potent Healing Potion X4, 5th tier Potion, Azure Cloud Fruit X2, 3rd tier Spirit Fruit, Blue Mountain Lotus X1, 6th tier Spirit Herb. Yichio directly tried clicking on the Strength tab. Strength, 191 plus 55, can evolve, already evolved once, requires 100,000 evolution points. It actually opens. However, when Yichio saw the evolution points required later, he fell silent for a moment. I do seem to have evolved my strength attribute once before, but why does it cost so many evolution points the second time? Left with no other choice, Yichio could only open another section. Intelligence, 180 plus, can evolve, requires 10,000 evolution points. Yichio's heart stirred slightly, and he silently muttered, "Consume 10,000 evolution points, evolve." Ding! The host's intelligence attribute has evolved, increasing by 1%. Intelligence attribute is now 189 points. Yichio paused for a moment, then clicked on the intelligence section again. Intelligence, 189 plus, can evolve, already evolved once, requires 100,000 evolution points. Yichio finally understood that his attribute points could be strengthened, or rather, evolved, but the required evolution points were enormous. It's much faster to level up and evolve your equipment and skills by fighting monsters on your own. So after considering it for a while, Yichio decided not to consider evolution attributes anymore. He would only consider it if he suddenly had a lot of evolution points left. Yichio decided to rest there, and less than an hour later, it was midnight. About 15 minutes later, Yichio, who was in a light sleep, suddenly heard a hissing sound coming from ahead. Is it that group of snake-like beasts that came looking for us before? Yi Chio's eyes immediately lit up. Hopefully, those group of wind apes will be able to put in a good job and at least severely damage these snake-like beasts. If that happens, I can take advantage of the situation and gain a large number of attribute points. After all, there were nearly 1 or 200 snake-like beasts just now, including some high-level snake-like beasts of the 3rd and 4th tiers. He took a deep breath, drew the holy flame sword, and was ready to act at any moment. Before long, a huge white snake coiled up in front of them. Yi Chio recognized that this giant white snake was the same 5th-tier white snake that had confronted the White Ape King of Wind earlier. At this moment, the giant white snake was clearly in poor condition. Its scales were damaged in several places, and its body was stained with mottled bloodstains. A section of its tail was also broken off. However, its overall aura was still relatively stable, and it could not be considered seriously injured. The swarm of snakes behind it was nearly 1/6 fewer than the ones Yi Chio had seen before. Clearly, the real problem lies with the White Ape King of the Wind. Yi Chio held his breath and waited silently for the giant white snake to approach. His task now is to kill this giant white snake instantly. Otherwise, he will get into a very troublesome situation. After all, these 200+ 3rd and 4th tier snake-like beasts are not to be trifled with. Under the control of this giant serpent king, their danger will increase exponentially. When the giant white snake was almost near Yi Chio moved. He suddenly jumped down from the tree and immediately activated his 5 skills. Gentle breeze, immense strength, peerless sword chi, golden flame blade, damage stacking. Then, Yi Chio unleashed his strongest single-target attack skill that he could currently use, Silver Sky Slash. A silver-purple arc of light shot towards the giant white snake's vital spot like a shooting star. Because of Yi Chio's special ability Lord of Shadows, which allows him to blend into the darkness and reduce his presence, the giant white snake even ignored Yi Chio's existence. It wasn't until Yi Chio landed that it realized the enemy had appeared. Caught off guard, the giant white snake had no chance to react and was struck directly in its vital spot by Yi Chio's Shadow Void Slash. -8,000. Fresh blood spurted out. A sharp pain shot through me. The giant white snake seemed to be moving around in place like a madman, and a hint of ferocity and hatred appeared in its eyes. The next instant, it opened its mouth wide and spewed a breath of icy cold air at Yi Chio. Without any hesitation, Yi Chio looked up and let out a howl like that of a wild wolf. Skill, Wolf Howl. The roar immediately startled the surrounding snakes. Without hesitation, Yi Chio unleashed Shadow Blade Frenzy and a second Shadow Sky Slash. The 6 shadow blades struck the giant white serpent, inflicting 6 wounds on its body. -1,000, -1,400, -1,200, -1,600, -800, -1,800. Yi Chio's second strike, Shadow Void Slash, also severed the neck of the giant white snake. However, as the saying goes, even a centipede with 100 legs does not die easily. Even under these circumstances, the giant white snake did not die immediately. It struggled in place for a while before finally dying. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 54 king-level beast, the Frost White Serpent. You have gained 2,700 experience points and 1080 evolution points. Yi Chio's lips curled up slightly. Then, without thinking, Yi Chio launched a frenzied attack on the 2nd, 3rd, and even 4th-order snake-like beasts around him that were still in a stiff state. In those few seconds, he unleashed dozens of fiery sword energies and released Shadow Blade Frenzy twice. -1,000, -1,200, -1,400. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 36 mutated beast, the Black-Bellied Serpent. You have gained 1,800 experience points and 720 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 24 monstrous beast, 9-sectioned green. You have gained 1,200 experience points and 480 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 42 alien beast, the white-scaled python. You have gained 2,100 experience points and 840 evolution points. Even as these serpentine beasts were about to break free of their stiffness, Yi Chio did not hesitate to take out the remaining Vajra talisman and activate the Vajra shield once again. With the help of the Vajra shield, these ordinary snake-like beasts had no way to break through Yi Chio's defense, and Yi Chio launched attacks almost frantically. He wielded the Holy Flame Sword repeatedly, and golden red flame sword energy fell like meteors, causing great damage to the snakes. Every second, several snake-like monsters die. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 23 beast, the Black-Bellied Serpent. You have gained 1,150 experience points and 460 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 34 beast, the White-Scaled Python. You have gained 1,600 experience points and 680 evolution points. Yi Chio didn't feel particularly tired. After all, leveling up and collecting evolution points is now as easy as child's play for him. Yi Chio even regained the feeling he had in the snake pit. Time flew by, and before he knew it, the Vajra Talisman's time limit had expired. Without hesitation, Yi Chio used the Vajra Talisman a second time. Now, after this Vajra Talisman is used up, it will be completely destroyed. destroyed. But Yicho didn't feel like he was losing out. After all, each Vajra talisman only cost around 700,000 to 800,000, and he could buy more after he got out. The beasts he's killing with this Vajra talisman are all real experience points and evolution points. After the Vajra talisman was completely destroyed, Yicho's lips curled up slightly. He immediately unleashed another of his skills, Diamond Realm. This time, Yicho unexpectedly discovered that the Vajra realm could exist for more than just a moment. It seems to be like a cover with its own independent energy supply. Yicho tried it out, and under the full force of these snake-like beasts' attacks, the Vajra realm only lasted for 2 or 3 minutes before it dissipated. No wonder, the Vajra realm's note states that the maximum damage it can withstand cannot exceed 110% of its own attack power. Yicho, with the help of the Vajra realm 3 times, held out for a full 10 minutes and directly killed most of the nearly 150 snake-like beasts in front of him. After the Vajra realm disappeared, Yicho took a deep breath and no longer attacked as recklessly as before. He directly replaced the Holy Flame sword with the Bloodthirsty blade and activated Bloodthirsty Fury. Then, Yicho dodged the attacks of the snake-like beasts with his precise positioning and agile speed, and killed some of them from time to time. Although the speed is a bit slow, Yicho's safety can still be guaranteed. After all, many of these snake-like creatures are highly venomous. If Yicho were poisoned, he wouldn't die immediately, but it would definitely slow down his progress or cause him a negative status effect. Time flew by, and Yicho fought for nearly 2 hours under the cover of night before finally killing all the snake-like beasts. Furthermore, there were 2 instances where Yicho encountered danger, and it was only by using his innate skill, Shadow Concealment, that he was able to reduce the vast majority of physical damage, thus avoiding being attacked by the swarm of snake-like beasts. Now, he's almost at his limit. Yicho silently took out a potent recovery potion and swallowed it in one gulp. He immediately felt much lighter. Previously, he had used his skills nearly 15 times, and his mental energy was almost depleted. Yicho took a deep breath and silently used the moon goddess's blessing again. He was enveloped in a layer of silver light, and instantly, the headache and dizziness disappeared, and his mental energy was replenished. At this moment, Yicho did not immediately check his personal panel. Instead, he quickly walked to the giant white snake corpse, ready to see if this king-level beast had dropped any good items. Yicho searched around the giant white snake's corpse for a while and actually found a scroll. His eyes lit up as he cast a detection spell. Basic skill upgrade scroll, tear to use. Upgrades one of the user's existing basic skills to an intermediate skill. Can only be used once. Yicho was a little frustrated, as he no longer had any basic skills. Moreover, it's not difficult to upgrade his basic skill to the ultimate skill. Therefore, Yicho did not want to use this thing or keep it. If possible, he wanted to take it to the auction house and sell it for spiritual fruits and medicines, or even just for money, which would be better than keeping it in his hands. Afterwards, Yicho quickly sorted through all the exotic beast materials and crystal cores here. Since Yicho wasn't in the best condition, he chose to take his time to recover, and at the same time, he used the time to allow the potent recovery potion he had previously taken to be properly absorbed. Therefore, Yicho packed everything up carefully, collecting anything useful from these snake-like beasts. Even snake skin and snake gallbladders are the same. Yicho even collected the bones of some 4th-tier snake-like beasts. As for the giant white snake, Yicho stripped it completely naked. Yicho roughly estimated that among the 150 snake-like beasts here, there were nearly 24th-tier beasts, 63rd-tier beasts, and 72nd-tier beasts. Just by selling the materials he collected, he could earn 7.7 million ability coins. If he included the crystal cores, he could earn nearly 15 million ability coins. The beginner skill upgrade scroll that Yicho obtained was also worth 3 to 5 million superpower coins. That's 20 million. But this was only what I gained in 2 or 3 hours tonight. However, Yicho also felt that it was indeed due to luck. If it weren't for my ability to hide and steal the blue flower while the 2 sides were fighting, the horde of strange snakes wouldn't have fought the group of windborne white apes to the point of losing their minds, and that 5th-tier white snake wouldn't have been seriously injured, nor would it have been so easily killed by him, not to mention that his subsequent actions of easily defeating weaklings were able to proceed smoothly. After finishing collecting all the materials and crystal cores, Yicho took a deep breath and opened his personal panel. Level, LV 4175%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, A rank, Lord of Shadows. Strength, 205 plus 55. Intelligence, 194 plus. Physical condition, 190 plus 5. Mental strength, 208 plus. Agility, 184 plus 25. Evolution points, 100780. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal skills, damage stacking, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection technique, basic skill, evolvable, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 200,000 evolution points. Shadow Sky Slash, advanced skill, skill, evolvable, requires 300,000 evolution points. Vajra shield, basic skill, requires 2,000 evolution points. Equipment, bloodthirsty blade, excellent. Moon goddess's ring, transcendent. Breeze boots, excellent. Cold moon frost blade, excellent. Brute force bracers, excellent. Gara spirit armor, excellent. Holy flame sword, excellent. Wolfbone spirit ring, excellent. Moon goddesses blessing, superior. Mighty bracers, superior. Spirit essence fruit x1, tier 2 spirit fruit of spirit and wisdom x2, tier 4 spirit fruit. Potent recovery potion x4, tier 5 potion. Potent healing potion x4, tier 5 potion. Azure cloud fruit x2, tier 3 spirit fruit. Yi Chio's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the evolution points increased to 100,000. However, Yi Chio was also conflicted. Even though his evolution points had now increased to 100,000, he didn't know what to do with it. However, after much deliberation, he ultimately decided not to spend his 100,000 evolution points on evolution attributes. Judging from the system's characteristics, even the second evolution will most likely only increase attributes by 2%, the third by 4%, and so on. What good are those 2% attribute points to him? And it also consumed 100,000 evolution points. So after much deliberation, Yi Chio decided to use those 100,000 attribute points wisely. Rather, it is the blade, which is his innate skill Dark Hour. After taking a deep breath, Yi Chio silently recited in his mind, consume 100,000 evolution points to evolve the talent skill Dark Hour. Ding! 100,000 evolution points consumed, evolving the talent skill Dark Hour to a top tier skill. Dark Hour, top tier skill. When the host is in shadow or darkness, their overall attributes increase by 200%. Next evolution requires 3 million evolution points. The excitement in Yi Chio's eyes was beyond words. Now, in the shadows and darkness, Yi Chio's overall abilities will be 3 times what they were before. What does this mean? He is currently level 40. With the Dark Hour skill, he completely overwhelms level 55 ability users in terms of attribute points. Even level 57 or 58 ability users, Yi Chio has the ability to fight against them. The monsters or ability users he could challenge also directly changed from 5th tier low-level ability users to 5th tier mid-level ability users. However, there's one disheartening thing: to evolve the top-tier skill Dark Hour into a legendary skill, Yi Chio still needs to consume 3 million evolution points. This number is not so easy to accumulate. After taking several deep breaths, Yi Chio's lips curled up slightly, and he continued to walk deeper into the forest. What he's thinking about now is to find the group of white wind apes he encountered before as soon as possible and send them to their doom. However, to Yi Chio's dismay, he had walked around the middle layer of this shadowy jungle for quite a while without encountering the group of white wind apes he had met before. More than an hour later, the sky was beginning to lighten. After considering it for a while, Yi Chio decided to find a place to eat something and rest for a while before continuing his journey. About 15 minutes later, Yi Chio found a tall tree. He jumped onto the tall tree, found a branch, cleaned it up briefly, took out the food, and started eating. Then, Yi Chio closed his eyes to rest. After resting for about 3 or 4 hours, Yi Chio opened his eyes, jumped to the ground, and continued searching for the group of white apes from before. He now realizes that his sudden intrusion was somewhat reckless. If he had purchased a piece of equipment like the mechanical bird in Gu Yueling's hands beforehand, he would have saved himself a lot of trouble. However, he was unsure whether the magnetic field of the shadow forest would allow the mechanical bird to adapt. After walking for about half an hour, Yi Chio heard the sound of apes howling ahead. His eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately activated his Lord of Shadows ability, enveloping his body in a layer of shadow and silently merging into the shadows, heading towards the direction of the apes' howl. Yi Chio was incredibly fast, like lightning, and in the blink of an eye he had covered more than 10 meters. Then he also saw the group of white apes from before. The leader, the White Ape King of Wind, was covered in wounds, clearly indicating that he had suffered serious injuries. It was even worse than the condition of the giant white snake from before. As for the other wind white apes, their numbers have decreased from 50 or 60 to just over 40. Moreover, these white apes of wind were all more or less injured. After a moment's consideration, Yi Chio activated Dark Hour, activated Gentle Breeze Possession, and affixed the Gemma Talisman. Golden Flame Blade, Damage Stacking, Mega Strength. All 3 skills are also activated. In the next instant, his speed was increased to an extremely fast level. Then, Yi Chio flashed to the front of the White Ape King of Wind. Shadow Slash. A massive arc of silver-purple light appeared in the air and slashed towards the White Ape King of Wind. Minus 6,500. A terrifying wound appeared on the body of the White Ape King of Wind. Rustle. The surrounding white apes also noticed Yi Chio's presence and roared as they charged towards him. Yi Chio took a deep breath and unleashed his final Shadow Blade dance. 6 shadowy blades shot through the air toward the White Ape King of Wind. The White Ape King of Wind roared, but before it could make a move, Yi Chio cast a gravity-controlled spell on it. In the blink of an eye, the White Ape King of Wind felt his entire body become uncontrollable, his body swaying from side to side, and he almost fell to the ground. The 6 shadow blades landed precisely on his wound. Minus minus 2000, minus 3000, minus 2400, minus 1800, minus 2000, minus 1400. The white ape king of wind let out a painful roar. Yi Qiu increased his speed and slashed at the throat of the white ape king. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 53 king level beast, the wind white ape king. You have gained 2650 experience points and 1060 evolution points. Meanwhile, nearly 30 4th tier wind apes also attacked Yi Qiu. To be honest, although the total number of wind white apes is lower than that of the previous snake group, the proportion of 4th tier beasts is indeed higher. Yi Qiu's eyes turned slightly cold. He swung his holy flame sword repeatedly, slaying one wind white ape after another in front of him. To be honest, Yi Qiu's strength has increased by nearly 2 times, about 3 times what it was before. He could kill a 4th tier wind ape in just 3 or 4 sword strikes. Minus 2600, minus 1800, minus 2000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 42 monstrous beast, the white ape of wind. You have gained 2100 experience points and 840 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 36 beast, the wind white ape. You have gained 1800 experience points and 720 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 42 monstrous beast, the white ape of wind. You have gained 2100 experience points and 840 evolution points. Yi Qiu continued the slaughter with a smile on his face. In the distance, a team of superhumans slowly approached. It's a standard 5-person setup, 2 melee ability users, 1 magic ability user, and 1 ranged combat ability user. However, they looked rather disheveled at this moment, as they were all injured. One shield warrior even had his arm wrapped in plaster and gauze, seemingly broken. When they saw what was happening ahead, their eyes widened in astonishment. The leader of the Dark Swordsman whispered, "I'm not seeing things, am I? Those are a group of 4th tier wind apes. How can that young man be so strong?" The shield warrior, in his 30s, couldn't help but rub his eyes, staring for a long time before confirming that what he was seeing was reality and not a dream. This is terrifying. This young man must be at least a 5th tier expert, and not just at the early stage of the 5th tier, but probably a mid-stage 5th tier powerhouse. A very cute female elemental mage whispered, "How old is he? Is he some kind of ancient monster who has the secret to eternal youth?" These people whispered among themselves for a long time, and after some hesitation, the Dark Swordsman suddenly said, "I think we should inform this senior about that matter." Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but shrink back. Finally, the shield warrior gritted his teeth and said, "We really should talk to this senior. That king-level storm white ape has seriously threatened the lives of the superhumans in the Shadow Forest." At this moment, Yi Qiu also noticed the situation over there. While fighting these white apes of wind, he also glanced at them out of the corner of his eye. After discovering that those people were all injured and not very strong, with only 3 of the 5 at the 4th level, Yi Qiu stopped paying attention to them. He focused intently on dealing with these white apes of the wind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 43 beast, the white ape of wind. You have gained 2150 experience points and 860 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 35 beast, the wind white ape. You have gained 1750 experience points and 700 evolution points. Nearly an hour later, Yi Qiu finally managed to completely annihilate the group of wind apes. He was also covered in sweat. He took out a potent recovery potion and swallowed it. After resting for 15 minutes, Yi Qiu began to collect the materials. Not long after, Yi Qiu heard footsteps behind him. He turned his head and saw the 5-person team he had seen before slowly walking towards him. The leading Dark Swordsman spoke very politely. "Greetings, senior." Yi Qiu glanced at him and asked, "Is there something you need from me?" The Dark Swordsman paused for a moment, then said with a wry smile, "That's right, senior. Do you know that a 5th tier storm white ape king with human-like intelligence has appeared in the Shadow Forest?" Yi Qiu nodded. "I do know that. Is there something you need? We now have information about this tier 5 storm white ape king. If you are willing to hunt it, we hope it will be of some use to you," the Dark Swordsman said through gritted teeth. "I'm still not sure whether I should deal with that 5th tier storm white ape king." Yi Qiu then asked cautiously, "Do you have a grudge against him?" "Indeed. We are not actually a simple tier 5 team. We belong to the Dark Adventurers Guild, and there are a total of 20 people who went to collect a fruit called evergreen fruit." A hint of bitterness appeared in the Dark Swordsman's eyes. "However, only 5 of us survived out of the 20. The other 15 were hunted down by the beast horde led by the 5th tier storm white ape king." Yi Qiu's eyes flickered slightly upon hearing this. A hint of anger also rose in his heart. People feel sorrow for their own kind, especially since humanity is currently facing a crisis caused by alien beasts, and those with superpowers are relatively united. If 15 3rd or 4th tier ability users were to die, that would be a huge loss. Yi Qiu then asked, "What is your intelligence? Can you tell me?" The Dark Swordsman took a deep breath and said, "We now have a general idea of the 5th tier storm white ape king's activity range, and we also know why it possesses intelligence. I can even tell you where it will definitely eventually appear in the future. Yichio asked, somewhat puzzled, how did you find out? The Dark Swordsman gritted his teeth and said, the reason that 5th tier Storm White Ape King mutated is because it possessed a spiritual herb. It was a small tree with a few blue fruits hanging on it. Although I don't recognize that spiritual herb, judging from how much that 5th tier Storm White Ape King valued it, it will definitely devour the fruit once it ripens. So, senior, if you really want to make a move, just wait and see. Yichio finally understood. No wonder a 5th tier Storm White Ape King with intelligence appeared. It turns out that a special elixir was used to induce its growth. Do you know where that spiritual herb is? The leading Dark Swordsman bowed slightly and said, Senior, we actually know where the spiritual medicine that the 5th tier Storm White Ape King has his eye on is. My injuries are minor, I can take you there. After considering it for a moment, Yichio said, alright then. The Dark Knight then said to his 4 teammates behind him, you can stay here for now. I will go with this senior, and after I lead him to the place where the spiritual herbs grow, I will return here to meet you all and then leave the Shadow Forest. The others nodded in agreement as well. Yes, Captain. Captain, don't worry, I'll definitely be waiting for you to come back. Go, Captain. Yichio then followed the Dark Swordsman away from this place, heading towards the western side of the middle layer of the Shadow Forest. After walking for about an hour, the Dark Swordsman whispered to Yichio, Senior, we're almost there. There are quite a few wind apes stationed there. You and I will have to be careful later to avoid disturbing them. Yichio nodded, understood. After another 15 minutes of walking, a small hill appeared ahead. On the hill, there was a small earthen mound, in front of which stood several white apes of the wind. On that earthen slope, a small, inconspicuous tree grows among the bushes. Several bluish-green fruits hung on the small tree, one of which was already very close to blue and seemed to be about to ripen. If the Dark Knight hadn't pointed it out, Yichio wouldn't have recognized anything different about the tree. After a moment's consideration, Yichio said, are you sure it was this tree that caused the 5th tier Storm White Ape King to evolve? I saw it come here. The Dark Swordsman appeared quite certain, moreover, that 5th tier Storm White Ape King was able to observe the condition of the fruit, and it seemed to be waiting for the fruit to ripen. After considering for a moment, Yichio said, thank you this time. I plan to stay here and wait for the 5th tier Storm White Ape King to appear. You can leave now. Okay, thank you, senior. After considering for a moment, the Dark Swordsman said to Yichio, I have another piece of information here that might be of help to you, senior. Yichio asked again, what intelligence? The Dark Swordsman gave a wry smile and said that 5th tier Storm White Ape King not only possesses the Wind White Ape talent skill Windblade, but also has a skill similar to Berserk. If you truly intend to contend with the heavens, remember to be extremely careful. Okay. Yichio nodded. After that, Yichio directly activated his innate ability Lord of Shadows, and a layer of shadow enveloped his body. He took a deep breath and activated the hidden skill again. Then Yichio quietly crept up to the vicinity of the hill and cast a detection spell on the small tree. Spirit Tree, a 7th tier spirit herb. When a beast consumes its ripe fruit, there is a small chance it will evolve. When an ability user consumes its ripe fruit, there is a small chance they will gain a talent skill, and a high chance they will increase their intelligence by 50 points. Yichio took a deep breath. This was the first time he had ever seen such a precious treasure of nature. Moreover, there is a small chance that swallowing it will grant him a special talent skill. This is like a dream. No wonder that 5th tier Storm White Ape King was able to evolve and even acquire a talent skill similar to Berserk mode. It has eaten countless fruits of the Enlightenment Tree. Unfortunately, Yichio didn't know when the fruits of the Enlightenment Tree would ripen. After a moment's consideration, Yichio felt that he could upgrade his detection technique. After taking a deep breath, he pondered for a moment and finally opened his personal panel to upgrade his detection technique. Level, LV 4225%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, A rank, Lord of Shadows. Strength 220 plus 55. Intelligence 208 plus. Physical condition 204 plus 5. Mental strength 222 plus. Agility 198 plus 25. Evolution points 71480. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal skills, damage stacking, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection technique, basic skill, evolvable, requires 2,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 200,000 evolution points. Shadow Sky Slash, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 300,000 evolution points. Vajra Shield, basic skill, requires 2,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Moon Goddess's Ring, transcendent. Breeze Boots, excellent. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Brute Force Bracers, excellent. Gara Spirit Armor, excellent. Holy Flame Sword, excellent. Wolf Bone Spirit Ring, excellent. Moon Goddess's Blessing, superior. Mighty Bracers, superior. Spirit Essence Fruit X1, 2nd tier Spirit Fruit of Spirit and Wisdom X2, 4th tier Spirit Fruit, Potent Recovery Potion X4, 5th tier Potion, Potent Healing Potion X4, 5th 4th tier potion, Azure Cloud Fruit X2, 3rd tier Spirit Fruit, Blue Mountain Lotus, 6th tier Spirit Herb. He silently chanted in his mind, system, consume 2000 evolution points to upgrade detection to an intermediate skill. Ding! Consumed 2000 evolution points, upgraded the basic skill to the intermediate skill detection. Detection technique, intermediate skill. The host can consume 3% of their mental energy to use it to investigate the specific details of an item. Limited to 3 uses per day. Upgradable, requires 30,000 evolution points. Yichio took a deep breath and cast a detection spell directly on the Spirit Awakening tree. Spirit Tree, a 7th tier spirit herb. When a beast consumes its ripe fruit, there is a small chance it will evolve. When an ability user consumes its ripe fruit, there is a small chance they will gain a talent skill, and a high chance they will increase their intelligence by 50 points. Ripe state, 47%, the most recent fruit will ripen in 14 hours. Yichio's heart stirred quietly. To be honest, he absolutely had to obtain the fruit of the Qilin tree. There's a small chance that this could awaken a talent skill. After taking a deep breath, Yichio slowly left and went to a slightly farther place to lie in wait. He can wait a mere 14 hours. Time flew by, and 13 hours had passed in the blink of an eye. Yichio finally got to see the 5th tier Storm White Ape King. This 5th tier Storm White Ape King is 5 meters tall, with muscles as hard as mountain rocks, and each white hair shimmering like a silver needle. Yichio took a deep breath and directly took out the bloodthirsty blade. Then, he activated several skills. Dark Hour, Great Strength, Gentle Breeze, Peerless Sword Chi, Damage Stacking, Bloodthirsty Fury. Then, Yichio activated Hidden Shadow. He stealthily crept up to the vicinity of the 5th tier Storm White Ape King, then suddenly leaped upwards and unleashed Shadow Sky Slash. A huge arc of silver-purple light swept across the sky. Caught off guard, the 5th tier Storm White Ape King took the hit head-on. Minus 5,000. But even with his muscles as strong as steel, he only managed to cut a 3-foot-long, 2-inch deep wound on it. The 5th tier Storm White Ape King unleashed a terrifying roar and, without hesitation, punched Yichio. Yichio unleashed Shadow Blade Frenzy, sending 6 shadowy blades flying through the air and inflicting considerable damage on the 5th tier Storm White Ape King. Minus 1,000. Minus 1,200. Minus 1,000. Minus 1,200. Minus 2,000. Minus 1,400. Yichio took a deep breath and, taking advantage of the 5th order Storm White Ape King's pain and frenzy, unleashed another Shadow Sky Slash. Minus 7,000. Moreover, Yichio aimed the Shadow Void Slash at the wound from before. Therefore, this time, the 5th tier Storm White Ape King suffered more severe injuries. The 5th tier Storm White Ape King completely went berserk, with wind blades surging around its body. Yichio's lips curled slightly, his eyes filled with a chilling intent. A pale golden light shield appeared on Yichio's body, blocking all the wind blades. Then, Yichio used Shadow Blade Frenzy a second time. 6 shadowy blades shot out, dealing a total of nearly 8,000 damage. Now, the eyes of the 5th tier Storm White Ape King are filled with ferocity and killing intent. It roared, and a faint red light emanated from its body. Yichio also knew that this must be the 5th tier Storm White Ape King using its Berserk skill. This innate skill does not belong to the Wind White Ape or Storm White Ape races. It should come from the fruit of the Spirit Awakening tree. A chill ran through Yichio's eyes. It's another skill of ours, the Wolf Howl. He let out a roar, and the 5th tier Storm White Ape King felt dizzy and his body staggered involuntarily. Yichio took this opportunity to unleash his 3rd Shadow Sky Slash. Minus 9,500. By now, even this 5th tier Storm White Ape King, with its thick skin and tough flesh, has lost almost half of its health. Its injury also affected its strength, especially the left side of the body near the wound. It was somewhat unable to keep up with the pace. However, the Storm White Ape King, possessing 5th tier strength and being a mutant, was not something Yichio could completely contend with at this moment. It threw a punch, and although Yichio dodged it at lightning speed, he was still hit by the wind attribute energy covering the fist. If it weren't for the power of the Gara spirit armor, the whirlwind from that fist alone would have caused some damage. Without hesitation, Yichio immediately used the skill Gravity Control. The 5th tier Storm White Ape King felt his body was out of control, while Yichio gritted his teeth and unleashed Shadow Blade Frenzy for the 3rd time. 6 shadow blades were fired, dealing nearly 6,000 points of damage. After doing all this, Yichio quickly took out a Jiama talisman and affixed it. After using it this time, he would only have one 4th tier Armored Horse talisman left. The 5th tier Storm White Ape King had suffered 6 attacks from Yichio, and its health had dropped by nearly half. A red light flashed in its eyes, and it roared to the sky, unleashing another of its innate skills, Tyrannical Storm, which it wielded as a Storm White Ape. Suddenly, a small tornado-like object appeared in the air and swept directly towards Yichio. The Vajra realm on Yichio's body shattered in the blink of an eye after it touched the small tornado. Yichio gritted his teeth and started the second attempt. At this moment, he was almost swaying. Yichio just used a total of 15 skills. Even if each skill only consumes 5% of his mental energy, he still consumed nearly 75% of his mental energy. He knew in high school that a person would become weak once they had used up 50% of their mental energy. Reaching 70% is a very dangerous situation. Therefore, Yichio did not hesitate at all and used the blessing of the moon goddess. Use this superior grade equipment to replenish your required mental energy. Then, Yichio resolutely activated the hidden skill before the Vajra realm shattered. Although this skill cannot directly protect him, its ability to negate most physical attacks and some magical skills will make it easier for Yichio to withstand this terrifying attack. As expected, after Yichio's Vajra realm shattered, the 5th Order Storm White Ape King pounced at an extremely fast speed and threw a punch at Yichio. Yichio just happened to activate Shadow Concealment and dodged the almost fatal punch by hiding in the shadows. Even so, he suffered minor injuries. This is because the 5th tier Storm White Ape King's punch carried wind attribute energy, so it wasn't a purely physical attack. However, hidden only exempts some magic skills, so Yichio suffered minor injuries. Yichio gritted his teeth, took out a powerful recovery potion and a powerful healing potion, swallowed them, and then engaged the enormous 5th tier Storm White Ape King in battle. Now, the dozen or so 4th tier Wind Apes guarding the Spirit Awakening tree also came to their senses and charged towards Yichio. Yichio suddenly felt extremely overwhelmed. After using the hidden skill to withstand the attack for 10 seconds, Yichio used Wolf Howl again. With the surrounding Wind Apes distracted by the Wolf Howl skill, Yichio seized the opportunity and used the Diamond Realm skill one last time, and frantically attacked the 5th tier Storm White Ape King in front of him. The bloodthirsty blade in his hand was almost blurring out after images, with streaks of blood-red sword energy crisscrossing in the air. -1000, -400, -600. Just as the White Apes were about to regain their senses, Yichio gritted his teeth and unleashed another skill, Gravity Control. The 5th tier Storm White Ape King swayed slightly. Yichio's eyes lit up, and without thinking, he slashed the bloodthirsty blade at its throat. -5000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 55 mutated beast, Storm White Ape King. You have gained 2,750 experience points and 1,100 evolution points. Yichio also noticed that when the 5th Order Storm White Ape King fell, a white light flashed across its body, and a scroll vaguely appeared. Without thinking, Yichio took a deep breath and scooped up the scroll. He then flashed to the small mound at lightning speed, dug up the Spirit Awakening tree by the roots, and used the Armored Horse Talisman to make a quick escape. He is currently weak and lacks mental strength, making him no match for the dozen or so 4th tier Wind Apes. It would be better to just grab the stuff and run. When they saw Yichio take away the Spirit Awakening tree, the dozen or so Wind White Apes beside him were completely dumbfounded. They roared and charged at Yichio. At this moment, Yichio used the Shadow Concealment skill for the last time, his figure disappearing into the shadows and escaping at an extremely fast speed. However, the dozen or so Wind Apes eventually lost track of Yichio. Yichio fled for nearly an hour before finally taking out the Spirit Awakening tree and planting it in the soil. After waiting for a while, the somewhat listless Chilling tree returned to normal, and Yichio cast a detection spell over it. Spirit Tree, a 7th tier spirit herb. When a beast consumes its ripe fruit, there is a small chance it will evolve. When an ability user consumes its ripe fruit, there is a small chance they will gain a talent skill, and a high chance they will increase their intelligence by 50 points. Ripe state, 50%, the most recent fruit will ripen in 32 hours. Yichio took a deep breath. Fortunately, one of the enlightenment trees had matured. He gritted his teeth, picked the small, deep blue fruit, and swallowed it in one gulp. Ding! The host has consumed a 7th tier spirit herb, the Spirit Awakening tree fruit, and gained the talent skill Daywalker. A look of surprise appeared in Yichio's eyes. There's a small chance you'll obtain a talent skill. I actually got it. It seems I was indeed lucky. After taking a deep breath, Yichio summoned the system and opened his personal panel. Sure enough, a new skill, Daywalker, appeared in the talent skill section. Yichio carefully opened the Daywalker tab, preparing to see what kind of effect this talent skill had. Daywalker, basic talent skill. During the day, the host's all attributes are increased by 20%. Can be evolved, requiring 5,000 evolution points. Note, cannot be used simultaneously with other enhancement skills. Yichio's eyes flashed with surprise. It was actually a rare amplification type talent skill. Moreover, it also made up for its weaknesses, allowing it to gain an advantage during the day. This note didn't surprise Yichio. If it could really be used simultaneously, that would be too incredible. Yichio couldn't help but smile, and silently recited in his heart, System, 5,000 evolution points have been consumed to evolve the basic talent skill Daywalker into an intermediate talent skill. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming 5,000 evolution points to evolve your basic talent skill, Daywalker, into the intermediate talent skill, Daywalker. Buzz buzz buzz. Daywalker, intermediate talent skill. During the day, the host's all attributes are increased by 40%. Can be evolved, requiring 50,000 evolution points. Note, cannot be used simultaneously with other enhancement skills. Yichio took a deep breath and silently recited, System, consuming 50,000 evolution points, evolve the intermediate talent skill Daywalker into an advanced talent skill. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming 50,000 evolution points to evolve your intermediate talent skill, skill, Daywalker, into the advanced talent skill, Daywalker. Daywalker, advanced talent skill. During the day, the host's all attributes are increased by 60%. Can be evolved, requiring 300,000 evolution points. Note, cannot be used simultaneously with other enhancement skills. After a moment's thought, Yichio made a simple disguise near the enlightenment tree. There are still 3 fruits on this spirit tree. The remaining fruit will ripen in 32 hours. Yichio then cast a detection spell on an unripe fruit separately. Immature spirit tree fruit. After a beast consumes it, there is a small chance that it will evolve. After a superhuman consumes it, there is a small chance that they will gain a talent skill and a small chance that their intelligence will increase by 50 points. Then Yichio cast a detection spell on another unripe fruit, using up all of his detection spells for the day until he only had 1 left. However, this time, he received the same feedback. Immature spirit tree fruit. After a beast consumes it, there is a small chance that it will evolve. After a superhuman consumes it, there is a small chance that they will gain a talent skill and a small chance that their intelligence will increase by 50 points. But Yichio considered whether he could use his infinite evolution talent to evolve the fruit. Take a gamble, and your bicycle might turn into a motorcycle. Yichio gritted his teeth and asked the system again, "System, how many evolution points are needed to evolve an immature spirit tree fruit into a mature spirit tree fruit?" To evolve an immature spirit tree fruit into a mature spirit tree fruit, the host needs to consume 5,000 evolution points. Yichio's eyes lit up immediately. He had just over 15,000 evolution points left. Without thinking, he silently chanted evolution. Then Yichio swallowed a ripe enlightenment tree fruit. Ding! Host has consumed a ripe spirit tree fruit, increasing intelligence by 50 points. After hesitating for a moment, Yichio was unsure whether he should swallow the remaining 2 spirit awakening tree fruits, because he felt it was a bit like gambling. Yichio thought for a moment, opened the panel, and clicked on the section for enlightenment tree fruits. Mature spirit tree fruit. After a beast consumes a mature fruit, there is a small chance it will evolve. After a superhuman consumes a mature fruit, there is a small chance they will gain a talent skill, and a high chance they will increase their intelligence by 50 points. Evolution is possible, but requires 1.5 million evolution points. Yichio fell silent. Without giving it much thought, he swallowed the remaining 2 pills one after the other. However, this time his luck was not so good. The 3rd time he swallowed the fruit, nothing happened at all. It seemed like a failure. The 4th time I took it, I only gained 50 points of intelligence. However, Yichio felt that he had at least gained a 100-point increase in intelligence and a new talent skill. As for the spirit awakening tree, Yichio hesitated for a moment, then cast a detection spell over it. Spirit awakening tree, no fruit. The branches, leaves, and roots of the spirit awakening tree can all be used in medicine and can be used to concoct high-level spirit potions. After consumption, it randomly increases the user's spirit power by 30 to 60 points. Yichio's eyes flickered. This was a good thing too. So Yichio also plucked the spirit awakening tree and put it into a specially made cold jade box. Yichio took a deep breath. There are still more than 10 hours until the next day. After more than 10 hours, he will prepare to hunt down those wind apes. Yichio found a tall tree and slept soundly in it. After waking up, he ate some more food and then took out the scroll he had previously obtained from the 5th-tier Storm White Ape King. He immediately cast a detection spell on it. Yichio also saw the information on the scroll. Equipment upgrade scroll, random tier to use. After use, there is a chance to upgrade the user's equipped gear. The probability depends on the gear level. The higher the gear level, the lower the probability. Yichio took a deep breath and without saying anything more, tore it up. Ding! Host has used an equipment upgrade scroll, random, to upgrade the excellent grade equipment Wolfbone Spirit Ring to the extraordinary grade equipment Wolfbone Mystic Ring. Wolfbone Ring, extraordinary grade equipment. Effect 1, increases the wearer's base stats by 20 points in agility and 20 points in strength. Effect 2, grants the wearer a wolf spirit, allowing them to use Wolf Howl once a day, which can partially break through mental, control, and illusionary skills. Effect 3, the host can summon a wolf spirit each day, sharing a mental connection with the host. The wolf spirit will attack enemies, scout for them, or protect the host. If the wolf spirit unleashes its full power, it will be approximately 80% of the host's strength, lasting for 3 minutes. In protective mode, it can exist for 6 hours without attacking. If scouting for enemies, it can exist for 1 hour. Upgradable, requires 1 million evolution points. Yichio's eyes lit up with surprise. I was actually quite lucky. I actually managed to get the Wolfbone Spirit Ring as a transcendent level equipment. This saves me 50,000 evolution points. At the same time, the various effects of the Wolfbone Ring are really good, especially the last one, which summons a wolf spirit, making up for his last weakness. After taking a deep breath, Yichio rested on the spot for several more hours. During this period, he hunted down 2 waves of strange beasts. The first wave of beasts consisted of a dozen or so forest wolves, the strongest of which was only a 4th-tier forest wolf king, which Yichio easily dealt with. The second wave of beasts consisted of a group of gold-eating rats, totaling 20 or 30. The strongest among them was only a 4th-tier gold-eating rat king, which he easily dealt with as well. After regaining his energy, he headed towards the place where he had previously seen the group of white wind apes. It took Yichio about an hour to finally arrive there. There are nearly 20 wind apes in total. Yichio was somewhat surprised because they seemed to be making noise. One of the stronger 4th-tier wind apes stood on a large rock, gesturing wildly as if trying to become the king of the group. Not long after, another white ape roared and charged at it. The two white apes immediately began to fight, while Yichio stood silently behind them, watching coldly. 15 minutes later, the first wind ape won. At this moment, the dozen or so white wind apes also prostrated themselves before it. To Yichio's surprise, pale blue light spots appeared on the dozen or so wind white apes and then gathered on one of them. Now, this white ape of wind has undergone some changes. Its body has become stronger, and its eyes have become more intelligent. Clearly, it transformed itself into a king-level beast through a promotion ceremony. Yichio was somewhat surprised. He originally thought that the existence of king-level alien beasts was due to the transformation and leap of the alien beasts themselves, but he did not expect that it was formed by external support. At the same time, he also realized why the beast group was able to stay together. After taking a deep breath, Yichio activated Shadow Concealment, wielding the Cold Moon Frost Blade, and rushed to the newly born Wind White Ape King within 10 seconds. Then, he activated 3 skills: Damage Stacking, Peerless Sword Aura, then, Shadow Sky Slash. A huge arc of silver-purple light streaked across the sky, directly cleaving the newly born Wind White Ape King in two. No matter how strong it is, it's still just a 4th-tier beast. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 47 king-level beast, the White Ape of Wind. You have gained 2,350 experience points and 940 evolution points. Yichio's current power boost allows him to easily deal with 4th-tier beasts. The remaining White Apes of Wind also showed fear and dread in their eyes. Their king couldn't even withstand a single blow from Yichio. Some of the Wind Apes even recognized Yichio as the one who had killed the old king earlier. Under these circumstances, the Wind Apes no longer wanted to fight Yichio and scattered and fled. How could Yichio let them escape? His eyes hardened, he affixed a magic talisman, activated Gentle Breeze Possession, and charged forward at lightning speed. In fact, Yichio even summoned a giant wolf spirit with a shoulder height of 1 meter in order to experiment with the skill Wolf Spirit. This wolf spirit is entirely black with dark gold eyes, giving it a majestic and powerful appearance. Yichio directly commanded it to hunt down other wind white apes. Since this giant wolf spirit possesses 80% of Yichio's strength, hunting down ordinary wind apes is a piece of cake. In less than half an hour, Yichio had completely killed these wind white apes. Yichio also found the corpse of the Storm White Ape King nearby. As before, Yichio took the Storm White Ape King's crystal core and materials, as well as all the crystal cores and materials of the other wind white apes. Of course, Yichio also took the time to open his personal panel to see what he had gained. Level, LV 42 85%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, A rank, Lord of Shadows. Strength 220 plus 55. Intelligence 308 plus. Physical condition 204 plus 5. Mental strength 222 plus. Agility 198 plus 25. Evolution points 58260. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal skills, Damage Stacking, Advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection technique, Intermediate skill, evolvable, requires 30,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, Advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, Advanced skill, evolvable, requires 200,000 evolution points. Shadow Sky Slash, Advanced skill, evolvable, requires 300,000 evolution points. Vidro Realm, Intermediate skill, evolvable, requires 30,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Moon Goddess's Ring, transcendent. Breeze Boots, excellent. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Brute Force Bracers, excellent. Gara Spirit Armor, excellent. Holy Flame Sword, excellent. Wolf Bone Spirit Ring, excellent. Moon Goddess's Blessing, superior. Mighty Bracers, superior. Spirit Essence Fruit X1, 2nd tier Spirit Fruit of Spirit and Wisdom X2, 4th tier Spirit Fruit, Potent Recovery Potion X2, 5th tier Potion, Potent Healing Potion X3, 5th tier Potion, Azure Cloud Fruit X2, 3rd tier Spirit Fruit, Blue Mountain Lotus, 6th tier Spirit Herb. Yichio's eyes lit up slightly. After some consideration, I now have nearly 60,000 evolution points on the panel. However, he ultimately did not choose to evolve his skills. He can use those 60,000 evolution points for other things. For example, you can evolve ordinary equipment, sell it, and use the money to buy random equipment evolution scrolls. After all, he had previously tasted the benefits of the random equipment evolution scroll. Moreover, if he remembered correctly, a single random equipment evolution scroll only cost 3 million ability coins, and he had previously obtained materials and crystal cores worth 20 million. Including the several batches of exotic beast materials he has obtained so far, after deducting necessary expenses
expenses such as purchasing recovery and healing potions, he still has at least 30 million yuan left. In other words, he can purchase 10 random equipment evolution scrolls. Even if he just increases the quantity, he can still evolve 1 or 2 of his superior grade equipment. After quickly tidying up, Yichio left the place. After traveling for about 2 or 3 hours, Yichio found a tall tree, jumped up, and prepared to take a nap. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from ahead. Yichio's heart skipped a beat, and his eyes became wary. He instinctively drew his bloodthirsty blade, assumed an offensive stance, and was ready to guard against any appearance of strange beasts. However, to Yichio's surprise, what arrived here was not the group of strange beasts he had imagined, or even a single strange beast, but a group of seemingly very powerful 5th-tier ability users. There were 5 of them, a common configuration for a team of superhumans, 2 combat-type superhumans, 2 magic-type superhumans, and 1 ranged attack-type superhuman. The leader was a handsome middle-aged man dressed in heavy armor, carrying 2 huge hammers. His superpower was clearly focused on strength enhancement. He paused for a moment upon seeing Yichio, then politely inquired, "Young man, have you seen a giant storm ape around here?" Yichio paused for a moment, considered it carefully, and then asked, "Are you looking for that mutated 5th-tier storm white ape king from before?" Hearing Yichio say this, the heavily armored warrior clearly knew that Yichio was knowledgeable, so he nodded and said, "That's right, the one I'm looking for is that 5th-tier storm white ape king." Yichio said with a smile, "If your goal is really to kill it, then you're probably going to be disappointed." The heavily armored warrior was taken aback. "What do you mean by that, young man?" Yichio shook his head, because a mysterious senior just killed that 5th-tier storm white ape king. "If you want to go and hunt him down again, you probably won't have the chance." The heavily armored warrior was visibly surprised to hear that the 5th-tier storm white ape king, which they had been searching for, had been killed. After thinking for a moment, he frowned and said, "Young man, are you kidding me? Why would I joke with you? I'm not just doing this for fun. Besides, I'm a warrior of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary, and I'm sworn enemies with those beasts." Yichio was a little helpless and said, "I really saw the scene where that senior killed the 5th-tier storm white ape king and that group of wind white apes. If you don't believe me, I'll point you in the right direction. If you go at full speed, you'll see what's going on in an hour at most." Upon hearing this, the heavily armored warrior considered it for a moment. "It's not impossible." However, before he could speak, a female swordsman with fiery red hair in the group said coldly, "Young man, I'm warning you once again. This 5th-tier storm white ape king is extraordinary and of great importance. I advise you to tell the truth and not to hide anything." Yichio frowned. "Do you think I'd get money by hiding it from you? Do you think those strange beasts would give me money? You're such an interesting person." The female swordsman chuckled and said, "We can go to where you are, but you must come with us." Yichio's tone turned cold. "What do you mean by this? I have my own things to do. Helping you with directions is already being very polite. I advise you not to push your luck." The female swordsman also frowned, but before she could speak, the heavily armored warrior stopped her. "Don't say that, this young man means well. Moreover, I can also sense that this young man is not lying. Let's just move forward quickly and go check out the place this young man told us about." Although the female swordsman wanted to argue, the heavily armored warrior shook his head at her, so she could only remain silent and follow him away in the direction Yichio had indicated. Yichio glanced at them indifferently, said nothing more, put away the bloodthirsty blade, jumped onto the tall tree, and closed his eyes to rest. About an hour later, at the place where Yichio had previously killed the group of white apes, the previous team of 5th-tier ability users arrived here. The lead heavily armored warrior looked somewhat surprised when he saw the corpses of strange beasts scattered all over the ground. The female warrior was stunned. "My god, there are nearly 20 or 30 4th-tier beasts here, right? The corpse of that 5th-tier mutated beast is also here. Even we might not be able to deal with this group of beasts. They must be at least a level 5 advanced ability user team of level 58 or 59. Everyone, check the situation here first," the heavily armored warrior said in a deep voice. Everyone sprang into action and looked around the entire place. When everyone gathered again, their faces were solemn, because they had discovered a fact that shocked them. Because the wounds on these beast corpses are all similar, and judging from their fighting style, they were clearly made by the same sword. In other words, the same superhuman killed these monsters. The people's eyes widened in shock, especially the female swordsman. She found this reality to be too surreal. At this moment, the heavily armored warrior said, "Let's quickly search for any rare and precious herbs nearby. This wind white ape could never easily transform into a 5th-tier storm white ape king. If we can find a rare elixir of heaven and earth to help us break through, we'll be set for life." Everyone nodded and resumed their search. After 2 or 3 hours, they still couldn't find the rare and precious treasure they had been looking for. "What do you think?" The female warrior looked somewhat dejected. "Perhaps that senior took that spiritual object away." "That's possible." The heavily armored warrior gave a wry smile. "It seems we really aren't fortunate enough to have that kind of luck." None of the group expected that the senior they knew was not a powerful 6th or 5th-tier peak ability user at all. It was the young man they had seen in the woods before. Time flew by, and another 3 hours passed. Yichio wrapped himself in
in a simulated sleeping bag atop a tall tree and slept for a full 7 hours before he was fully refreshed and awake. He took a deep breath, ate some more, and then prepared to head back. Although I only spent 3 or 4 days in the Shadow Forest this time, the gains were considerable. Including the 3 days for the return trip, he spent about a week in the shadowy jungle. He planned to return to the Wild Wolf Sanctuary for 3 more days to rest, and then continue grinding monsters and leveling up in the Shadow Jungle to gain evolution points. Not long after, Ichio encountered a herd of strange beasts. The type of strange beast we encountered this time was a golden-striped mantis. The golden-striped mantis is a relatively powerful insect-like beast with extraordinary attack power. Its level is generally between the 3rd and 4th tiers, with a small chance of producing a 5th-tier golden body mantis. Among the group of golden-striped mantises that Ichio encountered, there was one mantis with a completely golden body, which was clearly the 5th-tier golden-bodied mantis. Ichio's expression turned serious. He took a deep breath and directly took out the Holy Flame Sword. He wields the Holy Flame Sword. He immediately activated 5 major skills: Great Strength, Gentle Breeze, Peerless Sword Chi, Damage Stacking, and Golden Flame Blade. Then Ichio rushed over at an extremely fast speed and severed the head and body of a 3rd-tier golden pattern mantis with a single slash. Although these 3rd-tier golden striped mantises are insect-type beasts, they are still extremely large, standing at 1.2 meters tall. The 4th-tier ones are even more outrageous, standing at 1.5 meters tall. As for the 5th-tier golden mantis, it was 2 meters tall and exuded a powerful aura of dominance. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 32 beast, the golden striped mantis. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. Meanwhile, the golden mantises beside him came to their senses and attacked Ichio. It must be said that the nerve reaction speed of insect-like beasts is indeed very fast. The 2 arms in their hands, which are like long knives, can be swung so fast that they can create afterimages in the air. But Ichio was not someone to be trifled with. A slight smile played on his lips as the Holy Flame longsword in his hand unleashed wave after wave of fiery sword energy, each capable of sending a 3rd-tier golden pattern mantis to its doom. Ichio's power and terror made the golden-striped mantises feel threatened. A chilling, almost human-like glint of murderous intent flashed in their eyes. Then, a golden sheen shone from the group of golden mantises, as if they were being given a defensive buff. However, even a regular tier 3 golden-striped mantis is no match for Ichio. That means it only takes 2 or 3 sword strikes to take one down. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 34 beast, the golden-striped mantis. You have gained 1700 experience points and 680 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 33 beast, the golden-striped mantis. You have gained 1650 experience points and 660 purification points. Now, 6 tier 3 golden-striped mantises have died in this group. The 5th-tier golden mantis also showed obvious anger in its eyes, and it opened its mouthparts, making a hissing sound. In a mere blink, it covered more than 10 meters, its 2 forelimbs, seemingly crafted from gold, sweeping towards Ichio. Ichio swayed and dodged the sweep in the blink of an eye. Then Ichio swung his sword back and slashed. Ichio's Holy Flame Sword, burning with flames, clashed with the forelimbs of the golden mantis. To Ichio's surprise, the sound that was emitted was a clang, like metal clashing. This demonstrates just how powerful and terrifying this 5th-tier golden mantis with the metal attribute truly is. Ichio's eyes turned slightly cold, and he also unleashed his full power. The fiery sword energy in his hand shot out as if it were free, and in just a few breaths, he shot out more than a dozen sword energies. Despite its incredible speed and extremely tough body, the golden mantis was not immune to Ichio's attacks. Minus 2000, minus 1800, minus 1600, minus 1200. Ichio was even able to deal with it while simultaneously dealing with the golden-striped mantises nearby. He can also inflict some damage from time to time. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 41 golden-striped mantis. You have gained 2100 experience points and 820 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 42 beast, the golden-striped mantis. You have gained 2150 experience points and 840 evolution points. Seeing its population rapidly dwindling, the golden mantis was also nearing its end. Suddenly, a golden light shone from its body, and its speed and strength both increased significantly. Caught off guard, Ichio was swept to the side by the right forelimb of the golden mantis. A tremendous pain shot through me. Ichio couldn't help but gasp. Fortunately, thanks to the protection of the Garuda armor, no blood was drawn. But Ichio also suspected that the area was already covered in purplish-blue stains. Ichio gritted his teeth and continued to fight the golden mantis. However, Ichio was extremely cautious this time. He did not adopt the same ferocious and indiscriminate attack mode as before. Instead, he chose to use a gentle tone while occasionally shooting out sword energy, dealing with this 5th-tier golden mantis like boiling a frog in water. Ichio barely paid any attention to the 3rd and 4th-tier golden-striped mantises next to him, unless they happened to catch his movements and launch an effective attack attack. Under Yichio's relentless and persistent attacks, the golden mantis finally couldn't withstand the drain of activating its innate skill, and the golden light emanating from its body gradually disappeared. He seized an opportunity and beheaded the victim with a single blow. Minus 8,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 54 king-level beast, the golden-bodied mantis. You have gained 2,700 experience points and 1080 evolution points. Yichio then turned his gaze to the dozen or so 3rd to 4th tier golden mantises beside him. He took a deep breath and then rushed toward them at incredible speed. Yichio's fiery sword energy shot out in all directions, and he could kill a 3rd tier golden pattern mantis in just 2 or 3 attacks. Even a 4th tier golden mantis couldn't withstand more than 5 moves from him. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 44 beast, the golden striped mantis. You have gained 2,200 experience points and 880 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 43 beast, the golden striped mantis. You have gained 2,150 experience points and 860 evolution points. Within half an hour, there were no more living monsters left. Yichio took a deep breath and began collecting materials from the exotic beasts and their crystal cores. He was extremely fast and finished collecting all the materials and crystal cores from these strange beasts in less than half an hour. To Yichio's surprise, the king-level beast, the 5th tier golden mantis, didn't yield any unexpected gains or scrolls. Although Yichio sighed, there was nothing he could do. After collecting everything, Yichio quickly left and began his journey back. Look! Yichio had been traveling for about 3 hours when he suddenly heard a startled cry from ahead. He frowned and looked over, where he saw a young adventurer in his early 20s. The adventurer stared at Yichio's face, seemingly a little nervous. Yichio frowned slightly, but didn't say anything more, and continued walking forward. As Yichio was pulling the adventurer to his limits, the adventurer's body tensed up, as if he had encountered a jackal or tiger. After Yichio left, the adventurer patted his chest in relief. His companions were stunned. Xiao Wu, what's wrong with you? Was there something wrong with that superhuman just now? This is seriously wrong. Xiao Wu bit his lip and said, do you guys remember the wanted poster that the Light Adventurers Guild posted before? I vaguely remember this. They said they were looking for a superhuman who didn't get along with them, right? One of the ability users whispered. If I remember correctly, that ability user was really confused. He beat up the daughter of the vice president of the Light Adventurers Guild and even killed a 5th tier powerhouse. That person just now looks exactly like the picture on the wanted poster. Xiao Wu lowered his voice and said. Everyone was a little confused. Xiao Wu gave a wry smile and said, anyway, as long as that person didn't notice us, it's fine. Although the reputation of the Light Adventurers Guild isn't particularly good, this guy beat up so many people and is said to have killed one. He's probably a dangerous individual. It's good that he didn't clash with us. Some people were a little frightened. We should probably leave quickly, instead of wandering around here aimlessly. That's right. Xiao Wu nodded and quickly left with everyone. Standing not far away, Yichio, whose figure had already blended into the shadows, revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the Light Adventurers Guild turned the tables and issued a warrant for their arrest first. However, this also aligns with my own understanding and perception of them. Yichio didn't pay much attention to the Light Adventurers Guild. Since he had the evidence, he had no reason to fear being targeted by the Light Adventurers Guild. After all, no matter how powerful they are, can they possibly be more powerful than the Mad Wolf Commando? Therefore, Yichio didn't care much. Yichio traveled for about 10 more hours, and it was now the 5th day. During these 10 hours, Yichio only encountered some small alien beasts on the road. For example, leopard cats, red foxes, big-eared bats, centipedes. These strange beasts only provided him with a few thousand evolution points here and there. When Yichio was feeling a bit tired, he found a tall tree and prepared to rest. Before taking a break, Yichio considered it for a moment and then opened the attribute panel to check his current level and the number of evolution points. Level, LV 43.5%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, A rank, Lord of Shadows. Strength, 234 plus 55. Intelligence, 322 plus. Physical condition, 218 plus 5. Mental strength, 236 plus. Agility, 212 plus 25. Evolution points, 80760. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal skills, damage stacking, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection technique, intermediate. Skill, evolvable, requires 30,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 200,000 evolution points. Shadow Sky Slash, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 300,000 evolution points. Vidro Realm, intermediate skill, evolvable, requires 30,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Moon Goddess's Ring, transcendent. Breeze Boots, excellent. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Brute Force Bracers, excellent. Gara Spirit Armor, excellent. Holy Flame
Flame Sword, excellent. Wolf Bone Spirit Ring, excellent. Moon Goddess's Blessing, superior. Mighty Bracers, superior.
Spirit Essence Fruit X1, second tier Spirit Fruit of Spirit and Wisdom X2, fourth tier Spirit Fruit, Potent Recovery Potion X2, fifth tier Potion, Potent Healing Potion X3, fifth tier Potion, Azure Cloud Fruit X2, third tier Spirit Fruit, Blue Mountain Lotus, sixth tier Spirit Herb, Basic Skill Upgrade Scroll. We already have 80,000 evolution points. Yi Cho thought it was pretty good. After a moment's thought, he decided to upgrade his necklace, Blessing of the Moon Goddess. Yi Cho clicked on the Moon Goddess's Blessing and took a look. Moon Goddess's Blessing, superior grade equipment that absorbs moonlight and energy from the air, replenishing the wearer's depleted mental energy. Maximum tier 5, replenishing up to 10% to 25% of the wearer's mental energy daily. Can be evolved, requiring 30,000 evolution points. 30,000 evolution points, that's not a lot. Yi Cho silently recited in his mind, consume 30,000 evolution points to evolve the superior grade equipment, Moon God's Blessing, into an excellent grade equipment. However, to Yi Cho's surprise, ding, evolution failed. Please try again. Yi Cho's lips twitched slightly. 30,000 evolution points? So it all went down the drain? However, after thinking about it, Yi Cho didn't feel that he had lost out too much. If he remembered correctly, the ability of infinite evolution is not perfect. Evolving equipment is also based on probability. The success rate of evolution is 100% for excellent, 80% for superior, 50% for outstanding, 20% for extraordinary, and 5% for divine. I succeeded in my previous evolutions, so this failure can only be attributed to bad luck. Yi Cho took a deep breath and silently recited again, consume 30,000 evolution points to evolve the superior grade equipment, Moon God's Blessing, into an excellent grade equipment. He felt that if he failed this time, he would become famous. Ding! Consume 30,000 evolution points, evolve the superior grade equipment Moon God's Blessing into the excellent grade equipment Moon God's Blessing. Moon Goddess's Blessing excellent grade equipment capable of absorbing free moonlight and energy from the air to replenish the wearer's depleted mental energy. Maximum tier 6, capable of replenishing the wearer's mental energy by 30% to 50% daily. Evolvable, requiring 500,000 evolution points. Yi Cho's eyes lit up slightly. Although no special skills were unlocked, the maximum amount of mental energy replenished increased from 10% to 25% to 30% to 50%. This is quite practical. After doing all this, Yi Cho prepared to rest for a while. This time, however, he was cautious enough to summon the wolf spirit and have it stand guard beside him, ready to wake him up if anything went wrong. About 6 hours later, Yi Cho woke up. He jumped down from the branch, ate something simple, and continued on his way. 2 days later, near an entrance to the shadow jungle, Yi Cho used the makeup tools she brought with her to make a simple change to her appearance. Upon arriving at the entrance, he used the hidden skill to slip into the shadows and escape. Seeing the ability users from the Light Adventurers Guild still guarding the area, Yi Cho smiled slightly. Let them mess around here. Afterwards, Yi Cho found the Life Adventurers Guild he had visited before, gave them some superpower coins, and hitched a ride back to the Mad Wolf Commando team. To be honest, I did make some progress in the 2 days I spent there. He hunted down 4 groups of strange beasts. They are a pack of forest wolves, a pack of earth apes, a pack of three-eyed blue lions, and a pack of fire scorpions. They have thus provided themselves with nearly 100,000 evolution points. Unfortunately, since there weren't many 4th-tier beasts among these creatures, and not a single 5th-tier beast, Yi Cho's level progress bar was currently stuck at 85% of level 43. At the same time, I also used up all the potent recovery and healing potions I had. However, it wasn't entirely without any gains. Yi Cho was waiting to return to the Mad Wolf Sanctuary, sell everything, collect a sum of money, and auction off random equipment upgrade scrolls and other useful resources. Before you know it, a day has passed. Yi Cho followed the members of the Life Adventurers Guild back to the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. Upon arriving at the city gate, everyone got off the bus, preparing to pass through the inspection before entering the city. Upon seeing Yi Cho, the city guard said in a formulaic manner, "Take out your bracelet and register your identity." Yi Cho nodded and then said, "Okay." He turned on the bracelet and accessed the identity interface. To Yi Cho's surprise, the city guards immediately became wary after verifying his identity. He took out his walkie-talkie and whispered a few words. Before long, a regimental commander from the Mad Wolf Sanctuary city guard strode over. He was a mid-stage 5th-tier expert, carrying a large bow on his back, with a cold and stern gaze. "Who is Yi Cho?" the regimental commander asked coldly. Yi Cho nodded and raised his hand. "It's me. You are suspected of killing a 5th-tier ability user from the Light Adventurers Guild. Please come with me for examination. If you have no problems, I can let you go. If you have violated the ability user covenant, you will be punished by the sanctuary." Yi Cho narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a deep voice, "Is it possible that I did nothing wrong at all, and that they were the ones who wanted to deal with me, and I was just defending myself?" The battalion commander's eyes remained
cold, then you need to provide sufficient evidence, otherwise, you won't escape responsibility either. Yicho chuckled and said directly, I'm very pressed for time right now, but I can give you the most important evidence. You should contact the guardians of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary as soon as possible and have them confirm whether this evidence is genuine. The commander narrowed his eyes. Then you'd better give it to me as soon as possible. Yicho nodded and immediately sent the video he had secretly recorded with his bracelet, the video of the 5th-tier expert from the Light Adventurers Guild threatening him to take out all his equipment, crystal cores, and materials, to the guild leader. After reading it once, the regimental commander's eyes blazed with fury. How dare he do this? Doesn't he know what the superpowered person's covenant is? This kind of trash can actually become a 5th-tier powerhouse. It's disgusting. The regimental commander almost cursed aloud. Yicho chuckled and said, so now you should understand why I only beat up those members of the Light Adventurers Guild who insulted me at the beginning, but later I killed that 5th-tier ability user, right? What do you want to do? Because at first they were just causing me trouble, and I took it in stride. But later, that 5th-level ability user came with the intention of killing me. The regimental commander took a deep breath, then said to Yichio, I'm very sorry, I didn't know about this situation. But don't worry, once I know the truth, no one's grievance will go unaddressed, and no criminal will be overlooked. He then said to Yichio, you can go in now. I will lift the arrest warrant for you as soon as possible and make this public. As for the Light Adventurers Guild, our Mad Wolf Sanctuary and even the Mad Wolf Commando team will conduct a thorough investigation and make sure to drive all that trash out of our superhuman community. Seeing that this regimental commander was quite reasonable, Yichio nodded and said, okay, thank you for your help. He didn't say much, and after entering the Mad Wolf Sanctuary, he went straight to the place where they bought materials from alien beasts. Since Yichio had previously wandered around the Shadow Forest for quite a while, this time he came to the western area of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. He used his wristband to go online and searched for information, discovering that the largest trading shop for exotic beast materials and crystal cores in the western district of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary was called Treasure House. Here, the purchase price is the highest in the western part of the Wild Wolf Sanctuary. Moreover, it is relatively fair and just, and there will be no situation where the weight is shortchanged. So Yichio took a car to Zenbazhai. After entering, he saw some customers selling materials. Meanwhile, a beautiful maidservant approached slowly. Esteemed guest, what can I do for you? Yichio smiled and said, I want to sell a batch of exotic beast materials and crystal cores. Okay, what grade of materials and crystal cores does the guest want to sell? The beautiful maid asked in a low voice. Yichio casually replied, from the 3rd to the 4th tier. The materials from 5th tier exotic beasts can be used to evolve various equipment, and if all else fails, they can also be used to enhance the strength of Sister Sashue and the others, so Yichio is unwilling to sell them. Alright, the beautiful maid's eyes lit up. Please come with me to the 3rd floor. Yichio followed her to the 3rd floor, and after arriving at a room, he met a middle-aged appraiser. The middle-aged appraiser was clearly a lifestyle professional. He held a magnifying glass that emitted a faint golden glow. With a wave of his hand, Yichio sent all the materials in his storage bag falling to the ground. Seeing those piles of materials and crystal cores that could be described as small mountains, the middle-aged appraiser fell silent. After a while, he swallowed and asked Yichio, Sir, please wait a moment, I'll go to my colleagues to help authenticate this large batch of materials. I'll give you a quote within an hour at most. Yichio nodded, without saying anything more. Not long after, 5 appraisers and a dozen or so appraiser apprentices came in. They spent an hour, their hands practically blurring with movement, to give Yichio his final, specific quote. Sir, you have given us a total of 51 4th-tier crystal cores. Our total purchase price is 36.72 million ability coins. Since you have provided too many materials, we are willing to purchase them for 37 million. What do you think? Yichio thought it was mostly correct, so he nodded. Okay, sir, please turn on your bracelet, and I'll transfer the money to you right away. The middle-aged appraiser's eyes were exceptionally obsequious. Yichio nodded, opened his bracelet, and then asked the middle-aged appraiser, do you sell any random equipment upgrade scrolls? No, not at all. If you really want to buy it, you can only go to the auction house. The middle-aged appraiser explained to Yichio. Yichio then asked, do you have any auction houses you would recommend? I can go and take a look. If we're talking about sheer strength and a wide variety of items, the renowned Mad Wolf auction house is definitely the place to go, but the final price you'll likely get might be a bit higher, the middle-aged appraiser said in a very humble tone. Yichio's heart stirred. Looks like we still have to go there. Yichio nodded and left immediately. Half an hour later, at the Mad Wolf auction house, Yichio arrived here, but before he even went inside, he encountered someone who surprised him. It was Xia Rongrong, and she was accompanied by a pretty girl. Xia Rongrong noticed Yichio immediately and said softly, Yichio, what are you doing here? Yichio looked somewhat helpless, then said, I'm here to auction things off. Hee, we really are quite destined to meet. Your recruit camp is already on holiday? If I remember correctly, it should be the time for basic training now, right? You guys probably won't be on holiday. Xia Rongrong walked
looked over quickly. Yichio smiled and said, "It's not because of the holiday. I just made a bet with the instructor, and I won, so I don't have to participate in the recruit training at the Wild Wolf Commando recruit camp anymore." Xiao Rongrong's eyes widened in surprise. "Really? Then it seems you're quite capable." The girl next to Xiao Rongrong was a little skeptical. "Everyone has to participate in the recruit training at the Wild Wolf Commando's recruit camp. You didn't actually beat the instructor, did you? If we don't do it this way, who will make you a regular soldier directly?" Yichio glanced at the girl and saw that although she was pretty, there was a hint of arrogance in her eyes. She must be a rich girl or a daughter of a prominent family. Yichio didn't argue with him and just casually said, "I actually beat the instructor." "How old are you? Are you even 17? The girl scoffed. "You probably haven't even broken through to the second rank yet, while the instructors of the Mad Wolf Commando team are at least at the 5th rank. Second rank versus 5th rank, how could you possibly win? Stop talking nonsense." Just as Yichio frowned, Xiao Rongrong pulled the girl back, saying, all right, Yichio would never betray me. He said he beat the instructor, so he must have beaten the instructor. I believe him." The girl was at her wit's end when she saw Xiao Rongrong. "Are you love-struck? Besides, what's so great about this guy? He just saved your life back then. Is it necessary to reject my brother?" "Don't say that anymore." Xiao Rongrong's face turned red with anger. Hearing the conversation between the two girls, Yichio felt quite helpless and said with a wry smile, "All right, that's enough. Are you still going to the auction or not?" "Of course," the girl chuckled. Xiao Rongrong nodded and said, "I do intend to go in." Just as Yichio was about to go in together, the girl chuckled and said, "If I remember correctly, Xiao Rongrong told me that you were just an orphan. Are you sure you have that much money to participate in the auction?" Yichio glanced at the girl and said, "Whether I have money or not is none of your concern." The girl choked for a moment, then chuckled and said no more. Xiao Rongrong secretly decided that if Yichio didn't have money, she could just take him in with her. There was nothing wrong with that. That's right, even Xiao Rongrong subconsciously believed that Yichio didn't have the funds. After all, Yichio was just an ordinary orphan, and only a C-level superpower user. When Yichio and his group arrived at the Mad Wolf Auction House, the guards at the entrance stopped them. "Please present your invitations to the Mad Wolf Auction House. If you do not have an invitation, you will need to show the corresponding amount of liquid funds. If your funds are less than 500,000 ability coins, you cannot participate in our Mad Wolf Auction House auction." "Only 500,000? I thought the Mad Wolf Auction House was some high-end place." The girl's gaze was very casual as she took out a card and handed it to the guard. "Here, there are 30 million in this. Go check it yourself." Yichio was also a little surprised when he heard this. There's a whopping 30 million in one card. This girl is definitely from a super rich family. After checking the contents and confirming there were 30 million, the guard's tone became very polite. "Dear miss, you are now a gold VIP of our Mad Wolf Auction House. You can apply for a gold VIP card later, and then you can go to the gold rest area and gold VIP area to relax and participate in the auction." The girl nodded, "Okay." Xiao Rongrong also took out a card. After taking a look, the guard smiled and said, "This esteemed lady, you can also become our gold VIP." Yichio casually turned on his bracelet. There was a hint of disdain in the guard's eyes. If it's just an electronic account, there probably isn't much money in it. But when he saw the contents of Yichio's account, his eyes widened in shock. 39 million. My goodness. His tone also became very polite. "Sir, you can also become our gold VIP." Xiao Rongrong was somewhat surprised. She turned her head and glanced at Yichio's light screen, and was also incredibly shocked to find that Yichio's bank account did indeed contain nearly 40 million superpower coins. "Yichio, how did you do that? It's only been a few days. How did you manage to have nearly 40 million superpower coins in your bank account?" Xiao Rongrong suspected that Yichio had gone to rob a bank. "After all, it's only been a month or two since we last met. Does Yichio have a very wealthy relative?" Yichio smiled slightly. "I earned it by hunting exotic beasts." At this moment, the girl was also somewhat surprised. "I originally thought you were a poor wretch, but I didn't expect you to be quite rich. But don't joke around, even if you are a 5th level ability user, it is impossible to acquire nearly 40 million in wealth in 2 months. Yichio shrugged. "Say what you want, I won't lie." The girl chuckled and ignored Yichio. Yichio casually asked Xiao Rongrong, "How did you meet this woman? With a temper like that, why do you want to be friends with her?" Xiao Rongrong was a little embarrassed. "Actually, Wang Yao is a good person. She's just, well, anyway, don't say anything more." Yichio naturally knew that this girl named Wang Yao might just be targeting the lower classes. However, Yichio was also quite annoyed by this kind of person, so he didn't say anything more. The three of them went inside together, and a maid in a golden dress came forward. After confirming their situation, she led them to a counter. A beautiful woman standing behind the counter then handed each of the three a light gold VIP card. This light gold VIP card is a third-class VIP card at our Mad Wolf Auction House. You can use this gold-level VIP card to go to the gold rest area. If you wish to attend the auction, you can also take a seat in the VIP gold section. After receiving the VIP cards, Yichio and his two companions went to to the gold rest area to rest. They chose a seat that could accommodate 3 people and sat down. Wang Yao casually poured a cup of tea and then poured another cup for Xia Rongrong. After taking a sip, she frowned again. The tea doesn't taste that great. The Mad Wolf auction house is still inferior to the capital auction house in every aspect. Okay, stop talking. Xia Rongrong tugged at Wang Yao's hand. Yi Qiu was also quite curious as to why Xia Rongrong had suddenly come over. Normally, she should be in school receiving special training for people with superpowers. So Yi Qiu casually asked, by the way, Xia Rongrong, what brings you to the Mad Wolf auction house at the Mad Wolf Sanctuary this time? Is there something important you need to bid on? It's not particularly important. Xia Rongrong hesitated for a moment, then said, although I have already received an admission invitation from Tenglong Academy, one of the 4 major academies, I still want to improve my strength even more. My grandfather happened to hear that the Mad Wolf auction house at Mad Wolf Sanctuary had recently listed a batch of skill upgrade scrolls and basic skill scrolls, so he gave me some money and told me to come and bid on a few. See if you can help me improve my skills so that I can get a better ranking at the entrance class placement ceremony and get into a better class. Yi Qiu nodded and said, I see. Xia Rongrong then turned her gaze to Wang Yao and explained why Wang Yao had come. As for Wang Yao, her reason for coming this time is similar to mine. Wang Yao then turned her gaze to Yi Qiu, and after examining him for a while, a hint of surprise appeared in her eyes. Your equipment seems to be quite extraordinary, at least of superior quality, right? Aren't you just an ordinary orphan? Did you inherit some astronomical fortune? Yi Qiu's lips twitched. I advise you to be more polite to people. If you weren't a girl, believe me, I would have been very rude to you right now. Although Wang Yao was indeed somewhat disdainful, seeing Yi Qiu's serious expression, she stopped talking. He just muttered to himself, what's so great about you, kid? I really don't understand why Xia Rongrong is still hung up on you. If it weren't for you, she would have been my sister-in-law long ago. Not long after, another figure walked into the VIP area. The man's gaze shifted to Yi Qiu, then suddenly froze, his expression instantly turning grim. Yi Qiu noticed someone was looking at him, turned his gaze towards them, and chuckled to himself. Xin Lingfeng, you're here too? Xin Lingfeng's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Why can't I be here? Is this your family's property? Yi Qiu didn't waste any more words, but said in a sarcastic tone, you had your distant cousin Xin Xianfeng deal with me before, and he lost time and time again. I used to really want to ask you how you felt back then, whether you felt slapped in the face? Xin Lingfeng coldly rebuked. Don't bring up things you shouldn't. Let me tell you, the difference between you and me is the difference between you and yourself. Someone like you, a lowly loser, is destined to be cannon fodder. Before Yi Qiu could speak, Xia Rongrong angrily slammed her hand on the table and stood up. Xin Lingfeng, what do you mean by this? Xin Lingfeng paused for a moment, then asked with a hint of annoyance, Rongrong, why do you always stand with this guy? Didn't he just save you? What do you mean he only saved me? Xia Rongrong's face twisted with anger, and she said, putting aside the fact that he saved me, just based on what you just said, I'm going to give you a good scolding. Our entire empire was built through the perseverance of one superhuman after another. While powerful superhumans do protect more people, aren't the ordinary superhumans also building our empire and protecting our people? You say Yi Qiu is a loser from the bottom of society, and you also say that people like him are cannon fodder. What exactly are you up to? Hearing Xia Rongrong make such a big deal out of it, Xin Lingfeng felt both annoyed and angry. Xia Rongrong, what kind of brainwashing has this guy given you? Why do you like him so much? Xia Rongrong chuckled, don't talk nonsense to me. Let me tell you, if you make such remarks again, don't blame me for reporting you to General Shun. I'd like to see how angry General Shun would be if he knew that one of his descendants was someone like you. Upon hearing this, Xin Lingfeng immediately wilted and pleaded with his grandfather and grandmother. Alright, stop talking. I take back what I just said, okay? Don't tell the old man about this. Xia Rongrong pointed at Yi Qiu again, but you have to apologize to him, or I'm not done with you. Xin Lingfeng was completely bewildered, but looking at Xia Rongrong's threatening face, he could only grit his teeth and apologize to Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu, I'm sorry, I misspoke just now. I shouldn't have said that. Yi Qiu glanced at him indifferently. I hope you remember what you said, and don't be so arrogant and disdainful of others in the future. Xin Lingfeng wanted to tear Yi Qiu apart, but he could only nod and look at Xia Rongrong with pleading eyes. Xia Rongrong, is this okay? That's fine. Xia Rongrong nodded. Then, Xin Lingfeng didn't want to stay there any longer and immediately ran away. After Xin Lingfeng left, Xia Rongrong's expression softened a little, but her tone still held some resentment. Xin Lingfeng has such great talent, it's truly baffling. If only his S-rank talent had fallen into Yi Qiu's hands. Yi Qiu simply smiled and said, I'm no weaker than Xin Lingfeng either, don't worry. Xia Rongrong simply smiled and didn't say anything more. Although she also thought Yi Qiu was quite capable, talent is a pure difference, and one that is difficult to overcome. Yi Qiu's future achievements are destined not to be as high as Xin Lingfeng's. At this moment, Yi Qiu picked up one of the auction catalogs from the table and slowly began to look through it. He also wanted to know if the auction actually contained anything he wanted. After looking through it for a while, Yi Qiu's eyes lit up up slightly. There are 5 items in this auction, and he is quite interested in them. First, there are 2 sets of 2 random equipment upgrade cards, each with a starting bid of 3 million. Yichio definitely wants to get these. However, Yichio estimates that these 4 random equipment upgrade cards alone will cost around 10 million. In addition, Yichio also wanted to obtain a superior grade piece of equipment, the Whisper of the Moon Goddess. Although this equipment is similar to his own Moon Goddess ring in terms of effect, it slowly restores his stamina. Moreover, it can create a set effect with its own blessing of the Moon Goddess, increasing the overall strength by 20%. If you collect all 3, you can achieve the final effect, increasing the overall strength by 30% and also adding an extra special effect. The starting bid for this top grade equipment is 3 million, but Yichio estimates he can acquire it for around 6 million. As for the remaining 2 items, one is not an actual item, but rather an opportunity to have a 6th level alchemy master help with alchemy. The auction price for this opportunity is 2 million supernatural coins. Yichio remembered the spirit awakening tree he had previously obtained and decided to bid on this item as well. It is estimated that it will consume 4 million superpower coins. The last thing Yichio had his eye on was a set of 3 equipment enchantment scrolls. These equipment enchantment scrolls are extremely rare. Their purpose is to randomly add effects to equipment. The starting bid for this set of 3 equipment enchantment scrolls is 12 million ability coins. Yichio suddenly realized that he didn't have enough money. Feeling a bit troubled, he considered it for a while and finally decided to auction off his mighty wrist guards. After taking a deep breath, he said to Xiao Rongrong, "I have something to do and I have to leave for a bit. I'll come back to you when I'm done." "Okay, remember to come back early." Xiao Rongrong nodded without asking any further questions. She's not exactly lacking in emotional intelligence. If Yichio doesn't say where he's going, she won't ask. After Yichio left, he found a maid in a golden dress and asked, "If I want to consign a piece of equipment, who should I contact?" "Only equipment worth more than 3 million ability coins can appear in our auction tonight." The maid in the golden dress said softly, "If it doesn't exceed the limit, it will have to be auctioned at another auction session." "I can confirm that." Yichio nodded. The maid in the golden dress said softly, "Then you can come with me. I'll help you find an appraiser to appraise your equipment." "Alright." Yichio followed the maid in the golden dress to a room. The maid in the golden dress first invited Yichio to sit down. Not long after, a middle-aged man wearing glasses walked over quickly. He then asked Yichio, "Esteemed guest, may I ask where the item you wish to auction is located?" Yichio took off his own powerful wrist guards and handed them to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man immediately put on the equipment. After all, this is the most intuitive way to check equipment attributes. After a while, the middle-aged man's eyes showed surprise. "This is a very good quality piece of equipment. If possible, could you let one of our combat-type ability users test its skills?" "Sure." Yichio nodded. He also knew that the auction house would be very cautious. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Alright, please wait for half an hour." Not long after, a combat-type professional arrived. After putting on the giant strength bracers, he threw a punch. Sensing a significant increase in power that lasted for such a long time, the 4th-tier combat professional was surprised. "Indeed, it's quite good, meeting the standards you just mentioned. I really want this equipment." The middle-aged man smiled and said to Yichio, "This mighty bracers is considered very good even among superior grade equipment. Our starting bid for this auction is 6 million ability coins. What do you think?" "Acceptable." Yichio nodded with a smile. If this distance wristband doesn't fail to sell at auction, he can get at least 6 million superpower coins. Adding that to the 17 million superpower coins he had just set aside, that's a total of 23 million superpower coins. This sum should cover the cost of the 3 equipment enchantment scrolls that had a starting price of 12 million psionic coins at the auction. So Yichio signed an agreement with them, then left and returned to his seat in the golden auction area. "You're back?" Xiao Rongrong beckoned to Yichio, and after Yichio sat down, she said softly, "There's a dessert here that's quite delicious." As she spoke, Xiao Rongrong pushed a box of pastries next to her to Yichio. "Here, try some." Yichio felt a bit helpless, but also a little warm. "Okay, thank you." Meanwhile, Wang Yao, watching the two of them, felt like she was being used as a third wheel. Even her eyes revealed a hint of embarrassment and frustration. "Aren't these two ashamed? They're right here watching." Another half hour passed, and the auction was finally about to begin. Yichio, Xia, Rongrong, and Wang Yao entered the auction hall together, found the gold section, selected seats according to the numbers on their gold VIP cards, and took their seats. Perhaps the 3 people next to him went to apply for VIP cards together, and their seats were next to each other. To Yichio's surprise, Shen Lingfeng also came over, and was right next to him. Shen Lingfeng's face was extremely ugly, and he even felt a bit unlucky. If the auction house hadn't strictly prohibited guests from changing seats, Shen Lingfeng would have wanted to simply change seats and leave. Time flew by, and a quarter of an hour later, a dignified and beautiful female auctioneer walked out onto the stage. She started with a very standard introduction, welcoming all the superhumans to the auction organized by the Mad Wolf Auction House, and then began the formal proceedings. The first
item up for auction was just a very ordinary piece of high-quality equipment, which Yi Qiu wasn't interested in. About half an hour later, they arrived at one of the places that Yi Qiu was particularly interested in. This is our fifth item up for auction, and the only non-physical item in this auction, the opportunity to invite a 6th level alchemy master to refine pills for you. Starting price, 2 million energy coins. Each bid must be at least 100,000 energy coins. Yi Qiu immediately raised his sign, 2,100,000 superpower coins. Others gradually increased their bids. 2,300,000 superpower coins. 2,500,000 superpower coins. Yi Qiu frowned, 3 million superpower coins. At this point, no one raised the price any further. After a while, the female auctioneer said softly, 3 million superpower coins once, 3 million superpower coins twice, 3 million superpower coins 3 times. Congratulations to guest number 16 in the gold zone for winning our 5th item. Yi Qiu felt a little relieved. He originally expected to get it for 4 million, but now it's less than that. He could use that million to buy other things, such as recovery potions, healing potions, or iron talismans. When he made his bid, Xin Lingfeng, who was sitting next to him, looked a little surprised, but he managed to suppress his curiosity. Yi Qiu is just a poor orphan, so there's no way he could possibly have any money. In his view, Yi Qiu had simply hooked up with some big shot from the Mad Wolf Sanctuary and was just acting as his proxy, helping him auction off items. About half an hour later, Yi Qiu finally saw the other item he wanted to bid on, the superior grade equipment, Moon Goddess's Whisper. Its auction price was 3 million superpower coins. Our item for auction this time is a superior grade piece of equipment called the Whisper of the Moon Goddess. It has 2 effects. The first effect is that it can absorb the power of the moonlight to help the superhuman who equips it slowly recover the stamina they have consumed. It can recover up to 20% to 40% of the stamina consumed by the superhuman in a day. The second effect is that it can increase the wearer's mental strength by 20 points. Furthermore, this Whisper of the Moon Goddess can be combined with other Moon Goddess prefix equipment. A set of 2 pieces can increase the effect by 20%, and a set of 3 pieces can increase the effect by 40% and also gain special effects. Therefore, its starting bid is 3 million ability coins. Each bid must be at least 100,000 ability coins higher. Yi Qiu immediately raised his bidding paddle, 3.5 million superpower coins. Before long, someone was chasing after them. 4 million superpower coins. 4,200,000 superpower coins. 4,400,000 superpower coins. 4,800,000 superpower coins. Yi Qiu narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and then 5,500,000 superpower coins. Upon hearing this number, the residents on site were reluctant to add any more, because the true value of the Moon Goddess's Whisper equipment is only around 5 million ability coins. Anything more would be a waste of money, because not everyone can collect 3 or even 2 pieces to form a set effect. 5.5 million superpower coins once, 5.5 million superpower coins twice, 5.5 million superpower coins 3 times. Congratulations to guest number 16 in the gold zone for winning our 9th item. Yi Qiu closed his eyes to rest, waiting for the random equipment upgrade card he needed to appear. Nearly an hour passed before Yi Qiu opened his eyes when the female auctioneer mentioned the random equipment upgrade card. 2 cards per set, 3 million per set, with each bid increment no less than 100,000 superpower coins. This time, some of the auctioneers in the audience were also quite enthusiastic. The bidding was almost constant. 3,200,000 superpower coins. 3.5 million superpower coins. 4 million superpower coins. 4,200,000 superpower coins. 4,400,000 superpower coins. Yi Qiu frowned slightly, took a deep breath, and then 6 million superpower coins. Now, no one dared to raise the price any further. A subtle movement occurred in the female auctioneer's eyes. 6 million superpower coins once, 6 million superpower coins twice, 6 million superpower coins 3 times. Congratulations to guest number 16 in the gold zone for winning our 14th item. Yi Qiu then acquired the 15th item for 5.7 million, which was also a set of 2 random equipment upgrade scrolls. On Xia Rongrong's side, she also spent 6 million to bid for a beginner skill scroll and 7 million to bid for a set of superior grade equipment. This set of premium gear includes soft armor, boots, and wrist guards. Although Yi Qiu thought the overall effect was just average, Xia Rongrong seemed quite satisfied. Yi Qiu was also amazed. He hadn't expected that basic skill scrolls would be so popular. Wang Yao, on the other hand, spent 6.5 million to bid for a basic skill scroll. She also purchased a set of premium equipment, but she paid a higher price, a full 20 million. However, Wang Yao didn't lose out entirely, because he was, after all, a magic-based ability user, and the price of his equipment was naturally higher than that of combat-based ability users. Then, Yi Qiu's powerful bracers also appeared. This item is a premium-grade piece of equipment that we added to the auction at the last minute. It's called the Mighty Bracers, and it's exceptionally good even among premium-grade equipment. It has
has two effects. Starting bid, 6 million ability coins, with each bid increment no less than 200,000 ability coins. Yi Qiu was a little surprised. This time, his powerful wristband was very popular. 6,200,000 superpower coins. 6,400,000 superpower coins. 6,800,000 superpower coins. 7,400,000 superpower coins. 8 million superpower coins. 8,400,000 superpower coins. 10 million superpower coins. After the price reached 10 million supernatural coins, no one continued bidding. Yi Qiu was a little surprised, because the person who bought this equipment was Xin Lingfeng. But he didn't say much more. Making money is nothing to be ashamed of. About half an hour later, the auction was nearing its end. The item we're auctioning today is one of the highlights of this auction, a set of 3 equipment enchantment scrolls. Starting bid, 12 million ability coins. Each bid must be at least 1 million ability coins higher. To be honest, Yi Qiu felt that the atmosphere around him was one of eager anticipation and anticipation. Sure enough, as soon as the female auctioneer finished speaking, everyone started bidding. 14 million superpower coins. 15 million superpower coins. 18 million superpower coins. 20 million superpower coins. Yi Qiu couldn't help but marvel. Once we reached the 20 million mark, things quieted down a bit. Yi Qiu took a deep breath and raised his bidding paddle. 23 million superpower coins. At this point, no one spoke again. The female auctioneer's eyes showed a hint of excitement. 230 million superpower coins once. 230 million superpower coins twice. 230 million superpower coins 3 times. Congratulations to guest number 16 in the gold zone for winning our 34th item. Yi Qiu breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes relaxed considerably. At least the 5 items I had my eye on were acquired. Yi Qiu didn't pay much attention to the next 2 items auctioned. However, he also took a quick look at it. One of them was a set of superior grade equipment, which fetched an astronomical price of 4 to 7 million supernatural coins. The final item up for auction was a spiritual pill refined by an 8th level alchemist, called the longevity pill, which could directly extend the lifespan of both superhumans and non-superhumans by 10 to 20 years. It sold for a sky-high price of 60 million. After the auction ended, Yi Qiu, Xia Rongrong, and Wang Yao went to collect their respective items. Before Yi Qiu could even move, a beautiful maid in a golden dress approached him. "Sir, please follow me." Yi Qiu nodded and followed her. He also acquired the 4 physical items he won in this auction. Before he could ask about the alchemy opportunity, the maid in the golden dress said, "Regarding that alchemy opportunity, we will provide you with the contact information of that 6th level alchemist, and you will also be given a special identification code. After you go there, give him this identification code. Once it's confirmed, he can then refine the pills you need." Yi Qiu thought it was quite advanced. Okay. He took his things and walked slowly toward the gate. "Yi Qiu, you stop right there." Before Yi Qiu had even left the auction house, he heard Xin Lingfeng's gloomy voice. Upon hearing Xin Lingfeng's voice, Yi Qiu frowned and turned his gaze towards him. "Did you need something?" Xin Lingfeng said with a cold smile. "Of course there's something. Speak your mind, or shut up. Don't block my way." Yi Qiu frowned. "Where did you get the money from those auctions?" Xin Lingfeng said in a cold voice. Yi Qiu's tone carried a hint of displeasure. "What's it to you? How is this none of my business?" Xin Lingfeng chuckled. "I'm a very righteous person." Yi Qiu was amused. You have a strong sense of justice? Who are you trying to fool? Say what you will. I just want to know where you got such a large sum of money." Xin Lingfeng repeated the question he had already raised before. Yi Qiu found Xin Lingfeng's behavior strange. He frowned and asked, "What exactly do you mean? So you can't give a reason for this money, is that it?" Xin Lingfeng chuckled and waved over there. "Guardians, please come over here for a moment." Yi Qiu then saw 3 or 4 strong ability users walking over, the strongest of whom was already at the advanced 4th rank. Yi Qiu still didn't know what Xin Lingfeng meant by those words. The leader of the guard said directly, "Young man, someone has reported you for holding funds on behalf of others and auctioning off items for personal gain. Please come back with us and cooperate with the investigation." Yi Qiu frowned. Using funds held on behalf of others to auction items for personal gain? So that's what Xin Lingfeng was up to. This world has superpowers and warriors who fight for humanity their whole lives, but there are also dark places where the light cannot reach. Many people obtain supernatural coins that are not respectable enough to be auctioned normally in major auction houses. Therefore, they find people to hold the funds on their behalf and auction the goods on their behalf, and those people only charge a portion of the money as payment. It turns out that Xin Lingfeng saw himself as that kind of person. However, he didn't think Xin Lingfeng was brainless or anything like that. After all, he was just an orphan this time, and when he first awakened his powers, he was indeed only a C-level ability user. Yi Qiu shook his head. "If you want to investigate the source of my funds, I can do so right now. But I want to tell you something. I did not hold funds on behalf of others to auction items and seek profits." The guardian's eyes were serious. "Yi Qiu, I'd rather believe you are like that, but your side is really too suspicious. First of all, you are just an orphan. Secondly, you have awakened superpowers, but only at the sea level. Thirdly, the total value of the items you just auctioned was as high as 37.5 million superpower coins. In addition, you also put up a relatively rare, high-quality piece of equipment, the mighty bracers, for auction. It's hard for us not to suspect where your resources and funds come from. Yicho chuckled. Is it possible that my strength has now reached the level of a 4th-tier superhuman? Besides that, I hunted many alien beasts in the alien beast forest and sold a lot of crystal cores and materials, which brought me nearly 37 million alien coins. The Guardians exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness. One of the Guardians frowned and said, "Young man, you are only 17 years old. It will only take you 2 or 3 months to awaken your superpowers. You're telling me that you not only raised your strength to the 4th tier, but also obtained nearly 37 million ability coins worth of materials in one go. Even if it's a legend, you wouldn't say it like that." Yicho took a deep breath, his eyes calm and expressionless. "I am not lying. It is up to you whether you believe it or not, but I am willing to cooperate with your investigation and provide relevant evidence." "It's good that you're willing to provide evidence." The Guardian nodded. Yicho directly opened his bracelet and showed the Guardian the transaction he had previously made with the shop. Meanwhile, Shin Lingfeng shouted, "Impossible. It's possible for you to hunt a few 2nd and 3rd tier beasts. How could you possibly obtain the crystal cores of these 4th tier beasts? Even if you are a 5th tier expert, you might not be able to obtain so many crystal cores in a single hunt." Yicho retorted sarcastically, "Don't judge others by your own standards, okay?" Upon seeing the transaction information, the Guardian's eyes flickered slightly. "Then how can you prove that these beast materials and crystal cores are yours?" Yicho sighed helplessly. "This Guardian, you should also have the strength of a high-level 4th tier, right? How about we find a place to have a match? If I can beat you, will you believe that I can kill the alien beasts and obtain their materials and crystal cores?" The Guardian paused for a moment, then said, "That's possible." Shin Lingfeng, however, clutched his stomach, grinning from ear to ear. "You're a real character. You actually want to challenge the Guardian? Do you even know who this Guardian is? He's a level 49 Guardian, just a hair's breadth away from level 50. If you can defeat him, I'll kowtow to you 100 times today." Yicho glanced at Shin Lingfeng and said disdainfully, "Then you'd better be ready to kowtow later." The Guardian then turned his gaze to Yicho. "Don't say too much, I'm short on time here. Let's just find a place to do it." Yicho nodded. But as they walked out of the auction house, Yicho heard Xia Rongrong's voice from the other side. "Yicho, why are you out so late?" Xia Rongrong and Wang Yao walked over quickly. Upon seeing the Guardian beside Yicho, Xia Rongrong was also taken aback. "What's going on?" "Yicho, why is the Guardian with you? And what's Shin Lingfeng doing here?" Yicho explained what had just happened. Xia Rongrong was furious. "Shin Lingfeng, are you out of your mind?" Hearing Xia Rongrong still defending Yicho, Shin Lingfeng felt both bitter and angry. "Xia Rongrong, what are you saying? How could I be crazy? I'm just eradicating injustice in the shelter." Xia Rongrong's tone was icy. "Let me tell you, if Yicho hadn't done this time, I would definitely have someone sue you." Shin Lingfeng showed no fear whatsoever. "I believe I did nothing wrong." Meanwhile, Wang Yao tugged at Xia Rongrong and said, "Alright, stop talking. Yicho and you are not related. Why do you care so much?" Xia Rongrong ignored Wang Yao and quickly walked to Yicho's side. "I'll go with you." Yicho nodded. He felt a slight warmth in his heart when Xia Rongrong was willing to stand by his side. Before long, the group arrived at an open space nearby. The level 49 Guardian activated his supernatural power, and layer upon layer of scales covered his skin, transforming him into a half-dragon-like being. A level superpower, Dragon Vein Warrior. The level 49 Guardian also drew the longsword he wore at his waist. Yicho drew his Cold Moon Frostblade and activated his Lord of Shadows ability. A shadowy aura enveloped him, and a faint, ethereal dark power began to erode him. The level 49 Guardian's expression changed slightly. Yicho's strength seemed to be much greater than he had imagined, especially his special ability, which is clearly a high-level ability in the dark attribute, unlike the ordinary sea-level ability Shadow Blade that I pulled up in the file. But the arrow was already on the string, and it had to be released. This level 49 Guardian still needs to fight Yicho to confirm Yicho's true strength. He swayed and charged at Yicho with his sword. Yicho then activated all three of his skills. Damage stacking, a gentle breeze enveloping you, unparalleled sword energy. In the next instant, Yicho flashed out and unleashed a powerful slash. Terrifying blade energy shot through the air. The expression on the face of the level 49 Guardian changed instantly when his longsword came into contact with Yicho's blade energy. He couldn't even completely parry the sword energy, and could only fight and retreat. Yicho, on the other hand, remained remarkably composed, his blade flashing like butterflies. Before 10 moves had even passed, the level 49 Guardian gritted his teeth and said, "I surrender." His 3 words also surprised the other Guardians. It's important to know that this level 49 Guardian is the captain of their Guardian squad. Unexpectedly, he couldn't even last 10 moves against Yicho, a 17-year-old boy. This is absolutely outrageous. It felt like a dream. The level 49 guardian, with a bitter expression on his face, cupped his hands in apology to Ichio. I'm very sorry, I was too hasty. I didn't expect you to actually have 5th tier combat power. That's not too weak among them. You should be at level 55 to 56. It's nothing. Ichio nodded, his tone still quite natural. I know that my original records show that I am an orphan and that I only awakened a C-level ability. It's normal for the guardian to think that I don't have the strength. The level 49 guardian was also curious. I'm also very curious about this. Did you have some kind of extraordinary encounter that allowed you to gain your current strength? Ichio chuckled lightly. I guess so, but it's mainly because of my innate skills. I possess a special ability that allows my strength to multiply in the darkness. Upon hearing this, the level 49 guardian finally understood. I see. Over there, Shin Lingfeng exclaimed as if his defenses had been broken. This is impossible. How could Ichio possibly have the strength of level 56? Isn't he just a poor loser with an awakened C-level superpower? What makes you say that? Xia Rongrong chuckled and immediately mocked Shin Lingfeng. You're the one who lacks strength. Let's see who dares to say Ichio lacks strength in the future. The level 49 guardian's eyes also held a hint of coldness as he said to Shin Lingfeng, didn't you check Ichio's situation before you came to us? Do you know that every guardian's time is also a valuable resource, and it shouldn't be wasted? Shin Lingfeng's lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a word for a long time. The level 49 guardian didn't care about Shin Lingfeng and left with his men. Shin Lingfeng gritted his teeth and prepared to leave, but Ichio stopped Shin Lingfeng directly. Aren't you going to keep your promise before you leave? Shin Lingfeng's face paled, and he gritted his teeth, saying, what promise? I know nothing about it. Ichio chuckled. Someone just said that if I really have the strength to defeat that guardian, I'll kowtow to him 100 times. You can't go back on your word. Xia Rongrong also said coldly, that's right, Shin Lingfeng, don't try to back out. Shin Lingfeng was furious. This is impossible. You are insulting my character and destroying my dignity. There is no way I would kneel down and kowtow 100 times to Ichio. A hint of mockery flashed in Ichio's eyes. He then activated his bracelet, displaying the video he had just recorded. So, do you want to become a spineless coward despised by everyone and a man who breaks his promises? Ichio's recording made Shin Lingfeng's face turn pale. When did you record this? How could you be so despicable and shameless? Ichio chuckled. When have I ever been despicable or shameless? I'm just giving them a taste of their own medicine. You have many more despicable and shameless traits than I've shown. Shin Lingfeng gritted his teeth. Anyway, you're not going to make me kneel down and kowtow today. After saying that, he prepared to leave. Ichio stopped him directly. You're not going to kowtow, are you? Let me tell you, you're not leaving today unless you kowtow 100 times. Shin Lingfeng was about to make a move, but then he remembered that he was no match for Ichio. He was about to explode. What exactly do you want? I've said it many times, you can leave after you kowtow 100 times. Ichio's eyes were icy cold. Shin Lingfeng felt that he and Ichio were completely unable to communicate. Before he could make a move, Ichio kicked him in the back of the knee and then slammed his head to the ground with lightning speed. Ichio simply slapped his head on the ground 3 times, as if it were a ball. If you won't kowtow, then I'll kowtow for you. Of course, these are only 3. I'll remember the remaining 97 for you, and I'll collect a few every time I see you. Shin Lingfeng, whose head had made intimate contact with the ground, felt dizzy and disoriented. But in the next instant, the flames of shame blazed fiercely. You want to die. Shin Lingfeng's eyes were filled with murderous intent. If you want revenge, then go ahead. Ichio stood up and kicked him away again. I'm not afraid. After doing all this, Ichio ignored Shin Lingfeng and turned to leave with Xia Rongrong. On the way, Xia Rongrong was still a little nervous. Ichio, the Shin family is a very prestigious family. It's not really good for you to treat Shin Lingfeng like this. Judging from Shin Lingfeng's personality, he will definitely find someone to take revenge on you. Don't worry, he doesn't have that ability. Ichio's lips curled slightly. And don't worry about me either. I'm a formal soldier of the Mad Wolf Commando team. The Shin family won't be so brainless as to provoke the commando team. Besides, I've also contributed to the commando team, so I'm not an ordinary person. Xia Rongrong's eyes widened. Did you do something good? When? How come I didn't know? Ichio's lips curled slightly as he said, you can take a look at the recent announcements from the Mad Wolf Commando team. Xia Rongrong had a sudden thought, so she quickly opened her bracelet and checked the official website of the Mad Wolf Commando team. She then looked through the records and found that not long ago, Ichio and several other 4th tier ability users had teamed up to obtain a cave core. You actually teamed up with someone else and won the cave heaven core? My god. Xia Rongrong's eyes widened as she said, you're a great hero now. Seizing the core of the cave is at least a class C level 2 merit. Ichio chuckled, you guessed right, but since I'm a new recruit, my battle merits will automatically be moved up 1 level. I now have a class C merit citation. Xia Rongrong's eyes were full of envy. Ichio, in just 3 or 4 months, you have walked a distance that we couldn't finish in 4 years. Ichio chuckled lightly, it's just a matter of fate. Xia Rongrong then said, then I might have to rely on you to protect me in the future. Ichio said softly, you're my friend, I definitely have to sue you. Xia Rongrong chuckled, her eyes filled with joy and excitement. The two strolled around the street for a while longer before Xiao Rongrong and Yiqiu prepared to leave. Before leaving, Yiqiu thought for a moment and finally called out to Xiao Rongrong, let me give you a gift. Xiao Rongrong paused for a moment, then asked curiously, what gift? Yiqiu chuckled and handed the beginner skill upgrade scroll he had obtained earlier to Xiao Rongrong. It's not that valuable. A beginner skill upgrade scroll, please. Xiao Rongrong's eyes widened. Wow, you actually say this isn't precious enough. This is a beginner skill upgrade scroll. If you sell it, it could easily fetch 2 or 3 million. Yiqiu said softly, our friendship is much more precious than this. Xiao Rongrong looked at Yiqiu, her eyes sparkling. Although she knew Yiqiu was very rich, and although she had received similar gifts before, but Xiao Rongrong still felt warm and comfortable inside. Xiao Rongrong added, this gift is nice, and I really want it too, but I can't let you suffer a loss. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Rongrong took out a small bottle from her storage bag and handed it to Yiqiu. There is a precious pill in here. It's called the blood burning pill. After taking it, it can help a superhuman breakthrough and increase their strength. However, there is a drawback. After improving one's strength, one needs to rest for about 2 or 3 days. During these 2 or 3 days, the strength of the superhuman is only 1/3 of what it was before. Yiqiu's heart stirred. However, this kind of pill should be useless against a 4th level expert like me, right? Xiao Rongrong smiled and said, it can only be used by 4th level ability users at most. For example, if you are currently level 43, then after consuming this blood burning pill, your strength can soar to level 47 or 48. Hearing this, Yiqiu thought it was actually quite good. That's pretty good. Approximately how much would this blood burning pill cost if I wanted to buy it? Xiao Rongrong seemed hesitant and reluctant to discuss the price. Yiqiu tried to guess again. 2 or 3 million? No. Xiao Rongrong quickly shook her head. This pill was given to me by my grandfather. According to him, he exchanged it for his battle merits. Yiqiu paused for a moment, then said, this is quite useful to me. I'll take it. Tell me your contact information and where you live now, and I'll prepare another gift for you tomorrow. Xiao Rongrong paused for a moment, then shook her head vigorously. Really, it's not necessary. Yiqiu rubbed Xiao Rongrong's head. Alright, why are you being so polite with me? Didn't you see all this gear I'm wearing? Don't you know I'm not short of money? After a moment of silence, Xiao Rongrong gave Yiqiu her address and said, I will probably stay at the Mad Wolf Commando team for another 3 days. Yiqiu smiled and said, okay, I'll come find you tomorrow. Xiao Rongrong nodded. Then I'll go back to my hotel first. Wait a minute. Yiqiu suddenly remembered something. I don't have anywhere to stay right now. Can I stay at your hotel? Xiao Rongrong's eyes lit up. That's possible. The two went back together, and Yiqiu booked a guest room and went inside to upgrade his equipment. However, before that, Yiqiu needed to take a look at the Moon Goddess's whisper. The whisper of the Moon Goddess is actually an ear clip, but the style is unisex, and Yiqiu wears it without any problems. Moon Goddess's whisper, superior grade equipment. Effect 1, absorbs moonlight to help the wearer slowly recover depleted stamina, restoring up to 20% to 40% of stamina per day. Effect 2, increases the wearer's spirit by 20 points. Upgradable, requires 30,000 evolution points. Yiqiu took a deep breath, summoned the system again, and opened his personal panel. Level, LV 43 85%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, A rank, Lord of Shadows. Strength, 234 plus 55. Intelligence, 322 plus. Physical condition, 218 plus 5. Mental strength, 236 plus. Agility, 212 plus 25. Evolution points, 153260. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal skills, damage stacking, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection technique, intermediate. Skill, evolvable, requires 30,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 200,000 evolution points. Shadow Sky Slash, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 300,000 evolution points. Vidro Realm, intermediate skill, evolvable, requires 30,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Moon Goddess's Ring, transcendent. Breeze Boots, excellent. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Brute Force Bracers, excellent. Gara Spirit Armor, excellent. Holy Flame Sword, excellent. Wolfbone Mystic Ring, transcendent. Moon Goddess's Blessing, excellent. Moon Goddess's Whisper, superior. Spirit Essence Fruit X1, second tier Spirit Fruit of Spirit, and Wisdom X2, 4th tier Spirit Fruit. Azure Cloud Fruit X2, 3rd tier Spirit Fruit. Blue Mountain Lotus, 6th tier Spirit Herb. Yiqiu was a little surprised to see his evolution points. It actually soared to 150,000. After considering it for a moment, Yiqiu silently recited, consume 30,000 evolution points to evolve Moon God's Whisper into an excellent grade equipment. Ding! The superior grade equipment Whisper of the Moon God has evolved into the excellent grade equipment Whisper of the Moon God. Excellent. Moon Goddess's Whisper, excellent. Effect 1, absorbs the power of moonlight, helping the wearer slowly recover depleted stamina, up to 40% to 60% of stamina per day. Effect 2, increases the wearer's spirit by 40 points. Upgradable, requires 200,000 evolution points. Yichio's heart stirred slightly, and he immediately equipped the moon goddess's whisper. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained 2 pieces of equipment with the moon goddess prefix. The set effect is automatically activated, increasing the effect of each piece of equipment by 20%. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the special effect of the set. Moon goddess set special effect. Moonlight protection. Moonlight protection. The entanglement of moonlight and darkness has existed since time immemorial and will continue into the future. Bathing in moonlight under the cover of darkness will slowly increase your spirit attribute points. Permanent, current speed, 10 points / 1 calendar month. Although it takes a full month to increase mental strength by 10 points. But Yichio thought it was a good deal, so he figured he might as well take advantage of it. Then, when he opened the system panel again, he found that his mental strength had increased by 48 points, which was indeed 20% higher than the original level, just as the set effect said. Yichio took a deep breath and took out the most important thing for today. Random equipment upgrade scroll. He just wished he could be a little luckier. After taking a deep breath, Yichio tore up the first scroll. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your equipment Gallo Spirit Armor has been randomly upgraded. The excellent grade Garlo Spirit Armor has been upgraded to the extraordinary grade Garlo Mystic Armor. Yichio's eyes lit up. It's important to know that if the equipment being upgraded is of a higher grade, the random equipment upgrade scroll may fail. This success proves that I really am a bit lucky. Gallo Armor, extraordinary grade equipment. Effect 1, Resilience, provides up to 30% immunity to damage from beasts below level 60. Effect 2, Magic Resistance, possesses partial elemental resistance, reducing elemental damage from 6th tier beasts by up to 30%. Upgradable, requires 500,000 evolution points. Yichio couldn't resist trying it out himself. He discovered that if it were an ordinary 4th tier ability user, they wouldn't even be able to break through his defenses within the area covered by the Garashian armor. Unfortunately, the Garashian armor was only a half-body armor that supported the torso. If it were a full-body armor, Yichio couldn't even imagine how arrogant he would be. Yichio tore up the second random equipment upgrade scroll. Ding! Random equipment upgrade scroll upgrade failed. Unfortunately, this time it failed. Yichio tore up the third random equipment upgrade scroll. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your equipment Brute Force Bracers has been randomly upgraded. The excellent grade Brute Force Bracers have been upgraded to the extraordinary grade Mystic Force Bracers. Mystic Power Wristband, extraordinary grade equipment. Effect 1, increases the wearer's strength by 80 points. Effect 2, grants the skill Gravity Control, which can be used twice daily, consuming 3% of one's spirit power to disrupt the enemy's balance for 6 seconds. Upgradable, requiring 500,000 evolution points. Yichio's lips curled up slightly as he used the fourth random equipment upgrade scroll. Ding! Random equipment upgrade scroll upgrade failed. Unfortunately, this time it failed. However, Yichio was not discouraged. He had already upgraded 2 pieces of excellent equipment, so it was definitely worth it. Now, Yichio took out 3 equipment enchantment scrolls. He considered it for a moment and began to think about which 3 pieces of equipment to add effects to. After thinking for a moment, he finally chose 3. The first was the Moon Goddess Ring, the second was the Mystic Power Bracers, and he hadn't decided which one to use the third equipment enchantment scroll for, so he decided to keep it for now. After taking a deep breath, Yichio followed the instructions given by the auction house, silently recited the name of the Moon Goddess Ring in his mind, and tore up the equipment enchantment scroll. Ding! The equipment enchantment scroll has taken effect, and the Moon Goddess Ring has gained a new effect. Ring of the Moon Goddess, extraordinary equipment. Effect 1, in Moonlight, it slowly accumulates moonlight power to replenish the host's stamina. Accumulating moonlight power for 1 natural day can restore 20% of the host's stamina. Effect 2, this ring possesses the blessing of the Moon Goddess, granting immunity to most stacking illusion, control, and intimidation status effects, and immunity to most curses. Effect 3, the accumulated moonlight power can be converted into a lunar shield, blocking attacks up to 1.5 times the host's attack power. Effect 4, Moonlight Spell, which consumes accumulated moonlight power to heal the host's injuries. It can heal all injuries except for severed limbs. A light shone in Yichio's eyes. Finally, I have healing skills. Then, Yichio silently chanted the Xian Power Wristband and tore up the equipment enchantment scroll. Ding! The equipment enchantment scroll has taken effect, and the Mystic Power Bracers have gained a new effect. Mystic Power Wristband, extraordinary grade equipment. Effect 1, increases the wearer's strength by 80 points. Effect 2, comes with the skill Gravity Control, which can be used twice daily, consuming 3% of the wearer's spirit power to disrupt the enemy's balance for 6 seconds. Upgradable, requiring 500,000 evolution points. Effect 3, Blood Burn, burn, consumes 30% of the wearer's stamina to increase strength by 30%. Usable once every 3 days. Stamina must be replenished as soon as possible after use, otherwise there is a chance of permanent damage. Yi Chio's eyes flickered. This is also a useful skill. It seems I really did have some good luck today. After taking a deep breath, Yi Chio summoned the system again and brought up his personal panel. Level, LV 43 85%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, A rank, Lord of Shadows. Strength, 234 plus 85. Intelligence, 322 plus. Physical condition, 218 plus 5. Mental strength, 236 plus 48. Agility, 212 plus 25. Evolution points, 123260. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal skills, damage stacking, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection technique, intermediate. Skill, evolvable, requires 30,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 200,000 evolution points. Shadow Sky Slash, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 300,000 evolution points. Vidro Realm, intermediate skill, evolvable, requires 30,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Moon Goddess's Ring, transcendent. Breeze Boots, excellent. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Profound Power Bracers, transcendent. Gara Spirit Armor, transcendent. Holy Flame Sword, excellent. Wolfbone Profound Ring, transcendent. Moon Goddess's Blessing, excellent. Moon Goddess's Whisper, excellent. Spirit Essence Fruit X1, second tier Spirit Fruit of Spirit in Wisdom X2, fourth tier Spirit Fruit, Azure Cloud Fruit X2, third tier Spirit Fruit, Blue Mountain Lotus, sixth tier Spirit Herb. Seeing the changed equipment entries, Yi Chio couldn't help but smile. Now, he's ready to rest. During the nearly 6 or 7 days he spent in the wild where strange beasts gathered, he didn't get a proper rest. Time flew by, and the sun rose the next day. Yi Chio got up, stretched, and prepared to purchase another batch of supplies. After going downstairs, Yi Chio ran into Xiao Rongrong in the hotel's buffet restaurant. Xiao Rongrong was in pretty good spirits today, but Wang Yao wasn't by her side. Yi Chio was a little surprised, but not at all. He guessed that Wang Yao had already gone back or left. He greeted Xiao Rongrong. Xiao Rongrong. Xiao Rongrong turned her head and saw him coming. Her eyes were filled with surprise. It's quite a coincidence that we met. Yi Chio casually said, I'm going to buy some supplies this morning. Do you want to come with me? Xiao Rongrong's eyes lit up. Sure, I'll go with you. Yi Chio nodded, and after having breakfast with Xiao Rongrong, they went together to a famous commercial street nearby. After hesitating for a moment, Yi Chio and Xiao Rongrong finally went to the Mad Wolf Exchange, intending to purchase various supplies from this officially endorsed exchange. Once inside, Yi Chio saw many people conducting transactions. There were so many guests that no waiters came to serve them. Yi Chio and Xiao Rongrong then strolled around the first floor. He discovered that the equipment on the first floor was only usable by first to third tier ability users, with at most some excellent grade equipment and some potions suitable for third tier ability users. So Yi Chio said to Xiao Rongrong, let's go straight to the second floor and take a look. The first floor isn't really suitable for us. Xiao Rongrong nodded in agreement. Indeed, Yi Chio and Xiao Rongrong went straight to the second floor. There were relatively fewer customers on the second floor. As soon as Yi Chio and Xiao Rongrong entered, a beautiful young woman dressed in a light blue dress approached them and asked softly, what would you like to buy, gentlemen? I can provide you with the relevant services. Yi Chio said with a smile, I want to purchase a batch of high-quality equipment and some potions suitable for fourth-tier experts first. High-quality equipment and potions? Sure. The beautiful young woman nodded. Please come with me. Xiao Rongrong actually still had some doubts in her heart. If the potions suitable for fourth-tier powerhouses are in line with Yi Chio's standards, then why did Yi Chio buy superior-grade equipment? Although Xiao Rongrong was puzzled, she didn't say anything and went with Yi Chio and the beautiful girl. This is where the superior-grade equipment is located. After leading Yi Chio to that area, the girl said softly, if you're looking to buy any high-quality equipment, feel free to take a look. I can also help you. For example, if you need high-quality equipment with special attributes or in a specific category, I can help you find it. Yi Chio nodded. I'll just take a look. His main purpose in buying the craft brewing machine this time was to upgrade it to premium quality, sell it for money, and then exchange it for other expensive items. For example, the equipment enchantment scrolls or random equipment upgrade scrolls that we saw yesterday. Yi Chio first went to the jewelry section. He browsed around for a while and finally picked out 2 pieces of fine jewelry. One of them is a wolf fawn ear clip. The information written on it states that this wolf tooth ear clip is called the wolf spirit ear clip, which can increase the wearer's strength by 10 points and slightly enhance the wearer's fighting will. What's going on? This means you have 2 effects. Among the superior grade equipment with 2 effects is extremely rare. Therefore, the price of this wolf spirit ear clip is 1.2 million ability ability coins. Yichio now only has 9.5 million superpower coins left. Although it hurt a little, Yichio still let the beautiful girl take it down, intending to buy it later. The beautiful young woman's eyes flickered slightly when she saw Yichio purchase an item worth 1.2 million superpower coins in one go. The second piece of fine jewelry that Yichio chose was a silver-purple ring. According to the description, the silver-purple ring is called the lightning ring, which can increase the wearer's agility by 10 points and slightly improve the wearer's reaction speed. This is also a top-quality, excellent-grade equipment with 2 effects, priced at 1.3 million ability coins. Yichio also had the beautiful girl take it down, intending to buy it later. Afterwards, Xia Rongrong wandered around there but didn't pick out any equipment. Yichio casually asked Xia Rongrong, "By the way, Xia Rongrong, what kind of equipment are you currently equipped with?" Now, Xia Rongrong said thoughtfully, "There are a total of 5 pieces of superior-grade equipment. The soft armor, short axe, and short boots from the set I bought yesterday are 3 pieces, and there are also 2 bracers." Yichio considered it for a moment, and if possible, he would help Xia Rongrong choose a necklace later and then use the evolution points to evolve it as a superior-grade equipment gift for her. Then, Yichio carefully selected a fine-grade necklace that increased strength by 15 points and added a small amount of wind attribute to attacks, intending to evolve it for Xia Rongrong after returning home. Of course, this exquisite necklace is also quite valuable, priced at 1.5 million ability coins. Let's take a look at the protective gear. Yichio then spoke to the beautiful young woman over there. The beautiful young woman nodded and led Yichio and Xia Rongrong to another area. This time, Yichio only chose a soft armor, which can withstand attacks below the second tier and mitigate up to 40% of the damage. This is considered a rare find, priced at 1.2 million ability coins. Now, Yichio only has 4.6 million superpower coins left. "Could you recommend some wrist guards?" Yichio asked the beautiful girl. The beautiful young woman said softly, "That's true. Not long ago, our Mad Wolf Exchange listed a pair of excellent-grade bracers. This pair of bracers is considered a small set. If you collect the whole set, the overall effect will increase by 10%. The effect of these wristbands is that each one worn increases the wearer's strength by 12 points, and also adds a small amount of lightning attribute to each of the wearer's attacks." Yichio nodded. "Then I'll take this pair of wristbands." "How much?" 2,900,000 yuan, the beautiful young woman said gently. After having the beautiful maid bring it over, Yichio went to browse the weapons section. In the weapons section, he chose a short knife that cost 1 million. This short sword is called Black Blade. It has 2 effects. First, it has a slight dark attribute. Second, it increases the user's attack power by 20%, but only at the second tier. When Yichio and Xia Rongrong went to pay the bill, many people around them were staring at him. After all, spending nearly 9 million ability coins at once is quite extravagant. A short young man was somewhat surprised to see Yichio. He quietly stepped aside, then opened his bracelet and compared it with the person listed on the wanted poster. He couldn't help but swallow hard. Isn't this the person the Light Adventurers Guild is after? Good heavens, I have to tell them right away to take down the 200,000 superpower coins bounty. After Yichio and Xia Rongrong paid the bill, they discovered that they only had 1 million superpower coins left. After considering it for a moment, he did not continue to buy medicine, but returned to his room first. He took out some crystal cores and materials he had prepared for the purification equipment and began to evolve them directly. Out of caution, he did not fully evolve the items. Instead, he selected the lightning ring, the wolf spirit earrings, the whirlwind necklace for Xia Rongrong, and the black blade, intending to evolve these 4 items first. Yichio silently recited in his mind, consuming evolution points and related materials, evolve the lightning ring, wolf spirit earrings, whirlwind necklace, and black blade. Ding! Consuming 5,000 evolution points and 5 tier 3 crystal cores, the excellent grade equipment lightning ring has been evolved into the superior grade equipment thunder ring. Ding! Consuming 4,000 evolution points and 4 tier 3 crystal cores, the excellent grade equipment wolf spirit ear clip has been evolved into the superior grade equipment wolf soul ear clip. Ding! Consuming 6,000 evolution points and 6 tier 3 crystal cores, the excellent grade whirlwind necklace has been evolved into the superior grade hurricane necklace. Ding! Evolution failed. Yichio wasn't surprised that Black Blade's evolution failed. If he remembered correctly, even when he evolved a fine grade equipment into a superior grade equipment, there was still a certain probability of failure. So Yichio simply repeated it to himself once more. Consume evolution points and related materials to evolve Black Blade. Ding! Consuming 5,000 evolution points and 5 tier 3 crystal cores, the excellent grade equipment Black Blade has been evolved into the superior grade equipment Dark Blade. Yichio took a deep breath and checked the relevant information one by one. Ring of Thunder, superior grade equipment. Effect 1, increases the wearer's agility by 20 points. Effect 2, grants the wearer the Thunder Power skill, which can be activated twice daily by consuming 5% of spirit power. For 15 minutes after activation, the wearer is empowered by Thunder Power, increasing attack power by 20%. Maximum tier Tier 4. Wolf Soul Earrings, Superior Grade Equipment. Effect 1, increases the wearer's strength by 20 points. Effect 2, grants the wearer the Wolf Soul Possession skill, which can be activated once per day by consuming 5% of spirit power. During the 5 minutes of activation, the wearer is blessed by the Wolf Soul, increasing their attack power by 30%. Maximum Tier 4. Hurricane Necklace, Superior Grade Equipment. Effect 1, increases the wearer's strength by 30 points. Effect 2, grants the wearer the Hurricane Power skill, which can be activated twice daily by consuming 5% of spirit power. For 10 minutes after activation, the wearer's combat power is increased by 20%. Effect 3, adds a slight wind attribute to each of the wearer's attacks. Maximum Tier 4. As for the final Dark Blade, Ichio wasn't particularly satisfied. Dark Blade, Superior Grade Equipment. Effect 1, increases the wearer's attack power by 20%. Maximum Tier 3. Effect 2, Dark Erosion, can be activated once per day by consuming 5% of mental energy. For 10 minutes after activation, the wearer's damage output is increased by 20%. Maximum Tier 4. However, these are all top quality equipment, and Ichio plans to sell 3 of them in the afternoon and give the other one to Xiaorongrong. After tidying up, he rested for 2 or 3 hours. Knock 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 knock. It was lunchtime, and he hadn't gone to eat yet when he heard a knocking sound at the door. Ichio opened the door, only to be greeted by Xiaorongrong. Let's go eat together. Ichio smiled and said, wait a moment, I have a gift for you. He took out the hurricane necklace from his storage bag and handed it to Xiaorongrong. What do you think of this? It's a gift I prepared for you, a top quality piece of equipment. Xiaorongrong was stunned for a moment. There really is. Ichio chuckled. How could it be gone? I don't go back on my word. Xiaorongrong's heart stirred slightly. She then linked the hurricane necklace in Ichio's hand and checked its attributes. Her eyes lit up with surprise. This is actually a superior grade equipment with 3 effects. If you auction this off, it would fetch at least 6 or 7 million. Are you really going to give this to me? Just say one thing, is this suitable for you? Ichio said with a slight smile. It's definitely suitable for me. It's suitable for any melee class. Xiaorongrong's eyes shone as she said, besides, I don't have any equipment with added attributes, so having this hurricane necklace is like adding wings to a tiger. Then you should accept it. Ichio said with a smile. Don't feel guilty towards me. I'm not short of money. Xiaorongrong was a little embarrassed. She recently received a beginner skill upgrade scroll from Ichio, and now she has received a superior grade equipment from him. Am I supposed to offer myself to him in return? However, this isn't entirely impossible. Xiaorongrong's pretty face flushed slightly, and she said softly, then I'll thank you. What? I'd better go eat right away. Ichio and Xiaorongrong went out together. It took Xiaorongrong a while to come to her senses, but a hint of tenderness appeared in her eyes when she looked at Ichio. Ichio didn't pay attention to any of this. After having a hearty meal, he took the 3 pieces of equipment and headed straight for the Mad Wolf Auction House. Half an hour later, at the Mad Wolf Auction House. Dear guest, what service do you require? Perhaps because it was afternoon, there weren't many customers in the auction house. A beautiful maid walked quickly over and softly asked Ichio. Ichio casually said, I want to consign 3 items for auction. If you are a VIP guest, please show your token. If not, we will take you to have your items appraised. If the appraisal meets the standard, you can also have VIP status at the auction, the beautiful maid said. Ichio took out the silver token he had obtained earlier. The beautiful maid glanced at her and said, please come with me. Upon arriving at a room, Ichio placed the items he wanted to auction on the table. An elderly man with white hair, sitting behind the table, took the 3 pieces of equipment, his eyes showing a slight surprise. After a moment's consideration, he said to Ichio, we need to invite someone with supernatural abilities to evaluate these 3 pieces of equipment, and we will also conduct a trial use of them. Do you agree? Sure. Ichio naturally didn't mind. Normal auction houses conduct a thorough inspection of the auction items, which is a sign of respect for both the items and the bidders. The white-haired old man then found a 3rd-tier ability user and a 4th-tier ability user to test the effects of the 3 superior grade equipment pieces. After confirming that everything was correct, the white-haired old man smiled and said, great, sir, our evaluation of your 3 pieces of equipment is now complete. Our starting bid for this dark blade is 5 million energy coins, and the starting bids for the lightning ring and the wolf soul earring are 600 energy coins each. What do you think? After considering it for a moment, Ichio asked again, when can the auction be held? The old man in plain language considered for a moment and then said, the next auction is in 7 days. If you need it, we can arrange it for you as soon as possible. Ichio hesitated for a moment. If I sell it directly, what price can you offer? He didn't really want to wait 7 days. The white-haired old man's eyes flickered, and he added, if you want to sell directly, we can only add 1 million to 1.5 million ability coins to each item at most. The beautiful maid's tone remained gentle. Ichio hesitated for a moment, then said, can't we add more? The white-haired old man looked somewhat troubled. I can only offer 1 item at most, plus another
200,000 ability coins. This is only because you offered 3 pieces of equipment. Any more really won't do. Yi Qiu nodded. Alright then. The white-haired old man's gaze softened slightly as he said, this dark blade is worth 6.2 million energy coins, the lightning ring is worth 7.4 million energy coins, and the wolf soul earring is worth 7.2 million energy coins, a total of 20.8 million ability coins. Yi Qiu nodded. Let's just transfer the money directly. He activated the bracelet, and after a series of operations by the white-haired old man, Yi Qiu became a multi-millionaire once again. Yi Qiu let out a breath, turned around and left the Mad Wolf auction house. But not long after he went out, a cold voice suddenly came from in front of him. Yi Qiu, stop right there. Yi Qiu frowned, and saw a group of people standing in front of him. The leader was a tall, handsome middle-aged man. Moreover, Yi Qiu sensed that his aura was quite strong, suggesting he was a high-level 5th-tier expert. In addition, his equipment was also extraordinary, with at least 5 pieces of superior-grade equipment. The 7 or 8 people behind him were also quite strong, mostly at the 4th rank, with none at the 3rd rank. And who are you? Yi Qiu asked, frowning. You ask who I am? Well, I'll tell you, I'm the vice president of the Light Adventurers Guild. The middle-aged man's eyes were practically spitting fire. Yi Qiu chuckled. So you're the blonde woman's father? Yes. If it weren't for you, how could old Wu have died? A murderous glint flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. I just happened to catch you. You're finished today. A short young man standing next to the middle-aged man fawned. Chairman, are you sure you can get my 200,000? The middle-aged man shoved the short youth aside and strode towards Yi Qiu, drawing his long sword as he went. You brat, if I don't cripple your limbs today, I'm not the vice president of the Light Adventurers Guild. Yi Qiu sneered. Then I'm afraid you won't get your wish, although it is daytime now. Unfortunately, from the current angle of the sun, the area where Yi Qiu and the middle-aged man were located was blocked by the Grand Auction House, and was covered by a shadow. Yi Qiu was able to use his innate skill, Dark Hour, to double his combat power. The next instant, Yi Qiu drew the cold moonfrost blade from his waist and activated all the skills he could. Peerless sword aura, gentle breeze, damage stacking, frosty blade storm. Yi Qiu took a deep breath and rushed over in a flash. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, and a wing of light burning with flames appeared behind him. This is his A-level superpower. Flame Angel descends. The sword in the middle-aged man's hand was also engulfed in flames. He switched to gripping the sword with both hands and unleashed a powerful strike. Wrath of the Flame Angel. This is one of his innate skills, which is extremely powerful and can amplify his normal attacks to 150%. Yi Qiu narrowed his eyes and roared, Shadow Void Slash. A silver-purple arc of light swept through the air, directly slashing towards the fiery sword light. The two collided in mid-air, producing a loud bang and even sparks flying. To everyone's surprise, it was the middle-aged man who was unable to resist, especially the many 4th-tier ability users of the Light Adventurers Guild. They all looked like they were about to break down, their eyes filled with shock and surprise. How is this possible? How could this kid possibly beat the vice president? That's right, the vice president is a level 58 ability user. How old is this kid? Is he even 20? He actually outshines the vice president. My god, no wonder he was able to kill old Wu. After extinguishing the fiery sword energy, Shadow Slash headed directly towards the middle-aged man. This forced the middle-aged man to activate the skill on his wristband, Shield of Holy Light, to block the Shadow Slash. Unfortunately, Yi Qiu was immediately followed by Shadow Blade Frenzy. 6 shadowy blades shot through the air. At this point, the middle-aged man was already somewhat flustered. He gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, You're only young and you do have some strength, but unfortunately for you, you've met me. The middle-aged man used a 5th-tier iron talisman, and a pale golden shield appeared in front of him, blocking the 6 shadow blades. Looks like you have quite a few good things on you. Yi Qiu chuckled and said, But I'm sure you can't hold on. Yi Qiu summoned the undead again. The spirit of the black giant wolf let out a roar and charged towards the middle-aged man. He then charged at the middle-aged man once again. He and wolf spirit charged forward from the left and right. The middle-aged man's face turned pale. He roared and activated a skill from one of his superior grade equipment, Summon Light Elemental Spirits. A light elemental spirit appeared in the air. The middle-aged man then commanded, Entangle that wolf spirit. The light elemental spirit flew over, and clusters of light energy swirled and flowed in its hands, either binding or attacking the giant black wolf spirit. Rustle, rustle. Yi Qiu unleashed Shadow Blade Dance once more. The middle-aged man still managed to block the 6 attacks using an iron talisman, but his face already looked terrible. Where did this kid get so many skills? And how can this kid be so powerful? In terms of strength alone, I'm almost no match for him, but you have to understand, I am a level 58 ability user. How could this kid break through to the 5th level before I was even 20? Who would believe that if I told them? Despite his anger, the middle-aged man quickly regained his composure and dared not be distracted, fearing something might happen during the fight. After all, Yi Qiu had killed old Wu before. He couldn't guarantee that Yi Qiu wouldn't go berserk and kill him too. After taking a deep breath, the middle-aged man prepared to unleash his ultimate move. A pale golden flame
flame suddenly ignited in his eyes, and he roared at the same time. The flame angel has descended. In the next instant, raging golden flames erupted from his body, and all the golden flames converged on the longsword in his hand. The entire longsword was dazzling and radiant, like a small sun. In the next instant, the middle-aged man swung his longsword several times, and layers of dazzling golden sword energy spread out like a tide. Faced with this surge of golden sword energy, a hint of coldness appeared in Yichio's eyes. Shadow Blade Dance. Shadow Slash. Vajra Realm. The Vajra Realm firmly protected Yichio, keeping him safe from harm. Meanwhile, the 6 shadow blades that danced wildly broke through the golden sword energy surge, and the Shadow Sky Slash bypassed it, heading straight for the middle-aged man behind him. The middle-aged man's face turned extremely ugly. He gritted his teeth and suddenly swung the long sword in his hand. Golden sword energy shot through the air. Yichio charged directly at the middle-aged man, his Vajra realm propelled by his power. The middle-aged man's expression changed, but at that moment, Yichio's giant black wolf spirit also tore the light element spirit to pieces and attacked the middle-aged man from the right. Caught between two enemies, the middle-aged man had no choice but to activate the last remaining golden light shield on the 5th-tier iron talisman and grit his teeth as he charged toward Yichio. He knew one thing: it's better to cut off one finger than to injure all 10. A full-scale attack on Yichio alone is absolutely no problem. Unfortunately, what awaited him was Yichio's final Shadow Sky Slash. The giant black wolf spirit tore apart his golden shield from his previous life, and the silver-purple Shadow Slash also shattered the iron armor he was wearing. The middle-aged man coughed up a mouthful of blood and flew backwards 7 or 8 meters away. The other 4th-tier ability users glared fiercely and shouted angrily, "Brothers, let's go. This kid has to be crippled." They simply couldn't imagine how terrifying Yichio, who was only 20 years old at the time, would become when he grew up. Addressing this potential problem early on is good for everyone. Therefore, these 4th-tier ability users activated their abilities and attacked Yichio. Yichio's eyes narrowed slightly. Just because a tiger doesn't show its power doesn't mean it's a sick cat. A bunch of 4th-tier trash, how dare they lay a hand on him? Yichio activated the Vajra realm and used the skill Wolf Howl. A terrifying roar rang out, stunning the 7 4th-tier ability users, who stood frozen in place, motionless. Yichio turned and charged forward, his 2 sword strikes sending the 2 4th-tier ability users flying. The other 5 people only came to their senses now, but they were also faced with a tidal wave of sword energy. In less than 5 minutes, the 5 4th-level ability users were lying on the ground. The passers-by nearby were practically glaring in disbelief. What's going on? One person took down 8 people? One of them was a 5th-tier cultivator and 7 were 4th-tier cultivators. Could this young man be some kind of ancient monster who has reversed his aging process? I think it's possible, otherwise how could he be so strong? Something's not right. This young man is too ruthless. Yichio took a deep breath and slowly walked up to the middle-aged man. "Do you have anything else to say now?" The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and said, "Don't worry, I've already spoken to the Guardians. By now, the Guardians should be arriving soon. You're absolutely doomed." Yichio sneered and stepped on his face. "Try saying that again? Who's going to be finished?" The middle-aged man felt an immense sense of humiliation, his face flushed with anger, but he was powerless to resist. At that moment, the sound of a patrol car could be heard again. The patrol vehicle quickly arrived, and several ordinary patrol officers and 3 guardians disembarked. Yichio's gaze remained remarkably calm upon seeing the 3 guardians. The 3 guardians were somewhat bewildered when they saw the mess on the ground and the members of the Light Adventurers Guild lying there. One of the guardians frowned and quickly approached Yichio, coldly questioning, "Did you do this?" Yichio nodded and said, "That's right. What's going on here?" The guardian's tone remained cold as he said, "According to what these people from the Light Adventurers Guild have said, you are a dangerous element, and you killed Wu Jiguang, a 5th-tier ability user in their guild. Is that right?" Yichio shook his head. "I admit that, but I'm not a dangerous person. I killed Wu Jiguang because he tried to steal my equipment and kill me. I was just acting in self-defense." The guardian frowned and said, "Self-defense? Then why are you on the wanted list?" Yichio chuckled, "My lord, I suggest you take a look at the wanted poster and see if I'm still on it before you talk to me." If I remember correctly, Yichio had already explained this to the guardian at the city gate. He said he would remove the arrest warrant another day. That should be about right now. Although the guardian was stunned, he still checked the wanted poster after seeing Yichio's determined gaze. To his surprise, there was no wanted notice for Yichio, and instead, an apology notice appeared. They said that the previous investigation was ineffective and Yichio was wrongly accused, with his legitimate act of self-defense being mistaken for premeditated murder. The guardian frowned and turned his gaze to the middle-aged man's group. "What's going on with you guys? Your Wu Jiguang wanted to seize Yichio's equipment and attacked Yichio. Yichio was forced to act in self-defense and accidentally killed him. Don't you know that?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man and the others were stunned. "That's impossible. That's right. This can't be." The guardian then said to Yichio, "This shows that you recorded a video on your bracelet of Wu Jiguang forcing you to give up your equipment and threatening
threatening your personal safety. You can show it to them now and make them give up. Yicho nodded and activated the bracelet. The middle-aged man and the members of the Light Adventurers Guild were stunned when they saw the scenes displayed on the bracelet's screen. They really have no choice but to suffer this in silence. You have to understand, there are only so many tier 5 ability users in the Light Adventurers Guild. Everyone that dies is one less. If he wasn't truly heartbroken, the middle-aged man wouldn't have needed to bring so many people to intercept Yicho. Now, instead of getting revenge, they've suffered the consequences. The middle-aged man almost cried. Seeing their state, Yicho didn't bother to waste any more words with them and simply left. The faces of those from the Light Adventurers Guild also turned extremely grim. The middle-aged man, who was also the vice president of the Light Adventurers Guild, was so angry that he was practically fuming. Even so, he could only suppress his anger. After all, the Guardians are watching. They couldn't ignore the threat posed by the Guardians and attack Yicho. After obtaining nearly 21 million supernatural coins, Yicho also prepared to go find the 6th level alchemist for whom he had previously purchased alchemy services. Following the information given to him by the auction house, Yicho went directly to a wealthy area of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. The houses here are all detached villas, very luxurious, and occupy a large area. Yicho glanced at them briefly and found that each villa occupied at least 1,000 square meters. To be honest, the Wild Wolf Sanctuary is already considered one of the more upscale ones. However, Yicho was not surprised. A 6th level alchemist is a 6th level life-type ability user. Although not as powerful as a combat-type ability user, the ability of alchemy itself has extraordinary uses, making money like water. The 6th level alchemy master is able to live here purely because of his abundant wealth. Yicho found one of the buildings and rang the doorbell. Not long after, a girl who looked to be 17 or 18 years old appeared at the door, with a pretty and lively appearance. "You're Yicho, the superhuman who came to me for alchemy?" the girl asked with a smile. Yicho was still a little confused. "Wait, you mean, I want to ask you to refine pills?" "That's right, can't you tell? I'm a 6th level alchemist, and if I had to say, I'm also a 6th level life-type ability user." The girl spoke in a very sweet and charming tone. Yicho glanced at the information on his bracelet again, pondered, and said, "You're that Master Hanli? This Hanli must be a man's name, right?" The girl chuckled and said, "My parents insisted on giving me this name, what could I do? And don't let my youthful appearance fool you, I'm actually almost 50. I just took a special anti-aging pill, which is why I look like a 17 or 18-year-old girl." Yicho then suddenly realized what was going on. "I was wondering why." He quickly apologized. "I'm so sorry, esteemed masters. I was prejudiced and had preconceived notions earlier." "So what? Almost everyone who meets me thinks that way, I don't blame you." Hanli smiled and said, "Come in with me, tell me your needs, and I can refine the pills for you as soon as possible." Yicho nodded and followed Hanli into the villa. The interior of this villa is also very luxurious, exuding a strong sense of nouveau riche. Hanli brewed Yicho a cup of tea, then sat down and asked Yicho, 6th grade pills aren't so easy to refine. First, you need to find 6th grade materials. What materials do you have on hand? What ideas do you have? You can tell me anything you want." Yicho considered for a moment, then said, "I have the trunk of a 7th tier spirit awakening tree, as well as a 6th tier spirit herb, blue mountain lotus." "Oh, you mean 7. Hanli took a sip of tea, then suddenly spat it all out. "A 7th tier spirit awakening tree?" Her eyes were wide open, and her rosy lips were spread wide. Yicho nodded. "That's right. Where is this 7th tier spirit awakening tree? Let me take a look." Hanli's eyes were practically gleaming with excitement, and her little hands were even fidgeting nervously, like a squirrel that had just encountered a delicious meal. Seeing the alchemy master's appearance, Yicho felt a little embarrassed, but still nodded. "Let me take a look. But you have to be careful not to ruin this thing." Don't worry, I'm not that stupid." Hanli finally calmed herself down. She took a deep breath and said, "Take a look at me quickly. I've never seen a 7th tier spiritual herb before. This has really broadened my horizons." Although Yicho felt that she was a bit unreliable, he could only nod and take out the iron box containing the trunk and branches of the 7th tier spirit awakening tree. "You actually used an iron box to store it." Hanli felt a pang of regret and said, "This kind of good thing should be stored in a jade box." Yicho gave a wry smile. "At the time, I didn't have anything suitable with me, and I didn't know much about this." All right. You should be thankful that the spirit tree isn't so easily damaged, and that the space and time in the storage bag are frozen. Otherwise, you would have suffered a huge loss, and you might not even be able to cry about it." Hanli mumbled a few words and then carefully inspected the branches of the 7th tier spirit awakening tree again. After about 5 minutes, she breathed a sigh of relief and said cautiously, "It is indeed a 7th tier spirit awakening tree, and it is very well preserved. Now that you've found it, I should know what this 7th tier spirit awakening tree can be used to make, right?" Yicho nodded and said, "When I had some free time, I looked it up. The most precious thing about the 7th tier spirit awakening tree is actually its fruit. The trunk and branches can be used to concoct a potion that increases mental power." "That's right." Hanli nodded and said, "This kind of
of potion that increases mental strength is considered a 6th tier potion. I also have some auxiliary ingredients here, which can be used in it. However, this batch of auxiliary drugs will cost extra. Yichio asked cautiously, how much money do you need? It will take at least 2 million superpower coins. Hanli gritted his teeth and said, if you want to prepare another 6th tier mental energy potion, that's not impossible, but you'll have to pay more, up to 5 million. Yichio nodded, okay then. Hanli was surprised to hear this. Aren't you going to bargain? Yichio suddenly said, you can still bargain? Hanli fell silent. Since you have this ability, that's good. Hanli then explained to Yichio, actually, this 7th tier spirit awakening tree can only produce a maximum of 3 potions, but I also have a chance of failure, so I can only guarantee you at least 2 potions. If there are any extras, I won't keep them, I'll give them to you too. Each dose of mental energy potion can increase the user's energy by 30 to 60 points, depending on the situation. That means if you take 2 doses, you're guaranteed to gain at least 60 points of mental energy. Yichio nodded, I understand. After hesitating for a moment, Hanli added, you should also know that after advancing to the 7th rank, the attribute points gained from leveling up are determined by your base attribute points at the peak of the 6th rank. 60 points isn't a small amount. The 5 million cost includes the auxiliary medicine and refining fees. I'm not trying to rip you off. Seeing her earnest expression, Yichio didn't say much, just nodded and said, I already said I can accept it. But, Hanli's eyes flickered slightly, and a strange tension rose in her heart. But what? Yichio smiled and said, I also have a blue mountain lotus here. Do you think we can refine it into a pill? If the medicine works, could you get some for me too? As for the 6th tier spiritual herb, blue mountain lotus, Hanli hesitated for a moment, then said, that's possible, but you'll have to add 1 million for materials. I can waive the refining fee. Yichio nodded and then took out the blue mountain lotus. After looking at them, Hanli's eyes were filled with admiration. You're really lucky, kid. 6th and 7th tier spirit herbs are extremely rare, and you were able to easily produce 2. I'll work on it this afternoon and make the potion you're using these 2 spiritual herbs. If you're in a hurry, you can wait at my house for a few hours. Yichio naturally preferred to wait, and he was also eager to improve his mental strength, so he nodded, sure. After taking a deep breath, Hanli said, you wait here for now, I'm going to the alchemy room. Yichio then waited at Hanli's house. With a sense of anticipation in his heart, Yichio found the 3 hours to be somewhat unbearable. Squeak! Several hours later, the door to the alchemy room was pushed open, and Hanli walked out slowly. She looked a little tired, but her face was filled with surprise. It's configured successfully. And this time I was lucky. I managed to concoct 3 bottles of mental energy potions. Yichio's eyes also revealed surprise, and he quickly went over. Thank you, Master Han. Don't call me Master Han anymore, it makes me sound old. Hanli chuckled and handed another brocade box to Yichio. There are 3 vials of medicine inside. Open them carefully and don't break them. That's natural. If you're really worried, you can just take it from me. The effects of these 3 potions are cumulative, although the increase in mental strength from the last one might be slightly reduced, but it's not a big problem. Yichio nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Yichio sat down on the sofa and opened the brocade box. The brocade box contained 3 blue-tinged potions. As for the other blue mountain lotus, the pill I prepared for you is a random enhancement pill, which is more effective than the original. If I'm not mistaken, it can randomly increase your attribute points by 65. Hanli then took out another jade bottle and handed it to Yichio. After receiving the 2 items, Yichio did not immediately consume them, but instead decided to observe their effects first. Let's see if these 3 potions and that pill are really as Hanli described. Yichio checked the results by directly summoning the system and opening his personal panel. After silently reciting the mantra in his mind, a light screen appeared in front of Yichio that no one else could see. Level, LV 4385%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, A rank, Lord of Shadows. Strength, 234 plus 85. Intelligence, 322 plus. Physical condition, 218 plus 5. Mental strength, 236 plus 48. Agility, 212 plus 25. Evolution points, 98260. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Normal skills, damage stacking, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Detection technique, intermediate. Skill, evolvable, requires 30,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 200,000 evolution points. Shadow Sky Slash, advanced skill, evolvable, requires 300,000 evolution points. Vidro Realm, intermediate skill, evolvable, requires 30,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Moon Goddess's Ring, transcendent. Breeze Boots, excellent. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Mystic Power Bracers, transcendent. Dara Mystic Armor, transcendent. Holy Flame Sword, excellent. Wolfbone Mystic Ring, transcendent. Moon Goddess's Blessing, excellent. Moon Goddess's Whisper, excellent. Spirit Essence Fruit, X1, second tier Spirit Fruit of Spirit, and Wisdom X2, fourth tier Spirit Fruit, Azure Cloud Fruit X2, third tier Spirit Fruit, Spirit Power Potion X3, Random Amplification Pill X1. Yi Qiu clicked on the Spirit Potions section in the equipment menu. Mental Strength Potion, Tier 6 Potion. Upon ingestion, it randomly increases the user's mental strength by 30 to 60 points. It can stack up to 3 times, with the effect decreasing slightly after each stack. Random Boost Pill, Tier 6 Pill. Upon ingestion, it randomly boosts 65 attribute points. Yi Qiu's eyes lit up, just as Han Li had predicted. He took a deep breath, then popped a random enhancement pill into his mouth and swallowed it. Ding! Host has consumed a random power-up pill, increasing strength by 65 points. A light shone in Yi Qiu's eyes. It seems he was lucky. Those 65 points of increase went to a pretty useful place. Taking a deep breath, Yi Qiu swallowed the mental energy potion. Ding! Host has consumed a spirit potion, increasing spirit by 60 points. Perhaps because his mental strength was already quite good, this time the increase was very high, reaching the maximum level with an increase of 60 points. Then Yi Qiu took 2 more bottles of mental energy potion. Ding! Host has consumed a spirit potion, increasing spirit by 55 points. Ding! Host has consumed a mental energy potion, increasing mental energy by 50 points. Although there was indeed a slight decline, overall, Yi Qiu was very satisfied. This potion is truly worthy of being made from 7th grade spiritual herbs. Yi Qiu thanked Han Li again. Thank you very much, Master Han. I had a pretty good time just now. I gained quite a few attribute points. That could also be because you're inherently good. Han Li felt relieved when Yi Qiu said there was no problem. Yi Qiu didn't linger, saying, if I need anything else in the future, I'll definitely come back to you. In fact, Han Li really liked generous clients like Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu left this place and went directly to a nearby commercial street to see if there were any random skill upgrade scrolls or random equipment upgrade scrolls. He still has 15 million superpower coins, which should be enough to buy 3 to 4 random equipment upgrade scrolls and random skill upgrade scrolls. Yi Qiu searched around and finally arrived at the most bustling shop on the street. The shop was called Wanbage, and many people with supernatural abilities frequented it. Once inside, Yi Qiu found a maid and asked, do you have any random equipment, skill upgrade scrolls, or equipment enchantment scrolls here? These 3 items were all extremely valuable, and a thought flickered in the maid's eyes. Sir, these items are all extremely valuable. Even the cheapest random skill upgrade scroll costs 3 to 500,000 ability coins. Are you sure you want to buy it? Yi Qiu nodded. Of course. Then please come with me to the 3rd floor, the maid said softly. We usually sell these kinds of rare items on the 3rd floor. Yi Qiu then followed the maid up to the 3rd floor. Yi Qiu also saw display cases on the 3rd floor, containing various scrolls. The maid led Yi Qiu to one of the display cases. These contain random equipment upgrade scrolls, each costing 4 million ability coins. Yi Qiu said directly, I'll buy 2. Sir, you certainly have guts. We only have 2 random equipment upgrade scrolls left. A light shone in the maid's eyes, and her tone became even gentler. She said, we can only give you the random equipment upgrade scroll after you pay. Yi Qiu nodded, and the maid then led him to see the random skill upgrade scrolls. Each scroll cost 3 million ability coins, and Yi Qiu immediately bought 2. By now, he had run out of the remaining 15 million ability coins, so he didn't even look at the equipment enchantment scroll. Instead, he paid the money, took the 4 items, and returned to his hotel. He took a deep breath and silently tore up a random equipment upgrade scroll. Ding! Random equipment upgrade scroll upgrade failed. Yi Qiu's face darkened, his lips twitched, and then he tore up another random equipment upgrade scroll. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your equipment, Cold Moon Frost Blade, has been randomly upgraded. The superior grade Cold Moon Frost Blade has been upgraded to the extraordinary grade Frost's Fury. Frost's Fury, extraordinary grade equipment. Effect 1, each hit inflicts a slowing and freezing effect. Effect 2, increases attack power of each hit by 60%. Effect 3, Frost Fury Storm, usable 3 times per day, each lasting 20 minutes, doubles attack speed, and inflicts frost power within a 1 meter radius centered on the Cold Moon Frost Blade, increasing frost damage. He was actually a little dissatisfied, because even after upgrading to the extraordinary level equipment, the increase in power from the Cold Moon Frost Blade to Frost Fury wasn't that much. Increased the attack power of each hit from 50% to 60%. The duration of Frostblade Storm has increased by 1/3. However, Yi Qiu didn't say much. He was glad that it could increase. Then, Yi Qiu gritted his teeth and used the random skill upgrade scroll. Ding! Random skill upgrade scroll upgrade failed. Yi Qiu's expression turned somewhat unpleasant. Why am I having such a bad day? Taking a deep breath, Yi Qiu tore up another random skill upgrade scroll. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your skill damage stacking has been randomly upgraded. Advanced skill damage stacking has been upgraded to top tier skill Critical Strike. Critical Strike, top tier skill, consumes 3% of stamina to increase attack power by 250% for 30 seconds. Can be used 3 3 times per day. Yi Chio's eyes lit up slightly. This time, the critical hit of this top-tier skill is quite good. It only consumes 3% of stamina, and the attack power is increased by a quarter compared to the original skill. Yi Chio took a breath and summoned the system again to open his personal panel. Level, LV 43 85%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, A rank, Lord of Shadows. Strength, 299 plus 85. Intelligence, 322 plus. Physical condition, 218 plus 5. Mental strength, 401 plus 48. Agility, 212 plus 25. Evolution points, 98260. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 100,000 evolution points. Common skills, Critical Strike, top tier skill, can evolve, requires 1 million evolution points. Detection, intermediate skill, can evolve, requires 30,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, advanced skill, can evolve, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, advanced skill, can evolve, requires 200,000 evolution points. Shadow Sky Slash, advanced skill, can evolve, requires 300,000 evolution points. Vidra Realm, intermediate skill, can evolve, requires 30,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Moon Goddess's Ring, transcendent. Breeze Boots, excellent. Cold Moon Frost Blade, excellent. Profound Power Bracers, transcendent. Dara Profound Armor, transcendent. Holy Flame Sword, excellent. Wolfbone Profound Ring, transcendent. Moon Goddess's Blessing, excellent. Moon Goddess's Whisper, excellent. Spirit Essence Fruit X1, second tier Spirit Fruit, Spirit and Wisdom Fruit X2, fourth tier Spirit Fruit, Azure Cloud Fruit X2, third tier Spirit Fruit, Blue Mountain Lotus, sixth tier Spirit Herb. Yi Chio's lips curled up slightly. Then, Yi Chio took out the 3 excellent grade equipment he had previously purchased. The soft armor and a pair of wrist guards. This software is called Ice Silkworm Armor, and it is said to be made of ice silkworm silk. As for those wristbands, they're both called power wristbands. Yi Chio silently chanted in his mind, consume evolution points to evolve the excellent grade ice silkworm soft armor into superior grade equipment. Ding! Evolution failed. Yi Chio's lips twitched, and he read again, consume evolution points to evolve the superior grade equipment ice silkworm soft armor. Ding! 6,000 evolution points consumed. The excellent grade ice silkworm soft armor has been evolved into the superior grade ice soft armor. This time it was finally a success. Ice soft armor, superior grade equipment. Effect 1, resist ice rings. The wearer can consume 5% of their spirit power daily to summon 2 ice rings. Any being of tier 4 or lower entering the ice rings range will have their speed reduced by 30%. Effect 2, provides the wearer with a certain amount of defense, reducing damage from tier 4 or lower enemies by 20% to 40%. Can be evolved, requiring 30,000 evolution points. Yi Chio's eyes lit up slightly. It was quite a rare find. He took a deep breath and silently chanted, consume evolution points to evolve the excellent grade power bracers. Ding! Evolution failed. Yi Chio gritted his teeth and repeated it again. What's going on? Ding! 5,000 evolution points consumed. The excellent grade power bracers have been evolved into the superior grade power bracers. Yi Chio felt a little relieved. Powerful wristband, superior grade equipment. Effect 1, increases the wearer's strength by 20 points. Effect 2, powerful strength. The wearer can consume 5% of their spirit power each time to increase their strength by 20%, which can be activated twice per day. Evolvable, requires 20,000 evolution points. Then Yi Chio upgraded another power bracer, but this time he wasn't so lucky. He upgraded twice before finally succeeding on the third try and obtaining another powerful wristband. He now only has 61,260 evolution points at his disposal. After resting for about an hour, Yi Chio left the hotel, but he didn't go to the Mad Wolf exchange he had visited before. He planned to trade in another place. After thinking it over, Yi Chio decided that he could still go back to Wanbayalu. Afterwards, the maid who had been there earlier was still a little nervous when she saw Yi Chio. Sir, are you planning to buy something again? She was afraid Yi Chio would cause trouble. Yi Chio coughed lightly and said, I have a few pieces of equipment to sell. The maid's expression finally softened. Alright, sir, what level of equipment do you want to sell, and how many pieces are there in total? After confirming, I'll take you to the appropriate appraiser. There are 3 pieces of superior grade equipment in total, Yi Chio said casually. The maid's eyes flickered slightly, and she said softly, yes, sir, please follow me. Yi Chio followed the maid to a room on the 3rd floor. The maid asked Yi Chio to sit down first and then said, I'll go and call the appraiser over right away. Please wait a moment. Yi Chio waited quietly while another maid came over to serve tea. He took a couple of sips of tea and waited for about 3 to 5 minutes. Then a middle-aged man in a long robe walked over quickly and said, Sir, please take out the 3 superior grade equipment pieces you wish to sell. Once I confirm the quality, I will quote a purchase price. Yi Chio nodded and took out 3 pieces of equipment he wanted to sell from his storage bag, 2 powerful bracers and 1 ice armor. The appraiser glanced at them, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Are these 2 wristbands part of a set? Yi Yicho nodded. That's right. Sir, please wait a moment. I need to find a 4th-tier combatant to test the effects of these 3 superior-grade equipment. The appraiser quickly summoned a 4th-tier combat class ability user and a magic class ability user. The 4th-tier combatant first donned the ice armor, while the magic-based ability user then tested its defensive capabilities. Then, the 4th-tier ability user used the skill attached to the Binji soft armor to resist the ice ring. After confirming the effect was correct, the appraiser said to Yicho, Sir, this superior-grade ice soft armor is excellent. We are willing to purchase it for 8 million ability coins. Yicho nodded in agreement. Afterwards, the appraiser and the 4th-tier combat class ability user tested the effectiveness of the power bracers. The appraiser was very satisfied and said, We are willing to purchase this pair of wristbands for 16 million. What do you think? Yicho knew that even though these wristbands were part of a set, the price would definitely be slightly lower than that of soft armor, so Yicho agreed. That's fine. Okay, please turn on your bracelet. We will transfer the money to you through your bracelet, the appraiser said with a smile. Yicho then activated the bracelet and before long, he became a multi-millionaire again. He turned his gaze to the maid again. I'd like to buy random skill upgrade scrolls and equipment enchantment scrolls this time. Could you take me to see them? Yes, sir. The maid's eyes lit up as she led Yicho to another room on the 3rd floor. Yicho acquired 2 random skill upgrade scrolls, totaling 6 million superpower coins. Then Yicho inquired about the price of equipment enchantment scrolls. The maid told him that each equipment enchantment scroll cost 7.5 million ability coins. Normally, these items need to be snapped up or reserved, but Yicho has become one of their biggest customers this time, so they are willing to give up 2 slots for equipment enchantment scrolls. Yicho spent all his money, leaving him with only 3 million superpower coins, but he didn't feel he had lost out. After paying the money, he took the 4 scrolls and returned to his residence. Before Yicho upgraded his skills this time, he remembered something. He had a skill that seemed to be an intermediate skill, called Vajra Realm. So after some consideration, Yicho decided to upgrade the Vajra Realm to an advanced skill later, just in case he was at a disadvantage. Anyway, it only requires 30,000 evolution points, so it's not a big problem. So he silently chanted in his mind, System, consume 30,000 evolution points to evolve the intermediate skill Vajra Realm into the advanced skill Vajra Domain. Diamond Domain, advanced skill, consumes 5% of mental energy to summon a diamond barrier to protect the host with a single thought. The barrier can withstand attacks up to 125% of the host's attack power, can be summoned 3 times per day, can be evolved, requiring 150,000 evolution points. The barrier's maximum attack tolerance has been increased to 150%. The improvement wasn't significant, but Yicho felt it was acceptable. After that, he took several deep breaths and first tore up a random skill upgrade scroll. Ding! Random skill upgrade scroll upgrade failed. Yicho's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, used the second card, and tore it up as well. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your skill Shadow Slash has been randomly upgraded. The advanced skill Shadow Slash has been upgraded to the top tier skill Shadow Space Slash. Shadow Space Slash, top tier skill. The host consumes 3% of their mental energy and 3% of their physical energy to unleash a powerful, subtle, and difficult to detect slash imbued with spatial power. It can be used 3 times a day. It can be evolved, requiring 1 million evolution points. Yicho's lips curled up slightly. Shadow Slash is arguably my most powerful single target attack skill. Now that it has been upgraded to Shadow Space Slash, my combat power should be significantly enhanced. In short, his luck this time was neither good nor bad. Yicho took out 2 more equipment enchantment scrolls and the previous equipment enchantment scroll. After careful consideration, he decided to attach the item to the 3 pieces of equipment, Wolf Bone Ring, Frost Fury, and Garo Armor. He first silently recited the name of the Wolf Bone Ring in his mind, then tore up the equipment enchantment scroll. Ding! The equipment enchantment scroll has taken effect, and the Wolf Bone Ring has gained a new effect. Wolf Bone Ring, extraordinary grade equipment. Effect 1, increases the wearer's base stats by 20 points in agility and 20 points in strength. Effect 2, grants the wearer a wolf spirit, allowing them to use Wolf Howl once a day, which can partially break through mental, control, and illusionary skills. Effect 3, the host can summon a wolf spirit daily, which is connected to the host's mind and can attack enemies, scout for the host, or protect the host. If the wolf spirit unleashes its full power, its strength is approximately 80% of the host's, lasting for 3 minutes. In protective mode, it can exist for 6 hours without attacking. If scouting for enemies, it can exist for 1 hour. Effect 4, Wolf Soul Strike, consumes 3% of stamina to summon a wolf spirit that attaches to any attack the wearer makes, increasing that attack's power by 20%. Upgradable, requires 1 million evolution points. Yicho silently chanted Frost's Wrath again, then tore up the equipment enchantment scroll. Ding! The equipment enchantment scroll has taken effect, and Frost Fury has gained a new effect. Frost Fury, extraordinary grade equipment. Effect 1, each hit inflicts a slowing and freeze freezing effect. Effect 2, increases attack power of each hit by 60%. Effect 3, Frost Fury Storm, usable 3 times daily, each lasting 20 minutes, doubles attack speed, and inflicts frost power within a 1 meter radius centered on Frost Fury, increasing frost damage. Effect 4, Frost Shadows, this skill can be used twice daily. Each strike adds a stack of shadow attacks, with the shadow's attack power increased by 20%. Yichio thought the effect was pretty good. Then Yichio silently chanted the Gara Mystic Armor and tore up the Equipment Enchantment Scroll. Ding! The Equipment Enchantment Scroll has taken effect, and the Gara Armor has gained a new effect. Gallo Armor, Extraordinary Grade Equipment. Effect 1, Resilience, grants up to 30% immunity to damage from beasts below level 60. Effect 2, Magic Resistance, possesses partial elemental resistance, reducing elemental damage from 6th tier beasts by up to 30%. Effect 3, Gara's Descent, consumes 3% of your mental energy to summon a 5th tier Gara Banshee Phantom to envelop your entire body and protect you from damage. Can be summoned once per day. Upgradable, requires 500,000 evolution points. Yichio's expression softened, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He took a deep breath, summoned the system again, and opened his personal panel. Level, LV 43 85%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, A rank, Lord of Shadows. Strength, 299 plus 85. Intelligence, 322 plus. Physical condition, 218 plus 5. Mental strength, 401 plus 48. Agility, 212 plus 25. Evolution points, 61260. Talent skills, Dark Hour, evolvable, requires 3 million evolution points. Daywalker, evolvable, requires 300,000 evolution points. Common skills, Critical Strike, top tier skill, can evolve, requires 1 million evolution points. Detection, intermediate skill, can evolve, requires 30,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, advanced skill, can evolve, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, advanced skill, can evolve, requires 200,000 evolution points. Shadow Space Slash, top tier skill, can evolve, requires 1 million evolution points. Vidra Domain, advanced skill, can evolve, requires 150,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Moon Goddess's Ring, transcendent. Breeze Boots, excellent. Frost's Fury, transcendent. Mystic Power Bracers, transcendent. Gara Mystic Armor, transcendent. Holy Flame Sword, excellent. Wolfbone Mystic Ring, transcendent. Moon Goddess's Blessing, excellent. Moon Goddess's Whisper, excellent. Spirit Essence Fruit X1, 2nd tier Spirit Fruit of Spirit and Wisdom X2, 4th tier Spirit Fruit, Azure Cloud Fruit X2, 3rd tier Spirit Fruit. Seeing the significantly changed personal panel, Yichio's lips curled up slightly. He now possesses a total of 17 skills. The equipment comes with 11 skills that do not require additional consumption. His 6 ordinary skills require mental or physical energy to activate. Judging from Yichio's current situation, using up his daily quota would require 44% of his physical strength and 33% of his mental strength. It's important to know that if your physical and mental strength drops to half, it will affect your condition, and if it drops to around 20%, it will be very dangerous. Fortunately, he possesses 3 pieces of equipment: the Ring of the Moon Goddess, the Blessing of the Moon Goddess, and the Whisper of the Moon Goddess. These can replenish about 35% of his mental strength and 40% of his physical strength, so it's not a big problem. The next day, Yichio prepared to go to the Mad Wolf Exchange to buy potions. After getting off the Crystal Core Energy Vehicle, Yichio went to the Mad Wolf Exchange. He still has 3 million superpower coins left, and he doesn't know what kind of potions he can buy. Yichio plans to spend the next 2 weeks trying to gather enough evolution points for the Daywalker skill. My combat effectiveness during the day is much lower than at night, which is my weakness, and I need to make up for it. Half a month is not a short time. Yichio may face injury and exhaustion at any time, so medicine is necessary. Sir, what would you like to buy? A young waiter stood at the entrance, respectfully inquiring about Yichio. Yichio casually asked, mainly medicines? Can you supply them here? Of course, the young waiter said with a smile. What kind of potion do you need? Potions for Tier 5 and Tier 4 professionals, recovery and healing types. Yichio said it casually. The young waiter nodded. Please follow me. Yichio followed him to the 3rd floor, where the young waiter showed him a display case. This display case contains 5th tier potent recovery and healing potions developed by the Mad Wolf Commando Medical Research Institute. For injuries below the 5th rank, excluding amputations and situations where stamina is reduced to less than half, this can be resolved within 10 minutes of ingesting it. It's just launched now and is 20% off. Each one is only 200,000. If you buy in bulk, for example, buy 10 in total, you can get 2 free. Yichio remembered that it was similar in effect to the potent medicine in the capital, but the price was more than half of that. He hesitated for a moment, but then he remembered that he could check the effects of the potent potions through the panel, so he didn't hesitate any longer. Then I'll buy 15. 10 potent recovery potions and 5 potent healing potions. Yes, sir, we can give you 3 vials as a gift. You can freely choose which type of potion to use. Yichio's heart stirred. Okay, 1 potent recovery potion and 2 potent healing potions. Sir, I'll go over there to pay. After Yichio finished paying, he quietly opened his personal panel and clicked on the 2 potions. Powerful healing potion, tier 5 potion, capable of restoring injuries below tier 5, excluding amputations, within 10 minutes. Powerful recovery potion, tier 5 potion, capable of restoring stamina depletion in individuals below tier 5 within 10 minutes, restoring up to 50% of stamina. He felt a little relieved. It seems there really is no problem. However, he needs to go back to the Wild Wolf Commando team first to complete this month's attendance record, because he is not sure how long he will stay in the presale activity area. If he stays there for too long, he might miss the attendance check. In the Wild Wolf Commando, missing attendance will result in punishment. 2 hours later, Yichio returned to the Mad Wolf Commando team and went straight to the attendance point. I'm here to report on this month's attendance. Yichio found a civilian soldier over there. The civilian soldier said, please follow me. Yichio directly activated his bracelet and showed the recorded information about hunting alien beasts to the civilian soldier. The civilian soldier was stunned for a moment after reading it. He frowned, checked repeatedly, and then said with a look of doubt, wait, you hunted so many strange beasts? And some of them were even 5th tier beasts? Are you sure? Yichio had anticipated this situation when he came to complete his attendance check and nodded helplessly. I confirm. Wait a moment. I need to notify my superior, a 1-star guardian, and have him come over to double check. The civilian soldier felt his worldview had been shaken, and after talking to Yichio, he quickly went downstairs. Not long after, a 1-star guardian strode over. He looked to be around 40 years old and should have been at the 5th rank. Did you hunt down several 5th tier beasts and dozens of 4th tier beasts? The 1-star guardian spoke very politely. Yichio nodded and said, that's right. The 1-star guardian then said to Yichio, the Mad Wolf Sanctuary strictly prohibits any violations, such as having someone else impersonate you to complete attendance tasks, or tampering with the bracelet to forge videos of hunting alien beasts. Yichio shook his head. Don't worry, Guardian, I won't do such a thing. I swear on my integrity. Alright. The 1-star guardian nodded and said to Yichio, then come with me to the back, let's spar a bit. If you can defeat me or fight me to a draw, then I will believe you have the strength to hunt down so many strange beasts. Yichio felt that this was the most appropriate way to prove himself, so he nodded and said, okay. Several young soldiers nearby looked on with curiosity, but due to their duties, they could not go over to watch. Just as the Star Guardian passed by, an acquaintance of Yichio happened to walk out of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. It was Shen Lingfeng. Seeing that Yichio's expression was rather unpleasant, Shen Lingfeng suddenly called out to him, Yichio, what have you done now? The 1-star Guardian frowned and shrank back. This is none of your business. Shen Lingfeng suddenly smiled, Guardian, I am an outstanding student from Mad Wolf First Middle School. Please tell me about myself. Just consider it an opportunity to broaden my horizons. The Guardian frowned, but still said coldly, this is none of your business. Shen Lingfeng found this matter increasingly interesting. He chuckled and actually followed Yichio and the 1-star Guardian to the large playground at the back. The 1-star Guardian said to Yichio, defeating me will prove that you do have the ability to exceed the attendance target. Yichio smiled and said, that's fine too. After saying this, Yichio drew the cold moon frost blade from his waist. No, it should be called Frost Wrath now. Holding Frost Fury in his hand, Yichio also activated his innate skill, Daywalker. Feeling that his physical fitness had improved by about 60%, he took a deep breath and said, Yichio, a level 43 ability user from the Wild Wolf Sanctuary's recruit camp, please enlighten me. Zhang Mengyu, a 1-star guardian of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary and a level 51 ability user. The 1-star guardian announced his name, drew a superior grade longsword from his waist and dashed out. From Yichio's perspective, Zhang Mengyu's superpower was probably similar to beast-like transformation, since he had developed characteristics resembling those of a wild animal. For example, the character, King, appeared on his forehead and some black and white markings and hair appeared on his body. In fact, Yichio's guess was correct. Zhang Mengyu's superpower was indeed a kind of beast transformation, called Tiger King transformation. It is also a relatively powerful A-level ability. Some soldiers who had finished training and were resting nearby also came over to watch. They had just figured out what was going on between Yichio and this 1-star guardian. However, none of them believed that Yichio possessed the corresponding strength. However, when Yichio rushed out at an extremely fast speed, everyone was shocked. This young man really does have strength, at least at the 4th rank. At this moment, Shen Lingfeng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He couldn't believe that Yichio could break through the level 40 limit and become a level 43 ability user in less than 2 months. It's important to know that it typically takes about 5 years for a person with superpowers to break through to the 4th tier after awakening their abilities. Moreover, this is something that only the more powerful A-level or S-level ability users can do. Is Yichio a monster? How did his skills improve so quickly? How many days has it been? Moreover, this is not false. In Shen Lingfeng's opinion, Yichio really does have the strength of nearly the 4th rank, or even approaching the 5th rank. Shin Lingfeng swallowed hard, feeling that this world was truly crazy. Zhang Mingyu, the one-star guardian opposite Yi Qiu, was also extremely surprised after a brief exchange of blows with Yi Qiu. This young warrior looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, yet he actually possessed the strength of a 5th-tier warrior. Zhang Mingyu even vaguely sensed that Yi Qiu was suppressing his strength. The younger generation is truly formidable. Zhang Mingyu gave a wry smile and said, "Alright, we don't need to fight anymore. I acknowledge your strength. You do indeed possess 5th-tier combat power, and you might even be stronger than me." Yi Qiu slowly withdrew Frost Fury and cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. "You flatter me. Don't say it's too important. Don't say it's too important." Zhang Mingyu shook his head and said, "On the contrary, I was the one who acted inappropriately, doubting your abilities. It's nothing, I'm young after all." Yi Qiu smiled and asked, "Can I complete my attendance check-in now?" "Of course you can." Zhang Mingyu nodded. "Come with me. You've exceeded expectations this time, so there will be a reward from our Mad Wolf Sanctuary." "There's even a reward?" Yi Qiu was stunned for a moment, and there was some surprise in his eyes, but he still left with Zhang Mingyu. As for Shin Lingfeng over there, his eyes were practically blazing with anger. How could Yi Qiu be so strong? How on earth did this bastard cultivate? Shin Lingfeng took a deep breath. He knew that Yi Qiu was now a rising star in the war zone, and if he went against him, he would only be asking for trouble. So even though he harbored immense jealousy and hatred, he could only suppress it. Yi Qiu followed Zhang Mingyu, a one-star guardian, to the same hall they had visited before. Then, Zhang Mingyu said to Yi Qiu, "The civilian soldiers here will explain things to you. I'm a bit busy here, so I'll leave first." Yi Qiu nodded. After Yi Qiu finished registering his attendance with the civilian soldier, the soldier said, "Your current strength is level 43, but you killed quite a few 5th-tier alien beasts this time. According to our war zone's regulations, we will give you an extra 50,000 merit points and the right to exchange for 4th-tier potions. Don't think that 50,000 merit points is too low. After all, we didn't take any money or materials from hunting the beasts. Moreover, 50,000 merit points can be exchanged for at least 5 sets of potent tier 4 recovery potions at our Mad Wolf Sanctuary." Yi Qiu nodded. "Understood." Then the civilian soldier awarded Yi Qiu merit points. After receiving the merit points, Yi Qiu checked which 4th-tier potions he could exchange for. After careful consideration, Yi Qiu ultimately chose not to use the recovery and healing potions he already had, but instead opted for the less common antidote, exchanging for 5 vials. Although he possessed the Ring of the Moon Goddess, he couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be poisoned repeatedly. After all, the healing and negative status removal effects of the Ring of the Moon are determined by the amount of moonlight energy stored within it. After doing all this, Yi Qiu took the antidote and left the Mad Wolf Sanctuary. Now, all he needs to do is to quickly raise his innate skill Daywalker and his initial ability level. After careful consideration, he decided to hunt the strange beasts in the Shadow Forest. After all, the Shadow Jungle is full of shadows, which he can use to unleash his innate skill, Dark Moment. In this way, his strength will increase by at least 250%, which will be enough for him to contend with 5th-tier alien beasts and prevent any unexpected events. So Yi Qiu decided to go to the nearby transportation station to take a bus to the Shadow Jungle. However, not long after he left the commando unit's base, he suddenly saw a large crowd gathered in a market in the distance. He originally had no intention of going to join in the fun, but Yi Qiu suddenly heard a word, Space Teleportation Talisman. Upon hearing these 5 words, Yi Qiu's heart stirred. This was a priceless treasure. It's no exaggeration to say that teleportation talismans are controlled equipment, always in high demand but rarely available. Is someone selling teleportation scrolls? After showing some respect, Yi Qiu prepared to go and take a look. When he got there, he found that there were indeed people selling teleportation talismans and other iron talismans. Moreover, those buyers were a team of superhumans. The leader was a 5th-tier combat type ability user who was quite strong, but there were 2 wounded people beside him, and 2 other members were unconscious and lying on stretchers. Yi Qiu sensed something was wrong. The members who were unconscious on the shelf seemed to be in an abnormal state. However, he didn't say much, and squeezed over to take a look at the space teleportation talismans and iron talismans being sold by the superhumans. To Yi Qiu's surprise, it wasn't a random space teleportation talisman, but a directional space teleportation talisman. It could be used to select a direction and teleport to a place 30 miles away from his original location, at his own will. Keep in mind that such a spatial teleportation talisman costs at least 2 million. According to the price listed there, a space teleportation talisman that can be used 3 times only costs 3.5 million superpower coins. Yi Qiu swallowed hard. In addition, several iron talismans were also put up for sale. They are the 5th-tier Vajra Talisman, Armored Horse Talisman, Wind Blade Talisman, Ice Arrow Talisman, and Fire Rain Talisman. There are 2 of each type, and none of them have ever been used. Each one is priced at only 1.2 million superpower coins. This price is fair. Unfortunately, Yi Qiu didn't have many superpower coins left. After some hesitation, Yi Qiu decided to first inform the seller and then immediately immediately go and raise the money. Yi Qiu then approached the leader of the superhuman team. Brother, I really want to buy your stuff, but I don't have much money on me. Could you let me place an order first and give me a chance to raise the money? These pieces of equipment together will cost at least 15.5 million ability coins. Can you raise that much money? The leader of the superhuman squad hesitated. Yi Qiu considered for a moment and said, I have a superior grade piece of equipment here, which is worth at least 8 or 9 million ability coins. What do you think about me using it as collateral? The leader of the superhuman squad's eyes lit up. Great. Since he is a rich kid who can use top-tier equipment, there shouldn't be any problem. So Yi Qiu took out the bloodthirsty blade, handed it to the leader of the superhuman squad, and said, I'll try to raise the money. I'll be back in an hour at most. Alright. The leader of the superhuman squad gritted his teeth and took the bloodthirsty blade. I'll keep these ion talismans and spatial teleportation talismans for you. Those around Yi Qiu looked on with slight surprise at his extravagance. This is an excellent grade piece of equipment. Normally, only a 5th-tier expert can possess one, and even then, it is extremely precious. Ignoring the stares of those around him, Yi Qiu went straight to a small stall in the market and bought 2 ordinary grade pendants without a second thought. These 2 pendants, one increases strength by 3 points and the other increases speed by 3 points. The 2 pendants together only cost him a few thousand superpower coins. Then Yi Qiu found another hotel and booked a room for an hour. After entering the room, Yi Qiu silently recited to the system, consume evolution points to upgrade these 2 pendants to excellent grade equipment. Ding! Consumed 1000 evolution points, upgraded the common grade power pendant to the excellent grade power pendant. Power pendant, excellent grade equipment, increases the user's strength by 10 points. Ding! Consumed 800 evolution points to upgrade the common grade speed pendant to the excellent grade speed pendant. Speed pendant, excellent grade equipment, increases the user's agility by 10 points. Yi Qiu took a deep breath and silently chanted again, system, consume evolution points to upgrade these 2 pendants to superior grade equipment. Ding! Consumed 6000 evolution points, upgraded the excellent grade power pendant to the superior grade brute force pendant. Brute force pendant, superior grade equipment. Effect 1, increases the user's strength by 20 points. Effect 2, strength boost, activates. By consuming 5% of stamina, can be activated 3 times daily, and increases strength by 20% for 15 minutes after activation. Ding! Consumed 5000 evolution points, upgraded the excellent grade speed pendant to the superior grade wind speed pendant. Wind speed pendant, superior grade equipment. Effect 1, increases the user's agility by 20 points. Effect 2, speed boost, consumes 5% of stamina to activate, can be activated 3 times daily, and increases speed by 20% for 15 minutes after activation. Yi Qiu let out a long sigh. The quality of these 2 pieces of equipment was indeed not very good. They could only be considered as low to medium among the superior grade equipment. Even if they were put together, they wouldn't sell for 15.5 million supernatural coins. After hesitating for a moment, he silently repeated, system, consume evolution points to evolve the brute force pendant into an excellent grade equipment. To be honest, there are 9 levels of equipment. They are ordinary, fine, superior, outstanding, extraordinary, divine, supreme, eternal, and unique. Among them, the upgrade rate for supreme level equipment is only 1%, for eternal level it is 1 in 1,000, and for unique level it is 1 in 10,000. It is said that the entire human empire does not possess a single unique level piece of equipment. The only eternal level piece of equipment was ultimately integrated into the central intelligent spirit defense tower of the empire's capital after the death of that 9th-tier powerhouse. Although Yi Qiu was reluctant to sell the superior grade equipment, he did need to raise money to buy those iron talismans and space teleportation talismans. Ding! Consume 30,000 evolution points, evolved the superior grade brute force pendant into the excellent grade giant strength pendant. Mighty pendant, excellent grade equipment. Effect 1, increases the user's strength by 40 points. Effect 2, strength boost, consumes 5% of stamina to activate, can be activated 3 times daily, and increases strength by 40% for 15 minutes after activation. Yi Qiu breathed a sigh of relief, checked out of the store with the 2 pieces of equipment, and then went to a nearby equipment shop. I'd like to sell some equipment. Is your shopkeeper here? Yi Qiu found a maid and said, I'm in a great hurry. I need you to make arrangements quickly. What grade of equipment do you wish to purchase? The maid asked softly. Yi Qiu gave a wry smile and said, the equipment I want to sell is 1 excellent grade equipment and 1 superior grade equipment. The maid's pupils contracted, and she quickly went down to find the shop owner. Because the shop is not very big, the owner also acts as the appraiser. When the shop owner came over, he was very polite. Please show me the excellent grade and superior grade equipment you want to sell, so I can appraise them. If there are no problems, we will give you a quote. Please see if it suits your needs, and if so, we can proceed with the transaction. Yi Qiu nodded, okay. He took out the 2 pendants and handed them to the shop owner. Seeing that it was a pendant type item, the shop owner's interest was even even greater. Because this kind of equipment is more valuable. Taking a deep breath, the shopkeeper took the 2 pendants and quickly checked their attributes. Please wait a moment, I'll try them on and use the skill on them. After saying that, the shop owner put on the 2 pendants and then activated the 2 skills respectively. The shop owner tried it and found that his skills had indeed improved, without a doubt. 15 minutes later, the shop owner's eyes lit up. These 2 pieces of equipment are fine. Our price for this excellent grade equipment is 12 million ability coins, and our price for this superior grade equipment is 4 million ability coins. Yichio nodded. That's fine. Then the shop owner and Yichio completed the transaction of money and goods. Yichio took the money and quickly headed to the stall where he had been standing, where a large crowd was still gathered. Upon seeing Yichio approach, the leader of the superhuman team's eyes lit up. After Yichio paid him, he obtained the 10 iron talismans and a directional spatial teleportation talisman. Yichio couldn't help but ask, did your 2 teammates suffer any serious injuries? Why do we need to sell so much equipment? The leader of the superhuman squad handed him the bloodthirsty blade that Yichio had previously pawned to him, gave a wry smile, and said, they've been hit by the death gaze of Medusa, a 6th-tier king-level alien beast. If they hadn't been wearing high-quality equipment with defensive abilities, they would probably be dead by now, but the curse of Medusa's death gaze still lingers on them. We must find a 7th-tier light priest to help them solve their problem, but solving their problem will cost at least 10 million energy coins. We didn't have much money left after we upgraded our equipment. Yichio expressed his understanding. I see. I hope your teammates recover soon. I hope so. The leader of the superhuman squad gave a wry smile and left with his 2 teammates. Medusa, a 6th-tier king-level alien beast. Yichio's expression also became more serious. However, he didn't think much of it. After hanging these specially made iron talismans on his belt, he left and headed to the nearby transportation station. After walking for a while, Yichio also slightly curled the corners of his mouth. Without a second thought, he entered a narrow alleyway surrounded by tall buildings. The key point is that this alley is full of shadows. After going inside, Yichio walked around for a while and then turned around. He looked at the 3 superhumans following behind him with icy eyes. Shouldn't you be getting ready to make your move? The 3 masked superhumans all laughed. The 5th-tier ability user leading the group spoke in a strange tone. You actually figured it out. But it's good that you've brought it up yourself. It saves us some time. Hand over all the iron talismans, teleportation talismans, and equipment you acquired earlier, or you might get a beating today and we'll take everything from you. Yichio sneered. We haven't even left the shelter's radiation range yet, and you're already this arrogant? Furthermore, you think 3 mere 5th-tier ability users dare to attack me? You're all incredibly naive. The leading 5th-tier ability user sneered. What do you mean by just 3 5th-tier ability users? I am a level 56 ability user, and the 2 people behind me are level 57 and 54 ability users respectively. The 3 of us combined are enough to make even a regular level 6 beginner ability user give us a wide berth, and you dare to talk back to us? I think you really want to die. Yichio drew Frost Fury from his waist and said with a cold laugh, then make your move. This equipment looks pretty good. At least it's of the excellent grade, right? The 5th-tier ability user in the lead had a glint in his eye. Looks like you're a real fat sheep. Yichio's eyes were icy cold as he held Frost Fury in his hand and activated his talent skill Dark Hour. Then, Yichio dashed out. The 5th-tier ability user in the lead roared, and a layer of purplish-black wolf hair appeared on his body. This is his A-level ability, the transformation into a demon wolf, which is considered a superior ability among werewolves. The 2 superhumans beside him, one of whom took out a staff and was surrounded by a deep purple light, were also A-level superhumans, dark mages. Meanwhile, another superhuman conjured a silver-blue demon head dagger in his hand, an A-level superhuman ability called Azura. Yichio chuckled. Although these 3 guys all have A-level abilities, they all coincidentally possess dark attributes, which really suits their personalities and character. A cold glint flashed in Yichio's eyes. After rushing over, he immediately unleashed the 2 skills attached to his weapon, Frost Fury Storm and Frost Shadows. At the same time, he activated his own skill, Peerless Sword Chi. The werewolf ability user roared, his fur emitting a purple glow, and in the blink of an eye, his muscles swelled up. Then, he tore at Yichio with a claw. Yichio raised his sword to parry. When his claws collided directly with Yichio's Frost Fury, sparks actually flew. Clearly, this werewolf superhuman possessed extraordinary abilities. The superhuman behind him, wielding a ghost head saber, also rushed over, unleashing a series of slashes with his long saber, sending out wave after wave of saber energy. Yichio's eyes turned cold, and he swung Frost Fury in his hand repeatedly, the blade energy surging like a raging tide. A cold glint appeared in the dark mage's eyes as he muttered incantations. Before long, 7 purplish-black phantoms, resembling vengeful spirits, appeared beside him and spun rapidly toward Yichio. Yichio took a deep breath and unleashed a series of slashes with Frost Fury in his hand. The 7 purplish-black phantoms were completely annihilated by the frost blade energy unleashed by Frost Fury. Yichio flashed to the werewolf ability user and the ability user wielding the ghost head knife, his blade flashing fiercely directly, clearly overwhelming both of them. Both of these powerful 5th-tier ability users felt immense pressure. Because they couldn't even launch a counterattack, they could only barely block the wave after wave of sword energy that surged in like an ocean tide. Before long, Ichio found a weakness in the superhuman wielding the ghost head knife. With a ruthless glint in his eyes, he unleashed the advanced skill Shadow Blade Dance. 6 shadowy blades shot out, directly causing several deep, bone-revealing wounds on the superhuman wielding the ghost-headed sword. The superhuman wielding the demon-headed sword was spitting out blood and had lost his ability to fight. The Dark Mage's expression changed drastically. He knew that Yichio's strength was extraordinary. If he and that werewolf ability user don't capture Yichio soon, their fate will definitely be grim. So the Dark Mage took a deep breath and unleashed his innate skill. He chanted the incantation much faster, and at the same time, a deep purple light appeared on the staff he held in his hand. The purple light intertwined and shifted in the air, eventually weaving together a gigantic phantom that resembled a demon king. After the Ghost King's phantom took shape, it let out a strange laugh and flew towards Yichio with a chilling wind. Yichio really didn't want to waste his skill usage attempts on these people. However, these three are indeed not weak. They are all powerful ability users at the mid or late stage of the 5th rank. He had already crippled one of them, and these two would also pose a certain danger to him. Shadow Space Slash. Yichio roared and unleashed a slash. A silver-purple arc of light shot out through the air. It seemed capable of severing space itself, and this slash landed directly on the Ghost King. The Ghost King let out a terrifying roar, and its body seemed to be torn apart by something, shattering into countless pieces in the blink of an eye. But the slash didn't even finish before it flew directly towards the Dark Mage. The Mage's eyes were icy cold. He waved his staff, and the skill Dark Shield attached to this superior-grade equipment was activated. In the blink of an eye, the slash collided with the Dark Shield, a piercing friction sound rang out, and silver-purple and dark purple light scattered in the air. In less than a few dozen breaths, the slash pierced through the Dark Shield and flew toward the terrified Dark Mage. The Mage tried to block with his staff but was still slashed away by the shadowy space. A huge wound appeared on his chest, and blood was gushing out. He has essentially lost his ability to fight. The remaining werewolf ability user's expression changed. Without a second thought, he had no intention of continuing to fight Yichio and turned to run away. How could Yichio let him escape? Yichio's eyes turned slightly cold as he unleashed Shadow Blade Frenzy once more. 6 shadowy blades shot out, and even though the werewolf ability user tried his best to dodge, 2 of them still hit him. A burst of brilliant blood erupted from his body, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Yichio darted forward and kicked him in the knee. The werewolf superhuman felt a sharp pain in his kneecap, let out a scream, and lost the ability to move. Seeing Yichio's icy gaze, the 3 of them were extremely frightened. The leader of the werewolf ability users gritted his teeth and said, "What will it take for you to let me go? It seems you're still quite resilient." Yichio chuckled coldly and crippled his other leg. "Letting you go is impossible. Now I can only call the guardians to coordinate and handle this matter." The 3 men's expressions changed instantly. The werewolf with superpowers even screamed and begged for mercy on the ground. "I'm willing to compensate you. Please don't hand us over to the guardians." The other 2 were in similar situations. "Young man, I'm begging you. Please don't hand us over to the guardians." "That's right. Please don't hand us over to the guardians." Yichio sneered. "You all brought this on yourselves, didn't you?" After saying this, he immediately used his bracelet to notify the guardians of the Mad Wolf Commando team. Not long after, 3 5th-tier guardians arrived with a squad of 4th-tier guardians. After seeing the recording in Yichio's bracelet, the 3 5th-tier guardians realized just how despicable these guys were. The leading guardian said, "Rest assured, warrior, I will make sure these 3 receive the punishment they deserve." The remaining 2 guardians examined the injuries of the 3 and couldn't help but be somewhat surprised, because these 3 are all 5th-level ability users, and although Yichio doesn't seem to have the corresponding strength, he is still very young. To achieve such a record, one can definitely be considered a hero among superhumans. Even the group of 4th-tier ability users behind him, after learning the details, were astonished, thinking that Yichio was simply a monster. After a brief handover, Yichio ignored the 3 men's requests for reconciliation and directly ordered the guardians to sentence them to severe punishment. After all, trash like this who turns their knives on their own people doesn't deserve to be called human. The 3 cried out in despair, but were still dragged away by the guardians. Yichio also prepared to head to the nearby transportation station, take a bus to the Shadow Forest, hunt down alien beasts, and gain evolution points and experience. About half an hour later, we arrived at the transportation station outside the city. "Yichio, what are you doing here?" Before Yichio could even join the queue, he suddenly heard a somewhat familiar girl's voice behind him. He turned his head and saw Bai Lu, whom he had met once before, slowly walking over. She was not much different from before, and there was a hint of excitement in her beautiful eyes as she looked at herself. "I'm heading to the Shadow Jungle. What about you?" Yichio asked Bai Lu with a smile. Bai Lu nodded and said, "Me too." "That's quite a coincidence," Yichio replied casually, without elaborating further. His encounter with Bai Lu was purely by chance. chance. Further words would be pointless. After they got into the car, they remained silent. However, Bai Lu seemed to have something on her mind, glancing at Yi Qiu from time to time, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. After nearly half a day, Yi Qiu finally arrived at the entrance to the Shadow Forest. It is now night, and many people with superpowers will choose to rest for the night in the nearby gathering place. But Yi Qiu simply took a deep breath and, unlike other human ability users, did not rest nearby. Instead, he chose to enter the Shadow Forest directly. He traveled quickly for 2 or 3 hours and found that there were no more herds of strange beasts on the outskirts. They only hunted some weaker, smaller alien beasts, such as firefoxes, big-eared bats, and millipedes. This puzzled him a bit, but Yi Qiu didn't say much and continued to venture deeper into the forest. Time flew by, and another 2 or 3 hours passed. It wasn't until Yi Qiu entered the middle layer of the forest that he encountered his first herd of strange beasts. This is a pack of bloodthirsty demon wolves, and they are of a relatively high level. The leader is a 5th-tier wolf king, and among the other bloodthirsty demon wolves, there are 2 5th-tier beasts and more than a dozen 4th-tier beasts. A small number of female wolves and cubs are only 1st, 2nd, or 3rd tiers. Yi Qiu was somewhat surprised because the bloodthirsty demon wolf was considered a very powerful species. However, this pack of bloodthirsty demon wolves is clearly quite lucky to have a 5th-tier wolf king. After Yi Qiu passed by, the leading wolf king let out a howl. The dozen or so powerful, bloodthirsty demon wolves beside it did not hesitate at all and immediately surrounded it. Yi Qiu realized that this 5th-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf must be a king-level alien beast, otherwise it wouldn't possess such intelligence. He took a deep breath, drew Frost Fury, and activated all 4 skills. Peerless Sword Chi, Frosty Blade Storm, Frosty Shadows, Gentle Breeze. At the same time, Yi Qiu also activated his talent skill, Dark Hour. With the support of several major skills, Yi Qiu's strength will be greatly enhanced. He moved swiftly and charged towards the bloodthirsty demon wolves. Yi Qiu was incredibly fast, his Frost Fury sword creating a flurry of blade shadows. Each strike inflicts massive damage on the bloodthirsty wolves before them. -2000, -1600, -1800. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 42 bloodthirsty demon wolf. You have gained 2,100 experience points and 840 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 43 bloodthirsty demon wolf. You have gained 2,150 experience points and 860 evolution points. Yi Qiu's side would frequently receive messages about successfully hunting alien beasts. Before long, the Wolf King realized that Yi Qiu was difficult to deal with. It roared to the sky, and suddenly a crimson light emanated from the bloodthirsty demon wolves around it. This is considered the innate skill of a 4th-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf, Bloodthirsty Frenzy. It can boost the attack and combat power of the bloodthirsty wolves for a short time, but it can also cause them to lose their minds and become insane. A bloodthirsty demon wolf pounced at them. Yi Qiu felt a chill run down his spine. He raised his sword to block its gaping maw, took a deep breath, and then kicked the bloodthirsty demon wolf hard in the softer part of its belly. The bloodthirsty wolf was kicked away. -2000. And then 4 more bloodthirsty wolves pounced over. They are incredibly fast, like whirlwinds, and their bodies are shrouded in a disgusting, bloodthirsty aura. Even though Yi Qiu was relatively strong, he couldn't deal with 4 demonic wolves attacking from 4 directions at the same time. He directly activated the Diamond Domain. With the help of this protective skill, Yi Qiu was able to withstand attacks from the other 3 sides and concentrate on dealing with a bloodthirsty demon wolf. Yi Qiu finished it off with just 3 or 5 strikes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 44 beast, Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf. You have gained 2,200 experience points and 880 evolution points. Yi Qiu turned around and chopped off the head of another bloodthirsty wolf with a single stroke. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 44 beast, Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf. You have gained 2,200 experience points and 880 evolution points. As for the remaining 2, Yi Qiu directly unleashed Shadow Blade Frenzy. Before long, 6 shadowy blades flew out, severely injuring the 2. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 43 Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf. You have gained 2,150 experience points and 860 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 42 Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf. You have gained 2,100 experience points and 840 evolution points. Yi Qiu then delivered 2 more blows, effectively sending them away. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Wolf King, who had been lying in wait nearby, made a move. A layer of extremely rich crimson light swirled around it, with faint crimson currents floating on its surface. Furthermore, the bloodthirsty wolf's pupils turned blood red, and its muscles swelled up, as if it had used a berserk-like skill, and that is indeed the case. Moreover, as a king-level beast, the bloodthirsty demon Wolf King itself possesses extraordinary potential, and with the enhancement of skills, its strength has taken a leap forward. The bloodthirsty demon Wolf King let out a long howl and pounced on Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu's eyes flashed coldly as he unleashed his powerful skill, Shadow Space Slash. flash, he unleashed a silver-purple arc of light. It flew towards the bloodthirsty Wolf King at an extremely fast speed. The bloodthirsty Wolf King roared, its blood-red body merging into a single ball of light, which then met the silver-purple arc of light head-on. The spatial and dark power attached to the shadow space slash was particularly strong. Although the blood-red light sphere was powerful, it was still easily destroyed by it. Then the silver-purple arc of light flew toward the bloodthirsty demon Wolf King. A flicker of fear flashed in the eyes of the bloodthirsty Wolf King, but it was too late to dodge. A large gash was cleaved open on its head. You can even see the brains inside. Minus 4,500. Yichio used Shadow Blade Dance once again. Minus 1,000. Minus 1,400. Minus 1,800. Minus 2,000. For Shadow Blade struck the bloodthirsty Wolf King. It let out a pitiful howl and fell to the ground. Not long after, a notification sound came out. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 52 king-level bloodthirsty demon Wolf King. You have gained 2,600 experience points and 1040 evolution points. Yichio then cast his cold gaze at the other dozen or so bloodthirsty demon wolves. Those dozen or so bloodthirsty demon wolves, seemingly driven by their nature, had not yet fled and were baring their fangs and claws as they charged at Yichio. Yichio flashed out, and streaks of sword light fell like raindrops. Minus 1,000. Minus 1,800. Minus 1,200. Minus 2,000. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 more 4th-tier beasts died. Yichio's Vajra domain had not even been broken yet. He spent less than an hour directly engaging with the pack of bloodthirsty demon wolves led by the 5th-tier Wolf King. Killing the pack of bloodthirsty demon wolves this time consumed some of Yichio's strength, but not too much. Too lazy to use a powerful recovery potion, he simply found a relatively clean spot, took a deep breath, sat down, and began to rest. After about an hour, Yichio's spirits began to recover somewhat. He then got up to prepare to clean up the corpses of the bloodthirsty wolves. He wanted to collect all the most valuable wolf fangs and wolf crystal cores. Rustle, rustle. About 10 minutes later, Yichio heard the sound of grass rustling behind him and faint footsteps. He frowned, a chill creeping into his heart. If it were a normal human with superpowers, they would have greeted him upon seeing him here, instead of hiding like this. Yichio felt that something was not quite right. Not long after, 3 superhumans, 2 men and 1 woman, appeared behind them. The 3 superhumans turned their gaze to the wolf corpses scattered around Yichio, and were somewhat surprised. Yichio sensed that the leader, a superhuman in black armor, was a 5th-tier superhuman, and probably in the mid-stage of the 5th tier. As for the archer and the fire mage beside him, the man and woman were probably in the late stage of the 4th tier. This squad isn't too weak either. The leader of the black-armored superhumans was slightly taken aback when he realized that Yichio was alone. When he saw the large pile of materials beside Yichio and the equipment on Yichio's body that was shining brightly, his eyes clearly showed surprise. I can't believe I've encountered such a fat sheep here. The black-armored superhuman chuckled and walked up to Yichio, feigning friendliness. Young brother. Before he could even get close, Yichio drew Frost Fury from his waist. What do you want to do? Seeing Yichio's blade pointed at him, the black-armored superhuman chuckled, scratched his head, and said with a hint of helplessness, young man, I'm not a bad person. What you're doing is really hurting people's feelings. We are all human, and we are all fighting against alien beasts. Under normal circumstances, a young man like Yichio would probably have lost his vigilance after hearing what the black-armored superhuman said. But Yichio remained indifferent. Leave here. These beasts were all killed by me. They are my spoils. I don't need anyone else to come, nor do I need your help, and I will not help you. Yichio's cold words made the black-armored superhuman's eyes darken, but his smile remained warm. The woman, who was a fire mage, walked over with a smile. Young man, you must be joking. We are all human. Why would we worry about you? Although the woman was not particularly beautiful, she spoke very gently and gave off a friendly vibe. But Yichio could sense the murderous intent hidden within her. Yichio coldly uttered 2 words. If you don't leave, don't blame me for taking action. Good lad. The black-armored superhuman chuckled. Since you're so wary, then I won't pretend with you anymore. The woman raised her hand and hurled a fireball at Yichio, while the archer not far behind her also drew his bow and aimed at Yichio, ready to strike at any moment. Yichio realized that they were now going all out, their eyes no longer showing any restraint, their anger burning like flames. He activated all 5 skills directly. Golden Light Domain, Gentle Breeze Possession, Frosty Shadows Falling, Frosty Fury Storm, Peerless Sword Chi. Although the fireball hit Yichio, his defensive skill, Golden Light Domain, protected his body well and prevented him from getting hurt. The female fire mage's expression changed drastically. She took a deep breath, as if she had seen a ghost, and raised her hand to release her innate skill. A roaming, one-horned fire dragon shot out and charged directly at Yichio. Even though this one-horned fire dragon was exceptionally powerful, comparable to an attack from an ordinary early-stage 5th-tier expert, it couldn't affect Yichio's golden domain in the slightest. Yichio's eyes turned slightly cold, and the blade in his hand flashed like thousands of butterflies suddenly taking flight. Instead, a continuous stream of sword energy surged towards the female fire mage like a tidal wave. The female fire fire mage's face turned grim. She raised her hand and cast a fire shield, then quickly retreated. At the same time, the archers, who had been waiting in the wings, fired 3 arrows in succession, forcing Ichio to retreat. The female fire mage gritted her teeth and shouted at the black-armored superhuman behind her, "Captain, what are you standing there for?" At this moment, however, the armor on the black-armored superhuman began to change. A deep purple aura flowed across his armor, as if vengeful ghosts and evil spirits were floating on it, and skulls surrounded his body. This is also the A-level ability possessed by the black-armored superhuman, Evil Spirit Overlord. He can manipulate the power of evil spirits to make himself stronger. At the same time, the black-armored superhuman also sensed Ichio's strength, so at this moment he directly activated a talent skill attached to his A-level superhuman ability, Evil Spirit Domination, Summon Ghost King. Of course, activating this talent skill will take a long time. That's why the black-armored superhuman had his 2 teammates take the brunt of the attack. The evil aura emanating from the black-armored superhuman grew increasingly turbulent. A purplish-black phantom of a Ghost King, constructed from dozens of evil spirits, slowly appeared. The Ghost King's phantom spun once in the air before roaring and charging towards Ichio. The pale golden aura around Ichio suddenly became even more dazzling, making Ichio look like a god descending to earth. Meanwhile, Ichio's countless sword shadows slashed towards the Ghost King's phantom. At this moment, Ichio also used the skill attached to the Fire Rain talisman he had previously purchased, Fire Rain Technique. The rain of fire was like shooting stars crashing down on the Ghost King's phantom. Fire has a certain degree of effectiveness against attacks of this type of dark attribute. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ichio immediately replaced Frost Fury in his hand with Holy Flame Sword. Although the Holy Flame Sword is only an excellent grade equipment, it is more suitable for the present. He took a deep breath and activated the skilled Golden Flame Blade attached to the Holy Flame Sword. In less than a few dozen breaths, wave after wave of golden flames surged forth with the sword energy. The Ghost King's phantom let out terrifying roars, but Ichio's powerful combat strength suppressed it completely. Ichio's Vajra domain also protected against attacks from the fire mage and archer. As Ichio annihilated the Ghost King's phantom, the black-armored superhuman who had recovered also attacked. He wielded a heavy sword and slashed down at her head. Ichio raised the Holy Flame Sword in his hand, directly blocking the attack. What made that black-armored superhuman feel heart flutter was, Ichio's power was so great that it terrified him. Where did this kid come from? How come he's so strong? He must be at least at the mid-stage of the 5th rank, right? Didn't he fight a major battle with those? How can it still have such great power? The black-armored superhuman grew increasingly terrified and fearful as the fight progressed. After taking a deep breath, he knew he could no longer hide. At the same time, he said to the 2 people behind him, "Give it your all, or we'll all perish here." The female fire mage and the archer's expressions changed. The archer took a deep breath, roared to the sky, and in the next instant, layers upon layers of black patterns covered his body. Although he is dressed as an archer, his special ability is actually Rosa's blessing, and this Rose is actually the mother goddess of the Dark Elves. The only possible path for developing superpowers is archery. Black patterns spread across his body, and the archer's strength became exceptionally powerful, including that superior quality equipment, the silver-black longbow, all of which shimmered with a chilling dark energy. He drew the longbow to its full extent and then suddenly shot out a specially made arrow. The arrow spun through the air and shot towards Ichio. Ichio would not underestimate this season either, because he could vaguely sense that this attack was very likely to break through his Vajra domain. So Ichio didn't think twice and activated the 5th order Vajra talisman to give himself a double layer of protection. As expected, the powerful arrow imbued with dark energy pierced through Ichio's Vajra domain. But in the next instant, the golden light shield of the Vajra talisman rose up, barely protecting Ichio. A murderous glint flashed in Ichio's eyes, and he raised his hand to unleash another wind blade talisman. 3 wind blades shot towards the black-armored superhuman in front of them. Caught off guard, the black-armored superhuman took 3 hits. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ichio directly activated the skilled gravity control. Under the influence of gravity, the black-armored superhuman's body swayed unsteadily, making it impossible for him to launch a normal attack. A hint of coldness flashed in Ichio's eyes as the Holy Flame Sword in his hand swept across his throat. Fresh blood gushed out. The black-armored superhuman's pupils dilated, and he slowly collapsed to the ground. Seeing that their leader was dead, the 2 4th-level ability users behind him had already been completely annihilated. Without a second thought, the female fire mage knelt down and said, "I'm sorry, I'm willing to accept your punishment. I'm willing to give you everything I have in exchange for a chance to live." Ichio smiled coldly and shot out a sword aura. A huge wound appeared on the female fire mage's chest, blood gushing out, and she soon lost her life. The 4th-tier archer's face also turned extremely ugly, and he suddenly threw out something that looked like a bomb. The bomb-like object landed directly in front of Ichio, and in the blink of an eye, a large cloud of white smoke billowed out. Ichio felt a sour and spicy sensation in his mouth and nose, and choked several times before he came to his senses. However, the 4th-tier archer had already begun to flee, and he vaguely had something resembling a magic talisman on his body. You want to escape too? Yichio sneered, raised his hand and used the wind blade talisman, and 3 more wind blades shot out. The 4th-tier archer was hit directly by the wind blade, coughed up blood, and fell to the ground. After Yichio arrived, he swiftly killed him. Upon examining the 3 superhumans, Yichio discovered that they were wearing masks that were incredibly lifelike. No wonder they've been able to evade justice until now. Yichio took a breath and, without any hesitation, took the valuable items from them. This wave of gains amounted to at least 30 to 40 million superpower coins. However, Yichio didn't feel anything special. These guys didn't deserve to die. He was protecting his own rights, and it could even be said that he was eliminating scoundrels for those with superpowers. But Yichio finally understood what it meant to be a murderer and arsonist who wears a golden belt. It's easy to steal all of someone else's savings and get rich. Yichio took a deep breath, went back over there, and cleaned up the wolf carcass on the ground. After collecting the crystal cores and materials, Yichio took a deep breath and prepared to check his personal panel. Level, LV 44 1%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, A rank, Lord of Shadows. Strength 314 plus 85. Intelligence 336 plus, good. Constitution 232 plus 5. Mental strength 415 plus 48. Agility 229 plus 25. Evolution points 91120. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 3 million evolution points. Common skills, Critical Strike, top tier skill, can evolve, requires 1 million evolution points. Detection, intermediate skill, can evolve, requires 30,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, advanced skill, can evolve, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, advanced skill, can evolve, requires 200,000 evolution points. Shadow Space Slash, top tier skill, can evolve, requires 1 million evolution points. Vidra Domain, advanced skill, can evolve, requires 150,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Moon Goddess's Ring, transcendent. Breeze Boots, excellent. Frost's Fury, transcendent. Mystic Power Bracers, transcendent. Gara, Mystic Armor, transcendent. Holy Flame Sword, excellent. Wolfbone Mystic Ring, transcendent. Moon Goddess's Blessing, excellent. Moon Goddess's Whisper, excellent. Spirit, Essence Fruit X1, Tier 2 Spirit Fruit, Spirit and Wisdom Fruit X2, Tier 4 Spirit Fruit, Azure Cloud Fruit X2, Tier 3 Spirit Fruit, Powerful Recovery Potion X11, Powerful Healing Potion X7, Vidra Talisman, Tier 5 X2, Armored Horse Talisman, Tier 5 X2, Windblade Talisman, Tier 5 X2, Ice Arrow Talisman, Tier 5 X2, Fire Rain Talisman, Tier 5 X2, Level 44. A hint of surprise appeared in Yichio's eyes. However, he also began to consider whether he could use the 90,000 evolution points he had accumulated to do something. For example, upgrade the Iron Talisman you're currently using that you're comfortable with. Yichio pondered for a moment, then silently asked, how many evolution points are needed to upgrade a 5th-tier Vidra Talisman to a 6th-tier Vidra Talisman? Ding! Upgrading the Tier 5 Vidra Talisman to Tier 6 Vidra Talisman requires 30,000 evolution points. A thought suddenly occurred to him. This was definitely feasible. After all, powerful beasts might appear deep in this forest. What if Yichio is unable to use the Space Teleportation Talisman and is instantly killed? So Yichio silently recited, upgrade the 5th-tier Vidra Talisman to the 6th-tier Vidra Talisman, upgrade the 5th-tier Windblade Talisman to the 6th-tier Windblade Talisman, and upgrade the 5th-tier Fire Rain Talisman to the 6th-tier Fire Rain Talisman. Ding! Consumed 30,000 evolution points. Upgraded the Tier 5 Vidra Talisman to Tier 6 Vidra Talisman. Ding! Consumed 30,000 evolution points. Upgraded the Tier 5 Windblade Rune to Tier 6 Windblade Rune. Ding! Consumed 30,000 evolution points. Upgraded the Tier 5 Fire Rain Talisman to Tier 6 Fire Rain Talisman. Yichio then clicked to view the attributes of these different runes. Diamond Talisman, a Tier 6 consumable equipment that can be used 3 times. It releases a golden light shield to protect the user, potentially shielding them from a full force attack from a Tier 6 expert. Yichio's eyes lit up. He had finally found a useful tool to save his life. Windblade Talisman, a Tier 6 consumable equipment that can be used 3 times to unleash 3 wind blades to kill enemies. The power of each wind blade is equivalent to a charged attack from a Tier 6 expert. Yichio looked at the last Fire Rain Talisman again. However, the Fire Rain Talisman could release a total of 30 fire rains, each of which was equivalent to a casual strike from a 6th level expert. However, although Yichio obtained 3 relatively powerful 6th tier iron talismans, his evolution points were completely reduced to 0. After a brief rest, he quickly headed deeper into the forest, intending to hunt some more strange beasts. After walking for about half an hour, something unexpected happened to Yichio. He actually met Bai Lu, whom he had met twice before. Bai Lu was somewhat surprised to see Yichio. A flicker of something passed through her eyes. How did you get here? This is quite deep within the shadow forest. Yichio smiled and said, didn't you come here too? And if I remember correctly, you were were only level 41 when we last met, and I'm level 44 now. There's no reason why I can't come here, is there? You're already level 44? Bai Lu asked, somewhat surprised. But she did feel that Yi Qiu was exceptionally strong. Yi Qiu nodded, yes. Why do I feel like you're not just level 44? Bai Lu, with her hair in a bun, rubbed her chin, her eyes full of curiosity. I think you're at least level 5. It's strange, but that's really how it is. Yi Qiu rolled his eyes at her. Have you forgotten what I told you before? I have a very special talent skill that allows my strength to increase exponentially. In the dark, when I was at the 3rd level, I was already at the 4th level. Isn't it normal for me to be at the 5th level when I'm at the 4th level? But the key issue is, we haven't seen each other for many days, only about 10 or 20 days, and you've already reached the 4th tier of strength, and it's real strength. Bai Lu's eyes were rather strange as she said, tell me what kind of magical inheritance you've obtained. I don't lie. Yi Qiu laughed and said, when I was hunting strange beasts outside, I obtained some magical 6th tier herbs, which is what made your strength breakthrough. Don't think there's anything wrong with it. Then I'll be so envious of you. Bai Lu hesitated for a moment, then said, then I won't hide it from you anymore. Actually, I came here this time to take care of some business. Yi Qiu was somewhat surprised to hear Bai Lu's question, and asked curiously, what do you need to do? Actually, I can't be sure about this either. Bai Lu smiled and said, do you know about spatial anomalies? Spatial anomaly? Yi Qiu's eyes flickered, then he frowned and said, you don't mean an anomalous spatial node, do you? Although he inherited most of the former's memories. But to be honest, some memories weren't fully recalled. After thinking for a while, Yi Qiu finally found the abnormal spatial node in the news records that the former had looked through, which was a related report on spatial anomalies. These so-called spatial anomalies are actually points of imbalance in space. However, Yi Qiu didn't understand some advanced physics theories in his previous life, and he couldn't use appropriate analogies to understand them. However, if it's just a straightforward description. Therefore, spatial anomalies are like one copy of another place. There, alien beasts from another dimension will appear at spatial anomaly points. As time goes by, these strange beasts may break through the spatial anomaly and enter the spacetime of this plane. However, a significant characteristic of spatial anomalies is that the beasts that can enter spatial anomalies are at least 3rd-tier beasts. Therefore, it often causes huge damage to human shelters. However, spatial anomalies are not entirely without value. It is said that they usually contain a rare mineral called the heart of space, which is extremely expensive and is a necessary material for crafting some spatial equipment. However, 450 years ago, a 9th-order spatial ability user appeared in the human shelters. He used his life's insights and combined them with some advanced science to directly draw spatial stability runes on the walls of several major human shelters. These spatial stabilization runes can greatly prevent spatial anomalies from appearing near human shelters. The textbook describes this 9th-tier spatial ability user as someone who used all his knowledge to make a great contribution to human safety. However, spatial anomalies are extremely difficult to detect. How did Bai Lu know that spatial anomalies might appear here? Yi Qiu frowned and asked, how did you know that you might be a spatial anomaly point? I came here before to hunt strange beasts, but I was in a life or death situation and had to use my life-saving skill, spatial ripple. Bai Lu bit her lip and said, when I used this skill, I sensed that the space in the shadow forest was a bit off. There were a few places where the spatial fluctuations were particularly intense. I suspect it might be a spatial anomaly. After I reported this, no one believed me. Left with no other choice, I had to come here alone to stake out the location and investigate the situation. Yi Qiu was extremely surprised to hear Bai Lu's words. Then you are a very courageous person? So what do you need me to do for you? Bai Lu took a deep breath and said, since you have 5th-tier strength, I'd like to offer 1 million ability coins to hire you as my bodyguard until the spatial anomaly appears. Yi Qiu was taken aback. In your estimation, when will the spatial anomaly appear? Within this very day. Bai Lu gritted her teeth and said, my special ability is the S-rank space manipulator, and I'm an outstanding student at Tinglong Academy. I have no reason to use my future prospects to deceive you. Hearing Bai Lu say that, Yi Qiu nodded and said, alright, I'll go with you to those spatial anomaly points. Yi Qiu followed Bai Lu and gradually headed deeper into the forest. However, since they had already entered a relatively deep part of the shadow forest, encountering powerful beasts was inevitable. Not long after, Yi Qiu and Bai Lu encountered a pack of ghost mastiffs. The ghost mastiff is similar to a wolf-like beast, but it is even more powerful and terrifying than ordinary wolves. Moreover, one terrifying aspect of the ghost mastiff is that this strange beast possesses an extremely strong ability to cooperate as a team. 5 ghost mastiffs could easily defeat 5 bloodthirsty demon wolves of similar level and strength. Looking at the 20 or so terrifying ghost mastiffs in front of her, Bai Lu's expression changed slightly. The reason is simple. The leader is a very powerful 5th-tier ghost mastiff. Based on Bai Lu's knowledge, under the leadership of this 5th-tier ghost mastiff, the 20 or so 4th-tier ghost mastiffs in front of her could at least kill a 3-person 5th-tier superhuman team. Her face was slightly pale. A hint of amusement crept into Yi Qiu's eyes as he asked, we're doomed. Our lives lives are probably in danger. Do you regret it? Bai Lu gritted her teeth and said, I don't regret it. If the spatial anomaly had erupted without our prior knowledge, the deaths wouldn't have been limited to just the two of us, it could have been tens of thousands of superhumans. A hint of appreciation suddenly appeared in Yi Chio's eyes. You're quite an interesting young lady. What do you mean by that? Bai Lu was a little unhappy and said, can't a young girl have a sense of national responsibility? Yi Chio chuckled, alright, I was just teasing you. These demon mastiffs, however powerful, are no match for me. Are you kidding me? Bai Lu asked, a hint of doubt still in her eyes. Yi Chio chuckled lightly, that's natural. At this moment, the 20 or so ghost mastiffs that were eyeing them menacingly launched an attack under the leadership of the Ghost Mastiff King. They pounced on Yi Chio and Bai Lu from 4 directions. Bai Lu took a deep breath and unleashed her strongest attack. Spatial Slash. A silver-white arc of light shot out from the ring-shaped weapon in her hand. This attack severed the heads of 2 4th-tier ghost mastiffs. Yi Chio was still a little pained. 2 4th-tier ghost mastiffs meant a minimum of 1,600 evolution points. He wished Bai Lu would stop making a move. Yi Chio also took out the bloodthirsty blade. I have unlocked one of the skills that I can currently use. Bloodlust and Fury. Damage stacking. With the support of these 2 skills, Yi Chio's strength has also been significantly improved. Then Yi Chio charged out and attacked the Ghost Mastiff King at an extremely fast speed. The Ghost Mastiff King seemed to realize that Yi Chio was the most powerful being, and roared to gather nearly 20 Ghost Mastiffs around him. Then, the 5th-tier Ghost Mastiff King led its pack of Ghost Mastiffs to attack Yi Chio. Yi Chio sneered and immediately activated his 6th-order Wind Blade Talisman. 3 Wind Blades shot out directly. This Wind Blade possesses almost the power of a 6th-tier expert's charged attack. He killed 6 Demon Mastiffs with just a few words. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 41 exotic beast, the Ghost Mastiff. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 43 beast, the Ghost Mastiff. You have gained 2150 experience points and 860 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 44 exotic beast, the Ghost Mastiff. You have gained 2200 experience points and 880 evolution points. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the death of 6 Ghost Mastiffs, Yi Chio quickly charged forward. His bloodthirsty blade was like a scythe of death, severing the throats of 2 Ghost Mastiffs in the blink of an eye. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 43 beast, the Ghost Mastiff. You have gained 2150 experience points and 860 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 41 exotic beast, the Ghost Mastiff. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. Meanwhile, Bai Lu, who was struggling against 3 4th-tier Ghost Mastiffs, noticed this situation and her eyes lit up with surprise. Yi Chio is really that amazing. It seems like I'm really saved this time. She took a deep breath, her fighting spirit growing stronger. Meanwhile, the 5th-tier Ghost Mastiff King roared and, while controlling other Ghost Mastiffs to attack Yi Chio, began to unleash its innate skills. A faint black flame-like presence appeared on its body, and as the black flames flowed, an extremely terrifying dark power swept out. Yi Chio narrowed his eyes and directly replaced his bloodthirsty blade with the Holy Flame Sword, then activated Golden Flame Blade. Then Yi Chio charged toward the 5th-tier Ghost Mastiff King at an extremely fast speed. He knew one thing very well: the 5th-tier Ghost Mastiff King had accumulated extraordinary power this time, and with it, the Ghost Mastiff pack would always remain a united front. Yi Chio understood the principle of capture the king first to catch the thief. Yi Chio arrived in front of the 5th-tier Ghost Mastiff King and immediately used his 6th-tier Fire Rain Talisman. 30 clusters of flame rained down on the 5th-tier Ghost Mastiff King. -2000, -5000, -3000, -3200, -4000. Damage values appeared one after another. Even though the 5th-tier Ghost Mastiff King had activated its innate skill, Ghost Possession, it was still forced to retreat steadily by Yi Chio's Rain of Fire. Fire naturally counters dark energy. In the blink of an eye, the 5th-tier Ghost Mastiff King lost half its life, let alone being able to use any skills. Yi Chio stepped forward and unleashed a Shadow Space Slash. A silvery purple light streaked across the sky. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 52 alien beast, Ghost Mastiff King. You have gained 2600 experience points and 1040 evolution points. Yi Chio let out a breath. The remaining Tibetan Mastiffs were clearly at a loss. Even some of the weaker Tibetan Mastiffs began to scatter and flee. Yi Chio lunged forward, unleashing his Wolf Howl skill. With this skill emphasized, the already terrified demon dogs immediately lost their courage. Several weaker Ghost Mastiffs even collapsed to the ground, their lives easily taken by the sword energy erupting from Yi Chio's hand. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 42 exotic beast, the Ghost Mastiff. You have gained 2100 experience points and 840 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 42 exotic beast, the Ghost Mastiff. You have gained 2100 experience points and 840 evolution points. Meanwhile, Bai Lu also killed a 4th tier ghost mastiff. Over the next hour, Yiqiu took the lead, with Bai Lu assisting, and they finally managed to hunt down and kill all the ghost mastiffs. Yiqiu's gaze swept over the corpses of the ghost mastiffs scattered on the ground, and when it lingered on the ghost mastiff king, his eyes flickered slightly. There's a scroll in the shadows. Yiqiu strode over and took a scroll directly from the ghost mastiff king's abdomen. Seeing that there was a scroll in the belly of the ghost mastiff king, Bai Lu was a little surprised. We're pretty lucky. This king-level beast actually dropped a scroll. Quickly take a look and see what kind of scroll it is. Even the cheapest basic skill upgrade scrolls can sell for 2 or 3 million. Yiqiu glanced at it, a hint of surprise in his eyes. This is a beginner skill upgrade scroll. Bai Lu sighed. That's not bad either. It's worth at least 2 or 3 million. Yiqiu casually handed it to Bai Lu. Here you go. Bai Lu was taken aback. Don't you need it? Yiqiu casually replied. I really don't need it. For him, upgrading a basic skill would only require a few thousand evolution points at most. For him now, a few thousand evolution points are just the time it takes to kill a few 4th tier alien beasts, and he doesn't need to waste any time at all. For Bai Lu, who has no system, a basic skill upgrade scroll can significantly improve her abilities, so Yiqiu gave it directly to Bai Lu. Moreover, Bai Lu is probably not the kind of person who would betray principles for personal gain. She would definitely give herself the money, but she is definitely not short of money. As expected, Bai Lu readily accepted the beginner skill upgrade scroll from Yiqiu and said, once we get back and can connect to the internet smoothly, I'll transfer 2.5 million superpower coins to you. Consider it as me buying this beginner skill upgrade scroll. Okay. Yiqiu nodded with a smile. Then Bai Lu and Yiqiu cleaned up the corpses of the ghost mastiffs scattered all over the ground, mainly removing the crystal cores and fangs. I didn't think the other materials were of much value, so I didn't keep them. As for the distribution of materials, Yiqiu gave Bai Lu the fangs and crystal cores from the few ghost mastiffs she had hunted, which was considered a fair distribution. After finishing all this, Bai Lu was a little tired. Let's find a place nearby to rest for an hour, and then continue heading towards the area where spatial anomalies might occur. Yiqiu agreed and said, that's fine. Not long after, the two arrived at a nearby place. Of course, Yiqiu said, I usually rest in the trees. Bai Lu nodded and jumped onto the branch of a tall tree. Yiqiu also found a branch and jumped up. Bai Lu first took out a bottle of energy supplement and slowly drank it. Yiqiu took out a bottle of ordinary mineral water. Seeing Yiqiu's reaction, Bai Lu took out a bottle of energy supplement and handed it to him. This is a useful energy supplement for restoring physical strength that our Dragon Academy developed. It's somewhere between an energy drink and a stamina recovery drug. Anyway, I think it works pretty well and can help with mild strain. Yiqiu nodded and accepted it with a smile. This batch of energy supplements looked like a light blue-green color. After taking a bite, Yiqiu found that it had a rich fruity aroma and a sweet and sour taste, which was quite good. Moreover, after this sweet and sour, juice-like supplement entered the abdomen, a warm current surged up in the abdomen not long after, and the fatigue in the body disappeared a lot, which can indeed restore physical strength. Yiqiu casually remarked, this tastes pretty good. Bai Lu smiled and said, if you want, I can give you a few more bottles. Anyway, I brought a lot this time. Yiqiu nodded, and Bai Lu then gave him 6 bottles. He took a deep breath and activated the effect of the Moon Goddess Ring. To be honest, he had used many skills throughout the day, which had consumed a lot of his mental energy. Without the Moon Goddess Ring, it would be quite troublesome to recover his mental energy. After activating the Moon Goddess Ring, Yiqiu immediately felt a cool sensation emanating from the ring. Before long, his depleted spiritual energy was replenished, and he even had some moon essence left and used. Suddenly, Bai Lu said, there seems to be a strange beast ahead. Yiqiu's heart skipped a beat. They must have been attracted by the bloody smell emanating from the corpses of those ghost mastiffs. You stay here, I'll go down and check on the situation. Bai Lu paused for a moment, then said, don't I need to go help you? Yiqiu said with a hint of helplessness, do you think I need your help to improve my abilities? Just get some rest. Another point is that if this time they encounter another group of 4th tier beasts led by a 5th tier beast, Yiqiu will have to spare time to help Bai Lu, which will reduce his efficiency in hunting beasts, so it's better to go there yourself. Although Bai Lu was a little annoyed, she didn't say much and stayed there. Yiqiu slowly drew Frost Fury from his waist and headed forward. Not long after, he saw a group of lava burst apes appear there. This beast is a dual attribute beast of fire and earth, and as is well known, dual attribute beasts are often considered the strongest among beasts. This batch of lava burst apes is undoubtedly genuine. Leading the group was a 5th tier lava burst ape king, and the 30-odd lava burst apes beside it were mostly 4th tier, with very few 3rd tier lava burst apes appearing. But Yiqiu's lips curled up slightly. He took a deep breath and immediately activated his skill, Hidden Shadow. Then, Yiqiu quietly crept over. He only activated 2 skills this time, Critical Strike and Summon Wolf Spirit. Of course, Yiqiu always keeps his innate skill, Dark Hour, active. Then, a black wolf-shaped phantom appeared and charged directly at the 5th tier lava burst ape king. The 5th tier lava burst ape king King sensed an enemy attacking it. A hint of savagery flashed in its eyes, and with a roar, the golden red lava-like patterns on its body suddenly lit up. Then, it unleashed a punch. The black wolf-shaped phantom leaped into the air, dodging the circle, and then slapped the head of the 5th-tier Lava Burst Ape King with its claw. The 5th-tier Lava Burst Ape King was entangled with the black wolf-shaped phantom, while the other 4th-tier Lava Burst Apes nearby did not come to help, because this black wolf-shaped phantom had clearly offended their king. Given Wang's cruel and tyrannical nature, he would definitely feel satisfied only if he killed him with his own hands. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yichio quietly infiltrated the Lava Burst Ape horde. His frost fury was like a death scythe, easily killing 4 Lava Burst Apes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 41 beast, Lava Burst Ape. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 43 beast, Lava Burst Ape. You have gained 2150 experience points and 860 evolution points. At this moment, the Lava Bomb Apes realized that an unusual enemy had infiltrated their ranks. A 4th-tier high-level Lava Ape roared, and the golden red patterns on its body lit up, causing the surrounding air to become somewhat scorching. It turned its gaze to the area where Yichio was hiding, then suddenly jumped up and slammed its fists heavily into the ground. A cracking sound was heard. The ground exploded, creating lines that stretched out, and terrifying force traveled along the shattered earth towards where Yichio was. But Yichio activated his concealment skill once again. Although the duration of the attack was still very short, Yichio managed to slit the necks of 3 more Lava Burst Apes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 45 Lava Burst Ape. You have gained 2250 experience points and 900 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 43 beast, Lava Burst Ape. You have gained 2150 experience points and 860 evolution points. After their companions were killed one after another, the Lava Burst Apes had gone into a frenzy. Many of the Lava Bomb Apes smashed deep craters into the ground, but they were unable to attack Yichio, who had disappeared into the shadows. Even if some powerful attacks could penetrate the shadows and hit Yichio, they would be neutralized by the Garashin armor he was wearing. After this hidden skill ended, Yichio activated it for the 3rd time, unleashing Frost Fury in succession while simultaneously using the Wolf Howl skill. This time, because Yichio unleashed his full power and used the Wolf Howl skill, the surrounding Lava Blast Apes were in a stalemate, and Yichio once again took the lives of 6 Lava Blast Apes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 41 beast, Lava Burst Ape. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 45 Lava Burst Ape. You have gained 2250 experience points and 900 evolution points. Yichio used the concealment skill 3 times and killed 13 4th-tier Lava Burst Apes in less than a few minutes. This record is simply terrifying. Meanwhile, the 5th-tier Lava Burst Ape King, which had been entangled with the black wolf-shaped phantom summoned by Yichio, was finally freed from its troubles. When it turned its head, it found that its own kind had suffered heavy casualties. 1/3 of their people were killed by humans. The 5th-tier Lava Burst Ape King immediately went into a state of rage. It leaped in front of Yichio and smashed its 2 huge fists directly at Yichio, but Yichio slightly curled the corners of his mouth. Under the influence of this skill, the Tier 5 Lava Burst Ape King had no way to control its body, and its fist was smashed out of control. Yichio's eyes hardened, and he swung his long sword repeatedly, cutting dozens of wounds on the 5th-tier Lava Burst Ape King in front of him, causing blood to gush out. -2400, -1000, -800, -2000. After regaining control of its body, the 5th-tier Lava Burst Ape King completely went into a frenzy. It roared to the sky, and golden red flames burst into flames on its body, as if it were a fire demon crawling out of hell. Then, the 5th-tier Lava Burst Ape King opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of flames. The fireball came straight in front of Yichio. A cold glint flashed in Yichio's eyes as he dodged the fireball. A look of surprise flashed across the eyes of the 5th-tier Lava Burst Ape King. It realized that the human before it was much stronger than it had imagined. Therefore, the 5th-tier Lava Burst Ape King, now possessing a certain level of intelligence, no longer chose to fight alone. It looked up and let out a furious roar. Upon hearing this roar, the Lava Burst Apes all turned their gazes toward Yichio, their eyes gleaming with a ferocious, bloodthirsty intent. The golden red patterns on their bodies began to fluctuate, and their skin surfaces were engulfed in golden red flames, just like those on the 5th-tier Lava Blast Ape King. Although not as intense as those on the 5th-tier Lava Blast Ape King, they were still terrifying enough. In the next instant, nearly 24th and 3rd-tier Lava Burst Apes nearby spewed out balls of flames in Yichio's direction. These clusters of flames, like a meteor shower, covered a large area around Yichio. No matter how good Yichio is at dodging, he will still get hit. He narrowed his eyes, took a deep breath, and directly activated the skill attached to the Gara Armored Gallows Descent. The next instant, a giant phantom of a Gara Banshee appeared on his body. In this state, Yichio's defensive massive power increases almost exponentially. Although these clusters of fiery meteors were terrifying in their power, they were unable to break through Yichio's defenses. Instead, Yichio seized the opportunity to kill 4 4th-tier lava burst apes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 41 beast, lava burst ape. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 42 alien beast, lava burst ape. You have gained 2100 experience points and 840 evolution points. At this time, the population of the lava bomb apes also dropped to 17. Anger flashed in the eyes of the 5th-tier lava burst ape king. It roared to the sky, and the golden and red patterns on its body suddenly shone brightly. The earth and rocks around it suddenly floated up and condensed into sharp earth spikes around it. Then he suddenly waved his hand at Yichio, and the sharp earth spikes shot towards Yichio. Yichio's eyes turned cold, and he shifted his position repeatedly, avoiding most of the sharp earth spikes. However, a splinter grazed his thigh, leaving a half-inch deep wound. It wasn't too intense, and Yichio was able to endure it. Then, Yichio directly activated the Moonlight Shield. By now, Yichio has revealed all his trump cards, except for the Iron Talisman. All he has to do now is behead. The morale of the Lava Bomb Ape Horde is already somewhat low. If I were to kill the Tier 5 Lava Bomb Ape King at this moment, it would likely have a better effect. Yichio took a deep breath, flashed out, and used the 5th-tier Windblade Talisman he had used before at an extremely fast speed. 3 more wind blades shot out. The 5th-tier Lava Burst Ape King directly condensed earth and stone onto its arms, then crossed its 2 arms in an attempt to block the 3 attacks. Unfortunately, these 3 wind blades, which are nearly the power of a 6th-tier expert's charged attack, are not so easy to block. It directly severed the arm of the 5th-tier Lava Burst Ape King. -5,000, -3,500, -6,000. Yichio flashed out and, taking advantage of the 5th-tier Lava Burst Ape King's serious injuries, directly slit its throat with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 53 beast, Lava Burst Ape King. You have gained 2650 experience points and 1060 evolution points. The remaining 16 Lava Burst Apes, seeing the scene before them, were filled with immense fear. This human is incredibly powerful. They also lost their confidence in fighting Yichio. Some of the 3rd-tier Lava Burst Apes were even preparing to flee? How could Yichio possibly give them that chance? These are all experience points and evolution points. Yichio flashed out and, like a grim reaper from hell, reaped the lives of these Lava Burst Apes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 43 beast, Lava Burst Ape. You have gained 2150 experience points and 860 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 41 beast, Lava Burst Ape. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. More than an hour later, Yichio finally managed to kill all the Lava Burst Apes. This was even after some of the Lava Burst Apes had escaped some distance. If they don't choose to run away but fight to the death on the spot, Yichio will kill these Lava Burst Apes in half an hour at most. To be honest, he is quite capable. Especially in shadow or dark environments, he can activate his innate skill, Dark Moment, which increases his strength by 250%. In this situation, Yichio is equivalent to a late-stage 5th tier or even early-stage 6th tier ability user. At the same time, he has extremely superior equipment, otherwise he would not have been able to hunt down the Lava Bomb Ape Horde alone. Normally, only 2 or 3 teams of Tier 4 ability users, led by Tier 5 ability users and well-equipped, would consider hunting such a herd of alien beasts. Even for 4th-tier Lava Apes, most 4th-tier ability user teams can only hunt a few at a time, and they might even get injured in the process. It would be good if they could hunt one a week. After taking a deep breath, Yichio collected the crystal cores and fangs of the Lava Bomb Apes. Although their fur is useful and not particularly cheap, Yichio was too lazy to deal with it. Yichio was also curious, as he used to obtain scrolls every time he hunted a 5th-tier king-level alien beast. I should get it this time too, right? As expected, Yichio found a small scroll under the 5th-tier Lava Burst Ape King. His eyes lit up, and he quickly picked it up again. He discovered that the scroll was actually useful to him. It turned out to be an equipment enchantment scroll. This equipment enchantment scroll is not only incredibly expensive, worth 7 million, but it can also directly boost his strength. He took a deep breath and said with a smile, I was lucky this time. After considering it for a moment, Yichio quickly returned to where Bai Lu had been. When Bai Lu saw the wound on Yichio's leg, she couldn't help but feel a little nervous. How are you? Yichio smiled and shook his head. It's nothing. I just went over and killed a group of strange beasts. He jumped onto a tree branch, took a deep breath, swallowed a healing potion, and then quickly treated his wounds. Before long, the wound stopped hurting and began to heal slowly. Then, Yichio took out the equipment enchantment scroll. But this time he didn't immediately enchant the item. Instead, he chose to summon the system first and open his personal panel. Level, LV 4416%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, A rank, Lord of Shadows. Strength 314 plus 85. Intelligence Intelligence 336 plus. Constitution 232 plus 5. Mental Strength 415 plus 48. Agility 229 plus 25. Evolution Points 53140. Talent Skill Dark Hour can be evolved, requires 3 million evolution points. Common Skills Critical Strike Top Tier Skill can evolve, requires 1 million evolution points. Detection Intermediate Skill can evolve, requires 30,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance Advanced Skill can evolve, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura Advanced Skill can evolve, requires 200,000 evolution points. Shadow Space Slash Top Tier Skill can evolve, requires 1 million evolution points. Vidra Domain Advanced Skill can evolve, requires 150,000 evolution points. Equipment Bloodthirsty Blade Excellent. Moon Goddess's Ring Transcendent. Breeze Boots Excellent. Frost's Fury Transcendent. Mystic Power Bracers Transcendent. Gara Mystic Armor Transcendent. Holy Flame Sword Excellent. Wolfbone Mystic Ring Transcendent. Moon Goddess's Blessing Excellent. Moon Goddess's Whisper Excellent. Spirit Essence Fruit X1 Tier 2 Spirit Fruit Spirit and Wisdom Fruit X2 Tier 4 Spirit Fruit. Azure Cloud Fruit X2 Tier 3 Spirit Fruit. Powerful Recovery Potion X11 Powerful Healing Potion X7 Vidra Talisman Tier 5 X1 Armored Horse Talisman Tier 5 X2 Windblade Talisman Tier 5 X1 Ice Arrow Talisman Tier 5 X2 Fire Rain Talisman Tier 5 X1 Fire Rain Talisman Tier 6 X1 Vidra Talisman Tier 6 X1 Windblade Talisman Tier 6 X1. After some hesitation, Yichio finally decided to enchant the Xuanli bracers. He silently recited the incantation for the Xian Power bracers, then tore up the Equipment Enchantment Scroll. Ding! The Equipment Enchantment Scroll has taken effect, and the Wolf Power bracers have gained a new effect. Mystic Power Wristband Extraordinary Grade Equipment. Effect 1 increases the wearer's strength by 80 points. Effect 2 comes with the skill Gravity Control, which can be used twice daily, consuming 3% of spirit power to disrupt the enemy's center of gravity for 6 seconds. Upgradable, requiring 500,000 evolution points. Effect 3 comes with the skill Earth's Blessing, which, when on land, can be used twice daily, consuming 3% of spirit power to cover the body with a rock armor that lasts for 15 minutes. During this time, the wearer is immune to level 6 attacks. The stronger the attack, the shorter the armor's duration. This is also a defensive skill. Although he now possesses 2 major defensive skills, Yichio doesn't feel like he's at a loss. After resting for half an hour, Yichio said to Bai Lu, "We can go now. It will be night in 2 hours." Bai Lu nodded and said, "We'd better get there within these 2 hours." Okay, Yichio agreed. Yichio then followed Bai Lu to the place where spatial anomalies might occur. 2 hours later, Yichio and Bai Lu successfully arrived in this area. On their journey, Yichio and Bai Lu encountered some scattered strange beasts, mostly of the 3rd and 2nd tiers, with a few 4th tier beasts appearing, but they didn't cause them too much trouble since they were all alone. Upon arriving here, Bai Lu closed her eyes, activated her special ability, and slowly sensed the surrounding space. After a while, Bai Lu gritted her teeth and said, "The space here is very unstable. If I'm not mistaken, the spatial anomalies will appear in clusters within half a day at most. I just don't know what level of spatial anomaly it is." Spatial anomalies are actually categorized into different levels. Most of them contain 3rd level alien beasts and are therefore called 3rd level spatial anomalies. Lower level spatial anomalies can usually be completely eliminated through special means. For example, one could enter the spatial anomaly point and use the Empire's special spatial equipment to resolve the issue. This can be considered as preventing potential problems in advance. However, high-level spatial anomalies require the personal handling of the strongest spatial ability users. Time flies, and before we knew it, it was the next day. At that moment, Yichio suddenly noticed that a whistling wind was blowing around him. Then, he noticed something resembling a portal, 3 meters long and 2 meters wide, not far from him. This kind of light also appeared in this large area. Bai Lu's expression immediately changed. It really is a spatial anomaly. Yichio also discovered that this was indeed a spatial anomaly. He took a deep breath and said, "We need to notify the shelter as soon as possible." However, at this moment, Yichio suddenly heard a system notification. An external force is attempting to link with the host's mind. This has been determined to be friendly contact. "Host, do you wish to make contact?" Yichio's heart skipped a beat. He suspected that this might be a 6th level mind mage, the guardian Chen Ling that he had met before. Yichio silently replied in his mind, "Yes." Not long after, Chen Ling's voice appeared in his mind. "Attention all ability users. An anomalous spatial node has appeared deep within the Shadow Forest. We must eliminate it as soon as possible. All ability users of level 3 and above are requested to proceed to the anomalous spatial node. I, Chen Ling, a level 6 psychic in my capacity as guardian of the Mad Wolf Sanctuary, hereby inform all ability users." Upon hearing this, Yichio's expression immediately softened. Clearly, Chen Ling was hunting strange beasts nearby when she stumbled upon the unusual actual spatial node. However, this is also a good thing. With Chen Ling, a 6th-tier mind mage who is a guardian, coordinating and arranging things, these abnormal spatial nodes will obviously be eliminated more quickly.
So Yi Qiu didn't say much, and said to Bai Lu beside him, let's hurry to the depths of the forest to find Master Chen. Bai Lu's eyes also showed some excitement. Having a 6th-level mind mage in charge is actually a good thing. Yi Qiu and Bai Lu then traveled at full speed. About half an hour later, they saw a team. Leading them were Chen Ling, a 6th-tier mental cultivator, and her husband, Zhang Jian, a 5th-tier sword immortal. Of the remaining 3, 2 are at the 6th rank and only 1 is at the advanced 5th rank. However, Zhang Jian's strength had clearly improved at this time, and he had reached the 6th level. However, both of them still looked very serious. Yi Qiu and Bai Lu roughly understood why. On their way here, Yi Qiu and Bai Lu checked how many abnormal spatial nodes were around them. Yi Qiu and Bai Lu alone discovered nearly 10 of them. This is no small number. Even if they are all 3rd-order spatial anomalies, they are not so easy to eliminate. When Yi Qiu and Bai Lu arrived, Chen Ling nodded. The 5th-tier archer with superpowers behind her stepped forward and asked Yi Kubelu, about what is your strength? Bai Lu said, I am at the 4th level. Yi Qiu considered for a moment, I am also at the 4th level. Alright, please come this way with me. The archer-type ability user led Yi Qiu and Bai Lu to a simply planned campsite. There are already quite a few 4th and 5th-tier ability users in the camp. Yi Qiu knew that they were probably superhumans who had just heard the voice of Chen Ling, a 6th-level mind mage, and rushed over. After all, spatial anomalies symbolize not only danger but also wealth. The rare mineral heart of space can only be produced at spatial anomalies. It is said that a space core the size of a fingernail can be sold for 100,000 superpower coins. The heart of space is an excellent material for crafting various space-related equipment. After Yi Qiu and Bai Lu left, they began to wait. Seeing that Yi Qiu and Bai Lu were young, some people were also very curious. However, they both knew that under these circumstances, Yi Qiu and Bai Lu had no reason to lie. Exaggerating one's strength to enter a high-level abnormal space node is tantamount to courting death. About half an hour later, Chen Ling arrived, her eyes somewhat serious. Gentlemen, these spatial anomalies are now experiencing violent fluctuations. According to our perception, if we cannot resolve them all within a day, the alien beasts within the spatial anomalies will all enter our world. Therefore, I am once again summoning everyone to eliminate spatial anomalies. There are 17 spatial anomalies, including 9 4th-order spatial anomalies, 7 3rd-order spatial anomalies, and 1 5th-order spatial anomaly. We have tentatively decided to form groups of 6. 5th-tier ability users will form teams to eliminate 4th-tier spatial anomalies, and 4th-tier ability users will form teams to eliminate 3rd-tier spatial anomalies. Once you've eliminated one, you can probably sign up to eliminate the next one. At the same time, the shelter will convert your contributions into equivalent superpower coins or materials and equipment as a reward. Everyone present agreed. To be honest, for safety's sake, this is the best approach. Moreover, there were only about 24th level and 10 5th level participants present. Yi Qiu and Bai Lu exchanged a glance. Although Yi Qiu really wanted to eliminate the anomalies in the 4th-order space, after some hesitation, he didn't say anything more. At worst, I'll just clear the level quickly and do a few more runs. Before long, everyone was also assigned to small groups. Grouped with Yi Qiu and Bai Lu were 2 male combat-type ability users who looked alike, a male fire mage and a female elementalist. My name is Yi Qiu, a level 44 ability user. My ability is Shadow Blade. You can think of me as a warrior or an assassin. Yi Qiu introduced himself. Bai Lu also introduced herself. My name is Bai Lu, a level 42 ability user. My ability is spatial manipulation. You can think of me as a mage who can fight in close combat. The two brothers then introduced themselves. My name is Yunfei, level 43. I have the barbarian warrior ability, so I guess you could call me a warrior. My name is Yun Kong, level 44, and I also have the barbarian warrior ability. As for the male fire mage, he was rather shy and spoke in a low voice. My name is Manhwa, a level 46 ability user, a fire mage. The elementalist was a very cute girl who said with a smile, level 46 ability user, Zhang Tian, elementalist. After exchanging names, the group went to a 3rd-order spatial anomaly point as arranged there. The leader, an ability user, handed 6 silver polyhedra to each person. If you find the core of the spatial anomaly, insert a silver polyhedron inside, and the spatial anomaly will automatically disappear. You should not get entangled with those strange beasts. You can collect spatial cores as appropriate, but resolving the spatial anomaly should be your top priority. Almost simultaneously, everyone said, "Nu." Yi Qiu took a deep breath, carefully put away the silver polyhedron, and then entered the huge silver light gate with Bai Lu and the other temporary teammates. A feeling of dizziness came over him, and 3 or 4 minutes later, Yi Qiu realized that the world before him had changed. To be honest, this place is quite special. The sky is a hazy grayish-purple with light, but you can't see the sun or the moon. The vegetation also grows in a very unusual way. What we need to do now is to get to the core of this spatial anomaly as soon as possible. Bai Lu
said directly. Yi Qiu couldn't help but ask, how do we determine the core of a spatial anomaly? Bai Lu gritted her teeth and said, it's very simple. The core of spatial anomalies can be detected by spatial ability users, or by the special devices developed by the shelter. I see. Yi Qiu understood. Although this isn't too strong, it's only a third-order spatial anomaly point, so it's not a big problem. Bai Lu tried to appear relaxed. I'll go and sense it now. She closed her eyes. After a while, Bai Lu opened her eyes and pointed in a direction. It's right there. Then let's get moving as soon as possible. Yi Qiu nodded and said, if you have any speed-up skills or magic talismans, just activate them. Don't waste time. Yunfei and Yunkong are quite normal. The fire mage Manhwa and the elementalist Zheng Tian looked somewhat conflicted. They are both magic-based ability users, so it's impossible for them to possess speed-enhancing skills or magical talismans. Seeing their conflicted expressions, Yi Qiu said directly, I have 2 Tier 5 armored horse talismans here. Please use them. Yi Qiu took out 2 5th tier armored horse talismans from his storage bag and handed them to Zheng Tian and Shenhua. The two men clearly showed gratitude on their faces, because with these 2 5th tier armored horse talismans, they wouldn't be a burden to everyone while traveling. Shenhua even said directly, thank you, brother Yi Qiu. If I receive a reward in the future, I will definitely compensate you. Zheng Tian nodded quickly. Thank you, Yi Qiu. I will make it up to you after this is over. Yi Qiu casually said, it's nothing. The most important thing is to solve this third-order spatial anomaly. Everything else is not a problem. Zheng Tian and Shenhua activated the Jade Horse Talisman, and then the 6 of them headed directly towards the direction of Bai Lu's finger. Not long after, they encountered their first wave of strange beasts. This is a batch of third-order phoenix baboons. The only problem is that there are at least 60 or 70 Tier 3 phoenix baboons in front of us. Yi Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly and said directly, we must kill this group of wind baboons as quickly as possible and reach the core of the spatial anomaly point as soon as possible. The other 5 nodded in agreement. After what just happened, everyone vaguely regarded Yi Qiu as the core, and no one thought there was anything wrong with obeying his orders. After all, someone who is willing to make sacrifices and understands the big picture is unlikely to become a terrible leader. Yi Qiu drew Frost Fury from his waist and dashed out. Since these wind baboons weren't worth using amplification skills on, Yi Qiu saved his amplification skills. He could kill one wind baboon after another with just a casual swing of his sword. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 32 exotic beast, the Phoenix Baboon. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 34 exotic beast, the Phoenix Baboon. You have gained 1700 experience points and 680 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 36 exotic beast, the Phoenix Baboon. You have gained 1800 experience points and 720 evolution points. Bai Lu, standing beside Yi Qiu, looked shocked, because Yi Qiu is just too strong. Those third-tier or even high-level third-tier wind baboons couldn't even withstand a single strike from Yi Qiu. Wherever Yi Qiu passed, the heads of the wind baboons fell down like ripe fruit. Yi Qiu was also quite enjoying the moment. After all, the system notifications he heard symbolized that he could gain experience and evolution points. At this time, although Yunfei and Yunkong were also able to easily kill the wind baboons, Yi Qiu had already killed about 20 of them, and the 2 of them together had only killed 5 wind baboons. Shenhua and Zheng Tian unleashed numerous ranged attack skills, but even combined, they only managed to kill 7 or 8 phoenix baboons. They were all somewhat shocked by Yi Qiu's terrifying record. Zheng Tian even opened her mouth wide and couldn't help but say, Yi Qiu is really amazing. He's really only a 4th tier ability user, but I feel like he already has the strength of a 5th tier ability user. After Bai Lu killed the 6th phoenix baboon, she said, you have no idea how strong Yi Qiu is. He can lead me to hunt down a horde of 4th tier beasts led by a 5th tier beast. Upon hearing what Bai Lu said next, Zheng Tian and the other 3 swallowed hard. A horde of 4th tier beasts led by a 5th tier beast. Good heavens, how can Yi Qiu be so fierce? Bai Lu smiled and explained to them, but don't doubt that Yi Qiu is a 5th tier cultivator. He is indeed a 4th tier cultivator. The reason he can do this is because he has a talent skill that allows him to enhance his strength in darkness and shadow. Zheng Tian and the other 3 were also deeply moved. I see, there's actually such an amazing talent skill. My god, you can't believe it. I can't help but envy that. While slaying the wind baboons, Yi Qiu said, stop talking nonsense and hurry up and kill these strange beasts in front of you. We need to get to the core of the spatial anomaly as soon as possible. Because of Yi Qiu, who was practically a god of death, it only took them about 10 minutes to deal with the 60 or 70 wind baboons. No one even bothered to collect the crystal cores of the wind baboons, they simply continued on their way. In Yi Qiu's words, since we have the opportunity to collect the invaluable heart of space, why waste time collecting worthless crystal cores here? This statement immediately convinced the other 5 people in the team, including Zheng Tian, who was a bit of a money grubber. Time flies. eyes, and half an hour has passed in the blink of an eye. This time they encountered a second wave of Tier 3 alien beasts. The third-tier beast group that Yi Qiu encountered this time were beasts he was familiar with. A cold glint flashed in Yi Qiu's eyes as he drew the holy flame sword from his waist and dashed out. As the holy flame sword was unleashed, streaks of blood-red light flashed like bolts of lightning within its range. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 32 scale deer. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 31 scale deer. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. Zhang Tiantian murmured incantations, and beams of elemental light shot out. She was, after all, a 4th-tier ability user, and could kill a scaled deer in just 2 or 3 attacks. As for Chen Hua, he also played a restraining role for these scaled deer. He's a fire mage after all. Have you noticed that the number of strange beasts we encountered both times was exceptionally large? Yunfei suddenly unleashed a sword strike, killing the scaled deer in front of him, and couldn't help but ask everyone. Yi Qiu frowned and said, "It seems so. However, I've never been to a spatial anomaly point before, so I don't know if this is normal." Bai Lu, who was at the forefront, casually remarked as she unleashed a series of silver spatial blades. This is normal, because the density of mutated beasts in spatial anomalies is several times, even 10 times, higher than in ordinary mutated beast forests. We encountered 2 groups of strange beasts, each with 50 or 60 members, which is considered a small number. Yi Qiu was somewhat surprised. Bai Lu continued, "All my knowledge about spatial anomalies comes from what I learned at Tinglong Academy. Because I am a user of spatial abilities, I am very interested in spatial anomalies." Yi Qiu nodded, "I see." He took a deep breath and slashed the neck of a scaled deer with the holy flame sword in his hand. Blood splattered out, and the scaled deer fell down while crying out in agony. Ding! Congratulations, host, for slaying the level 31 scaled deer. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. This time, it took Yi Qiu and his group of 6 a little longer to deal with the herd of scaled deer, about 20 minutes. Zhang Tiantian, on the other side, also looked quite emotional. She now admires Yi Qiu immensely. If it weren't for Yi Qiu, if they want to continue moving forward, it will take them at least 3 to 4 times longer. The group hurried on their way. The beast we encountered this time is a rather powerful bloodthirsty demon wolf. Bai Lu's expression changed slightly. The bloodthirsty wolves are, after all, organized. Moreover, this pack of bloodthirsty wolves numbered over 100, and even seemed to have exceeded 200. If they obey the Wolf King's orders and attack them fearlessly, they will most likely harass them for a long time. Yi Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly. "No need to rush, it's just a matter of putting in a little more effort." Zhang Tiantian's face was a little pale. She knew the power of the bloodthirsty demon wolf, this strange beast. Chen Hua gritted his teeth. As for Yunfei and Yunkong, they also secretly gasped. When the 2 brothers were at the 3rd tier, they encountered a pack of bloodthirsty demon wolves, which brought them a rather unpleasant experience. Yi Qiu took a deep breath and drew Frost Fury. This time, he activated the skill Peerless Sword Chi. He knew that if he were to fight under these circumstances, it would be essential to increase his attack range. Yi Qiu flashed out, his frost-covered blade energy reaping the lives of the bloodthirsty demon wolves like a sickle harvesting rice. One by one, severed limbs fell to the ground, and blood gushed out, almost staining the ground red. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 32 bloodthirsty demon wolf. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 37 bloodthirsty demon wolf. You have gained 1850 experience points and 740 purification points. Seeing Yi Qiu's fierceness, Bai Lu and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. That's amazing. Yunfei shuddered slightly. Yunkong gritted his teeth and said, "Stop standing there, get started. Even if we can only play a small role, we still have to take action." Everyone nodded in agreement. Taking advantage of Yi Qiu blocking his way, Chen Hua prepared to go all out, chanting incantations continuously, and the staff in his hand burned with a golden red glow. Zhang Tiantian also began to gather momentum. The ring-shaped weapon in Bailu's hand also reaped the lives of bloodthirsty demon wolves one by one. This 3rd-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf pack clearly also has a Wolf King, a level 39 bloodthirsty demon wolf. After a brief 15 minutes, it realized that many of its people had died and that these humans were not easy to deal with, and a dangerous glint appeared in its eyes. The bloodthirsty Wolf King roared to the sky. In the next instant, the remaining nearly 100 bloodthirsty wolves were engulfed in crimson flames. Those blood-red flames actually floated in the air and then turned into points of light that merged into the body of the bloodthirsty demon Wolf King. To Yi Qiu's surprise, this bloodthirsty demon Wolf King was actually beginning to subtly transform. Its strength continues to grow, and it has vaguely reached the level of a 4th-tier advanced alien beast. At this moment, the bloodthirsty Wolf King also activated its bloodthirsty state, with specks of blood-red light patterns appearing on its fur. It roared and pounced on Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu's eyes turned cold, and in the blink of an eye, Frost Fury unleashed more than a dozen swordlights. The blade flashed out like a bolt of lightning, covering the entire area where the bloodthirsty Wolf King was. -1,000, -2,000, -1,400, -1,800. The bloodthirsty Wolf King felt the pain emanating from its body, and its eyes grew even more bloodthirsty. Yichio's sword light surged forth in layers, and even though the bloodthirsty Wolf King tried his best to dodge, wounds appeared all over his body. The somewhat crazed, bloodthirsty Wolf King opened its mouth and spat out a ball of blood-red light. It attempted a desperate fight. Yichio narrowed his eyes, completely ignoring its attack. He used his Gara armor to block the blow, while his frost fury slashed across the bloodthirsty demon Wolf King's neck. The bloodthirsty Wolf King had no idea that Yichio had chosen to take its attack head-on. Having failed in its decision-making, it had no way to dodge Yichio's attack. -3,900. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 49 bloodthirsty demon Wolf King. You have gained 2,450 experience points and 980 purification points. Meanwhile, Yichio also began to harvest the other bloodthirsty demon wolves that were in a weakened state. One by one, the bloodthirsty demon wolves died. 10 minutes later, Yichio had slaughtered nearly 40 bloodthirsty demon wolves. The remaining 30-odd bloodthirsty wolves also went into a frenzy. However, Shenhua's fire meteor technique was also ready. He waved his scepter, and bursts of fiery meteors shot out, taking the lives of more than a dozen bloodthirsty demon wolves. Zhang Tiantian opened her closed eyes, and her body was flashing with clusters of elemental light. In the next instant, beams of elemental light, like rays of light, shot out and killed nearly a dozen bloodthirsty demon wolves. The remaining few scattered bloodthirsty wolves were also killed by the Yunfei and Yunkong brothers and Bailu. Let's keep going. Yichio took a deep breath and addressed everyone. Everyone nodded in unison and left the place, which was piled with wolf carcasses and soaked in blood, and quickly headed towards the core of the spatial anomaly. After walking for about 15 minutes, Bailu suddenly called out to everyone. Upon hearing Bailu's words, everyone stopped. What happened? Yichio asked with a serious expression, because he knew that Bailu possessed spatial abilities and should be able to perceive more things in this spatial anomaly. Bailu is also a sensible person and is unlikely to stop arbitrarily and waste time. Therefore, she definitely realized something very important. Yunfei and Yunkong, who were standing nearby, exchanged a glance and stopped, turning their attention to the main character. Shenhua also looked somewhat nervous. Zhang Tiantian even blurted out, "Little sister Bailu, you wouldn't have sensed the heart of space, would you?" Upon hearing the words heart of space, tension was palpable in everyone's eyes. This space star is an extremely precious space-type mineral. Even if people only find a tiny piece the size of a fist, it can bring them a staggering income. Even if it's split equally, everyone will still get several million superpower coins. Bailu said with a smile, "It's possible that we really have encountered the heart of space. I sense a spatial energy. Should we go check it out?" Yichio considered for a moment. "Is it far from here? If it's not far, let's go and take a look." Bailu smiled and said, "It's because it's not far from here that I can sense it." Hearing Bailu say that, Yichio nodded, "Then let's go straight there." Everyone followed Bailu quickly to a hillside not too far from here. And then I saw this hillside. Bailu drew the ring-shaped weapon from her waist and sliced open a rock. Not long after, an irregularly shaped, silvery white stone appeared inside the rocks. Bailu's eyes immediately lit up with surprise. And then I saw the surprise in Bailu's eyes. Everyone should know this. This silvery white stone is definitely the so-called heart of space. Yichio was also somewhat surprised, as the silvery white stone was not too small, already about half the size of a fist. If the profits were distributed among 6 people, each person would receive at least 2 million. Bailu smiled and put the stone into her storage bag, then said, "There's only one like this around here. But it's not a big problem. If we divide it up on average, each of us will get at least 1 or 2 million. We'll definitely encounter other space hearts in the future." Zhang Tiantian's eyes lit up. It seems that coming to this third-order spatial anomaly was the right decision. If I were to hunt these beasts myself, it would take me at least a month or 2 to save up 1 million. Shenhua's eyes were also filled with excitement. The 2 brothers, Yunfei and Yunkong, rubbed their hands together, their eyes filled with eagerness. Yichio remained relatively calm and said directly, "Everyone, let's stop talking nonsense and get on our way. I believe that if we can conquer this third-order spatial anomaly, the rewards from the shelter will be substantial." Yichio's words also invigorated everyone. Everyone nodded and continued on their way. About half an hour later, Bailu's expression suddenly turned serious. "I sensed energy fluctuations from the heart of space not far from here, but there are unusual energy fluctuations there, indicating the presence of a group of strange beasts. Should we go over there?" Yichio thought for a moment. "Do you think that core of space is big or not?" Bailu gritted her teeth and said, "I feel it's at least 3 times the size of the spatial core I obtained before." Hearing this, everyone felt a surge of enthusiasm. "Let's just go there." Yichio pondered for a moment. "It's not a big deal if there are strange beasts. At worst, we can just take the space heart and run away." Hearing Yichio's words, everyone agreed wholeheartedly. So everyone went over together. Sure enough, there was a group of strange beasts
beasts there. These strange beasts were also unusual, they resembled neither horses nor cows, and in short, they looked quite strange. However, they are also quite strong, with 3 or 4 being 4th tier and the other 40 or 50 being 3rd tier. After thinking for a moment, Yichio said, try not to get entangled with them. I have a skill that allows me to sneak over there undetected. Bai Lu, tell me where that space heart is. After I take the space star, we'll leave immediately. Yichio's words excited everyone. This can indeed save some time. Bai Lu pointed to a rock the size of a human head over there. It's inside that rock the size of a human head. Yichio took a deep breath and activated his innate ability, Lord of Shadows. His figure was shrouded in a black shadow. After quietly approaching the beasts, he activated his innate skill, Shadow Concealment. Then Yichio activated his Qingfeng Possession skill and darted to the vicinity of the head-sized rock at an extremely fast speed. He put the rock into his storage bag and then quickly returned. Yichio accomplished all of this in just 10 seconds, perfectly timed to the moment the skill failed. Then Yichio said to Bai Lu and the others, leave quickly. The 5 of them quickly left with Yichio. When they returned to their original route, Yichio took out the stone. He handed the stone to Bai Lu. You can sense the power of space, so it shouldn't damage the spatial core inside. Open it and take a look. Bai Lu nodded and quickly broke open the stone, which was about the size of a human head. I see. Sure enough, there really was a spatial core inside, and this spatial core was as big as a bowl. Bai Lu's eyes lit up. If this space star were auctioned off, it would fetch at least 30 million. We will each receive 5 million. Zhang Tian was incredibly excited. Yunfei and Yunkong were also very excited. Shenhua was so excited that he could hardly control the fire element flowing through his body and almost spat out a mouthful of fire. However, Yichio said, that's enough. Everyone, calm down. Let's keep going. Everyone nodded, without much hesitation. On the way, Yichio asked Bai Lu, how much longer will it take us to reach the core of the spatial anomaly point? Bai Lu gave a wry smile and said, although the core of a spatial anomaly is not in the center of this space, it is usually in the weakest point in the space. We were lucky this time. The core of the spatial anomaly was located on the edge. But because this space is so vast, we'll have to travel for at least another 3 hours to get there. Yichio did the math. They were moving at full speed at this moment. In this way, the spatial area contained within this spatial anomaly is at least equivalent to that of a small town. Moreover, the number of strange beasts in the spatial anomaly points is unusually high. Yichio couldn't imagine the chaos that would ensue if all the strange beasts inside were to escape. No wonder Ling was in such a hurry to gather all the qualified ability users to eliminate these spatial anomalies. After all, failing to eliminate even one could bring disaster to the human race. Time flies. Yichio and his group of 6 arrived at a sea of flowers. The sea of flowers was very beautiful, but Yichio vaguely felt that something was not quite right. Should we go around this sea of flowers? This can be considered his own keen 6th sense. Although plant-based mythical beasts are rare, Yichio felt there was nothing wrong with trusting his intuition. Bai Lu frowned. Is something wrong with this sea of flowers? Yichio considered for a moment. Wait a moment, let me use my detection technique to check the properties of these flowers first. You also know detection magic? There was a hint of surprise in Bai Lu's eyes. It's important to know that detection skills are extremely rare. However, Yichio didn't talk to Bai Lu. Instead, he cast a detection spell on a very beautiful big flower in front of him. Psychedelic flower, a tier 3 plant-type beast that can release psychedelic powder and use its roots and vines to strangle enemies. Yichio's expression changed instantly. Everyone, get out of here immediately. These are 3rd tier plant-type alien beasts, the enchanted flower. The pollen of these flowers is poisonous, and they can attack with vines and other means. Everyone's expression changed instantly. But at this moment, Zhang Tian suddenly felt a little dizzy, and Shenhua also felt a little uncomfortable in his head. The actions of the 2 men were noticed by the Yunfei and Yunkong brothers standing beside them. Yunfei said, are you feeling dizzy? Could it be poisoning? Without a second thought, Yunkong said, let's each take one and take them away. At this moment, Shenhua took a deep breath, took out a pendant, and crushed it. The next instant, a silver light descended upon him. I have one-time use equipment. It can restore my status. Just quickly give Zhang Tian the antidote. This poison isn't too potent. Zhang Tian gritted her teeth, took out an antidote, and felt better after swallowing it. At this moment, Yichio saw the sea of flowers in front of him begin to riot. Those beautiful, delicately fragrant flowers suddenly transformed into man-eating beasts, their vines and roots shooting towards them like pythons. Yichio took a deep breath and drew the holy flame sword. With a flash of his sword, he severed more than 10 vines in the blink of an eye. Then he said to Bai Lu and the others, there are just too many of these flowers. We have no choice but to leave here as soon as possible and take a longer route to the core of the anomalous space point. Upon seeing these terrifying demonic flowers, everyone reached a consensus. Shenhua gritted his teeth, throwing fireball after fireball as he retreated with the others. Bai Lu also unleashed bursts of spatial power, severing the vines and roots that were stabbing at her. Yichio felt that their attack frequency and attack power were not very good, so he took the initiative to say, you guys just keep
keep running. I'll cover the rear. I'll come find you and meet up with you later. Hearing Yi Chio's words, Bai Lu became a little nervous. Are you sure? Yi Chio casually said, trust me, I have the ability to deal with these demonic flowers. Bai Lu recalled that Yi Chio had never been at a disadvantage in his previous battles against 5th-tier alien beasts, so she began to trust him. After taking a deep breath, she said to Yi Chio, then hurry up, let's leave first. After taking a deep breath, Yi Chio nodded and began using his skill, Peerless Sword Chi. With the support of the Peerless Sword Chi, each of the fiery sword lights he unleashed could fly a considerable distance and sever the vines and roots that reached out. However, something made Yi Chio somewhat depressed. Some of these psychedelic flowers, along with their true forms, were already rushing towards him. He could only grit his teeth and try his best to stop these bewitching flowers. Fortunately, these psychedelic flowers were only 3rd-tier plant-type alien beasts, and even though there were many of them, they could not cause any fatal impact on Yi Chio. The first wave of psychedelic flowers that rushed over were easily killed by Yi Chio. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 31 plant-type alien beast, the illusory flower. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 32 plant-type alien beast, the illusory flower. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 37 plant-type psychedelic flower, the enchanted flower. You have gained 1850 experience points and 740 purification points. In less than 5 minutes, Yi Chio had killed nearly 30 psychedelic flowers. Yi Chio occasionally glanced at Bai Lu's group and only felt a little relieved when he realized they had all left. Then Yi Chio held out for about 3 or 4 minutes, killing about 20 more psychedelic flowers before finally managing to escape. After Yi Chio and Bai Lu reunited, Bai Lu breathed a sigh of relief and thanked Yi Chio. Thank you so much this time. If you hadn't covered our retreat, we wouldn't have been able to escape so quickly. Feeling a bit tired, Yi Chio casually said, everyone, let's rest for 10 minutes, then we'll bypass that sea of flowers and continue on our way. Actually, it wasn't just Yi Chio who felt a bit tired. Bai Lu and the others felt even more so. They had even used up nearly half of their energy. Yi Chio took out the recovery potion, swallowed it in one gulp, and then took some of the antidote. Although the psychedelic poison powder didn't have much effect on him, it would still have a negative impact if it remained in his body. At the same time, Yi Chio opened his personal panel to see how many evolution points he had. Level, LV 44 30%. Talents, SSS rank, Infinite Evolution, A rank, Lord of Shadows. Strength 314 plus 85. Intelligence 336 plus. Constitution 232 plus 5. Mental strength 415 plus 48. Agility 229 plus 25. Evolution points 163240. Talent skill, Dark Hour, can be evolved, requires 3 million evolution points. Common skills, Critical Strike, top tier skill, can evolve, requires 1 million evolution points. Detection, intermediate skill, can evolve, requires 30,000 evolution points. Shadow Blade Dance, advanced skill, can evolve, requires 100,000 evolution points. Peerless Sword Aura, advanced skill, can evolve, requires 200,000 evolution points. Shadow Space Slash, top tier skill, can evolve, requires 1 million evolution points. Vidra Domain, advanced skill, can evolve, requires 150,000 evolution points. Equipment, Bloodthirsty Blade, excellent. Moon Goddess's Ring, transcendent. Breeze Boots, excellent. Frost's Fury, transcendent. Mystic Power Bracers, transcendent. Gara Mystic Armor, transcendent. Holy Flame Sword, excellent. Wolfbone Mystic Ring, transcendent. Moon Goddess's Blessing, excellent. Moon Goddess's Whisper, excellent. Spirit Essence Fruit X1, Tier 2 Spirit Fruit, Spirit and Wisdom Fruit X2, Tier 4 Spirit Fruit, Azure Cloud Fruit X2, Tier 3 Spirit Fruit, Powerful Recovery Potion X11, Powerful Healing Potion X7, Vidra Talisman, Tier 5 X1, Armored. Windblade Talisman, Tier 5 X1, Ice Arrow Talisman, Tier 5 X2, Fire Rain Talisman, Tier 5 X1, Fire Rain Talisman, Tier 6 X1, Vidra Talisman, Tier 6 X1, Windblade Talisman, Tier 6 X1. Yi Chio couldn't help but feel a hint of surprise in his eyes. After eliminating 4 waves of alien beasts, his evolution points reached a surprising 160,000. Yi Chio closed his eyes, rested for a short while, and then said to everyone, let's continue on our way. Get to the core of the spatial anomaly point as soon as possible. Everyone nodded in agreement. Not long after, Bai Lu suddenly said, there are still energy fluctuations from the heart of space ahead. Everyone's eyes lit up. After all, the heart of space is an extremely valuable entity. Even a piece the size of a fist can bring considerable profits to everyone. So, as long as it doesn't affect the main quest, everyone is still happy to search for the heart of space. Yi Chio then asked Bai Lu, where is the spatial core you discovered this time? Bai Lu said with a smile, this time we've had a relatively smooth journey. The heart of space is located on our inevitable path. We can pick it up then. Yi Chio nodded. That's not bad. Everyone perked up and quickened their pace. Before long, they suddenly saw a group of strange beasts ahead. These strange beasts had rather unusual forms. They were even beasts that Yi Chou's people had never seen before. They are not in the form of plants or animals, but rather resemble elemental life forms, constructed from rocks and flames. The vast majority of these beasts are third-tier beasts, estimated to be 40 or 50 in number. There are also some fourth-tier beasts, but in much smaller numbers, estimated to be only about 10. Even so, no one let their guard down, because the power of elemental beasts is beyond doubt. An ordinary tier 3 high-level elemental beast possesses strength comparable to a tier 4 low-level ordinary beast. Bai Lu frowned and asked Yi Chou, "This should be an elemental beast with both fire and earth attributes. Shall we go around it this time?" Yi Chou shook his head. "I'm afraid it's too late." Bai Lu was stunned. "What do you mean?" Yi Chou said in a deep voice, "These elemental beasts have already sensed us." Bai Lu quickly turned her gaze in that direction, and sure enough, the dozens of elemental beasts were already attacking them. Bai Lu's expression turned somewhat grim. "Fine, at least after we deal with them, we can still obtain those scattered space hearts from before." Everyone adopted an offensive stance. "Instead of waiting here, we should take the initiative." So Yi Chou didn't hesitate for long, drew Frost Fury, and dashed out. Because these elemental beasts in front of him were quite powerful, Yi Chou deliberately activated a powerful skill, Frost Shadows. With the blessing of Frosty Shadows, each of his attacks leaves behind an additional afterimage, which can inflict damage. In short, Yi Chou can use this to improve his strength. He leaped forward and cleaved the head of an elemental beast in two with a single strike. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 36 elemental beast, the Flamestone monster. You have gained 1800 experience points and 720 evolution points. So this elemental beast is called the Flamestone monster. This can be considered extremely realistic. Yi Chou's figure blurred as he severed the head of another Flamestone monster. Ding! Congratulations, host, for defeating the level 34 elemental beast, the Flamestone monster. You have gained 1700 experience points and 680 evolution points. Actually, Yi Chou was quite irritable right now. He couldn't wait to kill these strange beasts, obtain the Heart of Space, and continue his journey. But killing these 40 or 50 Flamestone monsters wasn't so easy, so he could only take it slow. After taking a deep breath, Yi Chou activated his second skill, Frostblade Storm. With the Frostblade Storm buff, Yi Chou was able to kill these elemental beasts even faster. At the same time, Bai Lu gritted her teeth and made a desperate attempt. Because, right now, standing in front of her are two fourth-tier Flamestone monsters. She immediately activated her most powerful skill, Space Slash. A huge arc of silvery white light slashed through the air. The two powerful Flamestone monsters were instantly shattered by Bai Lu's spatial slash. Even with the residual power of the Space Slash, after shattering the two Flamestone monsters, it killed the two third-tier Flamestone monsters behind them. However, after this experience, Bai Lu's face was slightly pale, clearly indicating that she had expended a lot of energy. Elemental Frenzy. Zhang Tian gritted her teeth and shouted. This was her innate skill. Then, streaks of colorful light appeared in the air, and these elemental currents surged away. The Flamestone monsters, overwhelmed by the elemental turmoil, immediately crumbled. In the blink of an eye, nearly 7 or 8 Tier 3 and Tier 2 Flamestone monsters died. Manhwa, who is fire attribute and doesn't pose much of a threat to these Firestone monsters, was quite clever. Instead of attacking, he focused on supporting the others. Wherever someone is being attacked by Flamestone monsters, Manhwa casts a fire element shield on them. This is a red light shield. It was precisely because of the fire element shield that the two brothers, Yunfei and Yunkong, had their negative effects from the Flamestone monster reduced. Time flew by, and after 15 minutes, the group finally managed to kill the 40 or 50 Flamestone monsters in front of them. Yi Chou took a deep breath and said to everyone, "We can rest here for 10 minutes and pick up some crystal cores. We'll continue on our way in 10 minutes. Everyone nodded, swallowed the recovery and healing potions, tidied up the crystal cores, divided them equally according to their previous contributions, and continued on their way. This time, they had traveled for less than 10 minutes when Bai Lu called a halt. "We've arrived at the place I previously explored where the spatial core is. Everyone, stop for a moment. I'll go take a look and collect those space cores." Everyone's eyes were now filled with enthusiasm. Bai Lu walked over quickly, collected all the seemingly ordinary stones on the ground, and then gently tapped off the outer layer of the stones. Sure enough, there were some spatial cores inside, and the total number was more than they had seen before. If the profits are divided equally, each person will receive at least tens of millions. Even Shenhua, who was shy and didn't like to talk much, was extremely excited. Zhang Tian clenched her fists, unsure of what to do. Yi Chou casually said, "Alright, everyone, calm down and let's keep going. You must understand, our ultimate goal is to reach the core and eliminate this spatial anomaly." Yi Chou's words reassured everyone, and they all nodded in agreement before continuing their journey. After advancing for about an hour, they hadn't encountered any strange beasts. Yi Chou felt both happy and confused. He knew that given the density of strange beasts at this spatial anomaly point, the fact that no strange beasts had appeared for so long was definitely a problem. He
silently adjusted his demeanor, his eyes becoming serious. Quack quack. Suddenly, a noisy cawing of crows came from the sky. Bai Lu looked up and her expression changed. There's a flying beast. Yi Qiu and the others' expressions turned extremely ugly, because everyone knows this very well. Beasts that possess the ability to fly pose a great threat to ordinary human superhumans. It could even be said that the threat posed by third-tier flying alien beasts to ordinary human ability users is greater than that posed by ordinary fourth-tier alien beasts. Therefore, Yi Qiu said without hesitation, "Everyone, hurry up and continue on your way. Don't get entangled with them." Everyone knew the importance of the task, so they all sped up. Yi Qiu also took the opportunity to look around at the sky. Hundreds of strange beasts resembling crows circled in the air. Yi Qiu couldn't help but feel a little alarmed. This also explains why there are fewer exotic beasts here. They must have been driven out or hunted to extinction by these crows and other strange beasts. These crow-like creatures were enormous, almost eagle-like in size, with claws that had the texture of refined iron and glossy black feathers. Yi Qiu's initial assessment was that among these hundreds of crow-like beasts, about a dozen were fourth tier, while the rest were third tier. This is already a very serious situation for Yi Qiu and his group. Meanwhile, the dozen or so fourth-tier crow-like beasts also noticed Yi Qiu and his group. Their wings flapped, they swirled in the air, and finally chose to attack Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, immediately unleash your ranged attack skills, don't hold back." He knew their only chance of escape was to kill as many crow-like monsters as possible. In this way, we can deter these crow-like beasts and prevent them from relentlessly pursuing us. Bai Lu gritted her teeth, took a deep breath, and unleashed another spatial slash. At the same time, the staff in Shenhua's hand flashed with red light, and bursts of fire meteors shot out. This was the skill attached to his superior-grade staff. Zhang Tiantian gritted her teeth and unleashed her elemental arrow rain, one of her innate skills, firing one elemental arrow after another. As for Yunfei and Yunkong, although they both possessed the superpower of barbarian warriors, they roared and activated their innate skill, barbarian god possession. A huge phantom of a savage god appeared behind them, and suddenly stretched out its fist to smash into dozens of crow-like beasts in the air. Yi Qiu took a deep breath and unleashed Shadow Blade Frenzy and Shadow Space Slash, followed by a 6th-tier Wind Blade Talisman. 6 shadowy blades shot through the air, instantly killing more than 20 crow-like beasts. The Shadow Space Slash also killed more than 10 crow-like beasts. The 6th-tier Wind Blade Talisman also killed more than 10 crow-like beasts, including the crow-like beasts killed by Yi Qiu's 5 teammates. Now only 2/3 of the original number of crows remain in the flock in the air. Instead, after discovering this situation, the crows stopped chasing Yi Qiu and the others. Everyone felt a little relieved. After all, if these crows relentlessly pursued them, it would certainly cause enormous losses. Even Yi Qiu felt it was worth it, despite having used up 3 chances to use his skill. Hang in there, everyone. In another hour, we'll reach the core of the spatial anomaly. After sensing it, Bai Lu was quite excited and spoke to everyone. Hearing Bai Lu's words, everyone felt their spirits lifted and their energy seemed to be replenished. There seems to be a strange beast ahead. 40 minutes later, Yi Qiu squinted and looked ahead, then said in a deep voice, "What kind of strange beast?" Bai Lu's expression changed slightly. "Are there many of them? How strong is their overall strength?" "They're a pack of ghost mastiffs. They shouldn't be too strong." Yi Qiu shook his head. "If we hurry, we can finish this in 15 minutes. The ghost mastiffs seemed to have sensed Yi Qiu and the others' arrival, and they all howled and charged at them. There are about 30 or 40 of these ghost hounds. The strongest are 7 or 8 fourth-tier ghost mastiffs, while the rest are mostly third-tier ghost hounds." Yi Qiu flashed forward, his weapon now replaced with the Holy Flame Sword, which could counter Gue Aochuan. Each time he drew his sword, he would unleash a series of flames, effectively suppressing the ghostly hounds that possessed Yin attributes. Shenhua was no longer as restrained as he had been when facing the flamestone monster. Balls of fire appeared from his staff and then shot towards the ghost hounds. As for Bai Lu and the others, they also displayed their unique abilities and attacked those ghost mastiffs. Yi Qiu killed the ghost mastiffs very quickly, almost one in just a few strikes. His actions also attracted the attention of the several fourth-tier ghost mastiffs. The 4 fourth-tier ghost mastiffs roared angrily and charged at Yi Qiu. A cold glint appeared in Yi Qiu's eyes. Without activating any skills, he killed them at an extremely fast speed. He was extremely agile and easily dodged the attacks of several hounds. Then, he slashed the neck of a Tibetan mastiff with a knife. -6,000. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 41 exotic beast, the ghost mastiff. You have gained 2050 experience points and 820 evolution points. Then, he kicked away a 4th-tier ghost mastiff that pounced on him, and then turned around and beheaded another ghost mastiff. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 43 beast, the ghost mastiff. You have gained 2150 experience points and 860 evolution points. About 10 minutes later, Yi Qiu and his group had completely killed these dozens of ghost mastiffs. Bai Lu let out a breath, her eyes showing surprise. To be honest, she didn't expect Yi Qiu to still have such formidable attack power. Is Yi Qiu made of iron? However, she didn't think
think much of it and continued on her way. 15 minutes later, the group finally arrived at the core of the spatial anomaly. Bai Lu sensed the fluctuations in the surrounding space and then said, "I'm going to place the spatial disintegration crystal. Everyone, just wait here for a moment." Bai Lu took out the silvery white irregular polyhedron from before and placed it directly in front of a tree. The next instant, Yi Qiu discovered a scene that surprised him. The spatial disintegration crystal, provided by the psychic's protection, slowly disappeared, causing the surrounding space to fluctuate violently. Bai Lu said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, everyone. After the spatial anomaly is cleared, we will be automatically teleported back to our original world." Hearing Bai Lu's words, everyone felt relieved. When the space completely collapsed, everything went black. After 3 to 5 minutes, Yi Qiu was able to see the world again. Even with his physical condition, Yi Qiu could still feel some discomfort in his body. After catching his breath, Yi Qiu turned to look around and saw that Bai Lu and the others were also there. However, because spatial travel affects the body, Bai Lu and the others turned pale, and the only thing they did was to quickly swallow recovery potions. Not long after, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. Chen Ling's surprised voice followed. "Well done, kids." Yi Qiu turned his head to look. With a slight smile on her lips, Chen Ling said, "You are the first team of superhumans to eliminate spatial anomalies." Yi Qiu looked somewhat surprised. "What about the others? Did no one else clear out the spatial anomalies besides us?" Chen Ling's eyes held a hint of distress. "They haven't come out yet." After thinking for a moment, Yi Qiu said, "If there are any spatial anomalies that haven't yet been entered by people with superpowers, let me know. I'd like to go in." Chen Ling looked somewhat surprised. "Young man, are you sure? You should know that there are many dangers in spatial anomalies, and going in alone could cause problems." Yi Qiu nodded. "Of course I confirm it. Another point is that, as I just discovered, there are a lot of strange beasts in the spatial anomaly points. If we cannot eliminate the spatial anomalies, it will inevitably have a huge impact on the shelter and may even cause casualties. I am willing to make certain sacrifices and take certain risks." A hint of appreciation flashed in Chen Ling's eyes. "Yes, of course. We still have 3 third-order spatial anomalies, and no superhumans have entered them. But you should first receive treatment here." Chen Ling waved, and a 4th-level light priest in his 30s or 40s immediately walked over. The priest of light cast a rain of dew spell directly on Yi Qiu. A light, misty, golden drizzle fell on Yi Qiu. Yi Qiu immediately felt that his body had recovered a lot. Both his physical strength and mental energy had been restored. In addition, he could also feel that some of his minor injuries had healed. Chen Ling then questioned Yi Qiu with a serious expression. "I know you might want to contribute to humanity and the shelter, but to be honest, even a 4th-tier ability user like you would be in danger if you entered a 3rd-tier spatial anomaly point alone." Yi Qiu smiled and said, "Do you believe I now have the strength of a 5th-tier cultivator?" Chen Ling was stunned for a moment. Before she could speak, Zhang Jian, who was standing next to her, said directly, "Young man, how about this? If you can withstand one of my sword strikes, I will allow you to enter a 3rd-order spatial anomaly." Yi Qiu smiled and said, "Senior sword immortal, let alone the next sword strike, I am confident that I can handle even 3 sword strikes." Upon hearing Yi Qiu's words, Zhang Jian burst into laughter. "I'll see just how strong you really are today, but let me make this clear. If you can't withstand this sword strike, I'll laugh at you." Yi Qiu nodded emphatically. The two arrived at an open space. Their situation also attracted the curiosity of the 3rd-tier ability users nearby. To be honest, the real purpose of these 3rd-tier ability users being transferred here was not to eliminate spatial anomalies. Instead, they were tasked with intercepting the alien beasts as much as possible when the spatial anomaly occurred. These ability users were somewhat surprised to learn that Yi Qiu had successfully cleared a 3rd-order spatial anomaly with his men, but after he came out, he actually took the initiative to ask to enter a 3rd-order spatial anomaly again. What's going on? Doesn't this young man know that spatial anomalies are dangerous? He led 5 people and it took him 2 or 3 hours to clear out a 3rd-order spatial anomaly. After expending his physical strength and energy, wouldn't it be suicide for him to enter the spatial anomaly alone again? That's right, this young man may seem strong, but he can't be this stupid. However, the fact that he can think this way actually proves that this young man is aware and has his own ideas. But awareness and ideas can only be considered after survival, right? We'll just watch. If Yi Qiu can really withstand Senior Zhang Jian's sword strike, then letting him in won't hurt. The 3rd-tier ability users gathered around to watch the spectacle, each offering their own comments. After a brief recovery, Bai Lu and the others hurried over as well. Bai Lu bit her lip, her face still a little nervous. Is Yi Qiu really going to enter the 3rd-order spatial anomaly point alone this time? I'm worried something might happen to him. Shenhua laughed and said, "We've seen Yi Qiu's strength before. To be honest, we were the ones who held him back before. If he were alone, he might have already eliminated that 3rd-order spatial anomaly." Shenhua's words were echoed by Yun Fei and Yun Kong. "That's true. I think Yi Qiu can at least take care of one more 3rd-order spatial anomaly." Zhang Tiantian nodded vigorously. "I agree with that too. I believe Yi Qiu has the ability." Hearing that everyone acknowledged acknowledged Yichio's strength. Bai Lu hoped that it was indeed true. At this moment, Yichio had already drawn the holy flame sword, gripped it with both hands, and was ready to defend against Zhang Jian's attack. He knew that this sword immortal, who had already advanced to the 6th level of superpowers, was exceptionally strong, so he did not slack off at all. He activated his innate skill, Dark Hour. Under these conditions, Yichio's strength can be increased to 3.5 times its original level. Zhang Jian drew his superior grade equipment, a long sword with a red sheath. Then, with a speed that was almost invisible to everyone around him, he slashed out with his sword. A dazzling white sword light shot out like a meteor falling from the moon. Yichio, however, remained calm, took a deep breath, and also unleashed a sword strike. Yichio's holy flame sword clashed with the white sword light. A piercing explosion suddenly erupted in the air. Meanwhile, the third-tier ability users nearby all felt the energy fluctuations approaching, causing them some discomfort. Chen-Ling stood to the side, her eyes also serious. But soon, the seriousness in her eyes turned into relaxation, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Because, in the end, it was Yichio, who was wielding the holy flame sword, who blocked that sword light. In fact, Yichio did not show any signs of breaking away. He still has the ability. The young man before us is qualified to enter the third-order spatial anomaly point and eliminate it. Zhang Jian looked a little surprised, but a smile appeared on his face. Young man, you're very good. You have the ability, and you're qualified to enter the spatial anomaly point. Yichio nodded. Alright, I hope you can teach me how to use special devices to examine the core of spatial anomalies. Also, if there is anything that can identify the heart of space, I would like to borrow it from you temporarily. Zhang Jian laughed and said, Of course. Young man, come with me. Yichio followed Zhang Jian, and soon they arrived at a campsite. Then, Zhang Jian explained his needs to a young soldier. I see. The warrior quickly retrieved the spatial disintegration crystal, a compass-like device, and a pale green bracelet. You should know the effects of the space dissociation crystal, and you should have one on you. Zhang Jian smiled and said, As for this compass, you just need to follow the direction of the compass needle. The red bars on it symbolize how far you are from the spatial anomaly point. If only 1/3 of this red strip remains, then you will have to walk another third of the way. Once the core of the spatial anomaly is discovered, the compass needle will start spinning violently. Then you can place the spatial dissolving crystal there and wait for the third-order spatial anomaly to be eliminated. As for this light green bracelet, just wear it on your wrist. If a space heart or appears nearby, it will emit a purple light. Search around, and when the purple light turns blue, the space heart will be no more than 1 meter away from you. Yichio found these devices to be quite useful, so he nodded and accepted them one by one. Before Yichio left, Zhang Jian gave him 3 iron talismans. These are 3 6th-tier iron talismans, a fire rain talisman, a wind blade talisman, and an ice arrow talisman. I can't give you anything else, because my wife and I, Chen-Ling, will also be entering a high-level spatial anomaly point soon. Yichio was touched and thanked him again. Anyway, thank you very much, Senior Zhang. Alright, you should go now. Zhang Jian laughed and said, although third-order spatial anomalies are not too threatening, they can still cause us a lot of trouble if they appear. Nip it in the bud is the best choice. So, in a sense, your efforts will save many lives. Yichio nodded emphatically, his eyes growing increasingly determined. Okay. After saying this, he turned and left, and under the arrangement of the soldiers, quickly entered a third-order spatial anomaly point that no one else had entered. After entering this third-order spatial anomaly point, it took Yichio several minutes to recover from his dizziness. He opened his eyes wide and looked around. The sky was still dark, a dark blue, not daytime. This made Yichio feel a little relieved. In this way, he can at least use his innate skill, Dark Hour. He took a deep breath and took out the compass again. The compass spun a few times before the needle finally stabilized. Yichio silently memorized the direction of the pointer, then used the skill Gentle Breeze Possession to rush in that direction. Since there were no other teammates, Yichio was extremely fast. An hour later, he estimated that he had covered more than a third of the distance. He took a deep breath, replenished himself with half a dose of recovery potion, and continued on his way. But 20 minutes later, he heard the roar of a strange beast coming from ahead. Yichio gritted his teeth. After observing through his binoculars for a while, he discovered that there were over 100 strange beasts roaming around, and they were the extremely difficult to deal with golden fire spirit wolves. These wolf-like beasts are social creatures. If there are hundreds of them, there will usually be a strong leader who controls them. Moreover, their intelligence is no less than that of human children. They understand cooperation and division of labor. After hesitating for a moment, Yichio decided to avoid these strange beasts. As Yichio passed the edge of the golden fire spirit wolf pack, he activated his skill Shadow Concealment to be on the safe side, completely blending his body into the shadows and dodging the wolves. This time he succeeded without disturbing the pack of golden fire spirit wolves. Then he continued on his way. Quack quack. 15 minutes later, Yichio had covered half the distance, but this time, he discovered that there was another swamp-like area ahead. Above the swamp, there were toads of all sizes. These toads looked very strange. Their bodies were dark purple, with dark gold bumps all over
over them. At the same time, there are a lot of them, as many as 70 or 80, and some of the stronger ones are even fourth order. Yichio took a deep breath, chose a spot with fewer toads, and prepared to cross over as before. But this time, his luck was clearly bad. A toad noticed Yichio and its tongue, like a long whip, reached out directly at him. Yichio's eyes turned cold as he drew the holy flame sword and severed its tongue with a single strike. The toad let out a miserable scream and pounced on Yichio like a madman. A dozen or so toads of all sizes also attacked Yichio. Yichio activated his peerless sword chi, and the sword light in his hand surged out like a tide, killing more than a dozen toads in just 3 to 5 minutes. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 31 beast, Purple Star Toad. You have gained 1550 experience points and 620 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 32 monstrous beast, Purple Star Toad. You have gained 1600 experience points and 640 evolution points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for killing the level 34 beast, Purple Star Toad. You have gained 1750 experience points and 680 evolution points. Yichio charged forward while killing, not caring about experience points or evolution points anymore. He just wanted to resolve the spatial anomaly as quickly as possible. 10 minutes later, after killing 30 or 40 toads, Yichio finally managed to escape the swamp. He glanced at the compass and realized that he was less than 1/10 of the way to the core of the spatial anomaly. In other words, he will be able to reach the core of the spatial anomaly in 15 minutes. Yichio was invigorated and sped up again. Hissing sound. 10 minutes later, as Yichio was about to reach the core of the spatial anomaly, he heard the neighing of horses all around him. He also noticed that 2 black horses with dark blue horns suddenly appeared beside him. These 2 horses are quite strong, and should be at the mid-level of the 4th tier. Yichio took a deep breath and activated the 5th order fire rain talisman. Clusters of meteors shot out. -1000, -2000, -1800, -1500. The 2 fine horses were struck by the fire rain, let out mournful cries, and died not long after. Without hesitation, Yichio quickly headed to the core of the spatial anomaly. 5 minutes later, he arrived here. Just as he was about to take the space disintegration crystal out of his storage bag, he suddenly noticed that the light green bracelet on his wrist had turned purple, and then instantly turned blue.